Wei-Ku was jolted awake from deep sleep by a sudden, piercing headache. At first, he assumed it was just discomfort brought on by a nightmare. But as he became fully conscious, the pain not only failed to subside, it intensified, accompanied by a sharp metallic scent of blood. Why does my head hurt so much? Ugh, is this blood? Instinctively, he reached back to touch the throbbing spot at the back of his head, only to find his hand covered in fresh blood. Yet he couldn't feel any obvious wound, and, curiously, the searing pain was already fading rapidly. Slowly, he lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a single dim candle and a battered old bowl, the room was completely bare. The faint candlelight cast weak shadows across the cramped space, and a short flight of stairs leading upward revealed that he was in a basement. At the top of the stairs, two tightly shut wooden doors blocked any escape. His hands were shackled to the wall with iron chains, which were just long enough to let him move within about a meter around the cold stone bed beneath him. He tugged experimentally at the chains. As expected, they were heavy and solid, real iron. At that moment, Wei-Ku noticed his hands had become pale and small, and his perspective seemed altered, as if he'd turned into a teenager. Judging by the color of his skin, he seemed to have become a white child. Have I traveled to another world? But whatever happened, this situation is clearly dire. As he pondered, scattered fragments of memory began to surface in his mind. His name now was Victor, a middle schooler from Texas, USA. His father, Clyde, was a retired officer who had served in the Second Seminole War. Although Clyde had never achieved notable military distinction, he had held a modest rank. After retiring, Clyde used his savings to move to Florida, where he became a local landowner. He married, had 2 sons, and for a time, life was peaceful and happy. Despite being haunted by the scars of war and lingering trauma, Clyde deeply loved his wife and children. But everything changed on the day his younger son Luther turned 13. That day, the 2 boys had a quarrel over food, and in that moment, Victor's dormant mutant genes and animalistic instincts were awakened. Overcome by a violent frenzy, Victor killed his younger brother with his teeth, claiming afterward that they had only been playing. Already fragile, Clyde's sanity finally shattered. He buried Luther, then chained Victor in their basement, and even pulled out the sharp teeth Victor had used to kill his brother. However, Victor's mutant healing abilities quickly regenerated his teeth. To Clyde, this only confirmed his worst fear. His son had been possessed by a demon. So, day after day, he came down to the basement, forcefully pulling out his own son's teeth with a pair of pliers. He was convinced that if he removed enough teeth, the terrible demons would finally leave his son's body. I've already lost one son. I cannot lose another. In those days, before the invention of anesthetics, having your teeth wrenched out daily by an enraged father was a torment beyond words. Little Victor naturally fought back with all his might, but he was still far from becoming the formidable villain who would one day stand toe-to-toe with Wolverine. In the face of his father's madness, he was utterly powerless. At first, he was shackled with iron chains, his every movement restricted. Later, because he struggled so fiercely, Old Creed resorted to knocking him unconscious before each session, then proceeding to pull out his teeth. In a grim sense, this was his father's way of sparing him a portion of the pain. This time, it was because his father had used too heavy a hand with his physical anesthetic. He struck Victor with an iron hammer to render him insensible. And it was in that very instant, our protagonist Wei-Ku's soul crossed over into Victor Creed's body. After the teeth were pulled, Old Creed left the basement intending to have a drink, only to find that there was no more alcohol in the house. Ever since Luther's death, Old Creed had become a slave to the bottle. Meanwhile, Mrs. Creed, who had meant to check on Victor, was ordered by her husband to go into town and buy more liquor. Terrified of her husband's growing madness, she dared not defy him and hurried off to town, her heart heavy with worry for her son. And so, the scene at the beginning of this chapter is explained. When Wei-Ku awoke in Victor's body, there was only a nearly spent candle flickering. Nearby, no one else in sight. This not only saved Victor from death, but also ensured that no one witnessed the resurrection when Wei-Ku's soul arrived. Coming to terms with reality bit by bit, Wei-Ku sat motionless on the cold stone bed, hugging his knees, his gaze fixed silently on the floor. He had been thrust, without warning, into a strange world, his heart aching with longing for the family he'd left behind. Wei-Ku had been his parents' only child, and they had worked tirelessly to put him through school. He had just started his career and was finally able to care for them. But this sudden twist of fate had upended everything. Have my parents found out something's happened to me? What will they do now? Losing their only son. How much pain must that bring them? Just as Wei-Ku's mind was gripped by anxiety for his elderly parents, the tightly shut wooden door of the basement creaked and shifted. As the door opened, A shaft of silvery moonlight spilled into the basement, and Mrs. Creed entered, her heart weighed down by sorrow. Her face was etched with grief and fear as she looked upon her only surviving son, curled in the corner of the basement. His eyes stared blankly at the floor, as if lost in deep and silent thought. Oh God, was it something we did wrong? Why must such punishment befall us? If we are guilty, then please punish me. Spare my child, he is still just an innocent boy. Mrs. Clyde whispered her prayers, carefully edging closer to Victor Weka, who still sat in a daze. Although Victor had never truly hurt her, the memory of witnessing him sink his teeth into Luther haunted her. She could not help but feel a lingering fear toward her eldest son. Yet, the love and responsibility of a mother would not allow her to abandon her child, even if he had killed his own brother, even if he had become a beast. During the days when Victor was locked away in the basement, enduring his father's abuse, it was Mrs. Clyde's care that kept him from losing his mind completely and becoming a raging animal, though he had come dangerously close. Despite this, she still didn't dare to set Victor free. Part of it was fear of her husband, but just as much was fear of Victor himself. And so, day after day, she watched her husband and son torment and hurt each other, while she herself was consumed by guilt and terror. Victor, are you all right? Mother's here to see you. I brought you something to eat. Mother. Mrs. Clyde's voice snapped Weka out of his thoughts. He looked up, meeting the gaze of the woman who was slowly approaching him. In Weka's eyes, having inherited Victor's memories, Mrs. Clyde's figure overlapped with the image of his mother from a previous life. Seeing both worry and fear mingled in her eyes, Weka sighed inwardly. He had inherited all of Victor's memories and emotions. I'm no longer the Weka I once was. From this day forward, I am Victor Clyde. All that came before, all those memories, I'll keep them. Locked away for now. Still, this name, Victor Clyde, it feels oddly familiar. From here on, the protagonist will be referred to as Victor. Please, let me go, Mother. While Victor searched his mind for memories of how he used to interact with Mrs. Clyde, he carefully adjusted his manner and expression, making sure nothing seemed amiss. He needn't have worried. Years of living with guilt and fear had long since eroded Mrs. Clyde's ability to judge what was normal. I can't do it. He's too strong. Hill. Faced with Victor's plea, she could only stammer out a panicked response. No, Mother. You don't need to fear him. The one you should truly fear is me. As he spoke, Victor lifted his head once more, his cold, unfeeling gaze fixed on his poor mother. A faint smile played across his lips. Mrs. Clyde looked on in horror as she realized that, despite having all his teeth pulled and his mouth once full of blood, Victor's mouth had somehow grown sharp new teeth. Terror nearly overwhelmed her senses. Flailing wildly, Mrs. Clyde scrambled up the stairs, fleeing the basement in panic. In her rush, she even forgot to close the basement door behind her. Seizing the opportunity as Mrs. Clyde hurried away and left the door wide open, Victor began to struggle desperately once again, hoping to break free from the iron chains and escape his prison. He had deliberately played on Mrs. Clyde's long-standing fear and fragile nerves, frightening her away just to create this very chance to flee. In truth, he could have chosen a more direct approach. He might have knocked Mrs. Clyde out. Yet, instead, he instinctively opted for the riskier path, scaring her into running away. It was clear that Victor had no intention of harming Mrs. Clyde. Though his plan had worked, and she'd left the basement door ajar, just as he'd hoped, he had overlooked one crucial detail. The iron chains binding his hands and limiting his movement were not so easily broken or slipped. Despite struggling with every ounce of his strength, pulling, striking, and yanking at the chains, they barely even rattled, showing no sign of breaking or loosening. Just as Victor fought desperately to break free in the basement, a tall figure suddenly blocked the moonlight streaming in through the doorway. Victor had already wasted too much time trying to undo the chains, and all his efforts had come to nothing. The commotion he made, coupled with Mrs. Clyde's terrified dash home, finally drew the attention of Victor's irascible father, old Mr. Clyde. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson, demon. I suppose I'll have to make it unforgettable for you this time. Maybe then you'll finally leave my child's body. Damn it, this is bad, Victor thought to himself. Faced with the sudden appearance of old Clyde, Victor instantly let go of the chain, braced his hands against the stone bed, bent his knees, tensed his body, and fixed his gaze on his father's imposing silhouette. As old Clyde stepped down the last stair, Victor lunged at him with sudden ferocity. Yet just as his sharp teeth were about to sink into old Clyde's throat, close enough to tear it open, the chain snapped taut, reaching its limit. No matter how hard Victor threw himself forward, the chain stretched straight and held firm. But that force wasn't nearly enough to break the chain. If it had been, he would have escaped long ago, with no way to break free. And as everyone knows, Every force meets with an equal reaction. Victor was yanked back by the chain's recoil, thrown into despair. Then, Mr. Clyde landed a heavy blow on his face, immediately followed by a fierce barrage of attacks from the enraged father. There's a saying, a man might regret striking his wife in the heat of the moment, but when it comes to disciplining a son, there's little such hesitation, especially if the son is tough enough to survive it. And so, Mr. Clyde unleashed his full strength, beating the son he believed was possessed by a demon, with a trace of surprise in his heart. Why isn't this demon fighting back today? Although Victor's memories told him he had suffered this kind of savage beating many times and always resisted with all his might, however futile. Memory is not reality. Pain remembered is just a shadow. Pain endured is all too real. For Victor, this was the first time he truly experienced it. Very quickly, the relentless blows left him dizzy and disoriented, and by the time he regained his senses, he had no chance to fight back at all. With no other choice, Victor curled up, shielding his head with his arms, trying to minimize the damage and protect his vital spots. You damn demon. Wasn't it enough that you took one of my sons? Now you want to take another? And now you'd even harm my wife? Today you'll pay for this. Mr. Clyde roared as he struck his son again and again, desperate to drive the demon out of the boy's body by sheer force. Victor wanted to explain, but he knew it would be pointless. Besides, the searing pain racking his body nearly robbed him of reason. Despite the onslaught, his body's remarkable healing ability kicked in, repairing the damage even as it was inflicted. This trapped Victor in a cruel cycle. His wounds would heal just enough to keep him conscious, yet the pain never ceased. He was denied even the mercy of blacking out, forced instead to endure the agony without end. At last, exhausted and spent, Mr. Clyde dragged himself out of the basement, satisfied. Victor, bloodied but spared any mortal wounds, lay motionless on the stone bed. Supported by Victor's memories, but still a stranger to such brutal, relentless agony in his previous life as an ordinary man, he finally slipped into unconsciousness. In short, the pain simply overwhelmed him. When Victor awoke again, his body had been cleaned and he was dressed in fresh clothes. The ones he wore before had been torn to rags by his father in the heat of the beating. Some things had not changed. The cold iron chains binding his wrists, the solitary candle flickering in the corner. But now, beside the candle, there was a plate of food. Evidently, while Victor had been unconscious, Mrs. Clyde had come to visit him. Although this meal wasn't Victor's favorite pie, but just a slice of toast, in circumstances like these, anything to eat was better than nothing. Victor chewed on the bread, all the while carefully surveying the basement where he found himself. He had only a vague recollection of this basement, but it was the first time he truly observed it with such attention. He rarely came to this place before, so his memories of it were faint and indistinct. Since being locked away, Victor had spent most of his time either lost in wild, uncontrollable frenzy or buried deep within his own thoughts, leaving him no opportunity to pay attention to this shadowy little room. A heavy wooden door sealed him off completely from the outside world. Light, sound, nothing at all could penetrate that barrier. The room was about 3 meters high and just as long, but less than 3 meters wide. In such a cramped, pitch-dark space, anyone with claustrophobia would have broken down long ago. Victor, however, felt he was nearing his own limits. If this kind of life continued for years, he'd either turn into a beast like before or lose his mind entirely and become a true madman. Of course, there was always the possibility that after enduring all this, he might emerge with unbreakable strength, perhaps even become a hero bent on saving all suffering mutants. But that clearly didn't fit the tone of this story. As a child with the mind of an adult, Victor quickly abandoned self-pity and began to seriously consider his abilities and his prospects for escape. I can't let that violent father keep beating me like this. If he does, he'll kill me sooner or later. But this name, Victor Creed, and the power to heal quickly, it all feels so familiar. The fangs, the claws. Could it be Wolverine? No, Wolverine's name is Logan. It's Sabretooth. Having been a Marvel Comics fan in his previous life, Victor quickly pieced together who he had become. He couldn't be absolutely certain, but judging by his current predicament, the childhood trauma he recalled from the X-Men origins. Comics about Sabretooth, his exceptional healing, and his sharpening teeth and nails, he was almost convinced he had become Sabretooth. If that was the case, it meant he would one day have a chance to escape from here. Otherwise, the infamous Sabretooth would never have appeared later on. Still, judging from what became of Sabretooth as an adult, his mental state hardly seemed stable. Whether it was his cruelty toward innocent lives or the pleasure he took in hurting those close to him, such actions weren't those of a normal person. Not even a beast should behave that way. It seemed that the way Sabretooth ultimately turned out was closely tied to what he had experienced during this period and everything that happened afterward. Victor was determined not to become that kind of person himself in the future. On the surface, Sabretooth appeared to be carefree and wild, living as if he were truly free. But in reality, he had lost so many pleasures that life could offer. Such a thorough distortion of perception and behavior was something Victor could never accept. Yet, how was he supposed to break free from this fate and avoid repeating Sabretooth's tragedy? Victor had absolutely no idea. In the comics he'd read, all it mentioned was that Sabretooth managed to break a chain in the second year he was locked in the basement, then bit off his own other hand to finally escape. The first thing he did after getting out was to kill his own father, Old Creed. He also struck down his mother, Mrs. Creed. But according to other sources Victor had found in his previous life, Sabretooth didn't kill his mother. On the contrary, he took care of her until she passed away. Damn it, Marvel! Can't the backstories be a little more consistent? Why does every villain's past have to be such a mess, with so many unanswered questions? Baffled and restless, Victor eventually drifted off to sleep amid his tangled thoughts. Even in his dreams, he couldn't find any peace. Memories from his past life kept resurfacing, weaving together with his current recollections. In his dreams, he was sometimes his former self, Wei Ku, an ordinary office worker. At other times, he became the young Victor, the boy who had bitten his brother Luther to death, blood smeared all over his mouth, smiling at Mrs. Creed. The chaos didn't last long. Victor was soon jolted awake by a sharp, searing pain. His irritable father, Creed, had come again for the daily ritual of pulling his teeth. But Creed didn't get to work right away. Instead, he greeted Victor with a kick to the stomach while he was still asleep, a twisted version of saying good morning. Before Victor could even get a good look at Old Creed's face, a blow to the back of his head sent his world spinning, and he blacked out once more. When he came to, Creed was already yanking at his canine tooth with a pair of pliers, clearly not expecting Victor to wake up so quickly. This time, Victor finally saw his chance. As Creed focused on the tooth and hadn't noticed him stirring, Victor lashed out with his claws, aiming straight for Creed's throat. If that swipe had landed the way he intended, it would have been enough to slice open the old man's carotid artery. But Creed was a survivor of countless life-and-death struggles. How could he be taken down by a single sneak attack? Just as Creed concentrated on pulling the tooth, he suddenly felt an icy chill sweep over his neck. Instincts honed on the battlefield sent every hair on his body standing on end. In an instant, he realized someone was targeting his most vulnerable spot. It was obvious now. The little demon in his hand had awakened and was just waiting for a chance to strike. Clyde reacted instantly, swinging Victor hard against the wall, and in the same motion, yanking out another tooth clamped by his pliers. Victor was hurled into the wall, another canine tooth ripped from his mouth, and a rush of blood filled his mouth. This time, he refused to simply endure it passively. Instead, he fought back with all his might. Though his efforts barely made a difference, the courage it took was remarkable. Victor's claws managed to leave only a shallow scratch on Clyde's arm. The injury only made Clyde more violent. His retaliation came like a violent storm. In moments, Victor was once again pinned down on the stone bed, his resistance utterly shattered. Then Clyde hauled him up again and pulled out the rest of his teeth. At this point, Victor's despair was beyond words. No wonder they call him the father of Sabretooth. He's just an ordinary man, and yet he's as strong as an ape, a veteran of countless battles, always alert even to a sneak attack. As Victor lay there, weakly cursing Clyde's cruelty, Mrs. Clyde entered the room once again. She carefully helped the limp Victor sit up on the stone bed and gently wiped the blood from his lips and cheeks with a handkerchief. Faced with Mrs. Clyde's look, a mix of fear, pain, and guilt, Victor wanted to say something, but in the end, he simply let her quietly change his blood-stained clothes and clean his wounds. "Mom, I'm sorry." Once, Victor thought he would lose his mind under this torment, but he had underestimated the adaptability and endurance of the human spirit. "Damn, old man, I'm not a demon. You'll regret this one day." His words sounded fierce, but the truth was that Clyde overpowered him every single time. Victor's strength was close to that of an ordinary adult, but Clyde was on a whole different level. Victor had been in this world for over a month, locked in a daily struggle with Clyde, and every contest ended in defeat. Against this retired soldier, Victor, still just a child, might have grown fast, but he was no match for his father. Worse still, aside from the physical battles with Clyde, Victor had to wage a constant mental war against the wild instincts brought on by his mutant powers. There was a reason Victor Creed was called Sabretooth. Aside from his unnaturally developed canine teeth and razor-sharp claws, his thirst for blood, primal savagery, and the keen instincts of a beast made the nickname all too fitting. At this moment, Victor was locked in a struggle against the dangerous, bloodthirsty impulse raging within him. At first, He hadn't even realized how this instinct was affecting him. He simply noticed that his senses had become unnaturally sharp. Whenever old Clyde launched an attack, Victor could always anticipate the direction of the blow and the spot where he would be struck. If he hadn't been bound by those iron chains, it would have been nearly impossible for old Clyde to defeat Victor so easily. Yet precisely because of those chains, Victor could only dodge the most vital areas when he sensed danger approaching. Even though, thanks to the healing factor coursing through his body, such evasions were almost meaningless. As his injuries worsened, another, more primitive and wild urge began to emerge, a raw instinct that drove him to kill. Once awakened, Victor felt every cell in his body trembling with excitement, and the healing factor worked at an even faster pace. His sense of pain dulled, his mind filled with a hunger for destruction and carnage. He wanted nothing more than to tear apart every living thing before him. With old Clyde's blows raining down relentlessly, this savage urge grew ever stronger. At first, Victor thought it was simply a reaction born from rage. But soon the mature, rational adult consciousness he had brought with him from another world realized that something was deeply wrong. Though he was enduring torment and carrying the memories of his younger self, this overwhelming drive to utterly destroy someone clearly exceeded any reasonable anger. Even if he hated old Clyde for his brutality, at most he would have wanted revenge or to fight back, but never to the extreme of such murderous intent. After all, old Clyde was still his biological father. Sensing something amiss, Victor began to carefully review the changes he had undergone since arriving in this world. To his astonishment, he realized his behavior and temperament were gradually straying from what it meant to be human, becoming more and more like that of a wild beast. The old man was right after all. His second son is about to be devoured by the beast as well. Victor gave a bitter chuckle, muttering to himself. Although he was now aware of his own problem, finding a solution was far from simple. This problem touches on a challenge every one of us faces: self-control. We make mistakes every day, some large, some small. Blunders happen in all shapes and forms. So often, we know full well that our actions are wrong, yet we're still driven by desire and instinct. Even when we know we shouldn't do something, we do it anyway. But Victor's predicament was far more severe. His very ability to think was being eroded by animalistic instincts. He not only had to judge right from wrong, but also distinguish whether his actions stemmed from his own will or from the will of the beast within. This is no easy feat, but now that he had recognized the problem, at least he had a direction to strive toward, and that was better than stumbling forward in total darkness. However, things were not so simple. Every time he tried to suppress the wildness within, he only grew more anxious and irritable, until at last he lost control altogether. Victor, with a touch of bitter humor, called this phenomenon the ironic rebound. Yet when he tried to ignore the wildness, its subtle influence would creep in, quietly seeping into his thoughts and actions. It was because of this that Victor eventually became the Sabretooth he was known as later. He had once been just a child, but after killing his own brother, he was never again given a chance at a normal worldview or upbringing. Apart from his mother's comfort and care, all he ever received was his father's endless abuse and violence. In the end, this was what gave birth to the Sabretooth. Whenever old Creed tried to drive out the beast and his son with violence, the only response he ever received was fiercer violence and a growing savagery. By now, old Creed and Victor were trapped in a vicious cycle. The more Victor fought back with brutality and ferocity, the more cruelly old Creed tormented him in return. In the end, every time old Creed descended into the basement, Victor would immediately slip into a beast-like state, growling as if he meant to tear out his father's throat. But after these fierce clashes with old Creed, Victor would fall quiet once more, as if that wildness had never been there at all. Victor felt he had stumbled on some inspiration for solving his problem, but he knew that these daily violent struggles with old Creed could not go on forever. For now, he saw no better option. The only consolation was that this change had actually improved his relationship with Mrs. Creed. Without the wildness, Victor looked just like any ordinary boy from the neighborhood, and Mrs. Creed felt as if her son had finally come back to her. Yet the bloodstains on him still broke her heart. Victor, why has it come to this? He is your father, after all. As Mrs. Creed helped Victor out of his bloodied clothes, her voice was thick with sorrow. Watching her husband and son hurt each other every day tormented her soul. Though Victor's attitude toward her had softened, and that brought a measure of comfort, it also constantly reminded her of her other, lost son. I am his son too, but it's as if he's never seen me that way. In his eyes, I'm nothing but a monster, a beast, anything but his child. Victor's answer, as always, left Mrs. Creed helpless and in pain. He knew his words wounded her, but he could find no better way to explain. He certainly couldn't. Tell her that he needed these violent confrontations with his father to let the beast inside him loose. Otherwise, he might lose control completely, and even hurt her. Apart from the times when he clashed with his father, Victor behaved just like any ordinary boy. He began to ask Mrs. Clyde for books, taking the initiative to learn and trying to make sense of the world around him. Seeing Victor study like any other child, Mrs. Clyde once tried to persuade her husband not to hurt him anymore. Yet whenever old Clyde appeared before Victor, he would instantly spiral into a violent rage, utterly unable to control himself. What's more, Victor's wounds always healed with incredible speed, leaving not even the faintest scar behind. This only deepened old Clyde's conviction that the demon had never truly left his son's body. He'd merely learned to disguise himself and lie in wait. In a sense, he wasn't entirely mistaken. Still, old Clyde no longer stopped Mrs. Clyde from bringing Victor books. As she helped Victor change out of his blood-stained clothes, Mrs. Clyde would often speak to him with sorrow weighing heavily in her voice. Witnessing her husband and son wound each other day after day brought her immense pain. Victor's gentler attitude toward her offered some small comfort, but every time she saw this, she would be reminded of the child she had lost too soon, and her grief only deepened. I am a son too, but he has never seen me that way. In his eyes, I am a demon, a beast, anything but his child. Victor's familiar reply left Mrs. Clyde feeling helpless and heartbroken as always. He knew perfectly well that his words would sadden her, but he couldn't find a better way to explain. After all, how could he confess that he needed to fight his father to release the wildness inside him? Otherwise, he might lose control and hurt her instead. Except for those fierce conflicts with his father, Victor otherwise acted like a normal teenager. He would ask Mrs. Clyde for books, began to educate himself, and try to understand the world. As Victor's behavior grew more and more normal, Mrs. Clyde tried to persuade her husband not to treat him with such harshness. Yet every time old Clyde appeared, Victor would immediately slip into an uncontrollable frenzy. More disturbing still, his wounds healed at a remarkable rate and left no trace at all. This only strengthened old Clyde's belief that the so-called demon still lurked within his son. Only now, it knew how to hide. From a certain point of view, he wasn't wrong. However, old Clyde no longer prevented his wife from bringing Victor books. He simply insisted that she bring a Bible each time. So from then on, whenever Mrs. Clyde went to care for Victor, she always brought a few textbooks along with a Bible. To her astonishment, Victor's ability to learn far surpassed that of ordinary people. He could grasp and comprehend all the knowledge in the books with remarkable speed. As for the Bible, Victor would occasionally flip through it when he was bored, but the dramatic scenes old Clyde had anticipated, demons being exorcised, or the holy book being torn apart, never came to pass. After completing the general secondary school curriculum, Victor began to delve into more complex fields: astronomy, geography, history, philosophy, physics, and even the natural sciences. To his astonishment, he discovered that, ever since crossing over into this world, his capacity for learning had become extraordinarily sharp. No matter the subject, as long as he studied with intent, he could swiftly grasp and firmly retain the knowledge, almost never forgetting a thing. Perhaps it was the regenerative factor at work, allowing his brain cells to recover so quickly that his mind no longer needed to forget in order to protect itself. Was this why he now possessed a photographic memory and never seemed to tire? Victor only speculated on this phenomenon in passing, never digging too deep. He figured, since it was a blessing, there was no need to overthink it. Rather than waste time pondering these mysteries, it was better to turn his attention to a more pressing concern: how to deal with the beast lurking inside him. In fact, he had already begun trying to address this problem. He chose a method that, within the context of this story, seemed almost otherworldly: meditation. From his memories of his past life, and from psychology books he'd read since arriving here, Victor knew that the most basic way to gain self-control was a simple form of meditation: focusing the mind. The simplest way was to sit cross-legged on a mat. Unfortunately, there were no mats in this place, so Victor had to settle for sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. He closed his eyes and directed all his attention to the rhythm of his own breathing, focusing on the sensation of air passing through his nose, filling his lungs, and then slowly being released. As his meditation deepened, Victor felt a sense of calm and harmony washing over him. But this world was far more complicated than he had imagined. After all, this was the Marvel Universe, a place where even gods and cartoon mice could exist. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Victor's consciousness slipped into an unfamiliar inner world. He found himself in complete darkness, and not far away, a saber-toothed tiger was growling, watching him with wary, predatory eyes, ready to pounce at any moment. It was his first time entering this mental landscape, and he had no idea what was happening. The last thing he remembered was meditating in the basement, and in the next instant, he was surrounded by blackness, in a world empty of everything else. But it didn't take long for him to realize he wasn't truly alone. Those glowing red eyes stared at him from the shadows, brimming with malice, as if waiting for an opportunity to devour him whole. Then, the creature revealed itself. The owner of those eyes, a saber-toothed tiger, the largest feline to ever walk the earth, lunged at him, launching its attack. Faced with the sudden attack of a ferocious beast, Victor's first instinct was to turn and run. But almost immediately, he realized he had made a grave mistake. The saber-toothed tiger, the largest prehistoric feline to ever walk the earth, could reach a length of 2.7 meters and weigh anywhere from 200 to 400 kilograms. Not only did it possess a massive, powerful body, but it also moved with astonishing speed. Compared to the powerful and agile saber-toothed tiger, Victor was as helpless as a chick. Almost the instant he turned to flee, the beast tackled him to the ground. A deafening roar filled the air, followed by a searing pain at his neck. Yet, to Victor's surprise, he didn't die instantly as he had expected. As darkness closed over him from the bite, Victor lost consciousness. When he finally came to, he found himself once again in the basement, still seated in his meditative posture. At first, he thought he'd just had a terrible nightmare, that he'd simply fallen asleep by accident. But soon, a surge of murderous intent and a primal urge to attack flooded his mind, consuming his every thought. All he wanted was to break free like a wild animal and slaughter everyone he saw. His first target was Old Clyde. But these thoughts amounted to nothing more than futile rage. His body was still far too weak to break the iron chains restraining him. What's more, as Victor's strength had grown, Old Clyde had reinforced the fixtures at both ends of the chains, determined to prevent any chance of escape. After hours of fruitless struggle, Victor finally collapsed onto the stone bed, utterly exhausted. Gradually, reason began to return to him as fatigue overtook his body. Though his mind cleared, he no longer had the strength to ponder why madness had overtaken him so suddenly. He could only drift into a muddled sleep on the cold stone. When Old Clyde came down to the basement to begin his daily routine, he found Victor fast asleep, sprawled across the stone bed. Looking at that peaceful face, so much like his own when he was young, Clyde, for a fleeting moment, wondered if he had been too cruel to Victor. But then, another young and familiar face flashed through his mind. He had already lost one son. He could not let the beast take a second. He clung to his conviction that everything he was doing was right, that the Lord would save both him and Victor. In truth, he had once considered another path, to kill Victor and then surrender himself to the police. If he did that, he would certainly be sentenced to death. Perhaps that would have been a kind of release for him. Yet whenever he thought of the death penalty, he felt he could not abandon Victor so easily. As a devout believer, he told himself he should stay alive to serve the Lord, and never give up on his son. Well, let us begin today's redemption, he murmured. With that, Old Clyde gave Victor a hard kick in the stomach while he was still deep in sleep, then stepped back, ready to defend himself against any wild retaliation from Victor. However, the expected counterattack never came. Poor Victor, struck so fiercely in his slumber, had no strength left to get up. All he could do was curl up, clutching his abdomen, doing his best to lessen the pain. Victor's reaction clearly caught Old Clyde by surprise. Thanks to the basement's excellent soundproofing, Old Clyde had no idea what Victor had gone through before. Nevertheless, this did not stop him from carrying out his next move. Since the resistance he anticipated had not appeared, he decided to proceed with his so-called redemption. Without hesitation, Old Clyde deftly pulled out Victor's teeth. When he was done, he tossed Victor carelessly back onto the stone bed and left the basement. Throughout the ordeal, Victor was too weak to fight back, and so he was spared further beating. Fortunately, the healing factor in his body was still at work. This time, though, something was different. Victor could distinctly feel his teeth slowly growing back. In the past, he had always waited passively for the healing to take effect. But now he could actually sense the changes in the injured area. It even seemed as if he could consciously control the process, urging it to continue or telling it to pause. As Victor tried to explore this newfound ability, Mrs. Clyde entered the basement, carrying food, clothes, and the book Victor had asked to read. In the dim basement, the only light and warmth came from a feeble candle, barely illuminating one corner of the room. She saw her son, her poor Victor, lying on the cold stone bed, his lips and face smeared with blood, looking utterly frail and helpless. Despite the irreversible mistakes he had made in the past, even though he had once become as wild as a beast, he was still her child. Mother! Victor noticed Mrs. Clyde's arrival. With what little strength he had left, he propped himself up against the wall by the bed, determined not to collapse again. "Victor, what happened to you? Did he hurt you?" Mrs. Clyde quickly sensed that something was wrong. Victor often bore traces of blood, but he was always energetic, always full of life. Today, though, there was scarcely any blood on his clothes, yet he looked desperately weak, so weak he could barely sit up. She had never seen him like this before. "No, Mother, this has nothing to do with Father. Today he only kicked me once, then pulled out my teeth and left. After all, he just wants to redeem me. He's not here to torture me, is he?" Victor's words seemed almost like a defense for old Clyde, but when he spoke the word redemption, the cold, mocking smile at the corner of his lips and the fleeting chill in his eyes were not lost on Mrs. Clyde. "Victor, I won't kill him. Even if I escape one day, I won't kill him. After all, he didn't kill me, did he? And if I really did it, wouldn't that just prove he was right about me? I won't become a beast, at least not yet." With worry and sorrow clouding her face, Mrs. Clyde finally left the basement. Now, with rest and care, Victor's strength had returned considerably. He began to reflect on his experiences after meditating. That realm of utter darkness, where nothing existed but himself. What exactly did it mean, and what was the true nature of the saber-toothed tiger within? Why being bitten by the beast triggered such a frenzy in him? In truth, Victor was not entirely clueless. He simply wasn't certain. He had a bold theory. That shadowy realm was in fact his own mindscape, and the saber-toothed tiger was the embodiment of the wildness deep within him, given form before his eyes. It even seemed that the tiger's goal was not to kill him, but rather to merge with him once more. And, in fact, it had succeeded. The violent frenzy that followed was likely the result of such an intense fusion, a theory supported by how utterly drained he'd been afterward. As for whether his theory was correct, it would be easy enough to test. Another session of meditation would provide the answer. If that place truly was the domain of his own mind, did it mean he could learn to control it? If so, perhaps he could experiment with new ways to approach it. Old Clyde had finished his work for the day and would not return before tomorrow. Victor had ample time to meditate and to prepare for whatever might happen. Hesitation and doubt were never the saber-tooth's way. Once resolved, Victor began his second meditation without delay. Although he now suspected that space was his own conscious domain and that he might be able to influence it, he still had no clear idea how. But so long as meditation could bring him there, and dying at the tiger's jaws could send him back, repeated attempts would surely help him feel his way forward. Even if he was left in a frenzy each time he returned, at least it was not irreversible. Trapped in the basement with nothing to do but read, he hardly had anything to lose. And he did have something to show for his efforts. At the very least, after his last meditation, he had learned to better control his healing abilities, gaining a new level of mastery over his body. This showed that meditation was indeed beneficial to him. If he could truly master or suppress his wild nature through meditation, then the day he would break free from his predicament was not far off. With these thoughts in mind, Victor began a new round of meditation without hesitation. Once again, he quickly found himself in that familiar realm of consciousness. The scene remained unchanged, and the saber-toothed tiger was still there. The only difference this time was that the beast seemed even angrier than before. However, Victor didn't let this bother him. He knew full well that the opponent before him was incapable of causing him any real harm. As a result, he didn't panic at all. In fact, he looked at the saber-toothed tiger with a scrutinizing gaze. This newfound confidence made the tiger hesitate. It didn't attack immediately, but instead returned Victor's stare. And so, within Victor's realm of consciousness, man and beast stood locked in a tense standoff, as if engaged in a wordless duel. If someone were to narrate the scene, perhaps the dialogue would go something like this. "Kid, what are you looking at? So what if I am? Want to keep staring? Bring it on." Victor had originally thought he could maintain this stalemate with the saber-toothed tiger, buying himself enough time to gradually explore how to take control of this mental space. But the saber-toothed tiger's patience ran out quickly. Sensing that it was being toyed with, the tiger lunged straight at Victor. But this time, Victor managed to dodge the attack. Momentarily out of danger, Victor noticed a change within himself. When his will was resolute, he found he could wield greater strength in this space. In other words, as long as he remained calm and confident, he could evade the saber-toothed tiger's lethal strikes. The last time he'd been bitten, it was because he'd been too shocked and afraid to react. Having dodged the attack, Victor's confidence soared. He could distinctly feel a surge of power welling up inside him, making him stronger than ever. Such sudden power can easily breed arrogance, and Victor was no exception. As he sensed this force within, he suddenly felt that this so-called big guy wasn't so terrifying after all. Emboldened, he launched a counterattack, forgetting, for a moment, that his opponent was no domesticated cat, but a prehistoric beast capable of bringing down grown elephants. Victor crouched low, spreading his hands as his fingers morphed into razor-sharp bone claws. His canine teeth grew several times their usual size. With a guttural snarl, he leapt at the saber-toothed tiger. The outcome was decided in an instant. The saber-toothed tiger swatted him to the ground with a single paw, as effortlessly as brushing aside a mosquito. Victor struggled fiercely, but his efforts were in vain. Ultimately, he was defeated without suspense, losing consciousness and slipping into chaos. Am I really still too weak? It was bad enough being beaten by that wretched father in the real world, and now, even in my own mind, I'm bullied by a mysterious feline creature. Clearly, I need more power. As Victor sat on his bed, lost in self-reflection, the daily ritual between father and son began once more. This time, old Clyde didn't pull out Victor's canine teeth as easily as before. Facing his father's attack, Victor started to learn how to fight back and protect himself. Victor, who hadn't lost his mind, was far more difficult to handle than a mere beast. He managed to keep his wits sharp, while also drawing on his primal instincts, which allowed him to endure old Clyde's onslaught for longer than ever before. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. One moment of failed evasion, and Victor was caught. A barrage of nearly fatal blows swiftly plunged him into unconsciousness. Though old Clyde noticed something different about Victor, he no longer cared. As long as Victor's fangs could grow back, it meant the demon within wasn't gone. In old Clyde's eyes, any sign of reason was nothing but a clever disguise for the demon. Victor had now gained control over the growth and regeneration of his canines, but he made no attempt to change anything, allowing them to return to their original form every time. He understood that, whether in the realm of consciousness or in the real world, he had to become even stronger. The power he gained in the mindscape could fortify his will, while strength in the real world was the key to his survival. He couldn't be sure whether a day would come when old Clyde finally lost patience and hope, choosing at last to kill him. If, in that moment, he still lacked the strength to break free of the chains. Victor couldn't say for sure if old Clyde truly had it in him to kill his own son, but handing one's fate over to another has never been something to celebrate. That's why Victor never stopped striving to change his circumstances. Now at last he glimpsed a trace of hope. Through meditation and entering the mindscape, his abilities had developed at a remarkable pace. In truth, he hadn't actually grown stronger. He'd always been powerful. It was just that, until now, he'd never tapped into his full potential, which made him seem weak. The reason Victor had lost himself to rage after awakening his powers was simply that he couldn't fully control the immense strength within. Beyond his wild instincts, the rapid expansion of brain cells had thrown his emotions and thoughts into turmoil. With barely more than a decade of life behind him, he had no need for so many neurons to store memories. The excess brain cells were almost entirely occupied by the awakened instincts of the beast within. This left his behavior growing ever more animalistic, his humanity nearly consumed by savagery. It wasn't until Wei-Ku's consciousness entered this body that the situation finally began to improve. After the consciousness of a fully developed adult fused with the original one, its demand for brain cells became far more complex than simply adding the two together. Whether it was 3 or 4, the resources once available were clearly no longer sufficient. And when resources run short, what choice remains? The only option is to fight for them. The most obvious change was that, after crossing over, Victor no longer saw killing his own brother as mere play. In fact, before that, he truly believed he was simply roughhousing and playing with his siblings. Think of young felines, how they bite and chase each other to learn the skills they'll need as hunters one day. It was precisely because Victor's humanity was almost entirely suppressed by his animal instincts that tragedy eventually struck. His father's actions only planted the seeds for even greater misfortune down the road. But all of this changed after the protagonist's consciousness crossed over. Now that Victor's sense of self needed to occupy more regions of his brain. Let's call this brain territory. The animal instincts whose territory was being encroached upon naturally wouldn't retreat without a fight. Thus, bouts of rage and the invasion of his consciousness began to occur in succession, and for a time, Victor's self-awareness was at a disadvantage in the struggle. Fortunately, he accidentally learned how to meditate. Because of the peculiarities of this world, the clash between his humanity and his animal nature took on tangible form within his mental landscape. For the first time, Victor found a way to temporarily manage his struggle with the beast inside. But every advantage brings risks. Should Victor lose his battle against the animal within his own mind, his body would fall completely under its control. Luckily, Thanks to the presence of the self-healing factor, this control was only temporary. In the end, Victor would always regain himself. However, this also meant that Victor could never truly eliminate his animal side, since the self-healing factor treated both him and the beast equally. When Victor awoke, night had already fallen. Yet he chose not to rest, and instead began to meditate. This time, he hoped for greater growth. Soon enough, as he wished, he entered the realm of his consciousness. The long-awaited manifestation of his beastly side, a saber-toothed tiger, let out a low growl before lunging at him. Learning from his previous defeat, Victor didn't confront it head-on. Instead, he adopted a fluid and evasive approach, nimbly dodging the saber-tooth's attacks. The tiger's massive body made it nearly invincible in a frontal assault, but against the agile, diminutive Victor, it found itself at a disadvantage. Victor didn't put too much distance between himself and the saber-toothed tiger, knowing that doing so would actually make it easier for the beast to pounce and kill him. If he were caught in a single leap, it would almost certainly mean defeat. Drawing on tactics he'd learned from fighting giant bosses in video games in his previous life, he circled around the tiger's heels, always keeping close. Thanks to his robust physique, Victor darted nimbly beneath the saber-toothed tiger's massive body, narrowly escaping danger time and again. At one point, the saber-toothed tiger found itself in a predicament much like a game of whack-a-mole. It kept trying to pin Victor down with its powerful forepaws, but each attempt was deftly evaded by Victor's agile maneuvers. After more than 10 minutes, not only had the saber-toothed tiger failed to subdue Victor, but had also suffered several slashes from Victor's sharp claws. As Victor grew more familiar with the tiger's attacks, he began to strike back more frequently, leaving his opponent with a growing collection of wounds. However, this stalemate didn't last for long. Soon, the saber-toothed tiger found a way to counter Victor's tactics. Ignoring Victor's distractions, the beast suddenly leapt forward. The instant it landed, it spun around with lightning speed, and before Victor could react, it launched a lethal strike that sent Victor crashing to the ground in defeat. Time flew by in a mental arena where Victor and the saber-toothed tiger clashed. With each bout, Victor managed to hold out a little longer against the tiger's relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, Victor noticed that his strength was steadily increasing. The periodic tooth extractions performed by Old Clyde had become almost inconsequential. Whenever a tooth was pulled, Victor could quickly regenerate it with his own abilities. To avoid unnecessary trouble, though, he always waited until Clyde had left before letting the new tooth grow in. In this way, a year slipped by. On the surface, Victor seemed almost unchanged. In contrast, Old Clyde had aged dramatically. His once golden hair was now nearly all white. The blows dealt by reality weighed heavily on him. His once happy family was shattered. He had lost a son by his own hand, and the one responsible for all was his other son. Countless times, Clyde had contemplated killing Victor and then taking his own life, seeking to end everything. Yet his faith and his love for his son held him back every time. Even if Victor was possessed by a demon, he was still his own flesh and blood. Clyde simply couldn't bring himself to end his son's life. Sometimes, Clyde wondered if this was his punishment for all the blood he had spilled on the battlefield. But today, his torment was coming to an end. At last, Victor broke free from the 2 iron chains that had bound him. "I've been imprisoned for 10,000 years. No, that's way too melodramatic. At last, I'm free. Now, Father, you must pay the price." The moment he cast off his chains, Victor's first act was to dash out of the basement, shatter a window, and climb into the living room. At that moment, Old Clyde was in the middle of eating a piece of fruit pie. When he saw Victor crashing through the window, he was so startled he nearly choked on his food. Victor, who had originally intended to teach Old Clyde a harsh lesson, was caught off guard by the sight before him. Old Clyde was clutching his own throat, tumbling to the ground along with his chair, writhing on the floor in agony like a dying fish, his face twisted in fear and pain. Mrs. Clyde, who could have rushed to help, was so petrified by the scene that she couldn't move an inch. For a moment, she even wondered if her husband had fallen victim to some curse from their son. "Is he choking?" she cried out in terror. The room fell into a tense stalemate. To be honest, Victor didn't feel the slightest bit of sorrow at the sight. In fact, he found it grimly satisfying. After all, this was the man who had abused him daily and locked him in the basement. Now, seeing Old Clyde flounder helplessly like a stranded fish filled Victor with a strange sense of delight. He even briefly thought that if Old Clyde simply choked to death, he would never have to wrestle with the idea of killing him himself. Yet in the end, Victor couldn't just stand by and watch. He acted quickly, grabbing Old Clyde and hoisting him up. With Old Clyde's terrified eyes fixed on him, Victor laid him face down on the dining table. He held old Clyde firmly in place with one hand to prevent him from thrashing, while using the other to deliver a forceful slap to his back. With Victor's strong blow, the food lodged in old Clyde's throat was finally expelled. Gasping desperately for air, he looked very much like a fish that had only just narrowly escaped death. Although Victor had saved old Clyde's life, he had no intention of letting go of the pain he'd endured for over a year. As soon as old Clyde managed to recover and get back on his feet, Victor's fist came out of nowhere and slammed into his face. Completely unprepared, old Clyde was knocked to the ground once again. Victor immediately leapt on top of him, pinning him down. "I told you, you would pay for this, father," Victor shouted as he rained punch after punch on old Clyde's face. Stunned and dazed, old Clyde was powerless to fight back, and his face was soon battered and bloodied. When Victor finally felt it was enough and raised the iron hook in his hand, ready to deliver the final blow, Mrs. Clyde suddenly let out a piercing scream. She had finally realized the true danger of the moment. "Oh God, no, Victor, you can't kill him." Mrs. Clyde's desperate scream brought Victor to a halt. But in that instant, old Clyde seized the opportunity, grabbing Victor by the throat and hurling him aside. Just as it seemed the two men were about to erupt into an even fiercer struggle, Mrs. Clyde threw herself between them. "No, you can't do this to me. I can't lose either of you. If you're so determined to fight to the death, then you'll have to kill me first." Confronted with Mrs. Clyde's anguished cries, old Mr. Clyde's heart was a tangle of contradictions. He knew that he had nearly choked to death, and Victor's sudden shattering of the window was largely to blame. Yet, in the end, it was Victor who saved his life. But even after that, Victor had still tried to kill him, and now the dungeon could no longer keep Victor locked away. Victor's thoughts were far simpler. He was willing to show Mrs. Clyde some respect, for she had offered him a mother's warmth. Before crossing over into this world, Waco had been a devoted and filial child. Though his family was poor, his parents always did their best to give him the very best they could. In return, he never let them down. He was always a model student, collecting so many awards that they became routine. Perhaps because of poverty, he matured earlier than his peers. He understood from a young age that the world was unfair, and that he had started from a lower rung than most. Even with his parents giving everything they had, he still needed to work twice as hard to achieve the same results as others. So he constantly reminded himself that he had to be the best. He couldn't afford to lose, nor did he dare to, because he needed to repay his parents' sacrifices. Yet, just as he began to see some success, fate played a cruel trick on him. He was transported to another world. Although he had made sure to buy enough insurance for himself and his parents, so they would want for nothing in their old age, losing their only son would still be the greatest blow of all. Meanwhile, Victor's own memories and consciousness began to merge with his, so he was no longer simply Waku, but rather a fusion of two souls. So, in this new world, even though Mrs. Clyde harbored some fear toward him, she still showered him with meticulous care. Her motherly love touched the softest part of his heart, and in Victor's memories, the happiness of their family of four, as well as old Mr. Clyde's fatherly love for the original Victor, reminded him of his own father. In his previous life, he'd already lost his chance to repay his parents. In this life, his father was gone, and he didn't want to lose his mother, too. That was why, after breaking out of prison, he originally intended to have a heartfelt conversation with old Mr. Clyde. Only, something unexpected happened during that conversation, just now. His emotions got the better of him, and he nearly killed old Mr. Clyde in a fit of impulse. So the situation reached a stalemate. Fortunately, it didn't last long, because at last, old Mr. Clyde spoke. "Are you a demon, or are you Victor? Why did you save me? Is this all part of some plan to corrupt me? Is my son still there? Your son has always been here. He almost became a beast, and you almost let that happen. But fortunately, he had a good mother, and so he never truly turned into a demon. I hope so. I'll be watching you. If you hurt anyone, I'll end you myself." I'll behave, Father. Mom, I'm hungry." "Oh, all right. I'll go make your favorite pie right away." Seeing the father and son begin to try to reconcile and accept one another, Mrs. Clyde felt hope flicker back in her life at last. Wiping tears from her eyes, she hurried into the kitchen to prepare a meal for her son. Of course, she also planned to make an extra serving for old Clyde, since he'd barely taken a bite before spilling his portion earlier. Left alone in the dining room, father and son exchanged wary glances as they started to pick up the overturned chairs and scattered utensils. Although they both remained on guard, the tense standoff for moments before had eased considerably. Both were making an effort to accept each other. After all, they were family, bound by ties that couldn't be severed. Even if someone had made an irreparable mistake, as long as hope remained, forgiveness and acceptance were worth striving for. In truth, The reason old Clyde hadn't chosen to kill Victor outright at first was because hope still lingered in his heart. He wanted his son to come back to him. Having already lost one child, he couldn't bear the thought of losing another. Now at last, he could see a glimmer of hope. And so, he was willing to give himself and his son another chance to prove that Victor was still his child. Even if Victor had strange healing abilities and razor-sharp teeth, he was still human, not some mindless monster. As for Victor, he too felt relieved that old Clyde hadn't erupted in anger again. It meant there was a new possibility. He finally had a chance to belong to a whole family. As for Luther, perhaps that wound would never heal, but he still believed he could atone in some way. After all, although old Clyde had lost one son, now at least there was a chance to regain the other. In the original comic, he ended up losing both. And so, in a slightly tense but much calmer atmosphere, the two finished tidying the dining room, then sat down on their stools to quietly await what would come next. They had taken a promising first step, but truly accepting each other and returning to how things were before would be a long journey for both. Even now, sitting at the same table, they still watched each other warily, every small movement putting the other on alert. Still, the awkwardness didn't last long. Mrs. Clyde soon appeared, carrying a tray of freshly baked pies, smiling as she handed each of them their favorite flavor. She took a piece for herself and sat down beside Victor. The moment she settled in, old Clyde's guard shot up to its highest level. He watched Victor's every move with a hawk's eye, ready at any moment to overturn the table and rush to protect his wife should Victor so much as hint at threatening Mrs. Clyde. In his mind, he was prepared to drag this dangerous demon back to the basement, lock him up with stronger chains, and make sure he would never escape again. Yet, none of that happened. Victor quietly enjoyed his favorite fruit pie, while Mrs. Clyde would occasionally reach over to gently wipe the crumbs from the corner of his mouth. This warm, peaceful scene was far beyond what old Clyde had anticipated. Though he remained internally on alert, he gradually began to focus more on his meal, even if he never completely relaxed his watchful gaze on Victor. So it was that, after a year apart, this family of three finally shared a dinner together, a meal that was harmonious, if tinged with a trace of tension. Unlike before, when dinner ended, Victor did not return to his old room. Instead, he asked Mrs. Clyde to move his belongings to the basement. He explained that he had grown used to the basement's atmosphere and found it more comfortable there. In truth, he chose the basement because it was a place where he could let his emotions run free without fear of hurting Mrs. Clyde. Old Clyde was in favor of this. After all, his suspicions toward Victor had not vanished, and he could not bear the thought of another disaster. In the end, they reached an agreement. Victor would continue living in the basement, though his quarters would be improved. At other times, he would be free to move about as long as he remained within old Clyde's line of sight. Mrs. Clyde did not oppose this arrangement too much. Although she felt a pang seeing Victor remain in the basement, the memory of his past outbursts still filled her with lingering fear. This conflict of feelings was the very embodiment of her greatness as a mother. Even after all that had happened, even knowing her son might lose control at any moment, she still chose to care for him, to comfort him, and to hope for the return of the boy he once was. Such is the power of a mother's love. Indeed, in the original story, after the saber-toothed tiger killed its father, it still cared for its mother until the end. This was not without reason. Now, it was again a mother's immense love that brought hope back to this family. From here on, the future would depend on Victor and his father, old Clyde. With the tension between him and old Clyde somewhat eased, Victor's living conditions finally began to show real improvement. At the very least, he could now share meals with his family. In the past, he could only eat from battered bowls in the basement. Now, there was bedding on his bed, a small table, and a lamp, enough for him to read and study in comfort. Although he still couldn't attend school, the improved environment for studying was already a step forward. What's more, he could now go outside every day, no longer chained and confined like a wild beast. However, these changes also brought new problems. He had not yet gained full control over his animal instincts. If he lost control after meditating, he could easily destroy all the furniture in his room. Yet, the thought of removing everything and returning to the way things were before made him reluctant. Once accustomed to a more comfortable life, it was hard to imagine going back to hardship. Not long after he began to enjoy these improvements, he made a decision to be honest with old Clyde. Better lock me up with chains again, add more this time, and make sure they're tight. I'm afraid I might lose control and need to restrain myself. But let me keep the key so that when I'm in my right mind, I can unlock myself. Old Clyde agreed without hesitation. He fetched 4 thick iron chains and handed the key to Victor. From his observations, Victor, once gripped by rage, was incapable of even using a key, reduced to the mindlessness of a beast. Clearly, old Clyde had forgotten that first awakening, when Victor's reason and madness were hopelessly tangled. Fortunately, Victor was no longer the person he was then. Such an incident was unlikely to happen again. Old Clyde's worries were, for the most part, resolved, though he still bore lingering anxieties and the pain of losing his son. The most direct expression of these concerns was his decision to replace both wooden doors to the basement with reinforced iron ones, locking them securely. Victor had no objections. After all, he himself feared what might happen if he lost control after meditating. Another layer of protection seemed only sensible. He had no wish to harm the Clydes now, so when old Clyde reinforced the basement doors, Victor even lent a hand. In this new situation, old Clyde found it a little strange, but he neither opposed nor criticized. Mrs. Clyde, on the other hand, was overjoyed. For her, having the two most important people in her life coexist peacefully was the greatest happiness of all. And so, Victor's so-called successful jailbreak turned out to be only a limited freedom. His range expanded from the basement to the whole estate, but he remained strictly confined. As long as there's change, that's enough. Freedom will come, sooner or later. This was Victor's way of comforting himself. With these thoughts, he returned to the basement, once again locked himself up with iron chains, and began his daily meditation. In a struggle for control within his mind, Victor had already made some progress. He no longer needed to confront the beastly instincts inside him head-on. He gradually realized that, rather than suppressing his instincts, it was better to contend with them within the space of his mind, wearing them down and weakening their influence through a steady drain of their strength. The longer he held out in this mental arena, the more energy his opponent lost. As a result, each time he woke, the periods of losing control grew shorter, and on occasion, he could even maintain his composure and restrain the beast within. Yet, as for how to completely rid himself of the beastly nature inside, Victor still had no clue. At best, he could only keep it at bay for a while. If he skipped meditation at night, the beast's influence would soon creep back in, subtly affecting his actions and thoughts. Fortunately, each session of meditation washed away those negative traces. Still, this made his overall plan all the more challenging. It was for this very reason that Victor finally agreed to let old Clyde bind him with iron chains. On one hand, he didn't want to lose the company of his family. On the other, he understood that running away now would only bring more difficulties. Housing, food, even his very identity would become obstacles. Living as a wanderer, he wouldn't even be able to continue his nightly meditations. More importantly, if he let himself live like a wild beast, there was a real chance he'd be swallowed by his animal nature completely. A fate Victor could never accept. So, he chose to stay, using his reason to suppress the longing for freedom, and constantly reminded himself. The hardship now was only a stepping stone to true freedom in the future. Neither the chains in the real world nor the beast in his mind could shackle him forever. And so, Victor returned to his previous rhythm of life. By day, he immersed himself in learning. By night, he meditated, battling the beast within. He also discovered that as his knowledge grew, his command over the mental space strengthened as well, and his resolve became firmer. Outside his studies and meditation, Victor began helping the Clydes with household chores, though he still was not allowed to leave the house. Even though Victor was confident in his ability to control his emotions, old Clyde remained uneasy, and Mrs. Clyde shared his concerns. By the rule of majority, Victor did not insist on going out. In truth, this era held little appeal for him. 19th century America was far less colorful than later times, especially in remote Florida, where entertainment was nearly non-existent. Rather than wander outside to pass the time, Victor much preferred to stay in and study. Instead of worrying about losing control, something else bothered him more. A strange discovery. Since his arrival in this world, his body seemed to have stopped growing altogether. Although his strength, intelligence, and memory had all clearly improved, his appearance and height showed no change whatsoever. His body still looked like that of a 13-year-old boy, and there was even a faint sense that he might be getting younger. He discovered this by accident one day, while helping Mrs. Clyde clear the dining table and catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror. Yet, the elderly Clyde couple seemed completely unaware. After all, in a parent's eyes, a child is always a child. Only Victor himself realized what was happening, and this realization left him uneasy. He began to worry. Would he keep getting younger, eventually turning back into a baby? At that moment, he remembered someone else. Duncan, Wolverine's son. Duncan, too, possessed the healing factor. Though he had been born in 1946, he still looked like a teenager well into the 21st century. The healing factor greatly slowed the aging of those who possessed it, and in some cases, it could even grant eternal youth. Gradually, Victor understood that he wasn't actually aging in reverse. Rather, his healing factor was so active that his appearance remained much younger than his real age. Fortunately, his healing ability was innate, which made his case different from Deadpool's. In the movies, Deadpool's mutant gene awakens, granting him the healing factor from birth. But in the comics, he only acquires it after being injected with Wolverine's genes during the Weapon X program as part of his cancer treatment. As an ordinary human, Deadpool's body could never have withstood the healing factor's overwhelming regenerative power. Without the presence of cancer cells, the healing factor would divide endlessly, eventually consuming him from within. On the other hand, if he lost the healing factor, the cancer would spread rapidly and kill him. It was the balance between these two forces that allowed him to survive, leading to a series of bizarre experiences. Because of this, Victor didn't worry that his own healing factor would multiply uncontrollably and threaten his life. It just makes me look a bit younger, and I'm growing up more slowly, that's all. I'll get taller one day. But I'll have to wait so long. Clearly, he didn't feel quite as unconcerned as he pretended. Still, when it came to the healing factor itself, he was quite pleased. The healing factor not only gave him an almost immortal regenerative ability, allowing him to rapidly repair damaged tissue and even regrow lost limbs, but also rendered him completely immune to poisons and most drugs. Whether beneficial or harmful, no medicine could affect him. It was as if the healing factor had a pride of its own. I am the best medicine. No need for anything else. He had also inherited several abilities from the primal Sabretooth. An extraordinarily resilient body. His skin, bones, and even his muscles were far tougher than those of ordinary humans, making him capable of withstanding tremendous impacts. The claws that extended from his fingers and the sharp teeth in his mouth were so strong that he could even bite through steel. Exceptionally acute senses. His senses, sight, hearing, and smell, are all far beyond those of ordinary people. He can see farther and with greater clarity, able to distinguish objects even in near total darkness. He can pick up faint or distant sounds that escape others, and he can identify people and objects by scent, tracking them through lingering smells even after time and weather have nearly erased all traces. On top of that, his reflexes and danger awareness are extraordinary. Astonishing stamina. As time went by, Victor was amazed to discover that his endurance seemed almost limitless, as if he would never grow tired. Only then did he realize why, in the comics of his previous life, both Sabretooth and Wolverine had so many lovers, because they never seemed to tire. Superhuman agility. His agility, balance, and bodily coordination far surpassed even the best human athletes. Mastery over his healing factor. In this respect, he was somewhat like Duncan. Duncan could use this ability to keep his tattoos from fading, a skill neither the original Sabretooth nor Wolverine ever showed. In truth, Wolverine's control over his healing factor was rather poor. He had even lost his memories once because the healing factor's self-preservation mechanisms had kicked in. Victor found this difficult to understand. Still, he had one advantage. When he didn't understand something, he would set out to learn. So he resolved to keep studying and improving himself. He even began teaching himself university-level courses. Mrs. Clyde was surprised by this, but old Mr. Clyde just said, so long as he doesn't bite anyone or wreck the furniture, let him read whatever books he likes. Yet such peaceful, harmonious days could not last forever. It was a tranquil night, with bright moonlight spilling across the yard as a gentle breeze stirred the young trees in the garden. Old Mr. and Mrs. Clyde sat together, discussing Victor's recent progress. He had already started studying university courses on his own, and had mastered several foreign languages. Besides the usual French and Spanish, he had even picked up Chinese and Japanese. Victor had also started reading books on fighting techniques. Simply by studying these books and practicing with old Mr. Clyde, he had already grasped the basics of hand-to-hand combat. Of course, his fighting skills were still a far cry from those of legendary figures, like Splinter, the master of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. According to legend, Splinter found a ninja manual in the sewers, taught himself the art, and became a master, guiding four exceptionally talented youngsters. By comparison, the fighting techniques Victor picked up from books were still at a beginner's level, and he often strained himself due to incorrect movements. Yet these minor injuries were of no concern to him. Before he even felt the pain, his healing factor had already mended the wounds. In truth, for Victor, combat skills were hardly essential. With the protection of his healing factor, he could charge into battle without hesitation. After all, few could ever pose a true threat to his life. However, as a transmigrant, Victor was keenly aware that, as time went on, stronger enemies and heroes would inevitably emerge. If he kept relying solely on his healing factor, the day might come when he faced world-destroying foes, and he wouldn't even know what hit him. especially since he suspected he might have crossed into a comic book universe. Within the world of comics, abilities like a healing factor were almost worthless in the face of those who could shatter planets. Even trying to lay low could be futile, given how often stories there hit the reset button or brought about utter destruction. Of course, it was also possible he was simply in a parallel world, one not fraught with endless crises. Ultimately, this sense of looming danger drove him to study combat and other fields of knowledge with renewed vigor. Through long hours of learning and experimentation, Victor discovered that the knowledge and skills he mastered in the real world were just as usable within his mindscape. Likewise, abilities and techniques acquired within that mental space could be brought back into reality, allowing him to master certain combat skills at a much faster pace. Of course, this approach didn't work in every situation. After all, fighting humans was entirely different from taking on a saber-toothed tiger. Nevertheless, when it came to close-quarters combat with large beasts, Victor had already amassed a wealth of both theoretical knowledge and practical experience. Now, he had finally solved his problem with berserk rage. Within his mental realm, he had utterly subdued the saber-toothed tiger. To achieve this, he had enlisted Mrs. Clyde's help in gathering a wealth of research on saber-toothed tigers, as well as various books on hunting large animals. Through relentless study, careful reflection, and practice, combined with his growing strength and abilities, Victor had at last triumphed over the saber-toothed tiger lurking in his mind. With that first victory came a second, then a third, and so on, countless times. After many failures, the saber-toothed tiger finally retreated, curling up in a corner and relinquishing the rest of his mental domain to Victor. This greatly accelerated Victor's pace of learning, and his store of knowledge began to grow at a remarkable rate. Many basic books could no longer satisfy his thirst for information. However, highly specialized texts were not easily found in this era, even for a family as prosperous as the Clydes, who were considered well-off local landowners. Because of this, Mr. and Mrs. Clyde began discussing Victor's education with old Mr. Clyde. Although Victor was already 18, he showed no sign of growing up. His appearance still resembled that of a 12-year-old boy. Had he developed like an ordinary teenager, he should be preparing for university by now, perhaps even heading off to further his studies at Cambridge in England. Yet, seeing him as he was now, they felt uneasy even letting him appear in front of others. In recent years, as Victor fully overcame his beast-like tendencies, his relationship with his parents returned to normal. They eventually accepted his unusual circumstances, as well as his explanation. He had awakened a unique superpower, and its side effect was his animalistic behavior. His past volatility, he explained, was a struggle against his own wild instincts. Instincts he had now managed to conquer. Strictly speaking, it was not Victor who convinced the Clydes. Rather, they convinced themselves. After all, he was their only remaining son. Having already lost one child, they could not bear the thought of losing another. Poor Luther had become a forbidden topic in their home. They rarely spoke of the tragedy, but neither did they deliberately forget. Instead, they buried his memory deep within their hearts. As for the neighbors, all they knew was that the Clydes had lost 2 sons years ago, after which the couple became withdrawn from social life. In truth, they had lost only one son. The surviving boy, however, had become so different he seemed as if he would never grow up. Although Victor had grown remarkably intelligent and strong, his age and height had remained unchanged. For this reason, even though there was no longer any need to confine Victor, they still could not let him appear in public. His perpetual youth would inevitably draw attention, something Victor himself had requested to avoid. In fact, he wasn't really concerned about his identity as a transmigrant being discovered. After all, his soul and consciousness had fully merged with Victor's, making him a being acknowledged by this universe. Had he not been recognized by the universe, the Sorcerer Supreme would have noticed and intervened long ago. Of course, there was also the possibility that a Sorcerer Supreme simply didn't exist in this world. Either way, no one had come to trouble him because of his origins, which, all things considered, was a relief. He was content with his current life. Earth in the 19th century was relatively safe, free from the frequent apocalyptic crises that would come in the future. He could use this time to deepen his potential, expand his knowledge and skills, and enjoy the warmth of being with his family. Yet, he had clearly underestimated the influence of the protagonist's halo. Trouble would still find its way to him, whether he went looking for it or not. He also overlooked the fact that, in the late 19th century, Florida was far from a paradise untouched by the world. In reality, this land was fraught with crisis. Back then, Old Clyde had won that war, bringing Florida into the United States. Yet the Seminole people, driven from their homes, did not submit. They scattered into small bands, continuing to fight for their homeland. Meanwhile, American soldiers and their hounds scoured the land, hunting the Seminoles. Whenever they were discovered, the Seminoles faced only bloody massacres or forced relocation. Unable to endure such oppression, the Seminole people were compelled to rise up in resistance. Stripped of their homes and food, they could survive only by raiding, which in turn provoked even harsher military crackdowns. And so, the two most vital peoples of this land became mortal enemies. The war, steeped in pain and injustice, would not end until one side had been utterly defeated. That night, the small town where the Clyde family lived was drawn into this endless conflict. A few days earlier, the U.S. Army had attacked a nearby Indian settlement, claiming that the natives refused to move and give up their land. In truth, government policies at the time were brutally harsh toward the Indians. They were forced to sell their land for a pittance and driven into more barren regions. To enforce these policies, the government even mobilized settlers and soldiers alike to join in the attacks. As a result, the Indians' resistance expanded beyond just the army. They now saw all settlers and the U.S. government itself as their foes. This time, the Indians chose the Clyde family's town as the target of their retaliation. Because the nearby U.S. troops had recently suffered a defeat in an assault on the Indians and were still regrouping, they failed to notice the Indians' movements in time. The townspeople had no inkling that disaster was about to descend. Life went on as usual, with the calm of ordinary days. The first to sense something amiss was the sheriff, who was out on patrol. That night, he was making his final rounds. As he reassured himself that all was well and the night was peaceful, he suddenly caught a faint flicker of fire on the distant horizon. As time passed, those scattered sparks grew into a continuous line of flames, advancing rapidly toward the town. The sheriff, a former army officer who had fought against the Indians, immediately realized what this meant. It was almost certainly a native night raid. If it were the U.S. Army, the torches would be more orderly, not approaching the town in such chaos. What truly set him on edge was that, as the flames drew nearer, he could just make out, carried on the wind, the distinctive war cries of the approaching Indians. The sheriff understood the urgency of the situation. He immediately fired a warning shot into the air, then ran toward the church at the center of town. Waking the priest, who was already asleep, he quickly explained what he had discovered and urged him to ring the church bell to gather all the townspeople. "O Lord, why must such disaster befall us?" the priest lamented upon hearing the news. Praying as he climbed the bell tower, he began to ring the church bell, calling everyone to assemble. The townspeople were first jolted awake by the sheriff's gunshot, and then heard the pealing of the church bell. Without delay, they dropped whatever they were doing and hurried toward the church. Having heard the gunfire, the men armed themselves, ready to face whatever danger might be approaching. Meanwhile, the advancing Native Americans seemed also to catch the sound of the bell and quicken their attack. It was a night destined to be stained with blood, a night whose memory would profoundly shape Victor's life. Once the townsfolk had gathered at the church, the sheriff and the priest revealed the imminent attack. The men quickly organized themselves, grabbed their weapons, and prepared to set up a defensive line at the town's entrance. Of course, some chose to return home to defend their own families. Some people decided to resist, while others attempted to flee. But they soon realized escape was impossible. The Native Americans had already surrounded the entire town and begun their assault. Those trying to establish defenses at the entrance were swiftly met with brutal slaughter. Shotguns were no match for mounted native warriors charging at full speed. The townspeople didn't even have time to barricade the roads leading into town. The attackers rode their horses straight into the crowd, mercilessly cutting down everyone in their path. When there were no more survivors, they spread out through the town, destroying whatever lay before them. Men, women, animals, anything alive that crossed their path was killed without hesitation. Next, they tossed burning torches onto every building they could find. On such a dry night, the wooden houses caught fire almost instantly. Those who had chosen to defend their homes perished in the blaze or tried to escape through the flames, only to be shot down by native guns and arrows. Some managed to hide in their cellars, but the attackers piled firewood over the exits, suffocating them with smoke until none survived. In fact, the Native Americans often used smoke to hunt animals hiding in caves. The creatures inside would either die from the smoke or be forced out of their dens, only to fall into the attacker's trap. No matter the outcome, these victims had no hope of escape. Even those who survived the smoke at first would be left too weak to resist and inevitably become food for their captors. Now, the townspeople had become the new prey. The Indians hunted them relentlessly, erupting into wild laughter with every successful capture. Though the residents fought back with all their might, their efforts were feeble. Most were ordinary settlers. A handful had military experience, but their weapons were crude and inadequate. The numbers were overwhelmingly against them. Thousands of Indian warriors surged into the town of barely over 1,000 souls, and the defenders were pushed back, retreat after retreat. In the end, all the survivors gathered in the town's only stone building, the church. There, they built a robust line of defense, managing for the moment to hold off the Indians' assault. As those on the outskirts fell, the townspeople from the center rushed to the church, using those precious moments to shore up their barricades. Now, their only hope was to hold out until the U.S. Army arrived. After all, the blaze from the town would surely catch the attention of the nearby garrison and neighboring settlements. It didn't take long for the Indians to realize the townsfolk's plan. They gathered their forces, focusing their attacks on the church. The remainder split into small squads, tasked with hunting down anyone who had slipped through the net and setting fire to the houses. In short, they intended to erase the town from existence. One such squad made its way to the Clyde residence. By this time, the protagonist had already sensed the disturbance outside. He unfastened the chains from his body, crept quietly to the basement door, pressed his ear against it, and listened intently. He could hear the Indians' shouts and triumphant cries, the curses and agonized screams of the townsfolk. The air was thick with the scent of roasting meat and burning wood. As for why he was still trapped in the basement, the reason was simple. The moment the alarm bell rang, Mr. and Mrs. Clyde had armed themselves and rushed to the church. As a former officer and one of the wealthiest people in town, old Clyde was chosen to lead the church's defense. Neither he nor his wife could spare a moment to return home and free Victor. It was unthinkable for Mrs. Clyde to go back alone. They believed the basement door, reinforced with sheet metal, would be enough to protect Victor. They were convinced the Indians wouldn't bother to break into the cellars just to look for someone. Their attack was about revenge and destruction, not plunder. Especially with the basement door locked from the outside, the Indians would likely see no reason to waste time forcing it open. Besides, knowing their son's quick wit, they trusted he wouldn't do anything to draw attention to himself. So the Clydes made their choice, to remain at the church and wait for the army, side by side with the rest of the town. Old Clyde began organizing the men of the town for defense, firing at the attacking Indians from the church windows and makeshift barricades. It must be admitted that the men of Florida were excellent marksmen. The Mexican-American War had ended only recently, and everyone kept practicing their shooting skills, so with every volley of gunshots, an Indian attacker would inevitably fall. As the Indians drew nearer to the church, the number of those struck down only increased. However, it wasn't just the defenders inside the church who were skilled with firearms. The Indians, long accustomed to fighting Americans, also counted many expert marksmen and hunters with remarkable archery skills among their ranks. The two sides clashed fiercely, and casualties mounted on both ends. If the townsfolk barricaded inside the church, the situation grew ever more perilous. They were vastly outnumbered by the Indians outside. Every loss on their side weakened their defense. For the Indians, on the other hand, every fallen comrade was quickly replaced by another eager warrior. Fortunately, the sounds of battle had already alarmed the residents of a nearby small town. The people there immediately dispatched someone to the nearest U.S. Army encampment to report the attack and plead for reinforcements. They also sent scouts to the outskirts of the besieged town to observe the situation. But upon discovering nearly 10,000 Indians gathered there, they quickly abandoned any thought of organizing a rescue. Some of the more timid residents had already packed their belongings, ready to flee at a moment's notice. For them, survival was hope enough. Everything else could be rebuilt from scratch. As for the people of the neighboring town, all they could do was pray silently for God's blessing. The townsfolk believed that only by staying alive could they continue to serve God, so none dared risk their lives in a hopeless rescue. Even if friends or family were trapped inside the church, the overwhelming odds left them with no choice but to wait for the arrival of the U.S. Army, hoping they might eventually have a chance to join in the rescue. However, this time old Clyde and his companions clearly could not count on reinforcements, for an even greater danger was drawing near. After failing to take the church despite heavy losses, the Indians realized that if they continued to delay, they risked being surrounded and destroyed by the U.S. Army. So, the Indian chief made a new decision. He ordered a team of warriors to carry barrels of gunpowder, attempting to blow open the church doors or breach the walls, determined to finish off the defenders hiding inside once and for all. Hurry, concentrate your fire. Shoot them in with the powder barrels. From his vantage point, old Clyde quickly saw through the Indians' new plan and immediately directed everyone to open fire on the warriors carrying the explosives. He himself even managed to hit one of the barrels, setting off an explosion that sent the Indians on that side scattering in panic, forcing them to retreat for the moment. But the Indians soon adapted. They built large fires all around the church, throwing wet wood onto the flames to produce thick, billowing smoke that shrouded the defenders' view, blinding the church's sharpshooters. In the end, a fortunate Indian warrior, despite being struck by 3 bullets, managed to charge up to a window near the eastern wall of the church. Although this window had been barricaded with heavy objects, the force of the powder keg was more than enough to blast it open. With an earth-shaking explosion and flames leaping into the sky, the fall of the church was all but certain. It was now only a matter of time. The blasted eastern wall quickly collapsed. The sharpshooters stationed above tumbled to the ground, grievously wounded, and were immediately finished off by the Indians storming into the church. As the Indians poured in en masse, the battle descended into brutal hand-to-hand combat. Every able-bodied townsfolk inside the church seized whatever weapons they could find and fought back with desperate resolve. They understood all too well that this time, their enemies would show no mercy. Whether they resisted or not, death awaited them. So, why not fight to the very end? Perhaps if they could hold out just a little longer, a miracle in the form of rescue might arrive. But until the last defender fell, the reinforcements from the American army never came. Old Clyde fought on to his final breath, wielding a revolver in one hand and a knife in the other. He did not fall in a direct confrontation, but was taken by surprise. A short-statured Indian crept up behind him and drove a spear through his kidney. Overwhelmed by the advancing warriors, he was brought down at last. As his consciousness faded, it was not the chaos of battle that filled his mind, but the smiling face of his son Luther, long since passed away. That face slowly shifted, transforming into another that bore a striking resemblance to Luther. "Victor, I hope you survive." By comparison, Mrs. Clyde was somewhat more fortunate. When the eastern wall collapsed, she happened to be nearby. The explosion knocked her unconscious, and the tumbling debris buried her beneath the rubble. Later, the dead from both sides were piled atop that spot, so when the Indians came to search for survivors, she was overlooked. Soon after, an Indian sentry on patrol noticed the approach of American troops. The Indians began calling out to gather their comrades, preparing to withdraw. Their objective had already been achieved. With blood, they had shown their enemies that they would defend their homeland and their land with their very lives. The moment Victor heard the explosion, he sensed that something terrible had happened. When his father fell, a sharp pain stabbed through his own heart, intensifying his fear for his parents' safety. He reached out with his clawed hands, furiously raking at the wooden basement door. Even though the door was reinforced with iron sheets on the outside, it could not withstand the destructive power of his claws. The tremendous noise he made drew the attention of a nearby Indian patrol. Just as he burst through the door, 3 arrows whistled toward him. He yanked them out without hesitation. A river of blood poured onto the floor, but he felt almost no pain at all. All he could think about was reaching his parents as quickly as possible, to see with his own eyes if they were safe. Yet he had barely taken a few steps when a wave of dizziness washed over him. His vision went black, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. When Victor regained consciousness, the Indians had already retreated. The American soldiers who had rushed to the scene were now entering the small town, beginning to search for any survivors. They actually coated the arrowheads with venom, rattlesnake venom, no less. I can't tell exactly which species, but it was potent. Even with my self-healing ability, it took some time for my body to recover. But this was not the time to worry about the poisoning. Victor's mind was far more preoccupied with the fate of his parents. By the time he managed to get fully back on his feet, the toxins had already been purged from his system. In truth, the reason he had lost consciousness from the snake venom was largely because his self-healing factor was confronting poisoning for the very first time and hadn't yet adapted to cope efficiently. Of course, rattlesnake venom itself was especially vicious. Unlike ordinary poisons, rattlesnake venom acts directly on the blood, causing coagulation disorders, cell dissolution, hemorrhaging, and the destruction of vital structures like nucleic acids and mitochondria within the cells. The venom also triggers damaged cells to release bradykinin, histamine, and serotonin, sparking violent allergic-like reactions. In other words, if bitten on the hand, the entire hand would quickly swell. If you cut into the skin at that point, you would find the tissue inside already severely necrotic. As the blood circulated, the poison would rapidly spread throughout the body, subjecting all tissues to similar destruction, possibly even attacking the nervous system, and in the end, causing brain death. So, it took quite some time for the self-healing factor to repair the injuries caused by the venom. The process was neither overly long nor particularly brief, just enough to make Victor miss the crucial moment when the Indians broke into the church and then retreated from the town. By the time he rushed to the source of the explosion, the church, everything was already over. When he arrived at the church, he was confronted by utter devastation. The church had been reduced to rubble. and the bodies of both Indians and townsfolk lay scattered in every corner. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burned flesh and gunpowder, but none of that could stop Victor from searching for any trace of his parents among the carnage. The first thing he saw was the corpse of old Clyde. Though he had long harbored a sense of foreboding, the moment he actually saw his father's fallen body, his mind went completely blank. From the depths of Victor's memory rose scenes from his boyhood, those gentle, cherished moments with his father before tragedy struck. Back then, though old Clyde was tormented by the lingering wounds of war, he was still a trustworthy, steadfast, towering figure. For Victor and Luther, he had always been the irreplaceable role model. Their father was strict but loving. He insisted that Victor and Luther follow the family rules and never let their mistakes go unpunished. Yet, in his leisure hours, he would share stories of his time in the army, encouraging his sons to grow up to be true men someday. From a young age, old Clyde had been an idol in the eyes of Luther and Victor. They were always proud to have such a father and would eagerly recount his exploits to the other children in town. One of Victor's most vivid memories was a night when he and Luther asked old Clyde if he loved them. If he truly did, why did he so often beat them? Old Clyde's answer was something Victor would never forget. A man has to pay for his mistakes. When you do wrong, I punish you. That's how you learn to bear the consequences, and it's the only way you'll grow up to be real men. As for whether I love you, I'd give anything for you. In the end, old Clyde's love for them proved stronger than anything else. When he lost Luther, it was as if he'd lost half of himself. And as Victor became increasingly cold and violent, Clyde could feel the rest of himself slowly slipping away. Yet when Victor was reborn and began to show signs of returning to normal, old Clyde was willing to take the risk of trusting him again. As Victor gradually improved, Clyde found himself again, choosing to lay down his grief over his lost son and take up the responsibilities of a father once more. He had already lost one son and had nearly lost another. This time, no matter what happened, he would protect the only son he had left. He buried his sorrow deep inside, and though it was hard, he worked to give Victor back a warm, normal family. Victor could feel the pain and sadness in his father's heart. In truth, both of them were trying to repair their relationship. The wounds of the past made them sensitive and sometimes awkward, but each could sense the other's efforts and goodwill. With time, the distance between them faded, and their bond was almost restored. But then, disaster struck without warning, shattering everything. Damn it, old man, I didn't really want you to die. Bastard. Maybe I used to think that way. Maybe, but now I want you alive. You're tough, aren't you? Even I, a saber-toothed tiger, wasn't your match. How could you fall to these damn natives? Wake up, get up. Didn't you say you'd protect me and Mom? Wait, where's Mom? Overwhelmed by grief, Victor suddenly remembered his mother. He quickly followed Mrs. Clyde's scent and found her trapped beneath the collapsed wall. Like a desperate young saber-toothed tiger, he frantically clawed away the stones that pinned his mother down. At that moment, American soldiers arrived on the scene to help. The brutal acts committed by the Indians here had filled them with fury, and although they did their utmost to rescue the victims, in the end, only a handful survived. Moreover, many of the survivors had been rescued from basements. Having been trapped in the smoke for so long, they were barely clinging to life, some even slipping into unconsciousness, with only the faintest hope of survival. This only reinforced their conviction. The conviction that these Indians were a terrifying threat that must be utterly driven from the land of the United States. Only then, they believed, could the safety of the people here truly be secured. Of course, in their eyes, these natives were never counted among the people of the United States. They had forgotten that, time and again, they themselves had inflicted the same cruel violence upon Indian tribes and civilians. But humanity has always been quick to forget its own wrongdoings. Both sides paid for vengeance with blood, and the only possible ending for this conflict was that one side would bleed out its last drop. Only then could the war be over. So, when the American soldiers witnessed the atrocities committed by the Indians, they felt neither reflection nor sympathy, only anger and a united resolve to stand against their enemy. When they discovered that there was still a surviving child in the church, one who was digging through the rubble, seemingly trying to rescue someone, they immediately sent 2 men over, hoping to find out what was happening and to help this poor child save any relatives who might still be trapped inside. Victor, though he sensed 2 American soldiers approaching behind him, paid them no mind. Instead, he continued to heave away the stones with all his strength. He could feel it. His mother was right beneath him, very close. In truth, at first Mrs. Clyde had only been pinned beneath a low wall. However, during the later fighting, the very battle in which old Mr. Clyde was killed in action, the desperate townsfolk set fire to the barrels of gunpowder they had stockpiled in the church. As for why there would be gunpowder barrels in a church, in the American West of those days, Nearly every family kept some gunpowder on hand for emergencies. Earlier, many unlucky townspeople who hid in the basement perished because the gunpowder stored there exploded in the intense heat, leaving not even their remains behind. There were even Indians who lost their lives to the blasts when they set fire at the basement entrance. So, having barrels of gunpowder in a church was actually quite common at the time. In the end, several barrels detonated in a violent explosion, completely destroying the church and taking both the attacking Indians and the townsfolk sheltering inside to their doom. It was only after this explosion that the Indians chose to retreat quickly, for the American troops, upon hearing the blast, hastened their march to the scene. The force of the blast sent more rubble crashing down, further burying that low wall and completely entombing Mrs. Clyde beneath the ruins. "Hey there, kid, let's give you a hand." Two American soldiers, chatting with each other, joined Victor in his efforts, helping him move the stones that covered the low wall. Yet, Victor gave no response to their words. It wasn't that Victor was unwilling to answer. Rather, he was desperately struggling to suppress the seething anger and murderous urge boiling inside him. The death of old Clyde had completely ignited his hatred toward the Indians, and at the same time, unleashed the wild instincts that had long been caged within his mind. In this moment, Victor felt an overwhelming impulse to lash out at any living thing that came near him, but he still fought to keep his reason in control. Thus, when faced with the soldier's concern, he could only remain silent, focusing instead on hastening his work. Seeing Victor's lack of response, the two American soldiers weren't surprised. They understood that the boy had just endured a terrible trauma. Any strange behavior was to be expected. So, they kept their heads down and continued shifting the rubble, unaware that their very presence was only fueling Victor's urge to attack. Had anyone looked closely into Victor's eyes just then, they would have seen a crimson haze rising in their depths. Even so, Victor's rational mind was still struggling fiercely against the beast within. But in the end, bloodlust and animal instinct claimed victory. Victor's movements stilled as he slowly straightened up, head lowered, facing the two soldiers who were still helping him clear the debris. His fingertips began to twist and change, claws growing longer and sharper, while his mouth filled with lengthening fangs. Yet the two soldiers remained oblivious. They simply thought Victor had stopped because he was tired. After all, he was only a child. With this thought, they even picked up their pace, shoveling the stones aside more quickly. At that very moment, Victor, now wholly overtaken by his savage nature, was preparing to strike. "Victor, is that you?" Just as Victor was about to launch his attack, Mrs. Clyde's frail voice drifted up from beneath the collapsed wall. It turned out that, thanks to Victor's earlier efforts and the help of two American soldiers, all the rubble covering the broken wall had finally been cleared away. Sensing her son's presence, Mrs. Clyde seemed to awaken in that very Victor. "Is that you?" Just as Victor was preparing to strike, Mrs. Clyde's frail voice drifted up from beneath the broken wall. It turned out that, thanks to Victor's earlier efforts and the help of two American soldiers, all the rubble covering the collapsed wall had finally been cleared away. Sensing her son's presence, Mrs. Clyde awoke in that very moment and called out Victor's name. It was this heartfelt cry from his mother that instantly brought Victor back to his senses. He rushed over and performed an act that left the two American soldiers utterly astonished. With nothing but the strength of his 12-year-old frame, he lifted the entire slab of the fallen wall and hurled it aside, rescuing Mrs. Clyde from where she lay trapped beneath. One has to admit, Mrs. Clyde was extraordinarily lucky. The spot where she'd been pinned was right at the corner of the church's eastern wall, and the fallen stones had formed a low, triangular shelter. It shielded her perfectly. When the wall came down, the explosion had already knocked Mrs. Clyde unconscious, so she wasn't struck by the debris. In fact, she was miraculously protected beneath the rubble. While she was buried, she remained in a deep faint, unaware of her predicament. As a result, there was no panic or racing heartbeat to rapidly consume what little air was left. So, when Victor and the two American soldiers finally freed her, they found she'd suffered nothing worse than a few minor scrapes. Still, to be safe, the soldiers called for medics, who swiftly bundled her and the other survivors into an ambulance headed for the nearest hospital. Victor accompanied his mother and the other survivors as family, even though he himself was completely unhurt. The concerned American soldiers insisted he be thoroughly checked at the hospital as well. Several days later, Mrs. Clyde and Victor, now fully recovered, returned from the hospital to their new home. Their old town, reduced to a ghostly ruin, was no longer a place they could live. Victor had no wish for Mrs. Clyde to return there, either. Too many heartbreaks had occurred in that place. It was there that she lost both her husband and her son, and Victor lost his father and brother. Once they were settled, Mrs. Clyde and Victor attended the funeral held by the American military for old Clyde. After all, he had been a war hero, and he died defending the people and the land of his country. The ceremony was modest, nothing grand. After all, this was not a bustling city, but a remote town in the American South. Yet he was not alone. The townspeople spontaneously gathered to see him off on his final journey, and lowered the flags to half-mast in mourning. They needed a hero who would step forward in times of danger. The first to arrive were two lines of pallbearers. They stood facing each other, forming two neat rows in front of the church where the funeral was to be held. Soon after, the carriage bearing Old Clyde's casket arrived. As 6 American soldiers in uniform lifted his coffin down from the carriage, every pallbearer saluted the casket of Old Clyde with solemn respect. Meanwhile, the townsfolk, standing behind ropes lining both sides of the road, paid their respects in their own ways. Some stood at attention and removed their hats, pressing them over their hearts with their right hands. Those without hats placed their right hand over their left chest as a gesture of tribute. For years, this man devoted himself to his calling and loved this nation with all his heart. I find it almost impossible to express my feelings at his passing. Yet this sorrow is not only a private grief, but a symbol of a greater moral principle, the standard of conduct and character of those who defend the culture and ancient traditions of this cherished land. When such universally recognized values are trampled with impunity, someone must step forward, even if it means ultimate sacrifice. Now, and always, this is the measure of American morality. This man, this brave soul, followed that standard as he always had, blending lofty ideals with a quiet pride, and yet remaining ever humble. Duty, honor, country. These 3 sacred words solemnly remind us of who we ought to be, who we can be, and who we must be. They inspire us, give us courage when we falter, restore our faith when we lose hope, and kindle hope when all seems lost. Regrettably, I lack the eloquence, the poetic imagination, or the ornate metaphors to convey their true meaning to you. The doubters will say they're just words, a slogan, an empty phrase. Every pedant, every demagogue, every cynic, every hypocrite, every troublemaker, and, sadly, others of questionable character, will seek to diminish them, to mock and deride them. But this man, with his courage and his not-so-strong body, rose up to challenge the demons that slaughtered our people. With his astonishing deeds, performed in this sorrowful age, he has shown us all the inescapable weight of duty, the noblest honor, and the greatness of our country. This is Sheffield Clyde, my father, the man I admire most, the family I will never forget. Yes, this was Victor delivering a eulogy for his father, Old Clyde, at his funeral. He lightly quoted a speech from a soldier who, though not yet born at this moment, would one day become a legend. That, too, was an old soldier, a legendary figure whose twilight years faded after reaching the pinnacle of his glory, leaving behind the immortal words, "Old soldiers never die. They simply fade away." Compared to that legendary veteran's painful end, succumbing to gallstones, Old Clyde fulfilled the dream of every soldier, to die wrapped in his own saddle blanket on the battlefield. Yet, he left behind a grieving widow and a son who was not yet grown. What an extraordinary child he was. We must look toward the future, but never forget the past. Carry ourselves with dignity, but not excessive solemnity. Be humble, and remember the greatness of simplicity, the wisdom of modesty, and the strength that lies in gentleness. What an outstanding eulogy it was. Hardly something an ordinary boy could have delivered. But then, how could that rough old Clyde have raised such a remarkable son? These were the thoughts of Bagley, who had once been Clyde's comrade in arms and adjutant, and was now a lieutenant colonel in the 5th Cavalry. In truth, he was even more curious about what had become of Clyde's 2 older sons, having no knowledge of the events that had unfolded in Victor's family. After Luther's death, Old Clyde had all but lost touch with his old friends, leading Bagley to assume that Victor was Clyde's 3rd son. He had intended to approach Victor after the funeral, for a young man capable of composing such a eulogy was surely destined for greatness. But a sudden arrival of a dispatch rider interrupted his thoughts. Scouts tracking a group of Indians, along with their hounds, had finally found their trail. Orders from above commanded him to return to the regiment at once after the funeral, muster the troops, and give chase. They would demand blood for blood. So, as Bagley watched Old Clyde's coffin draped with a national flag, carried from the church to the cemetery, he offered his apologies to Mrs. Clyde and took his leave early. The rest of the honor guard continued on, accompanying the 6 soldiers who bore the coffin to the graveside, where it was placed above the open grave. In unison, the pallbearers lifted the flag from the coffin, holding it level with their waists. At that moment, the chaplain began his prayers, and the funeral volley rang out with 3 salvos fired skyward. Alongside the gunfire, the bugler sounded the ceremonial call, marking the beginning of old Clyde's final rest. When the folded flag was handed to Mrs. Clyde by the pallbearers, this strong woman could no longer hold back her tears. She then embraced her son, placed the national flag in Victor's arms, and whispered in his ear, "No matter what your father may have done to you in the past, his love for you has never changed. And I am the same. I hope you can live well. I cannot bear to lose you again." It must be said, Mrs. Clyde was an exceptionally sensitive woman. She keenly sensed the shift in her son. After old Clyde's death, the animalistic nature that had once vanished from Victor now seemed to stir back to life. And indeed, that was the truth. On the night of the funeral, Victor felt the beast within him begin to awaken once more. So, he slipped into a meditative state, entering the sanctuary of his own mind. Within this mental realm, Victor's appearance had changed. He was no longer a 12-year-old boy, but a tall, golden-haired youth standing well over 2 meters high. The beastly avatar that once loomed over him now seemed to have lost its physical advantage, and in their recent battles, it had been tamed into something as docile as a house cat. But today, that house cat was growing unruly again, itching for rebellion. Victor decided it was time to remind it just who was in charge here. Just as Victor was preparing to take action, the beastly avatar surprised him. It didn't dodge, nor did it resist. Instead, it affectionately rubbed against Victor. The moment it touched him, Victor understood everything. They had always been one and the same, merely separated and divided into two forms by circumstance. Now, Victor's shifting mindset finally matched the beast's primal instincts and murderous urges, allowing him to become whole again. But this time, things are different. He retained his calm, rational mind, while also possessing the wild instincts of the beast. Whether these qualities would cancel each other out or combine into something greater, only time would tell. Victor gently stroked the head of the saber-toothed tiger, watching as it dissolved into a swirl of crimson mist and merged with him. When he opened his eyes for meditation, a flash of red gleamed within them, and a cold, thin smile played across his lips, revealing his newly sharpened canine teeth alongside his grin. The next morning, as Mrs. Clyde came to the basement door to call Victor for breakfast, she found the door wide open and a letter waiting for her. The letter was not long. Its content read, "Dear Mother, thank you and Father for taking care of me all these years. In fact, after that incident happened, there was a time when I deeply resented him. Yet in the end, your love and the love we held for one another allowed us to accept each other once more. I forgave him and am grateful that he could forgive me for the irreparable mistakes I once made. I thought that after all of this, I could spend a peaceful life with you both, simply as your son. The time between the moment Father and I reconciled and the day he passed away was, without a doubt, the happiest period of my life. Perhaps you can understand this, or maybe you cannot, but I must say it nonetheless. I truly saw you both as my most beloved parents. But in this world, nothing is ever truly perfect. I only realized this after Father was gone. In truth, he was never at fault. I really was cursed by a demon. Ever since that day, misfortune has clung to me, and, in the end, it has inevitably dragged in those around me. Everyone who cares about me, everyone I care for without exception, becomes entangled in my fate. At first, I didn't realize this. But looking back now, I wonder, if I had left on the very first night I broke free from those chains, would things have turned out differently? Maybe you would have left the town searching for me, and thus escaped disaster altogether. But life offers no what-ifs. Disaster struck once again, and so I find myself standing at a crossroads. After much consideration, I have decided to leave. As wonderful as it felt to have a home, I find myself longing more for the feeling of wandering the world. The truth is, Mother, I simply cannot bear the thought of losing you again. Just as you cannot bear to lose me. If I were to stay by your side, I am certain that misfortune and calamity would return once more. If you were to be caught up in it, that would be a pain I could never endure. And so I must go. But please, don't worry about me. You know I'm not ordinary or fragile, so trouble will not find me so easily. Trust your son. One day, when I am strong enough to face all misfortune and protect you from harm, I will return and spend the rest of your years by your side. For now, I must follow my heart and see what lies beyond this world. The sky will always belong to the eagle, and as your son, I must spread my wings and soar. At the very end, I want to say, I love you, Mom. I love my father, too. Although I never told you both this, I feel if I don't say it now, I might never have another chance. I already missed the chance to tell my father, and that has become a lifelong regret. So I want you to know, I love you, Mom. Please don't come looking for me. I'll come back, I promise. Trust me, I'm all grown up now. I'm 206 centimeters tall. Victor. Reading the letter, Mrs. Clyde's tears began to flow, slowly at first, and then in earnest. When she finished, she pressed the letter to her chest, her shoulders shaking as she sobbed quietly. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Victor, just as he said, had grown up. Now, standing at 2.06 meters tall, he was a giant, even by Western standards. Golden bangs partially veiled his eyes, lending him an air of wildness and freedom. The beard at his temples merged seamlessly into the stubble on his chin, giving him an imposing presence, the kind that commands respect without a word. If you were Chinese, you might imagine Lei Bao as played by Zijin Jiang. But alas, he's not. He's a blonde, after all. So, for a clearer picture, just refer to the book cover. Forgive the author's lack of skill in describing appearances. In short, he'd grown taller. Ever since he'd merged with his animal nature, he felt he could truly grow up. This transformation didn't shorten his lifespan. In fact, it improved his prospects. He could skip over a long phase of adolescence and leap straight into the prime of his physical form, maintaining it until his healing factor faded or until death claimed him. Now Victor stood at 206 centimeters. As for his intelligence, well, it certainly wasn't the legendary 602 you hear about in some comics. Don't get it wrong, 602 doesn't mean an IQ of 602. It refers to a brain capacity of 602 gigabytes. That's only a tad more than a laptop hard drive, and probably less than the stash of some of our readers. The growing pains. It was only after Victor had shot up in height that he realized he was still wearing child's clothes. The result? His shirt and pants were utterly destroyed. He couldn't even save his underwear. So, when he crept into the neighbor's house to borrow some clothes, he actually climbed in through the window, bare-bottomed. But with his feline instincts, swiping a set of clothes without getting caught was child's play. The embarrassing part was that he'd grown too big. The stolen clothes didn't fit. In the end, he managed to squeeze into a pair of pants, cinched with a belt, and began his life on the road. He didn't even have shoes. But when he reappeared before Major Bagley a couple of weeks later, he'd managed to piece together a full outfit, complete with a cowboy hat and a horse, and a revolver tucked into his belt. As for the origins of these items, everyone is free to draw their own conclusions. However, the bloodstains on the clothes might offer some clues. Without further ado, Victor went straight to the sentry at the entrance of the local American military outpost. He asked the guard to inform their commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Bagley, that the son of his old friend Clyde had come to see him, and that he brought a method for dealing with the Indians. Indeed, after Bagley left on the day of the funeral, he immediately set out to hunt down that band of Indians. At last, just a day earlier, he had managed to corner them in a patch of forest. But once they entered the woods, the advantage that the U.S. Army usually enjoyed quickly slipped away. It became the Indians' domain, where they lay in wait among the trees, ambushing the advancing soldiers with arrows and spears, and inflicting considerable losses. The plan to set the forest on fire failed as well, foiled by the damp conditions. So Bagley had no choice but to halt his men at the edge of the woods and settle in for a tense standoff with the Indians. Through his conversation with Bagley, Victor learned about the origins of this group of Indians. Among them were Sioux people whose actions were driven not only by revenge for earlier land disputes, but also by a deeper need to avenge two chiefs who had fallen to American hands a year earlier. At that time, the U.S. government, eager to exploit the gold discovered in the Pikes Peak region of northern Colorado, note, this area had been designated as a central reservation for Major Plains tribes by Thomas Fitzpatrick, the agent in charge of Fort Platte, who gathered the chiefs at Fort Laramie in 1851, devised a rather clever plan. They tricked the chiefs of two tribes into coming to Fort Lyon under the pretense of a council meeting. In truth, it was an attempt to force them to cede their land. The chiefs, of course, refused, and so their lives were ended there. When word of their chiefs' deaths reached the two tribes, they immediately declared war on the U.S. government, precisely the reaction the government had hoped for. For all their courage, the Indians, lagging in technology and organization, were no match for the well-equipped, professional American army. They suffered defeat after defeat. The plight of these two tribes soon spread throughout the entire Sioux Confederation, stirring sympathy among the other Sioux bands. Among them, the son of a Sioux chief stood out, a young man of remarkable vision. He was strikingly handsome and possessed a strength that bordered on the extraordinary. Whites who had met him described him as a living Apollo. He saw the decline of his people and longed for change. Disguised, he had once ventured into white territory to learn their ways and gather knowledge. But now, faced with the suffering of his kin, he realized with clarity that to resist the encroaching whites, he would have to unite every possible force that could be united. He spent an entire year crossing much of the United States, traveling from the west to the southeastern state of Florida. His hope was to make contact with the local Seminole people. But by the time he arrived, the Seminoles, having just endured 3 brutal wars, had been utterly crushed by the U.S. Army. They chose to surrender and accept relocation by the American government, willing to leave behind their ancestral lands forever. They had already shed too much blood for this land and simply could not hold out any longer. Still, his journey was not entirely fruitless. In the end, near the border between Alabama and Florida, he found one last large tribe still refusing to yield. However, as a Sioux, the moment he set foot on their territory, he was nearly killed on suspicion of being an American spy. In those times, it was not uncommon for Native Americans to serve as informants or collaborators for the U.S., earning them the scornful label of traitor. Fortunately, luck was on his side. A detachment of U.S. soldiers arrived to enforce the law, and after he brought down the leading American captain with his bow and arrow, he gained the tribe's trust. Once he revealed his true identity, he forged an alliance with their chief as the future leader of his own tribe. The agreement was simple. The Sioux would help them find new lands in the West, and when faced with white encroachment, both tribes would set aside old grudges, uniting to defend the homeland of all native peoples. To boost morale and his own standing among the tribe, he and the chief planned a raid on the town where the Victor family lived. One had to admit, he was born with the instincts of a military strategist. Under his leadership and careful planning, their act of vengeance was a resounding success. Except for a minor setback at the church, they suffered almost no losses. Even during the retreat, burdened with the tribe's elders, the sick, women, and children, he managed to outmaneuver Colonel Bagley so completely that the soldiers couldn't even catch sight of the tribe's horses. They split their best riders into small squads to harry the pursuing U.S. troops, and he personally led the rear guard, ensuring the whole tribe could escape safely. But this also led to their current predicament, trapped by Bagley's forces in a riverside forest. Yes, it was only the Sioux and a few hundred warriors left behind for the rear guard, while the tribe's chief led the rest westward in search of a new home. This young Sioux man bore a name full of unique flavor, Crazy Horse. It is said that by the age of 15, he had already become a valiant hunter of his tribe. Later, during a fierce battle for land against the Arapaho, he fought with such wild courage, just like a crazed warhorse, that at the victory celebration, his father renamed him Crazy Horse. But all that happened 8 years ago. Now, Crazy Horse had grown even stronger and braver, his wisdom and composure shining through. In fact, these qualities had shown themselves early on. When he was 12, he and his brother once set out to search for small horses together. As they rested under a cherry tree, happily savoring the sweet fruit, a bear suddenly charged at them, roaring furiously. His brother was paralyzed with fear, but young Crazy Horse pushed him up into a tree, then leapt onto their startled horse. With all his strength, he calmed the animal and doubled back, swinging his lasso to drive away the bear. At first, the bear appeared fierce and threatening, but after a moment, it simply turned and walked off. At that same age, Victor was still playing tooth-pulling games with his father. Now, Crazy Horse had become a worthy leader and an exceptional warrior. However, his adversaries had changed, from Colonel Bagley to a saber-toothed tiger burning with the fire of vengeance. In truth, Victor's first suggestion to Bagley was quite straightforward. Have his men surround the woods to trap the Indians, then he would charge in and wipe out hundreds of them by himself, as if he were the main character in Uncharted 4. Of course, Bagley would never allow this. He suspected that losing his father had made the boy unstable. In the end, all Victor could do was join a squad of about 100 men as they entered the woods to search for the whereabouts of the Indians. This was at Victor's own request. After confirming Victor's impressive marksmanship and tracking skills, Bagley agreed to let him come along, instructing the squad's commander to keep a close eye on him and ensure his safety. Meanwhile, under Crazy Horse's orders, the warriors of the tribe had already split into small groups. They had stayed behind fully prepared to give their lives. Their task was to delay the U.S. Army for at least 3 days, buying enough time for the tribe to complete its migration. What they didn't know was that Bagley's orders were simply to drive the tribe out of Florida. He had no intention of hunting them down. Staying behind was merely a way for the soldiers to collect scalps for bounty and military merit. As the squad entered the forest, they were met by a hail of cold arrows from every direction, even from above in the trees. Not many were killed outright, but there were plenty of wounded. Sending men to care for the wounded only made the squad situation even more precarious. The squad commander, sweating profusely, watched helplessly as his men were run ragged by the cunning tactics of the Native Americans. Damn these Indians! Why can't they come out and fight us head-on like real men? Everyone grab the wounded and fall back. He knew full well that returning empty-handed would surely earn him a punishment, perhaps even a demotion, but that was still better than losing his life with the rest of his men. At least they'd managed to catch a prisoner. This unlucky warrior had fallen from a tree and broken his leg while trying to shoot arrows, and the Americans had taken him alive. Soon, this reconnaissance squad of about 100 men stumbled out of the woods in disarray, leaving behind the bodies of over a dozen comrades. In the end, the squad commander was indeed demoted. Victor was missing, and after a furious Bagley berated him, he was kicked out of the office. But Bagley would never send more men to look for Victor. After all, Victor was just the son of a comrade, not his own child. Regret and sorrow lingered, but for now, wiping out these Native Americans was the greater priority. After all, each scalp was worth $100. From the captured Native American, Bagley learned the enemy had split into small groups, and so he ordered his troops to surround the forest and prevent any from escaping. By now, Victor had achieved his goal. With the outer perimeter now sealed by the U.S. Army, he could embark on his journey of vengeance without fear. He was filled with a wild excitement and anticipation for the slaughter to come. He recognized the beast within him was rejoicing, but he no longer tried to suppress it. This was his will. He wanted blood for blood. Victor tilted his head to dodge an arrow flying from the undergrowth, tossing a corpse aside in the same motion. To him, this had been a particularly confident prey, for indeed, in Victor's eyes, every Native American here was nothing more than prey. It had been over an hour since his rampage began. At first, the Native Americans hadn't paid him much mind, thinking him just another stray militiaman. But when he killed, barehanded, a warrior who had tried to stab him, they finally realized that he was no ordinary militiaman. He was a killer, a man who killed with his bare hands. Yet that alone wasn't enough to instill fear in them. This was their home ground. Here, they could vanish without a trace and launch ambushes from any direction. But soon, they realized they were wrong again. This was no longer their home turf. The enemy knew the land even better than they did, and could pick up on the slightest clues to track them down and kill them with ease. They could even track them by scent, just like those damned American war dogs. But the most terrifying news came from a warrior who had barely escaped with his life. Arrows could not kill that cursed creature. The warrior recounted that 4 of them had gone together to hunt down that accursed white man. In the end, the other 3 were slaughtered without effort, while he managed to hide in the underbrush and landed an arrow straight into the enemy's knee. He saw it with his own eyes. The arrow pierced the knee, and blood gushed out. Yet what happened next was beyond belief. The enemy pulled the arrow from his knee without a trace of pain, then turned in the warrior's direction with a vicious grin. To the warrior's shock, the wound on the enemy's knee began to close up and heal on its own. Still, the others didn't take his story seriously. Crazy Horse questioned him. If that white-skinned demon's wound truly healed itself, why didn't he come after you and finish the job? So, his words were dismissed as the wild imaginings of a man driven to terror, and instead, more of the tribe were convinced that Victor was wounded and set out to hunt him down, only to meet their own doom. In truth, Crazy Horse wasn't entirely wrong. Victor had taken an arrow to the knee, and it hadn't left him unscathed. The arrow happened to shatter a piece of his kneecap. That was why he hadn't chased after the Indian archer. He was busy searching the ground for the missing fragment of bone. When he couldn't find it, he simply activated his healing factor and grew a new one. But the growth of new bone takes some time. Meanwhile, the warrior who shot him had plunged into the river and smeared himself with mud to mask his scent. In the end, he managed to shake Victor off his trail, though Victor was in no hurry to chase him down, since new prey kept presenting themselves. The hand-to-hand combat skills of these native warriors were actually quite formidable. Years of hunting and survival had made them especially quick and strong. But compared to Victor, now a mutant, they were no match. According to Marvel's power ratings, Sabretooth's strength level is a 4, the same as Spider-Man, who can squeeze with a grip strength of 25 tons. Put another way, our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is actually using what he thinks is a gentle touch whenever he handles regular criminals. Otherwise, one slap would send their heads flying. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger had none of those concerns. He was here for vengeance, to kill, and so he tore his enemies apart with his bare hands. The scene grew so gruesome that I found myself unable to describe it in detail. Eventually, even he felt that it was too unsanitary, his body caked with blood and gore, nearly impossible to clean off, so he switched to snapping necks and the like. He would start by smashing a knee with a swift kick, then seize his victim's throat in his hand, a gentle squeeze, and the poor soul would be ushered straight to their death. Yet those earlier, blood-soaked methods were not without their effect. Terrified by the carnage, a few Indian warriors abandoned resistance entirely, fleeing from the trees, only to be gunned down by the American soldiers outside. All but one were killed, and that survivor was captured alive and questioned about what was happening in the woods. It was only then that Bagley realized Victor truly had gone on a killing spree inside. He thought his companion was simply mad with grief, blinded by loss. But this only made Bagley more curious. How was Victor able to pull this off? Even old Clyde, in his prime, was famed as an Indian killer, but he never managed to emerge unscathed when ambushed or assassinated in the Indians' favored woodland terrain. Victor, on the other hand, was slaughtering these death-defying warriors so ruthlessly that they broke down and ran. Still, Bagley thought, as long as Victor survived the ordeal in the woods, the answers would reveal themselves in due time. Meanwhile, Victor himself ran into a small bit of trouble. After hours of relentless killing, he finally drew the attention of Crazy Horse. By now, nearly 100 Indian warriors had died at his hands, hunted and slain with ruthless efficiency as they tried to hide among the trees. This massacre forced the survivors to regroup once more. Ultimately, it was Crazy Horse who devised a plan to deal with Victor, form a squad of elite archers, avoid direct confrontation, and instead use their bows to cover one another and shoot him down. It must be said, had this plan worked as intended, it would have been effective. Unfortunately for them, their opponent was Victor, the saber-toothed tiger. With 4 or 5 arrows sticking out of him, Victor smashed the skull of one elite archer with his bare hands. Only then did Crazy Horse realize the truth in the warnings. This monster was utterly unafraid of arrows. Or perhaps, arrows simply couldn't kill him. That did not mean, however, that Crazy Horse would turn and run. He, too, had his own secret. This was the very reason he dared to stay behind and cover the retreat. I wonder, if I cut off your head, would that finally kill you? Oweodita, grant me strength. Shouting out the name of the wolf spirit, Crazy Horse charged at Victor. But it was clear that Victor barely spared the attack a thought. So, as a result, Victor was sent flying by the blow, only coming to a stop after crashing through 2 thick trees. This was nothing like the soft, powerless punch he had imagined. He coughed. Oweodita? Why does that name sound so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. But never mind that for now. Let's settle things between us. It's rare to find someone who can actually put up a fight. The saber-toothed tiger coughed as he struggled to his feet. Crazy Horse's strike had broken 3 of his ribs, but his healing factor kicked in the moment he stood up, mending the injuries as if they'd never happened. Still, that blow revealed 2 things. First, he was no longer the only superpowered being in this world. Second, this opponent was worth taking seriously. If he let his guard down again, he might find himself in deep trouble. But wait, aren't Indians supposed to wear feathers? Why are you wearing a wolf's head? Who do you think you are, Thrall's father or something? Obviously, Crazy Horse didn't understand a word Victor was saying. But that hardly mattered. His determination to kill his enemy was unwavering. This white man had claimed the lives of too many of his brothers, and Crazy Horse was resolved to offer his head in tribute to the fallen warriors. Crazy Horse believed the power granted by Oweodita would help him defeat this white butcher. But in truth, he was overestimating himself. They were, in fact, evenly matched. Although Crazy Horse's combat skills surpassed Victor's, he simply couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Even if he skewered Victor's heart with his spear, Victor would just snap it in half and strike back with deadly force. Likewise, Victor couldn't figure out a good way to deal with Crazy Horse. Whether he used a captured Indian spear or his own claws, sharp enough to rend steel, he couldn't inflict any real harm. At most, he managed to leave a few shallow wounds. And Crazy Horse possessed a certain healing ability, though not as freakish as Victor's regenerative factor. Yet he was tough as nails, and unless Victor could cripple him in one go, surface injuries simply wouldn't be enough to finish him off. In fact, Crazy Horse's abilities had much in common with Victor's, perhaps even more akin to another figure, Wolverine, Logan himself. Crazy Horse was the favorite of the Cheyenne Pantheon's wolf spirit, Oweodita, making him a hero of the indigenous peoples, the Red Wolf. But how did Crazy Horse, the son of a Sioux chief, come to be chosen by a Cheyenne deity? The answer was simple. His mother was Cheyenne, and his uncle was a Cheyenne chief, so, in a way, he was the legendary nephew candidate. Oweodita granted him an unyielding will. As a member of his Native American tribe, he fused his own being entirely with the will to protect his people. There was simply no way to deceive or persuade him into doing anything he didn't want to do or anything that would harm the tribe. In short, this old fellow is the nemesis of Professor X. He's completely immune to telepathic powers. Through his connection with Oweodita, Crazy Horse's muscles, connective tissues, and bone structure were all greatly strengthened and enhanced in efficiency. Because of this, he possessed superhuman strength. This was the very foundation that allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with the saber-toothed tiger. Their powers were evenly matched, which was why the fight had become such a fierce, back-and-forth exchange of blows. True, it wasn't much to look at, nothing particularly elegant, but at least they were fighting with everything they had. We ought to take this seriously and not mock them as a pair of muscle-bound fools just because their battle looks like a wild brawl in the street. Oodata also granted Crazy Horse speed and reflexes that far surpass human limits, allowing him to keep up with the saber-toothed tiger's attacks and rhythm, and use his own combat skills to counter. Moreover, thanks to Oodata's enhancements, his muscular endurance was now on par with the saber-toothed tigers, akin to Wolverine's legendary stamina. That's why the two could keep fighting like this all day, or even longer, without ever growing tired. His senses had also been elevated to inhuman levels. His sight, smell, and hearing were sharpened to something like a wolf's. He could see farther and more clearly than any ordinary person. Even in near total darkness, his vision remained just as sharp. He could even perceive the spectrum at the edge of infrared, as if equipped with his own thermal imaging device. His hearing was just as acute, able to pick up sounds from much farther away and detect noises that normal humans couldn't even perceive, including infrasonic vibrations. Most importantly, his highly developed sense of smell allowed him to track his targets with uncanny precision. This meant that, should either fighter attempt to retreat, as long as the other refused to give up, the pursuit could go on indefinitely. Of course, neither of them realized this. The only thing they truly understood was that, for the first time in their lives, they had met an opponent who was truly difficult to handle. With a resounding crash, Victor was once again sent flying by Crazy Horse, smashing into a tree, so large it would take two people to encircle it. I have to find a way to deal a decisive blow. Otherwise, this will never end, he thought. Just as Victor was racking his brain on how to deal with Crazy Horse, he rolled aside to evade the spear hurled at him, then extended his claws and lunged straight at his adversary. Faced with Victor's fierce assault, Crazy Horse could only twist his body to the side, narrowly dodging the razor-sharp claws that slashed toward him. Even if the wounds wouldn't be fatal, getting scratched would be far from pleasant. Victor, having missed his strike, was forced to pull back his hands to defend against Crazy Horse's punches. Those fists were heavy and savage, powerful enough to nearly shatter his bones. Fortunately for Victor, such heavy blows could only inflict pain and minor injuries, which his regenerative factor could easily take care of. Victor had his healing ability to deal with these wounds, but Crazy Horse was not so lucky. After more than 10 hours of intense combat, his entire body was covered in countless wounds, most of them caused by Victor's claws. Ordinary knives and spears couldn't pierce Crazy Horse's skin, but Victor's claws, sharp enough to tear through steel, certainly could. Although Victor couldn't rip him open as easily as he could an ordinary person, slicing through the surface of Crazy Horse's skin was no challenge at all. And if Crazy Horse ever stood still, a more serious wound would be inevitable. Where there are wounds, there is blood. After bleeding for over 10 hours, Crazy Horse was finally reaching his limit. The excessive blood loss had begun to blur his vision, making him realize just how dire his situation had become. In truth, it was only his indomitable will that kept him fighting. He knew he had to find a way to retreat. As for this damned white devil, he would come back for him when he became even stronger. But escaping wouldn't be easy. The fate of the other Indians had already warned Crazy Horse. Victor's tracking ability was formidable, perhaps even rivaling the power Oodata had bestowed upon him. However, the method used by the survivor who first noticed Victor's abnormality gave Crazy Horse an idea. So, after sending Victor flying once more, he seized the chance and immediately turned to flee. Seeing his adversary about to escape, Victor naturally couldn't let him go. He sprang to his feet, ready to give chase, but was suddenly blocked by a group of Indians. It turned out that during the fight between the two, the other Indians had all gathered nearby. Leaving a few scouts on the perimeter to keep watch, the rest had come to witness the battle between Crazy Horse and Victor. At first, these Indians had intended to join the fight, but after realizing the disparity in power, they abandoned the idea and chose instead to hide and wait for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, that opportunity never came, and so they waited for over 10 hours. In the meantime, they even managed to fit in some practice drills and cooked a barbecue for lunch and dinner. Just as Crazy Horse suddenly turned and fled, they were in the middle of preparing a late-night meal. The hapless elk they'd hunted was already roasting over the fire. No one expected that those two super soldiers would have already finished their duel, or that their own super soldier-in-chief would bolt so abruptly. Naturally, as followers, they all had to be ready to cover his retreat. After all, they'd come here prepared to die, and Crazy Horse was the only hope of the tribe. As the chosen of Oodata, the wolf spirit, only the red wolf could lead their people to prosperity. So, they had no choice but to lay down their lives to ensure Crazy Horse's escape. It didn't take Sabretooth much effort to deal with the Indian warriors blocking his way. In fact, it was a roasted elk that took him almost an hour to finish eating. However, when Sabretooth, following Crazy Horse's scent, reached the banks of a rushing river, Victor realized he'd lost his target. Red Wolf's powerful lungs allowed him to stay underwater for a long time without surfacing, and Victor had no way of knowing whether he'd gone upstream or downstream. Crazy Horse could easily follow the river out of the forest and emerge far away, well beyond Victor's tracking range. When Victor reached the forest's edge along the river, he got confirmation from the U.S. Army sentries keeping watch for escaping Indians. No one had been seen coming out of the water. But while Crazy Horse had escaped, the other Indians hiding in the woods hadn't. So Victor turned back into the forest, continuing his bloody vendetta. It wasn't until a day later that he appeared before Bagley, his bare torso splattered with blood, to tell him it was time for his soldiers to collect the bodies of the Indians. Bagley was only too happy to oblige. After all, who would pass up easy money and a boost in military merit? As for how Victor had accomplished it, Bagley no longer felt any pressing need to know. At that moment, all he could think about was recruiting Victor under his command, so that next time a troublesome fight came along, he'd have someone to settle it for him. And this suited Victor perfectly. He was already wondering how he might continue working with Bagley to hunt down more Indians. No matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to how many he could kill alone. Take this time, for example. If it hadn't been for the army's perimeter, the Indians would have scattered, and he'd have only managed to kill a handful. So, with their own schemes hidden behind polite smiles, the two struck a deal. Victor became a lieutenant under Bagley's command, and thus began his long military career, one that would stretch on for decades. In this way, Victor was effortlessly commissioned as a second lieutenant in Colonel Bagley's army, a situation that was, in fact, quite common during times of war. Whenever the American army faced manpower shortages in their battles against the Native Americans, they would immediately recruit local immigrants as militiamen to assist in combat, and from among them, some would be absorbed into the ranks of the regular army. In fact, those American militiamen of that era would later acquire a much more familiar name in the 21st century, the National Guard. While there were still differences in organization and command, they were indeed the forerunners of today's National Guard. Not long after Victor took up his post, a major event that would shake the entire nation occurred. In truth, the seeds of this crisis had already been sown 2 years earlier, when Lincoln, the Republican, was elected president. However, the ongoing war with the Native Americans had delayed things, but what was destined to happen eventually did. The Confederate states in the South began moving their troops to the borders shared with the northern states. Although open conflict had yet to break out, war was now on a knife's edge. The 5th Cavalry Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Division, to which Colonel Bagley belonged, was an elite unit of the Northern Union. It had been dispatched to Florida to support local militia against the Native Americans during the Third Seminole War, which had been launched by the state of Florida. It was precisely because of the presence of the 5th Cavalry Regiment that the Seminoles' final rebellion was crushed. Against such a formidable force, the Native Americans stood little chance. In terms of discipline, weaponry, and sheer numbers, the Seminoles could no longer compete with the American army. After thoroughly defeating the Seminoles, most of the 5th Cavalry Regiment withdrew, but Colonel Bagley and several thousand men remained behind to mop up the remaining resistance and supervise the relocation of the Native Americans. Colonel Bagley, in fact, had another secret mission. He was to monitor the movements of Florida state troops and to report any suspicious activity to Washington without delay. Behind this most recent attack on a small town by Native Americans, there were, in fact, local government interests from Florida at play. They needed an incident like this to draw the attention of Colonel Bagley and his troops, thereby achieving their own hidden agenda. While Colonel Bagley and his men were charging down the trail in pursuit of the Native Americans, the Florida state troops had already completed their assembly and deployment as planned. By this time, it had been over a month since Victor's encounter with Crazy Horse. Although Crazy Horse had managed to escape with his life by taking advantage of the river, the events that followed continued to unfold. However, all of his other subordinates were killed by Victor in the very woods where the two sides clashed, causing what had been an almost flawless plan to end in a crushing defeat at the final stage. Moreover, with Victor's help, Bagley managed to catch up with the trail of the Native American tribe fleeing Florida. He pursued them relentlessly, tracking them from Florida through Alabama and Mississippi, all the way to Kansas. There, in Kansas, a brief skirmish broke out between Bagley's vanguard and the tribe's rearguard. Neither side was eager for a prolonged fight. After several hundred casualties were left on the field, the Native Americans successfully escaped the battlefield. Bagley's vanguard then pulled back several kilometers to set up camp, awaiting the arrival of the main force. But instead of reinforcements, they received urgent orders to withdraw immediately and rejoin the main army. It turned out that while they were battling the Native Americans, South Carolina had announced its secession from the United States and ordered state troops to attack the federal garrison at Fort Sumter in Charleston. In fact, even before the assault on Fort Sumter, the South Carolina government had already declared its departure from the Union. Upon receiving the news, the federal troops stationed nearby quietly abandoned their posts that very day. They all retreated to Fort Sumter, which not only boasted solid fortifications, but also functioned as a port, making it an ideal spot for either defense or evacuation. Though the troops withdrew swiftly, their top commander was far less decisive. President Lincoln simply couldn't make up his mind on whether to fight or retreat. He was unwilling to shoulder the blame for firing the first shot of the American Civil War. After all, that could have made him infamous for generations. Of course, history would later remember him as a legendary leader thanks to the war, but at this point, he knew nothing of his future fate. He wasn't some Native American shaman, after all. So, he did exactly what you'd expect from someone in his position. He gathered Washington's top officials and held endless meetings, debating whether to fight or not. These meetings dragged on for over a month. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed at Fort Sumter found themselves in a dire predicament as the debate raged on above them. There simply wasn't enough food prepared for so many troops. With so many soldiers concentrated there from various garrisons, the supplies would last only about 40 days. As for foraging outside the fort, that was out of the question. The Southern forces had completely surrounded them. After more than a month of these interminable meetings, just as the men in Fort Sumter were about to starve, Lincoln pulled off yet another surprising maneuver. He began by boldly sending a telegram to the rebellious governor of South Carolina. The gist of it was, "How dare you plot to overthrow the government? You've seized my territory and even threatened my brothers. Do you think you can just ignore me, the president? Let me warn you, if you so much as lay a finger on my men, I'll have your entire state of South Carolina leveled to the ground." But then, quietly and in private, he instructed the Navy reinforcements heading out. "Your mission this time is just to deliver food supplies. Only if the other side opens fire are you authorized to fight back, and deliver weapons as well. Otherwise, just stick to delivering the food." Next, he sent a secret message to the commander at Fort Sumter. "Hang in there, boys. Reinforcements are on their way. But if you really can't hold out, surrendering is also an option." These contradictory orders left the commander at Fort Sumter utterly baffled, and what happened next left him utterly exasperated. The promised support did arrive swiftly, bringing ample food and a haul of munitions. Yet, everything ended up stalled at sea. The so-called food supplies were just a ruse. The Navy even ate the rations in plain view, never delivering any of it to Fort Sumter. Why did this happen? The Southern forces had surrounded Fort Sumter, but stopped short of attacking. This left the Northern Navy unwilling to fight, but also reluctant to withdraw. So the commander of Fort Sumter could only watch as the Navy floated offshore, rowing aimlessly, feasting on the very supplies meant for his men, day after day. "Damn you all! Are you our Navy, or spies working for the enemy?" Though he raged and cursed, he also knew there was nothing he could do about the situation. And just then, the Southern envoys arrived once more to persuade him to surrender. The commander weighed up his leader's usual unpredictability and the dire straits his men now faced. He made a crucial decision. As it happened, the Southern general sent to negotiate was his former student, and so the two quickly reached an understanding. First, he declared firmly that he would never surrender, and would fight until the last scrap of food was gone. Then, in a lower voice, he revealed that their supplies would only last a little more than 30 hours. After the envoy left, he ordered all his soldiers to retreat into the permanent fortifications, since the Southern Army's attack was about to begin. "Everyone, take shelter in the bunkers before the bombardment starts." Sure enough, the commander's foresight proved accurate. The Southern forces assembled a battery of artillery and began shelling Fort Sumter, but this bombardment dragged on for an astonishing 36 hours. During the bombardment, the commander of Fort Sumter gathered his officers and ordered that the last remaining food supplies be distributed. He told them to eat up quickly, to take a little more if they could, and to finish everything in preparation for the coming battle. If they didn't eat now, once the fighting started, there might not be another chance. So it was that the soldiers of Fort Sumter, with heavy hearts, consumed what would be their last meal in that place. Afterwards, the officers reported to the commander that the food was gone. At that very moment, the Southern Army's cannon fire ceased. Just as the soldiers of Fort Sumter were steeling themselves for a desperate fight, their commander informed them, by order of President Lincoln, that if they ran out of ammunition and provisions, they could surrender to the Southern forces. The Southerners would guarantee their safety and allow them to return north by ship. And so they surrendered. The Southern Army kept its word. After disarming the garrison, they arranged for the soldiers to board ships and return to the north. Meanwhile, the Navy crews on the supply ships had eaten through much of their own rations, which made room for extra passengers on the return journey. In truth, such an outcome was only possible because this was the early stage of the Civil War, before either side had truly clashed, before blood was boiling and vengeance took over. They had once been comrades, and that old camaraderie allowed for a more civilized resolution. By the war's end, things would be very different indeed. While the northern and southern troops at Fort Sumter were caught up in their dramatic performances, the official order came down to Lieutenant Colonel Bagley's 5th Cavalry Regiment. They were to move to the front lines between North and South. Victor, too, marched alongside this soon-to-be famous regiment, joining the epic conflict that was about to reshape the nation. Though his arrival had delayed the outbreak of a civil war by nearly 2 years, it had not prevented it. By a strange twist of fate, he had even ended up enlisting with the Union Army. In the movie, both Wolverine and Sabretooth join the Union side. Yes, the very film where Wolverine and Sabretooth are revealed to be brothers. Sometimes fate works in such peculiar ways. In fact, Victor had never intended to follow Bagley into war in the first place. However, after a brief analysis, he ultimately decided to follow Bagley. He understood that on his own, he would never be able to kill Red Wolf, who was protected by the alliance of the Sioux and Cheyenne tribes. But the United States government and its army could help him. In actual history, the U.S. government had come perilously close to eradicating the Native Americans. Once spread across the continent, they were reduced to a mere several 100,000 mixed-blood descendants. All he needed to do was secure enough influence and connections within the post-Civil War army, and he could use the military to target the Sioux and Cheyenne who sheltered Red Wolf. As for Red Wolf himself, he was determined to kill him with his own hands to fulfill his personal vendetta. If Victor wanted to harness the power of the U.S. government, he first needed to win enough military merits and status in the conflict that had just erupted. Bagley's units soon received new orders, quickly regrouped, and boarded a train at the local station, setting off for Washington. By now, the entire country was in chaos. Ever since South Carolina declared its independence and attacked Fort Sumter, it was as if a single drop of water had fallen into a pot of boiling oil. America had exploded into turmoil. President Lincoln immediately called on the states, both North and South, to raise armies to suppress the rebellion. The northern states responded promptly, assembling their elite troops and sending them marching swiftly toward Washington. But the states along the border between North and South refused to send soldiers. Some went even further, openly revolting, seceding from the Union, and joining the Confederacy. The first to rise in support of South Carolina was Virginia, a state of immense strategic importance, separated from the nation's capital by only a single river. Virginia's secession also cost the Union one of its most brilliant commanders, Robert E. Lee, who would become the South's legendary general in the Civil War. He first declined Lincoln's offer to serve as the Union's top commander, then immediately accepted command of Virginia's local forces. Under his leadership, the Virginia militia quickly defeated the Union garrison in the state, seizing a substantial cache of federal factory equipment and supplies. These were promptly shipped south to arm the Confederate forces. Next, Lee led a force to capture the federal naval base at Norfolk, Virginia, the largest naval base in the country at the time. This time, the Union responded quickly, destroying all the buildings and sinking every ship before retreating, leaving the Confederate fleet at a constant disadvantage on the seas in the battles to come. Yet the movements of the Virginian army had already terrified President Lincoln. He was constantly on edge, never knowing if that man named Lee might suddenly lead his troops into Washington, turning him into the last president of the United States. So he sent out urgent telegrams once again, demanding that reinforcements from the northern states hurry to Washington's aid. Otherwise, the southern troops might just end up celebrating New Year's right there in the capital. It was under such dire circumstances that the 5th Cavalry Regiment was mobilized to support Washington. The train carrying them barely stopped except for essential supplies, racing unceasingly toward their destination. However, just as everyone assumed the journey would be smooth, disaster struck at the border between Kentucky and Virginia. A Virginian guerrilla band crossed over, destroying the railway that led straight to Washington. The train engineer, realizing the tracks had been blown up, was forced to hit the brakes with all his might. At the very last moment, just before the train would have derailed, he managed to bring it to a halt. As he was taking a breath of relief, grateful they hadn't gone off the tracks, a bullet tore through his skull. As darkness swallowed his vision, his life slipped quietly from his body. The engineer was merely the first trophy for the Virginian guerrillas lying in ambush on both sides of the railway. They had been waiting for this moment, hidden in cover, and as soon as the train stopped, they emerged and opened fire. It was a stroke of luck that, at this point in history, machine guns were still cumbersome weapons mounted on artillery carriages. Guerrilla fighters on a long march simply couldn't carry them. If they had, Victor's comrades might have all been wiped out right then and there. Even without the crushing firepower of machine guns, the 5th Cavalry, caught unawares, found themselves pinned down inside the train cars, unable to mount any effective counterattack. Realizing how dire the situation was, Victor took the initiative to find Bagley, volunteering to lead his men in a charge, to disrupt the enemy's assault and buy Bagley valuable time to organize a response. Bagley, well aware that Victor was no ordinary soldier, welcomed his proposal without hesitation. Victor's men, however, were far less enthusiastic. Despite being the elite of the 5th Cavalry, no one relished a mission that seemed like a death sentence. Still, cowed by Victor's fearsome reputation, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow orders. After all, charging into rifle fire was preferable to being torn apart by Victor himself. The stories of what he'd done in the woods, as told by soldiers sent to clear the battlefield, had already spread through the regiment. Victor's own men now eyed him as if he were a bloodthirsty maniac, a reputation well earned by his brutality in the woods. The cost of his savagery was a battered reputation. He was regarded as a monster by those under his command. Yet this notoriety did have its advantages. At the very least, there was no sign of that age-old tale where subordinates defy their leader, forcing him to make a show of strength to establish his authority. After all, life is so precious. Who would be reckless enough to provoke someone with nicknames like the Ripper or the Gut Trencher unless they had a death wish? Your life is your own, and to stir up trouble over something so trivial is simply courting disaster. Even if you're not torn to pieces, he's still your superior. If war breaks out, what's to stop him from making your life miserable? In the end, Victor managed to bring these dozens of soldiers under his command through sheer force of intimidation. At the very least, they respected his personal strength, a reputation carved out on the battlefield. This time around, even though Victor had drawn the short straw with a near-impossible mission, it wasn't quite a death sentence. With the rifle, rate of fire of this era, a charge would be costly, but it wouldn't turn into the massacre that machine guns would bring in the wars to come. As a junior officer, it was only natural for Victor to take the lead in the assault. Relying on his physical prowess, he surged out of the railcar, instantly drawing the bulk of enemy fire his way. After all, he was the first Federation soldier to leap into the fray. On his mad dash, Victor zigzagged, darted left and right, rolling to dodge the hail of bullets, so much so that the taillights on the train could barely keep up. For a fleeting moment, he recaptured the adrenaline rush he used to get playing battle royales before he crossed into this world. At this point, you might be wondering, doesn't Victor have regenerative powers? Why not just barrel straight through the gunfire? With these old rifles, getting shot would be nothing to him, right? But Victor had his reasons. Sure, it would be thrilling to charge headlong into enemy fire, but in these times, superstition and science still coexisted, and people were not ready to accept supernatural abilities. If he got branded a demon and burned at the stake, well, he figured he could probably escape, but his plan to earn promotions through merit and then use the military might of the Federation to deal with the Red Wolf would go up in smoke. So, using evasive maneuvers and agile rolls, Victor could plausibly pass off his feats as the work of an extraordinary physique, just enough to wow, but not enough to terrify. In theory, it was a workable approach that wouldn't shock the world out of its senses. Thanks to Victor's serpentine, almost animalistic movements drawing all the enemy's attention, his men managed to break out of the railcar. They began leapfrogging forward, covering each other as they launched a true assault on the enemy positions. Thus, two styles of attack emerged on the battlefield. One was the elite Federation soldiers advancing under covering fire, using every scrap of cover and their rifles in carefully coordinated movements, cautiously but relentlessly closing in on the enemy. The other was a one-man spectacle, a battlefield display worthy of a big cat, Victor himself. He weaved and darted, always a half-step, ahead of the bullets nipping at his heels. Dust and debris kicked up in his wake, bullet craters marking the ground wherever he passed. He sprinted forward, then suddenly rolled behind cover, casting a cursory glance at the enemy position. In truth, his beast-like instincts had already singled out his primary target, the commander of the guerrilla fighters. Fortunately, this personal display didn't last long. After all, in an era when the effective range of a rifle was only about 400 meters, it took Victor barely 10 seconds to cross that distance. And that was only because he didn't want to appear too extraordinary. No sooner had the saber-toothed tiger completed his lone charge than he was beset by a swarm of attackers. Several Southern soldiers, bayonets fixed, rushed at him from all directions. The first to strike was a short, brown-haired soldier. His uniform was much like that of the Federal troops. Stooped low, he lunged for Victor's throat with a bayonet gleaming coldly in the light. A swift, deadly thrust. He had perfected this move fighting tall Indian warriors. His short stature, far from being a disadvantage at close quarters, made his throat stab all the more lethal. A thrust from below, aimed straight at the throat, is notoriously difficult to counter. In fact, this technique was a staple in Japanese bayonet drills and had a fearsome reputation. Even seasoned veterans could be caught off guard and fall victim to it. Even the burly Soviet soldiers often found themselves outmatched in bayonet duels with the Japanese, left reeling and battered. Eventually, the Russians wised up and decided it was better to rely on superior firepower and tanks to crush their foes, rather than risking close combat with bayonets. A much more sensible approach. Back to the story. Faced with the little Southern soldier's dazzling attack, Victor simply responded with a powerful kick aimed square at his chest. A brown blur shot across the battlefield, colliding violently with another Southern soldier who was charging at Victor. The short soldier who took the blow felt as if he'd been struck by a runaway carriage. His beloved rifle and the ribs in his chest shattered together, and the broken bones pierced his lungs, leaving him too winded to even scream. Let's leave our airborne friend suspended for a moment and check in on his comrades. In the same instant he sent the short soldier flying, Victor twisted aside, dodging the bayonets of two more attackers coming from behind. He spun and slashed both their throats with his own bayonet in one fluid motion. After dispatching the would-be ambushers, Victor smashed the skull of another Southern soldier, charging toward him with the butt of his rifle. It was only then that the brown-haired soldier finally crashed back to earth. Witnessing Victor take down four of their comrades in the blink of an eye, the other Southern soldiers hesitated, faltering mid-charge. Victor seized that fleeting moment. Without pause, he dashed straight for the guerrilla commander, while the Southern soldiers, only now snapping to their senses, scrambled to block his path. However, none of the Southern Army soldiers rushing forward could withstand even a single round against Victor. They were either sent flying by his kicks or run through. With his bayonet, Victor had already gone through two rifles by this point. He was always using too much force, breaking his weapon whenever he thrust at someone. Seeing that their bayonets were useless against Victor, a few Southern Army officers pulled out their pistols, hoping to bring him down with gunfire. But even at such close range, their reflexes simply couldn't keep up with Victor's movements. Not only did they fail to shoot him, they accidentally wounded one of their own men. After that, they quickly gave up on the idea of using pistols. Instead, they ordered their soldiers to hold their ground with bayonets and block Victor's advance while instructing the guerrilla commander to withdraw. Their mission to delay the enemy was more than half complete. They had blown up the railway and inflicted heavy losses on the Federal soldiers inside the train. There was no need to waste more time here tangling with this monster. Meanwhile, Victor's team finally arrived, albeit a bit late, and charged into the Southern Army lines, engaging them in brutal hand-to-hand combat. At the same time, the Federal soldiers in the train carriages, following Bagley's orders, began to encircle the area. Sensing the tide turning, the guerrilla commander immediately ordered a retreat and personally took the lead, galloping away on a horse that had been prepared in advance. With the order given, the Southern Army soldiers began withdrawing from the battlefield one after another. Victor didn't pursue them relentlessly. After all, his goal was military merit, not slaughter. He had embraced his wild side, but that didn't mean he wished to lose himself in bloodshed. After routing the ambushing guerrillas, Bagley took charge, organizing his men to comb the battlefield and tend to the wounded for both sides. At this point, neither side had lost themselves in a blind frenzy. They still remembered the camaraderie of former comrades, so even the enemy's wounded received care after the battle. Victor, you're a natural-born soldier. The way you dodge bullets is fascinating. Did Clyde teach you that? No, I learned it from books. On the African savanna, antelopes evade lions by running in unpredictable zigzags. I found that this irregular movement really does make it much harder to aim. Is that so? That's a clever technique. Do you think you could teach it to our soldiers? I can try, but it's a difficult skill to master. It requires a lot of physical ability from the soldiers. No problem. I'll pick out a few who are fit and quick-witted to come learn from you. Just don't hold anything back when the time comes. All right, let them come. In truth, Victor's inner monologue went something like this. Aside from those superhumans and main characters, anyone else trying to dodge bullets this way usually ended up riddled like a sieve. Of course, Bagley had no idea about this. He was still hoping that once someone mastered the technique, he could learn it from Victor himself. Although his chances to lead a charge personally were few and far between now, everyone on the battlefield welcomed any extra trick to stay alive. While Victor and Bagley chatted, the soldiers of the 5th Legion finished clearing the battlefield. They left the prisoners, the wounded, and other passengers in place to await rescue, and stationed a squad of about 100 men to guard them and keep watch over the captives. The rest of the uninjured officers and soldiers, under Bagley's command, set off on foot toward a train station dozens of miles away. They were supposed to travel by train and arrive before nightfall, but since guerrillas had blown up the railway, they'd been forced to march on foot and would need to find another train to continue their journey. For Victor, this was a trivial matter, but for the other soldiers, it was far from easy. Nevertheless, the 5th Cavalry could at least take pride in being the elite of the Federation, and having just successfully repelled an ambush by Southern guerrillas, their morale was running high. So, by the night's end, they managed to reach the station and boarded another train bound for Washington. This time, there were no more guerrillas blowing up tracks, climbing onto trains, or launching ambushes. Their journey went smoothly, and the train carried them straight to Washington, where they reunited with the rest of the 5th Cavalry who had arrived earlier. Thanks to his valor during the skirmish, Victor was promoted, a proud new captain, now a company grade officer. His promotion was soon followed by a celebratory salon in his honor. In just a few short weeks, 35,000 soldiers from all across the northern states had converged on the capital of the United States. Apart from a few elite units like the 5th Cavalry, the rest were mostly young volunteers from the northern states. The patriotic fervor stirred by the recent Mexican-American War had yet to fade, but most in this new generation of Federals had never experienced the brutal reality of war. Their understanding of conflict was limited to a string of victories in history books and the romanticized exploits found in biographies and novels. So, when President Lincoln called upon them, they answered with enthusiasm, rallying beneath the fluttering stars and stripes. It would be more accurate to say they thought they were off to summer camp, rather than to war, though of course, no summer camp would have them digging trenches and building bunkers day in and day out. Every day, the soldiers toiled away, digging trenches and swallowing dust as they built bunkers, while the idle officers had little choice but to attend the endless gatherings and salons thrown by the local officials. Whether it was senior commanders, army leaders, or junior officers, all of them could join the daily cocktail parties during their off-duty hours. As for the so-called prohibition on drinking in the army, don't make me laugh. In truth, apart from the Russians, it was probably the U.S. Army that could hold their liquor best. After the American Revolution, the Continental Congress even decreed that whiskey was to be issued as a standard ration for the Army. And when it comes to social gatherings, one name in Washington was on everyone's lips: Rose O'Neal Greenough, the undisputed queen of the city salons. She was the very model of a heroine from a popular women's novel, born into privilege, orphaned young, and forced to live under the roof of relatives, helping her aunt run a boarding house. Yet it was there that she met Robert Greenough, a State Department official. Soon she became Mrs. Greenough, and before long, the clever, charming, and ambitious Rose had made friends among the most powerful people in politics. Not long after her marriage, she was widowed, and as a widow, she drew a host of influential men to her side, all vying for her favor. Every day, she drifted from one party to another, spending money freely and captivating countless men, including Victor's own superior, Lieutenant Colonel Bagley. So when Bagley heard there would be a dinner party that evening attended by Mrs. Greenough, he couldn't wait to drag Victor along. After all, Victor was the son of an old friend and a trusted subordinate. It was only right to give him a leg up. Attending such gatherings, mingling with high society, and building connections would only help with future promotions, ensuring he wouldn't end up as some nobody who appeared out of nowhere and got sidelined. It was at this very party that Victor first laid eyes on Rose O'Neal Greenough. He had to admit, she was truly a rare beauty. Her long, raven-black hair framed her forehead like the twilight clouds, casting a dusky glow over the western sky. Her large, enchanting eyes sparkled with intelligence. But after just a few glances, Victor lost interest. After all, what business did a mere captain like him have competing with the upper echelons for a woman's attention? That would be as suicidal as lighting a lantern in an outhouse. Even Bagley could only watch from the sidelines, consumed by envy and longing. Victor thought, better to focus on the edible delights on the table than to covet something so unattainable. Admittedly, this was his animal instincts talking. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Victor promptly set about carving up the ham on the table and feasted to his heart's content. Bagley's plan to broaden. His horizons may have gone up in smoke, but since the man himself was busy fawning over Mrs. Greenough, Victor could hardly be blamed for indulging his appetite. Could he? However, while Victor was eating, he overheard some rather interesting things. For instance, Miss Rose was instructing a young girl named Betty to deliver something to General Bohanmu of the Southern Army, stationed at the Fairfax County Courthouse. How curious, Victor thought. Could this Miss Rose actually be a spy for the South? I wonder how those high-ranking officials who fawn over her would react if they found out. Most likely, they'd execute her regretfully, mourning the loss as they did so. In the end, though, Victor didn't take any action. As for reporting Rose O'Neal Greenough, that was out of the question. He could never betray her in his life. First of all, he had no evidence. Secondly, their social standings were worlds apart. A low-ranking officer like himself and the widow of a powerful official. It was obvious who held sway. Track down the young girl named Betty? That would be easy, but abandoning his post without orders would spell serious trouble. He'd likely face a military tribunal. Besides, it would probably be a thankless task. Why get involved in such murky business? He'd rather focus on enjoying the ham in front of him. Soon he'd be on the battlefield, and who knew when he'd get to eat such fine ham again. So Victor kept his attention on the ham, savoring each bite, until the disheartened Lieutenant Colonel Bagley finally dragged him back to his place in the camp. By that time, he'd already polished off 2 hefty portions of ham. At that moment, the camp was as noisy as a bustling marketplace. Tens of thousands of America's spirited young men had gathered here, ready to take part in, well, not a Boy Scout summer camp, but the Great War for Unification. Their leader, General Irvin McDowell of the Union Army, was just as inexperienced in actual combat as they were. He racked his brains over the battle plan, spending sleepless nights in Mrs. Greenhouse quarters, poring over maps and strategies. When he submitted his plan to President Lincoln that morning, the dark circles under his eyes told the whole story, a testament to his dedication as a commander. In truth, Washington was in a precarious situation. From the upper floors of the White House, President Lincoln could see the Confederate flag fluttering across the Potomac River. The young volunteers' terms of service lasted only 90 days. In a few weeks, they would be heading home. Those living nearby might even make it back in time for dinner that very evening. Meanwhile, 22,000 Confederate troops were stationed at Manassas, 30 miles west of Washington. If the volunteers were discharged and sent home, the Southern Army could be at the capital's doorstep within a day or two. This was the real reason President Lincoln and members of Congress were losing sleep at night. So, the moment General Irvin McDowell submitted his battle plan, Lincoln immediately ordered action to be taken without delay. Although the general consensus among the public was to rally a large force and march straight south to attack the Confederate capital of Richmond, doing so could have left them vulnerable to a flanking maneuver from the Western Confederate Army. Therefore, in the end, General McDowell chose to head west, toward Shenandoah, aiming to eliminate this Confederate force that could at any moment threaten the president and the congressional leaders. While the plan was framed this way, the westward advance was, in fact, a sound strategic move. Not only would it remove the immediate threat to the capital, but it could also seize control of Manassas, a crucial transportation hub, and thus open the Shenandoah Valley, a traditional northern gateway into Virginia. The situation on the Eastern Front that now confronted McDowell was this. Apart from his own troops and the enemy at Manassas, there were 18,000 federal troops, Pennsylvania militia, under General Patterson at Harper's Ferry, facing 12,000 Confederates led by General Johnston at the northern end of the Shenandoah Valley. In addition, at the tip of the Virginia Peninsula, 10,000 Union soldiers were holding their ground against a smaller Confederate force. McDowell's plan was to strike the Confederate forces at Manassas, force their withdrawal, and then engage in a decisive battle at a location of his choosing, where he could annihilate the opposition. Afterward, he intended to gather his forces and press onto Richmond. But as events would soon prove, things would not unfold according to his designs. Now, as for General McDowell's adversary, General Beauregard, they were West Point classmates. The only real difference between them was that Beauregard had fought one more battle than McDowell, the bombardment of Fort Sumter. As for Beauregard's 20-odd thousand soldiers, the main distinction from McDowell's men was that their enlistment period was longer than 90 days. Otherwise, there was little fundamental difference between the two sides. One could say this was a clash of greenhorns, where neither side held a clear advantage in skill or numbers, so intelligence would prove critical. And this was precisely where General Beauregard held the upper hand. After the fighting began, Washington was teeming not only with zealous young volunteers, but also with Southern sympathizers and spies. The South's chief of intelligence, Thomas Jordan, made the greatest achievement of his career, recruiting the famed Washington socialite, Rose O'Neal Greenough. Shortly after General McDowell set out, Confederate officer Bohamu took up position near the Fairfax County Courthouse, close to Washington, to observe enemy movements. Keeping an eye on the enemy was a demanding and relentless task. Even so, everyone needs a break. On this particular day, the guards brought in a young woman who had come from the city. Bohamu sized her up. Though she was dressed as a country girl, she was strikingly beautiful, surely a Union spy. Just as he was preparing to interrogate her, and perhaps take certain liberties while the opportunity was fresh, the young woman spoke. "My name is Betty, and I have urgent intelligence for General Beauregard." Instantly, Bohamu's face revealed a hint of regret, for one of his duties while stationed here was to be ever ready to receive secret envoys from the city. Sensing Bohamu's understanding, Betty loosened her hairpin, letting her long hair cascade down like a waterfall, a sight that left Bohamu both entranced and full of regret. From that loosened hairpin, Betty produced a silken pouch and handed it to Bohamu. Without delay, Bohamu dispatched a messenger to deliver the pouch to General Beauregard at full gallop. Inside the silken pouch was a complete set of the Union Army's battle plans, including even the very map used by the Senate Committee on Military Affairs, with the routes of the Union troops' assault on the Manassas Junction carefully marked. General McDowell had never imagined that while he was staying overnight at Mrs. Rose's house, pouring all his energies into his plans, every detail of his strategy had already been stolen. What's more, the map used by the Senate Committee had been acquired from another of her good friends, Henry Wilson, the senator from Massachusetts and chairman of the Senate Committee on Military Affairs. In other words, from the moment General McDowell took his first step from Washington, every move he made was already in the hands of the Confederate Army. Upon receiving Mrs. Rose's intelligence, General Beauregard immediately telegraphed the Southern government in Richmond to report that McDowell's troops were on the move. He requested reinforcements from Joe Johnston's 10,000 men stationed in the Shenandoah Valley, and the reply came swiftly. Johnston's men would soon arrive. But in reality, Johnston's forces were being pinned down by large numbers of Union troops entering Virginia from Maryland to the north. These troops were led by General Robert Patterson, who pressed ever closer to Johnston's Confederate soldiers. Yet Patterson had no real intention of engaging Johnston. His goal was simply to prevent Johnston from reinforcing General Beauregard. Aware that his men could not defeat Patterson outright, Johnston devised a ruse. He sent the majority of his forces to support Beauregard, while dispatching a small but elite detachment to harass Patterson's troops. Patterson, believing that Johnston's entire army was still before him, settled in and began to fortify his camp, preparing to meet the Confederate assault. By the time he realized what had happened, Johnston had already slipped away, leading the bulk of his troops to Manassas. And while the Southern forces maneuvered their troops, bracing themselves for the coming battle, the situation among the Northern forces was quite the opposite. After departing from Arlington, Federal Commander McDowell led his troops forward, but the march was painfully slow. The sweltering heat and billowing clouds of dust, coupled with the troops' lack of extended training, left them disorganized and undisciplined. Whenever they came across a small stream along the way, the men would seize the chance to stop and wash their faces. Some would even wander off on their own to pick fruit from trees beside the road. To bystanders, this colorful band of soldiers, clad in reds and greens, looked more like a group of scouts on a summer adventure than a regular federal army headed into battle. Most of these men were indeed raw recruits, having only recently enlisted. Lacking any real training, their physical condition was poor, and they quickly became exhausted at the slightest exertion. As a result, it took them a full 4 days to cover just 45 kilometers, finally reaching Centerville, the last small town before Bull Run. And they were hardly alone on this journey. A large crowd of onlookers followed the army, including members of Congress, businessmen, townsfolk, and journalists. They arrived in carriages laden with food and champagne and lined the road for miles in high spirits. At that moment, people widely believed this would be their only chance to witness the war firsthand, as many thought the conflict would end here and now. For Victor, however, these high-level strategic matters hardly mattered. As a junior officer, his only job on the battlefield was to fight, and that, fortunately, was what he did best. Still, he ended up paying the price for his gluttonous behavior at the previous banquet. A certain senior officer thought Victor's manner of eating made him look like a country bumpkin, more a militiaman than a proper soldier. As a result, Victor and his men were reassigned to assist the 14th Brooklyn Militia, newly arrived from Brooklyn, New York. The official order read, "Militiamen should stick with their own kind." And indeed, this unit from Brooklyn stood out as a unique sight among the federal troops. At the time, the standard federal uniform consisted of a Prussian blue flat-top cap, often called a hardy hat, a woolen fitted jacket or a long Prussian blue dress coat, and sky blue or Prussian blue woolen trousers. It turns out, perhaps, that America was the original Prussian fanatic. Both Union and Confederate armies generally dressed in these blue-gray uniforms, with only subtle distinctions, but the overall style was unmistakable. The 14th Brooklyn Militia, however, wore strikingly different attire. Their caps were a vivid scarlet with dark navy blue tops, adorned in front with a 14 badge and a letter to indicate each company. From the waist up, they wore the same Prussian blue-fitted jackets or dress coats as other federal units. But from the waist down, their uniforms were pure scarlet woolen trousers, or men's riding breeches, with white gaiters strapped over them. Their bright red legs became a brilliant feature of the Federal Army's parade. The members of the 14th Brooklyn Regiment came from all walks of life. Some were city workers, clerks, and businessmen, while others hailed from the mountains as farmers, hunters, and miners. A few were even born in the South, and there were foreigners among them as well. In short, the 14th Regiment was a microcosm of American society at the time, representing nearly every profession, except for career soldiers. With the arrival of Victor and his reinforced company, this one shortcoming was remedied. Now, they too had professional soldiers in their ranks, though these seasoned men were led by an amateur. At that moment, the 14th Brooklyn Militia Regiment was composed of 13 companies, designated as follows: B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Judging by the way they named their companies, one could clearly see this was truly a militia regiment, through and through. And so, Victor received the designation for his company, M. For some reason, seeing that letter brought back memories of his beloved father, old Clyde, and the cherished evenings they had spent together in their basement at home. Ahem. But despite being a militia regiment, they had long endured rigorous military training and had even participated in suppressing the anti-Catholic group known as the Gabriel Angels. They were battle-hardened in their own way. Compared to them, the other newly mobilized young volunteers seemed hopelessly naive and untested. Patriotism ran deep in the regiment. When the Southern Confederacy rebelled and President Lincoln issued the call to arms, people from Brooklyn, Manhattan, and other parts of New York State flocked to the militia's recruitment office. In no time, the 14th Brooklyn Regiment was born. Colonel Alfred would send a telegram to the government in Washington, announcing that his 14th Brooklyn Regiment stood ready. The content of his telegram: the fate of the nation concerns every citizen. If static signal interrupted, Colonel Alfred was genuinely enthusiastic about Victor's arrival. After all, with war looming, no commander would ever turn down reinforcements. But things were different for Lieutenant Colonel Bagley of the 5th Cavalry. He was less than pleased to suddenly lose a company from his own regiment. Even if it was only a temporary transfer, it still stung. Yet the reasoning behind a reassignment was sound. The 5th Cavalry was one of the few elite units with real combat experience, and sending some of their men to serve as the backbone of the new recruits was the fastest way to forge them into an effective fighting force. Not long after Victor's provisional assignment to the 14th Brooklyn Militia, the order came down. The troops were to march to the front. Watching this ragtag mob of hastily assembled volunteers spill out of Washington in a chaotic, shapeless mass, Victor couldn't help but be reminded of a game he'd played before crossing over to this world, Red Alert 2. Back then, his favorite thing to do was to play as the Soviets, spawning a horde of conscripts, encircling them, and sending them forward in one relentless wave. Now, the great army of the Northern Federation bore an uncanny resemblance to those Soviet conscripts, a massive, unruly crowd surging toward their objective. The only thing that brought Victor a measure of comfort was that the Brooklyn 14th Militia was not part of this chaotic throng. Instead, they marched in precise formation, their long red legs striding in perfect step, headed straight for their tactical target. Henry Hill. The Brooklyn 14th won over Victor's subordinates with their discipline. Previously, there had been no shortage of grumbling about the arrival of a militia regiment. Not to be outdone, Victor's own men, clad in blue trousers, fell in behind the Brooklyn 14th, matching their measured pace. They couldn't afford to let these militiamen show them up. After all, pride mattered to the elite as well. After several days of arduous marching, Victor and the Brooklyn 14th Militia finally reached their destination, Henry Hill. They were assigned to the position of Major William Berry, the Federal artillery commander on Henry Hill, tasked with protecting the artillery station there. Their adversaries were the Southern forces, specifically the 33rd Virginia Regiment, holding the left flank of Thomas Jackson's 1st Virginia Brigade. And then, the Northern Army's notorious bad teammate syndrome struck again. When Major Berry saw that the enemy's 33rd Regiment was dressed in dark blue jackets and trousers, he mistook them for friendly troops and ordered his men to cease fire. This blunder allowed the 33rd to breach the outer defenses of the artillery position without breaking a sweat, seizing the Federal cannons with ease. Realizing his grave mistake, Major Berry had no choice but to call for assistance from the 14th. At that moment, the Brooklyn 14th Militia had just arrived at Henry Hill and was locked in combat with Colonel Stewart's Confederate cavalry. Earlier, Stewart's cavalry had already routed the 1st Minnesota Regiment of the Federal Army. If they managed to defeat the Brooklyn 14th as well, the Federal flank would be utterly destroyed. So, when Alfred Wood received Major Berry's desperate request, he could only send Victor and his company ahead to reinforce the position. He declared, "The Brooklyn 14th is on its way. We won't abandon a single brother." Entrusted with this urgent mission, Victor donned his blue cap and led his 100 men away from Manassas Sudley Road. When he arrived at the Henry Hill artillery position, he found his own artillerymen running wild over the hills, herded by the enemy's 33rd Regiment, as if they were sheep scattered before a storm. The cannons that once belonged to the Federal Army had now fallen into the hands of the Southern Army's 33rd Regiment. They were turning the gun barrels, ready to open fire on the Federals. Seeing this, Victor had no choice but to lead his 100 or so men up the slope, launching a fierce assault on the artillery position that had already been captured by the enemy. As always, Victor charged at the very front, while the standard-bearer behind him raised the fluttering stars and stripes high, marking the direction of their advance. Caught off guard, the 33rd Regiment was thrown into chaos. Victor, bayonet in hand, stormed into the enemy's artillery position. Every Southern soldier who tried to block his way was swept aside like straw dummies in training, either run through or struck down with the butt of his rifle. In such close-quarters combat, Victor's animal instincts and superhuman reflexes allowed him to dodge enemy attacks with ease. Under his command, Company M quickly broke through the 33rd Regiment's defenses and recaptured 2 cannons. The rest of the artillery was destroyed by the 33rd Regiment in their hasty retreat. But here lay the flaw of being outnumbered. Though Victor had shattered the enemy's morale, he simply didn't have enough men to reclaim and hold all the cannons. During the fight, he was targeted by several hidden shooters, causing more than a few Southern marksmen to doubt their aim. Twice they should have hit, yet somehow missed both times. Why did it feel as if their bullets had gone nowhere? How could this be? Though Victor had managed to rout the 33rd Regiment with the advantage of surprise, he still lacked the numbers to defend such a large artillery position. He was forced to rally the scattered Federal artillerymen, set up the 2 recaptured cannons, and turn them against the 33rd Regiment, who had already begun to counterattack. Meanwhile, Victor and the boys of Company M dug in at the forward edge of the artillery position, determined to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The disadvantage of their numbers quickly became clear. It didn't take the 33rd long to storm Victor's defensive line, and soon they were locked in brutal hand-to-hand combat. At this critical moment, Colonel Alfred arrived with the 14th Brooklyn Militia. They had already routed Colonel Stewart's Southern Cavalry and left Manassas, Sudley Road to come to the aid of their gray brothers, Victor's Company M. After days of marching together, the young men in red wool trousers had won the affection of the veteran cavalrymen from the 5th Regiment. And in turn, the old soldiers had earned the respect of these volunteers from New York State with their tales of valor and past victories. This time, their fearless charge against an enemy force that far outnumbered them, and their stunning success in reclaiming their own artillery position, completely won over this group of young men. It ignited their fighting spirit, and soon, the 33rd Regiment of the Southern Army was shattered in a frontal assault by the 14th Brooklyn Militia. During their retreat, the fleeing Southerners were relentlessly strafed and shelled by the 14th Brooklyn, suffering heavy casualties. Chaos ensued. In their desperation, they even stormed the lines of their own allies, the 2nd Virginia Regiment. Victor and his men pressed hard on the heels of the fleeing 33rd, charging straight into the defensive positions of the 2nd Virginia. No matter who stood in his way, officer or soldier, they were all struck down by his bayonet, dispatched with a quick blow to meet their maker, while Victor himself emerged virtually unscathed. Good Lord, he's like a Sabretooth, tearing through enemy lines like a force of nature, unstoppable in his path. Such was the awed exclamation of Colonel Alfred, commander of the 14th Brooklyn Militia, as he witnessed Victor's ferocity. Dragged down by their own fleeing comrades, the 2nd Virginia's line was soon torn open by Victor's vanguard, a breach that sent their ranks into full rout. This pattern had become almost a law of the battlefield. Wherever Victor led the charge, enemy casualties would quickly mount, a gap would be driven through their lines, and total collapse would soon follow. When he attacked these defenses manned by ordinary soldiers, it was as if a tiger had leapt into a flock of sheep. Sheer carnage, utterly one-sided, with barely a threat to slow him down. And through these relentless battles, Victor honed his skills further and further. Even if it was mostly a one-sided slaughter, it still served as practice. He refined his methods for maximum efficiency, learned to target human vulnerabilities with ever greater precision. After all, even someone as mighty as Thanos can die when beheaded, right? It was here on the battlefields of the Civil War that Victor earned his very first and most famous nickname, Sabretooth. Thanks to the efforts of Victor and the 14th Brooklyn, the Southern lines on the left flank began to show clear signs of collapse. Only then did General Beauregard finally wake from his dream of routing the Union right, and hastily ordered the entire army, reserves included, to rush to the left in support. Truth be told, calling Beauregard and McDowell a pair of bumbling rookies wouldn't be an exaggeration. After all, they were classmates at West Point. Not only was McDowell sold out by his own side, but Beauregard, even after seeing through the enemy's plans, still nearly lost the battle. There's no denying, he really wasn't up to the task. But unfortunately for him, McDowell, his former classmate, was even less competent. After the 14th Brooklyn Militia broke through two successive lines of the Southern Army's left flank, McDowell ordered a 2-hour halt to rest his troops. In his mind, he was already riding high. Victory seemed certain. How could they possibly lose now? He even proclaimed, "Once we finish this battle, the war will be over," a declaration that, inevitably, set the stage for his coming misfortune. It was then that Thomas Jackson finally arrived. Seizing the lull in the Northern Army's assault, he led his men swiftly into the left flank, shoring up the defenses. The rest of the Southern troops used this chance to catch their breath and reorganize. By the time the Federal forces launched their next fierce attack, the Southerners had already recovered from their exhaustion. Amidst the chaos of close combat, both sides' troops became so entangled that it was impossible to tell friend from foe. Time and again, soldiers would charge forward, only to realize they'd been following the enemy, unwittingly ending up in the ranks of their adversaries. Yet the 14th Brooklyn Militia had no such trouble. Their distinctive red woolen trousers made them the most conspicuous figures on the battlefield. Just as eye-catching as their uniforms was their relentless courage, their repeated charges and fearless, ferocious tactics. Jackson's men suffered heavy losses whenever they clashed with the 14th Brooklyn. He dubbed these militiamen, clad in scarlet caps and trousers, navy jackets adorned with gleaming gold buttons, and white gaiters, the red-legged devils. Whenever the 14th Brooklyn began their charge, he would shout to his men, "Hold your ground, boys. Those red-legged devils are coming again." And now, leading the vanguard of the red-legged devils, was a Federal captain in blue trousers, Victor Clyde. Out of the 100-plus men under his command, 11 had been killed, 46 wounded, and over 10 captured or missing. They were nearly wiped out as a fighting force. So Victor had no choice but to merge with the assault teams of other companies and join their charge. Colonel Alfred chose to turn a blind eye to Victor's decision to leave his own men and join the front lines. On the one hand, Company M truly had lost its fighting capability, so Alfred ordered Victor's adjutant to lead the survivors back to the rear to regroup and recover. Victor, however, insisted on staying behind, volunteering for the front. And the reason he gave was one Colonel Alfred could not refuse. As long as Victor was there, the unit could punch a hole in the enemy's line at any point. He and Company M had become the sharpest blade of the 14th Brooklyn Militia, and Victor himself was the keenest edge of that blade. Whenever he plunged into the enemy's ranks, it was as if the most unyielding iron nail had been hammered in, prying open a breach for the follow-up forces to storm through. But this time, the 14th Brooklyn Militia encountered a true adversary, the 1st Louisiana Battalion, known as the Louisiana Tigers. If the 14th Brooklyn Militia was considered the finest unit among the Northern forces, then the 1st Louisiana Battalion, the Louisiana Tigers, was undoubtedly the most elite volunteer corps on the Southern side. The clash between these two exceptional forces, a showdown between the Sabretooth and the Tiger Group, was about to erupt at any moment. Just as the 14th Brooklyn Militia regrouped and broke through the lines of the South's 33rd Regiment once more, the soldiers of the Louisiana Tigers charged up from the south side of the hill, launching a sweeping barrage at the Brooklyn troops from the flank. Their precise and relentless gunfire inflicted heavy casualties on the Brooklyn Militia, and one by one, the soldiers fell. Sensing the grave danger, Colonel Alfred immediately ordered the wounded to retreat, personally leading a team to cover their withdrawal and hold the rear. Naturally, Victor Creed was tasked with ensuring his safety. At that moment, the soldiers of the Louisiana Tigers, having already dealt a devastating blow to the 14th Brooklyn, dropped their rifles and drew their bayonets, rushing forward with cold steel. But the 14th Brooklyn was no pushover. Led by Alfred and Victor, they launched a fierce countercharge. A brutal hand-to-hand fight broke out between the two units, the ferocity of their determination making the battle exceptionally savage. For the first time, Victor felt the real pressure from seasoned warriors. At the outset, he relied on his superior physique to dispatch several of the Louisiana Tigers with ease. But soon, he became the focus of a dedicated assault team, assigned specifically to tie him down. They half-surrounded him, taking turns to attack. Whenever Victor struck at one, the others would swing their blades into his path, forcing him onto the defensive. Though he still managed to inflict casualties, it was no longer as effortless as before. Now, he had to disarm his opponents and wait for a fatal opening before striking. Of course, if he were willing to expose his mutant nature, he could have easily wiped out all his attackers. He needed only to charge straight ahead, blades be damned. But clearly, that was an option. Yet what happened next changed his mind. Colonel Alfred was shot and fell to the ground, and then two soldiers from the Louisiana Tigers seized him. Seeing that his unit's highest commander was about to be taken prisoner, Victor no longer cared about the enemy sabers slashing toward him. He reached out and grabbed the hand of a charging soldier from the Louisiana Tigers' 1st Battalion, then swung the man around as if wielding a weapon. The other soldiers attacking him were caught completely off guard, sent flying by the unexpected assault. Wielding that southern soldier like a club, Victor barreled straight through the chaos toward Alfred. Two Confederate soldiers who had tried to capture Alfred quickly joined their comrades in being hurled aside. After felling those two, Victor hoisted Alfred onto his shoulder and called for the others to retreat. There was no denying it. The 14th Brooklyn Militia simply couldn't hold their ground any longer. But even in retreat, the 14th Brooklyn Militia did not scatter in panic like so many other federal units, turning tail and making themselves easy targets for the enemy. Instead, under Victor's command, they fell back in an orderly fashion, covering each other as they withdrew from the battlefield. The Tiger Battalion soldiers, having suffered heavy losses at Victor's hands, soon abandoned their pursuit. Some of them had simply been scared off. Victor had been swinging one of their own men as a weapon with such ferocity that, after a while, he suddenly realized there was nothing left but an arm still gripped in his hand. For a moment, the battlefield was drenched in a mix of blood, horror, and awkward silence. As Victor prepared to grab another Tiger Battalion soldier for a new weapon, the Confederates wisely decided to retreat. Only then did Victor remember he still had the wounded commander slung over his shoulder, and he wasted no time beating a hasty retreat himself. It must be said, Alfred's survival was nothing short of miraculous. Fortunately, he had passed out from pain early on and never knew the true extent of what he'd endured. Incidentally, on the way out, Victor managed to nab a colonel from the 33rd Southern Regiment. The poor fellow had his leg broken and was rolling on the ground, groaning in agony. Because his uniform closely resembled that of the Union, Victor scooped him up under his arm and carried him off as well. It wasn't until both men were delivered to the hospital and after the emergency surgery, amputation, that anyone realized the colonel was from the Confederacy, making him an accidental prisoner of war. Alfred, too, underwent surgery, amputation, and was carried back by Victor. After he was discharged, this honorable commander was forced to retire due to his injuries. Taking his place was Lieutenant Colonel Edward Fowler, now promoted to full colonel. As he had already served as a senior officer within the 14th Brooklyn, his appointment was met with general approval. The greatest cause for celebration was that, thanks to their valor and distinguished service at the front, the 14th Brooklyn Militia was chosen as President Lincoln's personal guard upon their return to Washington. President Lincoln considered them well-trained, courageous in battle, and all handsome, tidy young men. For these reasons, he personally appointed them as his presidential guard during their station in Washington. If only these boys wore red uniforms, it would be absolutely perfect, thought President Lincoln. Because of the president's special favor, the 14th Brooklyn Militia became the subject of light-hearted teasing among their fellow soldiers, earning nicknames such as Lincoln's Little Pets and Lincoln's Loyal Hounds. Victor even got into a few scuffles with other units over this, but aside from making his Sabretooth moniker known throughout Washington, it served little practical purpose. All this stemmed from a meeting with President Lincoln himself, who wished to meet the finest young man from his favorite regiment, the 14th Brooklyn. Victor was the one chosen for the honor. Even Lincoln, famous for being the tallest president in American history, appeared somewhat overshadowed by Victor's imposing stature. Yet, ever shrewd, Lincoln managed to reclaim his height advantage by donning his signature tall hat. I thought you boys might enjoy being called Lincoln's Little Pets, yet I've heard you've gotten into some scrapes with your comrades because of it. We are honored to serve as your personal guard, Mr. President, but they shouldn't call us puppies. We aren't soft, docile pets. We are Sabretooths of the battlefield, the finest volunteers the Union has to offer. Well then, Mr. Sabretooth, I've heard that while rescuing Colonel Alfred, you also managed to capture a high-ranking enemy officer. Is that true? Well, as a matter of fact, I thought he was one of ours, so I simply brought him back. Now he's safely in our prisoner of war camp. President Lincoln burst into hearty laughter. You certainly have a remarkable way of making things interesting. And so, after that memorable meeting, Victor's nickname, Sabretooth, began to spread to the point it almost eclipsed his given name. Yet what truly made his reputation famous on both sides of the war was a certain arrest, the capture of the Confederate spy, Rose O'Neal Greenough. Yes, Washington's famed socialite had finally been caught in her web of intrigue. President Lincoln issued an immediate arrest warrant, and for security reasons, Victor, as a member of the Presidential Guard, joined the team sent to apprehend her. What was expected to be a routine operation quickly took a dangerous turn. Rose O'Neal Greenough was, in fact, a mutant, capable of hypnotizing and controlling others with a mere touch. That ability sounds familiar, doesn't it? That's right. It's exactly the superpower possessed by Silver Fox, Wolverine's first love in the movie version. This also neatly explains why, Regardless of age, so many high-ranking officials in the Federation have fallen head over heels for Rose O'Neil Greenough. This time, however, the arrest operation was carried out under a secret order from the president, so Rose O'Neil Greenough hadn't received any prior warning. Still, when the agents knocked on her door, she instantly sensed something was amiss. She first hid her 8-year-old daughter, then, keeping her composure, opened the door. With a mere touch, she managed to take control of several agents who had come to apprehend her. Those under her control instantly became her accomplices, drawing their guns to open fire on the other agents. Caught completely off guard, the rest of the agents dove for cover and returned fire. Seizing the chaos, Rose O'Neil Greenough smashed through a window and made her escape. Her plan was to lead the pursuers away, shake them off, and then circle back to retrieve her daughter. She nearly succeeded. After dealing with the agents who had suddenly turned traitor, the rest performed only a cursory search of the room before heading off in pursuit of Rose O'Neil Greenough's escape route. But Victor stopped them. He caught the scent of fear. Following the trail along the walls, he found his way into a study. All the bookshelves had been opened, clearly searched, but not thoroughly, because he could smell the presence of a little girl. With a sudden, powerful move, he toppled a bookshelf. Behind it was a narrow ventilation duct, and within it, curled up tightly, was a little girl, Mrs. Greenough's 8-year-old daughter. Well, look what we found. Don't be afraid, child. Come with Uncle, and let's find your mother. No, you villains. I won't let you hurt my mom. Of course, an 8-year-old girl was no match for Victor. He plucked her from the vent as easily as lifting a kitten, though she flailed and threatened him with all the ferocity she could muster. Keep an eye on her. Catching that cunning vixen now depends on this little kitten. Understood, sir. Victor could have given chase himself, but this new plan was far more effective. Why not take advantage of it? Still, that woman's powers were undeniably troublesome. In the end, Victor used the confusion during the attempted arrest to convince the agency to set a trap, using Mrs. Greenough's daughter as bait. The others stayed hidden at a distance, leaving Victor alone inside. If Mrs. Greenough managed to control him, the others would immediately open fire, killing both Victor and Mrs. Greenough. As for her daughter, they would do their best to keep her out of harm's way. Some might call Victor a hypocrite, but the truth is, he never worried about being controlled by Mrs. Ross's powers. He was completely immune to telepathy. Perhaps Professor X could influence him, but someone with Mrs. Ross's level of ability didn't stand chance. So, you're really confident in your powers, aren't you, Mrs. Ross? Or do you actually think these lackeys can take care of me? As expected, Mrs. Ross had come to rescue her daughter. There was no denying it. Such is a mother's heart. She wasn't alone, either. Several sturdy soldiers accompanied her, their vacant expressions betraying that they were under her hypnotic control. Clearly, she wasn't here to negotiate or pour out her feelings to Victor. The controlled soldiers drew their pistols and opened fire. Automatic rifles can't hit me. What makes you think those pathetic handguns will do any better? Victor dodged the bullets with ease. He didn't need to be faster than the bullets themselves, just quicker than the trigger fingers aiming at him. After dispatching the pawns with a few swift punches and kicks, Victor once again blocked Mrs. Ross's path, standing between her and her daughter's rescue. All right, I have to admit, you're even stronger than I imagined. No wonder they call you the legendary Sabretooth. You're worth my personal attention. As she spoke, Mrs. Ross extended her flawless right hand, gently lifting Victor's chin. She flashed him a seductive glance and activated her power. Just as she thought she had succeeded, a sudden surge of danger washed over her. Instinctively, she leapt back, narrowly avoiding Victor's outstretched claws. Interesting. Seems like you're not completely useless apart from your abilities. Victor was mildly surprised that Mrs. Ross managed to evade his attack. It had been a casual swipe, nothing serious, and he hadn't expected a delicate socialite like her to dodge it. In truth, Mrs. Ross's powers had also strengthened her physique. Though she appeared fragile, she now moved with the agility of a well-trained soldier. Not that she often needed to fight, hardly ever in fact. Her abilities worked on men and women alike, but they were useless against beasts. As for her combat skills, Sabretooth found them laughable. In his eyes, Mrs. Ross's fighting ability was no better than that of a goose. Barely warmed up, Victor easily pinned down Mrs. Ross. As she struggled and failed to escape his grasp, she looked into his wild, untamed eyes and said, "This time, I admit defeat, but as long as you don't kill me, you can be sure we'll meet again." "Oh, is that so? Then I'll catch you again, but next time, the order might not be to keep you alive." As he spoke, Victor tightened his grip around Mrs. Ross's neck just enough to render her unconscious. Then, with practiced ease, he stuffed her into a burlap sack he'd had ready for just this occasion. Once Victor sent the signal indicating the mission was a success, The soldiers lying in ambush around him breathed a sigh of relief. Still, none dared to fully relax. What if Victor himself had been compromised? Fortunately, everything went according to plan. Victor slung the sack over his left shoulder and, with his right hand, grabbed Mrs. Ross's daughter, delivering both of them to the agents in charge of the operation. Don't let your people make physical contact with Mrs. Ross, he warned. Otherwise, you'll end up hypnotized and controlled, just like those folks lying inside. By the way, you should take care of them too. They're not dead, just knocked out by me. With his instructions on handling Mrs. Ross complete, Victor took his leave. He had a promise to keep to his brothers in the militia. They were going out drinking tonight, and he intended to drink them all under the table. A night of revelry brought a pounding headache at dawn. Victor had drunk himself into oblivion the night before, and then gotten into a wild brawl with the softies from New York's 11th Regiment. They dared to call him Kitty Cat. Naturally, they all ended up in the brig together. Thankfully, Victor remembered it was only drunken mischief, and nothing truly serious had happened. Of course, those who got roughed up would be nursing their bruises for a while, but this time, the stint in the brig didn't even last a full day before Victor was released. The 14th Brooklyn Militia had a mission. They would be the vanguard, marching to Falls Church, perched on the west bank of the Potomac River, 5 miles west of Washington. At that very moment, the Southern Cavalry, led by their recently defeated enemy Colonel Stewart, had already seized the ridges of Falls Church, including Upton and Munson Hill, threatening to sweep directly toward the town. If they took Falls Church, only the river would stand between them and Washington itself. For Congress and President Lincoln, this was utterly unacceptable. The Northern Army, reeling from recent defeat, was in a dire state. Morale was almost non-existent, and hardly any unit could stand against the surging spirits of the Southerners. In the end, the 14th Brooklyn Militia was entrusted with the critical task: seize Falls Church and defend the capital. Naturally, Victor Clyde, renowned as the bravest of the 14th, was made commander of the spearhead unit. He was dragged straight from the brig and outfitted in the signature regalia of the 14th Brooklyn Militia, complete with their famous red bloomers. Still reeling from his hangover, Victor received urgent orders to proceed to Falls Church. Though his superior expressed concern about Victor's condition, he was Lincoln's personally appointed commander, so there was little choice but to let him go. With barely a pause, Victor gathered his Company M and set out from Washington as soon as the orders came, heading straight for Falls Church. They had scarcely arrived and hadn't even had time to pitch camp when the vanguard of the Southern Army also reached the village. Almost immediately, a skirmish broke out in this otherwise quiet little place. At that moment, Victor was still only half awake, until a bullet struck him squarely in the rear. That jolted him to full alertness, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow. "Thank goodness it was only my backside," he muttered. "If it had been somewhere more vital, that would have been a disaster. Sure, I might recover, but just imagining the pain is enough." Surviving the ordeal left him both embarrassed and furious. In a fit of shame and rage, the saber-toothed Victor drew his command saber and charged straight into the Southern Army's hastily built positions just outside the village. The soldiers of Company M stared in disbelief as their commander, saber in hand, stormed the enemy lines, scattering foes and sowing chaos among them. In Victor's grasp, the sharp command saber made quick work of enemy rifles raised in defense, slicing through wood and iron, and more than once sending both hats and heads flying. Most of his men were battle-hardened veterans from the old 7th Cavalry who had only recently returned to duty. When Victor charged, they naturally followed, and as the old hands rushed forward, even the green recruits who'd been frozen in place had no choice but to join the assault. So it was that, under Victor's lead, Company M of the 14th Brooklyn Militia swept aside the Southern vanguard with a single charge, lifting, at least for a moment, the pall of defeat that had weighed so heavily on the Northern troops. No sooner had they routed the enemy than Victor, wasting no time, ordered his men to start building defenses in preparation for another Southern attack. Fortune was on their side, though. The next to arrive were reinforcements, Company E from the 14th Brooklyn Militia. Soon after, the entire regiment took up quarters at Falls Church. Once regimental command was established in the village, Victor and his Company M barely had time to catch their breath before being sent out again, tasked with fortifying the surrounding high ground. Meanwhile, as Victor dug in on the outskirts of Falls Church, the captured spy, Mrs. Ross, was ready to put on another show. Though the federal officials previously involved with her all tried to distance themselves, it wasn't so easy to sever those ties. Behind the scenes, they quietly worked to secure her release. And in both the jail and the courtroom, Mrs. Ross did her utmost to play the part of a persecuted, delicate, patriotic woman. In the words of an impassioned lawyer, she had practically fashioned herself into a Joan of Arc for those damn Southerners. And because Mrs. Ross's 8-year-old daughter had also been detained alongside her, the North's imprisonment of women and children set off a firestorm throughout the South. To Southerners, Ross became a martyr, further solidifying their resolve to fight to the bitter end, for they now feared their own wives and daughters might suffer the same fate. In the end, with no other recourse, the federal judge actually announced the release of Mrs. Ross and her daughter, permitting them to return to the South. When Mrs. Ross, proudly bearing the Southern flag, walked out of prison and arrived in Richmond, she was greeted like a hero returning in triumph. That night, after her daughter had fallen asleep, Mrs. Ross stood alone by the window. She gazed toward the north, in the direction of Washington, and whispered softly, "I told you, we'd have another chance to meet again, Victor Creed. My dear Lord Sabretooth." Achoo! Am I catching a cold? No way. Victor, who was busy digging trenches, suddenly sneezed. It had been several months since he'd arrived at Falls Church. During that time, the Southern Army had repeatedly tried to seize this forward outpost guarding Washington, but each attempt ended in disaster, providing the young men of the 14th Brooklyn Militia with both glory and experience. Victor and his comrades in Company M had also donned the signature uniform of the 14th Brooklyn. A scarlet cap perched on the head, a blue jacket adorned with rows of golden buttons, and red woolen trousers tucked into white gaiters. One especially memorable occasion was when Victor was ordered to shave off his striking beard, and he did. He reappeared before his comrades with a face that was youthful yet resolute, wild eyes lending him a rebellious air. One could almost call him strikingly handsome. After all, he was only 19. Yet his towering height of 206 centimeters, combined with a physique worthy of a bodybuilding champion, made him the very picture of a broad-shouldered, barrel-chested giant. So, the Victor who stood before the others was, in sum, broad-shouldered, powerfully built, and strikingly handsome, a rare combination. "I think you'd better never shave your beard again," Colonel Edward Fowler, the regimental commander, concluded at last, and the rest quickly agreed. From that day forward, Victor never shaved his beard again. As Victor and the young men of the 14th Brooklyn were digging, dire news arrived from Washington. Their regiment's designation would be changed from the 14th Brooklyn Militia to the 84th New York Volunteer Infantry. This news infuriated the boys of the Brooklyn 14th Militia. They couldn't bear to see the number of their historic regiment change just like that, and some even started urging Victor to go beat up the staff officer who had come up with what they called a crappy suggestion. In the end, Colonel Edward put a stop to the nonsense, steering his men toward a more peaceful solution, writing protest letters demanding that their regiment's number be restored. So Victor and the young men of the Brooklyn 14th began writing to every high-ranking officer they could think of. Naturally, the one who received the most letters was none other than the master of our little pet, President Lincoln himself. Their efforts were not in vain. Victor and his fellows succeeded in getting their number reinstated. Along with it came a motto worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. "You have been called to serve the United States of America as the 14th Regiment, well known throughout New York State. This name has been baptized by fire, and for this reason the federal government will never have any other name truly replace you." With this new motto came an immediate order to march into battle. This time, their target was the capital of the Southern forces, Richmond. The moment Colonel Edward received the order, he summoned Victor, instructing him to lead Company M as the vanguard and conduct reconnaissance on their next objective, the Shenandoah Valley. At that very moment, the commander of the Southern troops stationed in the Shenandoah Valley was an old acquaintance of the Brooklyn 14th, the hero of the Battle of Manassas, Stonewall Jackson. This time, the Northern commander overseeing the Brooklyn 14th was Buck, a seasoned politician, but, as a soldier, merely an amateur. Newly appointed, Buck set out for the Shenandoah Valley with more than 38,000 well-equipped federal troops. His mission was to clear out the Southern forces from the area and eliminate the threat they posed to the capital, Washington. Fully aware of his own limitations, Buck chose the most cautious approach. He advanced with his army step by step, moving steadily and methodically, crawling toward their objective. Meanwhile, Victor and his Company M, serving as the vanguard, had already arrived in the Shenandoah Valley and spotted the tail end of the Southern forces. As Victor discovered the Southerners, they too became aware of his presence. Their commander, Stonewall Jackson, was already putting together his plan of delay. He had only 4,000 men under his command, but he had to hold Buck and his 38,000 elite federal troops at bay. Under no circumstances could he allow the enemy to seize the Shenandoah Valley, for he already understood that if the valley was lost, all of Virginia would fall. But they couldn't simply let the enemy slip past this position. If that happened, the Confederate capital of Richmond would be plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Victor's arrival threw Jackson into a state of anxiety. His tactical plans were not yet fully arranged, and yet the northern troops had already arrived so quickly. However, after a few days of tentative skirmishes, Jackson realized that only Victor and his M Company had actually made it. None of the other northern forces, not even the famed 14th Brooklyn Militia, had shown up. By Buck's orders, they were all still dragging their feet on the road. So, feeling reassured, Jackson dispatched a force of 500 men to wipe out these sneaky intruders, and then set about calmly organizing his tactical deployments. Clearly, he had underestimated Victor and his M Company. The core of M Company was made up of battle-hardened veterans from the 5th Cavalry Regiment, men who had fought in the War of Independence. The reinforcements who joined them had also gained ample combat experience in the brutal seesaw battles against the Confederates at Falls Church. By now, there were no inexperienced civilians left in Victor's ranks. Every man in M Company was a seasoned and capable soldier. Although the Confederate troops Jackson sent out were elite as well, they were up against Victor, a formidable opponent if ever there was one. As soon as the fighting began, the Confederates discovered a serious problem. Their opponents' weapons had a far greater range than their own rifles. The Northerners could open fire and hit their targets before the Confederates had even reached their effective firing distance. Indeed, as President Lincoln's favorite hounds, the entire 14th Brooklyn Militia had been equipped by the Army with brand-new breech-loading rifles. Facing M Company's breech-loaders, the Confederates, armed only with smoothbore muskets, stood little chance. Their only choice was to fix bayonets and charge at full speed, hoping to close the distance and bring the enemy within range. At this moment, Victor's extraordinary marksmanship came to the fore. His eyes were sharper than most, and his hands as steady as a seasoned hunter's. These gifts gave him an unparalleled edge. With every shot Victor fired, a Confederate soldier fell. The adjutant at his side, who had started the battle shooting alongside him, was now relegated entirely to the role of Victor's personal reloader. After suffering dozens of casualties, the Confederates finally managed to bring M Company within musket range. But after several more volleys, it became painfully clear, in range, in reload speed, in accuracy, the Northerners outclassed them in every way. There was only one option left, the oldest and bloodiest of all, hand-to-hand combat. The Confederates drew their bayonets and charged, resolved to fight to the death. Faced with a desperate Confederate assault, Victor's response was immediate and forceful. Everyone, fix bayonets. Sound the charge. Follow me forward. At Victor's command, the soldiers of Company M, rifles fixed with gleaming bayonets, launched a charge against the Southern Army, whose numbers dwarfed their own. The moment the two sides clashed, the Southern soldiers were thrown into utter chaos, sent sprawling in all directions. It turned out that, during their days digging near the Waterfall Chapel, Victor would seize every spare moment to drill his men in the art of bayonet fighting. To call it bayonet practice might be generous. More often, it was Victor using his soldiers as sparring partners for his own training. No one could say what exactly he mastered in the end, but the rest of the men made remarkable progress with their bayonets. Now, in this hand-to-hand combat, the bruises and beatings from their training paid off. The untrained Southern troops were simply no match for them. And then there was Victor himself, fighting as if he were invincible. With one hand, he gripped a Southern officer by the throat, while with the other, he wielded his bayonet-tipped rifle, felling 7 or 8 enemy soldiers who rushed to the rescue. When Victor realized the officer was no longer useful as bait, he snapped his neck and hurled the body, knocking down another Southern soldier who was about to finish off a wounded man from Company M lying on the ground. Victor rampaged through the battlefield like a war machine. Wherever he passed, Southern soldiers were swiftly cleared away. After their commander challenged Victor and died at his hands, the Southern troops' morale finally shattered. Panic spread, and they began to flee. Victor did not order a pursuit. Instead, he directed his men to sweep the battlefield and tend to the wounded. He also dispatched a messenger to contact Colonel Edward. He wanted an explanation. Why, after so many days, had their main force still not arrived? Had the main force reached them in time? Even if it were just the 14th Brooklyn Militia, they could have seized the opportunity to break through Jackson's defenses in one fell swoop, perhaps even capturing the whole San Ando Valley. Based on Victor's recent reconnaissance, the enemy numbered only 3,000 to 4,000, woefully outmatched in both firepower and training. But a mischance is still a mischance. Buck and his army did not reach the outskirts of San Ando Valley until 3 days later. During that time, although Jackson had suffered a significant loss of over 100 men at Victor's hands, he did not retaliate. Instead, he focused on meticulously fortifying his defenses in the valley. Victor, with barely 100 men left, many of them wounded, could not possibly consider attacking Jackson's force of over 4,000. Buck, arriving late, never gave Victor an explanation, and Victor's protests were smoothed over by Colonel Edward. He, along with Company M and Companies A, B, C, and D, would serve as the vanguard for the upcoming assault on Jackson. If they could successfully take the Shenandoah Valley, Victor would be promoted to Major. Blinded by the prospect of promotion, Victor was thus lured out and began preparing for the attack on Stonewall Jackson. In his own words, it didn't matter what kind of wall it was, they would all be smashed into mud. And true to his word, he made it happen. Within just 3 days, under Victor's command, the vanguard unit formed by the 14th Brooklyn Militia broke through 11 Southern defensive lines in succession, pushing Stonewall Jackson and his troops all the way down to the valley floor. Just as Victor was about to press the attack for a decisive victory, General Buck issued a new order: full retreat. Stonewall couldn't possibly be this fragile. There had to be a trap. So General Buck led more than 38,000 of the Union's finest troops back to Winchester, so enraging Victor that he nearly stormed into headquarters to confront him then and there. In the end, however, it was Colonel Edward who stopped him. This time, something truly did seem off. The Southern Army really seemed to be luring them deeper. Ultimately, Victor had no choice but to accept Colonel Edward's explanation. Meanwhile, Jackson, who had planned to fight to the last, in a desperate stand and use the terrain to bog down the Union forces, was utterly dumbfounded when he learned of Buck's retreat. The next reports only made him more anxious. After leaving 11,000 men to defend Winchester, Buck's remaining troops began moving east, preparing to join up with McClellan for an attack on Richmond. Upon learning this, Jackson made the boldest and most legendary decision of his life: to lead his army out of the valley in pursuit of the Union forces retreating towards Winchester. He did indeed catch up with the Union troops on the outskirts of Winchester. Although they outnumbered him 3-1, Jackson and his brave soldiers charged forward without hesitation. But they were met head-on by Victor, who, with his Brooklyn 14th militia hungry for battle, utterly crushed them. As soon as the battle began, Victor charged straight toward Jackson's position, brandishing his command saber. Every Southern soldier in his way was cut down where he stood. Under Victor's leadership, Jackson's formation was sliced in two as easily as butter by the steel blades of the Brooklyn 14th, and those blades, led by Victor, drove straight for the Stonewall's command center. Yet Jackson lived up to his reputation as a great general. His men fought with fearless tenacity. Though they numbered barely 4,000, they dared to charge against a Union force 3 times their size. But courage alone could not bridge the gap in strength. Ordinary Southern soldiers simply could not withstand Victor's unstoppable advance. A roaring Confederate soldier, having just run a Union soldier through with his bayonet, suddenly caught sight of a far more valuable target. A Union officer clad in crimson woolen trousers, a command saber glinting in his hand. He had no idea that his opponent was none other than Victor Creed, the rising star in the Union Army, known by his fearsome nickname, Sabretooth. All he knew was that he fought for his home, for his land. It was as simple and as grim as this. Either he would kill the enemy, or be killed himself. It sounds like a lot, but in truth, these thoughts flickered through his mind for only an instant before he launched himself at Victor with what would be the last charge of his life. Victor's left hand caught the rifle the Confederate thrust towards him. In the same heartbeat, his right hand slashed the saber across the man's throat. Without sparing a glance for the Confederate, now kneeling and clutching his bleeding neck, Victor seized the rifle in his left hand and drove it into the chest of another enemy soldier, trying to ambush him from behind. Even as he finished these motions, Victor twisted aside, dodging 2 more bayonets that came thrusting his way. He locked both rifles with his arms, spun sharply, and in a single sweeping motion with his saber, took off the heads of their wielders. 4 foes fell in the blink of an eye. Victor cleared a brief patch of ground, but it was instantly filled again with the reckless, unyielding soldiers from both sides. Yet none of this could slow Victor's advance. With nearly every step he took, another 1 or 2 Confederate soldiers fell before him. Still, they refused to retreat. If anything, their ferocity only grew as they hurled themselves at Victor with renewed desperation. But now, with a different approach. No longer did they rush at him one by one, only to be cut down and replaced. Instead, they formed squads of 3, attacking Victor simultaneously from above, straight ahead, and below. In their minds, this had to be the end for Victor. Even if he blocked one with his hand, another with his saber, surely one of them would get through. Reality proved them wrong. With a single flash of his blade, all 3 Confederates suddenly felt the weight vanish from their hands. Their rifles sliced clean in 2. A heartbeat later, another arc of steel, and all 3 felt a coldness at their throats before darkness swallowed them whole. And so, Victor continued his relentless slaughter of the Confederate soldiers on the battlefield, his efficiency bordering on the inhuman. His saber had long since been discarded, its edge ruined by overuse. Now, He wielded a rifle taken from a Confederate he'd crushed moments before, not his first captured weapon that day. In his hands, a rifle rarely lasted more than 7 or 8 kills before the force of his blows snapped it in two. This was, in part, because Victor liked to skewer his enemies and then hurl them through the air to knock down others. No rifle could survive such abuse for long. Fortunately, with the Confederates falling one after another, rifles were never in short supply. They arrived right to his hands, as if delivered by fate itself. Victor had absolutely no need to worry about finding a weapon. In fact, it was when he had nothing in his hands that he became the most dangerous. His claws and fangs were his most formidable weapons. But judging from the scene before him, he didn't even need those. No Southern soldier dared charge at him anymore. Instead, they formed a loose semicircle around him, only daring to shadow his steps and retreat as he advanced. This was simply because Victor had rushed so far ahead that he found himself surrounded only by Southern troops. As the line shifted, the young men of the 14th Brooklyn Regiment soon caught up to Victor, closing in to fight by his side. Under the combined assault of Victor and the Brooklyn boys, the Southern soldiers' morale finally shattered. They began to turn and flee in panic, and what started as a retreat quickly dissolved into a rout. Abandoning weapons and gear, they ran for their lives toward the Shenandoah Valley. Even Stonewall Jackson was swept up in a retreat, carried along by his officers and soldiers back to their camp in the valley. The battle ended with the Union Army suffering 500 casualties, while the Confederates lost 700. Though they had successfully repulsed the Southern attack, the Union troops did not press their advantage. Instead, they immediately reached out to General Buck, who was advancing east to rendezvous with McClellan. Despite losing this battle, Jackson achieved an almost perfect strategic victory. His raid would have deep and lasting consequences for the entire Eastern Theater. The very day Jackson ambushed the Union forces, President Lincoln sent a telegram ordering General Buck to return at once to the Shenandoah Valley and continue clearing out Jackson's Southern troops. At the same time, Lincoln commanded the McDowell Corps, originally meant to march south from Washington to join the main advance, to remain and defend the capital, guarding against a possible Southern attack. This flurry of orders was prompted by Jackson's bold, though ultimately unsuccessful, strike. The Union command now believed he must have at least 10,000 men under him. Such a force posed a serious threat to the safety of Washington, a risk neither President Lincoln nor the members of Congress in the capital would tolerate. And so, with a sense of urgency, Lincoln and Congress called back 2 of the Union's elite armies to fortify Washington, turning the city into an impregnable fortress. But this left only McClellan's force alone to continue the planned encirclement of Richmond. McClellan himself could only lament his fate. They had all agreed to march on Richmond together, but now everyone else had lost their nerve and hurried back to Washington. What could he do? He, too, was left in utter despair. So he decided to settle his heart and order the entire army to set up camp where they were, holding their ground and waiting for reinforcements. In practice, this meant sending daily telegrams urging General Buck to hurry up and move faster. As for our esteemed General Buck, his actions in the Shenandoah Valley were the very embodiment of a snail's pace and the jitters of seeing threats everywhere. He commanded his federal soldiers to meticulously search every single tree and bush. The shock from Jackson's previous attack had left this seasoned veteran deeply rattled. Now, he imagined a Confederate soldier lurking behind every tree in the valley. Meanwhile, Jackson seized on Buck's sluggishness, making the most of the time to rest and resupply his troops. He also dispatched engineers to survey the valley's roads. He had a grand plan in mind. Most people in this world follow the path laid out for them by fate, living out their lives as ordained. Yet there are those who stubbornly resist destiny. Some fail, but others, through a mix of luck and hard work, manage to change their fate entirely. Thomas Jackson was born on January 21st, 1824, into a Scottish immigrant family in Western Virginia. He is yet another hero who rose to prominence because of the Civil War. Like so many protagonists in tales of humble beginnings, he lost both parents when he was still a child. He grew up on his uncle's farm, attended only 4 years of elementary school, and taught himself in his spare moments between farm chores. Through persistence, he eventually joined the county security force. After 2 years with the security force, he attracted the attention of a local congressman, who wrote him a letter of recommendation to apply for the most prestigious military academy in America, West Point. Although his entrance exam scores were mediocre, he spent his nights studying by the light of the fireplace. The last person to do this was Kwang Hung the Great, literary scholar of the Western Han dynasty. Ahem, though Kwang Heng's reputation suffered in his later years, his dedication to study is something we can all admire. Heaven always favors those who are both diligent and gifted. In the end, Jackson graduated 17th out of 59 in West Point class of 1846. One of his roommates from those days described him this way: "No one could concentrate as completely as he did, undisturbed by anything around him." Right after graduating from West Point, Jackson found himself swept into the Mexican-American War. Assigned to the artillery, he fought in 3 bloody battles, earning a Medal of Honor personally awarded by General Scott for his bravery and fearlessness. After the war, Jackson's military career stalled. In 1851, he retired and became a teacher at the Virginia Military Institute. He married twice, both times to the daughters of ministers. Although his first wife died in childbirth, both marriages were deeply happy. Incidentally, my childhood idol, Brother Shanji, also married a minister's daughter. If not for the Civil War, this cold, ailing Virginian and devout churchgoer would have lived out his days as an instructor at a military academy. Though war brings suffering, it also forges heroes. Some people are simply born to greatness, destined for fame as long as humanity wages war. For some, success is a matter of opportunity, being in the right place at the right time, fighting in the right war. Such was the case for Jackson. A Virginian, he was summoned to the northern, into the Shenandoah Valley at the outbreak of the Civil War, and from there, his name would echo far and wide. Perhaps this is what people mean by the alignment of heaven, earth, and man. Now, over Virginia, the clouds of war had gathered. McClellan marched forward with 100,000 men, advancing step by step until finally he was stalled by the fortress walls, anxiously awaiting reinforcements. Yet his superior, the President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, had a different plan in mind. Jackson's last attack had compelled him to put the safety of the capital above all else. In addition to McClellan's forces, the Union Army had 3 other units on the Eastern Front, all answering directly to Lincoln. These were McDowell's Corps, which was originally meant to attack Richmond from the north, but now roamed between Manassas and Fredericksburg. Banks, leading more than 30,000 men, ordered to hunt down Jackson within the Shenandoah Valley, and General Fremont's troops, stationed west of the Blue Ridge in West Virginia, tasked with holding the line. President Lincoln believed that with these deployments, he could both safeguard the capital and drive the Confederates from the valley, eventually encircling Richmond. Unfortunately, this seemingly flawless plan had one fatal flaw: Stonewall Jackson. While President Lincoln was dreaming up bold strategies, General Lee of the South was no less imaginative. He devised a daring plan: send reinforcements to aid Jackson, have Jackson gather over 10,000 men, strike back at Old Banks, threaten Washington, scare off McDowell, and finally join forces at Richmond to encircle McClellan, thus seizing the ultimate victory. It must be said, it was quite a wild scheme. But when General Ewell arrived at Jackson's camp with 8,500 men as ordered, he found the place deserted. Only a few couriers remained to deliver a terse order: take over Jackson's defensive line and confront Banks if necessary. General Ewell stared in disbelief at the empty camp, grumbling over and over, "Where in the world has that madman gone?" How long had it been now? More than a year since he joined the army. He wondered how his mother was faring back home. When Victor wasn't engaged in battle, he often found himself longing for his mother and reminiscing about his childhood. Sometimes he even wondered if, had he not awakened his mutant abilities, he might still be living a peaceful life with his parents and brothers on their family estate. But after a moment's thought, he realized that was unlikely. With the Civil War sweeping across America, he and Luther would probably have been drafted into the Southern Army anyway, and even their father, Old Clyde, would likely have been called up as well. Thinking about all this now was pointless. It was better to focus on the present. They'd all been stalled for days in the Sanyon Valley, with no progress at all. Just as these thoughts circled his mind, Victor's adjutant, Tom, pushed the door open and strode in. "Victor, it's been 3 days now. We haven't even caught a glimpse of the Southern Army, and yet we've only advanced a tenth of the way. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking." "Orders are orders," Victor responded. "I already spoke to Colonel Edward about this, and you know what he said. Let's just get the job done." "But didn't you tell Colonel Edward that there are no enemies left in the woods ahead of us? Why is our advance still so slow?" "It's all because of General Buck," Victor replied with a wry smile. "He thinks the word of a mere captain like me isn't enough. After all, this is a matter that could decide the fate of tens of thousands, maybe even the whole war." Tom sighed, resigned. "All right, I'll get back to leading those boys through the patrols. By the way, have you been drinking on the sly? I thought I caught a whiff of alcohol." No, not at all," Victor said quickly. "Just get back to your task. I've got things to take care of here. Go on, get moving." "Fine, I'm off then. Honestly, some people, just because he's Sabretooth, he thinks he's special." Yet, judging by the look on Tom's face as he left, it was clear he actually thought being Sabretooth was something truly extraordinary. After all, even President Lincoln himself had acknowledged that nickname. And as for our Mr. Sabretooth, no sooner had Tom closed the door behind him than Victor reached under the table, pulled out a bottle of liquor, and took a hearty swig. He let out a deep, contented sigh and slumped back into his chair. He'd learned to drink back when he first joined the 5th Cavalry. That was just after he'd left home, and he spent most days lost in thought, weighed down by gloom. It was Lieutenant Colonel Bagley who taught him how to drink. As it turned out, Victor was a natural. No amount seemed to faze him, and holding your liquor didn't even begin to describe it. His healing factor easily repaired any damage the alcohol tried to inflict, and his rapid metabolism broke it down in no time at all. But this fellow, relying on his healing factor, often deliberately held back from metabolizing alcohol, just to savor that hazy, half-drunk state. The trouble was, he was a terrible drunk, and every time he drank, chaos inevitably followed. Fortunately, he managed to keep just enough sense about him, so nothing truly disastrous ever happened. At worst, a few drinking buddies would end up with some broken ribs. Yet his habit of going wild when drinking only got worse, so eventually Lieutenant Colonel Bagley had to put him on a strict no-alcohol policy. But after being transferred to Brooklyn's 14th Militia, Victor fell back into his old ways. He even managed to get into a drunken brawl in Washington that landed him right in front of President Lincoln himself. Oddly enough, this misadventure earned him the nickname Sabretooth, but it also terrified the officers of the 14th, who promptly banned him from drinking again and gave strict orders to his adjutant: keep the bottle away from Victor at all costs. From then on, Victor had to watch his beloved liquor slip farther and farther from his grasp, all of it confiscated and consumed by the lucky brass at headquarters. And if that wasn't enough, he now had an adjutant shadowing his every move to make sure he didn't get his hands on a single drop. Despite his fierce and ruthless reputation on the battlefield, Victor was a larger-than-life, wild-hearted figure to his subordinates and friends. He never considered himself above others because of his rank. On the contrary, he often mingled with the soldiers, training alongside them, though it was more of a one-sided beatdown, and joining them at meals, mostly to sneak a drink. He was always willing to lend a hand to his fellow officers and friends, especially if there was a bottle in it for him, much to the endless frustration of his adjutant. Where's your dignity? Where's your self-respect? Is it really only worth a half-liter of whiskey? You actually went and hauled ammo crates just for that. It's not like I've got anything better to do around here. You've already taken care of the tactical planning, so I'd just be sitting in the office twiddling my thumbs. Might as well help out the other units. You're hopeless. I know you only did it for that bottle of whiskey Captain M gave you. Hand it over. We've got an operation starting soon. You can't be drinking. Come on, Tom. I just got it, and haven't even had a sip yet. Let me have a taste. Hey, don't grab it. Careful, you'll drop it. In truth, the situation they were in was still the handiwork of General Buck. For Victor, assessing the enemy's position in the Sugan Valley was a matter of instinct. A single glance told him there were no Confederates in sight. His animal senses made it obvious, but with his low rank, his warnings fell on deaf ears. General Buck was determined to drag things out in this backwater. After getting nowhere with a report to Colonel Edward, Victor simply handed everything over to his adjutant Tom and turned his full attention to figuring out how to get himself a drink. Fortunately for Victor, Tom was assigned to him by Colonel Edward as his adjutant. Tom was one of the few officers in the Brooklyn Militia with a formal military academy background, which meant he could handle these daily affairs with ease. But to be honest, when Tom first arrived at Company M, neither he nor Victor could stand each other. Tom thought Victor was just a rough country brute, while Victor suspected Tom was Edward's man, sent to enforce prohibition. However, after a brief conversation, Tom discovered that despite Victor's rugged appearance, he was nothing short of a scholar. Not only was Victor fluent in several languages, but he also had an encyclopedic knowledge of astronomy, geography, military strategy, politics, and culture. Many of his tactical ideas were so advanced that Tom had never even heard of them before. If he hadn't known Victor was only 19, Tom might have thought he was facing some brilliant professor who just walked out of a European university. Yet what truly won Tom's respect was Victor's performance on the battlefield. There, Victor lived up to his fearsome nickname, Sabretooth Tiger, in every sense. With every movement, Victor could snatch away an enemy's life. His hands were strong enough to crush a man's throat without effort. Tom had once witnessed Victor grab a small Southern soldier by the neck, lift him clear off the ground, and then shatter his windpipe and spine with terrifying ease. Victor's iron fists were even more frightening. Tom had seen him break both the rifle and the back of a tall Southern soldier in a single blow. That's right. After shattering the rifle, Victor smashed the man's spine too. His punches were lethal. Anyone on the receiving end had no hope of survival. Tom had also seen, with his own eyes, a Southern soldier trying to ambush Victor, only to be caught by a single kick so powerful that the man coughed up his own liver. Blood gushed from his mouth as his heart was clearly crushed by the blow. Witnessing these scenes, Tom couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe and apprehension, especially considering that, before the battle, he'd once confiscated Victor's whiskey, by force, no less. But Colonel Edwards' orders had to be carried out, even if it meant risking Victor's wrath. After all, if Victor got drunk, he might be even more dangerous to his own comrades. So, the day after the battle, Tom resolved to confiscate Victor's whiskey again. Dressed in full uniform, he stood outside Victor's office and took 3 deep breaths before mustering the courage to push open the door. With wide eyes, he burst in and barked, "Lieutenant Victor, hand over the whiskey you've been hiding." "Hey, what's with that look? Why do you seem fiercer than me?" All right. Stop glaring. You win. Here it is. Take it all, every last drop." Then Tom found himself standing outside the office door, whiskey in hand, the very bottle Victor had just surrendered, utterly bewildered and, strangely enough, with a faint sense of having escaped disaster. Little did he know that, after he left, Victor had fished out a small bottle of whiskey from a hidden compartment beneath his desk, taken a sip, and closed his eyes in blissful contentment. After this happened more than a few times, Tom finally realized that, at heart, Victor was really just a lazy big cat, fierce and formidable in battle or when facing the enemy. Yet, among his own men, Victor was more like a tipsy feline, always sneaking drinks in his office or resting with his eyes closed whenever he had a spare moment. Unbeknownst to Tom, Victor was actually meditating. In time, Tom grew accustomed to this rhythm with Victor. As long as he managed all the company's chores properly, Victor was more than willing to let him run his little prohibition operation undisturbed. After all, Victor needed plenty of time to explore the hidden secrets within his own mind, and with Tom taking care of the daily clutter, he could free up more hours for meditation. Whether it was his current mastery over every regenerative cell in his body or his immunity to telepathic attacks, these abilities all originated from that mysterious realm within his consciousness. When Mrs. Ross had tried to influence him with her powers, Victor could clearly sense her attempt to invade his mind, only to have her presence vanish without a trace the moment it touched that inner space, as if swallowed up by the void. Perhaps Mrs. Ross's powers simply weren't strong enough, which made her influence less obvious, but it also spoke volumes about the peculiar nature of that mental domain. This consciousness space, which revealed itself through simple meditation, was clearly more than just a battleground for his beastly instincts. And so, Victor resumed his daily meditations, determined to unravel the mysteries of his inner world. On this particular day, after tossing the usual chores to Tom, Victor settled in for his routine meditation, but his peace was abruptly shattered when his adjutant burst through the door. "Emergency orders." Pulled from his meditative trance, Victor accepted the telegram Tom handed him. The message was clear. He was to assemble the troops at once and, under General Shields' command, prepare to depart for Richmond. "Our snail Buck has finally given up?" "That's right. Reliable intelligence says Jackson and his men have already taken the train south, back to Richmond. So we're to move out immediately and support General McClellan." "In that case, let's move out." As he spoke, Victor picked up the red military cap that had been resting on the table and put it on. In an instant, his entire demeanor shifted from reserved calm to razor-sharp intensity. Sabretooth was baring his fangs. While Victor was busy making his preparations to head for Richmond, Stonewall Jackson had already completed the first phase of his second legendary battle. Taking advantage of General Buck's hesitation in the Shenandoah Valley, Jackson left behind the supporting General Ewell and marched west with just his own forces, reaching Staunton alone. There, he joined up with Johnson, who had been holding the line. Without allowing his men any rest, Jackson immediately ordered a forced march of 25 miles, aiming straight for the camp of the Federal Army's Vanguard Brigade under General Fremont. Leading that brigade was Union General Milroy, who, upon hearing of Jackson's imminent arrival, made a decisive call: attack. In the early days of the Civil War, most commanders were still amateurs, employing the classic tactic of gathering a force and charging straight at the enemy. Whoever lost their men first lost the battle. Our General Milroy was one such commander. Facing a foe that outnumbered him several times over, he didn't choose to dig in and defend. Instead, he boldly led his understrength force into the offensive, launching a hasty attack, simply rallying his men and charging ahead, and thus set the stage for the Union's defeat in the valley. If you don't die first, someone else will. Seizing the opportunity presented by a sudden downpour, he launched a surprise attack on Jackson's column while they were on the march. Jackson, caught off guard, was forced to fight in haste. The Southern soldiers, lacking real combat experience, quickly fell into disarray. But to be fair, the attacking Union troops weren't faring much better themselves. "Don't panic. Follow my orders. Keep a tight formation. Advance together. Seize the high ground. If anyone retreats, I'll shoot him myself. And if I retreat, you may shoot me. Stonewall never retreats. The Confederacy charges ahead without fear. Jackson's voice boomed through the rain-soaked canyon, rallying the Confederate troops' morale. Both sides clashed fiercely for control of the high ground. Although Jackson had the advantage in numbers, the narrow terrain meant he could deploy no more than 4,000 of his own men. The 2,000 under Johnson could only stand by and watch from a distance, unable to join the fray. Despite Milroy's advantage of timing and terrain, as the saying goes, in the end, it's men who decide the outcome. He simply couldn't break through Jackson's determined stand. The Iron Head battered itself bloody against the Stonewall. Jackson paid the price of 500 casualties to utterly rout Milroy's vanguard brigade. Though Milroy lost only around 250 men, he was forced to retreat all the way until he finally rejoined Fremont's main force. Having driven off Milroy, Jackson barely had time to conduct a cursory sweep of the battlefield before calling over the commander of the idle friendly troops who had been mere spectators, Johnson. Rally the troops at once. We're heading back to the Shenandoah Valley. It's time to teach old Buck a lesson he'll never forget. With that, Johnson joined Jackson's command, and now, with his ranks bolstered, Jackson launched another long-range raid. His aim was to stay hot on Buck's heels before the latter could withdraw to Winchester. While Jackson was preparing to strike at Buck, Victor and the young men of Brooklyn's 14th Militia were locked in a bloody battle with the Southern Army at Seven Pines, just outside Richmond. Take down those damn Southerners. Under Victor's command, the boys of the 14th plunged into a savage melee in the mud, clashing with the attacking Confederate troops. The land here was a tangle of forests and swamps, and the Union commander, in a burst of ingenuity, had deployed his army's flanks on opposite sides of the Chickahominy River. Even in the best of times, the river ran close to marshland, but the heavy rains of May had turned it into a raging torrent. Just days earlier, a torrential downpour had threatened to wash away the only 4 bridges linking the Union's 2 wings. Floodwaters now flowed a full 8 inches over the bridge decks. These 4 bridges, the lifelines of the Union force, were hanging by a thread. Seizing this rare opportunity, the Southern commander, Johnston, threw 2/3 of his forces into a furious assault on the Union right. Yet, limited by the era and a host of other constraints, his orders went out by word of mouth alone. Johnston's battle plan called for 3 divisions to advance from 3 different directions, a task far too complex for his understaffed and inexperienced headquarters to handle. Some attacking units lost their way. Others became tangled up with friendly forces. As a result, what was meant to be a coordinated dawn attack dragged on until afternoon, with reinforcements trickling into the fight piecemeal, like oil dripped into a flame. The Brooklyn 14th, where Victor served, was one of the Confederates' targets. They had barely finished lunch when the Southern troops launched a sudden assault. Under Victor's leadership, the probing Confederate attack was quickly repelled, but the full-scale offensive that followed soon plunged the 14th into a desperate struggle. Gripping a captured Southern rifle, Victor struck down one enemy soldier after another as they charged forward. His cap had long since vanished. His gray-blue jacket was now little more than a beggar's rags, and his once bright scarlet wool trousers were caked with mud and streaked with blood. Hold the line. Reinforcements are coming soon. For the Union. At that moment, only Victor himself still had the strength to shout such words. The other young men had already sunk into numb exhaustion. They fired numbly, killed the onrushing Southern soldiers numbly, or numbly killed themselves. The reason they hadn't fallen apart was simple. That burly man with the blonde hair, known as a Sabretooth tiger, was still on the battlefield. He was like a banner, a living landmark. As long as he stood there fighting, the soldiers of Company M and the rest of the 14th Brooklyn Militia would not retreat a single step. The enemy could kill them, but they would not yield. By the end, Victor's eyes were bloodshot, and he had long since abandoned the idea of fighting only with his command saber or rifle bayonet. He tore through the lines like an enraged saber-toothed tiger, charging recklessly across the position. Anything that fell into his hands became a weapon, each object delivering deadly blows to the Southern soldiers. Once, 7 or 8 Southern soldiers leapt at him, their courage undaunted by death, tried to pin him down and finish him off. But Victor's claws tore through their bodies, and he broke free. In the end, all those Southern soldiers fell beneath Victor's savage strikes. More and more, Victor found that no weapon fit his hand so well as his own claws. With the force of 25 tons behind him, every Southern soldier he struck was sent flying like a ragdoll hit by a speeding train, dead before they even hit the ground, and sometimes taking a few comrades with them when they landed. This time, Victor's allies did not let him down. Under the command of General Edwin Sumter, the 2nd Corps of the Army of the Potomac came racing to the rescue, joining the battle with lightning speed. General Edwin Sumter was a hardened veteran, a man with 42 years of military experience and scars to prove it. Even though the water on the bridge was knee-deep, the stubborn old bull, Sumter led his men resolutely across the Chickahominy River. He managed to get his entire force, including the artillery, safely over the river. His vanguard swiftly entered the fray, counterattacked the Confederate troops, and by dusk had halted their advance. There was a minor episode in the midst of all this. As Sumter's men rushed to the rescue, the highest-ranking Southern commander, Johnston himself, arrived at the front lines for an inspection. Fate was not on Johnston's side. By then, the Southern troops facing the 14th Brooklyn had been largely beaten back. Victor, now armed with a newly issued repeating rifle from a friendly unit, was hunting down the last rats. He spotted a man across the field who looked like a high-ranking officer, easy to identify by the ring of other officers clustered around him. Reasoning that taking a shot wouldn't hurt, he might not die, but if he got lucky, he could win a major prize. Victor decisively aimed and fired in one smooth motion, all in the space of a single second. Then, without hesitation, he snatched the rifle from Lieutenant Tom, who happened to be passing by, and fired another shot while the barrel was still hot. The two bullets struck Johnston in quick succession, one in the arm, the other in the chest. Johnston collapsed instantly, blood rapidly soaking his entire upper body. The panicked Confederate soldiers hurriedly lifted their highest-ranking commander onto a stretcher and rushed him to the field hospital in the rear. Johnston's severe injury greatly undermined the morale and fighting spirit of the Southern troops, and now, with Union reinforcements having arrived, their situation grew even more dire. To Victor, the Confederate assault the next day looked like a flock of sheep charging a tiger. Their attack collapsed the moment it began. The Confederate commander leading the assault was cut down by Victor with a swift slash to the throat, and after that, the entire unit's morale shattered completely. With Victor's Company M at the forefront, the 14th Brooklyn Militia launched a counterattack. The fleeing Confederates suffered heavy losses. Many wounded soldiers even drowned in the swamps during their desperate retreat. Their cries of despair before drowning no longer stirred any sympathy among the Union ranks. Men who once wore the same uniform were now separated by hatred and bloodshed, drifting ever farther apart on the road of conflict. After the battle, Victor surveyed the field strewn with corpses, yet he felt no discomfort at all. It was only natural. He had always harbored a certain fondness for the violence of battle. But there was no thrill for him in it, either. Slaying ordinary soldiers no longer stirred any emotion in him. He killed only because. They stood on the other side, not for the excitement. Perhaps only a truly worthy opponent could ignite his fighting spirit now. Victor was unfazed by the carnage before him. Of course, nothing could ever truly shake him. But there was one man who had been deeply shaken. That man was McClellan, the Union's commanding general, staring at the mangled bodies of his men and the battlefield shrouded in smoke. He nearly lost the will to fight. In his journal that very day, he wrote, "The price we pay is so heavy, such a victory holds no allure." While Victor and the Brooklyn boys were finally earning their hard-won victory, far away in the Shenandoah Valley, Stonewall Jackson launched his own deadly assault on Old Buck. Retreating day after day, what kind of volunteers are we? I swear McClellan's turning us all into lumps of dough. Victor exclaimed, tossing his hat onto the table in frustration. At the very least, General McClellan is still our commander-in-chief. If you keep slandering him like that, you'll end up in a court-martial. Besides, have you heard? That Stonewall Jackson has arrived, too. Victor's aide, Tom, dared not agree with his criticisms of their superior. Instead, he quickly changed the subject, mentioning a name he knew would catch Victor's interest. You mean that Stonewall Jackson, the one who calls us red-legged devils? Isn't he supposed to be playing hide-and-seek with Old Buck right now? Clearly, Victor hadn't expected Jackson to have already arrived in Richmond. In his mind, Jackson should still be outmaneuvering Buck at this very moment. That's the one. He's a legend in the Southern Army now. Marched 1,000 miles in 48 days, drove off our General Fremont in the west and General Buck at Winchester, and captured a mountain of supplies and equipment. Tom relayed the intelligence he'd just picked up at the officers' meeting to Victor. Victor was actually supposed to attend the meeting himself, but he always nodded off and even snored every time. Eventually, Colonel Edward had had enough and agreed to let Tom take Victor's place. This is also why, despite his many battlefield exploits, Victor remained a mere company commander. He simply had no interest in attending what he considered pointless meetings. So, Old Snail, Victor's nickname for Buck, is finished? Figures. He was never much good anyway. Victor wasn't the least bit surprised by Buck's defeat. In his eyes, the Northern Army's top brass were all tactically and strategically inept, nothing like the formidable force they would eventually become. Exactly. Word is, most of the time Buck just turned tail and ran. Sure, He had the advantage of fresh troops and overwhelming equipment, but he still whined. They outnumber us. 2-1. How are we supposed to fight when each of us has to take on 2 of them? I'll give him credit. General Buck's math is solid, but his courage is nowhere to be found. Tom's tone made it clear he was thoroughly disappointed in Buck's performance. That wasn't like him, but then again, recent setbacks have left everyone on edge. Even though Victor's unit had managed to repel the Southern attack at the Battle of Seven Pines, with McClellan, the most cautious of commanders, leading the army, a string of defeats for the Union had followed. Despite having a clear advantage in weapons and manpower, their dear leader seemed to do nothing but retreat, dig in, or send frantic pleas for help. He acted like a woman convinced she was being persecuted, wiring the Secretary of War. Due to the insufficient strength of my forces, this campaign has ended in failure. The government should neither expect nor demand that I be held responsible for the outcome of this battle. Seeing so many comrades killed and wounded, I can only conclude that the government has failed to support this army. If I save this army now, I want to be perfectly frank with you. I will not thank you, nor will I thank anyone in Washington. You've already done everything you can to sacrifice this army. With a general like that at the helm, it's no wonder the federal troops kept suffering defeat after defeat. They were forced to retreat all the way back, only managing to regroup near Gaines Mill, where they finally re-established their defensive line. Victor's regiment, the 14th Brooklyn Militia, was assigned to defend the Rappahannock train station. Command planned to use this place as a possible retreat route. No sooner had Victor and his comrades taken up their positions and finished building their defenses than he pulled out a cigarette, intending to savor that blissful post-battle smoke. But just as he clamped the cigarette between his lips and reached for a match, a bullet whistled past his face. In an instant, half his cigarette vanished. Yet miraculously, it was lit. Enemy attack. Take cover. Victor shouted the warning as he snatched up his rifle and grabbed his dazed adjutant, tossing him headlong into the trench. Then, rifle at the ready, he began searching for the enemy's location, guided by the sounds of gunfire. This attack was different from any they'd faced before. The Southern soldiers were well-trained and utterly fearless, skilled at minimizing their losses even while charging headlong into battle. They were the pride of the Confederate Army, the legendary troops under Stonewall Jackson. But this time they'd met their match. Their old adversaries, the very ones even Stonewall Jackson himself admired and called the Red-Legged Devils, the 14th Brooklyn Militia, stood before them. By now, the fame of the 14th had spread throughout the Confederate ranks. Rumor painted them as a vicious gang of brawlers, the roughest of the rough. They whispered of a blonde demon among them, invulnerable to bullets and blades, a man who could snap a rifle in his bare hands or lift a cannon overhead. The most remarkable tale, claimed someone, once shot him with a rifle, only for the bullet to tear his clothes while leaving his body utterly unharmed. In truth, it was simply Victor's rapid healing at work, mistaken for invincibility. But facing the 14th in person, these Southern soldiers discovered that all those tales of savage brutes were nonsense. These boys from New York were all striking young men, clean-cut, well-groomed, and handsome. Yet the ferocity they unleashed in battle fit the reputation of a gang of hard-fighting devils to perfection. Victor's example had shaped the regiment's fighting style into something rugged and bold. Not one of them flinched as the enemy charged. Flattening themselves behind cover, they passed rifles and ammunition from hand to hand, firing with wild, desperate energy, determined to inflict the greatest possible losses before the enemy could overrun their position. Once the enemy broke through the defensive line, the men showed not a trace of fear in the face of hand-to-hand combat. With bayonets fixed to their rifles, they locked into a deadly struggle with the advancing Southern troops. Among them, the most striking figure was still Victor Clyde, known by the nickname Sabretooth Tiger. His towering form stood out like a king among these young soldiers, much like the ruler of a wild pack. He wore a crimson flat-topped cap, and beneath his golden bangs flashed eyes brimming with ferocity and murderous intent. Blood from his foes had stained his golden beard, and though his face was lean, it bore a reckless, cold smile. His gray uniform jacket, once standard issue, was now soaked through with blood, turning a strange, dark red. Most of that blood, however, belonged to his enemies. In Victor's hands, an ordinary rifle seemed almost alive, effortlessly parrying attacks from every direction and dispatching adversaries with chilling efficiency. If you wonder why he no longer carried a command saber, it's because he'd dulled and even broken too many blades in battle. His way of using the saber was so brutal that it often ended up notched or wedged in bone. When that happened, he'd simply kick the enemy aside and wrench the blade free, dragging out a grisly mess in the process. In the end, he became the only officer armed solely with a sidearm, without a saber at his hip. For ceremonies, he was still issued a dress saber, but that blade was dull and never meant for combat. Not that it made much difference to Victor. No matter the weapon, nothing seemed to slow his killing pace. He could have dispatched these ordinary Southern soldiers barehanded just as easily. Of course, not everyone could ignore bullets and carnage the way Victor did. The majority of the young men in the 14th Brooklyn Militia still needed the protection of their fortifications. The old train station had been reinforced by the 14th, transformed into a semi-permanent stronghold. The open square outside was crisscrossed with trenches and wooden barricades. Those with sharp shooting skills took up positions on the rooftops, firing down on the attacking Southerners. The bigger, brawnier fighters, those best at close combat, were stationed on the outer defenses, ready to meet the enemy in brutal, close quarters. Hidden behind battered barricades, Brooklyn sharpshooters picked off Southern soldiers with the precision of turkey hunters, earning them nicknames like the Dappled Jaegers and the Brooklyn Huntsmen. After suffering defeat both in firefights and hand-to-hand combat, and with his men falling to Brooklyn's hidden marksmen, Stonewall Jackson decided it was time to play his trump card, the infantry cannon. He planned to use these small-caliber infantry guns for direct fire against the enemy fortifications, hoping to finally deal with those damned Brooklyn hunters. Their precise and deadly marksmanship had already cost him more than half his men before they could even reach the enemy lines. And the remaining half, after finally making it to the enemy position, were mercilessly slaughtered by that towering captain and his men. Since men alone couldn't solve the problem, he decided to use artillery to wipe them out. It was a good plan, in theory, but he had overlooked one man, Sabretooth Victor. The moment Southern soldiers began hauling their infantry guns to the front, Victor had already guessed their intentions. He knew he absolutely couldn't let them succeed. This train station was no permanent concrete and steel bunker of the future. At the same time, the enemy's little cannons were hardly legendary Armstrong guns either. So, with enemy shelling about to begin, Victor found himself forced once again into a one-man show. It's time to show what real skill looks like. After muttering this cryptic line that left his adjutant baffled, Victor sprang from the trench under Southern gunfire, pausing only to knock out his adjutant Tom, who tried to stop him. Take care of him. If I die, let him take command. Leaving his unconscious adjutant with a soldier rushing up behind, Victor dashed toward the Southern artillery at a speed and with a ferocity that defied normal human limits. My God, what is that thing? Open fire. Get the machine gun on him. Take him down. Watching Victor charge forward, unfazed by machine guns and volleys, leaping from wall to wall with inhuman agility, Jackson felt as if he were witnessing something out of a nightmare. After a futile storm of bullets, the Southern troops could only watch as Victor stormed into the artillery position. Then the brutality began. The saber-toothed tiger was unleashed. The wooden barricade placed in front of the infantry gun shattered instantly beneath Victor's charge, splinters whistling through the air and felling several soldiers who tried to bar his path. Your resistance is pointless. A bloodthirsty grin curled at Victor's lips as he spoke, and his actions quickly ignited the fury of every Southern soldier present. They raised their rifles, firing and charging at him in a desperate attempt to bring him down. A storm of gunfire erupted, bang, 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 but it only kicked up clouds of dust on the ground. Their target, Victor, had already plunged deep into their ranks. Help me. Someone help. My hand, In an instant, severed limbs and broken bodies began to fly through the crowd. The screams of wounded and dying Southern soldiers echoed across the battlefield, a chorus of agony that filled the air. However, Victor had not forgotten his original goal, to destroy the Southern Army's infantry guns and prevent the Federal fortifications at the train station from coming under artillery fire. Victor grabbed a Southern Army soldier by the neck, leapt into the air, and in a split second broke through the encirclement, landing directly in front of the first infantry gun. When it came to these lightweight field guns, Victor opted for the simplest and most brutal method. He kicked it straight into the onrushing ranks of the Southern Army. With a force of 25 tons unleashed at the moment his foot met the gun barrel, the steel tube instantly bent into a U shape and then went flying. The swath of ground struck by the barrel was left a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The number of Southern soldiers writhing and moaning on the ground grew, but even more would never rise again. Despite the devastating losses, the Southern soldiers did not retreat. They pressed forward in waves, launching fearless, desperate assaults on Victor. They understood this was war. If they didn't kill the man in front of them, death would soon come for them instead. What's more, if Victor managed to destroy all their infantry guns, the cost of their next offensive would become unbearable. For all these reasons, the Southern soldiers continued to charge Victor with grim resolve, yet all their efforts were doomed to be in vain. Victor seized a rifle thrust at him, snapped its owner's neck with a casual twist, then advanced toward the next gun, wielding the rifle in one hand. To Victor, the attacking soldiers seemed to move in slow motion. He slipped effortlessly through the gaps in their lines, dispatching each with a swift, lethal thrust of his rifle. To Stonewall Jackson, it was as if the blonde devil, brandishing a rifle in one hand, was slicing through his men at lightning speed, cutting down his brave lads like stalks of straw as he closed in on the second gun. All units, scatter. Artillery, swing your guns around. Blast that devil to pieces. Realizing that neither bayonets nor bullets could harm Victor, Jackson made a split-second decision. He ordered his men to bring out their heaviest artillery, determined to send this accursed blonde devil straight to hell where he belonged. But targeting a rapidly moving, unpredictable opponent with field guns from that era was no easy feat, to put it bluntly. If your machine guns and rifles can barely touch me, what hope do you have with those old cannons? So in the end, Victor paid the price for his carelessness. He was struck head-on by an infantry cannon, sent flying backward, crashed through two walls, and landed inside a residential house. He had his sturdy frame to thank for still being in one piece. Otherwise, the shell would have blasted a hole in him as big as a soup bowl, rather than sending him soaring through the air. The shell detonated upon landing. As luck would have it, it was a fragmentation round. The small house instantly collapsed under the explosion, burying Victor beneath the rubble. This was a living illustration of the old saying, if you don't go looking for trouble, trouble won't find you. Of course, Victor had gone looking for it, yet somehow he still wasn't dead. But pain was inevitable. He had only himself to blame for being overconfident. After destroying 5 infantry cannons in quick succession, the Southern Army on the battlefield had lost all will to fight and scattered in chaos. Victor chose to stroll leisurely over to destroy the 6th and final infantry cannon of the Southern Army. In his mind, the few artillerymen still near the cannon would surely turn and flee at the slightest threat. And if they didn't, well, he'd be more than happy to send them to meet their maker. Truth be told, he was simply having a bout of youthful bravado, wanting to put on a show. After all, who hasn't craved a bit of swagger in their youth? In his mind, he must have. Looked outrageously cool at that moment. Head lowered, eyes glancing askance at the trembling Southern Army gunners, he deliberately deepened his voice to sound mature and declared, "Tremble, struggle, and then go to your doom." But fate had other plans. One of the terrified young gunners, hands shaking, pulled the trigger. A flash of fire burst from the cannon's mouth, and the next thing they saw was that damned blonde demon hurled backward through the air. He crashed through 2 broken walls and landed in a squat little house. After a deafening explosion, the blonde demon lay buried under the ruins. Did we get him? The young gunner who fired the shot turned to his comrades, voicing the very question on his commander's mind, Stonewall Jackson. Did our artillery boys take down that demon? I'll see they get medals. Good Lord, we finally got him. That damned blonde demon is finally dead. The Southern Army soldiers erupted in cheers for their victory. In their minds, no one could have possibly survived such an ordeal. But reality had other ideas. Suddenly, the pile of rubble burying Victor began to shift as loose stones tumbled aside. With every passing second, more debris slid away. Then, with a sudden force, several large pieces of masonry flew aside, and from the ruins emerged a figure, face blackened by the blast, but clothes streaked white with plaster, standing tall and alive. I must admit, you have truly surprised me. It's been a long time since I've suffered such a serious wound. It seems I really was far too careless. But that won't happen again. As he spoke, Victor tore off his gray uniform and white undershirt, both now nothing more than tattered rags, revealing his powerful, muscular frame. The gruesome wounds on his body began to heal rapidly, the flesh knitting together before everyone's eyes. My God, what kind of monster is he? Confronted with this unbelievable sight, Stonewall Jackson cried out in despair, then decisively ordered a retreat. He scrambled onto his horse and galloped away without a second thought. With their commander gone, the other Southern soldiers followed suit, abandoning the last infantry cannon where it stood, leaving it behind without a backward glance. After all, asking the artillerymen to flee while dragging that heavy thing along would be sending them to their deaths. And so, the infantry cannon that had nearly turned the tide became Victor's spoil of war. Huh, that's it? You're giving up already? How dull. After dispatching a few stragglers from the Southern Army, Victor made no move to pursue the rest. He knew it was impossible for one man to chase down so many fleeing soldiers, and besides, he wasn't some bloodthirsty maniac. Still, he harbored a grudge against the infantry cannon that had struck him. Striding over, he kicked the right wool clean off, only for the now unbalanced cannon to topple and land squarely on his toes. Ow! Hissing through clenched teeth, Victor shifted the offending cannon aside and sat down on it. He reached into his pants pocket, intending to light up a cigarette. After all, There was nothing like a smoke after a fight to make a man feel like a king. But he soon discovered his underwear had been blasted to shreds, reduced to a few strips of cloth, and his cigarettes and matches had long since perished in the ruins as well. It was only then that the young men of the 14th Brooklyn Militia, who had been watching the whole spectacle from the train station in wide-eyed amazement, rushed onto the field, cheering wildly for their hero and beginning to clean up the battlefield. At first, seeing Victor mowing down the enemy, they had been thrilled. They knew he was strong, but none had imagined he was this strong. To see a man kick an infantry cannon as if it were a football, that was something none of them would ever forget. But what truly stunned everyone was what happened next. When Victor was hit by the cannon, even Colonel Edward and the rest felt their hearts plummet. They thought the 14th saber-toothed tiger was finished. No one could survive something like that. And yet, against all odds, a miracle occurred. Though his body was singed black and his clothes reduced to tatters, Victor emerged from the smoke unscathed. At this point, even the most oblivious person could see that Victor was no ordinary man. But who cared? With such a super soldier fighting on their side, wasn't that something to celebrate? While Victor and his comrades reveled in yet another victory, far to the north in Canada, which was still a British colony at the time, a family tragedy was unfolding. Logan Howlett, a man who had just recently acquired the nickname Wolverine, became embroiled in a conflict with his half-brother, Dog Howlett. In the heat of the moment, he accidentally killed his childhood sweetheart, the girl he'd loved in vain. Clutching her lifeless body in his hands, bone claws still extended, he left Dog unconscious nearby and, howling with grief, fled into the depths of the forest. The direction Logan ran? South, toward the United States, where civil war was raging. After this 7 days of hell, Victor and the young men of the 14th Brooklyn Militia took part in the Battle of Maryland. On the blood-soaked day of Antietam, they joined forces with the 6th Wisconsin Volunteer Infantry and achieved results that surpassed any other Union regiment. But such success came at a terrible price. According to Major Rufus Dawes of the 6th Wisconsin, the 14th Brooklyn, the handsome young men the rebels called the Red-Legged Devils, arrived at our line and filled a terrible gap in the ranks. These boys from New York and Wisconsin merged into a single fighting force, firing their rifles with desperate determination. Everyone loaded their weapons through tiers, ducked low to pass ammunition, shared guns, and carved a path through the blood and chaos. And I saw with my own eyes the legend of the 14th Brooklyn, Victor the Sabretooth. He was a towering, broad-shouldered man with a mane of golden hair. On the battlefield, he was unstoppable. No enemy survived within 10 feet of him. Time and again, the rebels charged our position, but Victor and the young men of the 14th drove them back each time. Then, under his leadership, our soldiers stormed the Confederate position at Dunkerchurch. They fought with wild fervor, reloading and firing in a frenzy, their shouts and cries echoing across the battlefield. All around, the rebels broke and ran for their lives. In the aftermath, the 14th Brooklyn Militia, having suffered grievous losses, was finally granted a rare chance to rest and recover. After all, no matter how formidable Victor was in battle, he was only one man. He couldn't single-handedly wipe out all the attacking Confederates, nor could he grant others his gift for rapid healing. So in the end, although the 14th Brooklyn Militia emerged victorious in the one-day bloodbath at Antietam, they paid a steep price. More than half their number were lost casualties. For this reason, in the Battle of Chancellorsville, only a handful of uninjured soldiers were selected to form an elite unit under Victor's command, scouts and raiders tasked with reconnaissance and surprise attacks on the enemy. Both tasks were Victor's areas of expertise, no less so than his prowess in direct combat. Under his leadership, this small team ventured deep behind enemy lines, winning remarkable victories time and again. Their greatest prize was a piece of intelligence seized at Frederick, a document of immense importance, containing General Edward Lee's complete battle plan for the Southern Army. This plan was known as Special Order 919, issued by General Lee to all his commanders, including Stonewall Jackson. Copy this plan, and have Jerry deliver a copy to General Hill, came the order. Out of caution, Stonewall Jackson had one of his men make a duplicate and send it to General Hill, who had previously served under him. But fate intervened. The messenger, Jerry, was captured en route by a squad led by Victor's lieutenant, Tom. After a rigorous round of interrogation, Victor learned both Jackson's location and the contents of this crucial intelligence. Soon, this information reached Colonel Edward, who quickly passed it up the chain to McClellan. Upon learning that Lee had fewer than 20,000 men, McClellan was overjoyed. Had McClellan acted decisively, the war that brought so much grief to Americans and countless readers might have ended within 24 hours. Yet shockingly, he took 16 hours to make up his mind. During those crucial hours, Lee discovered that his plans had been compromised. He immediately mobilized every available unit to defend the mountain pass, massing the rest along the Antietam Creek, which is why this war will stretch on for several more chapters. By the time McClellan finally ordered action the next day, he found the pass already barricaded. After a day of fierce fighting, the Union forces managed to break through. Although McClellan had no clear idea where Lee actually was, he nevertheless sent a triumphant report to Lincoln. Lincoln, upon receiving the news, was skeptical. Him? Won the battle? I'd sooner believe he's a spy for the Southern Army. To be honest, after his retirement, McClellan even ran for president against Lincoln. His most famous campaign promise? I will end the war, even if it means letting the South go free. At the very moment when Lincoln received the triumphant news from McClellan, Lee, who was planning to retreat across the Potomac, also received a victory report. The general who sent this good news was nicknamed Stonewall. While McClellan was advancing on a mountain pass, Stonewall Jackson, commanding his 20,000 troops, captured Harper's Ferry almost without a fight. In doing so, he set an American military record that would stand for nearly 80 years. Over 11,000 soldiers surrendered. Victor and the others, who had been tracking Stonewall Jackson all the way, could only watch in shock and pain as more than 10,000 Union soldiers became prisoners without so much as a single shot being fired. This record for mass surrender would not be broken until World War II, when the Japanese landed in the Philippines. By then, both the scale of the U.S. military and the nature of warfare had changed beyond recognition. Besides that, Stonewall Jackson's men also seized a huge cache of weapons and uniforms. The Southern soldiers who had followed Jackson all the way from the valley were finally able to don new uniforms. I tell you, if this Stonewall Jackson stays alive, and our commander is still that old snail McClellan, then the Union is finished. Looking down at the Southern soldiers in the port below, cheering over their victory, Victor spoke expressionlessly to his adjutant. Tom had nothing to say in response to Victor's words. Deep down, he agreed with him, but both his character and sense of duty prevented him from openly criticizing his superior, so he ultimately chose to remain silent. But Victor wasn't about to let him off the hook that easily. Throwing an arm around Tom's shoulder, he added, "So, how about we cook up a plan to take him out? Maybe you guys start firing from the mountains to draw their attention, and I slip in during the chaos and wring that Stonewall's neck. What do you think?" In the end, Victor's scheme was firmly vetoed by Tom and the others. What a ridiculous idea. Sure, maybe you could charge in and pull off another of your legendary escapes without a scratch. But what about the rest of us? With just 100 men or so, we'd be nothing but crumbs for those tens of thousands down there. While Victor was grumbling about the ever-sluggish McClellan, the general himself lived up to expectations, blundering his way through this decisive battle. After finally catching up to Lee with 75,000 men at his command, McClellan began to waver once more. He started to suspect that Victor's intelligence was false and believed that Lee might have as many as 120,000 troops. So he decided to make camp right where he was and wait for the arrival of other units, especially the artillery and supply teams. Meanwhile, he spent an entire day in his tent preparing plans for the upcoming battle. Ironically, by the time everyone had arrived, he hadn't provided his subordinates with a single battle plan. When the fighting finally broke out, McClellan resorted to the most cautious and piecemeal tactic, sending in his troops one corps at a time, as if dribbling oil onto a flame. The Southern Army, weak in numbers, couldn't advance, while the Union forces, determined to defend, kept feeding more troops into the fray. In the end, with McClellan still holding a third of his men in reserve, never firing a shot, this farcical battle concluded with Lee pulling his forces back across the river under cover of darkness. Although the outcome was, in truth, a draw, McClellan convinced himself he had won. He promptly sent a victory telegram to Lincoln, and Lincoln seized the opportunity to issue his renowned Emancipation Proclamation at the ensuing gathering. With this move, Lincoln not only won the North countless accolades on the international stage, but also fundamentally changed the nature of the war, from the South's struggle for independence to the North's crusade to abolish the rotten institution of slavery. And then, just after barely managing to scrape together a victory, McClellan once again revealed his trademark sluggishness. He spent a full 3 weeks preparing, and then took another 9 days to get his 120,000 men across the Potomac River. By then, Lee's army, rested and reinforced, easily blocked his advance. For the snail-paced McClellan, Lincoln's patience finally snapped. He immediately relieved McClellan of command and appointed General Burnside, a man who had shown expertise in capturing bridges in earlier battles, as the new commander of the Union Army. Burnside, for his part, wasted no time. Not only did he reorganize the army, but, being a man of action, submitted his battle plan to Lincoln the very same day. "I've got the troops in position, and I'm ready to charge straight for the enemy's home base." Having been driven nearly to a nervous breakdown by McClellan's endless delays, Lincoln was so eager to see any action at all that he approved Burnside's plan without hesitation. It must be said, Burnside and McClellan were polar opposites. Unlike the planless McClellan, Burnside came up with a plan so by the book that I call it, the line up and get shot plan. His idea was this: with the enemy entrenched and waiting, first cross a wide river, then launch an attack uphill toward fortified high ground. He also believed McClellan's deployments had been too scattered, so he insisted that the attacking Union troops must move forward shoulder to shoulder, in tight formation. Then the brutality began. The Southern Army stood atop the stone wall, shoulder to shoulder in 4 ranks. As soon as one line finished firing, the next would take their place, creating a deadly rhythm, like that of a machine gun. Brave Northern soldiers charged forward, wave after wave, only to fall on the battlefield. By the end of the day, over 6,300 Union soldiers lay dead before the stone wall. Yet, standing at a distance, Burnside stubbornly stuck to his plan, ordering attack after attack, until his generals finally refused to carry out his commands. By nightfall, Union casualties had soared to 13,000, while the Southern Army had lost only 5,300. In the end, Burnside inevitably lost both the battle and his command. Once again, Lincoln was left racking his brains, searching for a competent commander-in-chief. At last, he promoted General Hooker. Hooker had once witnessed Victor's prowess in battle and had been deeply impressed by him. So, upon taking up his new post, the very first thing Hooker did was to summon Colonel Edward and Sabretooth Victor. He ordered them to form a lean and formidable squad under Victor's leadership. The squad would have only one mission: to infiltrate enemy lines and, in the coming battle, seize an opportunity to assassinate Stonewall Jackson or the Southern Army's top commander, Edward Lee. After receiving General Hooker's orders, Victor and Colonel Edward returned immediately to the 14th Brooklyn Militia, where they began selecting candidates for the squad. In the end, after a series of sudden death drills and careful evaluation, only one man met the criteria. Given the stringent requirements, successfully assassinating Stonewall under any emergency and making out alive, the mission was little more than a death sentence for anyone but Victor himself, the Sabretooth. It seems no one else can make the cut. To tell you the truth, this mission is a secret order from the president himself, and you have been handpicked as the executor. Of course, if you feel it's too risky or you're not confident, you have the right to refuse. In these circumstances, Edward decided to come clean with Victor. He revealed that the mission was personally ordered by President Lincoln, and that the real target was Stonewall alone. But to mislead Southern intelligence, Edward still reported that he was assembling an elite squad for the mission. Because of the operation's extreme secrecy, only Hooker, Lincoln, Victor, and Colonel Edward knew the full details of the plan. Everyone else was kept entirely in the dark about both the mission and the squad's true nature. Even during the initial selection of candidates, the operation was conducted under the guise of a military test. In the end, this operation was named Project X, and its task force became known as the X Squad. In mathematics, X represents the unknown. Within the U.S. military, however, it holds a special significance. X is used to designate experimental equipment, usually prototypes, concept models, or limited production runs of specialized gear. It could be said that the formation of the X Squad was the Federal Army's first real attempt at unconventional warfare. Of course, it was only put into action because Lincoln himself endorsed the idea. The exposure of certain secrets during the earlier capture of the Southern spy, Mrs. Ross, had made this young government and its president realize that the world was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Furthermore, when fighting the Native Americans, the Army had occasionally encountered warriors with strength beyond that of ordinary men. Yet, because their numbers were so few, they were still overwhelmed and defeated by the sheer firepower of muskets and cannons. In this era, when ancient gods still lingered in the shadows, extraterrestrial powers had yet to turn their gaze toward Earth, and most native-born heroes had not yet come into their own. The supernatural forces revealed to the world were not overwhelmingly powerful. The world still belonged to ordinary people. However, this did not mean the government could ignore the influence such powers might have. At times, these forces could tip the scales in ways beyond imagination. Take, for example, Mrs. Ross and her deeds in Washington. Had she not been exposed, and had Victor not succeeded in capturing her, the South just might have won its bid for independence. Victor's performance on the battlefield, especially his display of strength during the battle at Rappahannock Station, was also secretly reported to Lincoln himself. Influenced by these two events, Lincoln made the final decision. Through Hooker, he ordered Victor to form what was, at that moment, a one-man X squad. Officially, the mission included assassinating Edward Lee, but in truth, the squad's sole target from beginning to end was Stonewall Jackson. As for this legendary Southern general, who had repeatedly defeated the Federal Army and threatened the very safety of Washington, Lincoln's patience had finally run out. As long as Stonewall was alive, neither he nor the members of Congress could sleep easy. After receiving President Lincoln's handwritten secret orders, Victor packed his meager belongings and set out without hesitation. With Victor on the move, Hooker began his own campaign. He sought not only the life of Stonewall Jackson, but also to defeat Stonewall and his commander, Edward Lee, head-on in open battle. As the two top commanders matched wits on the main battlefield, the situation surprisingly began to tilt once more in favor of the Southern Army. Still, it wasn't all bad news for the other side. Stonewall Jackson had launched another of his bold, daring maneuvers, leading his troops on a sweeping flanking movement behind the Federal Army's lines. At that very moment, Victor was not far from where Stonewall Jackson's men were stationed, blending in among the soldiers of the Federal 11th Corps. This unit, made up of German immigrants, was nothing like their Hessian mercenary forebears, brave and fierce fighters. Instead, they had repeatedly suffered defeat at the hands of Stonewall Jackson. In the 11th Corps' camp, smoke from cooking fires curled into the air. The soldiers had pitched their tents and lounged about in small groups, lazily playing cards, smoking, and swapping tall tales. Suddenly, a chorus of animal cries erupted from the direction of the swamp. Moments later, a stampede of startled creatures burst into the camp. The 11th Corps soldiers, mistaking this for the start of hunting season, eagerly set about trying to catch some wild game. But Victor sensed danger in the panicked cries and strange behavior of the animals. Just as he was about to raise his voice in warning, Stonewall Jackson and his Southern troops descended on the camp. The Federals, caught completely off guard, had no time to mount an effective defense. Yet, rather than fleeing in chaos, they fought as they retreated. Even so, their shattered lines could not hold, and in the end, they were driven out of their own encampment. Now that Victor had finally located his target, he sprang into action. At first, he retreated alongside the 11th Corps soldiers, fighting as he fell back. But as the sun set, he slipped away under cover of darkness, separating himself from the main body of the Corps. Once free of the larger group, Victor approached the southern camp where Stonewall Jackson's troops were gathered. Just as he prepared to sneak in and carry out the assassination, he was stunned by what he saw. His target rode out of the camp on horseback, heading straight toward the withdrawing 11th Corps. It turned out Jackson had decided to continue the pursuit, determined not to give the 11th Corps a chance to regroup. Their dogged, fighting retreat had earned his grudging respect for these so-called beaten foes. But by now, darkness had blanketed the sky, and the Southern troops were unfamiliar with the lay of the land. This was why Stonewall Jackson had personally left camp to scout ahead, though his own fondness for adventure surely played a part as well. Little did he know that this reckless move would spell disaster, endangering both himself and the soldiers with him. Oh, Stonewall, Stonewall, seems fate itself has marked your end. Victor, having seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, raced through the forest, swiftly catching up to Jackson and his men as they rode ahead on horseback. He soon found a massive tree up ahead, thick enough that it would take 2 men to wrap their arms around it. Concealing himself among its branches, he quietly removed the specially crafted breech-loading rifle slung across his back. This prototype, custom-made by the Federal Armory, could deliver astonishingly accurate shots at a range of 600 meters, a feat nearly unheard of at the time. Yet in Victor's hands, it seemed almost effortless. As the sound of galloping hooves drew near, Stonewall Jackson and his entourage entered Victor's line of sight. After a brief moment to take aim, Victor pulled the trigger. With a sharp crack and a burst of muzzle flash, the legendary Southern general, famed for making the Federals suffer countless setbacks, Stonewall Jackson, was struck down and toppled from his horse. Ambush! Over there! Return fire! Everyone else, dismount and protect General Jackson. As Jackson fell, his guards immediately reined in their horses, splitting into 2 groups. One fired back in Victor's direction, while the others leapt from their mounts to form a defensive ring around Jackson's fallen body. The instant Jackson hit the ground, Victor knew half his mission was accomplished, but the rest would require his own hands. He had to ensure Jackson would not be taken back to the south to recover. Last time, I'll let Mrs. Ross make it back alive. This time, Stonewall Jackson, you won't get another chance. With that, Victor hurled the prototype rifle, despite Colonel Edwards' strict orders to bring it back intact, like a javelin, sending it hurtling toward the officer who was clearly the leader of Jackson's guards. Then, baring his claws, he leapt from the high branches, launching himself straight toward the spot where Stonewall Jackson had fallen. By now, Jackson's guards realized the attacker was alone, and foolish enough to charge straight at them. They wasted no time making a decision. Those already on the ground immediately set about escorting Jackson back to the camp for treatment, while those still mounted wheeled around to deal with this lone assailant, who, despite his marksmanship, seemed reckless and brash. But those tasked with stopping Victor soon discovered, to their horror, how gravely they had misjudged him. This was no reckless assassin. He was a monster. From above, he pounced like a predator, dispatching the foremost Confederate soldier in a deadly instant. Then, shrugging off the momentum of the charging horses, he brought down a second soldier, along with his mount, in one devastating blow. The murderous aura and the scent of blood emanating from him spooked the other soldiers' horses so badly that they reared up in terror, refusing to move forward, leaving their riders helpless to be slaughtered by the saber-toothed tiger. Though it took some effort to deal with the mounted Southern cavalrymen who charged at him, Victor never lost sight of his target. He successfully caught up with the guards who were retreating with the wounded Jackson. Realizing that Victor was in hot pursuit, the guards understood that their comrade's fate was already sealed. They left their strongest companion to continue carrying Stonewall Jackson away, while the rest turned back, determined to lay down their lives in a desperate attempt to stop Victor from chasing down Stonewall Jackson. After all, their camp was already close by. Thomas Jackson, former artillery instructor at the Virginia Military Institute for the Union, now a major general of the rebels, nicknamed Stonewall Jackson. You have repeatedly led the rebels to defeat Union forces. Now, by the authority of the president, I sentence you to death for treason. The sentence is to be carried out immediately. With those words, Victor tossed aside the execution order personally signed by President Lincoln and charged toward the last guard still carrying Stonewall Jackson on his back. General, I'm sorry. It seems I won't be able to bring you back. I'm a traitor to the Confederacy. Seeing that escape was hopeless, the burly Southern guard choked back tears as he gently set his general on the ground. Then, turning around, he chose to face his fate head-on. Cough. It's all right, Frank. Perhaps this is the will of God. Leaning against a great tree, Stonewall Jackson hadn't finished his words before Frank, his loyal Southern guard, was already upon by Victor the saber-toothed tiger, who twisted his neck with brutal efficiency. So you're Victor the saber-toothed tiger? Your tactics at the Battle of Rappahannock Station were truly impressive. I suppose this is my fate, then. I won't live to see the day the Confederacy becomes independent. How unwilling I am to fall when the South needs me most. As Captain Victor of the Union, known as the saber-toothed tiger, drew closer step by step, Stonewall Jackson, knowing the end was near, began to speak his last words. Yes, General Jackson, you are an outstanding commander. One might even call you a legend. But your fate was sealed the moment you betrayed the Union. It's time to go, General. With that, Victor bent down, crouched in front of Stonewall Jackson, and with his left hand, gripped Jackson's throat. Confederate Army, forward! At the very instant Victor was about to break his neck, Stonewall Jackson drew the bayonet he'd hidden in his coat and plunged it deep into Victor's kidney. You truly live up to your name, Stonewall, but all you've done is meaningless. With an unwavering expression, Victor pulled the bayonet from his own kidney. To Jackson's astonishment and horror, the wound left by the blade stopped bleeding, then closed up on its own, leaving not a single scar behind. What kind of monster are you? One of the South's legendary heroes, the famed General Stonewall Jackson, fell. Your battle is over. It's time to go home. With those words, Victor gently closed Stonewall Jackson's eyes, then took Jackson's saber as proof of his victory. He had considered taking Jackson's head, but decided it would be too disrespectful to the body, not to mention impractical. A severed head would be hard to preserve and would only cover him in stench, which was the last thing he wanted. The North and South fought each other because of their differing beliefs, but to desecrate an opponent's corpse after death was simply beneath one's dignity, especially for men who had once fought under the same banner. To prevent the bodies of the guards from being devoured by wild beasts, Victor dug a pit and buried them all, planting their bayonets upside down before each grave as a marker. As for Stonewall Jackson's body, Victor laid it across a horse's back and led the animal to a spot not far from the Southern Army's encampment. He then gave the horse a gentle slap, sending it off to carry its fallen master home. Who goes there? Stop right now. One more step, and I'll shoot. As the horse approached, it was quickly spotted by a Southern sentry on watch. After issuing a warning and getting no response, the sentry fired his weapon. Startled, the horse charged straight into the camp, and only then did the sentry realize that its rider was not among the living, but a corpse. Gee, General Jackson! When the horse finally stopped, and the sentry saw the face of the fallen man, his mouth fell open in shock. For a moment, He seemed unable to breathe or utter a sound. "What's wrong? It's just a body. No need to look so scared. Wait. That's General Jackson." His odd reaction drew the attention of his fellow soldiers. With that outcry, the entire southern camp was thrown into chaos. But none of this concerned Victor anymore. His mission was complete. It was time to return and claim his reward. Still, one can't help but marvel at fate's strange twists. The very next day, after Jackson's death, General Hill, who took over command, was struck down in the assault by Victor, mingling in the ranks of the 11th Corps. Who could blame him? Enraged, the defiant general had charged at the head of his men on horseback, straight toward the federal line. If Victor wasn't going to shoot him, who else would he shoot? After General Hill fell in battle, the one who stepped in to take command was none other than the former cavalry commander, Stark. Yes, that's Stark. Once he took over Hill's command, Stark didn't exactly shine. After all, he could only ride a horse and didn't have any flying armor at his disposal. However, his cannon fire proved to be as precise and deadly as a certain someone's missiles. On the very day, he succeeded General Hill during a skirmish with the Northern Army. One of his artillerymen fired a shell that sailed a bit too far and struck the Federal Army's headquarters with uncanny accuracy. As fate would have it, Hook had just received the thrilling news that Victor's assassination mission had succeeded. He hurried over to headquarters to honor Victor's achievement. The moment he stepped inside, a shell rained down from above. Everything went black for him. He knew nothing more. Now leaderless, the Federal Army could do nothing but fight and retreat, gradually drawing closer to the riverbank. At this point, Edward Lee, unaware that Hook had fallen unconscious, divided his forces once again. He ordered Stark to continue monitoring Hook's main army. Lee himself led his troops to relieve Fredericksburg. Meanwhile, General Sedgwick of the Federal Army, who had just captured the city, received word that Hook had been knocked out by the shell. 90,000 Federal soldiers waited anxiously for Sedgwick and his 24,000 men to come to their rescue. Yet by the time he managed to regroup and march his troops to support them, Hook had already regained consciousness and ordered a full retreat. Sedgwick, abandoned by the main force, suffered a crushing blow at Lee's hands. This battle finally ended amid the cheers that filled all of Richmond. Residents of the Southern Confederacy spread the news with joy. They had defended their capital once again. The miracle belonged to the Confederacy. But after the celebrations came a grand funeral unlike any before. They had lost their hero forever, Thomas Jackson, famously known as Stonewall Jackson. Church bells tolled across the South in memory of old Jack. Meanwhile, in the North, there was a sense of relief. One of Jackson's classmates from West Point gave voice to what President Lincoln and the Northern generals felt. At last, we are no longer afraid. While the South was holding an elaborate funeral for Stonewall Jackson, a medal ceremony was taking place in the White House in Washington. Congratulations, Sabretooth Victor. You are the pride of the 7th Cavalry Regiment and Brooklyn's 14th Militia. Lincoln pinned the Medal of Honor on Victor's chest with a smile as he spoke. This was a newly established, permanent honor given to those who demonstrated bravery and outstanding achievement in battle. The law establishing this honor had been signed personally by President Lincoln, and only the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Armed Forces could present it in person. Not bad. A certificate that serves as a lifelong guarantee for expert welfare. As long as the federal government doesn't go bankrupt, I'll never have to worry about basic sustenance. Those honored with this distinction could receive a special lifetime pension of $200 a month, and the medal itself could be passed down to their children. Upon learning of this policy, Victor was exceedingly pleased. Another thing that delighted him was that his Team X had actually been formally recognized at the White House, listed as a special department directly under the president. In this era, when the FBI and CIA had yet to take shape, the federal government's intelligence apparatus was little more than a loose organization under the military. Yet, because of Victor's unique qualities, he alone had earned this special distinction. His military rank was immediately elevated to lieutenant colonel. As for his department, aside from being assigned a petite female secretary, he was the sole member. A lone commander, Still, I have the authority to recruit independently. But only those like myself, special personnel, who must also swear unwavering loyalty to the President and the Union. Now that's interesting. Victor leaned back in his chair, reviewing the dossier for his new department, and propped his legs up on the desk. Colonel, sir, an urgent order from the President. Just as Victor tossed the file aside and pulled a bottle of whiskey from under his desk, ready for a celebratory drink, his petite secretary pushed open the door. With a look of regret from Victor, she promptly confiscated his prized whiskey and walked out, leaving behind only the President Lincoln's secret order. Victor, your target this time is an old acquaintance of ours, Mrs. Rose. I'm sure you still remember her vividly. After being expelled for Washington, she was warmly received by those Southerners in Richmond and even published a book. Later, she was appointed as a diplomatic envoy for the rebels, traveling to Europe to advocate for their cause, seeking support from the various nations there. However, thanks to the recent Emancipation Proclamation, her efforts have faltered. Now, our intelligence in Europe has received reliable word that she will soon return south by ship from North Carolina. Your mission is simple. Go there and make sure she never speaks again. Of course, I'll have someone assist you. Report to the Federal Navy Department tomorrow for details. Destroy this order after reading. All for the Union. President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. After reading the President's secret order, Victor struck a match and set the message, now committed to memory, ablaze. By the light of the burning paper, he lit a cigarette, letting the swirling smoke veil the expression on his face. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Victor. My name is William Smith, Captain of the Federation Navy ship San Jacinto. For this operation, I'll be working with you and your team. To Victor's surprise, waiting for him at the Admiralty was a Navy captain, and a young one at that, perhaps only around 30 years old. Hello, Captain William. It looks like we'll be spending quite a bit of time together. I hope we'll get along well. Victor's knowledge of all things maritime was, for now, limited to what he'd read in books, since his fate would soon be, in part, in the hands of these sailors. Extending a friendly gesture was certainly the wise thing to do. After all, wasn't it Wolverine who once provoked Magneto, only to end up skewered on rebar and tossed into a river eventually? Fished out by Stryker as a lucky survivor? If you fell into the sea, you might not be so lucky. Perhaps you'd end up as fish food. Victor figured that if he ever went overboard, it would be a real headache. Who knew how long it would take to swim back to shore? Not to mention the possibility of running into a shark or two. Once you set out to sea, everyone truly is in the same boat, he thought. There's no need for any underhanded tricks out here. Of course we will. I'm quite interested in the legends you've made on the battlefield. I hope you'll be willing to share your experiences with me when the time comes. William was clearly pleased by Victor's goodwill. After all, at this moment, the name Sabretooth, Victor was just as well known in the Northern Federation as Stonewall Jackson was in the Southern Alliance. The tale of the super soldier who killed Stonewall Jackson had already spread among both armies. As for how the story got around, when Victor was the only survivor, well, that was a question best directed at the Federation's propaganda department. Fortunately, information didn't travel as quickly in this era as it would in later times. In the end, only a few half-true legends remained in circulation. Understandable, since X Squad was something of a secret unit. After all, is that so? Then we'll have plenty of time to talk, Victor replied. Since we'll be working together for a while, how about we call this mission Operation Fox Hunt? After all, our enemy, Mrs. Ross, is as cunning as a fox. Seeing that Lieutenant Colonel William Smith was so tactful and already on the same page as him, Victor made his suggestion. No objections here. I've heard that in a distant eastern land, foxes are even symbols of beguiling beauty. Operation Fox Hunt. What a name. Brilliant. William burst out laughing, his voice full of enthusiasm. It seemed this Captain William was not only well-versed in many fields, but also a true character. The days aboard this ship promised not to be dull at all. While Victor and William were busy exchanging glowing compliments across the Atlantic, Mrs. Ross, far away on the other side of the ocean, finally set foot on her journey home. Good day, madam. It's a pleasure to see you. I'm Kane Jones. My ship, the San Juan, and I will be escorting you home this time. It must be said, the Southern Alliance truly valued their heroine, for they had dispatched their cutting-edge armored cruiser, the San Juan, to ensure her safe passage. Then I'll be relying on your care for the journey, Captain Kane. I trust we'll share some unforgettable moments along the way. With these words, Mrs. Ross gently placed her hand on Captain Kane's proffered arm and, guided by him, boarded the San Juan, a ship perhaps lacking in elegance, but formidable in strength. Raise the anchor, fire up the engines, helm to departure course. And so, at Captain Kane Jones's command, the San Juan carried the Southern Alliance's heroine, Mrs. Ross, as she began her long voyage across the Atlantic toward home. Meanwhile, deep in the forests along the border between the Northern Federation and what was still then a British colonial territory known as the Maple Leaf Country, a wolf's howl pierced the night sky. With that call, Wolverine Logan Howlett led his wolf pack across the border and into Federation land. Some distance behind, in the shadowed woods, a hunter bearing a striking resemblance to Victor tracked Logan and his wolves, rifle in hand. He was none other than Doug Logan, Logan Howlett's half-brother. Though he had narrowly escaped death in their last confrontation, when Rose was killed, he had not abandoned a quest, but instead continued his relentless pursuit of his brother, Wolverine Logan. Logan, for his part, was tormented by grief and guilt over the loss of his first love, Rose. He blamed himself for everything that had happened and chose not to clash with Doug again. Instead, he led his wolf pack southward, seeking to shake off Doug's pursuit. Clearly, he hadn't realized that even crossing the border would not deter Doug's determination to hunt him down. After a long journey by train and carriage, Victor finally arrived at the Northern Federation's port in North Carolina, where he laid eyes on the cutting-edge federal warship he would soon board, the San Jacinto. These ironclad ships, fresh from the dawn of a new era, lacked the grace of sailing vessels and the menacing grandeur of the steel behemoths. Yet to come. Still, these lumbering iron tortoises were but the fledgling forms of the iron giants that would one day rule the seven seas. Although it still had many shortcomings, when pitted against the now increasingly obsolete sailing warships, the ironclad held an overwhelming advantage. After all, one side was practically impervious to damage, while the other could be sent to the bottom after just a few direct hits. These were battles fought on entirely different levels. Interestingly, it wasn't the Northern Federation, with its superior industrial capacity, that first introduced the ironclad to the battlefield, but rather the Southern Confederacy, which had long suffered under the Union's naval blockade. At this point, the now world-renowned Marine Corps was still just a subsidiary branch of the Navy, and it too had been split in two by the Civil War. The southern half was wiped out in its very first engagement, and it was never re-established before the Confederacy fell. Yes, it happened during the First Battle of Bull Run, when the Brooklyn 14th Militia, led in a charge by Victor, crushed them almost as an afterthought. Victor had even wondered at the time why naval troops would turn up with rifles to fight on land, and why their combat skills were so pitiful. It was as if they'd only shown up to be cut down. But I digress. Let's return to the first ironclad of the Southern Navy. Remarkably, this vessel wasn't even built by the Confederacy itself. It was fashioned from the salvaged wreck of the Union cruiser Merrimac. Transformed through a series of ingenious modifications, this ironclad then proceeded to dominate in subsequent engagements, trouncing the hapless Union Navy. The Union's wooden sailing ships, regardless of class, stood no chance against this iron-plated monster. As losses mounted, the Union Navy hastily constructed its own ironclad, the Monitor. These two bizarre-looking vessels, truly, if you're curious, look them up, would soon face off at Hampton Roads in a duel that would go down in naval history. A clumsy but legendary clash. Neither side managed to pierce the other's armor. When both ships finally exhausted their ammunition, the epic engagement ended in a stalemate. Yet strategically, the Southern Navy lost, as they failed to break the Union blockade. Ultimately, faced with the might of the Union's naval blockade, the Confederate Navy adopted a strategy much like that of the German Kriegsmarine in World War II. Commerce raiding. The ironclad San Juan, on which Mrs. Ross was traveling, was a product of this very strategy. Its most distinctive feature was that it was a purely steam-powered ironclad, a secret weapon of the Southern Navy. Powered by a steam-driven heart, it boasted formidable propulsion. Its state-of-the-art breech-loading cannons made it unmatched in firepower, while its steel-forged armor rendered its defenses virtually impenetrable. In short, this ship might be ugly, but it is indeed one of the most formidable ocean-going warships of its era. Its maiden voyage was to Europe, tasked with bringing the Southern heroine home. As for the San Jacinto, the ship that Victor was aboard, it was a steam-in-sail hybrid. Though equipped with steam power, it still carried sails. Its wooden hull was reinforced along both sides from about 2 meters below the waterline up to the upper deck, with a layer of wrought iron armor, roughly 110 to 120 millimeters thick. In theory, this armor could withstand the firepower of any naval cannon of that time. But clearly, the San Juan was not just any naval vessel. Victor and William had no idea that. The ship sent to pick up Mrs. Ross was such a monstrous creation. All the intelligence they had said was that the Southern Navy had dispatched a new warship to escort Mrs. L home. Initially, the Federal Navy's plan was to send an ordinary unarmored steam-in-sail ship to intercept. But after what the Southern Navy had pulled last time, with their Iron Turtle, and considering their recent secret collaboration with the Brits, who knew what tricks they might have up their sleeves this time? Ultimately, out of caution and at President Lincoln's insistence, the Federal Navy agreed to send the San Jacinto, an ironclad that, for its time, was already in advanced, ocean-going warship, to intercept. After all, the other pure ironclads, due to limitations in power and tonnage, were still confined to coastal operations. And so, with no real understanding of their opponent's strength, Victor and William relied on William's rich experience to successfully deduce the San Juan's return route. They managed to intercept her at sea. What on earth is that thing? Is it a battleship made entirely of steel? But when they finally saw their target, both Victor and the rest of the San Jacinto's crew were struck dumb. Of course, William was shocked because it was his first time seeing a long-range warship made entirely of steel, while Victor was simply appalled by its ugliness. In his mind, Ironclads were supposed to have the elegant lines of future warships, not the awkward, blocky appearance of this long iron lump before them. Still, the shock soon gave way to the business at hand. The battle had to go on. After all, both William and Victor were men of the world. They weren't about to let some ironclad scare them into trembling in their boots. Ready for a trial shot? Fire. It had to be said, the Navy men who followed William were all seasoned professionals. Their first salvo struck the enemy, though the results were a bit. Sir, we've hit them. A shell fired from the San Jacinto traced a graceful arc through the sky and struck the enemy's broadside with precision, only to bounce harmlessly away, failing even to explode. Shut up. I saw it. It was like getting hit by a baseball. Adjust our position and keep firing. Had William been playing a game at that moment, his screen would have surely flashed a string of alerts. Our shells have failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. It seems we have some uninvited guests dropping by. I wonder if they stumbled upon us by chance, or perhaps, my beautiful lady, you are their true objective. On the other side, as the San Jacinto flying the Federal Navy's colors appeared within their line of sight, both Captain Jones and Lady Ross felt a stir of anxiety, enough to interrupt the romantic moment they were sharing. My beloved Captain, since they've come all this way, whether by chance or in pursuit of me, you'll protect me, won't you? As she spoke, Lady Ross rested her hand gently on Captain Jones's neck and nestled herself into his embrace. Everyone, prepare to engage the enemy. Record keepers ready to log the data. This is our first battle against the San Juan, the beginning of our hope to break through the northern blockade. We cannot afford to fail. Though he gave the command to ready for battle, Jones did not order an immediate attack. Instead, he allowed the San Jacinto to launch its assault. It was a risky move, but his faith in the invincibility of his ship was unshakable. More importantly, he intended to gather precious combat data. If all went well, this vessel would become the Southern Navy's ace up its sleeve. Captain, we've been hit. Before long, shells from the Federal warships struck the San Juan, but true to Jones's hopes, the ship emerged from the barrage completely unscathed. I know, but wasn't it just like being smacked by a baseball? Time for us to strike back. At Jones's command, the San Juan revealed its menacing fangs. As the gun ports swung open, one after another, the cannons rolled out, soon followed by a thunderous volley. Captain, we've hit them. The report from the Southern Marines was punctuated by a succession of explosions and billowing smoke. In an instant, the San Jacinto was swallowed by a sea of fire. But as the smoke cleared, it became apparent that the barrage had left little more than a few scorch marks on the San Jacintos. Ironclad hull. The shells had failed to pierce their target, though a handful of sailors, caught in the blast, had been injured. This firepower seems a bit lacking. Make a note of it at once. When we get back, have the Armory Department find a solution. Clearly, the fangs of the San Juan were still not sharp enough, as they had just chipped on the ironclad plates of the San Jacinto. Yet if this barrage continued, the first to falter would undoubtedly be Victor's crew. After all, even though the San Jacinto had taken hits, it wasn't completely unaffected. We have to find a way to break through their defenses. Otherwise, it's a court-martial waiting for us when we return. Or if their ammunition runs dry and we're still afloat, maybe we can try boarding them in close combat. William quickly realized the unfavorable situation they were in, and he gave Victor a rather pragmatic suggestion. At this point, half their shells bounced off that iron turtle with barely a mark, and even those that exploded left little evidence behind. Though the enemy's guns couldn't pierce their armor just yet, the damage would only build up the longer the fight dragged on, and casualties were an ever-present concern. Tell me, do you think if we use both the wind and the steam engine, we might ram a hole in that thing's hull? As William directed his sailors to dodge enemy fire and return shots of their own, Victor's attention was captured by the steel ram on the bow of the San Jacinto. In theory, it's possible, but I doubt it would do much. Their ship's made entirely of steel. Maybe we'd only manage a small breach, and we'd probably end up badly damaged ourselves. Lose propulsion, even. William clearly didn't think much of Victor's idea, though he'd misunderstood Victor's true intention. As long as we can open up even a small gap, that's enough. If you can punch a hole, I'll storm inside and finish everyone off myself. Hearing this, William shot Victor a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" But under Victor's fierce, unyielding gaze, he turned and gave the order. "Helmsman, change course. Fire up the steam engines. Prepare to ram the enemy ship." With William's command, the San Jacinto first used its steam power to cut against the wind for some distance. Then, quite suddenly, it swung its bow around, unfurled its sails, and charged at full speed toward the San Juan. Are they retreating? Why are they heading into the wind? Wait, no, they're turning again. They're coming straight at us. Helmsman, hard to starboard, evasive maneuvers. Jones saw through Victor's plan almost immediately, but by then, it was already too late to dodge. The San Jacinto, braving a fierce barrage from the San Juan, charged swiftly toward her opponent's port side, ramming into her before the enemy could evade. With a thunderous crash, the ram of the San Jacinto drove deep into the San Juan's flank. But in that moment of impact, the San Jacinto herself suffered grievous damage. Several sailors lost their lives in the collision. Those who survived, however, had no time to mourn, for an even bloodier boarding battle had begun. The first to leap through the breach was always Victor Clyde, and, spurred on by his audacity, the others followed him into the fray. A brutal melee broke out within the San Juan's hull. Though one might call it fierce, in truth, it was Victor the Sabretooth single-handedly butchering the Southern soldiers in a one-sided slaughter. Mrs. Ross, it seems I was too arrogant. I underestimated our enemy's resolve and courage. Yet our Southern Alliance Navy is not lacking in heroes either. For your safety, you'd best go to the lifeboat cabin now. I must lead my men to drive back those damn Northerners. After ordering his men to escort Mrs. Ross to the lifeboat cabin, Jones turned and led his group toward the breach in the San Juan. By now, Victor had already unleashed a killing spree, entering a near-mythic state of carnage. The narrow corridors made the fighting all the more gruesome. A swift, simple slash was all he needed to dispatch his foes. Those who tried to ambush him from bends and corners found nowhere to hide from his beast-like instincts, kicked to death or their throats crushed and tossed aside. When Jones and his men finally reached Victor, they saw him snapping the neck of his own first mate, then tossing the corpse away. As for the bosun, he'd been slain by a single blow to the left shoulder, dying a grisly death at the corridor's entrance, where an unspeakable mess stained the floor. The bodies of other Southern officers and sailors lay scattered everywhere, their blood pooling in a shallow layer along the short passageway. Victor Sabretooth Clyde. I hadn't expected the federal government to value me and Mrs. Ross so highly as to send you to hunt us down. Aren't they afraid you'll sink their ship and end up feeding the fish yourself? Clearly, Jones had studied Victor's reputation and, judging by the ferocity of the fight, recognized him at once. After all, there was only one man who could have single-handedly wiped out almost all his officers and crew. You actually know who I am? Well, it seems you're not just some bottom feeder, then. State your name. I do kill nameless nobodies, but you're worth remembering. After all, you nearly managed to feed me to the fishes. In reality, just moments before the collision, a cannon shot from the San Juan had landed right beside Victor, blasting him off his feet and sending him flying. If it hadn't been for his quick reflexes, grabbing the rail and hauling himself back aboard, he'd have ended up taking an unplanned swim in the sea. Jones hadn't managed to block Victor's advance for long. Soon enough, Victor reached the cabin where Mrs. Ross was hiding. By this time, Mrs. Ross and a few sailors from the Southern Army had already boarded a lifeboat and were making their escape, though they hadn't gotten very far. When Jones decided to lead his men to confront the Sabretooth, Mrs. Ross knew he was doomed. So, as soon as she entered the cabin, she used her abilities to take control of the sailors, and with their help, she successfully boarded the lifeboat. Just as Mrs. Ross thought she had made her escape, William, who had been knocked unconscious by the earlier cannon blast, regained consciousness. He quickly spotted Mrs. Ross's lifeboat. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to drag over a cannon. After a bit of hurried aiming, he fired. The shot hit its mark, earning him the first achievement and the MVP of the day, leaving Victor with nothing but the sight of William's dashing silhouette and his windswept curls fading into the distance. Days later, Mrs. Ross's body washed up on a stretch of coastline in South Carolina. Bloated and pale from the seawater, she had already begun to rot. Yet another legendary figure of the Southern Confederacy had met her end at Victor's hands. Meanwhile, at the edge of a forest in the Federal West, a wolf pack was bidding farewell to its leader. Logan Howlett, after living among the wolves for so long, had finally decided to return to human society. Of course, part of his decision was not wanting to drag the pack into the conflict between him and his brother, Doug Logan. A werewolf? Someone who could talk to wolves? What kind of nonsense is that? Tina, we're a proper department, not some debunking show or late-night science program. With Mrs. Ross's matter settled, a new report from the western border landed on Victor's desk. What's a late-night science program? Anyway, it's our department's job to handle the supernatural, isn't it? That's why cases like this always end up with us. Speaking of which, boss, your nickname's Sabretooth. Can you turn into a tiger man or something? Tina, Victor's secretary, didn't quite get his joke, but she was clearly fascinated by his stories and the legends that surrounded him. At first, she was actually quite reluctant to be transferred under the command of an officer rumored to tear enemies apart with his bare hands and kill. Without blinking an eye, she was still young. She didn't want to be devoured by the saber-toothed tiger, and then swatted away without a second thought. But after she made the move, she found, to her surprise, that Victor was unexpectedly easygoing with his own people. And when he sneaked a drink in his office during work hours, and she, sticking to the rules, asked him to hand it over, he actually obeyed without protest. His expression, at those moments, reminded her of a child who's just had their favorite toy taken away. Unexpectedly endearing. Still, she suspected he was sneaking drinks behind her back, since she often picked up a faint trace of alcohol on him. What on earth is a tiger-headed man supposed to be? Honestly, they're sending us to deal with something just based on rumors and legends? That's way too cheap for our talents. Clearly, Victor had no interest in getting involved with this kind of case. He had more pressing matters, like recruiting new people. He couldn't go on acting as a lone wolf forever. After resolving the situation with Mrs. Ross, the higher-ups had given him special approval for a rapid response team. But in reality, it just meant they threw the M Company, already under his command, back to him. As for the commander of this unit, it was his former adjutant, Tom. Both Tom and the lads from M Company were genuinely thrilled to be back under Victor's command. And with better pay and benefits, that was double the joy. It's not just rumors. There are photos and eyewitnesses, too. Look, here's a photo. This person's hands can grow long, sharp claws. Boss, you could do that too, right? Come on, let me see. No sooner had his secretary Tina finished speaking than the photo in her hand vanished in a thin air. Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, looked at the blurry figure in the photo, claws extending from both hands, and a cold, sharp smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. How'd you get this photo? Are you sure it isn't just a fake, made by locals to grab attention? Victor already had a pretty good idea who the person in the photo was, but there were still details he needed to confirm, like why Wolverine had been caught on camera and under what circumstances. It's not just the photo. There are plenty of eyewitnesses. The photo you're holding was taken by a local reporter, and rumor has it the werewolf was fighting a bear at the time. Tina was a little put out by Victor's skepticism. She was fascinated by all things supernatural, and she especially wanted to see Victor in action against a werewolf, to find out if he really would turn into a tiger-headed man. Tina, go get train tickets ready, and have Tom assemble the team. We're going to pay this so-called werewolf a visit. When will we finally have a departmental private jet? Best not to think about it. Let's hope the person in the photo really is you, Wolverine Logan. After giving Tina her instructions, Victor found himself brooding again. He had to take a train to the west, which filled him with resentment. He was more than a little envious of the futuristic aircraft of the future X-Men and the SHIELD helicarrier, but in these days, where even gliders didn't exist, he had no choice but to sit quietly on the train. Besides, the department didn't have much funding, so they had to buy their own train tickets for every mission and could only afford regular passenger cars. All the military trains had been dispatched to support the Southern Front. Victor had heard that the Union had just won a great victory at Gettysburg, successfully repelling the invading Southern Confederates. Yet General Hooker, who had once promoted him, wasn't the one in command anymore. He'd been replaced by General George Meade. But all of that was, for the moment, no longer his concern. Now that he was directly under the president's command, it would be tough to return to the front lines again, unless some colossal crisis arose. After the Battle of Gettysburg, the backbone of the South was more or less broken. All that remained was to wait for them to bleed themselves dry. Even though the impending victory in the Civil War should have been cause for celebration, Victor couldn't shake the feeling that he'd forgotten something important. But after racking his brain to no avail, he gave up on remembering and instead focused on how to recruit Wolverine. After all, he wasn't the protagonist of some over-the-top web novel, where he could just march up, exuding a kingly aura and a debuff for everyone else's intelligence, shout Logan, my long-lost brother, and have Wolverine immediately drop to his knees in recognition, the two of them instantly becoming best friends and rampaging through the Marvel Universe together. Just picturing such a scene made Victor cringe with embarrassment. It was a fantasy so absurd he couldn't bear to imagine it. At this point in time, Wolverine wasn't yet the superhero he would one day become. He hovered between savagery and humanity, facing the same kind of crossroads Victor himself had once confronted. To put it plainly, Wolverine was dangerously unstable right now. To ordinary people, he was a walking catastrophe. If he was provoked, he was just as capable of killing without hesitation. Victor's mission, then, was to find Logan before he went on a killing spree and bring him into the fold, or at the very least, keep him within his own sphere of influence. That way, he could prevent others from manipulating or exploiting him in the future. Some people close their eyes at night, and another day has passed. Some close their eyes and never open them again, a whole lifetime gone. Victor, on the other hand, had drifted in and out of sleep several times before the sluggish, snail-paced steam train finally brought him to his destination, a small town on the edge of the Union frontier. This town was a tangled mosaic of cultures and secrets, Indians, Englishmen, Americans, immigrants, all mixed together, and it was possible that fugitives were hiding among them. Given the complicated situation in town, Victor ordered Tom to organize the team, then led the others to the nearest federal military camp, telling them only to show up again when he needed them. As for Victor himself, he changed into plain clothes, draped a mink scarf around his neck, clamped a cigar between his teeth, and, with his arm around his secretary Tina, who had also changed into casual attire, swaggered openly into the town. "Sir, are you sure this is going to work? Won't the townspeople recognize who we are? And besides, I don't even have a boyfriend yet." But clearly, Victor paid her words no mind. Just like that, he was mistaken for a newcomer boss, flaunting his beautiful companion, drawing little more than the idol. Curiosity and greedy stares of a few unsavory types. No one realized that what was really on the new boss's mind was how he didn't look cool enough without sunglasses. Shortly after entering the town, Victor set about finding himself a place to stay. At first, he planned to book a room at an inn for convenience's sake, but his secretary flatly refused to share a room with him, while getting separate rooms seemed too suspicious. In the end, he went straight to one of the local gang leaders. After Tina gave the boss and his cronies a thorough lesson in moral character, Victor, then with his bare hands, bent the prized revolver that the boss had pulled from his waistband. And so, just like that, a new boss was born, Mr. Creed. "Young man, you really shouldn't spend all day playing with your gun. Gather your boys. We're heading to the biggest bar in town to celebrate. Drinks are on me." With that, Victor tossed the mangled revolver, now nothing more than a lump of twisted metal, back to the gang leader, and, ignoring Tina's protesting glare, wrapped his arm around her and headed for the town's largest bar. Where did these two monsters come from? That little girl doesn't look that old, but she fights like a demon. She could take down a dozen of us without breaking sweat. And that guy, is he even human? Brock, the former gang boss, shuddered as he remembered how Victor had crushed his gun as easily as if it were a piece of cake, and recalled the recent rumors about werewolves in the area. He hurriedly called his men to follow their new boss. The gang members, on the other hand, were delighted by their new boss's generosity. Sure, getting beaten up by a little girl was humiliating, but she was the new boss's woman, wasn't she? Clearly, she was no ordinary person. For men scraping by at the bottom of the heap, such self-consolation was all they had to keep going. Victor sensed that Brock and the others had followed behind and decided that, as far as former gang bosses went, Brock was at least clever enough. He figured he'd spare their lives, send them to re-education through labor at most, provided, of course, they hadn't killed any innocents. With the familiar face of Brock leading the way, Victor naturally blended into the crowd at the tavern and began the indulgent drinking session he'd been dreaming of. All this talk about carrying out a mission. I can see you're just here to drink, and you're even taking advantage of me. When we get back, I'm confiscating all your hidden stash. Clearly, Victor had no idea he'd already managed to infuriate his little secretary. Once they returned, all those precious bottles he'd been hoarding would be in serious trouble. Unaware of the brewing storm, Victor continued to drink merrily, having already outdrunk 5 burly men. In the tavern, there was nothing more popular than someone like Victor, generous, boisterous, and able to hold his liquor. He soon became the life of the party and got exactly the information he was after. Not long ago, a stranger much like Victor himself had arrived in town, going by the name Logan. However, this man kept to himself, rarely venturing out, except to head for the woods outside town each day, always with a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, as if searching for or tracking something. There had been those who tried to mess with him. One such would-be troublemaker was found dead in the town's gutter the very next day. Given how things worked around here, the sheriff just chalked it up to a drunken accident, fell in and drowned, case closed. He goes in the woods every day with a rifle. What is he up to? Tina, let's go. Once he'd found out where Logan was staying, Victor whispered a few instructions to Tina and sent her off to find Tom. Yet he didn't realize that the stranger who looked just like him, as described by his drunken companion, really did bear an uncanny resemblance. After sending his secretary Tina off, Victor asked Brock to take the boys back to their hideout. He wasn't worried about any of them running off after all. Then, alone, Victor made his way toward the small cabin where, according to his drinking buddy, Logan was staying. The tightly shut door ahead told Victor its owner was not home at the moment. But that didn't stop Victor from tracking him. With his beast-like senses, no trail could escape him. Soon, following the faintest of clues, he ventured deep into the forest and quickly caught up to his quarry. A tall figure appeared in his line of sight. But the moment Victor laid eyes on the man, the others seemed to sense him as well, suddenly picking up the pace and veering off, trying to shake Victor from his tail. Such efforts were clearly in vain. The distance between them closed rapidly. When Victor was less than 3 meters away, bang! A sharp gunshot rang out through the forest. Just as Victor was about to catch his target, the man spun around, firing his shotgun straight at Victor. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Victor took a direct hit to the chest. The force hurled him backward, blood and flesh torn open across his chest. It turned out that the gun in his hand was actually a trench gun, or, to use a more familiar term, a shotgun. In other words, the kind of weapon people often call a scattergun. This sort of thing is nearly useless in long-range shootouts, but in close-quarters combat, it's nothing short of a king of raw, devastating power. Cough, cough. Damn it, who are you? Using weapons for a sneak attack isn't the style of Wolverine, James Logan Howlett. Because the other man wore a cloak and kept his face hidden beneath a hood, Victor couldn't figure out his identity. He forced himself to slow the healing of his wounds, feigning weakness and the verge of death in hopes of getting the stranger to talk. I should be asking what kind of monster you are. How do you know that damn beast's name? And what happened to your face? As Victor tried to make sense of the cloaked man's words, his opponent pulled off his hat, revealing a face that looked almost 80% similar to Victor's own. Oh, shit, are you Doug Logan? 1,000 wild llamas seemed to stampede through Victor's heart as realization dawned, leaving his fragile nerves trampled to pieces. You know my name too? Now I'm even more curious about who you are. But for now, why don't you just go to hell? As Doug raised his shotgun to finish Victor off, Victor suddenly sprang up, tackling him and knocking the weapon from his hand. Doug, caught completely off guard, crashed to the ground, only to see, to his shock, that all of Victor's wounds had vanished, and that Victor's hands now sported gleaming claws. I knew it. Damn it. You're a freak too. I'm going to kill you. Though Doug had been knocked down, he wasn't about to lie there and wait for death. He scrambled to his feet and launched a furious counterattack at Victor. Victor, who had assumed Doug was just an ordinary man, was caught off guard and took a savage flurry of blows, falling hard to the ground. Damn it. I knew it. There's no way this was going to be simple. Reeling from a powerful punch, Victor twisted around and threw Doug off him. Now, he realized he had to take this Wolverine's half-brother seriously. In truth, Wolverine's healing factor wasn't inherited entirely from his mother. It was the result of a fusion between both parents' genes. His mother's Hudson bloodline blessed him with a superhuman ability to heal, while his father's genes endowed him with bestial instincts and a powerful physique. Doug, for his part, had always been able to track Logan down with uncanny ease, even after all these years, precisely because he too had inherited his father's animal instincts and formidable strength. And when he finally found Logan, he was able to overpower him for a time, beating him so badly that Logan was completely disoriented. But in the end, he lost to the raging Wolverine simply because he lacked a healing factor. Now, as he faced Victor, the fight was not his favor, though they were evenly matched in terms of brute strength when it came to combat skill. Doug had learned much from the old Wolverine, but he still couldn't compare to Victor's years of hard-earned experience on the battlefield. So, once Victor got serious, Doug began to lose ground. Every attack he launched was either perfectly blocked or met with a swift counterattack, as Victor exploited even the smallest opening. Even when Doug managed to land a hit, Victor's wounds would instantly heal, erasing any advantage Doug might have gained. In the end, when Doug Logan realized the tide had turned against him and tried to escape, his exhaustion betrayed him. Victor seized the opportunity, tackled him to the ground, and wrapped an unbreakable grip around his neck. This time, his opponent was not Wolverine, and there would be no childhood friend rushing in to save his skin. So, in the end, Victor snapped Doug's neck from behind. Just to be sure, Victor used the Bear Grylls decapitation method, removing only the head but not consuming it. And thus, Doug Logan, Wolverine's older brother, met his end. Huff, huff. If Doug Logan was here, that means Wolverine can't be far. But with Doug's skills, there's no reason it should have taken him this long to find him. In fact, there was a reason Doug lost track of Wolverine. At that very moment, Logan had encountered a formidable foe, Wendigo. After parting ways with the wolves, Logan was ready to start a new life. But fate had other plans. He crossed paths with a creature from native legend, the Wendigo, in the snowy forests near the border of Canada and the Federation. This savage beast, covered in white fur, at least, that's how the Wendigo appears in the Marvel Universe. Curious readers can check out. X-Men, Blue Team, feeds on human flesh. In a parallel universe, Wolverine's son Hudson once faced such a creature and managed to kill it. But the Wendigo that Wolverine encountered was even larger and more powerful, which meant it had devoured even more people. For weeks, they clashed, again and again in the woods, their fights leaving Doug empty-handed time after time, until he finally had no choice but to hole up in a nearby town. The truth was Wolverine had no desire to keep up this deadly game, but the Wendigo refused to let him go. And the reason for that went back to the day they first met. Because of the blizzard that lasted a week, The Wendigo had not eaten for days and finally waited for the snow to stop. Not long after he stepped outside, he spotted a meal, Wolverine Logan. He slipped forward decisively, hoping to ambush the target, but to his surprise, he was discovered. Still, being found didn't matter. He braced himself for a head-on clash. After all, it was just a mere human. But that frontal assault nearly got him killed by Wolverine. Yet in the process, he made a remarkable discovery. This human was an absolute treasure to him. After biting off a chunk of Logan's flesh and swallowing it, he watched as the wound healed instantly, as if nothing had happened. It was just like those chives people talk about. He thought, cut them down and they grow right back. If he could drag this man back to his lair, he'd never have to worry about running out of meat again. Dreams are always lush, but reality is harsh. Wendigo soon realized he was evenly matched with this opponent. In strength, speed, agility, and stamina, neither had the upper hand. The 3 bone claws that extended from Logan's hands could easily pierce Wendigo's hide, and Logan could recover from wounds with astounding speed. If Wendigo didn't have the ability to heal by devouring flesh, he would have been riddled with holes by now. Wherever their battles broke out, the area would be left in ruins. Whenever one side began to lose ground, he would retreat for a while, only to return soon after and continue the struggle. Of course, it was usually Wendigo who withdrew. Wolverine found Wendigo's persistence infuriating, but he could never quite land a killing blow, always missing by a hair. In the end, his quarry would escape once again. Meanwhile, after Victor had finished off Doug Logan, he looked down at Doug's body lying on the ground and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for the man. Doug's first love didn't care for him, nor did she care for his brother. But now, no one who remembered or cared for Doug remained. In truth, the only person left in the world who truly knew Doug was Wolverine, Logan's grandfather, Old Howlett. Even Wolverine himself knew little about this long-lost brother, and Old Howlett merely regarded him as a servant. Doug's only family, his younger brother Wolverine Logan, had turned against him because of his actions. But this was a bed Doug had made for himself. As the saying goes, those whom fate pities often have their own share of blame. After a moment's reflection, Victor chose to give Doug a proper burial. The man was dead. The past was over. Even though Doug had tried to kill him, he had paid for it with his life. In the end, laying Doug to rest, rather than leaving him to become a beast's meal, was Victor's final gesture of respect to a worthy adversary. Just like that, by the time Victor returned to town after burying Doug Logan, Brock the Snakehead and his lackeys had already been sent off for labor reform by Tom. In fact, when Tom led the squad to arrest them, Brock was so terrified he nearly wet himself. He thought the military had come for him because he'd helped that Southern rebel spy sneak across the border. The town, too, was placed under martial law with the arrival of the military. Victor's plan was simple. If Wolverine could be recruited, he'd bring him in directly. If it came to a fight, he'd subdue him, bring him back, and take his time breaking him in. And if Wolverine was captured, he'd need someone to guard him. After all, before Wolverine got his adamantium, sheer numbers could still hold him down. But in the end, Victor didn't manage to catch him. So he could only order Tina and Tom to lead the team and withdraw from town. He himself, however, didn't leave with them. Instead, he set off toward the vast stretch of forest outside town. He could feel it. Wolverine was out there somewhere, not far away. It was a strange sensation. Even though it was the first time, he knew instantly that was Logan the Wolverine, because that was the sin of his own kind. Wendigo. Even from a distance, Victor could hear Wendigo's furious roar. Judging by the sound alone, it seemed things weren't looking so good for the creature. Looks like I'd better pick up the pace. The thought of Logan killing Wendigo and then vanishing without a trace made Victor quicken his stride. Fortunately, when he arrived, the two were still locked in a fierce battle. Claws raked and slashed, blows exchanged in a relentless back and forth. But it was clear that Wendigo was faring much worse. The monster's once snow-white fur was now almost entirely stained crimson with its own blood, while Logan seemed utterly unscathed, still full of energy, launching attack after attack. Though he hadn't yet acquired his adamantium and could only pierce with his bone claws, not slice, Logan's great strength and agility more than made up for it. Again and again, he drove those bone claws into Wendigo. He was injuring Wendigo faster than the creature could heal, a fact made plain by the blood-matted fur and the gaping wounds. With every drop of blood lost, Wendigo's strength and speed waned. It could no longer land a hit on Logan, and without a mouthful of flesh and blood, it couldn't heal itself. At this point, Wendigo was trapped in a downward spiral. Wolverine, fueled by his berserker rage, would only fight harder and fiercer, while Wendigo grew weaker with every exchange. Total defeat was now only a matter of time. It wasn't dead yet, only because Logan hadn't figured out how to finish it off with a single blow. But Victor's sudden arrival changed the whole situation. Both Wendigo and Logan sensed danger from this unexpected intruder. They stopped attacking each other and stepped back, resuming their standoff while shifting part of their attention to Victor. The moment Logan saw Victor's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Doug Logan, he was visibly stunned. Wendigo, seizing this opportunity, lunged at Logan without hesitation. In truth, ever since Wendigo had started losing ground, it had been looking for a chance to escape. The fact that this new arrival, Victor, was also human only made its urge to flee even stronger. But Wendigo knew that if it turned and ran right now, exhausted as it was, there was no way it could outrun the furious Wolverine Logan. It had already tried before, which was why the two of them had been locked in the struggle for so long. Its only hope was to seize the right moment, deal Logan a devastating blow, and then recover some strength by devouring his flesh. Only then did it stand a chance of escaping alive. As for killing Logan outright after landing a critical hit, Wendigo had tried that before, too, and it was impossible. With Logan's savage counterattacks, Wendigo knew it would be the first to fall. After all, its own healing had its limits. A mortal wound to the heart or brain would still kill it. But Logan was different. No matter how badly he was hurt, he would recover. In that split second when Logan was stunned, Wendigo seized its chance. It tackled Logan to the ground and lunged at his throat, jaws wide. But just as its jaws were about to close, Wendigo found itself unable to bite down. Logan's claws had pierced straight through both sides of its midsection, and in the next instant, Victor delivered a brutal kick to Wendigo's head. Victor's kick, delivered with all his strength, hit Wendigo with the force of a speeding truck. The creature was sent flying backward, blood spraying from its waist, until it crashed into a tree as thick as a man's arm and finally came to a stop. The impact left Wendigo's head ringing, its vision swimming. It tried several times to haul itself up, but only managed to collapse back to the ground. Logan and Victor, of course, weren't about to let it off so easily. In short, after Logan and Victor subjected it to an exceptionally bloody onslaught, the battered Wendigo, heart torn out and body covered in wounds, finally drew its last breath. My name is Victor. Victor Creed, Lieutenant Colonel in the Federal Army and leader of Team X. I figured you might need this. Before Logan could say a word, Victor introduced himself, tossing his own coat to Logan in the process. As it turned out, after living with wolves for so long and surviving on raw meat, Logan's clothes had long since been torn to shreds. In other words, the young Wolverine, standing in front of Victor now, was almost entirely unclothed, having only just reached adulthood. Fortunately, he was a mutant. Otherwise, he might have frozen to death by now. Victor? All right. I thought you might be someone I knew. You should know, even if you hadn't helped, I could have handled that monster on my own. Hey, this coat is really uncomfortable to wear. After going so long without clothing, the sudden sensation of fabric against his skin made Logan feel awkward and ill at ease. Yet, even in such a sorry state, reduced to having nothing left to wear, his pride remained unshaken. I know you don't need help. I can sense it. You're the type who can look after himself, much like I am. But tell me, have you ever considered joining us? Victor agreed with what Logan said, then seized the moment to extend an invitation. Us? What do you mean by that? Honestly, I'm pretty curious about you, both as a person and about this X-team of yours. Clearly, one conversation wasn't enough to win Logan over. Even though he could sense that Victor was a kindred spirit, someone with good intentions, the world had been far too cruel to him. Tragedy and disaster followed him wherever he went, some caused by fate, others by the malice of people. All right, I suppose you've noticed, we're alike, you and I. Our abilities are so similar, it's almost as if we're brothers. As for the X-Team, it's a group that brings together people like us to handle monsters like the one we just faced, things ordinary folks simply can't deal with. Victor wasn't surprised that Logan didn't agree right away. As long as Logan was willing to talk, there was hope. It was certainly better than having claws come out immediately and a fight breaking out, though Victor wouldn't have backed down from that either. If I refuse, does that mean I'll be dealt with like that monster was? After all, people like us are no different from monsters in the eyes of ordinary folks, right? And if I do join your so-called X-Team, does that mean I have to take your orders? I wonder if you're really up to the task. With that, Logan bared the claws on both hands and lunged forward. Clearly, his long life in the wild had left him more beast than man, and if anyone wanted his respect, they'd have to earn it in combat first. Interesting. Then let's settle who gives the orders the old-fashioned way. Winner takes command. In truth, Victor had long been prepared for a fight with Wolverine, and there was even a flicker of anticipation in his heart. After all, at this point in his life, there were precious few who could truly stand as his opponents. Red Wolf was 1. Dog Logan might count as half, and the rest hardly qualified as worthy adversaries. Now, he would finally add Wolverine Logan to that short list. Back in his army days, Victor could still unleash his fury on the battlefield, cutting down enemies with abandon. But after the formation of the X-Team, such opportunities became far rarer. To this day, the X-Team had only carried out 2 missions. This was their 3rd. Although Victor no longer struggled to control himself, this kind of life was still dreadfully dull to him. That was why he'd sneak a drink or 2 whenever he could, just to break the monotony. Now, at last, he had the chance to face Logan in an above-board fight, and Victor was genuinely delighted and exhilarated. Yet, as soon as they traded blows, Wolverine quickly found himself on the back foot. Wolverine might have had experience in underground boxing matches and survived life-and-death struggles with wolf packs in the wild, but he had never systematically studied combat techniques. In short, he was entirely self-taught, a brawler, not a trained fighter. Victor, on the other hand, had rigorously studied all kinds of martial arts from books, then put those lessons to practice on the battlefield. Taking advantage of his time in the military, he had also undergone systematic training in all kinds of lethal hand-to-hand combat techniques used by the armed forces. At first, Wolverine was holding back a little, afraid he might accidentally kill Victor. But then Victor deliberately left an opening and let Logan stab him, showcasing his own healing ability. Seeing this, Logan finally let loose and fought with abandon. It took barely more than 10 minutes for their measured back and forth, with each trading attacks and defenses, to devolve into a wild slugfest where both men abandoned defense and focused solely on offense. And soon enough, what began as mutual injury became a one-sided thrashing, Sabretooth Victor dominating Wolverine. Hey, that's enough, Logan. Neither of us is going to beat the other like this. So what do you say? How about coming back with me? I could spar with you every day if you want. And when I go out to rough someone up, you can tag along, just like we handled that Wendigo today. After knocking Logan to the ground yet again, Victor extended his invitation once more. This time, Logan didn't refuse. He simply retracted his claws in silence. Come on, let's get you something to wear first. Wouldn't be right for you to follow me back to Washington like that. Seeing Logan's acquiescence, Victor understood the answer. He gave his new companion a once-over, then spoke again. Looking at Logan's powerful, well-proportioned muscles, especially those sharply defined abs, and that handsome, youthful face, it was clear why he would one day have girlfriends and lovers lining up for him, earning the reputation of a real lady killer. Victor would never admit it, but deep down, he did feel a twinge of jealousy, especially when their secretary Tina first set eyes on Wolverine. Her gaze practically sparkled with excitement. There it was, another innocent heart lost to the charms of Wolverine Logan. But, young lady, you're blonde, and Logan has a thing for redheads. You don't stand a chance. Stop staring. Aren't you at least a little embarrassed? Go grab some clothes for Logan. Victor playfully rapped the blushing secretary on the head, who was still peeking at Logan through her fingers and shooed her off to fetch him something to wear. Turning back, Victor couldn't resist teasing Logan. What he didn't realize was that the secretary hadn't just been sneaking glances at Logan. During their earlier tussle, Victor's own shirt had been shredded to rags, so she'd gotten a good look at both of them. In her mind, she'd even compared the two, ultimately deciding that Victor was the more muscular one, which, truth be told, was the real reason for her crimson cheeks. Maybe following this man might not be such a bad idea after all. Watching Victor mingle so naturally with the others, Logan thought to himself. He could tell that both the soldiers and that young woman genuinely respected and trusted Victor. Commander Victor, urgent delivery. Tina hurried back, carrying a set of military fatigues for Logan, then quickly turned and handed Victor an express envelope. Return to Washington immediately. The moment Victor received the urgent dispatch from Washington, he ordered Tina to arrange train tickets for their return, while Tom was assigned to stay behind and handle the aftermath of the Wendigo incident. Looks like your department keeps you busy. Or is it just that you're so capable you get all the work? Watching Tina and Tom rush off, Logan commented to Victor. Clearly, he was still coming to terms with his new role. First off, it's not your department, it's our department. Second, while we are pretty capable, things have actually been quiet until now. That's why. We had time to handle this little matter. But judging by that urgent message from operations, we might really be facing some trouble this time. Victor first corrected Logan's wording, then gave a brief explanation of the situation. Clearly, though, Logan hadn't been paying much attention. Oh, trouble? What kind of trouble? Is it something like a Wendigo? I love trouble, because I'll show them who the real troublemaker is. Victor listened to the slightly melodramatic words of Logan, who had just come of age, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Still, he couldn't help but agree with Logan in his heart. An immature Wolverine truly was nothing but trouble. But now, Logan was one of their own. No matter how troublesome he might be, he had to have his back, right? After all, the two of them were so much alike, it was almost as if they were brothers. Looking at the inexperienced Logan now, Victor couldn't help but remember his own younger days, though Logan's situation was certainly not as dire as his had been. Logan, untamed and wild, had never been tormented as Victor once was, so the rage that burned within Victor at that age didn't exist in the younger man. Fortunately, Victor had eventually found a different path. Thanks to family and love, he hadn't become a mindless beast, a killing machine. And now, he wanted to keep Logan from following that same dark road. After all, their near-immortal lifespans and their terrifying skill at killing made them targets. Easy prey for those who would use them for their own ends. That's why they needed to be like brothers, standing side by side, inseparable. They both had to grow stronger so that no one could ever use them again, so they could wipe out anyone who stood in their way and survive in this treacherous world. "Sir, is something wrong?" Tina, the young secretary, had just returned with their tickets and found her boss lost in thought, something that didn't happen often. As for Wolverine, he was still wriggling uncomfortably, struggling with the uniform he had just put on. After years of running wild with the wolves, suddenly wearing clothes made him feel restrained and awkward. The sharp, tailored military uniform now looked ragged and ill-fitting on him, as if he were a vagrant. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about a few things. Do we have the train tickets? Let's get moving. Hey, Logan, enough fidgeting, will you? You look like you're covered in fleas." After putting a stop to Logan's squirming, Victor, Logan, and the young secretary climbed into the carriage Tina had prepared and set off for the train station. They were to take the night train back to Washington. Meanwhile, far to the south in Mississippi, a conspiracy targeting the federal president was quietly taking shape. With Jackson's death, the Southern troops led by Robert Lee found themselves in increasingly dire straits on the battlefield. The South, lacking industry, couldn't even supply shoes for its soldiers. Many of the Southern men fought barefoot on the front lines. In the realm of foreign affairs, the loss of Mrs. Ross, combined with Lincoln's exceptional political acumen, left Britain and France with no pretext to intervene in the war. Yet Lincoln's policy of issuing new currency had already begun to seriously undermine their interests. Meanwhile, among the Native Americans in the West, who had suffered greatly under federal oppression and exploitation, a group of visionaries emerged. Opponents of the Union quietly formed the so-called United Nations. After much deliberation, they finally resolved, as the Southern Army suffered defeat after defeat and the Confederacy neared its end. Lincoln must die. However, before the assassination could proceed, they needed to eliminate all factors and individuals that might jeopardize the mission's success, and they still had to find the right assassin and the perfect moment to strike. First on their list was Victor, known as Sabretooth Tiger, Lincoln's household cat in name, but his sharpest fang in truth. This dangerous big cat had taken down both the Confederacy's war hero, Stonewall Jackson, and the secret weapon, Mrs. Ross. The threat he posed was beyond words, particularly when reports circulated in the South of Victor's battlefield feats, splitting rifles with his hands and kicking infantry cannons aside. Everyone was left speechless. Was this man even human? Although the British and French delegates grew solemn upon hearing such accounts, they betrayed no surprise. If we can't lure him away from Lincoln's side, even if the Confederacy sent an entire regiment, it might still fail to kill Lincoln. This was the consensus reached after analyzing Victor's capabilities. He was simply too formidable, so powerful, he might well be invulnerable to blades and bullets. Records showed he had once taken a direct cannon blast and still managed to rise and continue fighting, as if a god had descended to Earth. Thor, "I'm the one who's actually a god on Earth." In the end, they decided to activate an agent who had lain dormant among the Union's upper echelons for years. With the help of their Native American allies in the West, they planned to strangle the greatest variable in their scheme. The one tasked with bringing down Victor was none other than the Sioux's newly appointed chief, Red Wolf Crazy Horse. "This time, I'm stronger than ever. I will not fall to him again." Yet, unbeknownst to the masterminds, another great variable had emerged, Wolverine Logan. Perhaps this was simply a limitation of the era. Whether it was relaying intelligence or moving people into position, everything happened at a painfully slow pace. Thus, while they were still formulating their plan, Victor had already gone north to investigate the werewolf incident, and by the time they were ready to execute their scheme, Victor had already recruited Logan to his side. Then, due to the hasty recall, Victor didn't have time to create a detailed classified file for Logan. As a result, Logan was finally registered simply as a new member of the regular Rapid Response Squad. After completing the registration, he was assigned alongside Victor to the Western Front. Victor was more than eager for this mission, because this time their target was an old adversary of his, Red Wolf. He had left home, joined the army, and fought blood-soaked battles for years, all for the chance to one day take down this man with his own hands. Now, that opportunity had finally arrived, and he was determined not to let it slip away. Moreover, his partner for this mission was a familiar face, Bagley, who had already risen to the rank of colonel. With the Southern campaign turning in their favor, the original 5th Cavalry Regiment had been redeployed to the west, reorganized, and expanded into the newly formed 7th Federal Cavalry under General Custer's command. At this time, Brigadier General Custer was young and proud, and when faced with Victor, who was equally renowned for his exploits during the Civil War, he was not entirely convinced. Thus, he sought to prove himself by leading the charge to crush the native resistance. Upon arriving in the west, Custer threw himself into the campaign against the native tribes. He waged a ruthless campaign of ambushes and massacres against those who fought back fiercely, while attempting to win over the weaker, more submissive tribes. Once the tough opponents were eliminated, he planned to deal with the more pliant groups at his leisure. His actions, however, led to an unforeseen consequence. For the first time, a grand alliance of Native American tribes emerged. All the tribes came to realize that, whether they chose to resist or to surrender, Custer intended to wipe them out completely. The leaders of this native alliance were none other than Crazy Horse, the great chief of the Sioux, and Sitting Bull, the revered shaman of the Cheyenne. Due to his extraordinary abilities, Crazy Horse became the supreme military commander of the alliance. On the battlefield, he was unstoppable. Under his command, the native cavalry moved like a pack of wolves, sweeping across the plains and devouring the lives of Custer's men. After several failed ambushes against Crazy Horse, Custer was finally forced to admit that this man was no ordinary foe. After all, not just anyone could charge straight into a hail of rifle fire, break through enemy lines, and slaughter their infantry and artillery. The truth about Red Wolf's inhuman nature was finally confirmed by a federal officer. While he was lying on the ground, feigning death, he shot at Red Wolf with his pistol. The bullet merely broke the skin before being forced out by the man's muscles, and the wound soon stopped bleeding and began to heal on its own. This, then, was the secret behind Crazy Horse's legendary feats. Why, time and again, he could emerge from battle drenched in blood and riddled with wounds, yet continue to fight on, seemingly unstoppable. In the end, following the advice of his staff, Custer submitted a report on Crazy Horse and a request for reinforcements to headquarters in Washington. Yet he had no idea that all of this was part of a conspiracy orchestrated by the Southern Confederacy, the Native Americans, the British, and even traitors within the Union itself, all aimed at Lincoln and Victor. Thus, upon receiving Custer's plea for assistance, the Federal Secretary of War immediately recalled Victor, who was still in the North, and ordered him to head west to assist Custer's 1st Cavalry Division, specifically the 7th Cavalry Regiment, in dealing with Red Wolf, Crazy Horse, and his alliance of native tribes. The Secretary of War knew Victor would never refuse such an order, for he was well aware, having read Victor's file, of the long-standing enmity between Red Wolf and Sabretooth. True to his expectations, Victor readily accepted the mission. He even asked his secretary, Tina, to instruct Tom to finish up the Wendigo situation before heading west to rendezvous with him. After giving Tina her orders, Victor could barely contain his eagerness as he and Logan boarded the train bound for the western frontier. "You seem to have some sort of grudge against this Crazy Horse fellow, don't you?" Logan's intuition was as keen as ever. He picked up on Victor's subtle shift in mood and voiced his suspicion. "There is some bad blood between us, yes. I'll tell you more about it on the train. For now, let's get moving." From the weight Victor put on the word grudge, Logan sensed their history was far more complicated than Victor let on. He chose to hold his tongue, deciding to follow Victor onto the train and wait for a better time to talk. As Victor and Logan stepped onto the train, Logan suddenly felt a prickle of unease. He glanced back over his shoulder, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. "Phew, that guy's senses are sharp. I was nearly spotted. I must notify John immediately. Sabretooth has left the nest. Time to begin the next phase." In this world, as so often happens, things rarely go as planned. The conspirators plotting to assassinate Lincoln never imagined the Southern Confederacy would crumble so swiftly. They hadn't even finished their preparations before the Confederacy announced its surrender. Damn it, how could Robert Lee surrender? "We haven't lost yet. As long as Lincoln dies, there's still hope for us." Clearly, the masterminds behind the plot were furious and helpless in the face of Robert E. Lee's surrender to the Union. In truth, even after Richmond fell, Lee continued to lead the Southern forces in resistance for a time. But now, with the Confederacy's stars fallen, its supply lines shattered, and 3/4 of its soldiers lost, morale had collapsed completely. They simply could not fight any longer. In truth, from the very beginning, there was little suspense about the outcome of this war. Before the conflict even erupted, the Northern Federation already far surpassed the Southern Alliance states in terms of population, economic strength, and industrial capacity. The Southern Alliance had only one real advantage. They were fully prepared for war, their troops were of higher caliber, and they received support from countries like Britain and France. Their strategy, therefore, was to achieve a swift and decisive victory. Yet, even though the Southern forces, led by renowned commanders such as Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson, won a series of battles, they ultimately failed to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the Northern Federation's formidable capacity for war allowed them to rise from the ashes time and again. At last, after Stonewall Jackson was killed by Victor, the Federal Army smashed the Southern forces at Gettysburg, wiping out nearly a third of their troops in a single stroke. From that moment, the Southern Alliance's days were numbered. Face reality, we have lost. But Lincoln must die. Even if the Southern Alliance is no more, he must go down with us. Unwilling to accept defeat, the Southern Alliance resolved to continue with their assassination plot. They sought to take their revenge in this final, desperate act. Their collaborators within the Federation were all too eager to see such a plan succeed. After all, they had long been at odds with Lincoln, and now that the Southern threat was gone, they stood to gain the most if someone eliminated him. And so, the vengeful specter of the defeated Southern Alliance cast its shadow over President Lincoln, who remained entirely unaware of the danger closing in. At this very moment, Sabretooth Victor and Wolverine Logan, who should have had the chance to protect Lincoln, found themselves in grave trouble as well. To ensure the assassination's success and prevent Lincoln from summoning Victor back on a whim, the deranged remnants of the Southern Alliance went so far as to attack the train carrying Victor and his companions. For this, they hired notorious outlaw of the western frontier, Sundance Kid, famed as the fastest gun in the West. In this era, when information spread far more slowly than it would in later times, there existed a breed of men who used every means at their disposal to steal vast fortunes in gold, silver, and jewels, then vanish without a trace, becoming legends in their own right. Sundance Kid was one of them, and among the very best. His reputation as a gunman was well-deserved. In his hands, a revolver seemed to come alive. Damn it. Everybody down. Logan, with me. Let's go greet these unwelcome guests. Hey, damn it. Keep those claws hidden. We need to use revolvers. We can't let too many ordinary folks see what makes us different, or we'll have a whole lot of trouble on our hands. Realizing that the train was about to be attacked, Victor immediately shouted to warn the passengers inside to get down and avoid getting hurt. Then he called out to Logan, signaling him to help deal with these overconfident thugs. But to his surprise, Logan had already unsheathed his claws and was poised to leap off the train and charge straight into the fray. With no time to lose, and before anyone else could notice, Victor hurriedly tackled Logan, pinning him down and telling him that he couldn't act so rashly. After all, most of the people on the train were ordinary civilians. If Logan revealed his claws in plain sight, by the next morning he'd likely be splashed across the front page of a local newspaper, if not making headlines all over the country. Such exposure would spell trouble not just for Logan, but for Victor as well. So Victor put a stop to Logan's impulse and shoved a revolver into his hands. All right, but how am I supposed to use this thing? Should I just throw it at them and hope for the best? Victor had clearly overlooked the fact that Logan didn't actually know how to use a gun. Years ago, when Logan was a child, the trauma of killing his birth father had caused him to lose part of his early memories. After escaping with his first love, Rose, he'd spent his days working as a miner and fighting in underground matches, hardly the kind of life that offered much chance to handle firearms. Once Rose died, he lived among wolves until Victor brought him back. He'd never even held a revolver before. Well, perhaps he'd handled another kind of gun. Ahem. Just watch how I do it. With that, Victor rose to his feet, cocked the hammer, and pulled the trigger, dropping a bandit who was already dangerously close to the train car. The other raiders panicked and fell back in confusion, but quickly recovered and fired back. Logan, eager to imitate Victor, stood up to shoot, only to have bullets whiz past his face, scaring him into dropping down again. Next time, pick your moment before you jump out there. Lucky for you, like me, you're not bothered by pistol rounds. Still, be careful. Unless there's no other choice, don't show off what makes us different in front of too many regular folks. Seeing Logan duck after being shot at, Victor couldn't help but offer a few more words of caution. After all, he brought Logan along, so he had to take responsibility, right? Understood. So, you handle them, your way. Clearly, Logan was a bit frustrated that Victor wouldn't let him cut loose with his powers. But as he recalled the fear and disgust in people's eyes when he first revealed his bone claws, he found himself understanding Victor's caution. Still, he was itching for action. He'd finally gotten a chance to take out a few bandits and have some fun, only to be reined in by Victor once again. But soon enough, he found another excuse and opportunity. Victor took a bullet. A single shot burst through the window from the front side, shattering the glass before striking Victor in the right shoulder and knocking him to the ground. This incident proved that Kid's reputation as the fastest gun in the Western Federation was no exaggeration. The skill of a true master was unmistakable from the very first move. However, by shooting Victor, Kid had managed to infuriate the already restless Wolverine, Logan. Without hesitation, Logan vaulted over the train seats and dove straight out the window. What the hell? Who was that guy? The other bandits, witnessing one of their own being tackled off his horse by Logan, couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. Never before had they seen someone leap from a moving train to snatch a horse. Usually, when they hijacked trains, they'd ride up to the engine and threaten the engineer to force a stop. The more daring and skilled robbers might try jumping onto the train to take control. But jumping off a train to kill and steal a horse, this was a first. And the killing hadn't even been done with a gun. It seemed to be a knife or some other short weapon. They hadn't heard any shots. All they saw was their comrade convulsing for a moment after being attacked, then going limp before being thrown from the horse. How do you even ride this thing? I never should have trusted a creature with a mind of its own between my legs. Clearly, Logan had long forgotten whatever horseback riding skills he'd learned as a child. He was now hopelessly out of touch with society. Out of control, the horse beneath Logan carried him away from the group, slowly distancing him from both the train and the bandits. I knew it. If only things were ever that simple. Logan, you really are a magnet for trouble. With that thought, Victor leapt off the train, seized a horse, and took off in pursuit of Logan. Arg, damn it. How do I make this blasted four-legged beast stop? Can I just kill it? Still bouncing wildly on horseback, Logan felt like he was about to lose his mind. Yet, thanks to his incredible physique and sense of balance, he somehow managed not to get thrown off. Was this what they meant by being stuck in the saddle? Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Logan turned to see that the 2 bandits who had broken off from the group to chase him had been shot dead. Haha, I knew it. I knew you'd come. Now get this damned animal to stop. But just so you know, even if you hadn't come to help, I'd have figured something out myself. Victor appeared in Logan's line of sight, bringing a flicker of relief to Logan's face, though he quickly insisted that he could have managed on his own. I know, so let's pick up the pace. Those bandits are after us. We need to lure them away from the train before we handle business. Otherwise, the people on board will get caught in the crossfire. With those words, Victor lashed his whip hard against the rump of the horse Logan was riding. As Logan shouted and cursed in protest, Victor spurred his own horse forward, chasing after him. Not far behind him, a ragged group of Southern Confederacy remnants and the hired bandits they'd enlisted were hot on their heels. Hey, Mike, we want more money for this job. The train's already gone, and just killing these 2 guys won't earn us much. I've already lost several men over this. Clearly, the bandits and the remnants of the Confederacy were far from united. The bandits were in it for the cash, but now the Southerners were demanding they abandon a sure haul just to kill 2 men. Resentment was only natural. No problem. If you take those 2 down, I'll give you $100,000. That'll let you live easy for a good long while. Deal. The Confederacy leader's generous offer drew cheers and whistles from the bandits. They pressed their pursuit with renewed vigor, occasionally firing shots ahead in hopes of bringing down Victor and Logan. Wait up, did they just stop? Time passed, and the train had long since vanished from sight. The gap between pursuers and their quarry shrank with every moment. Then they saw their targets had actually come to a stop, dismounted, and now turned to face them as if ready for a showdown. Had they lost their minds from fear? Is this the time we can finally cut loose? Of course. Just remember, no survivors. Otherwise, we'll have trouble on our hands. In the end, Victor and Logan did leave 1 man alive, the fastest gun in the Federal West, Mr. Sundance Kid. The reason? The 2 realized they'd gone too far, deep into the desert, and now couldn't find their way back. So they decided to keep Kid alive, a clever man who knew the lay of the land, to guide them out. Truth be told, they could have made it out on their own, but this ambush had left Victor with a sense that something unusual was afoot. That's why they needed to get out of the desert quickly. And that's where Sundance Kid proved useful, able to lead them swiftly to safety. His reward? A brand new job, his name cleared of past misdeeds, and most importantly, he got to keep his life, unlike so many others. Damn it, I never should have taken this job to begin with. These guys aren't ordinary at all. Now I've paid with everything. Even my own neck's on the line. Kid deeply regretted letting greed get the better of him and accepting this job. He felt as if his guts had turned green with remorse. If it weren't for Victor, admiring his sharpshooting skills and needing him as a guide. He figured he'd have ended up as vulture feed, just like the Southern rebels and other bandits. I don't see much use in keeping this kid around, Logan muttered. Might as well let me finish him off. I can get us out of the desert on my own. Logan couldn't quite understand why Victor, after hearing Kid's slick words, had called off the kill at the last minute and spared his life. In his mind, if someone tried to kill you, they should be ready for the same fate. We need to get out of the desert quickly, and he happens to be the one who can help us do that, Victor replied, his tone urgent. Right now, time is of the essence. Looks like we need to get back to Washington as fast as possible. Hearing Victor say he was useful, Kid immediately voiced his agreement and shot a few exaggerated winks at Logan. Logan simply grunted and turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Why do we need to go back to Washington? Logan asked, puzzled. Aren't we supposed to head west and settle things with Red Wolf? Victor's sudden decision to return to Washington left Logan completely baffled. After all, he'd already learned about Victor and Crazy Horse's feud back on the train. Now, with Victor changing direction, something unusual was clearly at play. Remember the news we heard on the train? Victor said quietly. The Southern Army surrendered a few days ago, and yet we were still ambushed. That means someone doesn't want me reaching the West, and definitely doesn't want me back in Washington. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to get me out of the way. Logan didn't much care for Victor's analysis. All he wanted was to stick with Victor, get into fights, and stab people, truly living up to the reputation of the future Wolverine. Kid, on the other hand, couldn't help but glance at Victor in surprise. When he'd been working with the Southern rebels, he'd vaguely overheard talk of a plan to make sure Victor never made it back to Washington. Still, for the sake of his own neck, he decided it was best to keep quiet and focus on guiding them out. As for what would happen once Victor returned to Washington, that was none of Kid's concern. After all, his only connection to those now-doomed Southern rebels was a business transaction. Even among the bandits, their relationships were nothing more than alliances of convenience. For men who lived with their lives hanging by a thread, there were no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Today, you might join forces to get rich, but by tomorrow, a quarrel over spoils could turn allies into enemies. In the end, the victor takes everything, and the loser's corpse is left to rot in the wilderness. It would be a lie to say that Kid never regretted the path he had taken, even though he had made quite a name for himself and amassed a considerable fortune. But whatever wealth he acquired was soon squandered, for a life as precarious as this could only lead to living for the moment and indulging in fleeting pleasures. Then, this time, Victor presented him with 3 choices. The first was death. The second was a few days' stay, all expenses paid, in a federal prison, followed by a trial and a trip to the gallows. The third option was to join Victor's ranks, become an agent loyal to the Federation, and atone for his past deeds and service. Naturally, Kid chose the third option, though Logan scoffed at his decision. Still, with Victor present, Logan held his tongue. Once Kid was certain of his own safety, he couldn't resist provoking Logan with reckless banter, only stopping when Victor warned him to behave. While Victor was racking his brain to get back to Washington as quickly as possible, his secretary Tina, who had stayed behind in the capital, received a telegram from Tom. They had been ambushed by unidentified armed forces on their way west, but fortunately, they were equipped with the latest magazine rifles and grenades, which allowed them to repel the attackers. The attackers' target seemed to be the corpse of the Wendigo, but in the end, they failed to seize it. So Tom and his team decided to send the Wendigo's body back to Washington before heading west again. In truth, one had to admit that the Wendigo was a rather peculiar creature. Even in death, its body did not rot or reek, but remained perfectly preserved, sparing Tom the headache of figuring out how to keep it intact. They simply packed it into a crate, loaded it onto the train, and began their journey back to the soon-to-be tumultuous federal capital alongside Tom and his companions. After receiving Tom's telegram, Tina found herself plagued by a new worry. She could no longer reach her superior, Victor. In fact, their last communication had been when Victor sent her a telegram at the previous train station, inquiring about Tom's whereabouts. Since then, all contact had been lost. The only news she received was that Victor's train had been attacked. After Logan and Victor jumped off the train to confront the bandits, no one heard from them again. The same news also reached the Federal Minister of War, who, after that day's meeting, discreetly passed the information along via a note delivered by his servant. It seems our ambush was a success. Sabretooth and his companion have vanished, most likely picked clean by the desert vultures by now. However, our attempt to seize that strange creature's corpse failed, and we suffered heavy losses. Before long, the remnants of the Southern Alliance, still hidden in the federal capital of Washington, also received these supposedly confidential reports. That corpse isn't all that important. A failure is a failure. What matters now is assassinating Lincoln. Since that Sabretooth can never return, inform John at once. He can prepare to make his move. But who was this John mentioned by the Southern Alliance leader? Why had the desperate remnants of the Southern Alliance chosen him, of all people, to carry out the assassination of Lincoln? In truth, this fellow named John Wex wasn't even a spy. He was just an actor, and his family had been in the acting business for generations. At first, he was actually a supporter of the Northern Federation, but somewhere along the line, out of a misguided impulse or perhaps a bout of youthful delusion, he started backing the Southern Alliance. When the Southern Army scored a series of early victories, he'd brag loudly in the tavern about the South's destined triumph, dismissing the Federation as worthless, and for that, he'd even been warned and arrested by the military police. After he was released, he didn't reform. On the contrary, he became even more outspoken. But then, the tides of war began to turn. After Stonewall Jackson's death, the Southern forces suffered defeat after defeat. While Federation supporters in the tavern raised their glasses to celebrate the Army's successes, John stubbornly continued to praise the Southern Alliance. Well, if it isn't South boosting Tom. Back again, I see. Heard the Southern Army got thrashed once more. And so he earned himself the nickname South boosting Tom in the tavern, becoming the target of ridicule and mockery from all the Federation supporters. A whiskey, please. Make it strong, he'd request. At first, he would ignore their taunts and just bury himself in his drink. But the Federation supporters clearly had no intention of letting him off so easily. Hey, fellas, did you hear? The Southern Army lost again. Let's raise a glass to another federal victory. They would go out of their way to celebrate the South's defeat and the Federation's triumph, making their voices heard throughout the tavern. You don't understand a thing. That's not a defeat. It's a tactical withdrawal. John would snap back, his eyes wide with indignation. A withdrawal, you say? My cousin's in the Army. And he says those Southerners were routed so badly, they ran out of their boots. Huh. John's face would flush with anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he argued. If it weren't for that damn Victor assassinating Stonewall, the Southern Army wouldn't have needed to retreat. And anyway, it's just a tactical withdrawal. What followed was a flurry of increasingly illogical exchanges. Talk of marching 1,000 miles just to find a pair of shoes, and how. Do you retreat without shoes, anyway? The crowd would burst into laughter, and the tavern would fill with raucous, good-natured revelry. Day after day, the patrons of the tavern made John the butt of their jokes, building their merriment upon the misery of this pitiful supporter of the South. Yet John displayed a unique persistence. No matter how much they insulted or belittled him, nothing could shake his faith in and support for the Southern Confederacy. In fact, the more hostile the environment became, the more resolute he grew. Life went on like this until one day. Have you heard? General Robert E. Lee of the Confederacy has surrendered. The Confederacy is finished. News of the South's defeat swept through the Union like a gust of wind, reaching every corner, including this little tavern in the heart of Washington, the nation's capital. As the Union supporters gathered in the tavern, raising their voices in triumphant celebration and congratulating each other on their victory, John pushed open the door and stepped inside. Well, the Southern windbag is back. The Southern Army has surrendered. Did you hear, John? They're never going to make another retreat again. Ha ha ha. The Union men resumed their familiar jeers, but this time, John did not respond. Without a word, he downed a large glass of fiery whiskey in one gulp, turned on his heel, and walked out of the tavern. From that day on, no one ever saw him again. History prefers legends over common folk. It prefers the noble over the wicked. It loves stirring speeches more than quiet deeds. History records the battles but forgets the blood. Whatever. History remembers of me, whatever it may be, it is only part of the truth. Whether I am a husband, a lawyer, or a president, I see myself as one who fights against darkness. Abraham Lincoln. There's an old saying, when a man drinks far more than he can handle, he's either out to chase after a woman or to kill a man. Clearly, for Southern windbag John, a failed actor, chasing women was out of the question. He was doomed to be alone for life. So, he drank so much only to steel himself for murder. And the man he intended to kill was not just anyone. His name was Abraham Lincoln, the sitting president of the Union, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, the liberator of slaves. After days of meticulous planning and preparation, John finally got the opportunity he'd been waiting for. Tomorrow night, President Lincoln and his wife, Mary Todd, would attend a play at Ford's Theater, the very place where John worked. As a renowned actor whose fame spanned both the North and the South, John Wilkes Booth could move freely through every box and corridor in the theater, a privilege that would make his plot all the easier to carry out. In fact, this old fellow's plot was to take out the president, the vice president, and the Federal Army commander-in-chief all at once. If that happened, perhaps the Southern Confederacy might have been resurrected, since General Joseph Johnston of the Southern Army still had 30,000 troops who had not yet surrendered to the Union. However, on the night of the planned attack, Grant's wife, worried about inciting the jealousy of Mary Todd Lincoln, ultimately decided to excuse herself and did not attend the theater that evening. It must be said, Mary Todd Lincoln was truly a rare specimen in the annals of American political history, even though her own father and brothers served in the Southern Army. Her vanity and jealousy seemed only to grow more intense. While her husband exhausted himself day and night over the war, she was obsessed with shopping, attending balls, picking inexplicable quarrels with him, and publicly insulting the wives of officers and cabinet members at any opportunity. At times, one couldn't help but suspect that she was, in fact, a spy for the Southern Army. She managed to fall out with nearly every one of her husband's most capable subordinates. She would not allow any lady to precede her to the dining table, and even kept a list of every woman who spoke with her husband for more than 5 minutes. Ironically, it was precisely these behaviors and quirks of hers that ultimately saved the life of Union Commander Grant, while at the same time dooming the Southern assassin John's plan for a triple assassination. Truth be told, Lincoln himself had not wanted to go to the theater that night, but in a rare reversal, Mary Todd insisted that he attend, no matter what. So, out of concern for his safety, Lincoln requested that the Secretary of War assign Victor and his ex-squad as bodyguards, for he had an overwhelming sense of foreboding even before leaving home. But the Secretary of War informed him that Victor and his ex-squad had already been dispatched to the West to deal with a new Native American leader known as Red Wolf. In the end, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton managed to persuade Lincoln to let him handle the evening security arrangements. The result was almost no security at all. Except for John Parker, who was supposed to be guarding the corridor but had snuck off to drink, the path from the hallway to the president's box was completely unguarded. Booth, leveraging his fame as an actor, easily passed through the outer cordon without being searched and quietly made his way to the door of the president's box. As the play reached its climax and the laughter of actors and audience alike filled the theater, Booth chose that very moment to fire his gun. He fired 8 shots in total. Lincoln was struck by 6 of them, 5 hitting vital spots on his head, an act that was for all intents and purposes a death sentence. After Booth fired a shot, he drew a sharp knife and launched into a frenzy, slashing at anyone who tried to stop him. First, he wounded a guard who moved to apprehend him. Then, with a dramatic leap, he jumped down from the box, 12 feet above the stage, landing below. Raising both hands, he shouted, "This is the fate of tyrants. The South is avenged." Afterward, still brandishing his knife, he fought his way out of the theater. With the help of a few sympathetic souls, he evaded his pursuers and vanished into the shadowy depths of the night. In fact, less than a minute after Lincoln was struck, a doctor rushed into the president's box, desperate to save him. Seeing the assassin wielding a knife as he escaped, the doctor assumed Lincoln had been stabbed. He quickly had others cut open the president's coat and shirt, searching for the wound, only to discover it was a gunshot. Lincoln had been shot in the back of the head, suffering a mortal wound that left him unconscious. The doctor, seeing there was little to be done, gave him a few sips of watered-down brandy. He then insisted Lincoln be moved to a nearby house. The White House was simply too far, and there was no way to get the gravely wounded president back in time. So Lincoln was carried into a nearby home. At the very least, he would rest more comfortably there than lying on the theater's cold, hard floor. In that room, the clock on the wall ticked away the minutes, and the wavering light from a kerosene lamp cast the shadow of Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, who thundered orders for the suspect to be hunted down. Soon, the First Lady, hysterical with grief, was taken from the room as well. At that moment, Lincoln could see nothing, hear nothing. He was beyond reach. When the dawn finally broke, spilling light through the window, the most renowned statesman in the history of the federal government let out a final, gentle sigh. His soul departed for the God in whom he believed. It was on that very morning, as Lincoln breathed his last, that Victor and Logan finally arrived back in Washington, with the fastest gun in the West, Kid, at their side. To keep their movements secret, the 3 of them had hidden in a livestock car for the journey back to Washington, eating and drinking in the cramped, foul-smelling space. Their bedraggled state was plain for all to see. Passers-by pinched their noses and gave the trio a wide berth as they hurried along. "We must contact Tina as soon as possible and find a way to see President Lincoln. There's no doubt the Southerners are behind this plot," Victor said, leading Logan and Kid out of the train station. He flagged down a carriage, and after silencing the driver's objections with a wad of bills, they sped toward the ex-squad's headquarters in Washington. "Oh my God. Sir, what happened to you? Why did you lose contact? Change your clothes, quickly. Something terrible has happened. President Lincoln has been assassinated, and we don't know if he'll survive." Just as Victor was about to speak to the young secretary, a bombshell struck him before he could utter a word. Lincoln had been assassinated. In that instant, he finally remembered what he'd forgotten. Shortly after the end of the Civil War, Lincoln fell victim to an assassin's bullet. As Victor's direct superior, Lincoln had been a true cat lover. He adored his feline companions even more than his own wife. It was this affinity that made him especially kind to Victor, whose nickname evoked the qualities of a big cat. By allowing Victor to establish Team X, a department dedicated to handling supernatural humans and events, Lincoln had, in fact, given misfits like Victor a place to belong. After Team X was founded, Lincoln became the department's greatest benefactor. Whether it was the acquisition of cutting-edge weaponry or the granting of privileges independent from other agencies, everything existed thanks to Lincoln's personal approval. One had to admit, this federal president who freed the slaves possessed a heart both tolerant and compassionate. His willingness to accept and trust people like Victor, those deemed dangerous and unpredictable, was truly ahead of his time. But with Lincoln's death, Victor and all of Team X would inevitably find themselves in a far more precarious position. After all, when Team X was first created, many sought to interfere. It was only when the team was defined as the president's personal rapid response force that these ambitions were quelled. At the outset, the very notion of a unit that bypassed the military and answered directly to the president sparked fierce resistance from the armed forces. In the end, Lincoln had compromised. Team X would fall under military jurisdiction, but only the commander-in-chief and the Secretary of War could mobilize them. Furthermore, for the Secretary of War to deploy the team, there had to be a clear report of a supernatural incident, and only then could orders be issued through the chain of command. Ironically, this arrangement ended up favoring the survival of Team X. As president, Lincoln's term was finite. If his successor disliked Victor and his team, their abolishment would have been inevitable. Once the team came under military authority, their resources became shared with the armed forces, and in times of war, the military would have priority access to their advanced equipment. Of course, the military's interest in supernatural items and creatures was anything but feigned. After Team X was absorbed into the military, most non-critical supernatural artifacts became accessible to them. A select few dangerous items required secret orders from the President, Congress, and the Supreme Court to be unsealed, but at this moment, nothing of the sort was in play. Nevertheless, out of reverence for the legends, it was believed that if someone like Victor truly existed, then perhaps those world-ending things spoken of in stories might also be real. That's why such a directive was established. After all, it's always wise to be prepared for the worst. At this moment, the assassination attempt on Lincoln made Victor sense the brewing storm on the horizon. For the newly formed Team X, Lincoln's attack was nothing short of a devastating blow. Moreover, they bore the responsibility of protecting the president's safety. Although they had been away on assignment this time, it was inevitable that they'd be caught up in the aftermath. Should someone with an agenda seize upon this incident, it was entirely possible that they'd face severe punishment or even be disbanded. For politicians, making a scapegoat of a powerless, unsupported department was second nature. Their only recourse was to capture the assassin as quickly as possible, uncover the true mastermind behind Lincoln's attempted murder, and hope that doing so might spare them from disaster. News of Lincoln's death soon swept through Washington and the entire Union. In the South, supporters and remnants of the old regime celebrated, while the North was plunged into mourning. If Washington was the founder of the Union, then Abraham Lincoln was its savior. He was the one who prevented the nation from splitting in two. None of this had much to do with Victor personally, but he had enjoyed a close friendship with Lincoln. Back when he served in the 14th Brooklyn Militia, he was one of Lincoln's personal bodyguards. Lincoln was also the creator and chief patron of Team X. Thus, both publicly and privately, Victor had no intention of letting the conspirators behind Lincoln's assassination get away. Not only did he aim to eliminate the assassin and his accomplices, but he was also determined to root out the mastermind hiding in the shadows and bring them to justice as well. It must be said, after the president's assassination, the federal intelligence agencies, now working at full throttle, proved to be highly efficient. They quickly discovered the whereabouts of Booth and his associates. All units, form up. Our target this time is the assassin of President Lincoln. I don't think I need to say any more. Move out immediately. As soon as Victor learned of Booth and his gang's location, he assembled a rapid response unit of Team X and led them out of the city to pursue Booth and his accomplices. But just after leaving the city, they were ambushed by an unknown force. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, the enemy abandoned over a dozen bodies and fled in panic. Although they managed to drive off the attackers, the chaos allowed Booth to slip through their fingers, evading capture and vanishing into the night. Booth and his accomplices, having temporarily shaken off their pursuers, fled south under the cover of night, making their way back to his hometown. In Maryland, there, they took to the woods, becoming guerrillas, hoping to wait out the storm before finding a way to smuggle themselves to Europe. But it turned out they had underestimated the tracking skills of a certain feline and canine pair. Victor and Logan followed Booth's trail all the way to Maryland. They drove Booth and his companion out from their forest hideout, surrounding them in a barn on a remote farm. In truth, Victor could have ended Booth's life in the forest right from the start, but he chose not to. Instead, he played a cruel cat-and-mouse game. He let the best marksman among them, yes, the famed fastest gun in the West, Sir Kid, use his bullets to herd and terrorize Booth and his ally. Every shot came so close, barely missing its mark, but never actually hitting them. In this way, Booth and his partner, Hall, were kept in a constant state of terror, certain that death was just a heartbeat away, and they scrambled for their lives. Eventually, the two desperate men were cornered inside the barn. As Victor prepared to enter and interrogate Booth himself, a bullet fired from the forest pierced Booth's carotid artery. "Damn it, there's someone in the woods. Logan, go and bring him back to me." Realizing he'd been ambushed, Victor immediately sent Logan to pursue the shooter, confident in Logan's abilities. Though Booth had been eliminated, there was still Hall to deal with. Just as Victor was about to find a way to pry the truth from Hall's lips, Booth, who had been lying motionless in a pool of blood, appeared to be dead, suddenly opened his eyes. Fangs bared, he lunged for Victor's ankle. At the same moment, Hall, who had been cowering in the corner of the barn, sprang at Victor, his face twisted with fury. "My God, who are these monsters? Why doesn't my pistol do anything to them?" Kid, who had entered the barn alongside Victor, fired all 6 rounds from his revolver the instant the enemy rose, each bullet hitting its mark. But it was all for nothing. "Are they vampires? Kid, get out of here. If you don't have silver bullets, your gun's no better than a child's toy against these creatures." Truth be told, Victor didn't need to tell Kid twice. He had already put his escape plan into action. The moment he realized bullets couldn't kill them, Kid dove out the window. Nobody knows how he managed to climb up and squeeze through such a high window, but from the agonized scream that followed his landing, it was clear his escape was far from graceful. As for Victor, who had just been ambushed, he showed no sign of panic whatsoever. With one hand, he gripped Howard by the neck and lifted him clean off the ground, while his foot pressed down hard on Booth's back, crushing his spine into several pieces. Then, with his other hand, Victor reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a silver pocket watch attached to a chain, a keepsake given to him by President Lincoln during their first meeting years ago. "I've heard that silver is the way to deal with vampires. I wonder if that's really true," he remarked, twirling the pocket watch and wrapping the chain around his fist like makeshift brass knuckles. Without hesitation, he punched straight through Howard's chest. "Seems like vampires aren't so tough after all, but I do worry about Logan. He's been gone a while now and hasn't come back. Maybe he's run into trouble." As these thoughts about Logan crossed his mind, Victor dispatched Booth, who was still writhing in pain on the ground, using the same brutal efficiency. "Looks like that unlucky fellow Dracula has gotten himself tangled up in this assassination business too. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Romania in Europe." When it comes to vampires in the Marvel Universe, 2 names are impossible to ignore. One is Blade, Spider-Man's close ally. The other is our beloved and ever-diligent antagonist, Count Vlad Tepes Dracula. He's a legend in Western horror films and holds a significant place in the Marvel Universe as well. However, this time around, Dracula is no longer the original progenitor of vampires. Of course, neither is Kane. The first is actually a great sorcerer from Atlantis named Varney. This man used a spell from the Darkhold to transform himself into a vampire. He became the very first vampire in the Marvel Universe, the source from which all others descend. After becoming the progenitor, Varney lived for an incredibly long time, witnessing countless events, like the sinking of Atlantis beneath the sea. In the end, after losing all those dear to him and all sources of joy, Varney grew weary of existence. He stood in the sunlight and took his own life. But before dying, he transferred all his power to Dracula, who then began his rule over the vampire kind. Through time and some rather questionable means, Dracula gradually became the true power in his homeland of Romania. And so, Romania became a veritable paradise for vampires, though soon enough, someone would come to stir up trouble for them. "You two, set this place on fire. The rest, come with me to look for Logan." After ordering 2 soldiers to take care of the aftermath, Victor led the rest of his men toward the forest where Logan had disappeared, his concern for Logan's safety growing with every step. And indeed, that was exactly the case. Logan ran into a bit of trouble. He encountered a few vampires himself, but unfortunately, he didn't have any silver weapons on hand. With only his bone claws, he couldn't deal any real damage to the vampires, and without his adamantium, decapitation was out of the question. After all, he wasn't like Victor, who seemed to have a particular fondness for pulling up radishes. Fortunately, the vampires didn't have much they could do to him either. Whether it was combat skills, strength, or agility, Logan completely outclassed them. What's more, Logan couldn't kill them, nor could they kill him. But instead of feeling frustrated when he realized this, Logan grew even more excited. Finally, he could claw away to his heart's content. "Are you done fooling around yet, Logan?" Just as Logan was straddling one of the vampires, relentlessly jabbing his chest with his bone claws, Victor's exasperated voice cut through the chaos. The other vampires had already had their spines and limbs broken by Logan, and were now hanging helplessly from tree branches, unable to recover anytime soon. That's why Logan could focus on the strongest one, letting loose with his claws without a care. When Victor finally found Logan and took in the scene before him, he immediately knew his wolf little brother was up to his usual mischief. After dispatching the remaining vampires with little effort, Victor told the thoroughly satisfied Logan to bring along one surviving vampire, and together they made their way back to Washington. "Tina, create a new file for Logan, with a security clearance matching my own. Also, arrange for ship tickets. We'll be heading to Romania soon." When Victor reported up the chain of command that it was vampires who had tried to assassinate Lin Ken, everyone except the Secretary of War looked at him as if he were completely out of his mind. But when Logan dragged in the still-living vampire to show them, they had no choice but to accept the truth. At first, the vampire played it smart, pretending to be an ordinary person. After being stabbed through the chest by Wolverine, he deliberately let his blood spurt all over Victor's superiors, then rolled his eyes back and played dead. The federal high-ranking officers were first startled by Logan's bone claws, then left squirming in discomfort at the sight of his bloody violence. "Why did you have your man here? Logan, is it? Kill this poor, ordinary person. Didn't you say he was a vampire? He's dead now, but he hasn't turned into a vampire." Clearly, getting splattered with blood had seriously annoyed the Secretary of War. As soon as the vampire started playing dead, he immediately turned his ire on Victor. "Sir, there's no need to worry. Look, he's coming around now, isn't he?" With that, Victor pulled out a silver coin and shoved it into the throat of the vampire who had been playing dead. Instantly, with a burst of black smoke and a piercing, anguished scream, the corpse sprang back to life, proving, indeed, that the creature had only been feigning death. In the end, this meeting between Victor and his superior was classified as one of the X-Files by the X-Squad. The outcome was that Victor, Logan, and their secretary Tina were dispatched together to Romania, Europe, to continue investigating the mastermind behind the assassination of President Lincoln. Victor, Logan, and Tina set foot for the first time in Europe's grandest city, Paris, the romantic capital of France. The 19th century in Europe was a golden age of artistic development, and during this era, the French academic school, championing neoclassicism, romanticism, and realism, rose to prominence. This movement played a pivotal role in the flourishing of art across Europe, and even in the eventual rise of modern art as a reaction against academic tradition. It was this very influence that made Paris the world's artistic epicenter during this remarkable historical period. As Hemingway once said, "If you're lucky enough to have lived in Paris as a young man, then wherever you go for the rest of your life, it stays with you, for Paris is a movable feast." Victor and his companions were now discovering Paris's charm for themselves. When the weekend arrived, fashionable men and women would gather along the banks of the Seine, sipping wine, flirting, and indulging in the pleasures of life. This was exactly the lifestyle Logan adored. The passionate French girls, too, were drawn to such a handsome, powerful, and magnetic man. At that time, temptation filled every corner of Paris. The air itself seemed charged with the rebellious fervor of youth and surging hormones, breaking away from societal conventions. On the boulevards, it was said that 1 in 3 newborns was born out of wedlock. "Where's Logan? Go find him for me. We're here to track down the mastermind behind President Lincoln's assassination, not to chase after girls." Given Wolverine's legendary reputation for romantic escapades and his trail of illegitimate offspring, Victor couldn't help but worry that Logan might end up leaving a similar legacy with some French beauty. "I've already sent someone to look for him. But, sir, are you really not tempted at all by these beautiful French women?" Tina, the secretary, made no effort to hide her utter disdain and scorn for Logan's behavior. At the same time, she felt a secret delight at Victor's apparent immunity to the charms of Parisian women. "These little tricks don't work on me. Right now, all I care about is finding the mastermind. Yet here we are, helping the French government investigate Paris's missing persons cases instead." The truth was, Victor had wanted to hurry straight to Romania as soon as he'd disembarked, only to discover that Romania, at that very moment in history, had only just come into being. It wasn't until 1859 that the principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia merged to form Romania. And as for the whereabouts of Dracula, that became an even greater mystery. One thing, however, was certain: the vampires under his command had already infiltrated every social stratum in every country across Europe. That was why, ultimately, Victor stayed on in Paris at the joint request of the American ambassador and the French government. Of course, he also hoped to use the French government's connections to gather more information about Romania. After all, although Romania was still a vassal state of the Ottoman Turkish Empire at the time, France, as an established European power, definitely had a wealth of valuable intelligence at its disposal. If Victor wanted to get his hands on those documents, he had to show his sincerity by helping the French authorities solve the recent string of disappearances plaguing Paris. As of today, 12 men, 6 women, and 4 children have gone missing. In addition, a significant number of poultry and 3 goats have been found dead. Reading the report handed to him by his secretary, Tina, Victor had a growing sense of foreboding about the fate of the missing people. The poultry and goats that had been found were savagely bitten, their flesh mangled beyond recognition, with almost all the meat devoured. Only some shattered bones remained. This looks like the work of a wendigo, Victor mused, but the creature seems far larger than the typical wendigo, which rarely grows taller than 2 meters. An oversized wendigo, perhaps. This particular assignment had landed in Victor's lap largely because the relationship between the American and French governments was at its most harmonious. You could see evidence of this 10 years later, when the French gifted a colossal statue to the Americans as a centennial tribute to their independence. The Americans then erected it in New York State, where it remained, well into the 21st century, one of the city's most iconic landmarks. Yes, the very same statue where Magneto tried to unleash chaos in the movies. Moreover, some in the upper echelons of the American government weren't eager for Victor to resolve President Lincoln's assassination attempt too quickly and rush back home, where he would immediately become a powerful supporter of Lincoln's successor. In fact, Lincoln's successor himself was uneasy about Victor returning, since he distrusted this confidant whom his predecessor had personally elevated, especially since the successor took a comparatively conciliatory stance toward the Southern Confederacy, while Victor was a renowned war hero, infamous throughout the Union for his ruthless slaughter of Southern troops. Including Stonewall Jackson, the number of Southern soldiers and officers who had died directly at Victor's hands was well over 1,000, and the number killed indirectly by the men of the 14th Brooklyn Militia he commanded was beyond counting. And so, Victor and his ex-squad became an awkward presence, neither cherished by their own side nor welcomed by anyone else. With his father, Lincoln, assassinated, and his mother, the U.S. military, forced to toe the line under the orders of the new president, Victor had little choice but to remain in Paris, France, resigned to his role as a detective. After all, the documents the U.S. government sent to their French counterparts stated it plainly. Our Lieutenant Colonel Victor has dealt with such monsters before and possesses both the experience and capability to handle the situation. Trust him, my friends. At first, the French were anything but receptive. They suspected the Americans were mocking them, making up some bizarre story about a monster just to mess with them. But when they saw the dossier on the Wendigo, complete with photographs and the gruesome remnants of animals and humans devoured by the beast, their skepticism began to fade. Perhaps, just perhaps, such a monster truly existed. Even so, this didn't mean they were ready to accept Victor's help. They still held out hope that their own military and police forces could handle the creature themselves. If the Americans can deal with it, then surely so can we. That was their thinking. And at this point, we must spare a thought for the rather unlucky Marvel version of France. Britain, America, even the former Soviet Union, all have their own superheroes or supervillains in the Marvel universe. But France, well, technically they do have one. The Captain France of the Ultimate Universe, a man whose only appearance in the entire comics was sipping water from a plastic bottle. Ahem. So, expecting the French to handle this monster on their own was perhaps less realistic than hoping for an angel from above to come to their aid. As it happens, God really did send help later on. Denied by the French, Victor couldn't simply walk away. Orders from home were clear: stay in Paris and assist the French government until the case was closed. There were times he considered throwing in the towel, wandering the world with Logan instead. But then he thought of adorable little Tina, the Rapid Response Squad, members sent off to Japan as military instructors alongside Tom, and of course the generous departmental funding that came in each month. In the end, Victor yielded to temptation. He decided to play along, obediently following orders. Truly, the lure of wealth and beauty can sway the heart. With these thoughts, he lounged comfortably in his chair, propping his feet up on the desk, utterly at ease. So, there he was, sipping his drink, waiting for the French government to hit a wall and eventually come seeking his help for the problem they couldn't solve on their own. "Sir, you're drinking on the job again. All right, I know this isn't back home, and there's not much work for you to do here, but you really shouldn't set such a bad example." Instead, what Victor got was a string of nagging from his secretary, Tina. As for Logan, he had long since lost himself in the enthusiastic embrace of the French ladies, utterly forgetting all else. Of course, accompanying him was our fastest gun in the west of the Federation, Kid. As it turned out, when all three men drew their guns. Just as quickly, even being better looking than Logan couldn't make Kid as popular. After all, he didn't possess Logan's boundless energy. While Logan and Kid were toiling away in their own pursuits, Victor was savoring fine wine and teasing little Tina. Meanwhile, the ever-dedicated French police had finally picked up a trail of the suspect who had been wreaking havoc across Paris. It was a rather grimy street, the air thick with a hazy fog brought on by industrialization. On either side stood gaudy hotels, dingy eateries, and shops selling cheap goods. Yes, this was the working-class district of Paris, a place where the art and splendor reserved for nobles and wealthy merchants would never set foot. The shop fronts were crowded, women of various nationalities, children in tattered clothes, all striving to earn their daily bread. Patrolling the street, as always, was Officer Arnaud, making his rounds to ensure order and peace in this neighborhood. But tonight was destined not to be a quiet one. He soon heard a desperate scream echoing from one of the side alleys. When he arrived at the scene, he was greeted by a scene of brutal violence. A giant, standing over 3 meters tall and bare-chested, was mercilessly trampling a helpless woman. The giant struck her again and again, his massive feet crushing her body. The sickening sound of breaking bones mixed with the woman's cries of agony. Arnaud couldn't bear it another moment. "Hey, big guy, hands in the air. This is my turf. No one gets to run wild here." Arnaud drew his pistol and shouted at the giant. Yet in his heart, he wasn't at all sure whether his police-issue handgun would be enough to stop such a monster. But that didn't stop him from trying. As he'd said, this was his patch, and he was responsible for its order and peace. "Hey there, little officer. I surrender," the giant mocked, raising his hands in a parody of surrender. Then, suddenly, his face twisted into a snarl as he lunged straight at Arnaud. Bang! The shot rang out, shattering the night and echoing down the street. In an instant, the French police, already on high alert, swarmed toward the source of the gunfire. But what awaited them there would be... When the military police stormed into the alley where Officer Arnaud was stationed, the dramatic scene they had anticipated, Officer Arnaud locked in a desperate struggle with a monstrous fiend, ultimately falling heroically in the line of duty, never materialized. Though he looked quite disheveled, Arnaud had not been torn apart by the giant. Instead, leveraging his familiarity with the twisting alleys and his own nimble agility, he darted through the labyrinthine passageways with remarkable speed. "Everyone run! The monster is coming! Make way! Move aside!" He vaulted effortlessly over obstacles scattered throughout the alley, scaled walls, and bounded over rooftops as if it were the easiest thing in the world, all the while shouting at the top of his lungs to warn people around him to flee for their lives. In short, he seemed less like an officer in mortal danger and more like a participant in some high-stakes urban parkour display. In fact, his warnings were almost unnecessary. At the sight of the giant, its hulking frame towering over 3 meters tall and its fearsome, twisted visage, people had already scattered in terror, their screams echoing down the streets. Of course, those who scattered in all directions did not include the brave French military police. Even as they watched Arnaud rushing toward them with the giant in hot pursuit, the monster's massive and menacing form made their knees tremble with fear. Yet, as proud sons of Gaul, retreat was not an option. With hearts pounding, the French infantry formed 2 ranks at the intersection, raising their rifles and taking aim at Arnaud and the monster behind him. "Damn it, they're not actually planning to take me out along with the monster, are they?" Arnaud quickly grasped their intentions. While he was perfectly willing to lay down his life for the people and the freedom of France, that didn't mean he was ready to simply stand there and wait for death. His father had always told him never to sit idly by in the face of adversity. And true to his upbringing, Arnaud did not disappoint. Even in the direst of circumstances, he managed to find a way out. Just as the rifles thundered, he sprang through the window of a nearby shop, diving inside in the nick of time and deftly evading 2 volleys of friendly fire. The giant, however, was not so lucky. In the chase so far, Arnaud had relied on his knowledge of the terrain and his quick reflexes, while the giant relied solely on his brute strength and indomitable physical power. It didn't matter whether it was crates, walls, or any other obstacle in his path. The giant simply crashed straight through. With his sheer size and might, nothing in the slum's narrow alleyways could hope to stop him. As a result, the streets that he and Arnaud rampaged through were left in utter chaos. Not a soul or animal left undisturbed. But this time, facing the synchronized rifle fire of the French military police, his towering size became a disadvantage. He was such a massive target that aiming was hardly necessary. All they had to do was point their guns in his direction, and hitting him was almost guaranteed. In truth, the bullets from the Gallic Rooster's rifles did strike the giant. Yet, after piercing his skin, they merely lodged in his powerful muscles. As those muscles flexed and rippled, the bullets were squeezed out, and the wounds left behind astonishingly stopped bleeding almost at once, beginning to heal right before their eyes. Though it takes time to describe, the entire sequence from being shot to the wounds closing took the giant less than a single second. Those unfortunate infantrymen succeeded only in shifting the boss's murderous attention from Arnaud onto themselves. Among them, the quick-witted ones hurriedly reloaded, preparing for a second volley. The even sharper ones had already turned to flee, while the least fortunate stood rooted in terror, unable to move a muscle. With a thunderous roar, the giant raised his arms, crossing them before his head, and charged straight into the infantry phalanx blocking the road. The poor formation crumpled like bowling pins scattered by a rolling ball. Soldiers were sent flying in all directions, and a few unlucky souls at the point of impact were hurled clean through the air. With just one blow, an entire platoon was rendered helpless. Dead or wounded, none remained unscathed. Compared to those killed in an instant, the pitiful groans of the maimed, those left writhing on the ground with shattered limbs, were all the more chilling and unnerving. Machine guns. Give me a machine gun. If rifles can pierce his skin, then surely a machine gun can kill that damn monster. Despite the heavy casualties, the Gallic officers did not falter. Instead, they quickly grasped the enemy's weakness. If rifles could penetrate the skin, then perhaps the greater firepower of a machine gun could punch through the muscle and kill the creature. Sir, the machine gun's in position, but there is still our own wounded near that monster. Without your order, we can't open fire. The machine gunners had deployed swiftly, but none dared fire at will. Their wounded comrades still lay at the giant's feet, groaning in agony. Damn it, France will remember their sacrifice. Take aim at that monster and take it down. Just as the commanding officer steeled himself to make a grim decision, to sacrifice the wounded in hopes of victory, a hand came to rest gently on his shoulder from behind. Let me handle this. I'll draw that monster's attention while you make your way to the open square at the end of the street. Evacuate the civilians. Set your ambush and signal me when you're ready. I'll lure the creature over. This way, we can save the wounded and destroy the beast in one stroke. It turned out that Arnaud, through some means, had slipped into the ranks and managed to sneak up behind the officer in charge. At first, the officer rejected Arnaud's suggestion outright, but after a staff officer whispered something in his ear, the officer changed his mind and agreed to Arnaud's request. Hey, you big elf. Over here. Yes, it's me again. What are you doing, you lumbering fool? Looking for your mommy. With those words, Arnaud fired another shot from his pistol at the giant. My barrage of insults, coupled with the gunfire, finally pushed the giant's anger to its peak. He was now hell-bent on tearing apart that damn basketball-sized rat. Indeed, from Mr. Hyde's perspective, watching Arnaud dart through the alleyways was as maddening as trying to catch a sewer rat. At this point, Master Splinter protests, sewer rats have rights too. Author, if you keep writing us like this, you're asking for a beating from 4 turtles, no less. Whether or not the author will get beaten up remains to be seen, but Arnaud certainly felt like he was about to get a beating himself, a fight to the bitter end. Now thoroughly provoked, Mr. Hyde displayed an agility that utterly belied his massive size. Using both raw power and lightning speed, he leapt effortlessly from rooftop to rooftop along the street, rapidly closing the gap between himself and Arnaud. Just as he was about to catch up, a red flare exploded high above them. The moment Arnaud saw the signal, he skidded to a stop, pivoted, and dashed toward the open square at the end of the street. Unable to brake in time after Arnaud's sudden change of direction, the giant, Mr. Hyde, crashed headlong into a shop by the roadside. There was a tremendous clatter, and the shop's front door went flying off its hinges. Mr. Hyde emerged from the shop with a salted fish still hanging from his shoulder, nearly asphyxiated by the stench inside. To his horror, the place was stocked with imported Swedish fermented herring. Ever since Emperor Napoleon of France ordered Nicholas Appert to invent canned food, no one had managed to turn a military ration into a biochemical weapon, except, perhaps, the Swedes, who had carried this tradition to new and dizzying heights for over 2 centuries. After narrowly escaping this assault by a biological weapon, Hyde shook his head, which was now spinning from the overpowering smell of fermented herring. Once he regained his bearings, he spotted Arno's escape route and took off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Arno was nearly at the end of the street when he realized that things had gone strangely quiet behind him. As he stopped and turned to check what was happening, the giant's twisted face suddenly emerged from a nearby alleyway not far behind. "Little rat cop, don't think you're the only one who can take a shortcut. You're finished." Clearly, after suffering a biochemical assault, Mr. Hyde had learned his lesson. He no longer dared to perform heroic leaps across rooftops. Truth be told, he was simply afraid of barging into another dry goods shop and facing the wrath of Surströmming again. Instead, he chose to cut through alleyways to pursue his target. While leaping above the city, he had already memorized the lay of the land ahead. Despite his imposing and burly appearance, his speed was anything but sluggish. In fact, he moved far faster than any ordinary human could dream of running. Thanks to this, he managed to use the narrow alleys to close in on Arno. Had he not lost his way and crashed into a wall, wasting precious seconds, he might have already caught up. "Uh-huh, you big oaf, you finally made it. For a moment there, I thought you'd fallen into a toilet." As soon as the giant reappeared, Arno wasted no time in launching into his signature taunts. This time, he struck right at Hyde's sore spot. The mere mention of a toilet sent Hyde's mind reeling back to the foul stench of Surströmming, and his stomach churned in protest. "Damn you, little rat cop. I'll tear you apart. I'll rip you to pieces." Wrath, riled up by the provocation, Hyde grew even more enraged. His eyes glowed blood red, and he moved with even greater speed. Fortunately for Arno, the end of the street was already in sight. Just as Arno dove behind a military barricade he'd prepared in advance, 5 crank-operated machine guns erupted in a hail of bullets aimed straight at Mr. Hyde. The gunfire could indeed pierce Hyde's skin and draw blood. But killing him was another matter entirely. And both Arno and his commanding officer had overlooked one crucial detail. Hyde wasn't just a brute, he actually had brains, and he wasn't lacking in intelligence either. Caught off guard, Hyde crashed through a wall and took shelter in a roadside building. The machine gunners immediately focused their fire on the house, riddling its walls with bullets. Suddenly, the roof exploded outward. Hyde sprang out from inside, landing right in the midst of the machine gunners' ranks. What followed was another grisly massacre. When it was over, no one dared pursue him further, and Hyde slipped away into the shadows of the Parisian night. Meanwhile, as Victor was savoring what was supposed to be fine French wine, he suddenly sneezed, spraying a mouthful of wine all over Tina, his secretary, who was sitting across from him grinning foolishly. Startled, Victor hurriedly grabbed a napkin from the table to help Tina clean up. "Oomph. Don't think you'll ever be allowed to drink in the office again." After their first failed attempt to capture Mr. Hyde, the French government tried several more times, but every effort ended in heavy losses. After several failed attempts to apprehend their target, each time ending with their own forces battered and humiliated, the French government finally resolved to accept assistance from their American allies, enlisting Victor to help them track down that damn giant. "Well then," Victor said, "let me begin by visiting the crime scene. And while you're at it, find me an eyewitness who can give a detailed account of what exactly this so-called giant looks like." When Victor arrived at the chaotic, devastated crime scene, he couldn't help but wonder if he'd stumbled onto the wrong set. Had he accidentally walked into the aftermath of the Hulk's rampage? The eyewitness the French officials provided turned out to be a former patrol officer, now a specially appointed lieutenant, Arno Dorian III. To put it plainly, Arno began, "That damn creature stands about 3 meters tall. He's incredibly strong. Walls crumble before him, as if they were made of paper. Firearms hardly seem to affect him, but his speed isn't much greater than a normal person's." As he recounted his encounters with the giant, Arno couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Though he had always been confident in his own abilities, facing such overwhelming strength had left him with a lingering sense of helplessness and fear. 3 meters tall? I thought it was closer to 2. And is his skin green by any chance? Does he refer to himself in the third person as Hulk? Victor's first thought, upon hearing the description, was whether this could be the Hulk, somehow transported from a future timeline. No, his skin isn't green. He's white, and he always has a big cigar clenched between his teeth, topped off with a gentleman's hat. Though, there's nothing gentlemanly about the way he acts. By the way, who is this Hulk you mentioned? Is he another monster like this one? Arno's answer dismissed the possibility of this being the Hulk, but handed Victor a brand new clue, a top-hatted brute with monstrous strength and a penchant for destruction. Could be him, but isn't he supposed to operate in London? What's he doing in Paris, and in such a flamboyant fashion? Indeed, as Victor suspected, the man he was hunting was none other than Henry Jekyll, or, to use a more fitting name, the infamous Dr. Jekyll. Henry Jekyll had used a secret potion of his own invention to separate the evil within himself, which then manifested as an independent personality with its own physical form. This sinister persona called himself Mr. Hyde, a hedonist devoid of morals, driven by an instinctive urge to harm and destroy. And he possessed the power to do it. The potion that awakened Edward Hyde's identity also vastly enhanced his physical strength and endurance. In moments of extreme rage, he could unleash nearly 100 tons of force. No wonder Arnaud claimed that, in front of Mr. Hyde, stone walls might as well have been made of paper. Yet, aside from his strength, his abilities were rather unimpressive. While his powerful physique allowed him to jump farther and run a bit faster than most, he had not surpassed the limits of ordinary humans when it came to speed. His methods of attack were also quite simple, mostly brute force smashing, pounding, or throwing objects. There was no finesse or technique to speak of. Of course, with strength like his, technique was hardly necessary. Although Victor had already deduced the man's identity and abilities, he couldn't simply tell the French government. There was no way to explain how he had come by this information. What a headache. I'll still have to investigate step by step. These Gallic roosters are truly hopeless. They let him slip away every single time, and now they've completely lost his trail. While Victor was brooding over how to explain himself, he followed the trail of destruction left by Hyde all the way to the riverbank. Looks like he escaped by diving into the water. It makes sense. After diving in, he could revert to Henry Jekyll. Who would ever suspect that the refined, frail gentleman climbing out of the river was the very same Edward Hyde who threw Paris into chaos? Having mapped out his adversary's escape route, Victor realized there was no need for guesswork. With all the information at his disposal, he could simply work backwards. From there, things became even easier. After questioning the patrol officers responsible for the river, he learned that someone had indeed been seen climbing out of the water downstream. Following the current, Victor arrived at the spot the patrol had described. Although the officer had briefly suspected the man's identity, the difference in build was simply too great, and the man appeared to be a person of status, a true gentleman. So the officer merely asked a few routine questions. On learning the man had simply fallen in by accident, and after the man declined his offer to escort him to the hospital, the officer let him go on his way. I believe the person you let go is exactly the one we're after. Fortunately, I have a way to catch up to him. Victor paid no mind to the sudden look of panic on the French policeman's face. Instead, he crouched down to study the traces left by Henry Jekyll at the water's edge, plucked a blade of grass, and brought it to his nose to catch the scent. Then, without another word, he took off running in a chosen direction, leaving the others behind. Of the group, the only one who could just barely keep up with his pace was the special recruit second lieutenant, Arnaud Dorian III. As expected, this guy isn't ordinary after all. He can run this fast. Surely that's beyond the limits of any human being. Arnaud thought to himself as he did his best to keep pace with Victor. Victor, for his part, was a little surprised that Arnaud could more or less keep up, even if the man was taking shortcuts across the rooftops. Still, not just anyone could pull off a feat like that. But Victor quickly put his surprise aside, for he'd arrived at his destination, a clinic that looked rather respectable from the outside. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Victor knocked sharply at the tightly shut clinic door, showing not the slightest concern that it was already well past closing time. Arnaud, who fancied himself a French gentleman, could hardly imagine behaving so brazenly. As expected, these Americans really have no manners. Knocking on someone's door in the middle of the night. Honestly, even if you're after a suspect, isn't it better to wait till morning? He seemed not to consider that their target might try to flee under cover of darkness. Then again, as a habitual criminal, Henry Jekyll probably wasn't one. For midnight escapes. Yet Arnaud was clearly unfamiliar with another old saying. Those with a clear conscience don't fear ghosts knocking at their door. And Henry Jekyll certainly wasn't the sort with a clear conscience. But the one who opened the door was not the frail Dr. Jekyll. In fact, the door didn't open at all. Instead, both the door and Victor were sent flying together. That's right, Edward Hyde had kicked both of them out in one violent motion. Whoa, did that rude fellow just get knocked out for good? Arnaud Dorian III, who'd been crouching on a rooftop watching Victor, was utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding below. The heavy door, together with Victor, was launched straight into the wall of the building opposite, as if a brand new doorway had suddenly appeared in the bricks. At last, the door did open, but this time it swung downward, and the figure who stepped out wasn't Henry Jekyll, but the Sabretooth Victor, brimming with rage. Victor bared his claws. His fangs, too, grew longer and more menacing, a clear sign that his fury had reached its peak. His primal instincts roared for vengeance. He was ready to tear his opponent apart. But then, just like a baseball, Victor was hammered away by Edward Hyde's powerful blow. Judging from the force, Hyde seemed intent on seeing Victor fly as far as possible. Reality, however, was less kind. After smashing through 4 walls and breaking 5 ribs, Victor finally came to a halt. And yet he charged back to attack his foe once more. This time, Victor had learned his lesson. Brute strength was not the answer. The truth was painfully clear. His own 25 tons of force were nothing compared to Hyde's 100. In this contest, he was completely outmatched, the very definition of being out of one's league. However, the opponent's enormous size ultimately limited his agility, precisely the aspect Victor excelled at. At the same time, Victor was a master of combat with a keen knowledge of human weaknesses. After Victor switched up his fighting style, the tables turned. Now it was Edward Hyde who found himself at a disadvantage. He realized his fists could no longer land a hit on his opponent. To make matters worse, that little rat on the rooftop kept harassing him with a pistol. Hyde recognized him. It was the same patrol officer from the first time he was exposed. Who would have thought that little rat would now be a French army officer? Hey, Officer Rat, we meet again. I didn't expect you to make it to second lieutenant. Was it all because of me? In truth, Edward Hyde was far from your typical brute. On the contrary, his mind was as formidable as his muscles. First, he shouted to draw Arno's attention. Then, with a chunk of rubble pried from the wall, he successfully shattered the spot where Arno stood. As Arno lost his footing and went tumbling down, Hyde seized the opportunity. Taking a blow in exchange for landing one, he sent Victor flying. After pulling off those 2 maneuvers, Hyde's body began to shrink rapidly, like a balloon losing air. He pulled out something strange, stuffed it into his mouth, and then leaped into the sewers. This scene unfolded just as Victor was getting back on his feet. Without hesitation, Victor jumped in after him. Instantly, a wave of stench assaulted him. A foulness unbearable even to the average person, let alone Victor, whose sense of smell was far keener than most. The moment the stench hit him, every healing factor in Victor's body blared with alarm, rushing to his nose in protest. Looks like that guy's slipped away again. But what on earth was that god-awful thing? How can it smell so bad? In the end, Victor had no choice but to scramble back out. He simply couldn't endure the smell. One had to admit, after being subjected to the biochemical horror of surströmming, Mr. Hyde had managed to add another victim to his tally. Damn it, why am I the only one who has to suffer like this? Next time, I'm dragging Logan down here with me. First, a big thank you to the readers. Ishawa, the Forgotten Wombat. Nickname change costs $100 every time, time no more, and the starry sky of the gods for your generous support. As always, please add to your collections and give recommendations. Lastly, the reader group, 597340339. At least I managed to update before midnight. Haha, today's double update is complete. All in all, when Logan finally returned to the American embassy, it was because Victor had dragged him back. And tagging along was our fastest gun in the West, Old Kid himself. Of course, Logan had been knocked flat by Victor. While our good old kid was simply exhausted, you could see that from his severely malnourished complexion and the dark circles under his eyes. When it came to joining the X squad, Kid's feelings had shifted dramatically. From bitter regret at the start to now, believing this was the greatest stroke of luck in his entire life. After all, back in the days when he was a master thief, he could act recklessly, but he was always risking his neck. It was nothing like the sheer joy he felt now. Naturally, that joy lasted only until the moment he met Mr. Hyde. At that point, Kid thought that if he ever got the chance, he'd rather go back and face the sheriffs in the Wild West. Those sheriffs were a delight in comparison, waving around their battered revolvers, and at most carrying a rifle. But what on earth was this? Someone tossing cars around like toys. That was what ran through Kid's mind after narrowly dodging one of Mr. Hyde's car-throwing attacks. He wasn't the only one longing for his former life. Our Arno Dorian 3 shared the sentiment. Although his grandfather had once told him he was destined for an extraordinary fate, Arno always thought that meant he'd make a name for himself, marry a wealthy beauty, and reach the pinnacle of success. Never did he imagine it meant battling against 3-meter-tall giants who hurled cars for sport and shrugged off bullets, becoming the great hero destined to save Paris. He was no David. There was no way he could handle a Goliath. Fortunately, he didn't have to face Edward Hyde head-on. That job was left to Victor and Logan. Damn it, how can this monster be so strong? Logan had lost count of how many times he'd been sent flying, but thanks to his healing factor and tough physique, he could withstand the punishment. He wasn't reduced to a puddle of flesh like those unfortunate French soldiers, though every blow still hurt like hell. I may not die, but getting beaten up still hurts. Damn it, Logan grumbled inwardly. Launching himself once more at Hyde, Victor couldn't handle Hyde alone. He'd heard that last time Victor went after Hyde on his own, he'd come back battered and humiliated. Yep, things just don't work without me. Watch out. As Logan was lost in his self-congratulations, Hyde landed another slap, sending him crashing through the front of a shop on the street. But with his healing factor, no amount of punishment could really do him in, so Victor didn't bother scolding him anymore. The only thing Victor wondered was, didn't Logan feel any pain from these beatings? For Victor, every hit hurt like hell, but the pain only fueled his wild instincts, making him quicker and stronger. He relished this feeling, unleashing his power without restraint, letting his wild side run free, and proving his strength by taking down his opponents. Although what he always said to Wolverine was, "We are human, not beasts. We must learn to master our animal instincts and make them a part of us." Whenever a real fight broke out, he was always wilder than Logan. Of course, that was Logan's perspective. As for the secretary, Tina, in her eyes, the two were cut from the same cloth. After all, you could tell just from her nicknames. There are only wrong names, never wrong nicknames. One was called Wolverine, the other Sabretooth, names that told you right away they were ruthless killers. Of course, at this point, Wolverine Logan was still unknown, while Sabretooth Victor's reputation had already spread throughout the Federation. After all, he was the fierce warrior who had changed the course of the war. But aside from their healing factor and animalistic nature, there was another thing these old friends had in common. Neither of them cared at all about their personal lives. In other words, if it weren't for Tina, the secretary looking after every aspect of their daily lives, they would have turned their own worlds into a complete mess. You could see this clearly. After Logan lost his childhood friend who looked after him, he ended up living with wolves, and Victor, though a legendary soldier, could never rise up the ranks in the army, because no one dared put a man whose only hobbies were drinking and killing into a position of power. When Team X was formed, Victor's seamless performance owed much to the abilities of Secretary Tina. She handled nearly all of Team X's external communications and logistical arrangements. Just look at how every mission was passed to Victor through her. Most of the time, Victor didn't have to bother with any of these trivial matters. He just had to sit in his office, drinking or meditating, and when a mission arrived, he went out and did what he did best. She's more like the real boss of Team X than you are. You're just a brute who only knows how to fight, and a hands-off leader. Tom once joked with Victor. In truth, Victor really did have a knack for being a hands-off boss, and the reason was simple. Tina always carried out his instructions flawlessly, often thinking even further ahead than he did. Of course, what Tom didn't know was that the strategic direction of Team X still came from Victor. Tina was the one who made sure those plans became reality. As for where Lin Kin had found Tina in the first place, Victor had no idea. All he knew was that he could trust her, and that was enough. If you asked him why, he'd probably just say, "My animal instincts tell me. There's no malice on this woman." However, there was one thing Tina had always been dissatisfied about. Every time Victor went on a mission, he never took her along. As a result, she had never witnessed the legendary war hero, saber-toothed tiger, Victor, in action. This time, the mission to hunt down Edward Hyde finally gave her the chance to observe a real battle. She was assigned to watch the battlefield from a distant tower, alongside the French military personnel, using binoculars. And then she finally realized that when faced with a truly formidable enemy like Hyde, Victor and Logan's fighting style was far from the thrilling and heroic spectacle she had imagined. On the contrary, Victor and Logan resembled two wild beasts hunting their prey. They took turns attacking Edward Hyde, covering each other as they pressed the assault. With Arnaud and Kid harassing Hyde from the fringes, they gradually wore down his strength and willpower step by step. Both the French and American governments wanted to capture Edward Hyde alive, driven by their intense interest in Henry Jekyll's transformation serum, a potion that could turn a frail and powerless doctor into a 3-meter-tall monster of overwhelming strength, impervious to rifle bullets. Its military value would be beyond measure. So even though they didn't yet understand how Henry Jekyll could become such a creature, it didn't stop them from jointly suppressing the news, focusing all their secret efforts on tracking down Henry Jekyll himself. Only when Hyde appeared did they launch a major operation. After all, with Victor and Logan involved, an ordinary man like Henry Jekyll had nowhere to hide. He might escape for a time, but not forever. Yet Victor had his own agenda. He didn't want the Americans or the French to get their hands on the serum, as it was far too dangerous. It could be mass-produced, and once the effects wore off, the user would revert to being an ordinary person. While there were lasting side effects, split personalities, for instance, without the serum, transformation was impossible. In other words, it was at least somewhat controllable. If it ever got out, the world would soon be thrown into chaos. The battlefield of the future would be filled with muscle-bound giants brawling in packs. The destruction they'd bring would be unprecedented, and such power might even become a tool for ambitious schemers to pursue their own ends. For a glimpse of the consequences, one only had to recall the Hulk gang from the Legends of the Twilight Wolves. That was why, Once Victor realized the danger, he always let Edward Hyde slip away at the last moment during every pursuit. Fortunately, genetic technology in this era was still primitive. No one could analyze the serum formula from Hyde's blood, at least, not yet. However, by the time that technology arrives, the potency of this serum will no longer be as exceptional. After all, even the rifles of this era could already harm its user. In the face of even more powerful automatic weapons of the future, it would pose hardly any threat at all. Perhaps it would only be enough to bully the local police. The serum's greatest effect still lies in the boost it gives to physical strength, while its enhancement of the body itself is actually quite limited. It merely grants the user a physique just sturdy enough to withstand that newfound strength. In other words, if he gets injured, he'll still bleed, and if he loses too much blood, he'll still die. Weapons forged of steel, as long as they pack enough force, can still wound him. You can tell this from the way rifles could pierce his skin, but not his muscles. It's not that his muscles are tougher than bullets. It's just that the lead rounds fired by rifles of this era simply aren't strong enough to get through. But the bullets from a crank-operated machine gun are another story entirely. That's exactly why he had to avoid machine gun fire before. In truth, there's a common misconception here. In this universe, Hyde's potion only works on Hyde himself. Victor, on the other hand, fell victim to his own assumptions, while the French and American governments both operated with incomplete information, leading to this whole farcical situation. And so began this game of cat and mouse. Hyde fleeing, Victor giving half-hearted chase. With Victor deliberately holding back, the whole affair dragged on for nearly a year without resolution. Paris, the once romantic city, was, after all their commotion, on the verge of becoming a city of ruins. In fact, it was Logan who first realized that Victor was pulling his punches, but he said nothing. At this stage, Logan wasn't yet the upright superhero he would later become. As long as the fight was exhilarating, Logan didn't care how Victor wanted to play it. He would simply follow Victor's lead. The next to notice something was off was Tina. She couldn't help it. She'd been involved in planning every capture operation, but each time, it was some minor mishap on Victor's end that allowed Hyde to slip away. After discussing it with Victor, she, too, chose to keep silent about the issue. Meanwhile, the poor French government was reaching the end of its rope. If this goes on much longer, His Imperial Majesty will have us all lined up for the firing squad next month. Can't those Americans do anything right? Just as the French officer in charge of Hyde's capture was erupting in fury, a turning point finally appeared. A person, or rather, an angel, arrived in Paris. Truth be told, there was a reason why Edward Hyde, who had been living it up in London, ended up in Paris. It was simply that in London, he had also been hounded to the ends of the earth, and most gallingly, his pursuer was just one person. So who is this person then? Of course, it's certainly not Thor, the god of thunder. Instead, it's the legendary monster hunter, Van Helsing. Van Helsing isn't some freelance demon slayer. He belongs to an official organization. He serves under the Holy Order of Knights of the Vatican, tasked with purification and redemption. And that's not all. He has another identity. He is the left hand of God, Gabriel. Yes, you heard right. He's a fallen angel. Once, he was a seraph, noble and exalted. But after a disagreement with God over how to deal with the Egyptians, hey, what did we ever do to deserve this? He was stripped of his wings and cast down to the mortal world to undergo trials. In reality, his mission was to help God's followers cleanse the world of heretics and dark creatures. As for poor Dracula, his misfortune began when he was still the son of the Transylvanian knight, Valaris, a devout believer and member of the order. While Dracula was away at war, his wife, misled by rumors of his death, took her own life. Grief-stricken, Dracula began to question why God, for whom he fought so valiantly, could not even protect his beloved. His sorrow turned to hatred of God, and this hatred drove him to open rebellion. He raised his own army against the church. With Dracula now a traitor, it was only natural that Gabriel, acting as God's agent on Earth, would become his adversary. The two led their respective armies into a brutal war. In the end, Gabriel emerged victorious. Not only did he slay Dracula, but he also took Dracula's knightly signet ring as a trophy of his triumph. Yet, the pain of losing his wife and the humiliation of being stripped of his symbol of honor left Dracula unwilling to accept death. So it was that the death-defiant Dracula met the equally fame-averse Varna. The two found common cause and struck a bargain. Meanwhile, Gabriel, blissfully unaware of what transpired next, prayed earnestly to God. "Boss, I've taken care of the traitor. Can I please come home now?" But God saw that not only had the traitor survived, he had even achieved immortality. So, God erased all of Gabriel's memories and handed down a mild punishment as well. Gabriel, now barely clinging to life, was left on the church's doorstep. The church, already forewarned by divine instruction, took him in and gave him a new name, Van Helsing. Since Van Helsing's memories had been wiped, he had also forgotten all his combat skills. The church had to retrain him from scratch and ultimately decided to send him to the masters of Kunlun in the far west of China to begin his training anew. Behind Kunlun stands a celestial court, and behind the church stands God. Both are members of the Council of the Gods, and years ago, they fought together against the Pantheon, forging a bond like that of comrades in arms. As the earthly agents of these two mighty factions, some interaction between them was inevitable. Van Helsing's unique background allowed him to earn the rare opportunity to study in Kunlun as an exchange student. Of course, that was not how the church presented it to the outside world. Instead, they claimed that when Van Helsing returned, he would become the most powerful demon hunter history had ever seen. To put in Marvel terms, it was as if a superhero with average stats of 4 across the board and a combat skill level of 6 had been born. He had mastered nearly every weapon of his era, at least those that had already been invented. This alone spoke volumes about his strength. Otherwise, he would never have been able to drive Hyde out of London and force him to flee across the sea to Paris. He could have killed Hyde. Indeed, it would not have been difficult for him. But the church believed that the human side of Hyde could still be redeemed, so Van Helsing always held back. Who would have thought that Edward Hyde would make it all the way to Paris, only to wreak havoc there, leaving a trail of casualties and destruction in his wake? Van Helsing blamed himself for it all, so after dealing with the hypocrite Dorian Gray, he went straight to Paris. What he saw was no longer the beautiful, romantic city of his memories, but a city of ruins, with each district bearing scars of devastation. This filled him with an intense anger and shame. He resolved that even if the church once again ordered him to capture Hyde alive, this time he would make Hyde pay for what he had done. To Van Helsing, Hyde was an old adversary. Tracking him down was never difficult. Look there, in the distance, wasn't that ape-like figure leaping about Hyde himself? Hyde, here comes your surprise. Hope you enjoy it. As Van Helsing called out, he raced swiftly toward Hyde. Meanwhile, Logan, who was also hunting Hyde together with Victor, suddenly halted, as if sensing something, and glanced in Van Helsing's direction. What's wrong? Did you notice something odd? Victor, noticing Logan's sudden stop, paused as well and asked. I can't quite explain it. It's just a strange feeling, as if there's someone out there, someone I'm connected to in some way. Logan's uncanny feeling was soon given form, as a face almost identical to his own appeared before him and Victor. I have to ask, what's going on with this world? Why are there so many people who look so much alike? Victor was, in fact, more than a little surprised by this. For some reason, the image of Doug Logan's face, so eerily similar to his own, flashed through his mind. Who are you people? Why are you here? And what's your connection to Edward Hyde? Van Helsing, too, was astonished to see Logan's face, almost a mirror image of his own, especially after losing his memory. Stumbling upon someone who looked nearly identical stirred up a storm of emotions within him. But when he saw the bone claws extend from Logan's hands and Victor's sharp fangs and talons, he decided it was best to ask questions befitting his current role. We're members of the U.S. military's X Squad. We've been ordered to assist the French government in apprehending the suspect, Edward Hyde. By the way, when you're questioning someone, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Victor considered Van Helsing's question for a moment before replying. He had already guessed most of the man's true identity. My name is Van Helsing, from the Holy Order of Vatican Knights. You may not have heard of us, but we work in the shadows to protect humanity. Victor had actually heard the name Van Helsing before, one of France's most wanted, rumored to be a notorious killer. But he also knew of Van Helsing's true calling as a monster hunter. The deeper details were best left unspoken. Well then, Sir Knight, what brings you here? Don't tell me you've come to Notre Dame Cathedral for a pilgrimage and prayers. Clearly, Van Helsing wasn't in the mood for Victor's banter. He cut straight to the point and revealed his purpose. I've been sent by the Holy Order of Vatican Knights to judge Edward Hyde and to take Henry Jekyll back with me. The priests believe he can be redeemed. As Victor had expected, their goals were perfectly aligned. Both sides needed to capture Hyde alive and deliver him to their superiors. It seems we share the same objective, to stop Edward Hyde's rampage in Paris. Why not join forces? Van Helsing's sudden appearance was a stroke of luck for Victor. He'd been racking his brain over how to deal with Hyde, and now, as if on cue, help had arrived. He felt reassured by Van Helsing's mention of the Holy Order. After all, these zealots would never stoop to using Hyde serum. Such things would be considered a blasphemy against their god. In fact, they do everything in their power to keep such abominations from existing at all. Even though our goal is the same, what about the final custody of Hyde? I know all too well how you government types operate. Clearly, Van Helsing didn't fully trust Victor. Not surprising, given his personal experiences. After all, being wanted throughout Europe gives you a rough idea of what he's been through. We can worry about custody after we catch him. Let's focus on what we share in common and set aside our differences for now. Besides, look, Hyde seems to have run into Notre Dame. If we don't chase after him now, either Notre Dame will be torn apart by him, or he'll slip away for good. So, Lord Van Helsing, what's your decision? Hyde's mad dash into Notre Dame clearly unsettled Van Helsing. If the cathedral really were to be destroyed by Hyde, there'd be hell to pay. He could already imagine a priest back home tearing him limb from limb before begging God's forgiveness. Set aside our differences. That's an interesting phrase. All right, let's catch Hyde first and settle the custody issue later. May the best man win. And as for the one with the 3 bone claws, I'd like to have a serious conversation with you after this is all over. In the end, Van Helsing agreed to Victor's proposal, and he hoped to have a proper talk with Logan once the dust had settled, a wish that Logan himself shared. Whether you two get to have that talk is up to him, but I doubt he'll refuse. In fact, I imagine you'll have plenty to discuss. Logan certainly had no intention of refusing. He was just as curious to find out what was really going on, especially since Victor bore such a striking resemblance to his estranged brother, Doug Logan. As for their target, Edward Hyde, he was still wondering why Victor and Logan hadn't come after him yet. But when he climbed up to the bell tower of Notre Dame and peered down at their position, he caught sight of someone he'd hoped never to see again in his life. Van Helsing. The instant Hyde recognized that figure, dread from his London days came flooding back, the terror of being hunted relentlessly by that man. It was he who had driven Hyde to desperation in London, leaving him no place to run or hide. In the end, Hyde had been forced to flee across the sea, seeking refuge in Paris. He'd barely enjoyed a brief spell of freedom in France before the government sent 2 beasts to hunt him down. Luckily for him, those 2 seemed less than loyal to the French authorities, often letting him slip away, whether by accident or design. That's why he'd managed to escape every time. But today, his luck had finally run out. Van Helsing had arrived. Hyde had planned to make the most of tonight before leaving Paris behind, but never did he expect that Van Helsing would chase him all the way here. Perhaps sensing what was about to happen, Edward Hyde, rare for him, found himself drifting into memories of the past. Back then, he was still known as Henry Jekyll, a rising star in the medical community of London, England, praised for both his talent and warmth, with a presence that lifted the spirits of those around him. He was also a renowned philanthropist, his good deeds frequently making the headlines. Not only did he hold doctorates in medicine, civil law, and jurisprudence, but he was also a member of the Royal Society, and his expertise in pharmacology was especially outstanding. Yet all of this changed after a collaborative research project with his friend Nathaniel Essex. Together, they aimed to create a drug capable of unlocking the latent genetic potential within the human body. In a sense, they succeeded, but in another, they failed utterly, for along with that potential, they also awakened the darkest malice buried deep within the human mind. The moment Henry Jekyll drank the potion, crafted from his own genetic material, a thought surfaced unbidden. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. The most wicked and untamed aspect of his nature seized control, forging a new persona altogether. Thus was born the infamous Dr. Hyde, Edward Hyde. The laboratory he shared with Nathaniel Essex was destroyed, and the name Henry Jekyll gradually faded from public view, replaced by the notorious Dr. Hyde, Edward Hyde. Nathaniel Essex, co-inventor of the potion, was not spared the fallout, due to his controversial public statements that a great number of mutants would soon appear on Earth. He became an outcast. The entire London academic community turned against him, leading to his arrest and imprisonment. Lost in these recollections, Hyde was abruptly jolted back to the present by a flash of lightning across the sky, followed by a thunderclap that shattered his reverie. His enemies, Van Helsing the Hunter, Victor the Sabretooth, and Logan the Wolverine, had encircled him, forming a loose ring and cutting off his escape. Hyde realized that there might be no way out for him today. So be it. He would go out fighting. With that, he began to wreak havoc, tearing the great bell from the Notre Dame Cathedral's tower and hurling it as a weapon. Victor and Logan, both seasoned from many previous battles with Hyde, instantly sensed a shift in his demeanor. Well, this is getting interesting. Looks like Van Helsing's arrival has really rattled him, one of them remarked. After dodging Hyde's fierce blow, Victor looked at the now utterly changed Edward Hyde, a faint, exhilarated smile curling at his lips. With the worry of the drug leaking into the outside world finally resolved, he could at last throw himself into the fight with nothing held back. Judging from Hyde's aura, it was clear the feeling was mutual. Granted, Hyde's real target was Van Helsing, but Victor cared little for such details. He was here for the thrill of the fight, and that was enough. Logan, the Wolverine, felt much the same. He was pleased to see Victor's change of heart. Holding back in a battle was never his style. Now, he was determined to show Victor just what he was capable of. Van Helsing, the monster hunter, was the only one who remained unfazed. Feared far and wide, he was long accustomed to foes throwing everything at him, and he responded in kind. The only difference was that, in the end, he always survived. His training in Kunlun had made him a master of nearly every fighting technique in the world, and his extraordinary lineage endowed him with remarkable physical prowess. Yet his ability to heal was nothing like Victor's or Logan's. Serious wounds still required treatment, and severed limbs would not grow back. Still, every time he took on a mission, he would cast aside all hesitation and risk his life without a second thought. Whether it was out of faith or perhaps out of love for humankind, only he could say. He often spoke with icy detachment, claiming not to care for the lives of others. But whenever he came across an innocent victim, he always tried to save them. God had given him the gift to sense the sins that stained every soul, yet even those who had erred, so long as they were not beyond redemption, found in him a would-be savior. Back in London, it was because he had tried to rescue Henry Jekyll, Hyde's other half, that he had allowed his quarry to escape several times, once even suffering grievous wounds and barely escaping with his life. But now, at last, he understood. The kind-hearted Henry Jekyll was gone. There would be no more drinking of potions, no more transformations into Edward Hyde that would leave innocent blood on his hands. His course was clear. He would send Hyde to stand before God's judgment. This was the only mercy he could offer. With this resolve, Van Helsing's entire demeanor shifted. A murderous aura began to gather around him, thick and palpable. This guy, now he's interesting. Victor and Logan were the first to sense the change. The instant Van Helsing's killing intent unfurled, the animal instincts in the both of them screamed in alarm. Here is the translation as requested. This was a formidable being, one who could threaten their very lives. Fortunately, however, this powerful figure was on their side, united with them by a common enemy, Edward Hyde. This time, they had also reached another consensus to take Hyde's life. Victor wanted to prevent the potion from leaking, while Van Helsing hoped to bring Hyde to justice. Though they had never worked together before, the three operated with an unexpectedly seamless coordination. After dodging Hyde's heavy blows together, each unleashed their own deadly techniques, launching a coordinated assault. Victor had extended the claws on his hands to their absolute limit, and then, adopting a rather ungraceful but lethal maneuver, dropped to all fours, arched his back, and leapt with full force toward Hyde's back. Logan, meanwhile, brandished his six-bone claws, arms spread wide as he sprang high into the air, aiming straight for Hyde's temples. As for Van Helsing, he drew his weapon of choice for close combat, a rotary peeler. Thanks to his skill and striking appearance, even wielding something that resembled a chainsaw, he didn't give off the vibe of a deranged killer. If anything, he looked daringly cool. Van Helsing targeted Hyde's legs, the lower half of his body. In this way, attacks converged on Hyde from above, center, and below, all at once. Ordinary people, when beset by such a barrage, would surely flounder, barely managing to block one or two strikes before inevitably being hit by another. But clearly, our Dr. Jekyll was no ordinary man. He responded in the most direct and violent way, by stomping down and shattering the floor beneath his feet. As the ground collapsed, Hyde and Van Helsing plummeted into the room below the bell tower, while Victor, having missed his target, remained on the rooftop. As for Logan, he had jumped too high. Missing his mark, he tumbled from the edge of the bell tower and crashed to the ground right at the entrance of Notre Dame Cathedral. Face first, no less. Hey, what's Logan doing? Trident at all? Ouch. That was brutal. His handsome face is all twisted up. TCH, look at that, he's already healed. While Victor and the others were locked in fierce combat with Hyde, Arnaud, and Kidd, responsible for long-range fire support, finally arrived atop the rooftops surrounding Notre Dame. For these two, who were only a bit stronger than ordinary men, a single blow from Hyde in close quarters would spell their end. Given their considerable marksmanship, they had been assigned to support from afar. But truth be told, even with rifles, their fire was little more than a tickle to Hyde. Even the special magazines Victor's group had brought made little difference. The results were negligible at best. But neither of them dared to go up and fight Hyde at close range. That would be no different from courting death. In the end, the only thing they actually did was to serve as the designated commentators, tossing out sarcastic remarks from the sidelines. It was these two who spread all the rumors about Victor being slammed into the wall again, or Logan getting grabbed and smashed repeatedly before being hurled, headfirst, into the roof. Ahem, let's shift our focus back to Victor. After he missed his chance, and Hyde and Van Helsing fell into the room below, Victor immediately leapt through the gap Hyde had just created. As soon as he landed, he saw Van Helsing being trapped by Hyde inside a towering grandfather clock. Van Helsing, at last, you're in my grasp. You never imagined your day would come, did you? Seeing that he had finally caught Van Helsing, Hyde began to smack the brass clock gleefully. The booming tolls rattled Van Helsing inside, making his head spin with stars. He nearly lost his grip on his whirling blade. Fortunately, Victor intervened just in time. Since Victor's claws were sharp and strong enough to tear through steel, it was only natural that they could also slash through Hyde's flesh and muscle with ease. So, when faced with Victor's all-out assault, Hyde still chose to dodge, an instinct born from the hard lesson he'd learned last time when he tried trading injury for injury. As the sound of wood being sliced through echoed in the room, Hyde suddenly realized something was wrong. He hurriedly lifted the clock, only to find a gaping, round hole in the floor beneath it. Van Helsing had cut through the wooden loft and escaped. Furious, Hyde could only heft the clock and hurl it at Victor. What he didn't expect was that Van Helsing hadn't gone far at all. He was hanging just beneath the ceiling. Seizing the moment when Hyde's guard was down as he lifted the clock, Van Helsing sliced off one of Hyde's arms. Blindsided and wounded, Hyde was tackled by Victor and sent crashing backward through the window of the loft, plummeting to the ground in front of Notre Dame's grand entrance. He landed hard, back first. Just as he was struggling to rise, Logan, who had just finished mending his shattered bones, looked up and saw Hyde come crashing down right in front of him. Plummeting from nearly 100 meters up, combined with his extraordinary weight, even Hyde was in dire straits. Blood streamed from his nose and mouth, and for the moment, he was too stunned to move. And then, the real brutality began. Logan unsheathed his bone claws once more and strode toward the helpless Edward Hyde. Edward Hyde was dead. His hulking, fearsome form faded away, leaving behind only the original Henry Jekyll, a handsome yet frail young gentleman. This pitiful soul, who wandered on the far shore between good and evil, finally had to face his own judgment. But those still living must continue their own lives, walking along the paths they have each chosen. In the end, all blame for the death of Edward Hyde fell solely on Van Helsing's shoulders. For him, it was just another burden added to a load already too heavy to bear. Besides, the true powers within the French government were aware of his background, so they would never truly trouble him over this affair. However, for the officers responsible for the failed capture, disciplinary action was unavoidable. The only one who unexpectedly benefited from this turmoil was Arnaud, the former patrolman. Not only did he escape punishment, but he also caught the attention of those in power, earning a place among France's officer ranks. Although he had mostly coasted through the operation, the fact that other French soldiers didn't even have the privilege of coasting showed how exceptional he was. In truth, his abilities had already surpassed the limits of ordinary men, and after participating in the hunt for Hyde, he made remarkable progress in all respects. As for Victor, though he failed to obtain Hyde's potion formula, he unexpectedly acquired intelligence about the other inventor of the formula, Nathaniel Essex. This allowed him to report back with something worthwhile. He also received a brand new mission. After resolving the Dracula affair, he was to proceed immediately to Britain on a covert black operation, bring Nathaniel Essex, currently in prison, back alive. Tom would accompany him, leading members of the rapid response team as support. And so, with the Hyde matter settled, and before heading to Romania, Victor and his companions were granted a rare few days of leave. The French government, after all, needed some time to organize the relevant materials before handing them over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Victor fulfilled his promise to Van Helsing. He found a high-end restaurant in Paris, and, together with his secretary, Logan, and Van Helsing, set out to experience the legendary French cuisine, giving Logan and Van Helsing a chance to have a proper conversation. Given that, for the French, dinner is the most formal meal of the day, Victor ultimately treated them to the romance of candlelit supper. I must say it's truly incredible. Hard to believe that in this world, there could be two people who look so alike and yet are completely unrelated, remarked Tina, Victor's secretary. Although she'd seen much of the world, she couldn't help but marvel at the resemblance between Logan and Van Helsing. Logan himself, being one of the parties involved, wasn't particularly surprised. After all, he'd already witnessed the situation between Victor and Doug Logan. Van Helsing, however, was more than just astonished. Having lost his memories, the appearance of someone who might be connected to his past was of utmost importance to him. However, this matter was destined to end in disappointment for him. After learning the truth about Logan's origins, he realized they truly only looked alike, though, admittedly, their personalities did share certain similarities. During their discussions, the topic of Victor and Logan's brother also came up, as they too bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Yet, despite their efforts, they still failed to reach any definitive conclusion. Once Van Helsing had resolved his inner turmoil, he did not linger for long. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, he bid farewell to Victor and his companions. He needed to return to the Vatican to receive a new assignment, and also to report to the senior members of the Holy Order of Knights in the Church, explaining the circumstances surrounding Edward Hyde's death. Although he had long grown accustomed to the pattern, where the Church would ask him to bring someone back alive, but all he returned with was a corpse, the formalities still needed to be observed, didn't they? Besides, his funds were running low. It was time to go home and replenish his resources. Not long after Van Helsing's departure, the French government handed over the documents Victor needed to the American ambassador, who then passed them along to Victor. Transylvania, at this time, still a part of the Kingdom of Hungary? How intriguing. And now, even Romania itself is still a vassal of the Ottoman Turkish Empire. Well then, let's go and see for ourselves what this so-called Transylvania is really like. He was surprised to learn that Transylvania did not belong to Romania at this point in history, but instead to the Kingdom of Hungary, or, more precisely, the recently established Austro-Hungarian Empire. Yet, in truth, the Principality of Transylvania and the Principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia, which would later make up the Kingdom of Romania, had already been collectively known as Romania since the 14th century. Once, Dracula, the infamous Impaler Prince, had been hailed as Romania's national hero and defender of the faith, leading his small, isolated forces against the mighty Ottoman armies for many years. Brave and formidable, he aided the Christian world of the West, thwarting Turkish invasions time and again. Upon returning victorious, he would impale the prisoners of war on sharpened stakes one by one, leaving them to bleed to death. It was this gruesome spectacle, the delicious scent of the prisoner's blood, that drew the attention of the previous vampire lord, and in the end, the apostate Dracula inherited his position. Dracula then used his local influence and renown to transform both his followers and the population into vampires, until nearly all of Romania became a land ruled by the undead. With his ambitions swelling, he set his sights on turning all of humanity into vampires, starting first with Europe. But his actions soon attracted the attention of the Church, and under its rallying cry, a war between humans and vampires broke out. The course of this war can no longer be verified, but in the end, humanity did emerge victorious. Dracula, on the other hand, suffered a devastating blow and, for many years, could do nothing but cower in the ancient towns of Transylvania, clinging desperately to a shadow of existence. Yet, this victory came at a terrible price. Europe lost nearly half of its population. In the end, all these deaths were attributed to the Black Death. Legend has it that Dracula was personally struck down by a god of multiversal magnitude, by God himself. But even God paid a price for this battle, and he failed to destroy Dracula completely. This is also why, when Gabriel later pleaded with God for forgiveness, he was instead met with punishment. He had no idea that the newly reborn progenitor of vampires was none other than Dracula, whom he believed he had slain. It was precisely because he failed to finish the job that the vampire progenitor, Dracula, survived, and thus, all that followed came to pass. Mess up an assignment, and not only expect your boss to clean up after you, but then hope to claim it as an achievement and return to heaven as a winged errand boy? Clearly that was never going to happen. And so, in the end, Van Helsing was born. He was another of God's experiments, a small bargain struck with the celestial court of the Eastern gods. Since Dracula was your mistake, it became your responsibility to deal with him. Though Dracula could not be utterly destroyed, he could still be killed. Naturally, the task of killing him fell to Van Helsing, Gabriel, who, after rigorous training at Kunlun and countless hunts for dark creatures, was now a match for Dracula. None of this was recorded in the documents Victor had acquired from the French. The only useful information he found was this: the king of vampires resided in Transylvania. But for Victor, just knowing the location was enough. After preparing an arsenal of silverware, crucifixes, garlic, and other such items, he set off on his journey to Transylvania. Achoo! Dracula, savoring blood in his ancient castle, suddenly sneezed. This struck him as exceedingly odd. He hadn't sneezed in centuries. Now out of the blue, he found himself sneezing. If he hadn't felt his heart lying motionless in his chest, he might have believed he was alive again. Even after suffering a grievous wound from God and retreating to this small town's castle, Dracula never abandoned his ambition to create a world of vampires. He first found himself 3 vampiric brides, Marischka, Elara, and Verona. Then, he began a life of patience and endurance, pouring his focus into raising an army of the undead. After centuries of relentless effort, he finally achieved the stuff of legend. With 1 man and 3 women, he created an entire vampire army. However, there was a slight flaw in this great army. Both he and his brides were, after all, half dead, and the little vampires they birthed inherited only the dead half of their nature. As a result, every single child born was stillborn. This problem had plagued Dracula ever since the first little dead vampire was born, and it haunted him for centuries. Through those long years, even as he tirelessly created ghosts day and night, the question that consumed him most was how to bring these little vampires to life. The dilemma that had tormented Dracula for centuries finally saw a glimmer of hope with the arrival of a brilliant human scientist. Dr. Victor Frankenstein, who grew up in Geneva, Switzerland, was endlessly passionate about the study of life's origins. He sought to conquer death and create a new form of life. His research soon caught Dracula's attention. To conquer death, wasn't that the very thing Dracula had longed for all his life? With Dracula's patronage, Dr. Frankenstein assembled a human body 8 feet tall from several stolen corpses. Now, all that remained was to wait for the right moment, for this body to open its eyes and claim a life of its own. It was during Dr. Frankenstein's feverish efforts that a man named John Fosworth arrived from Britain to Dracula's domain. He was a fervent devotee of vampires, and eventually, Dracula himself bestowed upon him the dark gift of the embrace. Soon after, Fosworth was dispatched to Britain to carry out one of Dracula's sudden schemes, to expand the vampire influence in the Americas. Since the European continent had largely fallen under the control of the Church, the Americas, with their weaker religious presence, became the perfect ground for nurturing new vampires. Besides, weren't the colonial plantation owners, with their vast numbers of slaves, ideal candidates to become vampires? Whether for a steady supply of blood or loyal followers, everything could be easily obtained. It was nothing short of a vampire's paradise. And so, Baron Blood, John Fosworth, returned to Britain with his new master's command, embarking on a mission to send vampires southward to the Americas. Their goal was to build an entirely new homeland for vampires on that new continent. It was thanks to Baron Blood's efforts that many southern plantations became havens for vampires. There, they could do as they pleased, for they were masters of both the land and the enslaved. But all of this changed when a man named Lincoln became president of the United States. The new president called for freedom and the emancipation of all black slaves. Though this was, in essence, to provide the northern factories with a steady workforce, it was still something the vampires and southern plantation owners could never accept. Thus, war broke out in this manner. Although the Southern Army surged forward with unstoppable momentum in the early stages, they eventually ran out of steam. When they began to fall back, step by step, the vampires attempted to intervene personally, but their plans were exposed, and they were routed by the Federation Army's barrage of silver bullets, fleeing in utter disarray. In the end, on the eve of the Southern Alliance's collapse, as the commander of the Southern Army announced surrender, they resorted to a desperate gambit, an assassination. The outcome of that night was soon known to all, and the consequences of the assassination began to unfold. The high-ranking Federation officials who had once colluded with them in the assassination plot, faced with the evidence Victor presented, had no choice but to abandon any pretense of shielding them and allowed Victor to travel to Europe to investigate. Yet Victor, guided by his preconceived notions, never suspected that these vampires were subordinates of the Blood Baron. Instead, he went straight to seek out the master of the Blood Baron's master, the progenitor of all vampires, Count Dracula. In Transylvania, nestled in the heart of Romania, this year's winter was colder than any in recent memory. It was as if an omen was hanging in the air, foreshadowing that something momentous was about to occur here, something that would change the fate of many. Lord Dracula, everything is ready. All that's left is to use the lightning to breathe life into him. Though Dracula had learned from the Blood Baron's letter that the vampires' conquest of the Americas had ended in failure, the arrival of this new, good news filled him with gratification. At last, after centuries of waiting, his children were about to come to life. Upon discovering that lightning was required to awaken Frankenstein's creature, Dracula immediately left his perpetually frozen lair and arrived at the abandoned castle where Dr. Frankenstein resided. If the doctor needed to wait for a storm to produce lightning, a rare alignment of time and weather, to attempt his experiment, for Dracula, who could command the local elements, lightning was his to summon at will. I hope your experiment succeeds, Doctor. Otherwise, I warn you, my patience is not limitless. With these words, Count Dracula began his performance. At his magical summons, the clear night sky was swallowed by gathering storm clouds. As the darkness thickened, forks of lightning began to flash and dance among the clouds, twisting like serpentine bolts across the heavens. A tremendous thunderclap split the night, and lightning repeatedly struck the lightning rods Dr. Frankenstein had rigged as makeshift energy collectors. In no time, the immense electrical power surged through the doctor's machinery, and as the devices whirred to life, they began to channel the storm's energy into the spark of life for Frankenstein's creation. All the data is stable. He's about to come to life. We've done it. Lord Dracula, we've proven that it's not only God who can give life to mankind. As the process continued, the astonishing energy of the lightning was completely transferred and stored within the alchemical heart of the monster. One by one, flashes of green lightning, symbols of life, sparked inside the transparent heart. At last, the monster, Frankenstein, was born. He's awake. Lord Dracula, we really made it. Hey, Frankenstein, I am your creator and your father. My name is Victor Frankenstein. You can call me father or dad. Seeing the awakened Frankenstein, Dr. Victor could hardly contain his excitement. At last, his lifelong dream had come true. He had created life with his own hands, a life born not of God, but of human ingenuity. Science now stood above divinity. Yet he had not realized that his patron and supporter, Dracula, had deceived him all along. Dracula had claimed to support Victor's research because it was blasphemous, a rebellion against God, and thus, he was willing to fund it without question. And so the bookish Victor Frankenstein naively believed him. He understood that working with Dracula was like bargaining with a tiger, but in the pursuit of his dream, he was willing to risk even his own life. What did blasphemy or dealing with a demon matter in comparison? Papa. Just as Frankenstein opened his eyes and uttered his very first word of life, a long procession of townsfolk appeared outside the castle, torches and weapons in hand, a fiery, serpent-like line in the night. They were villagers from a nearby town, and they had come for one reason, to vanquish Dr. Frankenstein, the man who had defiled their dead. For every part used to build the monster had been stolen by Victor from the local graveyard. Once the townspeople learned that it was Dr. Frankenstein, the man who had always seemed so mild and harmless, who had desecrated their ancestors' graves, they quickly banded together. They would burn this abomination, this violator of the dead, at the stake. Yet all of this was, in truth, orchestrated by Dracula. He knew that Dr. Frankenstein would never willingly allow his son, the monster, to become nothing but a living battery for the resurrection of Dracula's vampire army. So Dracula devised a plan to have others do his dirty work. He deliberately leaked the news that Victor had stolen the corpses, ensuring that the furious townsfolk would come to kill him. Then, at Frankenstein's moment of greatest desperation, Dracula would descend like a savior. In this way, the newborn life would be filled with hatred for humanity and become a perfect pawn in Dracula's hands. There he is. Break down the door. While Dr. Frankenstein was observing the castle's exterior through the window, he was spotted by one of the leaders of the mob. Spurred on by this leader, the crowd's excitement grew, and they began battering the door with renewed vigor. It seems your grand enterprise is about to collapse just as it nears success, Victor, Dracula remarked, watching the doctor's predicament with thinly veiled delight. He had no intention of helping. In fact, this was all part of his plan. No, I have to get him out of here, to a place where no one can ever find him. I won't let these people harm him, the doctor resolved. But this decision came as no surprise to Dracula. As expected, Frankenstein was determined to escape with his creation. Just then, however, a small twist of fate occurred. The rabble outside still hadn't managed to break down the door, so Dracula was forced to intervene and buy some time himself. You want to take him away? No. Now it's time for him to serve my purpose, he declared. But in his excitement, Dracula let slip more than he intended. Realizing he had revealed too much, he gave up all pretense and laid out his entire plan, preparing to eliminate Dr. Frankenstein himself. But he hadn't counted on his own monologue dragging on so long. During Dracula's tirade, the creature had already broken free from the leather straps restraining him. With effortless strength, the monster hoisted the heavy metal operating table on which he'd just lain and hurled it straight at Dracula, sending the Count crashing into the blazing fireplace. Take me away from here, the monster demanded. Following Frankenstein's orders, the creature scooped up the doctor and, slipping through a side passage, they escaped out the back door of the castle. With the doctor's guidance, the two of them fled into the forest behind the castle. Meanwhile, the mob that burst into the castle failed to find Frankenstein, but instead stumbled upon an enraged Dracula, crawling out of the fireplace. After Dracula dispatched several of the ringleaders with terrifying efficiency, the rest of the mob, cowards at heart, scattered in panic and fled back to their homes. Did you really think you could slip out of my grasp so easily? Impossible, Dracula raged. In a fit of fury, he transformed into a bat and returned to his lair, commanding his goblin and vampire minions to hunt down Dr. Frankenstein and his creature. In Dracula's mind, so long as they hadn't crossed the borders of Romania, everything was still within his control. There was no need for him to act personally, at least, not yet. Meanwhile, far away in the holy city of Vatican, a knight hunter of the Sacred Order was being called to account. When we asked you to bring someone back, we didn't mean their corpse. But ultimately, it was nothing more than a matter of holding him accountable. The church officials understood that Van Helsing's actions had ultimately led to positive results. It was just that. His methods were a bit too extreme, and the price paid was slightly high. For example, if he happened to shatter a centuries-old stained glass window, well, that was hardly worth fussing over. This time, we want you to go east and eliminate a dark creature that has existed for centuries. He is the ruler and progenitor of all vampires. He is Dracula. I'm not going. At first, Van Helsing refused the mission. But the moment the priest revealed that Dracula was connected to his own mysterious origins and forgotten memories, Van Helsing didn't hesitate a second longer. He agreed at once. Soon after, he gathered his gear, assembled his support team, and set off on his journey. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, as Van Helsing was only just beginning his journey, Victor and his companions were already nearing their destination. I never thought you'd see a thunderstorm in a place like Romania. It's just thunder and lightning, no rain at all. As Kid spoke, he suddenly realized something felt wrong. Could this lightning actually be summoned by Dracula, the very foe they were meant to confront? This isn't ordinary lightning. It must be the result of magic. Judging by the size and frequency of the strikes, I doubt this is any natural storm. Victor quickly confirmed Kid's suspicions. And if you're wondering how Victor knew, well, he'd studied a bit of natural science back in the basement. It didn't take long for him to deduce that the thunderclouds overhead weren't naturally formed. If not natural, then someone must have conjured them. In an age before artificial weather control, only magic, or perhaps a certain white-haired girl, could create such a spectacle. But since the white-haired girl's father hadn't even been born yet, the only one with the power to summon a storm of this magnitude was surely Dracula himself. Wait, there's someone approaching up ahead. Just as Victor was explaining the magic to the group, Logan suddenly heard movement coming from the path ahead. No sooner had Logan spoken than a towering figure, 9 feet tall, burst out from the woods in front of them, a man in a white robe slung over his shoulder. Run! There's a monster behind me. The giant, still running, waved frantically at Victor and the others, warning them that a monster was hot on his heels. Victor, looks like we're close to our destination. It was Logan who spoke again. The darkness of night didn't hinder his vision in the slightest. He clearly saw the face of the charging Frankenstein's monster. With that, he extended the bone claws from both hands, ready to teach this deceiver a little lesson. Listen closely. There's definitely someone behind him. And judging by his size, if he wanted to attack us, he wouldn't need any tricks at all. But just as he took a step forward, Victor stopped him. The knight couldn't hide Victor's keen eyes, and as he saw the figure clearly, he also guessed who it must be. Considering the stranger was being hunted, Victor could more or less piece together what had happened. So he blocked Wolverine from advancing and brought the newcomer over to stand before their group. No sooner had the newcomer reached Victor and the others than their pursuers appeared, a pack of dark goblins led by a handful of vampires. Looks like this big guy really does share our enemies. Come on, Logan, let's get warmed up. I'll take the vampires, the goblins are yours. With that, Victor rolled his neck, then charged straight toward the approaching vampires and goblins. Logan, of course, was not about to be outdone. He bared his claws and rushed in as well. This batch of vampires was clearly far stronger than the ones the Federation had encountered before. After all, these were members of Dracula's personal guard, not your average bloodsucker. Their power, speed, and fighting skills were leagues above those cannon fodder from before. Of course, that was only impressive by ordinary human standards. To Sabretooth and Wolverine, they were just bigger, tougher cannon fodder. Victor confronted the vampire in charge, the strongest of the pursuers, head-on. A thunderous shockwave burst out as they clashed, but when the dust settled, Victor was still standing firm while the vampire leader was sent flying backwards. Now, this is getting interesting, Victor said, a fierce smile curling at his lips. He sprang after the vampire leader's airborne body, closing the gap in a flash. The vampire leader realized the instant they made contact just how immensely strong Victor was. His eyes widened in shock, and then he was sent flying again with a brutal blow. One hit, and he broke 3 of my ribs. I can't go toe-to-toe with this guy. The vampire leader let out a piercing howl, trying to summon his underlings to gang up on Victor. But no response came. Glancing around, he saw that his followers were already tangled up with Victor's companions. Logan's claws flashed as he slashed through the vampire leader's henchmen one by one, knocking them to the ground. Then Kid, with his revolver loaded with silver bullets, finished them off without mercy. As for the other dark goblins, after Dr. Frankenstein was entrusted to Tina the secretary, the monster himself uprooted a tree as thick as a man's waist and chased the goblins in every direction, sending them fleeing in terror. Who gave you the courage to daydream while fighting me? At that moment, a voice as cold as ice suddenly whispered in the vampire leader's ear. In the blink of an eye, Victor was standing before the small-time leader, his hand closing tightly around the vampire's throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The vampire, caught by the neck, let out a guttural roar as he reverted to his true form, frantically trying to slash Victor's hand with his razor-sharp claws. To his shock, he discovered Victor possessed the same uncanny power of regeneration. Then, Victor's fist, adorned with a silver watch chain, punched straight through the vampire's chest, right where his heart should be. The leader's body went limp, and Victor tossed him aside like a pile of refuse. He crumbled to ash, vanishing from the world without a trace. Ugh, sorry, my head's still spinning a bit. By the way, who exactly are you people? Dr. Victor Frankenstein, who had been jostled and carried to safety slung over his son the monster's shoulder, had just been set down and promptly retched up everything he'd eaten the night before. Still, he struggled to voice the question burning in his mind. The truth was he'd just witnessed Victor effortlessly dispatch the vampire leader who'd been hunting him, which was why he'd asked his monster son to put him down and go. Lend a hand. Victor's group hadn't let him down. Aside from a handful of dark goblins who'd scattered at the start, the rest of the pursuers had been utterly wiped out. We're with the United States military. We're here to settle a score with Dracula. He sent his minions to assassinate our president, Mr. Lincoln. Clearly, Dr. Frankenstein hadn't expected Dracula to send assassins all the way across the ocean to target the President of the United States. In fact, Dracula himself only learned of the attack when he received a letter from the Blood Baron informing him that his followers had killed the President. But even then, Dracula wasn't particularly concerned. So they'd killed him. So what? Did the federal government really think they could trace it back to him and send agents across the sea to exact revenge? And even if they did, could they really succeed? If the day ever came that agents sent by the U.S. government could actually kill him, he'd gladly change his name, from Dracula to Gagula, or something equally absurd. The U.S. military. Well, hello. I'm Victor Frankenstein. I'm a scientist, a doctor of life sciences. This here is my son. His name is Frankenstein. As Dr. Frankenstein introduced himself, Tina and Kid both stared at the doctor and his monstrous son as if they were specimens in a sideshow. It was clear they'd completely misunderstood, and were now trying to figure out how the good doctor and his wife could possibly have produced a son quite so unique. Ahem, doctor, my name is Victor as well, Victor Creed. I'm in charge of this squad. I hope you can share some information about vampires with us. After all, they're our common enemy, aren't they? Victor's cough interrupted their wandering thoughts, reminding them they still had a mission to accomplish. There was no point wasting time pondering matters like the doctor's past or the mysterious woman's grudges. Such personal feuds had nothing to do with their objectives. As for Logan, he was still interrogating a vampire they'd kept alive specifically for questioning. He found himself increasingly fascinated by these creatures, so long as he avoided silver weapons. No matter how many times he stabbed them, they wouldn't die. They wouldn't die, but they sure felt pain, which was in its own way rather satisfying. Hello, Mr. Victor. In truth, I don't know much about Dracula myself. All I know is that he is the master of all vampires. Sunlight doesn't harm him, and he can't be killed. The gypsies and their king have tried countless times over the generations, but they haven't found a way to destroy him. On the contrary, the king's own bloodline seems to be on the verge of extinction because of it. Dr. Frankenstein shared all he knew, though he doubted these people had any chance of killing Dracula. Still, since they'd managed to dispatch Dracula's hunters, they were clearly capable enough. If they could make some trouble for Dracula, it would help him and his son, the creature, make their escape. The king of the gypsies, you say? Doctor, this information is very useful. I wonder if you could introduce me to this king. While Dr. Frankenstein was plotting to use Victor and his team to slow Dracula's pursuit, Victor himself was thinking about the doctor and his remarkable creation. A man like Frankenstein was a rare talent in any era. After all, who else but a necromancer could create life from corpses? And among those who followed the path of science, he stood alone. And then there was his son, the creature. Though he seemed like a hopeless case now, that was only because he was a blank slate. With his superhuman physique, just a bit of training could turn him into a deadly weapon. Victor was already imagining the creature hefting several tons of ammunition, wielding a rotary gun, and wreaking havoc on the battlefield. I'm not exactly acquainted with that king. Honestly, his people nearly killed me. But, alright, I'll see what I can do. At first, Dr. Frankenstein wanted to refuse Victor's request. After all, he was still hoping to make a quick escape. But then he noticed Victor's expression shifting, and suddenly recalled how easily Victor had dealt with their pursuers. Driven by a powerful will to survive, he decided to give in. Who knows? Maybe he really can take down Dracula. He consoled himself, trying to calm his anxious heart as he began to lead Victor and the others on their way. As for the creature, naturally, whatever his creator told him to do, he did without question. Logan, are you done playing around? Time to go. After walking for a bit, the group suddenly realized they'd left someone behind. Victor called out, urging Logan to wrap things up. Knowing the fun was over, Logan curled his lip in annoyance, then drew a silver-plated dirk from his belt. A flash of steel, and the tormented vampire, its eyes filled with relief, disintegrated into ashes that drifted away on the wind. With the vampire dealt with, Logan quickly caught up to Victor and the others, a look of satisfaction still lingering on his face. Ironically, it was Victor who began to feel a headache coming on as he realized he might have steered Logan, once such a well-behaved companion, down a darker path. Back at Professor X's, Logan had always been obedient and docile. So why, under Victor's lead, was he growing increasingly wild? Almost bloodthirsty? Of course, the very man who preached harmony while outdoing everyone in violence and brutality had never once thought to look for the cause within himself. Sir Victor, we've arrived. Up ahead is the territory of the Gypsies, now ruled by their king and his children. It's Dr. Frankenstein, the desecrator of corpses, and the monster he created is with him. Burn them both. Clearly, the villagers quickly recognized their old acquaintance among the newcomers, the grave robber Frankenstein and his monstrous son. Brandishing makeshift weapons, they began to gather, clearly intent on finishing what they'd failed to do before, burning him alive. Doctor, it looks like you're quite the celebrity around here. Quite a crowd. Kid, help them calm down. Watching the villagers close in, Victor seemed unfazed by their hostility. Still, since he was here to find someone, he saw no need for pointless conflict. So he asked Kid to use his own methods to remind these reckless peasants and the local leaders of their place. Bang! At the crack of a gunshot, the encroaching villagers stumbled backward in fright, though none of them dispersed entirely. Bring me someone in charge. I don't have time to waste. Seizing the moment when they reeled from shock, Victor stated his demand, and his request was promptly met. Greetings, gentlemen. I am Vicern Valeris, ruler of this land. This is my sister, Anna Valeris. May I ask what brings you here with Dr. Frankenstein? Prince Vicern appeared with his sister and a group of armed followers. Although he saw the infamous Dr. Frankenstein and his creation, he chose to proceed with caution and speak with Victor first. Greetings, Prince Vicern. This is Lieutenant Colonel Victor from the Federation. He's come here to investigate the attempted assassination of President Lincoln by a vampire from the Dracula clan. He's heard that your family has been at odds with Dracula's lineage for generations, so he wishes to discuss a possible alliance with your father, His Majesty Boris. It was Dr. Frankenstein who answered Prince Vicern's question. This had been the plan Victor and his companions discussed on the way. Let the relatively familiar Dr. Frankenstein test the waters first and see how things stood. My father disappeared a year ago, Doctor. I know you're often lost in your research, but rumor has it you once sided with Dracula. How could you not know this? Vicern's response clearly caught Dr. Frankenstein off guard. Awkwardly, he glanced at Victor, unsure how to proceed. He hadn't mentioned to Victor during their journey that he'd once worked with Dracula, but fortunately, Victor was already aware of the true situation. We're deeply sorry about your father, Your Highness. As for Dr. Frankenstein, he has turned his back on Dracula and now stands with us. In fact, Dracula is hunting him down. He and his son were rescued by us from the vampires. Seeing that Victor wasn't pressing the issue, instead, even stepping in to explain things to Prince Vicern, Dr. Frankenstein breathed a sigh of relief and felt a flicker of gratitude toward Victor. Perhaps Victor wasn't as heartless as he appeared. Even so, we still cannot trust you. Therefore, I must ask you to leave immediately, or we will not be so courteous. As Vicern's words faded, his sister Anna and the rest of his followers raised their weapons and aimed them squarely at Victor and his companions. Have I ever mentioned how much I absolutely hate it when people point guns at... Ugh. Just as Victor was about to lose his temper at Vicern and his entourage for threatening him with weapons, a towering werewolf burst from the trees and tackled him from behind, sending him sprawling face first into the snow and sliding several meters across the ground. At that moment, everyone's minds echoed with a single thought. This scene is simply breathtaking, so beautiful that no words could possibly do it justice, even more dazzling than the most vivid dream. In truth, Victor and the others shouldn't have let their guard down so easily. Yet, Vicern's sudden display of hostility drew everyone's attention to the looming conflict. Meanwhile, the werewolves' formidable stealth allowed them to slip by unnoticed, setting the stage for this dramatic confrontation. If there's one thing I hate more than having a gun pointed at me, it's being interrupted while I'm talking. Humiliated and infuriated, the saber-toothed tiger flew into a rage. In less than a second, he sprang back to his feet. And then, Victor and the werewolf clashed head-on. The shockwave of their collision blasted outward as they grappled fiercely, each testing the other's raw strength. Unfortunately for Victor, he was at a disadvantage in one respect. His mouth was no match for the werewolf's. When they roared at each other face to face, Victor found himself assaulted by a barrage of foul breath and flying spittle. Luckily, the werewolf wasn't particularly quick-witted. Instead of going straight for a bite, it focused solely on matching Victor's strength, perhaps stunned to meet an opponent who could rival its own physical might for the very first time. Just as the deadlock threatened to break and the others prepared to join the fray, reinforcements for the werewolf arrived. A horde of vampires and dark goblins surged into the village. The townsfolk, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, vanished in an instant. Doors and windows slammed shut everywhere, everyone terrified of being caught too slowly and ending up as prey for these dark creatures. All units, prepare for battle. Engage the enemy. Wipe out these damned dark creatures. If Vickin could turn a blind eye to the infighting between Victor and the werewolf, he could not ignore the threat posed by these vampires and dark goblins. They were a menace that had to be eradicated, otherwise they would pose a grave danger to the villagers. As lord and ruler, it was his duty and responsibility to protect the lives and property of his people. Rallying his followers, he ordered them to join the fight against the invading dark creatures. To Vickin, these monsters might have seemed like a significant problem, but to Logan, they were nothing more than minor nuisances. For reasons of his own, Logan refrained from using his bone claws. Instead, he gripped the silver-plated dagger Victor had prepared for him in a reverse hold. Clearly, silver weapons were more effective against creatures of darkness. Wherever Logan's blade flashed, only a wake of dismembered limbs turning to ash and the dying wails of dark creatures remained. In truth, Logan knew nothing of Japanese swordsmanship. He relied solely on his overwhelming physical prowess, dispatching his foes with simple, brute force slashes and thrusts. Even so, wherever he went, every strike he made was lethal, taking out his enemies with a single blow. This, in turn, drew the enemy's attention to him. No longer was he facing ordinary vampire grunts or expendable dark goblins. Now, elite vampire lieutenants were sent his way. Yet the only real difference was that these new foes could withstand a few more strikes before going down. Meanwhile, Tina, his secretary, was being protected by the combined efforts of the Frankenstein monster and Kid. Tina herself proved to be an excellent shot, so much so that Dr. Frankenstein, unable to help in direct combat, took on the job of reloading their revolvers. One had to admit, the Frankenstein monster was a force to be reckoned with. With his immense strength, he could snatch up a vampire as easily as picking up an old sack. Clutching a vampire by the neck in each massive hand, he swung them around like a human windmill, sending any creature bold enough to approach flying through the air. Taking advantage of the chaos stirred up by the monster's vampire dance, Tina and Kid seized every opening to fire silver bullets from their revolvers, picking off any enemies that slipped through the cracks. The battlefield was thrown into disarray, but the fiercest clash remained the duel between Victor and the werewolf. For the first time, Victor faced an adversary whose speed, strength, and regenerative abilities match his own. Though Victor possessed vast experience and masterful combat skills, the werewolf's primal instincts kept it evenly matched with him. In fact, Victor found that several of his killing moves were useless against a creature with such an inhuman form. Fortunately, Victor's regenerative factor allowed him to instantly recover from the werewolf's slashing claws and the lingering curse, giving him the confidence to trade blow for blow. Both combatants were armed with claws and strength capable of shredding steel, yet neither could land a truly fatal strike. Luckily, just as Victor's rage threatened to cloud his judgment, clarity returned. He remembered, when fighting werewolves, silver was key. You cheating bastard. My handsome face. What happened to no hitting the face when fighting wolves? This, perhaps, was the thought running through the werewolf's mind as Victor's fist, wrapped in a silver chain, smashed into its face, sending it flying with a trail of smoke curling from its wounds. Oh, the werewolf, its face battered and burned, now realized it was no match for Victor. Instead of counterattacking, it let out a long, mournful howl before darting into the trees and disappearing into the forest. That piercing howl echoed over the small town, and as if called by the tide, the remaining dark creatures, still alive, retreated en masse into the forest shadows. Though the bodies of slain dark creatures vanished without a trace, the burning corpses of fallen soldiers and the devastation left in the wake of the battle reminded everyone that chaos had just swept through their town. It seems we need to have a proper conversation. The arrival of the dark creatures brought death and foreboding, but it also changed Viking's attitude toward Victor and his companions. For the first time, he had met someone who could grapple with a werewolf face-to-face and not be overpowered. More importantly, this person seemed utterly unafraid of the curse that came from being bitten or scratched by a werewolf. For those like them, who were dedicated to opposing Dracula, this was vital. After all, for many years, werewolves had always been among Dracula's most powerful minions. Not only were they formidable, but anyone bitten or scratched by one would become a fellow monster, an accomplice. It was a maddening dilemma. Yet with Victor's arrival, Viking saw hope for dealing with the werewolves, though they still hadn't found a way to defeat Dracula. Himself and his own father remained missing. At least there was now a chance to take the first step forward. Wasn't that something? A bunch of useless fools. You can't even capture Dr. Frankenstein. This time, my brides, you will go personally, take the werewolves with you, and make absolutely sure you bring back the hope of reviving our child. As Dracula prepared to send his subordinates to hunt down the monster created by science, Van Helsing, having long since set out from the Vatican, had already crossed the seas and arrived in Transylvania. Upon receiving Dracula's orders, the brides did not rush out immediately. Instead, they had the werewolves lead more vampires and dark goblins to test Victor and his companion's strength. After all, for them, there was no shortage of expendable pawns to send. After all, anyone capable of standing toe-to-toe with a werewolf was a grave threat to them as well. Unlike their master Dracula, they were not immortal. Should a silver weapon pierce their hearts, death awaited them just as surely. Even the holy water from a church could harm them. So, until they had figured out exactly what Victor and his allies were capable of, they would not act in person. Although we've managed to repel their assault this time, I doubt Dracula will let this go. Besides, we've never seen such a large-scale invasion before. It all started after my father disappeared. These dark creatures have been attacking and harassing the villages and towns in our lands, each time in greater numbers and with greater force. After joining forces to fight off the attack from the dark creatures, Victor and his companions gained the initial trust of Prince Viking. After all, anyone who could stand their ground against a werewolf was a valuable ally, especially now, when his father was missing and his followers' loyalty was wavering. Yet Viking still could not be sure that Victor and the others weren't Dracula's spies. After all, Dr. Frankenstein, who traveled with them, had once served as Dracula's lackey. This suggests that your father's disappearance is almost certainly connected to Dracula. He may very well have already fallen into Dracula's hands. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for Dracula to suddenly begin attacking your family's lands so frequently right after your father went missing. The fact that each attack grows in scale is a way to probe the limits of your territory's defenses. While Victor was seriously discussing the possible link between the disappearance and the fortifications of the estate with Viking, Logan was busy trying to flirt with Viking's younger sister, Anna. Kid had initially wanted to join in as well, but after Logan threatened him with the middle bone claw on his left hand, Kid promptly gave up, fearing for the safety of certain parts of his anatomy. Hey, beautiful princess, would you be interested in joining me for a drink once your brother and the others finish their conversation? Wolverine, full of enthusiasm, was met with a frosty reception from the red-haired Princess Anna. Anna, in fact, found Logan's rugged features rather appealing, but her intuition kept warning her that he was not her destined one. Unbeknownst to Van Helsing, who had just set foot in Transylvania, the man who looked almost exactly like him, Mr. Logan, was attempting to replace the black hat on his head with a green one. Rejected by Anna, Wolverine was not one to give up easily. In his mind, her silence could just as easily be taken as quiet consent. Besides, even if she did resist, once he closed the distance between them, he was confident he could persuade her. After all, this tactic had never failed him in France. Those ladies and noble women who at first protested always ended up longing for him after he left. But this time, Logan had truly met his match. Just as he reached out to get a little too familiar, Princess Anna, face cold as steel, pinned his hand to the dining table with a silver dinner knife. In an instant, the previously harmonious atmosphere turned tense and charged. Yet, inside, both Viking and Anna breathed a sigh of relief. The silver blade didn't react to Logan's blood, which proved he wasn't a dark creature in disguise. I believe you owe me an explanation, Lord Viking. Watching the ever-defiant Logan finally get a taste of his own medicine, Victor was torn between wanting to laugh and feeling indignant. Only he was allowed to bully his foolish younger brother. How could he stand seeing someone else put him at a disadvantage? Not even for the woman he fancied. Besides, Anna was Van Helsing's type, not Logan's. Let's set aside the main character's inner theatrics for now. In truth, Anna's decisive action was the result of a tacit understanding between her and her brother, a silent agreement forged over many years. After all, the brutal, bloodthirsty ferocity and beast-like fighting style that Victor and Logan displayed in battle forced everyone to remain on guard around them. Victor, in particular, was remarkable. Even after being clawed by a werewolf, he seemed utterly indifferent to the werewolf's curse. And as it turned out, he truly was immune to its effects. Not even a scar remained where he had been wounded. Honorable Victor, I admit my sister may have been somewhat impolite, but, as I understand it, it was Mr. Logan who made the first move and tried to offend her, which is why he was treated that way. Clearly, just as Victor felt that Logan was the one being bullied, the ever-protective Viking saw it as his sister nearly being harassed and was quick to defend her, unwilling to back down in the slightest. Victor, it's true, I made the first move, and Miss Anna has nothing to do with it. Besides, a scratch like this is nothing to me. Whenever he met a woman who caught his eye, Wolverine always let his heart overrule his head. So, after uttering something that made Victor want to throttle him on the spot, Logan pulled out the silver dinner knife that had been stuck in his hand. The moment the blade left his flesh, the wound instantly healed as if it had never existed. As Logan's wound closed before their eyes, Viking and Anna exchanged a glance. Both saw the flicker of astonishment in the other's eyes and realized that each of them was equally shaken by the spectacle. Combining this with Logan's earlier massacre of the vampires, they reached the conclusion that Logan's strength was on par with Victor's. And, like Victor, Logan too seemed unafraid of the werewolf's curse. Since Logan has said as much, let's get back to discussing how to deal with Dracula. Young people should settle their own affairs. What do you think, Prince Viking? Though Victor inwardly cursed Logan's reckless, impulsive ways, he couldn't lose his temper in this setting. He had no choice but to change the subject and try to keep the conversation moving forward. If that's your wish, Victor, then let's continue our discussion about my father's disappearance and how to fend off Dracula's invasion. Having witnessed Logan's power firsthand, Viking no longer wished to dwell on the previous incident. After all, it was he and his sister who had attempted the first test, and the strength they were now facing had far exceeded their expectations. If they could avoid open conflict, so much the better, especially since he hoped to enlist their help in the fight against Dracula. As Victor and Viking resumed their discussion on how to deal with Dracula, Logan once again began a flirt with Princess Anna. However, perhaps recalling the recent dinner knife incident, he reined in his behavior, keeping it just within the limits of Anna's patience. Yes, even though Logan had just spoken up for her, it only made Anna dislike him even more. Clearly, Victor was standing up for him, yet he chose to defend the enemy, simply because he was dazzled by her beauty. A man like that was certainly not to be trusted. Tina, who had some inkling about Anna's feelings, couldn't help but chuckle to herself as she began to chat with Anna about the kinds of secrets only girls share. To her surprise, the approach worked. Wonders. Before long, the two of them were getting along famously, as if they had suddenly become best friends, exchanging knowing glances at Logan now, and then, as if he were the quintessential heartbreaker. Dejected after his failed attempt at flirting, Logan vented his frustration on Kid, the former master thief who now found himself entirely sidelined and ignored. Under the pretext of helping him relieve some stress, Logan snatched the largest piece of ham from Kid's plate. Having lost both the girl and his food, poor Kid could only pout in silent complaint and prepare to help himself to another piece of ham. But just as he was about to reach for it, the Frankenstein monster picked up the entire plate and walked off with it. Kid could only watch helplessly as the monster devoured his beloved ham, plate and all, while Dr. Frankenstein, the monster's creator, stood by chuckling and encouraging him to eat even more. Despite Kid's lingering look of grievance and resentment aimed at Wolverine and the monster, and Logan's own air of disappointment, the dinner ended on a rather pleasant note for everyone else. After the meal, Victor and Viking quickly found common ground on how to deal with Dracula. Prince Viking arranged for the group to stay in the guest rooms of the castle. Dr. Frankenstein and his monster were assigned to share a room, with the castle's guards and servants quartered nearby. Victor's secretary, Tina, was given a room of her own by Viking, since she needed to send telegraphs to the American embassy, reporting on their mission's progress and gathering updates from home. It must be said that the transatlantic telegraph cable, completed in 1866, had made communication with their homeland vastly more convenient for Victor and his companions. It's nothing. The moment he sees a red-haired woman, he loses his head completely. As for Logan, it was only natural that he and Victor would share a room. As soon as Logan walked in, Victor, fresh out of the bath and not yet dressed, gave him a stern talking to over his brainless behavior at dinner. Of course, Logan wasn't one to take a scolding sitting down. He responded by flashing his adamantium claws, and the two of them launched into a friendly sparring match right there in the room. Fortunately, they remembered they were guests in the castle, so they held back enough to avoid completely wrecking the place. This led to the stronger and more experienced Victor quickly pinning Logan to the ground, proceeding to teach this foolish little brother of his a lesson for being so easily distracted by a red-haired woman. Tina? Don't go. It's not what you think. Just as Victor was lecturing Logan, the young secretary Tina, having received a telegram from home meant for Victor, pushed open the unlocked door to deliver it. What she saw was Victor, shirtless, holding Logan down on the floor. Blushing, she quickly stammered an apology for interrupting, closed the door, and hurried away. Victor and Logan stared at each other in stunned silence for a moment. Then Victor hastily threw on his coat and went after her. Logan, meanwhile, settled into the chair by the fireplace, pulled a cigar from his jacket, and began to smoke in brooding silence. When Victor caught up, he found Tina watching him with an impish grin. He immediately realized he'd been played by the young secretary. All right, if you've had your fun, can I have those papers now? As he spoke, Victor reached out to take the documents from Tina's hand. But at that very instant, he caught a faint sound. With practiced ease, Victor shifted his motion, flattening Tina to the ground with a broad sweep of his arm, just in time to dodge a sudden attack from a werewolf. You lot really don't know when to quit. Since you're here, you'd better stay for good. With his claws gleaming, Victor hurled himself at the werewolf. As for the young secretary, Tina had already drawn her revolver, firing at the goblins who charged in from the shadows alongside the werewolf. The gunfire quickly drew the attention of the others. The castle's guards rushed in to join the fight, and soon the chaos was brought under control. But this was only a diversion. With the guards and the powerful Victor occupied, the vampires began targeting the others one by one. Of course, their fates varied depending on whom they chose to attack. The first vampire to reach the window of Wolverine's room locked eyes with Logan, who was still brooding over his cigar. In a flash, Logan seized him by the throat and dragged him inside. The vampire's teammates, seeing their leader snatched away, scrambled up after him to lend support. Here, the difference between ordinary vampires and Dracula became clear. Dracula could transform and fly, while this group of hapless vampires had to clamber up the walls. Though they had taken Logan seriously, it was clear these vampires were no match for Wolverine. He dispatched them as easily as slicing through fruit, barely breaking a sweat. After dealing with the vampire who attacked him, Logan immediately dashed toward Princess Anna's room, the location etched in his memory. Since he himself had been ambushed, could she be in danger as well? Meanwhile, right next door, the fastest gunman in the Western Federation, Kid, a colleague and subordinate of Logan, was utterly forgotten in the chaos. Fortunately, Kid was no pushover, and, as luck would have it, the enemy didn't take him seriously either. They figured a few goblins would be more than enough to handle a mere human. So, it wasn't a vampire that assaulted Kid, but rather a gang of dark goblins. Despite their small stature, these creatures were vicious and unnaturally strong, their might nearly matching that of a grown man. It's high noon. Just as these masked little monsters clambered in through the window, poised to tear Kid apart, they were caught off guard by this cryptic announcement. In the next heartbeat, a flurry of gunshots erupted, swift, precise, and for the goblins, the world faded to black. The new revolver Officer Victor provided really is a marvel, Kid mused as he spun his gun with a flourish and holstered it at his side. No need to cock the hammer manually, just squeeze the trigger and fire. Looks like nothing's slowing down my draw anymore. With that, Kid set off toward the source of the gunfire outside the castle. Judging by the sound, it seemed to be Miss Tina's lady's revolver. He recalled that the small but deadly firearm she used fired 9mm rounds, easily outclassing hhis own 7.6 5mm piece. Still, duty called, and he headed toward the commotion. After all, Tina was technically his direct superior. Victor, on the other hand, was more of a loose cannon than a leader. As Kid grumbled and hurried toward Tina and Victor's location, Dr. Frankenstein and his monstrous creation found themselves under attack by even more vampires. Indeed, aside from the few vampires who'd gone after Logan, the rest had converged to capture the monster, who was their true objective. When it came to bullying dim-witted dark goblins, the monster was in his element. But against cunning vampires, he was quickly overpowered. Soon, both he and Father Dr. Frankenstein became prisoners, dragged off howling into the woods. It was only thanks to the gunfire and the howls of a werewolf, whose voice could even outdo the monsters, that the vampires managed to cover their escape. Otherwise, they would have been discovered in no time. As for why the werewolf was howling so loudly, that was because Victor had taken him down. After letting the werewolf slip away once before, Victor had resolved that the next time they crossed paths, he wouldn't let him escape. For this reason, he had specifically asked Viken to prepare a silver-plated weapon for him, though it now seemed unnecessary. Because, while Victor was locked in combat with the werewolf, Logan, who had failed to find Princess Anna, came running over, clutching the silver-plated dagger Victor had prepared for him. Originally, the werewolf had held his own in a one-on-one fight with Victor, but once he faced a combined assault from Sabretooth. In Wolverine, he quickly lost the upper hand, suffering wound after wound from the silver blade and the silver chain bracelet. When he finally realized things had gone awry and tried to flee, it was already too late. Under the relentless blows, he soon lost all ability to move and was captured alive. Logan had intended to finish off the werewolf, but Victor stopped him. Victor remembered that Van Helsing might need to become a werewolf himself to take on Dracula. Whether that was truly necessary or not remained to be seen. But considering how troublesome the Marvel version of Dracula was in his memory, they couldn't afford to leave any possibility unexplored. In the end, thanks to everyone's efforts, all the dark creatures that had come to attack, apart from a few stragglers who managed to abduct Frankenstein's monster, a Dr. Frankenstein, were either killed or captured, including the werewolf. Yet, despite their victory, none of them could muster any joy, for they'd finally realized that Dr. Frankenstein and his creation had been taken. Sometimes, fate truly does have a hand in shaping events. The vampires who'd managed to escape with Dr. Frankenstein and his monster had barely slipped through Victor and his team's grasp, only to run straight into Van Helsing, who had just arrived in Transylvania. Needless to say, they were swiftly dealt with. "Excuse me, do you know where the rulers of Transylvania, the Valerius family, reside?" After being rescued, Dr. Frankenstein and the monster had braced themselves to be destroyed along with the vampires, only to find that Van Helsing had no such intentions. Instead, he began to ask them about the Valerius family. "Oh, you're also here to go after Dracula? Thank you so much for saving us. I can take you to the castle where the Valerius family is staying." Dr. Frankenstein was a little surprised to learn that Van Helsing was also seeking out the Valerius family. Van Helsing clearly noticed this flicker of surprise. Could there be others searching for the Valerius family to take on Dracula together? Although Van Helsing didn't voice this question, his assistant, the brilliant apprentice priest Carl, asked it for him. "This is what happened, Father. A few days ago, a group of soldiers claiming to be from America rescued my son and me from the clutches of vampires. They told me they were searching for the king of the Valerius family to join forces against the vampires. I led them to the castle where the Valerius family resides. And in the end, they managed to strike an agreement to cooperate. But on the very night that deal was made, we were attacked again, this time by creatures of darkness sent by Dracula himself. My son and I were captured once more. If it weren't for your timely appearance, I truly believe we would not have survived." After hearing Dr. Frankenstein's account, Van Helsing suddenly remembered a certain group of people. Judging from the way Dr. Frankenstein glanced at his face, Van Helsing had a fairly good guess about what he was thinking. The leader of those American soldiers, was his name Victor? And was there a man by his side who looks almost exactly like me? Someone whose hands can sprout claws? Dr. Frankenstein wasn't particularly surprised by what Van Helsing said. After all, looking at Van Helsing's face, which was almost a perfect match for Logan's, he had already suspected there was some complicated connection between them. Still, he hadn't expected that the two had never met before. If it hadn't been for the business with Mr. Hyde in Paris, there was a good chance they would have gone their whole lives without ever crossing paths. But regardless of how it happened, Dr. Frankenstein had guessed the outcome correctly. He confirmed Van Helsing's words, then asked a question in return about his relationship with Victor and the others. "To be honest, there's not much of a connection. You could say we're comrades in arms who have fought side by side before. Still, I must admit, it's good to have such formidable allies when facing Dracula." Clearly, Van Helsing was well aware of how powerful Victor and Logan were. Although he considered himself their equal, the thought of 3 strong fighters joining forces against Dracula gave him comfort, much better than fighting alone. Moreover, he had a growing sense that this time, Dracula would be far more difficult to deal with than the other creatures of darkness they had faced before. He suspected it would be a long and grueling battle. With Dr. Frankenstein leading the way, they soon arrived at the castle of Prince Viken. There, they encountered Victor and his companions, who had been tracking the whereabouts of the captured Dr. Frankenstein. Van Helsing, it's been ages. Who would have thought we'd meet here again? This time, we must share a proper drink. And then, let's give Dracula a run for his money." Although Victor had long known that Van Helsing would inevitably come, he was still greatly surprised and delighted by his timely arrival, especially since he managed to save both Dr. Frankenstein and the creature. The first half of the night had been filled with chaos, but the latter half brought a much-needed calm. After Van Helsing and his assistant, the priest, had been settled, the others also retired to rest. The night passed without incident. "I knew you'd come, Van Helsing." Of course, such enthusiastic words couldn't have come from Victor, nor from Logan. It was clearly that man with the ever-ready revolver, Kid, the fastest gun in the Western Federation. He had some understanding of Van Helsing's abilities. After all, they had once joined forces to take down Edward Hyde. The memory of that hulking brute still sent a chill down his spine. Yet even someone as formidable as Edward Hyde hadn't lasted 10 moves against the combined might of Van Helsing, Victor, and Logan. Now, with Dracula, a creature who'd survived for centuries, a foe whose reputation alone made the task daunting, about to become their adversary, having someone as powerful as Van Helsing on their side was certainly cause for celebration. "How did you know I would come?" "Even before I returned to the Vatican, I didn't know I'd be assigned here myself." But Van Helsing had caught something in Kid's words. How could he have known Van Helsing was coming to Romania to face Dracula? "Of course, it was Officer Victor who told me." "Wait, didn't you tell him yourself?" "Officer Victor, how did you know Van Helsing would be here?" Hearing the gunslinger's words, Victor could barely resist smacking the big-mouthed man right then and there. But for now, he had to find a way to talk his way out of it. "I was just guessing. As a demon hunter of the church, how could you possibly let God's enemy, Dracula, continue to thrive unchallenged? Watch out." Clearly, Victor's explanation didn't quite satisfy Van Helsing, but this was hardly the time to press the issue. Dracula's vampire brides had finally decided to make their move. Unlike ordinary vampires, they possessed the terrifying ability to transform into demonic forms, sprouting wings that allowed them to soar through the air, just like Dracula himself. Moreover, they were far stronger than the average vampire, easily rivaling werewolves in power. That much became clear when they tossed cows around like playthings, hurling one at Van Helsing as if it were a mere stone. This time, Van Helsing was ready for them. Against such airborne monsters, there was no chance he'd reach for his trusty hand-cranked peeler. Instead, he armed himself with a pneumatic repeating crossbow, prepared for the fight to come. The rapid rate of fire and formidable penetrating power, comparable to that of a fully automatic rifle, drew repeated glances from Victor and the others. Kid even muttered under his breath, wishing his revolver could be just as formidable. However, while the pneumatic repeating crossbow boasted impressive speed and force, this only meant it was highly effective against ordinary people or common monsters. When it came to the vampire brides, beings with extraordinary regenerative abilities, a few bolts might punch holes through them, but such wounds would heal almost instantly. Compared to the crossbow's feeble, tickling damage, it was actually Victor's silver pocket watch chain and Logan's silver-plated katana that posed a far greater threat to these creatures. Yet, both weapons were short-range, and in close combat, they could do little against the flying vampire brides. Several times they scrambled onto rooftops to launch an attack, only to have their efforts easily evaded, and ended up taking quite a beating in return. Even so, the vampire brides dared not engage them at close quarters. After all, they couldn't even overpower the werewolf. At their level, swooping in would just turn them into an easy meal. Van Helsing used the holy water. Fortunately, there was at least one clever person in the group. But judging from how he tossed the holy water towards Van Helsing, it was clear his cleverness had its limits. Luckily, Victor was well prepared. He and the vampire bride Mariska reacted at exactly the same instant, both lunging for the bottle of holy water. In the end, Victor reached the bottle first, but Mariska crashed straight into his arms. In a single motion, she seized Victor and soared into the air, clutching both him and the holy water. Logan, locked in a struggle with Victor, Mariska lost all her agility. At Victor's shout, Logan leapt from the rooftop and landed squarely on Mariska's back. A shrill, agonized scream tore from Mariska as Logan clamped his legs around her waist and went to work with the bone claws on his hands, raking and slashing her back, even ripping open her wings in the process. Worse still, as she plummeted to the ground, howling in pain, Victor bit off the cap of the holy water bottle in one swift motion. Actually, he bit off the whole mouth of the bottle. Then he rammed the entire bottle, mouth first, down Mariska's throat. The full 500 milliliters of holy water poured directly into her body. In an instant, the sacred power within the holy water surged through her veins. She writhed and rolled on the ground for a brief moment, shrieking in agony, before her skin began to split open. Threads of golden, holy light flickered from the cracks. At last, the vampire bride erupted, disintegrating into a heap of ashes. No! The three vampire brides shared a single heart and mind. Almost at the very instant Mariska perished and turned to ashes, the other two felt the same searing pain. Abandoning the prey they had been hunting, Prince Velkin and Princess Anna, they burst from the castle, determined to kill Victor and Logan to avenge their sister. But what they saw outside stopped them cold. Van Helsing was at the church entrance, enchanting his repeating crossbow with holy water, while Victor swung a fist wrapped in silver chains at them, a murderous smile curling at the corner of his lips. Sensing danger, the two remaining brides wasted no time calling to the minions who had followed them. Instead, they unfurled their wings and soared into the sky. If they weren't strong enough to take revenge from Mariska themselves, then it was time to return and seek out their master, Dracula. He would avenge Mariska, for he was powerful enough, and not so easily slain as they were. With the two vampire brides in retreat, the rest of their vampire and dark goblin followers were swiftly swept away by the castle guard and Victor's companions. During the chaos, Princess Anna was nearly wounded by a vampire leader, but was saved at the last moment by the demon hunter Van Helsing, now wielding his newly enchanted pneumatic crossbow. When Anna looked upon her savior's face, she was struck by how much he resembled the flirtatious Logan. Yet there was a steadiness and gravity in his eyes, a mature presence that told her this was the man destiny had chosen for her. He, too, possessed a wild and untamed spirit, but it was a world apart from Logan's youthful recklessness. That depth, the weathered maturity that radiated from him, held an almost fatal allure for someone like Anna. And so, as the dust settled for the moment, Logan found himself in a surprisingly sour mood, realizing his intended prize had seemingly been claimed by Van Helsing. If it had been anyone else, even that young thief kid, Logan might have felt better about it. But it had to be Van Helsing, the man who looked just like him. In looks and in strength, Logan considered himself Van Helsing's equal. But when it came to experience and composure, he was forced to admit he was still a step behind. Victor, quick to notice Logan's glum mood, produced a cigar and handed it to him. With a comforting pat on the shoulder, he offered words of solace. Take it easy. Love isn't something you can force. Logan accepted the cigar with a resigned nod, lit up for both himself and Victor, and took a deep drag. As he exhaled, he let go of all his frustration and gloom, breathing them out with the smoke. If she didn't fancy him, there would always be others who would. Wolverine was never the sort to tie himself to a single tree. After all, beyond this one, there was an entire forest waiting out there for him. Feeling that Logan had now, at least in part, emerged from his heartbreak and gloom, Victor also rose to his feet. He needed to have a serious discussion with Velkin and Van Helsing about how best to deal with Dracula. Since it was Dracula's brides who had come to attack them this time, they could be almost certain that the next assault would see Dracula himself appearing in person. So, should they wait in ambush, letting Dracula come to them, and then strike with the advantage of preparation? Or should they take the initiative, gathering all the manpower and resources they could muster, striking while Dracula was weakened, with one bride lost and his werewolf captured, and launch a direct assault on his lair? These were the matters Victor and Velkin needed to consider, for as an adversary, Dracula's power and cunning were beyond question. Oh, my beloved master, Mariska is dead. Avenge her, I beg you. Destroy those cursed humans, cried the two vampire brides in unison. The two remaining brides had staggered back to the castle, collapsing at Dracula's feet, pouring out their grief and fury over their sister's death, and pleading with their master to avenge Mariska. I felt it, Mariska's passing. But soon, I'll have a new bride, Dracula replied. His response caught them entirely by surprise. He showed neither sorrow nor rage for Mariska's death. Instead, he was already thinking about finding another bride. Master, have you no heart? The surviving brides exclaimed, shocked and wounded by Dracula's coldness. But such was the truth. Dracula had no heart, no soul, and thus no love to give. At last, under Dracula's indifferent gaze, the two brides pressed themselves to his side. Then, together, they melted into the wall, becoming part of the ancient mural, retreating to their true sanctuary. While Victor and his companions were devising strategies to confront Dracula, the vampire lord himself was preparing as well. He intended to personally hunt down those who dared to kill his bride. He also planned to recover Dr. Frankenstein's creation, the monster, and use it as the key to resurrecting his army of vampires. But things never unfold exactly as planned. Fate, in its mysterious way, would intervene. After finishing his discussion with Victor and the others, Van Helsing made his way to the castle's dungeons, where the werewolf was imprisoned. As a monster hunter, destroying creatures of darkness was his calling, his duty, and he was curious to see what kind of being could stand toe-to-toe with a monster like Victor and not falter. In the end, before Victor and the others could settle on a final plan of attack, Dracula acted first. He rallied his brides and followers, launching an all-out assault to exact his revenge and capture the monster. After all, no one even knew where Dracula's lair was, so how could they possibly come up with an attack plan? Just getting any result from such a discussion would be nothing short of a miracle. But things were quite different for Dracula. He knew the location of the Valeris family castle all too well. He had grown up there, lived there, fought there, and in the end, had even died on the battlefield outside its walls. That place was more familiar to him than anywhere else, as if it were his own home. Yet Dracula, who had long since lost his heart, was not a sentimental vampire. When he arrived at the outskirts of the castle with his followers, there were no unnecessary words or gestures. He gave a single, cold command: begin the assault. His orders were clear: leave no survivors except for Frankenstein's monster. Even though Prince Vitkin had already ordered strict vigilance, the castle guards, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, were thrown into chaos. And this time, the dark creatures didn't stop at attacking the castle. They swept through the nearby villages and towns as well. Wherever they went, the villages were reduced to nothing but burning ruins and lifeless human bodies. There were no survivors. The villages were plunged into an eternal silence, becoming desolate wastelands devoid of any sign of life. The families of the castle guards lived in those very villages. To see their homes set ablaze and be unable to leave their posts to help, bound by duty to the castle, was an agony beyond words for the guards. Some of the more faint-hearted began to desert, fleeing in secret. They were terrified of the enemies they now faced. Others ran because they could not bear to abandon their loved ones. Their desertion left the already meager castle defenses in even greater peril. But fortunately, Victor, Logan, and the others arrived just in time, barely managing to hold the defensive line. In fact, when Dracula launched his attack, Victor, Van Helsing, and the rest were still inside the castle, deep in discussions about how to strike back at Dracula. Before they could even finish their planning, the enemy was already at their gates. It was, in some ways, a bitter irony. Still, their meeting had not been entirely fruitless. At the very least, they had devised a plan to ward off disaster with a little expense, a weapons upgrade. They melted down a batch of silver coins, coating the guards' traditional weapons with a layer of silver. Now, at last, their weapons were no longer useless against vampires. They had become deadly tools. These weapons proved invaluable in the defense against Dracula's assault. In the past, they had used silver stakes to pierce vampires' hearts and kill them. But now, things were different. Yet no one had ever considered that simply applying a small amount of silver to the blade of a weapon could achieve the same effect. On one hand, it was due to the lack of technological capability in the past. On the other, people simply hadn't thought along those lines. But now, after this attempt had proven remarkably effective, those costly pure silver weapons might soon be rendered obsolete. Even though the guards had all switched to silvered weapons, the enemy's numbers were still overwhelming. They continued to be pushed back, for after all, they were but ordinary humans, prone to exhaustion and injury. As for Victor and his companions, they faced Dracula himself. This was Dracula's first appearance, and as the progenitor of all vampires, he made a fearsome impression. In this battle, he crushed Victor's group with overwhelming force. He caught Victor off guard, ambushing him from behind while Victor was busy dealing with 3 of Dracula's lieutenants. Struck by a heavy blow, Victor was hurled out of the castle window by Dracula, flung over 100 meters before plunging into the moat below. Logan, on the other hand, had let his guard down and was caught by Dracula, who seized the chance to sink his fangs into him. The ensuing clash between the vampire's curse and Logan's healing factor was violent, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move. Van Helsing, however, never even engaged Dracula. The moment the vampires invaded, he thought immediately of the werewolf imprisoned in the castle's dungeon. Sure enough, when he and Princess Anna reached the dungeon, they found, just as he had feared, that the vampires had already released the werewolf. "I knew this would happen," Van Helsing said to Princess Anna, frustration clear in his voice as he gazed at the freed werewolf. "From the start, I should have insisted we destroy it, instead of agreeing to Victor's plan to bring it back to America to research some supposed cure for lycanthropy." His words were answered not by Anna, but by the werewolf's furious roar and a wild pursuit. With steely calm, Van Helsing dodged the werewolf's clawed swipes. He even found time to draw a revolver loaded with silver bullets, and with Princess Anna's help, dispatched the vampires who had come to release the beast. Van Helsing's apparent disregard only enraged the werewolf further. In its berserk state, it became faster and stronger, but still remained within Van Helsing's ability to handle. At least, so he believed. Using himself as bait, he narrowly dodged the werewolf's killing blow at the critical moment. Then, with perfect timing, Princess Anna fired all 6 silver bullets from the revolver into the creature's body. Struck by the silver bullets, the werewolf quickly lost its life, its massive form collapsing on top of Van Helsing. As the moments passed, its fur began to shed and shrink, until at last it transformed back into an elderly man with a head of silver hair. Father. When Van Helsing pushed the werewolf's corpse off himself, Princess Anna recognized the body. It was the missing King Boris. Ugh, I think I'm hurt. Van Helsing, who had thought he was unscathed, now noticed a shallow claw mark on his chest, left by the werewolf. Though not deep, this injury was fatal in its own way. The werewolf's curse had taken hold. On the first full moon after being scratched, Van Helsing would transform into a werewolf himself. What's more, because a werewolf's power is tied to the strength of their human heart and mind, Van Helsing's werewolf form would be extraordinarily strong. While Dracula was dealing with his two wolf-tiger henchmen and Van Helsing was facing the werewolf, Prince Viken was busy playing the hero, rushing to save our little secretary Tina from a perilous situation. Despite having the protection of the Federation's fastest gunslinger, and with Prince Viken assigning her 2 personal guards, their combined strength was still no match for the oncoming vampires and dark goblins. Fortunately, Prince Viken had the foresight to sense danger and arrive with his guard unit just in time. He led his team to sweep away the vampires and dark goblins attacking Secretary Tina. But in the chaos, the baby Frankenstein had already been captured by Dracula. As for his father, he met a tragic end at Dracula's hands, unable to escape his doomed fate, just as Van Helsing could not avoid being wounded by the werewolf. Dracula, carrying the Frankenstein baby, soared out of the castle, after tossing the still-struggling creature to his minions to be packaged. Up, he flew back alone to his lair, ready to use the days ahead to add a few more soldiers to his soon-to-be resurrected vampire army. Whoosh! Soaked to the bone, Victor finally dragged himself out of the water, with crabs clinging to his head and water grass tangled around the saber-toothed tiger. They marched into the castle hall under the bemused gazes of the remaining guards. The others had already been waiting for some time. Even the late Dr. Frankenstein was there, his body laid out not far from the dining table. The eyes that had been wide open were now gently closed by Van Helsing, a single gold coin resting on his chest. Lying next to Dr. Frankenstein was the werewolf, the corpse of the missing King Boris. Since he was unclothed, a white sheet covered his body, leaving only his face exposed. It was this face that Victor recognized, having once seen a portrait of the king. Sorry, I don't know how I managed to get lost in the moat for a while, but I must say, the moat's crabs are quite tasty crunch. As Victor spoke, he took the crab from his head and popped it into his mouth, crunching through it with loud, snapping bites. From this bizarre display, it was clear just how deeply angry he was about having been sent flying. Meanwhile, Logan finally shook off his fit of convulsions. His healing factor had ultimately triumphed over the vampire's curse. But that didn't mean he was in good shape. He looked utterly deflated, much like a husky caught misbehaving and now sheepishly admitting his guilt. We don't have much time. We must find a way to Dracula's lair as soon as possible, or a terrible disaster will befall humanity. Van Helsing was the first to break the silence. Through Dr. Frankenstein, the group now understood exactly how crucial the monster was to Dracula's plans. At this point, the creature had already fallen into Dracula's hands. If they couldn't stop Dracula soon, then when the vampire army rose again, humanity would truly face catastrophe. There was another thing Van Helsing left unsaid. He himself was almost out of time, bitten by a werewolf. He knew that if he didn't resolve the situation soon, his only option would be to take his own life before his transformation was complete. The thought of becoming the very kind of monster he had dedicated his life to destroying, a dark creature, was something Van Helsing, Knight of the Holy Order and famed monster hunter, simply could not accept. In that case, let's put our heads together. I can share all my family's records on Dracula with you. Let's find a way to avert this crisis, together. At last, Prince Viken showed the resolve worthy of a royal heir. He refused to wallow in the grief of lost family or the sting of defeat. Instead, he threw himself wholeheartedly into the search for a solution. I think I may have found something you all need to hear. The speaker was none other than Van Helsing's assistant, the apprentice priest and brilliant inventor Carl. Almost as if guided by fate, it was Carl who ultimately discovered the path to Dracula's lair. Of course, this was part of the work he and the secretary, Tina, had been assigned. While the others debated how to deal with Dracula, the two of them had been poring over the Valeris family's archives. Look here. According to the Valeris records, Dracula was actually the son of their ancestor. After betraying the faith, he was slain by someone known as the Left Hand of God. Everyone reacted differently to Carl's discovery. The two Valeris descendants looked distinctly uncomfortable, while Van Helsing and Logan showed little interest in this kind of family gossip. Victor, however, stole a quick glance at Van Helsing when he heard the title Left Hand of God. That's right. Although this mysterious figure known as the Left Hand of God didn't leave any other clues behind, what we can be sure of is that he didn't completely kill Dracula. As a result, in his dying moments, Dracula struck a deal with the devil. Right after Carl finished speaking, the secretary, Tina, picked up where he left off and continued to explain the situation. However, the others were already growing impatient, and since Frankenstein's monster had already been captured and things were less urgent, Van Helsing cut in. Just get to the point. We're short on time, and we're not here for a family history lecture on the Valerius clan. Carl and Tina silently scoffed at Van Helsing's lack of curiosity, but they knew time was of the essence, so they skipped straight to the essentials. The ancestor of the Valerius family couldn't bring himself to kill his own child, so he locked him away somewhere no human could ever reach. But what he didn't expect was that the devil would grant Dracula wings and magic. Anyway, the key to finding that place is the fragment of parchment the priest gave you. Carl merged Van Helsing's parchment with a map from the Valerius family castle. As he recited the incantation to open the way, the map slowly transformed into a portal shaped like a wall of ice. Then Tina placed her hand on the icy surface, and something magical happened. The spot she touched began to crack and crumble, and her hand slipped right through. It feels chilly on the other side. Since we found the passage, let's get ready and move out as soon as we can. But we might need to leave 2 people here to stand guard. Unsurprisingly, the task of guarding the portal fell to Wolverine, Logan, and Kid. The rest began to gather their gear and whatever tools they might need. By the way, what do you think of that Van Helsing guy? I mean, you look almost the same, but the girl ran off with him, didn't she? Bored, Kid just couldn't resist provoking Logan, but Logan, in a sour mood, clearly didn't want to engage. He merely glanced up at him and said nothing. All right. Why are you acting like such a stick in the mud today? That's not like you at all. Don't tell me a broken heart has actually changed your personality? Relentless, Kid continued to poke at Logan, pushing his luck further and further with every word. By the time everyone had gathered their things and returned to the portal, nothing dramatic happened. There were no vampires bursting through in a bloody spectacle. But over in the corner, Kid was crouched down, sporting a battered face and wiping blood from his nose, while Wolverine stood guard by the door, his expression utterly unreadable. If everyone's ready, let's get going. I'm all warmed up, and honestly, I can't wait for the fight ahead. With that, Logan was the first to step through the portal. Though he wasn't bundled up in thick winter clothes, for someone who had once dashed naked with wolves across the Canadian tundra, a bit of snow and wind was hardly worth mentioning. His healing abilities also meant he could handle any sudden ambush on the other side with ease, unlike ordinary people who might be caught off guard. However, no surprise attack awaited them after crossing the portal. Victor and Van Helsing followed close behind Logan. Soon, everyone had passed through to the other side. They emerged on a mountain crowned with 3 peaks. Apart from a massive door set into the mountainside at the end of the path, they were surrounded by sheer, vertical cliffs dropping away at 90 degrees. No wonder it had earned its reputation. Wow, this place is really high up. I think I'm running out of air. So what's the plan? Back when I used to do jobs, there was always a plan who'd block the road, who'd crack the safe, that kind of thing. Kid, always quick to forget the pain once the scars had faded, started clowning around again, incidentally blocking the path of the novice priest, Carl, who was trying to sneak back through the portal. We go through that door, kill anything that stands in our way, and stop Dracula's plan. And if we get the chance, we take Dracula out too. Van Helsing replied to Kid as he strode toward the massive doors set into the mountainside. As he started to figure out how to open it. Hey folks, step aside and let me show you something special. Straight from the military, state-of-the-art stuff. TNT explosives, the latest invention by Prussian J. Wilbrand. Real quality. All eyes turned to watch Tina as she pressed several palm-sized sticks of dynamite onto the door, inserted the detonators, and unspooled the wire all the way back to the portal. Hey, everybody, come over here. The show's about to start. With a thunderous blast, the towering castle gate, dozens of meters high, was blown apart, and the entire mountaintop shuddered from the explosion. Well, maybe I overdid a little. That was pretty powerful. Stop staring at me. I'll be more careful next time. The door's open now, so I'll leave whatever's inside to you guys. The TNT not only shattered the gate, but also loudly announced Victor and his companion's arrival to Dracula. At that moment, Dracula was preparing to begin the resurrection ritual. The shock of the explosion sent a small stone tumbling down to strike him on the head. Though furious, he knew what mattered most. At his command, the castle's dark creatures poured out in force. Aside from the vampire henchmen and the expendable dark goblins, even the stone statues within the castle came to life, transforming into winged gargoyles that soared out through the main gate. This isn't quite what I pictured. Oh well, such is my lot in life. Watching the tide of dark creatures pouring out from the gate, Victor couldn't help but sigh, thinking back to that loser villain who stood across from Van Helsing in the movie. With a wry smile lingering at the corner of his lips after his sigh, Victor bared the claws on his hands and, together with the others, charged toward the oncoming horde of darkness. Being the tallest and most imposing among them, he naturally became the primary target of the enemy's attention, just as he had so often been on the battlefield in years past. How nostalgic! Effortlessly dodging a vampire's claw swipe, he seized his attacker's arm, swung the unfortunate creature like a weapon, and sent a group of dark goblins flying. Then, with a swift motion, he separated the vampire's head from its body. As it turns out, your run-of-the-mill cannon fodder vampires, while inedible, do die when decapitated. A pity for Bear Grylls, vampire, isn't making it onto his gourmet survival menu. Bear, they turn to ashes. How am I supposed to eat that? Should I eat dirt instead? Sure, he could have used the silver chain bracelet, Lin Kin's gift, to dispatch these vampires, but it felt wrong to turn a treasured present into a blood-soaked weapon every single time. And it certainly wasn't because he was worried about overexerting himself and snapping it. Perish the thought. Now that he had found a new method, Victor's ruthlessness was in full display. Thankfully, vampires turned to ash upon death, leaving no corpses behind. Otherwise, the castle gates would have become a gruesome slaughterhouse. Victor made quick work of them, yanking vampires out of the crowd as if he were pulling up carrots, one after another. Hey, can't you be a little more civilized? Father Carl liked to think of himself as a man of the world, but even he felt queasy watching Victor's savage and bloody tactics. Yes, the vampires eventually turned to ash, but that didn't stop them from bleeding first. What Carl witnessed was a succession of human-shaped fountains collapsing, only to disintegrate into dust. Civilized? Like you? Waving your cross around and sprinkling holy water while reciting prayers like some dainty lady. Victor naturally shot back at Carl's criticism, but was immediately met with a disapproving glare from his secretary Tina and a fierce scowl from Princess Anna. Oh, get a rest, Victor. When it comes to fighting, he's actually even worse than a woman. Of course, I'm only talking about combat. His mind is one of the Church's greatest treasures. Many of his inventions are nothing short of revolutionary. Take this, for example. Van Helsing, unable to stand it any longer, spoke up in Carl's defense. Well, perhaps it wasn't exactly a compliment, but he had to admit that Carl's inventions were undeniably effective. A blinding flash, as brilliant as the sun, swept across the battlefield. Every expendable vampire was instantly reduced to ash in that searing light. The once crowded battleground was suddenly emptied in a heartbeat. With the vampires wiped out, the remaining dark goblins and gargoyles were like grasshoppers after the autumn frost, barely able to make a move before being finished off. The gargoyles, being able to fly, put up a bit more resistance and took some effort to deal with. But as for the dark goblins, they were practically slaughtered without a fight. Is that all of them? After clearing away the dark creatures at the entrance, the group entered the castle's grand hall. There, they looked up to see the ceiling crowded with layer upon layer of vampire fetuses, hanging in dense clusters. Even Victor felt his scalp tingle at the sight. I think there are more inside, he answered Carl's question. Then, as Victor turned to press deeper into the castle, Van Helsing suddenly doubled over, letting out a guttural roar that echoed like a wolf's howl. His werewolf curse was beginning to take hold. If they couldn't find the antidote soon, he would lose his mind and transform into a werewolf with the arrival of the next full moon. It seems we'll have to split up, Victor decided, quickly adapting their plan to the unexpected turn of events. Prince Viking, you and Logan go rescue Frankenstein's creature. Van Helsing and I will take on Dracula. As for you, Princess Anna, take Carl, Tina, and the others to search for the werewolf antidote. Victor revised their original plan to split into two groups, now dividing into three. He sent the less combat-capable members to search for the cure, while he and Van Helsing would distract Dracula, buying time until the others could complete their tasks and come to their aid. Suddenly, with a loud clatter, a door leading from the inner castle to the hall swung open. But instead of an army of dark creatures pouring out, as everyone expected, a single deformed human emerged. Igor, once Frankenstein's servant and now Dracula's lackey. The man, whose monstrous appearance was matched only by his twisted heart, was nevertheless a coward at his core. And where there is fear of death, Victor knew he could find a way to make him cooperate. Well, now you have someone to guide you, Victor announced. He may be a bit hideous, but that's better than wandering around aimlessly. Igor, having just opened the door, was greeted by the chaos in the hall, the bodies of dark creatures littering the floor, and Victor's group standing there, very much alive despite his belief that they'd been wiped out. He froze in shock, then turned, intending to close the door again. Maybe, he thought, he was simply hallucinating from lack of sleep. Well, if it isn't Igor, where do you think you're going? No matter how hard he tried, the iron door didn't budge an inch. It turned out Victor had already placed his left hand on it, stopping Igor from closing the door. You can't kill Igor. He's still useful. Before Victor could respond, Igor's bravado crumbled. Still, Victor knew he had to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Victor reached out and seized Igor by the throat, lifting him off the ground and pulling him close. He bared his fangs, the trademark canines of a saber-toothed tiger. Behave yourself and lead them to the cure for the werewolf curse. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you'd never come to this world. Princess Anna, if he doesn't cooperate, you know what to do. With that, Victor tossed Igor down his feet. As Igor tried to scramble up, Victor flicked a dagger with a practice motion, slicing off one of Igor's fingers. If he disobeys or tries to stall, cut off another finger, one by one, and if he still won't listen after that, kill him outright. Victor's icy words forced Igor to swallow the howl of pain that had almost escaped his lips. Inside, Igor vowed vengeance, twice over, for this humiliation. But for now, under such a threat, all he could do was lead the way obediently, hoping the guards watching over the cure would finish these people off and set him free. After a heartfelt farewell with Van Helsing, Princess Anna set out with her captive, Igor, and the rest of her group. She was determined to bring back the werewolf cure for the one destined for her. Meanwhile, Victor and Van Helsing stayed with Prince Viken and his men, until they uncovered the whereabouts of Frankenstein's monster. In Dracula, it made far more sense for everyone to stick together, for both communication and safety, rather than splitting up. The path Anna and her companions took led in a completely different direction for Victor's group. According to Igor, Dracula had hidden the werewolf cure inside another mountain. To reach it, they would have to brave the lightning storms Dracula conjured with his magic and cross a bridge suspended between two peaks, a perilous journey to their destination. The only consolation was that, since the bridge was constantly shrouded in lightning and so dangerous, no dark creatures guarded it. All they had to do was dodge the bolts as they crossed. This is what you call just a few tiny sparks, no guards, completely safe, staring at bolts of lightning thicker than his own body. Striking the stone bridge that led to the other side, Carl couldn't hold back his frustration and lashed out at Igor, despite the absence of guards. Don't cut off Igor's fingers. Igor is not lying to you. Really, there are no guards. You only need to dodge the lightning to get through. Igor can lead you across. At first, Igor had planned to mock the timid Carl, but when he saw Anna raise her right hand, with the dagger clenched tightly in her fist, he immediately changed his tone. Igor, I advise you not to try any tricks. Of course, don't even think about running away, or this man, the fastest gunslinger in the Western Federation, will use his revolver to blast your brains out. Tina, the secretary, issued her threat while signaling to the former bandit with her eyes, reminding him to give Igor a taste of what would happen if he tried to escape. It's time to show some real skill. Since the real boss had spoken, Kid followed the order without hesitation. No one saw exactly where he pulled out a can of beef, but in a flash, he tossed it high into the air. A flurry of gunshots rang out. Each bullet Kid fired struck the flying can, altering its course midair, yet when the can finally dropped, there was only a single bullet hole in it. After this display, Kid coolly blew the smoke from his still-hot gun barrel, then glanced at Igor's head, which was much larger than the can. The sight made Igor shudder with fear. Princess Anna, seeing that Kid's intimidation had worked perfectly, motioned for Igor to continue leading the way. After witnessing Kid's marksmanship, Igor abandoned any thought of escape. He led the group forward, stopping and starting, weaving left and right across the stone bridge. Each time, he managed to narrowly avoid the lightning bolts that crashed down. Everyone soon understood. The seemingly random lightning actually followed a certain pattern as it struck the bridge. That was why henchmen like Igor, along with Dracula's other dark creatures, could cross the bridge unharmed, while outsiders, unaware of the pattern, would be charred by the lightning from above. With Igor leading the way, they crossed the stone bridge without serious incident and arrived at the mountain fortress on the other side. Free from the threat of lightning, the presence of guards returned. Although Victor and his companions had already slain many creatures at the gates, that was only a fraction of the dark beings that inhabited the castle. As Dracula's stronghold, this place was teeming with dark creatures. And now, without the help of Victor, Van Helsing, and other powerful fighters, Princess Anna and her companions had to rely on their own abilities to face these threats. Princess Anna was the first to step forward. Trained in swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat since childhood, she was never a weakling. Her skills simply hadn't stood out before, overshadowed by the presence of Victor and Van Helsing. During the absence of those three, Princess Anna revealed combat skills every bit as formidable as her brothers. With her silver blade in hand, she effortlessly dispatched the dark creatures that surged toward her. Unlike Victor and the other men, whose fighting style was wild and forceful, Anna moved with agility and grace. In her hands, the blade danced like a blossoming silver cherry blossom, brilliant and lethal. Each flash of Anna's blade felled a dark creature, and the other who shone in battle was the former thief, Kid. Known as the fastest gunslinger in the Western Federation, Kid's brilliance had long been overshadowed by the monsters he kept company with. Now, however, he once again demonstrated the true flair and skill of a Western gunslinger, wielding his revolver with the speed of a submachine gun and the precision of a sniper's rifle. Every burst of gunfire claimed the life of a vampire, but the inevitable drawback of such a high rate of fire was that within minutes, nearly a third of his ammunition was gone. Fortunately, there weren't many vampires assigned to guard this area, and Anna and Kid quickly cleared them out. Tina and Carl scarcely needed to lift a finger. Their only task was to keep watch over Igor. However, the sounds of their battle soon drew the attention of other guards nearby. With no choice but to abandon any hope of rest, the group pressed on toward the location of the werewolf antidote. Anna took charge of dispatching enemies ahead, while Kid handled those in pursuit. The ever-resourceful secretary, Tina, dealt with any stragglers they left behind. As for Carl, he helped reload ammunition and kept a close eye on their prisoner, Igor. As they drew closer to the antidote's storage, more and more guards converged on their position. Still, with Dracula preoccupied by his crucial ceremony, he had pulled away 90% of the vampire guard from this area. Thus, although the number of defenders swelled, virtually no vampires appeared. Instead, the halls filled with swarming dark goblins. These small, grotesque creatures lived up to their reputation as cannon fodder. They posed little threat and were swiftly dispatched by Princess Anna and her companions. Yet, their sheer numbers caused no small amount of trouble. By the time the group finally reached the room where the werewolf antidote was kept, nearly everyone had suffered a minor injury. Well, Anna darling, I can't believe you actually made it here. The speaker was Alera, one of the two remaining vampire brides. She always seemed to relish teasing Anna. Alira's presence also signaled the presence of the other vampire bride, Verona, Dracula's final line of defense for the werewolf antidote. After most of the vampire guards had been reassigned elsewhere, he arranged for the two vampire brides, who were still mourning their fallen sister, to stay here. While giving them time to recover from their grief, he also tasked them with guarding the cure for the werewolf. Well, it looks like we're in real trouble now. With both Victor and Van Helsing absent, facing two vampire brides and several dark goblin guards at once was simply too dangerous for Anna and her companions. But now that they had made it this far, there was no reason to give up. Van Helsing was still waiting for her. She had to bring the cure back to save him. This thought only strengthened Anna's resolve. No matter what, she would get the cure to Van Helsing. The vampire brides wasted no time. They immediately deployed their most effective tactic and snuffed out all the lights in the castle. Their eyes could pierce the darkness with ease, while Anna and her friends, as ordinary humans, were left in utter blackness. Using the cover of night, the two vampire brides swiftly separated Anna from the others. Alera went after Princess Anna alone, while Verona set her sights on the remaining trio, whom she regarded as little more than nuisances. As for Igor, the moment the lights went out, he broke free from Carl's grip and slipped away into the shadows. "Little Anna, did I frighten you? Maybe I should give you something even scarier." Alera taunted Princess Anna, her words a twisted melody echoing through the darkness as she tracked Anna's every move with her night vision, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Anna tried to pinpoint Alira's location by following the sound of her voice, but the words seemed to come from every direction at once. Now close, now far, unpredictable and haunting. Clearly, Alera was using magic to disorient her. Deprived of sight and tricked by false sounds, Anna was utterly defenseless in Alira's hands. Over and over, Alera grabbed Anna and tossed her aside, never delivering the fatal blow. She wanted Anna to suffer, to taste pain, to make her feel the agony of losing a sister. Just as Alera had her fill and was about to end Anna's life, a sudden, violent pain stabbed at her heart. The last time she had felt this agony was when Marishka, their fellow vampire bride, had been slain. "No, Verona. Damn you all. I'll kill you." Yes, the other vampire bride, Verona, had just been eliminated. And it wasn't a gunslinger or the apprentice priest who took her down, but Tina, the unassuming secretary. After Anna and her companions were separated, Verona had used similar tactics to Alira's. Frightening and attacking, she gradually drove the three farther and farther from Anna. Although darkness surrounded Tina and her companions, at least there were three of them. With their backs pressed together, they didn't need to worry too much about being ambushed from every direction. However, in truth, none of them could face an attack from the vampire bride alone. They could only warn each other and alert one another to dodge, but little more. That was exactly why Verona was able to drive them away. When she felt they had gone far enough, she finally began to attack in earnest. Her first target was Kid. Despite his fast-talking and quick drawing, he gave her a sense of threat. So she chose to eliminate him first. Using the cover of darkness, Verona swiftly launched a surprise attack from the side, snatching Kid away before the other two could react and dragging him into the shadows. Gunfire erupted in confusion, but soon after, Kid was gone without a trace. Carl, startled by the sudden assault, dropped the silver cross he had been clutching in his hand. Although a holy silver cross couldn't kill a high-ranking vampire bride, it could at least repel and wound her. But this time, the cross could not save him. Verona dragged Carl into the darkness as well. In the last moment before he lost consciousness, one thought flashed through his mind. Thank heavens she didn't bite me. In fact, Verona didn't kill Kid or Carl. She preferred her blood fresh, so she merely knocked the two men out, saving the woman's blood as an appetizer. But then, something unexpected happened. After both of her male companions had vanished without a sound and might have met a grim fate, Tina, the secretary, did not panic. Instead, she became even more composed. Indeed, Verona sensed an aura of danger from Tina, a threat every bit as strong as that from the two men who had slain her sister Mariska. Well, I really should thank you. You've saved me the trouble of dealing with those two useless men. Now that no one else is around, I don't have to keep up the act anymore. Verona was puzzled by the sudden words from Tina, the secretary, but that didn't stop her from pressing her attack. Verona decided to tear out the woman's throat, punishing her for her strange outburst. Yet, her assault was deftly evaded. My, that was close. If you caught me just now, I probably wouldn't have lived to tell the tale, would I? After dodging Verona's attack with ease, Tina even found time to tease the vampire bride. This flustered Verona, stirring a sense of unease deep within her. Are you starting to feel a bit scared now? Do you feel like you've gone from being the hunter to the hunted? I'm very good at hunting animals, and bats are no exception. Tina moved through the darkness of the grand hall, both hands gripping her pistol, continuing to utter words that unsettled Verona. Well, found you. Just as Verona could no longer restrain herself and was about to launch an attack from Tina's blind spot, she realized Tina had anticipated her move. Tina spun around and leveled her pistol at Verona. A volley of gunshots rang out, bullets smashing into the stone walls and sending chips of rock scattering. At the very last moment, the vampire bride Verona managed to change direction in midair, but a bullet still found its mark, tearing through her wing. Damn it! Silver bullets. Struck by the silver bullet, Verona crash-landed face first, skidding to a halt before swiftly returning to her human form. Ready to resolve things with close combat, she prepared to deal with the woman who dared injure her wings. But as soon as they engaged, Verona realized things weren't as she had imagined. Her opponent's strength was at least equal to her own, perhaps even greater. And her fighting skills were superb. Yes, even better than Verona's. For a vampire bride who had lived for centuries, hand-to-hand combat was just one of many amusements over a long lifespan. Still, centuries of practice had brought her to where she was today. After all, if you give a sow a few hundred years to learn to climb trees, she'd probably manage it eventually, wouldn't she? Yet, amateurism remains amateurism. Against a true combat specialist, Verona quickly found herself outmatched. Every attack she launched was blocked or anticipated, her opponent's body twisting and evading with remarkable agility. What kind of monster are you? No sooner had Verona cried out than Tina landed a sharp side kick to her waist, sending her crashing into a stone pillar. In a flash, a silver dagger pierced Verona's heart. I'm no monster. If anyone here is a monster, it's you. Having dealt with the vampire bride Verona, Tina shook out her gleaming blonde hair and turned to look for her two useless male companions, who had been knocked out cold. After all, there was still the little princess, Anna, waiting to be rescued. And as for how she knew those two men were still alive, well, she'd sensed that when Verona attacked them, there had been no real intent to kill. But how am I supposed to explain this? Should I say I ran out onto the stone bridge and struck Verona down with a bolt of lightning? No, that would never fly. What a pain. While Tina was still racking her brain over how to explain to those two exactly how she had managed to take down the vampire bride, Anna finally launched her own counterattack. Seizing the moment when the vampire bride Elara was overwhelmed with grief at her sister's death, Anna managed to dash into a room near the castle's window. The lightning flickering outside cast bursts of light into the room, lifting her out of the suffocating darkness and giving her at least a fighting chance. So I'm the only one left, am I? I'll drain every last drop of your blood, and then I'll do the same to the other three. I will avenge them. Recovering from her pain, Elara surged into the room where Anna was hiding, unfurling her true, demonic form at last. Her face, pallid and grotesque, twisted with malice. Her mouth gaped open, bristling with razor-sharp fangs. The leathery wings on her back stretched out fully, spanning nearly 3 meters like the wings of a monstrous bat. With a shriek, she lunged at Princess Anna, pinning her against the cold castle wall. Then, with a sneer, she exhaled a foul, putrid breath right into Anna's face. Choking and disgusted by the stench, Anna mustered every ounce of resolve and drove the silver stake she had hidden into Alira's body. She had been waiting for her chance. Alira had stubbornly refused to come close, forcing Anna to dodge and wait, always searching for an opening. Finally, driven into a frenzy by Verona's death, Alira had made her mistake. She pinned Anna to the stone wall, giving her the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. Anna seized it, ending her adversary's life. Still, how did those 3 manage to take down Verona? Oh well, never mind. I'll just ask them when we meet. With the vampire bride defeated, Anna's curiosity lingered about how the others had managed to kill Verona, but she knew there were more pressing matters at hand. She needed to retrieve the werewolf cure to break Van Helsing's curse. She couldn't bear the thought of giving birth to a wolf cub one day, like that Logan fellow. The idea made her cheeks flush suddenly, and she quickly shook off such dangerous thoughts. Lighting a fallen torch, Anna retraced her steps back toward the room where the cure was hidden. She trusted that, after dealing with Verona, Tina and the others would head there as well. When the time came, whether she arrived first or they did, she could leave a sign for them or simply wait for their arrival. Meanwhile, over on Tina's side, she finally found the 2 men piled awkwardly together in a corner of the hall. In fact, Kid was lying face down, pressing right onto Carl's backside. But Tina felt no urge to linger over the spectacle. The man she wanted to see wasn't here, after all. Without hesitation, she stuck out her foot and gave the 2 useless layabouts a firm kick, jolting them awake. Looking up at Tina, whose face clearly showed her displeasure, the quick-draw gunslinger, who still depended on her for his paycheck, wisely decided to keep his mouth shut. As for Carl, since Kid hadn't asked anything, he naturally had no intention of speaking first either. After confirming the news of Verona's death, the 3 of them lit a few torches and prepared to retrace their steps to the room where the werewolf antidote was kept, ready to adjust their plans from there. If Anna needed help, they'd go to her aid. If she'd already dealt with the vampire bride, they figured she'd be waiting for them there. And if, by chance, Anna had fallen, they would return to collect her body and avenge her. In the end, as if guided by fate, both groups found themselves arriving almost simultaneously at the room with the werewolf antidote. Seeing each other, disheveled but safe, relief and genuine joy welled up from deep within them all. Well then, now that we have the antidote in hand, it's time to lend a hand to the men who are still out there fighting, Princess Anna announced. To be honest, Carl and Kid wanted to protest at that. They weren't women, after all, but, in the end, they chose to swallow their words, silently following behind the 2 women, ready to help the men. At the same moment Anna and the others secured the werewolf antidote, Victor and his group finally broke through the ranks of dark creatures and came face to face with Dracula. "You're too late, my friends," Dracula declared, his voice dripping with villainous bravado. "My children are about to awaken. The end of humanity is at hand." Victor and his companions didn't bother responding to Dracula's melodramatic speech. Instead, they stuck to their plan and split up quickly. Viking and Logan headed for the roof to rescue the prisoners, while Victor and Van Helsing confronted Dracula, determined to keep him from interfering with the rescue. "You will not stop me," Dracula snarled. But he quickly realized what they were up to. With a leap, he soared upward, intent on blocking Viking and Logan's path, only to be intercepted mid-air by Victor, who tackled him with all his might. The 2 crashed into the massive transmission device powering the resurrection machine, sparking a chain reaction of short circuits and fires. Dark goblins who'd been maintaining the equipment were instantly caught in the blaze, running amok like living torches throughout the room. Amid the chaos, Viking and Logan seized their chance, bursting out of the room and racing up to the cages on the rooftop. However, the Frankenstein monster was not locked away in a cage. Instead, he was tightly bound to a contraption, with a massive iron spike driven straight through his chest. "I'm in agony. Help me." The Frankenstein monster quickly noticed the arrival of Wiccan and Logan. Realizing they had come to rescue him, he immediately cried out for help. "You should feel grateful. Pain reminds you that you're still alive." Logan was the first to reach the monster's side. He drew the short sword at his waist and, with a few swift strokes, sliced through the straps that held the monster captive. But when he tried to break the iron chain shackling the monster's right foot, he ran into some trouble. His small blade simply couldn't cut through a chain as thick as a grown man's arm. Of course, if this were the future Logan, Wolverine with his adamantium claws, this little chain would be nothing more than a minor obstacle. Huff, huff. I have to hand it to you. Your stamina is impressive. Don't you ever get tired? What's the matter? Can't break the chain. Try my sword. At last, Wiccan, who had lagged behind, stepped in to solve the problem. The two-handed sword he wielded was a weapon reserved for his family's heirs. It had been forged by his ancestors from a strange meteorite, making it both resilient and incredibly sharp. Clang! With Logan's hand steady and the sword swinging down, a clear metallic ring echoed through the room, and the Frankenstein monster was finally freed. He wasted no time escaping the device that had tormented him for so long. That's quite the sword. What's it, ma? Crackle. Just as Logan severed the last chain binding the monster and reached out to return the sword to Wiccan, a bolt of lightning struck the device. Electricity surged through Logan, draining his life force and channeling it throughout the contraption, eventually reaching the bodies of the little vampires. Ha ha ha. I did it. You can't stop me. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Dracula, watching the device spring to life, was instantly elated. Though the machine was still sputtering and sparking and seemed unlikely to hold up for long, it was working, wasn't it? Yet, what happened next was far from what he expected. The scene of the infant vampires all coming back to life never came to pass. Instead, it turned into a gruesome display of blood and flesh, a grotesque spectacle. The densely packed, stillborn vampire infants burst apart like firecrackers. Putrid, yellow-green flesh and viscous fluids splattered throughout the castle. Even Van Helsing and Victor, men who had stared death in the face without flinching, turned pale at the disgusting rain of gore and hurried to find shelter in a corner. No, this can't be. Why is this happening? Damn it, what have you done? I'll kill you all. The sight nearly drove Dracula to the brink of collapse. He could sense the deaths of his other two brides, but since they were already of no use to him, their passing barely registered. After all, as long as the fledgling vampires could be revived, everything would be fine. There were so many of them, it was more than enough. He didn't need to create more, and if he ever did, he could simply find a few more brides. But now, the situation was different. The little vampires he had pinned all his hopes on had all turned into nothing more than piles of mangled flesh. This was something he simply couldn't accept. In truth, the root of this disaster lay in the mismatched life energy that had been transmitted through the device. Whether it was the werewolf or Frankenstein's monster, at their core, both were creatures of darkness, Frankenstein's monster especially, being a living being born from dead bodies. His life energy was saturated with death, but it also carried the unique power to turn death into life. Logan, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. There were few in this world with such pure, vigorous vitality as his. His life force represented the strongest, purest essence of life. Energy utterly opposed to the deathly power within the stillborn vampire spawn. This was clear from the violent rejection that occurred inside him after Dracula bit him. Instead of turning into a vampire, his body fought back fiercely. The clash of these two forces had left Wolverine, Logan, with his healing factor and immense vitality, recovering for quite some time. As for the already lifeless baby vampires, they had no chance of withstanding such power. Naturally, they all exploded. Help me out. As the saying goes, getting shocked can be thrilling for a moment, but keep getting shocked and you'll regret it, if you even survive. The problem was, Logan was clearly not going to die from it, so he was left to endure the endless jolts. Fortunately, Frankenstein's monster eventually couldn't stand watching anymore. He grabbed a wooden stick and whacked Logan, sending him flying and finally freeing him from the fate of being endlessly electrocuted and used as a walking meat battery. Charred from head to toe and his hair standing on end, Logan crashed through the roof and landed right in the middle of the room, coming to rest at Dracula's feet. Oh damn, what's all this sticky stuff? So gross. No, my hair, my soul. Damn it, I'm gonna take you down. Realizing he'd been turned into a walking explosion with a mop of wild hair, Wolverine felt like his very soul had been snatched away. He extended his claws and, without hesitation, launched a wild attack on Dracula before him. Still covered in slime and gore, and lost in his own despair, Dracula barely reacted as Logan stabbed and slashed at him. Not that it mattered. It wasn't as if Logan could actually kill him. Are you done stabbing me yet? Then, his form began to grow monstrously large. The disguise that once made him appear human peeled away, revealing him in his true, terrifying shape as a vampire demon. What in the world are you? Logan stared at the creature before him. Over 3 meters tall, deathly pale, with leathery wings like a bat and barbed spikes jutting from its back. He couldn't help but demand an answer. But Dracula ignored his question. With a single, mighty swipe, he sent Logan flying. Logan crashed through several pieces of equipment before finally coming to rest, buried beneath a heap of shattered debris. Clang, clang, clang. At that very moment, the first chime of midnight rang out. Still without the antidote, Van Helsing inevitably transformed into a werewolf. Well, this is turning out just great, Victor muttered, but before he could say more, the newly transformed werewolf Van Helsing swatted him aside. Victor was luckier than Logan. At least he didn't end up buried under a mountain of broken machinery. Having flung Victor aside, the werewolf Van Helsing paid him no further attention. His focus was now consumed by a bigger, more formidable opponent, Dracula, the Vampire King. If Boris's transformation into a werewolf made him an imposing beast at 3 meters tall, Van Helsing's transformation was something out of legend, a true king among werewolves. His entire body was covered in sleek, jet-black fur. His eyes burned with primal ferocity and a lethal hunger. Towering over 4 meters, his claws could rend metal with ease. Every inch of him radiated wild, unstoppable power. Excellent, Gabriel. Now we are both pieces on this grand chessboard. It seems we're destined to be enemies, to kill one another. So let's begin. Dracula roared as he unfurled his wings, each spanning 3 meters, so that together they stretched an impressive 6. With a single powerful beat, he rose effortlessly from the ground and hurled himself at the werewolf Van Helsing. The werewolf was not to be outdone. He crouched low, muscles tensing, then leaped high into the air, crashing straight into the vampire's embrace. Their savage claws sank deeply into each other's flesh. Locked in a furious struggle, vampire and werewolf grappled in midair, biting, tearing, and doing whatever they could to harm one another. Dracula's flight path twisted out of control under the werewolf's relentless assault. Their midair battle sent them careening around the chamber, smashing through machinery and utterly destroying what little was left intact. The dark goblins and vampires who had intended to come to Dracula's aid paused at the threshold. Seeing their comrades consumed by fire or slain in the chaos of this titanic clash, they thought better of it and retreated. I knew it, Logan. You're nothing but trouble, always needing me to bail you out. Who knows what kind of mess you'd get yourself into if I weren't here. As for Victor, at this moment he had run to the spot where Logan had been buried. Grumbling as he went, he began to dig out Wolverine Logan from under the debris. Fortunately, it was only some pieces of equipment pressing down from above, not earth or rubble, so Victor simply needed to move those aside and toss them away without having to actually dig through any soil. In the end, he managed to pull Logan out before the werewolf and the vampire could completely tear the room apart. He dragged the still unconscious Logan out of the room and into the castle's hallway. The dark creatures here had already been cleared out by Velkin and Frankenstein's monster. Of course, part of the reason was that those creatures had been more interested in fleeing than fighting. What should we do now? Prince Velkin voiced the question on his mind. At this point, he felt his abilities were no longer any use in the ongoing battle inside that room. What else can we do? Just watch, Victor replied. Wait for your sister to bring the antidote, or we could go meet her halfway. Either way, that fight inside is nowhere near finished. As he spoke, Victor pulled an iron box from his pocket, took out a cigar, found a spot on the stairs to sit, and lit up, taking a satisfied draw. Just as he opened his mouth to speak again, his ears twitched. He seemed to catch a sound. He stood up and turned to look behind him. Sure enough, it was Anna and the others returning with the werewolf antidote. Judging by how neat and composed they looked, it seemed they hadn't run into any danger. Of course, no one was happier than Prince Velkin. He had been on edge the whole time his sister was gone to fetch the antidote. But Anna's first words upon her return instantly left him frozen with disappointment. Where's Van Helsing? Did we make it in time? Is he all right? Victor looked at the heartbroken, petrified Velkin and shook his head. Inwardly, he sighed at how quickly the world changed. A groan. Daughter can't be kept at home, he thought, while aloud, he explained that Van Helsing had already transformed into a werewolf. The moment Anna heard that Van Helsing had become a werewolf, she grabbed the antidote and rushed toward the room, only to be stopped by her brother, at which point she nearly got into a fight with him. Enough. Acting like this, you won't be any help to him if you go in there. You'll only make things worse. Van Helsing, as a werewolf, recognizes no one. Right now, it's only because Dracula has his attention that he hasn't attacked us. In the end, it was Victor who managed to stop Anna, though clearly she was not about to give up so easily. She still wanted to save Van Helsing. Give me the antidote, Logan suddenly said, having guessed Anna's intentions. Anna glanced at him in surprise when she heard this, but she did not hand over the antidote. Van Helsing still can't kill me. Even if he turns into a werewolf, he won't succeed. Victor and I will go in to help him, and then look for a chance to use the antidote on him. After Logan explained once again, Anna finally realized that, with her abilities, it was almost impossible for her to accomplish this task. Though she hesitated for a moment, she very reluctantly handed the antidote to Logan. Victor, after silently grumbling in his heart that Logan was a foolish little brother, cracked his neck and signaled for Logan to get ready. They were about to jump into the fray. As for the others, since there was little they could do to help, they were stationed out in the corridor to block any dark creatures or vampires who might come to Dracula's aid. All right, let's get in there too. With that, Victor charged ahead. Just as Logan was about to follow, Victor came hurtling back out even faster than he'd gone in, crashing hard against the corridor wall and sliding slowly to the ground. Cough, cough, just a minor setback. Let's keep going, Logan. Logan, where did you go? Shaking off the mishap, Victor rushed back in. Logan waited a moment. When he saw that Victor hadn't come flying out again and could hear Victor calling to him from inside, he unsheathed his bone claws and dashed in after him. The room, once filled with massive equipment, had long since lost its original shape. The machines that used to occupy 2/3 of the space were now nothing but utter wreckage. Those poor machines had been torn apart by two hulking monsters, reduced to heaps of metal debris in all shapes and sizes, now repurposed as weapons, hurled back and forth in fierce attacks. The reason Victor had been thrown out so spectacularly the first time was that he'd failed to dodge a transformer flung by the werewolf, sending him flying across the room. Although Logan claimed Anna and the others were too weak to be of any help, the truth was, given the chaos inside, he and Victor could hardly do much for Van Helsing either. Now, in his werewolf form, Van Helsing couldn't distinguish friend from foe. He was driven purely by animal instinct, attacking anything that came near him or posed a threat. Dracula, on the other hand, remained entirely rational and could tell enemies from allies. But unfortunately, he was the enemy, and there was always the risk he might use Logan and Victor to attract the werewolf's attention and attacks. In the end, all Victor and Logan had done by charging into the room was change the place from which they watched the mayhem unfold. Instead of spectating from the corridor, they were now dodging flying debris inside. After this stalemate dragged on for some time, Victor finally decided it was time to intervene in the battle between the two. Otherwise, things might spiral endlessly out of control. The two combatants could even end up demolishing the already crumbling room and brawl their way to who knows where. So Victor resolved to do something to break the deadlock. He quickly recalled one of Dracula's weaknesses. If a wooden stake pierced his heart, Dracula's self-healing and regenerative abilities would be suppressed. If they attacked at that moment, there might be a surprising opportunity. Victor the saber-toothed tiger had always been a man of action. Once he got an idea, he acted on it without delay. So, he shared his plan with Logan, asking him to cooperate and help create a chance to drive the stake into Dracula's heart. Logan, now's the time. Opportunity soon presented itself. Dracula, once again seized by the werewolf, was slammed down from the air with brutal force. Just as the werewolf was about to pounce for a follow-up attack, Logan extended his claws, spread his arms wide, and leapt straight at the werewolf's face. Logan's powerful legs locked tightly around the werewolf Van Helsing's ribs, while his bone claws raked furiously across the werewolf's face. His first instinct had been to stab, but fearing things might go wrong, he settled for scratching instead. Caught off guard, the werewolf lost sight and was driven mad by Logan's relentless clawing. The rampaging beast, with Wolverine clinging to its head, thrashed wildly about the room like a headless beast, desperate to shake off its tormentor. Victor seized the moment. He leaped into action, driving the wooden stake into Dracula's heart before the vampire could even rise. The instant the stake pierced Dracula's skin, Victor felt incredible resistance, but his strength prevailed and, just before being knocked away, he forced the stake all the way in. Dracula was instantly drained of power, reverting to his human form. Yet, the stake began to slide out of his body. Seeing this, Victor scrambled to his feet, rushed to Dracula's side, and, meeting Dracula's hate-filled gaze, shoved the stake back in. Logan, huh? With Dracula subdued, Victor called out to Logan, signaling it was time to lure the werewolf over. But no response came. At that moment, Victor's animal instinct screamed a warning of danger from behind. He didn't turn to look. Instead, he rolled and dove away from his original position. Sure enough, the werewolf Van Helsing launched an attack from right where Victor had just been. Meanwhile, the young wolf cub, who was supposed to be keeping the werewolf occupied, lay motionless on the ground nearby, his head limp, looking for all the world as if he were dead. Clearly, in a clash between two wolves, one is bound to be hurt. And as fate would have it, the one who suffered was Wolverine, Logan. Van Helsing truly lived up to his reputation as Logan's nemesis. After wounding him emotionally, he now delivered a physical blow, twisting Logan's neck and dealing him yet another devastating, possibly fatal, injury. However, Snapping Wolverine's neck wouldn't kill him. It would only render him unconscious for a while. Logan would also need some time to recover, which meant Victor had no idea that the werewolf was already creeping up behind him. After his ambush on Victor failed, the werewolf didn't continue the pursuit. Instead, he discovered a new target. He caught a scent, familiar and utterly detestable, emanating from the human impaled through the heart before him. It was the unmistakable aroma of that damned vampire, Dracula. With most of his reason and sense all but gone, the werewolf Van Helsing naturally chose the simplest method to confirm his suspicion. Just take a bite and see what he was dealing with. In Dracula's wide-eyed terror, the werewolf bared his massive jaws and clamped down hard on Dracula's slender neck. With a violent shake of his head and a powerful twist of his claws, the ancient vampire lord was torn in two. Dracula's blood sprayed into the air, scattering like cherry blossoms in the wind. But Van Helsing, now fully a beast, could hardly appreciate such a grisly spectacle. Having dealt with Dracula, Van Helsing prepared to turn on his next targets, Victor and Logan, who to him now seemed like nothing more than pesky rodents. But before he could strike, Victor and Logan seized the initiative. "Ready, Logan!" Victor shouted. Victor lunged first. He could hold his own in a wrestling match against the previous werewolf, but this time, facing the transformed Van Helsing, even pouring every ounce of strength into the struggle, he soon found himself being overpowered. But that was enough. All Victor needed to do was buy a little time. The rest, he would leave to Logan. Logan didn't let him down. While Victor grappled with the werewolf Van Helsing, Logan managed to leap onto the beast's back and inject him with the werewolf antidote. A long, mournful howl tore through the night. Then, before Victor and Logan's relieved eyes, Van Helsing shifted back from beast to man. The only difference this time was that he emerged completely naked, his clothes having been shredded during the transformation. There was another who wore a look of satisfaction, Dracula himself. In fact, he had never truly died. He had noticed Victor and Logan's arrival early on, and that cunning mind of his quickly deduced their intentions. So he decided to play along, deliberately exposing a weakness to the werewolf. Just as he had predicted, after a chaotic flurry of wild and frenzied action, the two managed to kill him using Van Helsing's power, then cured Van Helsing of his curse with the antidote. At this moment, Van Helsing, having lost his werewolf powers after being injected with the antidote, was surely no match for him, even with Victor and Logan's help. Applaud my brilliance. In the end, I am the vampire who gets the last laugh. Just as Dracula was basking in the triumph of his own scheme, ready to spring a surprise on Victor and the others, he suddenly noticed something was off. How had Van Helsing transformed again? Oh hell, what in the world is going on? As Van Helsing's body swelled and grew larger, right before Logan and Victor's eyes, he once again turned into a towering werewolf, several meters tall. He let out a fierce roar at Logan, showering him with a face full of slobber and an assortment of other dubious substances. Roar. Well, did I scare you? Victor and Logan stared speechlessly as Van Helsing reverted to his human form once more. The antidote for the werewolf curse was indeed an antidote, but its effect seemed quite different from what they'd expected. It didn't take long for Victor and Logan, after hearing Van Helsing's explanation, to understand what the antidote really did. It hadn't lifted the werewolf curse from him. Instead, it had transformed the curse into a power he could control. Now, Van Helsing could choose whether to become a werewolf or return to his human body. At this point, it was less of a curse and more of a newfound strength. In the end, Van Helsing managed to convince Logan and Victor to keep his continued lycanthropy a secret. After all, he had plenty of other matters and concerns to think about, like his identity and what Anna would think. As for a certain vampire who had been pretending to be dead and was just about to get up when he witnessed Van Helsing transform yet again, he instantly decided it was wiser to keep playing possum. But Victor and the others had no intention of letting him off so easily. They collected what was left of Dracula and, after reuniting with Anna and the rest, returned to the Valerius family's castle. Dracula's minions, upon hearing of their master's demise, had already fled without a trace. That was why Victor and his companions were able to return to Anna's family castle without encountering any resistance. The sun's already up. Perfect timing. Our top priority now is to deal with Dracula's remains. I have a feeling things aren't as simple as they seem. Let's give him a good sunbath, just in case. No sooner had Van Helsing crossed the threshold than he proposed this rather vicious idea. Years of hunting creatures of the night had honed his instincts, and his keen sense told him that something still wasn't quite right. Victor and Logan shared the same uneasy feeling. After a careful discussion among the three of them, they decided to bring back Dracula's corpse. They wanted to utterly destroy him, reduce him to ashes, or better yet, break him down to his very molecules, so they could finally rest easy. Wow, Something's definitely off. He's literally smoking in the sun, but he's got to be dead, right? I mean, if you're smoking like that and still not moving, you'd have to be the world's greatest actor. They all watched as Dracula's body was exposed to the sunlight, wisps of smoke curling up as his flesh rotted away and then strangely regenerated. Not just Kid, even Victor started to wonder if Dracula was just faking it. But if he was, his endurance was nothing short of monstrous. When they realized that sunlight alone wasn't doing the trick, they decided to soak his corpse in holy water, then leave him in the sun again, double the trouble, hoping something would finally give. They weren't about to let Dracula slip through their fingers. But they had underestimated Dracula's resilience. He simply shut off his senses, letting them do whatever they pleased to his body. Even if they destroyed him completely and he died for a while, he could always resurrect in his coffin soon after. When they dumped Dracula's body into the holy water, it was like pouring a bucket of water into boiling oil. Instantly, the holy water began to bubble and steam. Combined with the sunlight, the whole scene looked like the aftermath of a fire. Thick smoke billowing everywhere, but without a single spark in sight. Still, for all the commotion, nothing substantial happened. They went through plenty of holy water, but Dracula's remains showed little change, just 2 hunks of dead flesh lying there, apparently unaffected. There's definitely something wrong, Victor mused, but we need to figure out exactly what's going on. Look, after that brutal fight, and all this chaos since we got back, everyone's exhausted. Logan, Van Helsing, and I will stay here. The rest of you should get some rest. In the end, Victor realized that everyone was utterly spent after the battle and all their efforts since returning. Besides himself, Logan, and Van Helsing, everyone else was clearly at their limit. Take the young apprentice priest, for example. He had already dozed off in a chair at the edge of the room. So Victor sent the others off to rest, keeping only those who could still hold out a little longer to continue the work on Dracula's remains, and to keep watch, just in case Dracula wasn't truly gone. As expected, when Dracula noticed the group starting to leave, he felt a flicker of hope. But then he realized the 3 most persistent ones were still there, and judging by the look in their eyes, they wouldn't rest until they completely destroyed his body. So began a battle of patience between Dracula and Victor's trio. Victor and his companions tried everything they could think of, employing all sorts of tools and methods, but no matter what they did, they simply couldn't obliterate Dracula's remains. Time slipped quietly by, the sun rising and setting, setting and rising again. Those who had gone to rest stopped by to check on the situation, offered a few suggestions, realized they made little difference, and then drifted away once more. Meanwhile, the trio who had stubbornly persisted in wrestling with Dracula's remains began to feel exhaustion creeping in. So, they started taking turns. Some would rest while the others continued to tinker with Dracula's corpse. And so it went. It had taken them less than a day to kill Dracula, but dealing with the body dragged on for months before they finally managed it. At one point, Carl even suggested they chop Dracula's body into 8 pieces and send them to different continents around the globe. When Dracula heard of this plan, he was so terrified he nearly retreated to his coffin on the spot. Fortunately for him, Victor and the others decided against it in the end, worried that someone with sinister motives might discover and exploit those remains. Victor, after all, was all too aware of what trouble mad scientists could stir up in the not-so-distant future. With a chunk of living flesh this large, let alone just a vial of blood, they could easily whip up a horde of monsters. In the end, it was Dracula who gave up first. He realized that with Van Helsing, who could transform into a werewolf, on their side, he was never going to win by force. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to return to his coffin, lie low for a century or so, and simply outlast these people. Then, perhaps, he could rise again in 1997, Dracula's grand return. Of course, when he finally awoke, he discovered that the 3 were all still alive, and his grand comeback never materialized. But that is a story for another time. For now, Dracula, determined to outlive Victor and the others, melted away in a fresh batch of specially fortified holy water concocted by Carl. At last, the group that had come together because of Dracula reached the moment of parting ways. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. After attending the farewell banquet Princess Anna had prepared for everyone, Victor, Logan, and a few others chose to leave first. As for a certain Van Helsing, he remained behind, much to Logan's envy, wanting to confirm a few matters before returning to report to the church. While Victor and the others were still struggling with Dracula's remains, the ever-efficient Secretary Tina had already begun sending the latest updates back home by telegraph. The letter Baron of Blood had written to Dracula ultimately ended up in Tina's hands. She had found it in the room next to where the werewolf antidote was kept. After giving a brief report on the progress of the President Lincoln assassination case, Tina once again inquired whether the rapid response team was in position and ready to carry out the impending Black Operation plan. After receiving a confirmed response, Tina had intended to leave immediately for England to carry out the Black Operation and bring Dr. Nathaniel Essex back to America. But to her surprise, Victor and Van Helsing became obsessed with experimenting on Dracula's corpse, and their work dragged on for several months. It wasn't until a notice arrived from home. The Rapid Response Force had completed its assembly and arrived by warship at international waters in the Atlantic. Only then did Victor and Van Helsing finish dealing with Dracula's remains, and by that time, the long-waiting and increasingly impatient Tina urged them to set out at once. As for why the Rapid Response Force took several months to reach Europe as well, part of the reason was the sheer distance of the journey, but another reason was that the military had once again reorganized and restructured the unit attached to Team X. Originally, the Rapid Response Force was simply made up of elite soldiers selected from active service, who, after signing confidentiality agreements, were responsible for assisting Victor's Team X in handling supernatural incidents, providing fire support and perimeter security. Because of this, the unit still had to execute some conventional duties, for example, being dispatched to the Far East to help train the new army of that region. However, with Tina's steady stream of intelligence from Europe, the federal government finally realized the importance of Team X and understood that the current capabilities of the Rapid Response Force were falling behind Victor and his team. The French garrison in Paris had already proven to be a cautionary tale. Before Edward Hyde, they had been thoroughly humiliated, suffering heavy losses and bringing disgrace upon themselves. Naturally, the federal government had no desire to repeat such a fiasco in Paris. After receiving Tina's telegram, the Secretary of Defense immediately ordered a reorganization of the Rapid Response Force. Building on the existing unit, they expanded its size once again, growing it from an augmented company to a full, restructured battalion. They also introduced a range of new training programs: high-intensity physical conditioning, psychological evaluations, relentless day-night cross-country trekking, forced marches, and rapid deployments. Skills like diving, swimming across rivers, demolition, hand-to-hand combat, negotiation, and sniping were all added to the training curriculum. After such rigorous selection and training, only 2/3 of the original Rapid Response Force remained. The current Rapid Response Force was formed from these survivors. Each of them was a super elite among ordinary people, their physical and mental limits pushed to the extreme. Anywhere else, every single one would be a force to reckon with. But only in this way could they be qualified to follow Victor and face the enemies of X Squad. And, truth be told, they were actually rather fortunate. Their successors, after all, would have to face the likes of the Hulk and Thanos. Compared to those adversaries, the ones they faced now were as gentle as a mild breeze. Their weapons and equipment had all been upgraded. Now every soldier carried a brand new standard-issue metallic cartridge rifle, with a sidearm for each, specialized machine gun squads, and several infantry cannons. Their training and reorganization had taken only a few months, which inevitably meant there was still a large number of fresh recruits among them. In the end, those sent to Europe for the Black Operations plan were still Victor's old subordinates, the surviving 2/3 of the veteran Rapid Response Force. And their commander was still Victor's longtime friend, Tom. And the one responsible for transporting Tom and his men was also an old friend of Victor's, William Smith, who had once hunted down the rebel Rose, Mrs. Ross, alongside him. When William learned that Tom had been Victor's adjutant and that the two had fought side by side for years in the Civil War, they quickly became friends. They also discovered that their impressions of Victor were strikingly similar, a man who was usually a slave to drink, yet generous and kind to his friends, but once in battle, he was utterly ruthless and fearless, almost as if he had a death wish, though it was usually the enemy who paid the price. Baron Blood? Interesting. But this time, the main target is Nathaniel Essex? Mr. Sinister, is it? Come to think of it, he hasn't crossed paths with Apocalypse yet. Things are getting more and more intriguing. After receiving the intel from Tina, Victor was surprised to recognize two familiar names. The plot to assassinate President Lincoln had been orchestrated by none other than the original Union Jack's own brother and archenemy, Baron Blood. And the man he was supposed to save was none other than Mr. Sinister, the infamous creator of Cable. Yes, that Cable, the one from the Deadpool movies, Earth's own version of the purple skin powerhouse, Deadpool's best buddy, the one-eyed leader and devoted father, Cable. Come to think of it, Cable is one-eyed, and his father, Scott Summers, is nicknamed Cyclops. Does that make it a hereditary trait? That's right, Cable's father is indeed Cyclops, the same Scott Summers whose girlfriend, Jean Grey, was stolen by Logan in the movies. After Scott was left by Jean, he married her clone, and together they had Nathan Christopher Charles Summers, Cable. Alright, we've wandered off topic. After all, it's still the 19th century. Logan is still just a rebellious youth following in Victor's footsteps. Scott hadn't been born yet, nor had Gretchen. Apocalypse was still lying dormant in Egypt, and Mr. Sinister was cooling his heels in the Tower of London, awaiting Victor's rescue. But since Victor had been sent to break him out, it was only natural that, once rescued, Mr. Sinister would become part of Team X. The department was, after all, in need of someone with his talents. The military wouldn't object either. Team X was, in a sense, an arm of the armed forces, and all their research results would be accessible to the military as well. In the end, Victor and his companions boarded a ship at a French port, leaving the European continent behind. Once the vessel reached international waters, they transferred onto William Smith's warship. It's been a long time, William. Hey, isn't that Tom? Looks like you two have been getting along quite well, Victor called out, in greeting, setting the stage for what would become a covert operation against the so-called empire on which the sun never sets. I can only escort you as far as the territorial boundary of the British Empire, William announced, his tone serious. If we go any farther, there's a risk the Royal Navy will spot us and trigger a war. This was not the news Victor and Logan were hoping to hear. Still, for every bad tidings, there was a silver lining. While I regret I can't take you further, you'll at least get to witness the latest secret weapon of our Federal Navy, William added, a note of pride creeping into his voice. A steady patter of rain whispered in Victor's ears as he recalled William's parting words, tinged with both pride and a hint of showing off. Victor emerged from the cold sea and trudged up the beach. Rain lashed against his head and body, cold, relentless, and powerful. So this is the territory of the empire on which the sun never sets. Dark clouds pressed low over the night sky. Though the world before him was shrouded in blackness, the stinging sensation on his skin and the howling wind were stark reminders that he had set foot in enemy land. Rain streamed down Victor's golden hair, now sleek and heavy with water. He blinked, shaking droplets from his eyes, and after confirming there were no British soldiers lying in wait, signaled toward the water. One by one, figures clad in black uniforms surfaced under Logan's lead, gathering silently at Victor's side. Everyone's here. The submarines have begun their return journey. They'll be back in 2 weeks to extract us from this godforsaken place. Until then, they'll dock at the French port for cover. Yes, it was none other than a fleet of small American submarines that had delivered them for the landing. These remarkable underwater demons, though not yet advanced enough to cross the entire Atlantic, had brought them this far. However, they already possessed the capability to travel from international waters to the shallow coastal seas and deploy amphibious assault troops. And thanks to their relatively small size, they could be concealed within cargo ships, drifting across the ocean to reach the British maritime zone. After receiving Logan's signal, Victor quickly checked his own gear: grenades, tactical knife, long rifle, sidearm. He was fully equipped. Logan and the other teammates were similarly outfitted. After all, good equipment is always essential for a successful mission. It's just like Batman and DC Next Door, or our own Iron Man and Marvel. When have they ever saved the world without their legendary gear? With that thought, Victor recalled the map he had memorized aboard the ship. Though the darkness of night shrouded everything, it couldn't stop Victor from confirming their position by combining his feline-like low-light vision with the map in his mind. Drawing on his memory, details of the landing zone resurfaced swiftly in Victor's mind for rapid analysis. They were on a stretch of beach near the Thames estuary. In the days to come, this place might become a tourist hotspot, but tonight it was ruled only by howling winds and driving rain. There's not a soul for miles around, nor any British patrols. Our chances of being exposed are zero. But our target is the Tower of London at the very heart of the British Empire, so the deeper we go, the greater the risk of discovery. Once Victor confirmed their immediate safety, he called the team together for a quick meeting. He outlined their mission objectives and current situation, and didn't shy away from mentioning the potential dangers they might face. In the end, they decided to lie low during the day and move at night, using the lush vegetation of southern England to cover their westward journey along the Thames, all the way to London. They did run into a few unexpected situations along the way, but nothing that proved too troublesome for Victor and his men. The most harrowing encounter was when one of their scouts was attacked by a black bear. "Damn it, help me, I don't want to die." Victor felt no disdain for the panicked cries of that soldier. Not everyone can face death with stoic calm. After all, and it wasn't as though he was begging the enemy for mercy. What a massive living target, Victor muttered as he brought his rifle down from his shoulder. He was intimately familiar with his weapon. It was an extension of himself. This was a bolt-action, single-shot, breech-loading rifle with an effective range of 800 meters and special steel-core bullets, making it the era's unstoppable super assassin. As Victor raised his rifle in one smooth motion, The moment the stock pressed against his shoulder, the black bear's head appeared right in his sights. Bang! Victor squeezed the trigger. The rifle kicked against his shoulder as a steel-core bullet shot out of the chamber, striking the black bear's head as it charged at full speed. In the crosshairs, a burst of blood bloomed, tinged with white. That was the poor bear's brains. Well, there goes the bear's brain soup, but bear paw is still a fine delicacy. After so many days of dry rations, tonight we can finally treat ourselves. That night, something happened that left Victor speechless. Just as he was about to show off the bear paw, he'd prepared himself, ready to bask in everyone's admiration. He discovered that the cook had actually made bear brain soup. And while Victor had been busy with the bear paw, everyone else had already had their fill of the soup. In the end, Victor could only sit quietly with the last of the soup broth and his carefully roasted bear paw, eating his dinner alone. The bear paw was tough as leather after roasting. Whoever claimed it was a rare delicacy had clearly never tried it. He silently vowed, "If anyone else says bear paw is a treasure, I'll let them face my steel teeth." That was his final thought that night. After crossing hills, threading through forests, swimming across rivers, and leaving a trail of havoc among the wildlife of southern England, they finally reached the outskirts of London. During their journey, Logan, thanks to his many brushes with poisoning, taught Victor that not every animal could be safely eaten just by taking off its head. Of course, the others suspected Victor of intentionally making Logan sample his culinary experiments, and some even joked that the real poison wasn't in the ingredients, but in Victor's cooking itself. But whatever their suspicions, they all made it to London's outskirts in one piece. Half the mission was complete. All that remained was to break into the prison, rescue their comrade, and get out. The outskirts of London were nothing like the relatively safe forests along the way. Even under cover of darkness, danger lurked everywhere. As they advanced, Victor suddenly halted. He raised his hand behind him, palm upright. Everyone immediately stopped, dropping flat to the ground and melting into the shadows. Victor had spotted British soldiers on patrol. No wonder they call it the heart of the Empire. Even out here, cavalry patrols at night. But if they think these few men can stop us, they're dreaming, Victor murmured, a cold smile flickering across his face. He pointed out the patrolling soldiers, then made a throat-slitting gesture to Logan. The two of them melted into the darkness. After spotting the patrols outside London, Victor knew their original plan, to sneak in with everyone and cause a major disruption, was no longer possible. Then let's go with Plan B. Everyone else stays hidden where they are. Logan and I will find a way to infiltrate the Tower of London and rescue our target. Once we're clear of London with a prisoner, the rest of you handle extraction and cover. This was Victor's final order before he and Logan set off to eliminate the two British patrolmen. The rest of the team decisively retreated to the woods to lie in wait, ready to rendezvous once Victor and Logan had extracted their target. As for mission failure, out of the question. There was no mission Sabretooth and Wolverine couldn't accomplish together. Having settled on assassination, Victor and Logan handed their long guns to the others, opting instead for silent, close-quarters kills. Victor relished this kind of elegant, unexpected way of taking lives. To him, it was an art, and great fun besides. Logan, on the other hand, preferred the direct, face-to-face approach. In his own words, nothing thrilled him more than the sensation of his bone claws plunging into an enemy's body. While Victor and Logan were setting up their ambush, their targets, the two British patrolmen, made a fatal mistake. They drifted apart. It looked like one of the soldiers needed to relieve himself. He left his partner and wandered off toward a patch of undergrowth. Just as he fumbled with his trousers, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, rose silently from the bushes. For some inexplicable reason, the British soldiers' last thought was of Dalmatia. He never got a chance to pull his pants back up. A massive hand crushed his windpipe, and he was dragged, lifeless, into the grass. As for the other soldier, Logan came at him head-on, silent as a shadow. He tackled the man, pinning him, and then stabbed him repeatedly in the chest. The soldier's own blood flooded his lungs, blood-red bubbles foaming at his lips, but not a single sound escaped him. Weren't you supposed to just snap his neck quietly? Now that you've turned him into mincemeat, how are we supposed to pose as patrolmen to sneak into the city? Victor was clearly annoyed by Logan's tendency to improvise with extra violence, but there was little he could do. Besides, there was no way Logan's massive frame would fit into the uniforms of these barely 6-foot-tall British patrolmen. So the plan changed. Instead of both men impersonating British soldiers, Logan would be the lone patrolman, escorting criminal Victor to the Tower of London prison. But as it turned out, none of Victor's harebrained ideas ever worked out as planned. The two of them were spotted, and their cover was blown the moment they tried to enter the city. Just as the military police moved in to arrest the two suspicious strangers posing as British soldiers, Logan, grinning from ear to ear, drove his bone claws straight into the chest of the officer standing before him. Seeing that Logan had already made his move, Victor had no choice but to reveal his claws under the shocked and furious gazes of the other British soldiers, killing the two who were preparing to apprehend Logan. In the end, what was supposed to be a covert infiltration turned into a full-on assault. Yet Logan tried to justify himself, claiming, "If we kill everyone who sees us, then no one's left to see us. That counts as a secret operation too." But unlike Ezio, neither he nor Victor had the skills to pull it off. Not only did they fail to eliminate all the British soldiers, they nearly got surrounded by reinforcements. In the end, the two of them only managed to escape by plunging into the Thames. At this time, the British Empire was at the height of its power, its territories spanning the globe. Although losing its American colonies had been a heavy blow, it was far from crippling. With tens of millions of square kilometers under its rule and millions of regular troops, the British Empire naturally guarded the heart of its realm, London, with the utmost vigilance. Victor and Logan had repeatedly overestimated the numbers and resolve of the British soldiers, yet still hadn't expected to face so many, and with such ferocity. The soldiers fought without fear of death, not necessarily to kill the two intruders, but simply to hold them off and buy time for their comrades. Tasked with a mission, Victor and Logan couldn't afford to linger here for long. Besides, Victor was convinced that London's defense couldn't possibly rely on ordinary soldiers alone. "You're saying these two possess strength and speed far beyond any normal human? And even after being shot, their wounds heal in moments." Victor's suspicions proved correct. At that very moment, London was indeed under the protection of a superhuman, Blood Baron's own brother and arch-rival, the first Union Jack, James Falsworth. Shortly after Victor and Logan's escape, he arrived at the scene. From the accounts of the surviving soldiers, he recalled an old adversary. He too possessed power and speed surpassing those of any human, and could swiftly recover from injuries. Yet unlike the others, he couldn't act in daylight, and he always worked alone. Could it really be Blood Baron? But these two weren't afraid of sunlight, and there were two of them. Still, it's possible he's found a way to overcome that weakness, or perhaps he's recruited a new companion. In the end, Union Jack James couldn't come to any firm conclusion. All he could do was communicate with the British military. If those two appeared again, notify him at once, and he would rush to their aid. Naturally, the British government was delighted to have such a powerful vigilante on their side against these formidable opponents. After all, they'd already heard how the French in Paris had been utterly humiliated by a single monster. They were the proud British Empire. How could they, like those Gauls across the Channel, be reduced to the world's laughingstock by a mere monster? While the British troops were still searching the area near the spot where Victor and Logan had plunged into the river, the two men had already fought their way upstream, coming ashore not far from the Tower of London. "All right, we've made it into London. What should we do next? Should we just storm the main gate of the tower, fight our way in, rescue the hostage, and then battle our way out of the city?" Logan proposed a plan that Victor found laughably foolish, though in truth, it was a method very much in the spirit of Wolverine and Sabretooth. "No, we can't do that. The target might be moved before we even get inside, and even if we do rescue them, we might not be able to protect them during the escape." After a moment of serious consideration, Victor rejected Logan's plan. He was careful not to sound too harsh, not wanting to dent Logan's confidence. "So what should we do, then?" Truth be told, Victor's own plan wasn't much more sophisticated than Logan's. He opted for a surrender tactic. As expected, both he and Logan were immediately treated as dangerous criminals and thrown into the Tower of London, a prison reserved for special offenders. "See, we're inside, aren't we?" Victor boasted to Logan, but all he got in return was an eye roll and a cutting remark. "The problem is we were brought in locked inside Iron Maidens. Clearly, they couldn't be kept inside Iron Maidens forever. Besides, these weren't the execution devices of legend, but rather prison transport coffins lined with spikes to prevent escape attempts. Though the jolting of the journey would cause the spikes to occasionally pierce the prisoner's flesh, the wounds weren't fatal. Instead, the steady blood loss left the captives weak and listless, ensuring that by the time they reached their cells, they were in no condition to struggle or resist. Usually, only the most vicious criminals were transported this way. Even if someone bled out during the trip, nobody would be held accountable. In fact, it often saved the authorities some trouble. As a result, the soldiers transporting the prisoners didn't bother to be careful. On the contrary, they would deliberately jostle the Iron Maidens to deal with the trouble more efficiently. Now, Victor and Logan were getting the full trouble disposal treatment. But for men with healing factors like theirs, such injuries were nothing more than a minor nuisance. In the end, the two of them were thrown into separate cells deep in the dungeons beneath the tower. Here, every prisoner was kept in solitary confinement, and the guards patrolled the corridors around the clock. Well, the two new arrivals looked pretty tough. They were even brought in locked inside an Iron Maiden. Wonder where these hard cases came from. The inmates on this level gave their own special welcome to Victor and Logan, but neither of the newcomers paid them any mind. Their attention was fixed on the real purpose of their visit, finding Dr. Nathaniel Essex. Fortunately, they didn't have to wander aimlessly, as Victor had a photograph of Dr. Nathaniel Essex burned into his memory. All they needed to do was turn left or right out of the cell, and then search each level systematically. Unlike external attacks, prison authorities rarely relocate inmates during an internal riot. They prefer to crush the uprising on the spot. Well then, let's get started. Though Victor and Logan have been stripped down to nothing but white underwear, this hardly deprived them of their deadliest weapons. First, Victor kicked down a centuries-old stone wall in his cell, breaking through to Logan in the next room. Then, as if working soft clay, he bent the iron bars of the cell out of shape. It wasn't until Victor and Logan crawled out that the stunned guards finally realized what was happening. As one guard drew his weapon to stop them, a hand suddenly shot out from a nearby cell, grabbing the guard by the collar. In that split-second distraction, Logan surged forward and dealt with the guard swiftly and decisively. "Hey, since I just helped you out, how about letting me out too?" said the prisoner who had reached through the bars to assist them. Logan glanced at Victor. With a nod of approval, Logan fished the keys from the guard's corpse and tossed them to the helpful inmate. "Thanks, brother. Let the others out, too. And by the way, do you know someone named Dr. Nathaniel Essex?" Logan asked, pressing for information about their target. His answer was more promising than he'd hoped. "Dr. Nathaniel Essex? That rings a bell. There's a guy by that name locked up in a cell at the far left end of this level. He likes to call himself Doctor all the time." The prisoner answered while deftly unlocking his own cell door, then immediately began rifling through the belongings of the fallen guard. Victor and Logan ignored his scavenging. In fact, none of the inmates in this place had any clothes. They had all been stripped down to nothing but white briefs. Because almost all the prisoners held here are extremely dangerous, there was once an incident where someone twisted their clothes into a short rope and killed a patrolling guard. After that event, every inmate in this place was stripped completely naked, save for a single pair of white cotton briefs. Originally, the warden intended not to leave even that much, but reconsidered, worried that some guards might take advantage of the situation with the male prisoners, perhaps even parading them around in broad daylight. Thus, the prisoners were allowed to retain the last shred of dignity, a pair of modest white briefs. But with this measure in place, the prisoners lost any means to resist the guards, and no more guards were ever killed. Dr. Nathaniel Essex? When Victor reached the farthest cell on the left of this floor, he saw a man who was little more than skin and bones, with long hair. Hanging down, curled up in the corner of the cell, the man wore nothing but a pair of briefs, his face hidden behind his tangled hair. Who's calling me? I'm no doctor anymore, but my theories are sound. Those fools at the Royal Society. They'll pay for their arrogance, sooner or later. When Victor called out to him, Dr. Nathaniel Essex responded with a torrent of muttering, grievances and complaints tumbling out in a ceaseless stream. Yet Victor didn't lose patience. On the contrary, he was delighted. He hadn't expected to find his target so easily. Next, he simply needed to head to the staircase at the far right end of the floor to rendezvous with Logan. Yes, after learning Dr. Nathaniel Essex's whereabouts, Victor and Logan had split up. Victor came to rescue Dr. Nathaniel Essex, while Logan's job was to deal with the rest of the guards on this floor and help other prisoners make their escape. They needed chaos. Only then could they slip away unnoticed and seize their chance to break out of this cage alive. When Victor finally freed Dr. Nathaniel Essex from the cell, the doctor showed little resistance, and, truthfully, little joy. He simply let Victor hoist him onto his shoulder without protest, and together they headed toward the exit of that floor. This guy's got guts, not even breaking out alone, but bringing someone with him. Still, of all people, why pick such a sorry old man? Couldn't he have chosen someone a bit easier on the eyes? When one man clad only in briefs carries another man, equally underdressed, on his shoulder, it's hard for the onlookers not to start drifting into philosophical musings. All right, we got the target. Let's figure out how to get out of here. Just as Victor and Logan reunited and prepared to head up to the next floor via the stairs, a guard suddenly appeared behind them. "Hey there, you two. Where are you taking Dr. Nathaniel Essex?" Even before the guard could finish his sentence, Victor had already grabbed him by the neck and hoisted him into the air, then tossed him aside like a rag doll. Just kidding, man. I was only joking, and I nearly got strangled to death for it." "Brother, what do you do for a living to have such a grip?" That's right, the guard was actually the prisoner who had helped Logan at the very beginning, disguised as a prison officer. When he spotted Logan and Victor at the exit, he decided to play a prank, only to nearly get himself killed in the process. "Wait, why are you heading back? Aren't you going up? If you don't keep moving, once the real guards come down, you'll never get out." Victor and his companions ignored the prisoner's words. What caught their attention was his guard uniform. It sparked an idea. Without hesitation, they turned back and began searching for the bodies of other guards, planning to disguise themselves as well. Before long, after a bit of looting and body searching, they managed to piece together 3 guard uniforms, making them among the only 4 people on this floor dressed in anything but rags. Soon after, the bare-chested philosopher inmates on the lowest level, led by 4 guards, kicked off what would go down in history as the infamous Day of Philosophy Uprising. A resounding clang rang out, prison alarm bells echoing through the entire Tower of London, from the warden at the top to the lowliest guard. Every security officer snapped into crisis mode, racing to suppress the riot unleashed by the lowest-ranking inmates. Drop your weapons. Hands on your heads, down on your knees. This is your last warning. One desperate guard was still shouting commands, trying in vain to stem the tide of rampaging inmates. But in moments, he was swallowed by the mob, his voice lost in the chaos. In truth, the moment Victor and Logan decided to fight their way from the bottom all the way to the surface, it was inevitable that no amount of force, short of mass destruction, could quell this uprising. With every floor they reached, Victor and Logan took care of any guards in their way, while the other inmates fanned out to unlock cells and swell their ranks. Layer by layer, as they ascended, the rebellion grew like an unstoppable avalanche. Soon, the crowd was no longer just white underwear-clad prisoners. Even those in tattered inmate uniforms joined the ranks, all driven by the same longing for freedom. Curiously enough, the leaders of this riot were a group of guards, or at least they looked the part. Chief among them, the one charging fearlessly at the front, seemed almost supernatural. He dodged bullets with ease, weaving through gunfire, then lunged forward at blinding speed to confront any guards foolish enough to resist. With a flash, bone claws sprang from his hands, dispatching his foes without mercy. They really are pathetically weak. No wonder Victor couldn't even be bothered to make a move. All that talk about protecting Dr. Nathaniel Essex. It's obvious he just thought the opponents weren't worth his time. Though Logan kept grumbling about Victor's orders in his mind, his hands worked with increasing speed and precision. He was nothing like Victor. He didn't care if his opponents were strong or weak. As long as there was a fight, that was enough for him. When Victor and Logan, leading the throng of prisoners, finally broke through the encirclement and emerged from the dark, cavernous depths of the Tower of London onto the bright, sunlit lawn outside. Down! Find cover. Those inside, get the hostages out now. The brilliant sunshine and the wide, unobstructed view gave the prison guards atop the surrounding walls perfect conditions for shooting. At the warden's command, a hail of machine gun fire and a volley of rifle shots instantly swept across the tower's exit. Dozens of prisoners who failed to hit the ground or find cover in time fell where they stood, blood pooling beneath them. But as the inmates inside pushed the captured guards out as hostages, the warden was forced to order his men to cease fire. After all, he had no desire to take the blame for ordering his subordinates to shoot their own who were now being held hostage. It seems you're quite sensible, Warden. Prepare a few carriages for us. Make sure there's food and weapons on board. We'll be taking the hostages with us. Once we're out of London, we'll let them go. The moment he heard the demands shouted from outside, the warden knew this was no ordinary riot. It was a meticulously planned conspiracy. Their aim wasn't simply to escape. They'd orchestrated this uprising for some far greater purpose. Of that he was certain. But right now, he had no time to ponder deeper motives. The prisoners demanded everything be ready within the hour, or they'd start killing hostages. The warden considered ordering his men to mow down the damned criminals and hostages alike with heavy machine guns, but whether his subordinates would obey was one thing. The consequences of giving such an order were more than he could bear. In the end, while he sent urgent requests for help to the military and police, he also had his people prepare the carriages, food, and supplies the prisoners had demanded. Seething with anger, he watched as these damned criminals and scum hustled his own men into the carriages and began their escape from the outer walls of the Tower of London. Then, as the third-to-last carriage rumbled through the gate and onto the avenue beside the Thames, chaos erupted. 3 guards suddenly leapt from the carriage. One of them was carrying another over his shoulder, and together with their companion, they plunged into the swirling, fast-moving waters of the Thames. The prisoners and guards who witnessed this scene were plunged into a strange, heavy silence. Yet, neither side dared to send anyone to investigate, and once again, the standoff descended into a tense deadlock. It wasn't until the prisoner who had helped Logan stepped forward once more, urging the others to move along, that the air of imminent confrontation finally began to ease. Still, there was no way the warden or the London authorities would simply allow the prisoners to walk free. If they managed to escape, the dignity of the entire empire would be irreparably shattered. That's why, trailing far behind the line of prisoners, a squad of British cavalry kept a watchful distance, while the outskirts toward which the prisoners headed had already been transformed by the British Army into an inescapable net. No matter who these prisoners had been in the past, their fate was sealed. Even if it meant sacrificing the hostages, the British government would never permit their escape. With the government and military's attention now consumed by the prisoners, only a scant handful of London police, little more than a few stray cats, remained to track down Victor and his two companions. Detective Lestrade, should we ask that man for help? The search for Victor and his group fell to a newly promoted detective from Scotland Yard, Lestrade, a man who had cracked more than a few cases that had left. The rest of the police completely baffled, and so he was assigned to follow the traces left behind when Victor and his companions leaped into the river. Lestrade, however, was keenly aware of his own limitations. He knew he was unlikely to find any meaningful clues. Yet, the thought of seeking the help of that person, who could unearth even the faintest of tracks, made him hesitate. He had no wish to draw that man into a case that would almost certainly be classified as top secret. In the end, Lestrade chose not to involve his friend Sherlock in this affair. Instead, he combed the riverbank himself, eventually discovering that the three disguised as guards had swum all the way to the outskirts before coming ashore. To be fair, only Victor and Logan had actually managed to swim. Poor Dr. Nathaniel Essex had nearly drowned along the way, swallowing half the river and barely clinging to life until Victor hauled him out. Once on land, Victor and Logan brought Dr. Nathaniel Essex to a wooded hideout where the rest of their team was waiting. After a few coded signals were exchanged, they managed to reunite safely. Dr. Essex, I'm sorry we haven't had a proper introduction. My name is Victor, and I'm with the American military. In truth, throughout their escape, Dr. Nathaniel Essex had been half-dragged along by Victor. Not that the doctor had resisted much. Having lost all hope, he simply went along. Just as now, Victor's words barely elicited a reaction from him. All right, Dr. Essex, the reason I came to rescue you is because we're very interested in your research, and we, in turn, have something that will interest you just as much. As he spoke, Victor drew his military knife and slashed his own wrist. But before a single drop of blood could escape, his muscle tissue began to knit itself back together, and soon his skin was as good as new. What is this? How did you do that? Are you a mutant? My theory was right all along. I knew it. Take me with you. Give me the chance to study your abilities. I'm willing to pay any price for this. With Victor's demonstration of his healing powers, the once lifeless eyes of Dr. Nathaniel Essex suddenly blazed with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast aside all dignity and restraint, resolving to follow Victor back to America. Whatever it took, as long as he could study mutants, he would do it. In fact, this was the very pursuit that had defined Dr. Nathaniel Essex's entire life. As a scholar and a scientist, his greatest accomplishment had been deducing the existence of mutants. But until Victor appeared, he had never actually seen a mutant, nor had he been able to prove they truly existed. Because of this, he had suffered endless ridicule and persecution from his colleagues. Now, with hope finally within reach, he was more than willing to cling to this last lifeline, whatever the cost. Well, Doctor, since you're being so cooperative, there's no need for any more chit-chat. Let's get moving. We've got a long road ahead of us. Victor gave himself a mental pat on the back for how smoothly things were going. He'd known that once he revealed himself as a mutant, getting the good doctor on board would be a piece of cake. Little did he realize that, in Dr. Essex's mind, he was already being dissected into 8 different pieces, just to see if each one would regenerate into a whole new Victor. Meanwhile, as Victor and his team had barely finished regrouping and begun their escape, Lestrade and his police force had tracked them down to the vicinity. Taking into account the 2 missing British soldiers from a few days prior, they instantly realized that something far more serious was unfolding. At the same time, the escaped philosophers had all been subdued by the military police in London. Those who chose to resist were mercilessly gunned down along with the hostages. Reporting, sir. All prisoners have been accounted for. Those who tried to put up a fight were killed. Nearly all the inmates are present, but 4 are missing, including Dr. Nathaniel Essex. Among the others, 2 are unidentified, dangerous individuals who were only incarcerated yesterday, and there is 1 more whose identity remains unknown. By this point, anyone with half a brain could tell that something was wrong. Once they realized that the real target was Dr. Nathaniel Essex, it wasn't hard to figure out that the 3 prison guards who jumped into the river were, in fact, Dr. Essex himself and the people sent to rescue him. The person in charge immediately ordered some of the officers to escort the prisoners back to the jail and handle the aftermath, while the rest of the military police were dispatched to search the Thames for any trace of Dr. Nathaniel Essex. Right at that moment, Inspector Lestrade's discovery was relayed to the commander. He instantly ordered everyone on site to withdraw and rush to London to hunt down Dr. Nathaniel Essex. He absolutely could not let such a dangerous scientist fall into the hands of another organization or country. The trouble that would cause was unimaginable. This was the only thought in his mind after receiving the news. In truth, neither Victor nor Dr. Nathaniel Essex was the biggest winner of this prison break. That title belonged to the escapee who had now vanished without a trace. With Dr. Nathaniel Essex and Victor serving as lightning rods for the British government and military's fury, the police had no time or energy to investigate where this other prisoner had gone. By the time the whole commotion died down, he was probably already enjoying his freedom in some distant corner of the world. It looks like they escaped through the woods. Notify the garrison in Gravesend at once. Tighten the search of all woodlands along the Thames. They're almost certain to follow the river downstream and try to escape by sea through the estuary. Also, contact the Royal Navy and strengthen patrols at the mouth of the Thames. Keep a close watch on all marine activity. One had to admit, even in this era, the British Army was still one of the finest forces in Europe, known for its efficiency and capability. It didn't take them long to pick up Victor and his group's trail and pursue them relentlessly. At last, the British forces caught up to Victor and his team as they were making their escape through a forest near Gravesend. Bringing along the frail Dr. Nathaniel Essex had severely slowed their progress. That delay proved costly as the British caught up with them and a fierce firefight broke out. Fortunately, since the battle was taking place in dense woods, the British troops hadn't brought heavy weaponry. From the very first exchange of gunfire, Victor and his squad had the upper hand. The Federals' weapons had greater range and deadlier firepower, and every one of them was a battle-hardened veteran of the American Civil War. Especially with Victor and Logan, two men whose skills seemed almost superhuman among them. Each time they squeezed a trigger, the sharp recoil against their shoulders was matched by another British soldier falling on the forest floor. Of course, sometimes it could also be the life of a British officer. With Victor and Logan providing cover and leadership, the members of the rapid response team fought as they retreated, eventually shaking off the pursuing British soldiers and making their escape. But what awaited them was not a moment to catch their breath. Rather, it was a relentless barrage of British artillery fire. Since they could not recover Dr. Nathaniel Essex alive, the British were determined that no one else would have him either. Sir, welcome back. The fact that your mission succeeded this time is nothing short of a miracle. It feels like nothing can stand in your way now. Standing on the deck of the San Jacinto, Victor and his team were greeted with the warmest of welcomes from Tina, his secretary. As for Dr. Nathaniel Essex, whom Victor and the others had brought back, the days of travel combined with the final clash had left him utterly spent. He was swiftly escorted by agents, already assigned for the task, into the cabin to rest. Every miracle comes at a cost, Tina. We paid for Dr. Nathaniel Essex with the lives of more than a dozen team members. We can't even bring their bodies home, nor acknowledge who they were. We have to make Dr. Essex one of us, or else their sacrifice will have been for nothing. Hearing Victor's words, Tina's smile gradually faded. She looked at the teammates who had returned with Victor. On their calm faces, there was no outward sign of grief for their fallen comrades. Perhaps they had become used to loss, perhaps even numb to it, but that did not mean they felt nothing. After Tina told the others to go and get some rest, Logan headed off to find Kid for a drink. This time, he certainly had stories worth boasting about. I understand, sir. I imagine the Minister of War will be more than happy to see us establish a research department. After all, we have so many X-objects and files in our custody that need to be studied and put to use. Although Tina didn't fully grasp why Victor valued Dr. Nathaniel Essex so highly, she recalled the serum he had developed with Edward Hyde and began to piece together Dr. Essex's true worth. Since that was the case, she knew she would have to think carefully about how to persuade the Minister of War to approve the establishment of a scientific research division under X-Squad. After all, this would require a significant budget. The former Rapid Response Team, directly subordinate to X-Squad, now renamed SWAT, was already equipped with the most advanced gear in the Federation and staffed with the best soldiers, drawing the highest pay in the military. And now, they wanted to establish an infamously expensive scientific laboratory as well. If I can actually manage to convince those penny-pinching generals, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Still, maybe it's worth a try. In the end, after Tina sent a top-secret telegram back home, the bigwigs in Washington immediately convened an extremely confidential meeting. The outcome of their discussion was this: the X-Squad would be expanded into the X Division, which would then include the X-Squad, SWAT, and the X-Files under its command. The X-Squad would consist of members like Victor and Logan, who possessed extraordinary abilities. Their job was to contain all anomalous entities and items, and to carry out covert operations that ordinary people could never manage. SWAT would serve as a supporting force for the X squad, providing tactical backup, securing perimeters, and handling routine missions. The X-Files, meanwhile, would function as a scientific laboratory, responsible for researching and developing all objects in containment. As for how Tina managed to persuade the military brass, it was actually quite simple. Since Dr. Nathaniel Essex and Edward Hyde were able to create Hyde's serum, it stood to reason that he might also be capable of inventing a super soldier formula. The prospect of mass-producing super soldiers was simply irresistible to America's military leaders. This promise was even more tempting than their first loves. While Victor and his team were celebrating their good fortune, the outcome across the sea in the British Empire was far less cheerful. First, the Tower of London was infiltrated with shocking ease. The warden and the guards were strung along and outwitted at every turn, suffering heavy losses, and still couldn't figure out what their adversary's true objective was. Then, during the subsequent pursuit, the British forces were routed yet again. If it hadn't been for the commander's split-second decision to order an artillery strike on the woods where Victor and his group were hiding, leaving a dozen enemy corpses behind, everyone involved would likely have faced court-martial. But even after killing a dozen foes, they were completely unable to identify who these people were or where they had come from. The weapons they used didn't match the arsenal of any nation on Earth. In fact, those weapons should have still been in development, nowhere near being issued or used in actual combat. Nevertheless, these unfamiliar weapons provided British arms manufacturers with new ideas and technologies, allowing the British Army to deploy bolt-action rifles ahead of schedule, something that would otherwise have taken much longer. That, however, was their only gain. As for the identity of the attackers and the whereabouts of Dr. Nathaniel Essex, they were left with no leads whatsoever. In the end, as time went by and the chaos across Europe continued to escalate, this whole affair simply faded into obscurity. After bringing back Dr. Nathaniel Essex, it was of course no longer suitable for him to use the name Nathaniel Essex. Victor gave him a rather peculiar codename, Mr. Sinister. Originally, Dr. Nathaniel Essex had devoted himself solely to the pursuit of knowledge and scientific research. However, after being unanimously criticized and ostracized by the academic community, his mind began to unravel in unsettling ways. Later, Victor validated his theories with his own abilities. Driven by his desire to prove the principle of survival of the fittest, Essex threw himself tirelessly into genetic research once more. Whenever he looked at Victor and Logan, his gaze resembled that of a hungry wolf eyeing plump sheep, or a greedy miser spotting a pile of money. A chilling grin, which spread across his face, and whenever he examined DNA samples from Victor and the others under the microscope, his sinister smile became even more disturbing. Although his codename was intimidating and his behavior far from normal, there was no denying the brilliance of his intellect. I did it. By studying and altering Colonel Victor's genetic material, I've created this serum. It contains a special inhibitory factor that can delay human aging. I have also developed an acidic enzyme capable of suppressing the healing of wounds and even causing them to worsen. In just a few short years, he made remarkable breakthroughs. The anti-aging serum in particular sent shockwaves through the upper echelons, prompting a steady flow of funding to pour into Department X. As for the enzyme that inhibited healing, Victor and Tina jointly ordered it to be sealed away. During testing, Victor discovered that the enzyme was effective even against his own healing factor, which in fact was the direct result of the doctor's research. Of course, in practice, the enzyme's effects were less than ideal. It had to be applied to weapons, and even then, Victor's healing factor would gradually consume it. Once depleted, the wound would eventually heal as usual. During all the years the doctor spent on his research, limited resources meant that true breakthroughs remained elusive. This state of affairs would persist until the advent of the First World War, when everything began to change. A note on publication. To be honest, as a newcomer with my book about to be launched tomorrow, I'm feeling a little nervous and excited. Making it this far wouldn't have been possible without the help and support of my editor, Ziyue. Without his guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today. I also owe thanks to the great Qianshu A. Squid, whose recommendation of my chapters as a tribute in Lord of the Mysteries brought me tremendous benefit. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude here. In fact, I've been a longtime fan of his work, following his books since the Chart of Fate's End. If you're interested, you should check out his writing. Every one of his books is excellent. Lastly, and most importantly, I want to thank all my readers. There are so many of you that I can't name everyone, but I know that I couldn't have made it this far without your support and encouragement. That's why I promise to reward you with even more exciting stories and more diligent updates. Tomorrow, there will be bonus chapters, guaranteed 5 chapters at the very least. So please, subscribe, add the book to your collections, and recommend it to others. Thank you all. After Victor brought Dr. Nathaniel Essex back from Britain, the scientific laboratory under Department X was quickly established and officially opened. Both he and Logan became frequent visitors to the lab. To Dr. Essex, their genes were treasures beyond measure, but the current limits of technology and equipment made any breakthrough elusive. In addition to serving as experimental material, Victor's military rank was also promoted from lieutenant colonel to colonel, putting him just one step away from becoming a general. However, in that era, rising from a field officer to general was nearly impossible, especially since Victor was no longer serving as a main military commander. But soon, an opportunity presented itself. Another hero of the Civil War, known as the Son of the Morning Star, was killed by Native Americans, paving the way for Victor. The fallen American officer was named Custer. He came from a distinguished background, graduated from West Point, and had fought heroically at the pivotal Battle of Gettysburg, earning great acclaim. This made him the youngest general in the Federal Army. Even so, with the Civil War's end, the government turned to rebuilding the South, a venture that demanded huge sums of money and resources. As a result, now obsolete troops became the first to face cuts. Custer, once a celebrated major general, was demoted to lieutenant colonel in the regular Federal Army, a fate shared by many officers as the Army downsized and shed numbers. After his demotion, Custer was assigned to the 1st Federal Cavalry Division, a unit formed from Victor's family regiment, the 5th Cavalry, along with the 7th and 3rd Cavalry Regiments. There, he took command of the 7th Cavalry. During this period, he was discovered for abandoning his post while drunk, brought before a military court, and suspended from duty. However, an officer as skilled in battle as he was, could not be left idle for long. Less than a year later, his old superior, Sheridan, recalled him to once again lead the 7th Cavalry Regiment in the war against the Native Americans. It was around this time that he began to cross paths with Victor's old friend and sworn enemy, Chief Crazy Horse, the commander of the Native American Alliance. In his quest to better understand the Native Americans, he even disguised himself as an ordinary farmer, befriended the tribes of the West, learned their language, and immersed himself in their culture. As the saying goes, no one knows you better than your enemy. It was precisely because Custer had done his homework on the Native Americans that he achieved one success after another in the campaigns that followed. Rather than waging a war, it would be more accurate to call what he led a massacre. Yet his trail of slaughter came to a halt before a man named Crazy Horse. After suffering defeat at Victor's hands, Crazy Horse fled back to his own tribe. There, he was forced to reflect deeply on his loss and resolved to learn about the culture of the white man. He disguised himself as an assimilated Native American and entered a mixed town where both Americans and Native people lived. There he studied the white man's language and customs and observed how they went about their affairs. Through various channels, he even acquired many books to read and study. In the end, he concluded that if the Native Americans remained divided, they would inevitably face annihilation at the hands of the Americans. So he returned to his tribe and, drawing on his status and reputation, began to call upon all Native Americans to unite and resist the American invasion together. At first, his appeals met with little success. But as Custer and his 7th Cavalry carried out bloody purges of tribe after tribe, more and more Native groups began to rally under Crazy Horse's banner. Time and again, Crazy Horse led the Native Americans in repelling the Army's advances. Eventually, the military dispatched their most formidable Indian fighter, Son of the Morning Star Custer, to take on the now legendary chief Crazy Horse. No sooner had Custer set foot in Native territory than he made his presence known with a show of force. Leading the 7th Cavalry, he attacked a Cheyenne village on the banks of the Washita River, slaughtering everyone in his path. In Crazy Horse's mind, known as Red Wolf, the enraged Cheyenne totem, the wolf spirit, howled for vengeance, demanding he avenge his people and their faithful followers. Meanwhile, Red Wolf Crazy Horse had already devised a strategy to deal with Custer. He had identified his opponent's weakness and planned to set a trap that would exploit it, delivering a fatal blow. Buoyed by a string of victories, Custer once again earned the praise of the federal government. Among the people of the Union, he was even dubbed the Nemesis of the Indians, a title that filled him with pride and self-satisfaction. In the battles that followed, Custer continued to defeat his Native American adversaries, inflicting heavy casualties with each encounter. The 7th Cavalry, under his command, suffered no more than a dozen losses each time. Such negligible losses made Custer dismiss the Native Americans as insignificant. The federal military, for its part, cast him as a role model for the youth of the eastern states, and the fervent newspaper articles, along with his own autobiography, My Life on the Plains, elevated him to the status of a living legend. As Custer's campaign advanced, he arrived at the place that would define his fate, the Little Bighorn River in Montana. Near the banks of this river, also known as the Little Bighorn, he set up camp, preparing to launch an attack at dawn the next day. According to the original plan, reinforcements led by John were supposed to join him before the assault, so they could attack together. However, the reinforcements never arrived. Unable to wait any longer, Custer split his force of several hundred men into 3 detachments. 2 would attack from the flanks, while he himself led 200 soldiers in a frontal assault. His plan was to divide and encircle the Native American forces, annihilating them all in one fell swoop. Yet his adversary, the Red Wolf, Chief Crazy Horse, saw through his scheme and regarded Custer as the real madman. Drunk on his own ambition, Custer attempted to charge a Native American camp numbering in the thousands with just a few hundred men, even, hoping to encircle and destroy them all. He fancied himself a legendary warrior, treating Crazy Horse and his followers as mere pushovers. Reality proved otherwise. Custer possessed neither the mythical strength nor the miraculous marksmanship of legend. He and his cavalry were swiftly surrounded on all sides. What followed was a merciless slaughter. The besieged Custer and his men were cut down without pity, and Red Wolf personally saw to their demise. Gifted with abilities far surpassing ordinary men, Red Wolf, Crazy Horse dispatched the supposedly elite U.S. cavalrymen with ease. As for Custer, he was captured alive, only to have his neck snapped by Crazy Horse's own hands. When Custer's corpse was tossed aside like refuse at Crazy Horse's feet, the Native Americans erupted in triumphant cheers. They had won. Not long after Custer's death, an urgent transfer order landed on Victor's desk. They want to transfer me to serve as the commander of the 5th Cavalry Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Division. Bagley went to Japan, and he died at the hands of the Japanese. Custer was killed by the Red Wolf. The Red Wolf. There was so much information packed into the transfer order that Victor couldn't process it all at once. First, they wanted him to serve as both the head of Department X and the chief military officer, a clear break from the military's usual practices. But, considering this time their opponent was the Red Wolf, it started to make sense. After all, Crazy Horse, who was under the protection of the Pantheon's wolf spirit, had become the de facto leader of the Indian Confederation. He led warriors blessed by the all-spirits to rout the invading federal troops again and again, leaving them in total disarray. Facing Crazy Horse, the Red Wolf, and his warriors, who possessed powers far beyond those of ordinary men, as well as other fearless Indian fighters, the Federal Army couldn't even mount an effective resistance. Any contact ended with the enemy swiftly beheading their commanding officers. Without leadership, the Federal troops scattered like a panicked swarm of mice under the assault of the Red Wolf. Only monsters can fight monsters. That was the hard lesson the Federal military learned after repeated defeats and heavy losses. So, they dispatched their own monster, Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, the hero of the Civil War, the executor of black operations, former President Lincoln's favorite, their own living legend. I'll twist his head off and claim it as my trophy. My long-awaited moment of vengeance has finally come. He will pay, blood for blood. Those were Victor's words as he left after receiving his orders. Though Tina sensed that something was off about him, she didn't try to stop him. She knew, deep down, that such a thing was simply not in his nature. Logan was also reassigned. He was sent to Japan as a military attaché, accompanying a certain colonel taking over Bagley's position, serving as a major in the regular army, and continuing to provide military aid to the Meiji government in their suppression of rebellious fiefdoms. The reason the military decided to send Wolverine, one of their only 2 super soldiers, was that Colonel Bagley hadn't died on a battlefield, but was assassinated by mysterious ninjas. These so-called hand ninjas displayed uncanny strength and enigmatic abilities, forcing the federal government to send Logan to protect their new chief military advisor. Killing? That's a road I know well. Protecting someone? Are you sure I'm the right man for the job? Logan was a bit disgruntled that Victor was sent off to lead troops in battle while he was being shipped off to the Far East to play bodyguard. But after hearing Victor's parting words, he couldn't help but think, maybe being a bodyguard wasn't the worst thing after all. If you eliminate all those assassins and potential threats, then there'll be no one left to attempt an assassination. Wouldn't that make you an outstanding bodyguard? Brilliant. Logan felt as if Victor had opened a door to an entirely new world for him. When he arrived, he'd just look out for those damned ninjas disguised as ordinary people, and whenever he sensed a threat, he'd take them out one by one. Yes, that's how he'd do it. After all, no danger could ever slip past his nose or his animal instincts. Well then, I'll leave the department in your hands, Tina. Though, to be honest, you've pretty much been running it all along, haven't you? Ha ha ha. That settles it, I'm off. Once the cheerful Wolverine, Logan boarded the warship bound for Japan, Victor packed his own bags. After a brief farewell to Tina, he too set off on his own journey. Red Wolf, I'm coming for you. I've been preparing for this moment for far too long, and waiting even longer. Meanwhile, as Tina, sensing she was about to get even busier, buried herself in work, she failed to notice the fleeting glint of red in Victor's eyes as he turned away. Tom, who would have thought we'd get the chance to serve together in the same unit again? That's right. While serving as the commander of the 5th Cavalry Regiment, Victor also brought along the members of the X Division's tactical team, SWAT. He split them up and assigned them as junior officers and as deputies within the regiment. In other words, Tina was now almost completely on her own, just a commander without troops. Apart from the Frankenstein-like scientist who couldn't appear in public, the only field Agent X Division could openly deploy was the former master thief, Kid. Kid had been sent to the mixed settlement to return to his old profession, gathering information about the Native Americans while posing as a cowboy. The veteran soldiers of the 5th Cavalry all knew Victor. They remembered this war hero as one of their own, a protege of their old commander, Bagley. As for the SWAT members who had been integrated into the regiment, many of them were former comrades in arms, survivors from the group transferred alongside Victor years ago to Brooklyn's 14th Militia during the Civil War. They had later joined the Rapid Response Unit, which eventually became the present-day SWAT. To victory! Ha ha ha! Victor, when you first joined the 5th Cavalry, you didn't even know where your boots had come from. Now you're a hero of the Federation and our commanding officer. The young are always full of surprises. A homecoming like Victor's, and the arrival of a new commander, was certainly an occasion for raucous celebration. The speaker was Kane, one of the mid-level officers from the old 5th Cavalry, now a major. He and his peers had watched Victor grow into the man he was today. While Victor and his companions were still celebrating, Red Wolf led his band of Indian cavalry in yet another assault on the wagon trains of the settlers. These immigrants, who had come from the eastern states of the Union, had been lured westward by the government's generous incentives, leaving behind their homes in pursuit of new opportunities. But what awaited them was not just the promise of government support, but also the hostility of the Indians, who saw them as mortal enemies. To the Indians, these settlers were invaders who had seized their ancestral lands, and their possessions and weapons were tempting prizes. Having defeated Custer's troops, Red Wolf now led his warriors, brandishing tomahawks and muskets as they ravaged the unprotected settlements. Without the army's protection, the towns fell prey to merciless plunder, and the Indians showed no less cruelty, scalping their victims with grim resolve. The wagon train that came under attack this time was only one of many to meet such a fate. Though the settlers used their sturdy wagons for cover, in the end, they could not escape being completely looted. And because they had managed to inflict casualties on the attackers, the enraged Indians did not kill them outright after taking their scalps. Instead, they gouged out their eyes and severed their limbs, leaving them to perish slowly beneath the blazing sun. When Victor's 5th Cavalry Regiment marched onto the scene, they were confronted by a sight of unrelenting brutality and bloodshed. The soldiers, overcome with fury, swore to avenge the fallen settlers. It was Victor who remained composed, understanding that the seeds of hatred had long been sown between the Union and the Indians, now grown into a savage, monstrous tree of war. This would be a ruthless slaughter, one that would not cease until one side was utterly destroyed. And Victor knew that his duty was to ensure that Red Wolf would be the one to fall. While tending to the unfortunate settlers, gathering their bodies so they would not be left as pickings for the vultures, Victor also dispatched his elite scouts from the 5th Cavalry to track the assailants' movements. Curiously, among these scouts were two who were themselves Indians, or more precisely, naturalized members of the regiment. Just as there were Indians who left their tribes to join the Union, so too were there whites who abandoned the Union to side with the Indians. It was from these white defectors that the Indians learned to ride horses and use firearms, transforming themselves into the fearsome, gun-wielding cavalry that struck terror across the North American plains. Under Victor's training, the scouts of the 5th Cavalry, mostly former SWAT operatives, were experienced and exceptionally skilled in tracking. They quickly found traces left by Red Wolf and his men and followed the trail relentlessly until they finally discovered their whereabouts. You mean to say that Red Wolf and his band are camped by a river just 15 miles away? Excellent. Everyone move out. Let's teach those bastards a lesson they won't forget. After leaving 2 men behind to keep watch, the rest of the group raced back to the 5th Cavalry Regiment's encampment to report their findings to Victor. With concrete intelligence in hand, Victor quickly rallied his troops and began advancing toward the location of Red Wolf and Crazy Horse. Chief, Federal cavalry is approaching. By the look of it, there are several thousand men. Their uniforms are strikingly similar to those of Custer's 7th Cavalry, the ones we wiped out last time. As Victor's column marched forward, he suddenly felt an intense sensation of being watched. His animal instincts were sharp, though he couldn't pinpoint the source of this uneasy feeling. What Victor did not know was that as soon as his forces drew near a certain distance from Red Wolf's camp, they had already been spotted. Among Red Wolf's warriors was one blessed by the eagle spirit of the all-spirits, able to share his vision with the eagle he had trained to soar high above. At the very moment Victor's movements were discovered, Red Wolf realized that he himself must have been tracked by enemy scouts. In the end, the two unfortunate scouts did not escape the unrelenting gaze of the eagle and fell victim to a merciless Indian ambush. When Victor's forces reached the riverside, as he had expected, Red Wolf was already fully prepared for battle. What was meant to be a surprise attack quickly escalated into a direct confrontation. Both sides drew up their lines along the narrow riverbank. Once the commanders gave their signal, the cavalry surged forward, charging at each other with fierce cries. Muzzle flashes and rifle shots flickered up and down the lines, men from both sides falling from their saddles beneath the deadly hail of bullets. Those in the vanguard soon abandoned their rifles, drawing sabers and closing in for brutal hand-to-hand combat. With the exchange of gunfire behind them, the battlefield descended into chaos. The 5th Cavalry lost its edge and firepower, while the superhuman strength of the Indian warriors, gifts from the all-spirits, came to the fore. These blessed warriors wielded their weapons with extraordinary might, sending one elite 5th Cavalry trooper after another tumbling from their horses. They swept through the fight, cutting down every Federal cavalryman within sight, cursing their enemies' souls to wander forever, never to find peace in the spirit world. Damn it, sir, we can't hold out much longer. There are more of these Indians than we thought, and those fur-clad brutes are unbelievably strong. They're slaughtering our men. Sensing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Tom quickly reported his findings to Victor. In truth, Victor didn't need Tom's warning. He had already realized how dire the battle had become for their side. The once scattered tribes of the Native Americans had now united. Warriors blessed by the spirits each tribe revered had all gathered beneath a single banner. Gone were the days when the native tribes fought as isolated factions, divided and easily broken. Now, they shared a common enemy, and a leader powerful enough to command the all-spirit warriors, Red Wolf Crazy Horse. They fought for vengeance against the white invaders. They were the alliance of native avengers, determined to make these damned intruders pay for blood with blood. You don't need to tell me. I already know. Go rally the troops and prepare to retreat. I'll stay and cover your withdrawal. Looks like we'll need another plan to deal with. This lot, Victor said, spurring his horse forward. After cutting down several ordinary native cavalrymen, he spotted his true target, a native woman draped in leopard fur. Without hesitation, Victor grabbed a charging native cavalryman at his side, snapped his neck, and hurled the corpse like a weapon toward the woman blessed by the leopard spirit. Just as she was about to slash a U.S. cavalry lieutenant's throat with her curved blade, Leopard's sister sensed a sudden threat from behind. She twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the body Victor had thrown. Turning to face the daring white man who had ambushed her, her pupils shrank in shock and fear. Every animal instinct screamed a warning. She felt the presence of an apex predator, a suffocating sense of danger and dominance. It was as if the figure before her was not a man at all, but a saber-toothed tiger baring its fangs. How dare you kill my comrades before my very eyes? You will pay for this, every one of you. With these words, Victor charged at Leopard's sister. In fact, it was fortunate this was America, finding a horse capable of carrying. A man over 2 meters tall and weighing several hundred pounds at a full gallop would have been nearly impossible anywhere else. Victor's massive size and weight turned him into a living battering ram, and when the two met, their incredible strength unleashed a clash that left an impact on all around them. Even their war horses could not withstand such force. Rearing up, they cried out in pain. In that brief but violent collision, Leopard's sister, clearly outmatched, was knocked from her horse by Victor. Not wanting his own mount to suffer further injury, Victor dismounted as well to pursue his fallen adversary on foot. Go on, fine, Tom. Once I'm done here, I'll come for you, he said, patting his steed's neck and sending it away. Then, turning with deliberate steps, Victor advanced toward Leopard's sister as she struggled to rise. Her greatest strength was her extraordinary speed, yet in a moment of muddled judgment, she chose to compete with saber-toothed tiger Victor. In a contest of brute force. Unsurprisingly, she suffered a devastating blow, so severe that she couldn't even muster the strength to crawl. Hurry, save her. I'll deal with that damned white demon. Fortunately, she was not alone in this battle. Just as Victor was about to reach her, a tomahawk whistled through the air and landed at his feet, blocking his path. The one who had thrown the axe was none other than his long-hated enemy, the current leader of the Indian warriors, Red Wolf Crazy Horse. A cold, bloodthirsty smile played at the corner of Victor's mouth. He abandoned his current target, Panther Girl, and charged at Red Wolf with all his might. It must be admitted, Red Wolf Crazy Horse was perhaps not Victor's equal as a warrior, but as a commander, he far surpassed him. When Victor spotted him and began his charge, Red Wolf did not rush forward to meet him in single combat. Instead, he gave a sharp whistle, calling upon a more suitable warrior to confront Victor. With a thunderous roar, a towering Indian warrior, even larger and more muscular than Victor, stepped into his path. The impact of their collision sent shockwaves rippling outward, for a moment even creating a vacuum in the air. The rock beneath their feet shattered and crumbled under the tremendous force. "I'm Grizzly Bear. The spirit of the bear grants me strength." Having declared his identity, the bear spirit warrior launched another attack on Victor. It's worth noting that his charging speed was impressive. However, his massive frame left him somewhat lacking when it came to agility and turning. Victor quickly spotted this weakness. The Sabretooth tiger toyed with him, and rather than catching Victor, the bear spirit warrior ended up colliding with and injuring several of his own allies. "Damn it, looks like I'll have to step in myself. All warriors, join me. Together, let's destroy that white demon. Let his head be our trophy in this victory." Out of caution, Red Wolf rallied the other blessed warriors to attack Sabretooth Tiger, Victor alongside him. As a result, Victor found himself truly in peril. Although, when facing any one of them, apart from Red Wolf himself, he held a crushing advantage. But once they joined forces, especially with Red Wolf, who is only slightly less formidable than Victor, keeping him occupied, Victor began to struggle. Now healed, Panther Girl fully unleashed her speed, becoming a true huntress. She circled Victor relentlessly, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The Red Wolf and Bear Spirit warriors were tasked with keeping Victor pinned down, preventing him from breaking free from the encirclement. Meanwhile, the Eagle Spirit kept a sharp eye on Victor from a distance, occasionally letting loose a well-aimed arrow. Yet, as Victor successfully drew the attention of most of the Indian warriors, Tom seized this rare opportunity. He rallied the soldiers of the 5th Cavalry and led them in a daring breakout. Once the brutal close-quarters battle turned into a running chase, the firepower advantage of the Federal cavalry became pronounced. Compared to the Indians, who were still wielding muskets, the Federal troopers, now armed with bolt-action rifles, would occasionally turn and fire as they retreated, quickly inflicting heavy casualties on their pursuers. Still, the Indians, unwilling to let such a prize slip through their fingers, chose not to give up the chase. And so, the pursuit continued, both sides fading quickly from Victor's view. Left behind on the battlefield were only the 4 warriors who had been attacking Victor, along with a handful of mounted escorts from their respective tribes. Victor felt not the slightest worry about Tom's ability to shake off the Indian pursuit. After all, Tom was a veteran who had fought alongside him since the Civil War, later joining SWAT and carrying out numerous special operations. He sure made a clean getaway. But things aren't looking quite so simple for me. Am I about to end up like Logan back in World War II? A prisoner of war? Maybe they'll scalp me. I suppose it'd grow back, but would it mess up my hairline and leave me bald? While Victor's mind was wandering with these idle thoughts, Red Wolf, unable to contain his eagerness, launched his attack. He had recognized Victor's identity, and now he was determined to erase his previous shame. To this end, Red Wolf drove off the other warriors, instructing them only to keep the perimeter tight and prevent Victor from escaping. He wanted to defeat Victor one-on-one and reclaim his lost honor. Looks like I won't have to worry about going bald, after all. Realizing Red Wolf's intentions, Victor saw that his own opportunity had arrived. Still, how to seize it required careful thought. For the moment, though, he had to focus on fending off Red Wolf's assault. With this in mind, Victor raised his arm and blocked a punch aimed squarely at his face. Taking advantage of the opening, he swung a fist at Red Wolf, but his opponent dodged with ease. Red Wolf, slipping past Victor's punch, launched a swift sidekick. The blow forced Victor to stagger back a few paces, though it didn't do him much harm. Seems I better take this seriously. You're not without your own progress, after all. Admitting to himself that he'd underestimated his foe, Victor rolled his neck and pressed his attack again, this time putting every ounce of his strength behind it. Bang! With the shockwave rippling outward, our Mad Horse Chief was also forced to retreat. He had underestimated Victor's strength. Victor increasingly suspected that his power had already surpassed that of the Sabretooth from the original story, reaching a whole new level. Yet, lacking any measuring equipment or a reliable point of comparison, he couldn't prove it. The only thing he knew for sure was that Wolverine was no match for him in terms of raw strength. Every time they arm wrestled at the bar, Logan would lose. But in the original story, even before he gained his adamantium skeleton, Logan was never stronger than Victor. Red Wolf, having been pushed back, shed any trace of underestimation toward Victor and began to fight with his full strength. The two exchanged a relentless barrage of blows and blocks, their movements so fast that the onlookers could barely follow the action. They were left utterly dazzled. Only Leopard Woman, with her lightning-fast reflexes and eagle spirit, wielding his supernatural powers, could truly track their movements. The other warriors could barely keep pace. Locked in this fierce struggle, Victor realized there was no way he could kill Red Wolf here today. So, he decided to use the chaos as a chance to escape. He deliberately exposed a weakness, giving Red Wolf the opportunity to land a powerful kick squarely to Victor's chest. At that moment, there were no other blessed Indian warriors at his back, only a few ordinary Indian guards watching the fight. Victor was sent flying, crashing into the human barricade formed by two ordinary guards, and together they were hurled more than a dozen meters away. The two guards, used as human cushions, died instantly from catastrophic fractures upon hitting the ground. Victor, however, ignored the broken rib that had pierced into his lung, got up immediately, and dashed away without hesitation. Realizing what had happened, Red Wolf and his men were furious and gave chase at once. Their pride had taken a serious blow. Not only was Victor escaping, but he had also accidentally killed two guards in the process. Leopard Woman led the pursuit, transforming into a sleek jaguar and swiftly closing the distance between herself and Victor, leaving the others behind. Meanwhile, Victor had already called upon his healing factor to completely recover from his injuries. When Leopard Woman lunged at him from behind, still not fully healed herself, Victor sidestepped her attack, caught her by the neck, and then drove a bayonet through her eye straight into her brain. A guttural scream tore through the air. Red Wolf looked on in anguish as Victor killed and discarded Leopard Woman's body, then leaped into the river and vanished without a trace. Panting heavily, Victor muttered to himself, "That was close. I almost got captured. What a mess, Victor. Looks like I'll have to come up with a new plan to deal with these Indians. Sowing discord probably won't work anymore. I'll have to think of something else. For now, the priority is to find a way to regroup with my unit." Victor managed to escape using the water release technique, freeing himself from the threat posed by the Native Americans. But in doing so, he also lost contact with his own unit. The air was thick with moisture, and droplets of dampness slid down Victor's body. He closed his eyes, letting the wind swirl around him, embracing him, as if it could bring whispers from his distant comrades. But he failed. He couldn't catch the scent of the 5th Cavalry. There was only an overwhelming odor of cattle dung, rich, raw, and unmistakably wild. If Victor's heart felt as though 10,000 llamas were stampeding through it, then right before his eyes, a real stampede of 10,000 North American bison thundered across the land. These bison, too, were once newcomers to North America. Their ancestors migrated from the European continent, crossed the Bering Strait, and settled in the Americas during the Ice Age, where they thrived and multiplied. Their bodies were covered in coarse fur, with humped backs akin to camels and manes like lions. A full-grown bull could stand between 5 feet, 6 inches and 6 feet tall at the shoulder, stretch 9 feet in length, and weigh anywhere from 2,000 to 2,800 pounds. Robust and formidable, these animals banded together in herds, each led by a patriarch bull, surrounded by as many cows, mature bulls, and calves of varying ages as could be gathered. Doesn't this remind you of the protagonist in a certain web novel, surrounded by his harem and loyal followers? When danger approached, they would organize themselves much like an army, forming defensive lines to withstand the onslaught of predators like mountain lions, wolves, and bears. Yet, their most formidable foe remained the land's former apex predator, the Native American hunter. In the past, Native Americans could only pursue these bison on foot, armed with stone tools. Every man who succeeded in bringing down a bison was celebrated as a warrior of the tribe. But the hunt was never just about meat. The Native Americans would hang the carcass by its neck from a pole, much like a giant clothesline, before skinning it. The hide could be fashioned into clothing or lashed together to form rafts for crossing rivers. The bones became tools for chopping wood, weapons for combat, or pipes for smoking. In their culture, the bison embodied the power of the sun, an animal of spiritual significance. Is this where the Tauren Sunwalker paladins in World of Warcraft get their inspiration? Bison skulls were used as ritual objects. During ceremonies, a skull would be placed on the altar, and the warriors would deliberately cut their own skin, inviting the spiritual power of the bison to enter their bodies. None of this changed, even after the arrival of white colonizers on these lands. The coming of the whites brought horses and firearms to the Native Americans, enabling them to hunt the North American bison with far greater efficiency. Yet, when faced with the bison, creatures imbued with sacred power, the Native Americans did not resort to widespread slaughter with their guns. Instead, they continued to hunt with bows and spears. These people, primitive in their tools but never savage in spirit, understood well the delicate balance of nature. Still, their hunting methods did evolve. Rather than pursuing their prey on foot, they now rode horses, driving and chasing the herds across the plains. The breathtaking spectacle Victor now witnessed, a mighty stampede of thousands of bison, was the result of a grand, coordinated hunt by an alliance of native tribes. Mounted on spirited horses, spears in hand, the native warriors pressed close behind the fleeing bison. With determination and valor, they brought down their quarry, winning food and glory for themselves and their people. Beneath the endless sky, upon that vast and rolling land, the wild and majestic scene played out in front of Victor, stirring him to the core. For a moment, he forgot his own purpose, wishing only to become part of this natural world, to belong to it. But that tranquility was shattered in an instant. Victor's hand shot out to snatch an arrow flying straight for his head. In the next breath, he rolled behind the slope for cover, as a hail of arrows struck the spot where he just stood. The native hunters, in the throes of their chase, had spotted Victor and recognized the uniform of the 5th Cavalry on his back. Compared to bringing down even the sacred bison, nothing excited and honored these warriors more than facing an enemy in battle. Well, this really never ends, does it? These Native Americans are everywhere, Victor mused, even as he ran for his life. Still, what a beautiful spectacle that just was. Even while fleeing, Victor had the mental space to ponder the relationship between humans and nature, as if hosting a science show. Of course, the native horsemen, riding ordinary steeds, had no hope of catching up to Victor at full speed. He could outrun them by hundreds of miles an hour if he chose. Yet, after escaping the native warriors, Victor found himself facing two new, distinctly awkward problems. First, he'd run so recklessly and with such force that his clothes were now reduced to little more than shreds, barely covering him at all. Second, he was starving. He'd often joked that, in the absence of food, he could always eat part of himself. After all, with his healing factor, whatever he consumed would just grow back, and it would fill his belly. But now, faced with the prospect for real, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Sure, biting off a hand to escape a trap was one thing. He could do that without hesitation. But actually eating it? That he simply couldn't stomach. After all, the only one who can devour himself as though nothing is out of the ordinary is the great god Ouroboros, the symbol of infinity, endlessly consuming his own tail in a perpetual cycle. While, in theory, Victor could do this too, there was a psychological barrier he simply couldn't overcome. So, without hesitation, he opted instead to catch fish from the river, much like a cat on the prowl. He sprawled atop the rocks at the riverbank, eyes locked onto the darting fish in the water. As soon as one swam close to the shore, he struck with lightning speed, his sharp claws flashing as he scooped a salmon from the rushing current. With food secured, making a fire was hardly a challenge for Victor. After all, he could even start one by rubbing sticks together with his bare hands. After finishing his roasted fish, Victor stretched out beside the campfire, pondering how to deal with the Red Wolf and his vast alliance of Native American tribes. In truth, the Native Americans had become a grave concern for the Union. After the Civil War ended, nearly 3/4 of the Federal Army was stationed in the West to deal with them. They controlled large swathes of fertile land the federal government was determined to claim. Pressed by the overwhelming military might of the Union, the Native Americans had formed a powerful tribal confederation to resist the regular army's sweeping campaigns. But when faced with smaller immigrant caravans, they would split their forces, riding out on fine horses with muskets in hand, rampaging through the western frontier, seizing the lives and property of the settlers. They've become a solid wall now. It's almost impossible to sow discord among them unless they turn on each other. But they're not crazy. There's no reason for infighting when they're not starving. Of course, food. Perhaps I've found the answer. Victor's solution, at its core, was deceptively simple. If he couldn't eradicate the Native Americans through armed suppression, then he would instead wage war on the American bison. Deprived of the bison, the Native Americans would be left to freeze and starve in the impending winter. This was the natural course of evolution on the North American continent. It was the presence of the bison that allowed the Native Americans to thrive on these lands. Yet, even though Victor had devised his plan, carrying it out would require the backing of the federal government. So his immediate priority was to find a way back. In stark contrast to Victor, who was searching for a way home, Wolverine, Logan had been assigned to Japan. Although officially, he was sent there as a bodyguard. In reality, though, as a super soldier and warrior, how could he not be on the battlefield? While Victor was locked in bloody combat with the native Americans, Logan, too, took part as a federal armed interventionist, helping to suppress uprisings from disgruntled local clans across the land. After all, the Meiji government, inheriting not only the Tokugawa clan's rule, but also its unequal treaties with the Federation, needed support from the very government to which it paid annual tributes. Naturally, the Federation was eager to help this paying client maintain control. It was during these missions to quell the rebellions that Logan first witnessed the swordsmanship of Japanese samurai. He realized that this was the fighting skill he truly wished to master. So, in addition to serving as a bodyguard and military instructor, he specifically sought out a Japanese officer named Murakami, renowned for his sword skills, to teach him the art of the samurai sword. While Logan was immersing himself in swordsmanship, Victor, already on the verge of becoming a wild man, finally made his way out of Native American territory and back on a land controlled by the Federation. He had only himself to blame. After plunging into the river, he hadn't even checked which way he was headed. With his eyes squeezed shut, he simply let the current carry him wherever it wished, drifting for who knows how long before finally clambering ashore. At that time, his mind was still full of anxiety, haunted by the fear of being hunted down by Red Wolf and his men. After proving his identity to the local garrison, Victor was granted fresh clothes and a chance to wash up. When he stepped out of his room in a brand new uniform, he found a telegram from his secretary, Tina, already waiting for him on the table in his sitting room. Tina had received his plans and had already presented a thorough explanation and analysis to Congress regarding the relationship between the Native Americans and the North American bison. The final recommendation was concise. If you want to eliminate the tribes, then start by killing the buffalo. There's no denying it. When the machinery of the state is set in motion, it becomes a ravenous beast that devours everything in its path. And this time, its prey was the animal that had roamed these plains for countless generations, the American bison. The federal government began funding railway companies to hunt bison. Originally, the railroads killed buffalo mainly to provide beef as food for their construction workers. But as the main rail lines and branch routes stretched further across the land, bison herds increasingly became a safety hazard for the trains themselves. Herds would block the tracks, delaying schedules, and there were even incidents where trains were derailed by the sheer force of a stampede. To solve this, the rail companies hired hunters to slaughter the bison. With government backing, the hunts grew more frequent and profitable, quickly turning into a thriving business. Soon, the railway companies started encouraging amateur hunting enthusiasts to join in, turning bison hunting into a form of entertainment. Train cars became mobile shooting galleries, where those who fancied the hunt could easily gun down bison from the safety and comfort of their seats, never having to face any real danger or inconvenience themselves. If that were all, it still wouldn't have been enough to wipe out the bison. But then the government brought the power of capital into the equation. With the successful development and use of bison hides, the final straw was laid on the backs of the great herds. Bison leather proved tougher and more resilient than the hides of domesticated young bulls. As a result, bison hides were processed in tanneries into conveyor belts, leather furniture, floor and wall coverings, carriage interiors, sleds, and freight car linings. Bison leather also found its way into harnesses, belts, shoes, and a host of other leather goods. Tanneries in Pennsylvania bought bison hides for $1 to $3 apiece. This sparked a rush of hunters and speculators, riding in wagons on horseback, or even traveling on foot, who swarmed onto the Great Plains to kill bison for their hides, eager to seize this new opportunity for wealth. Each hunting party typically consisted of 6 or 7 men. The hunters were armed with high-powered, long-range rifles, and freight wagons trailed behind to haul away the hides. A team of 6 hunters could kill 50 or more bison in a single day, stripping the hides from the carcasses with ruthless efficiency, while the remains were left for wolves and coyotes to scavenge. The firearms used by these hunters were, in fact, supplied by the military. The enormous demand fueled an equally enormous supply, and in this slaughter, the army made a handsome profit. Driven by commercial interests, the hunting parties unleashed modern weaponry on the bison with brutal determination, shooting from train windows, chasing herds on horseback, and even slaughtering them as they waded across rivers in tight clusters, leaving the bison with nowhere to run. The Native Americans quickly realized what the federal government was attempting. They rallied, organizing bands to defend their sacred bison. But this time, the advantage was firmly in the hands of the federal army. Well-prepared, superbly armed, and thoroughly trained, the Federal troops shattered the native cavalry with overwhelming artillery fire before they could even reach the army's positions. No longer did the Federal Army need to scour the plains searching for hidden native villages. Now, all they had to do was set their ambushes near the great bison herds, waiting for native defenders to come to them. Even a warrior as formidable as Red Wolf found himself helpless in the face of such overwhelming firepower. He might reach the army's lines on his own, but he was powerless to prevent the soldiers from gunning down his kin and followers. As the great North American bison were massacred and the bitter winter set in, the native tribes, deprived of their food and basic necessities, suffered through cold and hunger. In the end, they had no choice but to surrender, relocating to the reservations designated by the federal government. Some among them even went so far as to join their former enemies, enlisting in the ranks of the Federal Army. But there were also some who were truly unyielding. They swore to resist until their final breath. Among these stalwarts, Red Wolf was the hardest of them all. Even though he had once fought side by side with Sitting Bull, and together they had destroyed the 7th Cavalry Regiment at the Battle of Little Bighorn, after they survived that bitter winter, he too fled north to Canada. Now, on the vast plains, the last Native American resistors left were Red Wolf, Crazy Horse, and his Sioux tribe. Yet hunger also threatened the lives of him and his people. In the end, with no way out, Red Wolf was forced to lead his thousands of tribesmen to surrender to the Federal Army. And here, Victor had been waiting for him for a long time. I've been waiting for this moment so long, I was starting to lose my patience. At last, you've finally fallen into my hands. I think you understand. You must trade your life for the lives of your people. Just as Victor said, Crazy Horse's people didn't matter to him, but Crazy Horse, Red Wolf, had to die. He had become a banner, a symbol. As long as he lived, the will of the Native Americans to resist would never fade. At any moment, his call could ignite another armed uprising. When I chose to come here, I already knew how it would end for me. Let's finish this. Just promise me you will keep your word and spare my people. Victor didn't need to say it outright. Crazy Horse already knew what fate awaited him. But he had never fought for himself, and so he chose to accept it. Your people? Don't worry. Whether you live or die, they'll be given land and enough food to last them 10 years. But you, I'll give you a chance. Kill me, or be killed by me. If he kills me, let him go. Victor's last words were for the surrounding federal soldiers. In truth, if Crazy Horse, Red Wolf, managed to kill Victor, no one else would be able to stop him anyway. As for Victor's other words, they were intended to make Red Wolf lay down his burdens and fight with all his might. Victor didn't just want to kill him. He wanted to defeat him, to utterly break him. Because out of Crazy Horse's sight, all the other surrendered native chiefs had been gathered here too. They would bear witness to Victor's final battle with Crazy Horse. This was all part of Victor's plan from the very beginning. Right in front of all Red Wolf's followers, he would defeat their hero and shatter their spirit. Then let's begin. With that, Victor struck first. His golden hair whipped through the air, sharp fangs bared, and his indestructible claws flashed. Everything about Victor, the Sabretooth, radiated wildness and strength. But just as he was about to land a decisive blow, it was blocked by Red Wolf Crazy Horse. Freed from all burdens and attachments, Crazy Horse unleashed an astonishing burst of strength. The two of them gripped each other's arms tightly, their eyes locked in a fierce stare, each trying to out-intimidate the other with the most menacing glare they could muster. Their breath came in heavy, ragged gasps. As they poured more and more power into the struggle, muscles rippled and swelled beneath their skin. Cracks began to spread across the ground beneath their feet, which gradually sank deeper into the earth. In the end, Victor's strength proved superior. Crazy Horse was thrown through the air, crashing through the blinds of the conference room window and landing, along with the shattered frame, on the open ground outside. Victor had planned to leap through the window after him, but halfway through he got stuck. The scene hung in awkward silence for a moment before he forced his way through, bursting out with the window frame still around him. If that's all you've got, I imagine your people will be mourning at your grave this time next year, Victor said, his face expressionless as he taunted, ripping the window frame in two and tossing the pieces aside to dispel the lingering awkwardness. Looks like your tongue is sharper than your fists, Crazy Horse shot back, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to his feet, refusing to show any weakness. Naturally, what greeted him next was another punishing blow from Victor. This time, however, Crazy Horse adopted a different strategy. He realized he couldn't win by locking horns and competing in raw power. He would need agility and cunning instead. Dodging Victor's heavy punch, Red Wolf, Crazy Horse countered with a quick jab of his own. When Victor blocked it, Crazy Horse immediately pulled back, retreating to look for another opening. Victor, having failed to grab Crazy Horse's arm, now understood his opponent's intentions. Deciding it was time to turn the tables, he prepared to unleash his signature move and settle things once and for all. Victor extended his claws once more, this time not to grapple, but to attack directly, aiming to shred his opponent with a flurry of savage strikes. Facing Victor's relentless slashing and wild lunges, Red Wolf dodged with desperate agility. Yet despite his best efforts, he couldn't avoid every blow, and soon he was injured. As the standoff resumed, Crazy Horse's breathing grew even heavier, nearly ragged. His left eye had been badly wounded by Victor's claws, blood streaming down his cheek and pooling on the ground beneath him, staining the earth a dark, rusty red. But Victor did not grant him much time to catch his breath. After a brief adjustment, Victor launched another fierce assault against Red Wolf Crazy Horse. This time, Crazy Horse was no longer so at ease. He began to feel his strength waning. At first, he could still evade most of Victor's attacks, but as the wounds on his body multiplied and his blood and stamina ebbed away, it became harder and harder. He shifted more and more to defense, no longer relying on dodges. He even gave up several chances to counterattack, focusing solely on blocking or deflecting Victor's relentless blows. Is this really the end for me? But I can't accept it. Crazy Horse could feel his condition worsening. As time ticked by, his chances of victory grew ever slimmer. His injuries deepened, and with each drop of blood that spilled, life itself seemed to drain away. His vision blurred, ghostly double images dancing before his eyes. Victor, of course, noticed Crazy Horse's deteriorating state. He knew that his opponent was now spent, like a bow-drawn taut, but with no more strength to shoot. All it would take was one last push to finish him, and Victor delivered just that. With another powerful punch from Victor, Crazy Horse could no longer hold up his guard. His arms flew wide, and a punishing blow landed squarely on his face. What followed was a storm of violence. Victor's fists rained down like a merciless tempest. At last, Victor seized Crazy Horse by the throat, lifting him until their faces were barely 5 centimeters apart. This is the end. Everything here ends here. Yes, this is the end. No sooner had Victor spoken than Red Wolf, Crazy Horse's eyes flew wide open. He echoed Victor's words, and in that instant, a long spear appeared in his hand. Caught off guard, Victor was impaled through the heart by Crazy Horse's sudden strike. This was another ability granted to Red Wolf by the Wolf Spirit, the power to summon his spear from the Hall of Spirits. But before Crazy Horse could even savor his triumph, something happened that filled him with dread. A sharp, splintering crack rang out. With a forceful snap, Victor broke the spear lodged in his chest, yanked it free, and drove it straight into Crazy Horse's heart. Having done this, Victor flung the lifeless corpse of Red Wolf aside, then pressed a hand to his own chest, where blood was gushing from his wound, before collapsing to the ground. While Victor was off in the West, accidentally becoming a nobody, Logan was running into his own trouble, or perhaps opportunity, in Japan. He had no idea that his swordsmanship teacher, Murakami, was in fact one of the leaders of the ancient Japanese organization known as the Hand. Logan had never imagined that he would become entangled in the civil war between the Meiji government and the Satsuma rebel forces. After all, he had only come to serve as a bodyguard. As some people put it, if you eliminate the person you're supposed to protect, you won't have to worry about assassins anymore. Of course, Logan hadn't sunk to that level of immorality, but his charge was killed nonetheless. This colonel, who happened to share the same name as Custer, was not content with merely training new recruits for the Meiji government from the safety of the rear. Unbelievably, he went straight to the front lines. During a fog-shrouded surprise attack, he was beheaded by the Hand, and Logan himself was captured alive by their ninja. Here's how it all unfolded. You useless bunch of rabble, stand up straight and keep your heads high, or I'll kick your butts until you can't sit down. Colonel Custer was barking orders as he drilled his new recruits. These sons of fishermen and farmers, towering over their American instructor, in both height and build, were surprisingly docile and obedient in his presence, a trait their modern descendants still seem to share. Most of these new soldiers came from impoverished backgrounds and had never laid eyes on guns or cannons before. Yet after 6 months of rigorous training, they had begun to look and act like real soldiers. Meanwhile, a plot by Meiji government official Okubo Toshimichi to assassinate Seigo Takamori, the Satsuma leader, was exposed when the 23 spies he dispatched were discovered by local military academy students. Enraged, the students stormed the local armory and seized weapons, leaving Seigo Takamori with no choice but to raise an army and openly rebel against the government. At that time, Seigo commanded 12,000 Satsuma troops. With the addition of discontented lower-ranking samurai and warriors from across Kyushu, his forces swelled to over 40,000 men. They had also long since secured the allegiance of the ancient ninja clan known as the Hand, hiring them at great expense to help assassinate political enemies and rivals. It was the Hand's ninja who had previously assassinated Lieutenant Colonel Bagley, the American sent to train new soldiers and help modernize the Meiji military, a move that had left many low-ranking samurai jobless. The Hand traced its origins back to Japan's feudal era, centuries earlier. Oppressed commoners had once fled to the Iga and Koga regions, where they encountered 5 exiles from Kunlun. These outcasts recruited the locals and began secretly teaching them the skills they had brought from their homeland. Over the next 100 years and more, the Hand grew by continually recruiting and training new members, expanding its influence across the land. The Hand's ninja became masters of unarmed combat, swordsmanship, disguise, escape, and medicine. Through relentless training, they developed extraordinary willpower, endurance, and fighting ability, transforming themselves into consummate spies and assassins. After that, they would usually offer their specialized services to warlords or wealthy patrons in exchange for handsome rewards. Yet the most formidable secret magic of the Hand Society was their elixir, one capable of granting immortality and even bringing the dead back to life. This miraculous potion was crafted from the remains of the divine dragon, Shou Lao, which their 5 masters had stolen from Kunlun. With this elixir and their formidable skills in assassination, the Hand Society had survived and grown ever stronger over the centuries. Bagley's successor, Lieutenant Colonel Cast, was well aware that his predecessor had fallen at the hands of the Hand Society. Nevertheless, he felt secure, relying on Logan's protection. He believed that both the Hand Society and the Satsuma army, still wielding samurai swords, were nothing but a band of savages who would surely crumble before the government army's modern guns and cannons. But reality was far from what he had imagined. The new government troops had only received a few months of training, and most of them were conscripted farmers, sorely lacking in tactical knowledge and courage. They couldn't even be relied upon for basic shooting accuracy. Their main opponents, the Satsuma army, were composed largely of old-school samurai from the Satsuma domain. These men had fought in the Anglo-Satsuma War, the Satsuma Chasha War, and the Boshin War. Battle-hardened and unafraid of death, they were, in every sense, a professional military force. Unaware of all this, Colonel Cast watched as neatly lined-up government troops and grew overconfident, convinced the Satsuma army would be easy prey. So when he learned that the Satsuma forces were preparing to attack Kumamoto Prefecture, yes, the very same Kumamoto that's now famous for its bear mascot, he decided to lead his troops out and ambush them along the way. On the day of battle, what had been clear skies suddenly became shrouded in dense fog, a sure sign of the Hand Society's meddling. Most of the government soldiers were civilians who had lived for years under the shadow of the samurai. Though their drills had made their formations neat, when the samurai charged at them with drawn swords, old instincts resurfaced. They were still unfamiliar with modern weaponry, severely lacked training for close combat, and with the Hand Society's assassins among their enemies, tasked with beheading their leaders, the newly formed government army suffered devastating losses. Don't fall back. Hold the line. Fire. Even as the government's ranks collapsed, Cast desperately tried to rally his troops. By his side, Logan had already cut down several Satsuma warriors who had tried to attack them. Their resistance soon drew the attention of the Hand Society's ninjas. With a flurry of throwing stars, they killed Logan and Cast's horse. In a swift assault, they managed to separate the two, picking off their targets one by one. Caster ultimately met his end, stabbed in the back by a Satsuma cavalryman wielding a long spear, while Logan found himself surrounded by a number of hand ninjas. Then, the ninjas realized they had a real headache on their hands. No matter what weapons they used, they couldn't kill Logan. All they managed to do was provoke the beast inside him. With his charge dead and his own body battered from repeated wounds, Logan finally succumbed to a frenzy. He lashed out wildly on the battlefield, using not only his bone claws but also swords, spears, and any weapon he could lay his hands on, launching indiscriminate attacks all around him. By this point, there were no allies left for him to accidentally harm. The new government forces who could run had long since fled, and those too slow had already become corpses littering the ground. Soon, a grim mound of bodies began to pile up around Logan, made up of Satsuma samurai and common soldiers, as well as hand ninjas. Any living creature that strayed within Logan's reach faced his furious onslaught. There was even a moment when more than a dozen fearless Satsuma soldiers leapt onto him at once. Yet even then, Logan broke free and slaughtered every last one of them. This display of raw, primal power and savagery deeply impressed Murakami, who was hiding among the Hand disguised in ninja garb. He decided to step in personally to tame this beast and bend him to the will of the Hand. When Victor received news of Logan's disappearance, he was lying in a hospital bed, bandaged up, flirting shamelessly with a busted nurse, tending to a wounded soldier next door. I knew it. Logan's nothing but trouble. Even as a bodyguard, he manages to get himself lost. What? The hand? Now my teeth are starting to ache. He always finds a way to cross paths with the local hard cases. Although Tina had no idea where Victor had picked up all this information about the hand, after reviewing the intelligence provided by the Japanese side, she agreed that this mysterious, supernatural-tinged organization was not to be trifled with. But this also highlighted another aspect of Victor. He harbored even more secrets than she'd imagined. He often hadn't had access to the relevant files, and yet he always seemed to know the details about their targets. Still, this wasn't the time to press him for answers. After all, everyone has their secrets. The urgent matter at hand was to go to Japan and recover the missing Logan, a valuable asset to their department. So, she hurriedly arranged a ticket for Victor to sail to Japan. This time, his identity was particularly interesting. He'd be replacing the late Colonel Castor, continuing to serve as the chief officer for the federal government's military aid program. As for how Victor managed to get discharged from the hospital, it was simple. He ripped off his own bandages, strode straight to his attending physician, and put on quite a show. He first bent both arms upward, showing off his strong biceps, then struck a side pose to display his chest muscles. Finally, he faced forward, flexing his abdominal and thigh muscles. He then asked, "Do I look sick or injured to you?" With Victor's 8-pack abs rippling and his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity, the doctor certainly didn't dare say there was anything wrong with him. Since he wasn't sick, being discharged was only natural. Such is the power of philosophy. After fully demonstrating the force of this so-called philosophy and securing his release, Victor had no choice but to don the blue military uniform he had long resented since the Civil War era. He boarded a warship bound for Japan. As Victor departed, Tina watched him leave. Then she turned and headed straight back to the X Division's scientific laboratory. She was there to find Mr. Sinister, or rather, Dr. Nathaniel Essex. How was the development of the anti-aging serum coming along? Some people up top are running out of patience. Also, restart the research on that bioenzyme that can suppress the healing factor. That's an order from above. You understand what that means. She relayed the latest directive from Washington to Dr. Nathaniel Essex, but his response left her less than satisfied. The anti-aging serum was a success long ago, but it's fundamentally a byproduct derived from Logan's and Victor's healing factors. So while it's not exclusive to them, if it's administered to someone else, the unchecked production of unnecessary new cells would make them literally burst. In essence, this serum is actually a kind of regenerative elixir, continually producing new cells to replace aging ones and thereby slowing the aging process. But this uncontrollable regeneration was clearly not what Tina wanted. She sought a perfect serum without any side effects. Since you're a doctor of genetics, is there a way to make the serum's side effects ineffective for certain individuals? Like with the formula you and Edward Hyde developed. She had only thrown this out casually, hoping to put some pressure on Dr. Nathaniel Essex. To her surprise, her offhand remarks sparked an entirely new idea for the doctor. Perhaps I could try fusing the genes of others with healing factor cells. It might actually work, but I'd need enough material to experiment with. Of course, Tina couldn't procure any material for Dr. Essex. Human experimentation was strictly forbidden. Even cadavers were off limits, let alone living people. Otherwise, when Dr. Victor tried to create his own Frankenstein's monster back in the day, he wouldn't have needed to moonlight as a grave robber. In the end, Dr. Nathaniel Essex became the only subject available for his own experiments. As a precaution, he also drew a vial of Tina's blood, just in case he needed it, perhaps for a control group, to compare experimental results. While Dr. Essex was devoted to his scientific pursuits, the former thief, Kid, was stepping into a new role, officially joining the ranks of the X Squad. Accompanying him on his missions was Frankenstein, for whom they had crafted a custom steel suit of armor. This full-body suit not only concealed his appearance, but also provided him with exceptional protection. Kid and Frankenstein began taking an active role on the front lines of X Division's various containment operations, fighting side by side with SWAT team members. After Victor was wounded and had to leave, Tom took over his command of the 5th Cavalry Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Division. The other SWAT members who had infiltrated the regiment returned to serve under the X Division once more. Some of these returning SWAT members were dispatched on a new mission, the rescue of Wolverine. They set out for Japan together with Victor. Upon learning that their adversaries were the Hand, an elusive and formidable organization, it was only natural to send in the strongest team. After all, as the saying goes, kings should face kings, soldiers should face soldiers. This time, Victor also brought along the latest weaponry, the Schneider rifle, a breech-loading firearm far superior in performance to the previous mini muzzle-loading rifles. Victor was confident that, with these new weapons and the SWAT-trained backbone of the government's new army, they would be able to eliminate both the so-called Satsuma clan and the Hand. Meanwhile, Logan, now in enemy hands, was facing the greatest crisis of his life. The leaders of the Hand first rendered him unconscious, then used secret techniques to seal away his humanity and memories. In this state, Logan had long forgotten his past and his sense of self. He became an elite Hand ninja known as Wolf, and began to undergo a series of rigorous trainings under the ninja leader, Murakami. Once he completed this training, he would become the Hand's most powerful ninja, destined to assist Lord Seigo Takamori in defeating the demons from foreign lands. Mr. Victor, I am Toshimichi Okubo. I will be responsible for all your arrangements here in Japan. We are deeply grateful for your country's continued assistance, and I want to express my sincerest condolences and sorrow regarding your predecessor. After months at sea, Victor finally arrived in Japan. At this time, the new army of the Meiji government was suffering defeat after defeat on the battlefield. Facing such dire circumstances, they sent the high-ranking Toshimichi Okubo to greet their foreign allies, hoping that the Federals could help them resolve their crisis. But to everyone's astonishment, Victor had barely set foot off the warship when he was immediately attacked by assassins from the Hand. With the explosive thud of smoke bombs, dark figures sprang out from various corners of the port. Some of them, shockingly, were even the very guards assigned to protect the area. Stop them. Don't let them harm the Federation's envoy. Guards! Guards! Take down these cursed ninjas. Despite Okubo Toshimichi's hoarse and desperate shouts for the guards, that ragtag bunch proved utterly useless, scattering and fleeing as the Hand's ninjas cut them down with ruthless efficiency. In contrast, the police officers who had once been samurai drew their sword from their belts and engaged the ninjas in a fierce battle, blades clashing, neither side giving an inch. While a few of the ninjas were held back by these samurai police, the rest, led by their commander, charged straight toward Victor. But just as they were halfway across, a volley of rifle fire erupted from the SWAT team. To make matters worse, the SWAT officers had set up machine guns on the warship, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets toward the advancing ninjas. Caught completely off guard by this kind of assault, the Hand's ninjas dropped body after body under the relentless gunfire, and those who survived began to scatter and retreat. Yet their leader moved as if untouched by mortal limits, somehow parrying bullets with his katana. Even the few rounds that struck his body seemed incapable of halting his relentless advance. Oh shit, I knew it. Logan was bound to make a mess of things, but I never imagined it would be this catastrophic. No one else seemed to recognize him, but Victor knew instantly from the figure's stance, the look in his eyes, and that unmistakable sense of connection between them. The leader of the ninjas was none other than the missing Wolverine, Logan himself. With a swift gesture, Victor ordered his SWAT teammates to cease fire. Then he grabbed Okubo Toshimichi by the collar and yanked him up. "Envoy, what are you doing? Saving your sorry life." With that, Victor tossed Okubo Toshimichi into the arms of a rushing bodyguard. Just in time, 3 kunai knives glinted where Okubo had been standing only a heartbeat before. With Okubo safe, Victor turned and charged straight toward Logan. It had been far too long since the two had truly gone head-to-head, and Victor's hands were itching for a real fight. Besides, he was curious to see whether Logan's time with the Hand had sharpened his skills at all. But the moment they clashed, Victor regretted it. He tried to catch Logan's katana with his bare hand, only to nearly lose his claws in the attempt. Damn it, that pitch-black scabbard, Muramasa, the demon blade, the Hand really spared no expense for you. Thanks to his animal instincts, Victor managed to avoid losing a hand, but he was still at a clear disadvantage. Against this blade, which could cut through anything, nothing could stand in its way without adamantium. Any object would be sliced in a single stroke. Fortunately, this was the first Muramasa blade, not the second one specially forged by Muramasa for Wolverine Logan. That meant even if Victor was wounded, his healing factor could still recover from it. If it had been the second blade, things would have been far worse. It was designed to completely negate the healing factor, and the former Sabretooth Victor had once died after being decapitated by that very sword. Yet, the first Muramasa blade possessed its own extraordinary abilities. It could grant the wielder many superhuman physical traits and even influence their will. Clearly, after brainwashing Logan, the Hand further manipulated him with this sword, aiming for total control. Judging by the results, it seemed they had succeeded. All right, it looks like I'll have to get serious now. Yet even at his most serious, Victor had little way of dealing with Logan wielding the demon blade. In the end, he was forced to take a blow in order to land one, barely managing to drive Logan back. Taking a slash to his own chest, Victor seized Logan's sword arm and snapped it. Though it left a deep gash across his own chest, he succeeded in wresting the deadly blade away. With both his weapon and his arm lost, Logan chose to retreat for the moment, while Victor, gravely wounded, dropped to one knee and was powerless to stop him from escaping. As the chaos at the scene began to subside, Japanese medics arrived to examine and treat him, but Victor refused their help. By now, his wounds had nearly healed, and he had another pressing problem to deal with. The Muramasa blade was beginning to erode his will. So, after turning away the Japanese doctors, Victor led the SWAT team back to their residence in Tokyo. Using his injuries as an excuse to postpone a meeting with Japan's top leaders, Victor eagerly began his research on the Demon Blade. In truth, this kind of mental erosion had little effect on Victor. Psychic abilities rarely worked on him. Still, he could sense the foreign energies or whatever they were trying to invade his mind. It wasn't enough to interfere with his fighting or daily life. But that slight, persistent pressure was uncomfortable all the same. After all, nobody likes to feel something unwelcome crawling around inside their head. So Victor began to focus all his attention, determined to conquer the katana with his own will and make it his own. Though it didn't possess the same ability as the second Muramasa to suppress healing factors, it was still a blade whose sharpness rivaled that of adamantium. "It's been a long time," he murmured. Victor sighed with such emotion because, once again, he found himself in the mental realm he could only enter during meditation. But this time, something new appeared in the space, a katana, Muramasa. Contrary to his expectations, there was no dramatic battle. Muramasa simply chose to submit, acknowledging Victor as its master. Within this realm of consciousness, Victor gripped the demon blade, Muramasa, and conjured a wall of steel before him. With just a gentle swing, the wall was cleaved in two. This was a new application he had discovered through long years of meditation. As long as he could thoroughly understand and analyze an object, he could manifest it within this space. And anything he brought forth here possessed the same properties as in the real world. As a result, he often tested weapons and techniques in this place. While Victor was studying Muramasa, Logan, his arms severed, had already fled back to the hand's secret stronghold. By then, his hand had nearly grown back, though it wasn't fully healed yet. The 5 great leaders of the hand, having already learned the news from other ninjas, let Logan go and rest before convening another meeting. This time, their target was Victor. Another beast has appeared, and he's stronger, with an even more unyielding will. No matter. In the end, he too will kneel before us. All we need is... After losing Muramasa, the elders of the hand had no choice but to provide Logan with a new weapon. Of course, it couldn't be another second-generation Muramasa. After all, Muramasa was one of the hand's most treasured possessions, accumulated over centuries. It hadn't been forged for them. Instead, it had passed through many hands before finally coming into their possession. To produce another weapon on par with adamantium was no small feat, so they gave Logan a slightly inferior katana. While it was still a famed blade, it was nowhere near as indestructible as Muramasa. Meanwhile, even though Victor moved into the residence reserved for them right after the assassination attempt, the hand's reach was everywhere. They still managed to gather intelligence on him. At the very least, reports that his wounds had healed and he was beginning to plan and train the government's new military program had already landed on the desks of the hand's 5 leaders. He does indeed possess the same rapid healing ability as the wolf, so their connection is self-evident. Using the wolf as bait to lure him in, surely no one would oppose this plan now, would they? Once the accuracy of the intelligence had been confirmed, the bait plan passed unanimously. They decided to send Logan to assassinate the new commander of the government army, aiming to draw Victor out into the open. After 2 consecutive federal military commanders had been killed, neither the Federation nor the Japanese government dared let the next federal military chief personally take command at the front lines. Even if this person was Victor, he was still required to withdraw to the rear after the government forces had completed their battle preparations and before the fighting truly began. But this was precisely the opportunity the Hand Association needed. While Victor was guiding the government army's commander, they would seize the moment to launch an assassination. Victor, of course, would not stand by and do nothing, and that is when their chance would come. As for why they didn't just attempt to assassinate Victor directly, it was simply impossible. The plan was for Logan to kill the commander, then lure Victor to a carefully chosen location, where a team of hidden ninja would be lying in wait to subdue him. And as for what to do once Victor was subdued, that was simple. Whatever methods they'd used on Logan, they would apply to Victor as well. If it didn't work the first time, they'd try again and again, until it did. As a secretive organization, the Hand Association operated with far greater efficiency than the Japanese government. So as soon as the plan and the steps were finalized, Logan immediately set out with his team. As before, they blended in with the regular soldiers of the Satsuma army, marching eating and resting alongside them. Given the complex makeup of the Satsuma forces, they had little fear of being recognized. In fact, it was quite normal here not to recognize the comrade standing at your side. Moreover, the group carried legitimate identification papers provided by the Satsuma High Command, ensuring their risk of exposure was kept to an absolute minimum. Before long, Logan and his group had followed the Satsuma troops to the outskirts of the battlefield. As the Satsuma army began setting up camp, Logan and his men quietly slipped away. Not long after leaving the camp, they split into two teams. Logan led one group to carry out the assassination and bait operation, while the other hurried to the predetermined ambush site to await the arrival of Victor and Logan. Of course, Victor was entirely unaware of the Hand Association's plan. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared, because he had plans of his own. At first, he intended to scatter the SWAT team members, just as he had done with the 5th Cavalry Regiment, and embed them within the government army's ranks. However, he quickly realized the problem. As a tall and imposing federal agent, standing among the short-statured government soldiers made him stand out like a crane among chickens. Moreover, their hair and skin color were completely different as well. In the end, Victor had no choice but to give up pretending and gathered all the SWAT members together, forming a separate, well-equipped unit. We'll use the same tactical plan as when we contain X objects. Treat all the hand ninja as derivatives, wipe them out completely. As for their leader, leave him to me. Victor's plans had always been straightforward and brutal, but undeniably effective. When Logan led the ninja to assassinate the government army's commander, Victor watched without the slightest emotion as Logan tore the sleazy, stunted Nogi apart, piece by piece. I've been sick of him for a long time. Thank you for cleaning up that eyesore for me. Now let's get started. Just as Logan was wondering why the script had taken a strange turn, Victor suddenly uttered these odd words. Then, drawing the Muramasa blade, he lunged at Logan, who had no choice but to raise his sword to meet the attack. Their katanas clashed again and again, ringing out with each strike, sparks flying and blood spraying, both testifying to the ferocity of their duel. Seeing Logan and Victor locked in deadly combat, the hand ninja prepared to rush in and help. But the SWAT team pulled out their trump card. They hadn't followed Victor to the front lines. Instead, they were camouflaged and lying in ambush several hundred meters away, perched. At a vantage point, the moment Victor was attacked, they initiated their specialty, long-range sniping, each man with a precision rifle. As the hand ninja charged, they were not only picked off by the snipers, but also intercepted by the government army's draw sword squad. Suffering heavy losses, they were unable to provide effective support for Logan. This was exactly the scenario Logan was hoping for. With the battle so one-sided, he now had every reason for a tactical retreat, without arousing Victor's suspicion. When the last hand ninja fell, Logan made his decision. Tossing a smoke grenade, he vanished from sight, slipping away from the battlefield. And with him disappeared the main federal military advisor, Victor Creed. While the SWAT team showed no concern as they packed up and returned to their food and drink, others began to worry. If Victor had simply been cut down by a hand ninja, that would have been an acceptable outcome. Just inform the federal government and send another in his place. Of course, whether anyone still dares to come is another matter altogether, but it's still better than the current situation, where there's no sign of life or death, and it's even possible he's fallen into the hands of the Satsuma army. I knew it. You rats lurking in the shadows would only show yourselves when I was alone. Well then, let's settle our scores once and for all. As Logan, who had seemed to be fleeing, suddenly turned to strike back, and as the hand's ninjas surged in from every direction, Victor's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. He was ready to unleash carnage. It wasn't until they clashed again that Victor was forced to admit. Logan had grown stronger, and not by a little, but by a lot. In his time with the hand, if nothing else, Logan had clearly gained a great deal in terms of combat skill. In the past, Logan's so-called fighting was little more than giving in to his animal instincts. He was a predator, not a tactician. He could never truly make use of his strength. It was only thanks to his healing factor, combined with his superhuman physique, that he managed to eke out victory in the end. As a result, whenever he sparred with Victor, Logan found himself completely outmatched and unable to fight back when his abilities were suppressed in every way. Yet even then, he never bothered to improve, never wanted to learn real fighting techniques. That stuff's pointless to learn. My claws are all I need. As for fighting you, you can't kill me anyway, can you? Is that something a sane person would say? And yet, Victor had to admit, it was true. No matter how he tried, he really couldn't kill Logan. But now, that same Logan who once refused to learn was suddenly training hard, and he was getting good at it. More than that, he'd become excellent. This much was clear from the way Logan targeted Victor's vital spots with every strike, easily deflecting Victor's attacks and using the momentum to launch his own counterstrikes. So, you figure me out completely, have you? Every blow aimed right at my weak points, not caring if you kill me, just focus on disabling me as much as possible. Interesting. With Logan pressing him relentlessly, Victor refused to show any weakness. Even as he defended against Logan's onslaught, he continued cutting down the hand ninjas who tried to rush in and offer their aid. But instead of helping Logan, these ninjas only disrupted his rhythm, giving Victor a chance to catch his breath. At last, unable to stand it any longer, Logan ordered the other ninjas to fall back. He would take Victor down alone and bring him back to the hands base himself. So, you want a one-on-one? After all these years, you've never once beaten me in a fair fight. And this time, things won't be any different. Victor, having recovered, spoke a few heartfelt words. Alas, it was like playing music to a cow. Logan, brainwashed beyond recall, had no memory of who he once was. Before Victor now stood the wolf, the deadliest ninja in the hand. Clang, clash, ring. Victor deftly deflected the handful of shurikens Logan flung at him, but he had to pull his sword back to defend himself again, as Logan's katana came swinging down right after. Hey, Logan, do you really not remember anything at all? Your past, your life, the people you once loved. Seizing a moment when their blades locked and the two strained against each other, Victor tried once more to awaken Logan's lost memories. But it was futile. Logan only took advantage of the opening, knocking Muramasa aside and landing a slash on Victor. The wound on Victor's body quickly stopped bleeding, then scabbed over and healed, leaving not even the faintest scar behind. Look, this is my ability. You have it too, don't you? We're so alike, almost like brothers. Do you really feel nothing at all? Logan answered him only with relentless, lethal strikes of his blade. In contrast, Victor, who had never received formal katana training, struggled more and more to keep up. Still, there was one thing in Victor's favor. He was a remarkably quick learner, far quicker than anyone could have imagined. Just by crossing swords, Victor rapidly picked up the nuances of wielding a katana. True, he'd studied some theory from books and done a bit of basic practice before, but actual combat. This was the first time he'd fought for real, and that only happened after coming to Japan. To be precise, it was only after he acquired Muramasa that he truly began to study kendo and the art of the samurai sword. He'd even had the Japanese government find him a sword master who taught him for a few days, right up until Logan appeared, trying to assassinate a government officer. In a sense, this was Victor's first real battle. Yet, relying on his extraordinary learning speed and remarkable physique, he managed to fight Logan to a standstill. Well, truth be told, it was only thanks to his regenerative powers that he didn't die under Logan's blade. And in the heat of the fight, he forced himself to master katana techniques as fast as possible. On the surface, Victor seemed to be falling further and further behind. But in reality, his rapid progress was pushing Logan to unleash ever more advanced swordplay just to stay ahead. So, this is how you handle me back then, huh? If you can't be killed, you could just take your time learning. Even as the tide turned against him, Victor couldn't help but joke, finding dark humor in his predicament, and still trying to reach Logan. But if waking him were that easy, the hand's most secret and powerful technique wouldn't be so feared. But even after things had reached this point, there was still no progress at all. This only made Logan grow more and more anxious, because the way of a ninja he followed demanded that all orders be carried out without fail. Yet he simply couldn't bring Victor down, no matter how precarious Victor's situation seemed. It was always just a hair's breadth away. He'd get so close, but Victor refused to fall. By now, both Victor's and Logan's clothes had been shredded into strips, their powerful muscles laid bare, highlighting the formidable strength each man possessed. Despite the relentless and ferocious attacks, neither could land a lasting wound on the other. Instead, blood had pooled everywhere on the floor. Of course, it wasn't just their own blood. Much of it belonged to the hand ninjas. When Logan realized he couldn't take Victor down by himself, he ordered the other ninjas to join the assault. He melted into their ranks, biding his time as he watched for an opening in Victor's defenses, a moment to strike the fatal blow. In fact, there were several times when he nearly succeeded. Sometimes, you have to admit, there's real power in numbers, especially when every individual is formidable in their own right. If you singled out any hand ninja, each one could stand toe-to-toe with Victor for at least a few moves. It was only because there were so many, and their actions tangled with one another's, that it looked as if Victor was cutting them down with ease, mowing through them like a storm. As more and more hand ninjas appeared, and were swiftly slain by Victor, the corpses began to pile up at his feet, forming a grisly hill of fallen foes. By this point, Victor's eyes had turned bloodshot with rage. The long-dormant beast within him had surfaced once more, or perhaps it was simply that his savage nature had finally been unleashed to its fullest. Just as Victor, eyes blazing, brought his blade down in a single sweeping motion and cleaved two leaping ninjas from midair, a sword, cold and gleaming, suddenly appear behind him, thrusting straight for his kidney. My name is Victor. They call me Sabretooth. I have a brother in arms, Logan. Yes, that's right, the one they call Wolverine. Whenever we sparred, I never lost. I always had the upper hand. Sure, the fights ended in a draw, but everyone knew I was the real winner. I thought things would always be that way, until one day a blade found my kidney, and I realized I was wrong. At that moment, Victor was in the midst of a killing frenzy, striking such terror into the hand ninjas that some dared not even advance. But just then, Logan seized the moment when Victor's animal instincts were at their peak and launched a sneak attack. In fact, he'd aimed for Victor's left kidney, but Victor's beastly instincts sensed the danger. As Victor turned, the blade plunged into his right kidney instead, because at the same time, Victor managed to land a slash of his own on Logan. Logan, who had been sent flying by the blow, stood up, and, in an instant, the wounds on his face and chest had already healed. Victor, on the other hand, clutched his lower back as he hobbled over to a large tree, bracing himself against the trunk as he yanked the samurai sword out from his side. Damn it, you really don't hold back, do you? Just wait till this is over. See how I deal with you next time. For now, come on, let's keep going. Clearly, these minor injuries were nothing to Victor. If anything, the fight had only sharpened his mastery of melee weapons. Now, when dealing with these lowly hand ninjas, he could finish them off with a single strike. He'd already memorized all their sword techniques. Their attacks were riddled with flaws in his eyes. You are a worthy opponent, but I will still defeat you. Logan suddenly spoke, breaking his silence. And to Victor's surprise, he did so in flawless Japanese. Hearing Logan rattle off in Japanese instead of English felt jarring to Victor. Wow, they really got to you, huh? Not even a word of English, just pure Japanese now. All right then, let me help you snap out of it. Victor decided there was no need for more talk. He launched himself back into the fray, cutting down 2 more hand ninjas before once again closing in on Logan. The two of them clashed fiercely, sparks flying from their blades, the sound of steel meeting steel ringing out again and again. The surrounding hand ninjas watched in astonishment. They could barely keep up with the speed of Victor and Logan's swordplay, their movements a blur. With a resounding clash and a shockwave that rippled outward in a circle, their swords met once more. This time, neither gave ground, locked in a tense struggle of strength and will. At that very moment, Victor allowed himself a faint, knowing smile, while Logan's expression suddenly changed. Both of them sensed it at the same time. A large force was approaching. The long-delayed SWAT team had finally arrived, setting up a ring of mortar positions around the area. In truth, mortars were originally a brainchild of the Russians during the Russo-Japanese War, but with a few timely suggestions from Victor, they had made an early debut in the Federal Army. At the moment, though, only SWAT was equipped for field trials. The shriek of mortar shells splitting the air was swiftly followed by explosions, and in an instant, the ground where Victor and Logan had been fighting was engulfed in a sea of fire. The hand ninjas who tried to rush the mortar positions were met by the withering fire of heavy machine guns, already set up and waiting, tearing through them mercilessly. The government soldiers, farmers and fishermen conscripted into the ranks, weren't much good with artillery, and their rifle volleys left a lot to be desired. But when it came to sweeping a field with a machine gun, they were naturals. All they really needed to do was watch for overheating and keep the barrel pointed at the enemy. After that, it was just a matter of cranking the handle. Though, of course, there were always a few hotheads who cranked too fast and jammed the gun. However, fools like that usually get dragged out and executed during training, as they cause the Empire to lose valuable assets. That's just how these barbarians, who don't understand the worth of human life, behave. Federal officers found it exasperating, but since it was considered an internal affair, they couldn't be bothered to intervene. All right, let's get back on track. The ancient Shuaihikai once again felt the shock of facing a modern war machine. Their once invincible katanas seemed utterly powerless in the face of firearms and cannons. Once upon a time, they were at the forefront of the world. Smoke bombs and handguns were among the earliest applications of gunpowder, and they were quick to adopt them. But as the nation closed itself off from the world, the vision of the Shuaihikai was also limited to this small island country. Thus, they went from being advanced to being left behind, from powerful to withering away. When the first round of shelling began, Logan was already preparing to retreat. But how could Victor possibly let him escape? Ignoring Logan's fierce counterattacks, Victor brought down his blade and severed one of Logan's thighs. Then, the two of them were swallowed up together by the relentless shell fire. The heartless SWAT operatives, after testing with mortars, even called in government Navy ships from the nearby river to launch a full-scale naval bombardment. After the naval guns had scoured the earth, the battlefield was flattened. Severed limbs from the Shuaihikai, ninjas were scattered everywhere. hardly a single intact body could be found. As for Logan and Victor, they had been blown apart, their bodies in pieces. In the end, SWAT members stuffed whatever parts they could find in a burlap sacks and dragged them back. "Wake up, Logan. I'm your long-lost brother, Victor." Cough, just kidding. "I'm not your brother. But damn it, you're not some Schweihikai ninja called the Wolf. You're James Logan. You're Wolverine." With another slap from Victor landing across Logan's face, Logan, bound hand and foot in chains, still refused to give in. It had been more than a month since the last assassination attempt. In that time, the once active Schweihikai had suddenly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the government army, now equipped with the latest federal weaponry, was winning victory after victory on the battlefield. The fall of the Satsuma forces was only a matter of time. As for why the Schweihikai disappeared, it wasn't hard to guess. They had members in high places within the government, so their knowledge of modern weaponry was no less than the authorities, especially after experiencing it firsthand. The overwhelming power of these gunpowder weapons on the open battlefield had left them stunned, and in that shock, deeply frustrated. They realized at last that they had fallen behind the rest of the world. So, they quickly severed their ties with the Satsuma army, choosing instead to disappear for a while, sending members across the world, especially to the West, to study these advanced sciences and weapons. Victor was quite pleased that there were no hand ninjas getting in his way. In fact, at first, the Hand had organized a rescue team to come to Logan's aid. But after suffering heavy losses at Victor's hands yet again, they abandoned their rescue attempt. Of course, part of their confidence came from their faith in their own methods. What they hadn't counted on, however, was facing Victor. He was never one to follow the usual path. He knew exactly how to provoke Logan. "Well, if it isn't my dear brother James. Long time no see. That familiar look in your eyes. Still the same wild beast, aren't you?" As he spoke, Dog Logan landed a savage kick right across Wolverine's face. Of course, this wasn't the real dog. It was Victor playing the part, hoping to jog Logan's memory of the past. Victor believed that as long as Logan remembered what happened that night, no psychic trickery could keep the truth buried, because that event had truly shaped his life. "What's wrong? Don't recognize me? Or have you forgotten Rose as well? Looks like I'll have to help you remember." Victor played the part of a ruthless tormentor. Well, maybe he wasn't really playing. It was just his nature, after all. You couldn't blame him for his fierce looks. That's just how he was born. But he was sharp enough to notice the slight change in Logan's expression the moment he mentioned Rose's name. As expected, any mention of his first love would stir something deep within James Logan Howlett. After all, that's where his later attraction to red-haired women began. Even during the years when he didn't remember this part of his life, he would instinctively be drawn to red-haired women, finding himself oddly attached to them. Seeing this reaction, Victor pressed his advantage, his usual tactic. "It was a moonlit night. After a long, hard journey, I finally found you again. We fought, and when you beat me, I lay there on the ground, waiting for death. You drew those damned claws of yours. But you didn't kill me. Instead, you killed Rose. Rose O'Hara. She died because of you." "No!" Just as Victor shouted that name once more, bone claws burst from Logan's fists. His eyes blazed red as he broke free, thrashing with murderous fury, desperate to tear apart the dog Logan before him. It all came rushing back to him. The childhood that had been painfully fragile and filled with neglect. His mother, lost in sorrow over the death of her first son, little John, had all but forgotten his existence. Meanwhile, his grandfather, determined that he should grow up properly, subjected him to relentless and forceful punishments. Strict but fair discipline became the perfect excuse for the violence inflicted upon Logan. Yet, even such a childhood was not completely shrouded in darkness. He still had Dog and Rose as companions, especially Rose O'Hara, who seemed like a source of light and warmth in his life. But as they grew older and entered adolescence, the natural troubles of growing up began to appear. Dog developed inappropriate feelings for the now blossoming Rose. Logan discovered Dog's intentions and, without hesitation, reported his rival. In retaliation, Dog killed Logan's dog. Dog's violent act brought severe consequences. He and his father were nearly banished from the Howlett estate. This conflict became the breaking point. One night, unable to endure any longer and drunk, Thomas stormed into Logan's house with a gun, intent on taking away his former lover and his youngest son. In a desperate attempt to protect his wife and child, John Howlett was ruthlessly shot in the head by Thomas. At the very moment John's life was taken, Logan walked into the room. Witnessing his own father murdered by the family's gardener, Logan was consumed by uncontrollable rage. It was then that his mutant powers awakened. Bone claws burst from his hands, and the intruder, who was both his assailant and biological father, died at Logan's hands. Dog, who had aided Thomas, was also struck down. Logan's claws left 3 ugly slashes across his face. Elizabeth, already broken by the death of her first son, was finally driven mad by the horror before her eyes. Her former lover had killed her current husband, and then her son, along with the son of her former lover, had killed her child's own father. The world had become too cruel and too insane for her to bear. Unable to accept the nightmare she was living, she chose to end it all, using Thomas's gun to take her own life. James, having witnessed his mother's suicide, fled in panic with Rose to seek help from his grandfather. But Dog, who had survived, falsely accused Rose of murder. If he could not have her, he would destroy her. No matter what the elder Howlett had done to Logan in the past, he always believed it was for Logan's own good, so that he might become a better man. So, when faced with Logan and Rose, who might have already committed a grave mistake, he did not choose to turn them in for the greater good. Instead, he decisively helped them escape, using his influence in the area to thoroughly suppress the matter. The poor old man had no idea his family line had ended, and, until his dying day, he never saw Logan again. Though Rose and Logan had fled that place of heartbreak, Logan's soul remained deeply scarred. His healing factor suppressed the memory cells tied to that trauma, causing him to lose that part of his memory, an act of self-preservation for his wounded heart. With no memory of his past, Logan was able to start anew with Rose. They posed as cousins and struggled to survive together in a quarry. But tragedy seemed to haunt Logan's life. First, Rose fell in love with someone else. Then, as if fate refused to let him go, Dog found him once again. Their confrontation ended with Rose dying in Logan's arms, never to rise again. No, Rose, no. Bound in iron chains, Logan's mind replayed the scene of Rose's death over and over, each repetition more agonizing than the last. The secret technique the hand had used to control him unraveled in the wake of his grief, and his memories came flooding back. Wolverine, Logan, had returned. Logan's bone claws shot out as he began to struggle with renewed ferocity. His muscles bulged, his strength grew more immense by the second. His body was repeatedly bruised and strangled by the chains, only to heal again and again thanks to his regenerative powers. Before long, his blood stained every link of the chain. At that moment, a groaning creak rose from the chains, strained to their limits. Finally, with a furious roar from Logan, the chains snapped apart, breaking into several pieces. Freed from his bonds, Logan lunged straight for Dog Logan, the man he held responsible for everything that had happened. He would end this, for it was all Dog's fault. Welcome back, Logan. Welcome back, Wolverine. Victor, knowing Logan's memory had returned, flashed his signature grin once more. He had made up his mind. He would have some real fun with Logan this time, and make sure he knew just how formidable an opponent he faced. Elder Murakami, the enchantment controlling the wolf, has been broken. Should we take action and retrieve him again? Deep in a new secret base of the hand, a senior ninja in charge of mystical arts reported Logan's recovered memory to one of their leaders, Elder Murakami. There's no need, Murakami replied. I have a feeling we'll cross paths with him again before long. We can bring the wolf back when the time is right. The battle between Victor and Logan ended, as always, in a stalemate. Only this time, the tables had turned, though Victor's lack of focus may have had something to do with it. Simply put, he wanted to go home. He had been away for far too long. Though he had written letters to Mrs. Clyde during his absence, he never actually returned. Not until his vengeance was complete. He always felt that without settling that score, he couldn't face Mrs. Clyde. Now, at last, he had fulfilled his revenge. Finally, he could return and look Mrs. Clyde in the eye. In fact, he had planned to use his injuries from the battle with the Red Wolf as an excuse to request a medical leave, giving him a chance to go home. But then, news of Logan in Japan reached him. There was no way he could keep up the charade of being injured after that, so his leave was promptly canceled. He rushed to Japan without pause, cleaned up Logan's mess, and, before he knew it, another year had slipped by. The moment his feet touched the soil of the Federation, he made up his mind. This time, no matter what, he was going home. If anyone tried to stop him, he'd tear them apart. In reality, no such dramatic showdown took place. His leave was quickly granted. There was only one condition. He had to take Wolverine Logan with him. Because of what had happened to Logan in Japan, with the brainwashing, the federal military was uneasy about him. The only one capable of keeping Logan in check was Victor, the Sabretooth. This is just too much. Even on my vacation home, I have to drag you along. Do they really think I'm your babysitter? Victor was more than a little disgruntled about having to bring Logan home with him. After all, he knew all too well that this guy was a walking trouble magnet. Wherever Logan went, chaos was sure to follow. And it always seemed to fall on Victor to clean up the mess. Well, to be fair, it was Victor himself who had taken Logan in all those years ago. Maybe this was all just karma coming back around. Though he often complained about Logan, the truth was Victor was quite satisfied with him. In both strength and obedience, Logan was now an ideal partner. Especially after returning from Japan, Logan's skills with cold weapons and his hand-to-hand combat had improved by leaps and bounds. He was even starting to show signs of overtaking Victor. For the first time, they were truly equals in terms of ability. You think I actually want to tag along with you? Logan shot back. By the way, isn't your home in the Confederate South? How did you end up a hero of the Federal Army? Victor's answer to that question was long and complicated. But of course, that didn't satisfy Logan. So he kept prodding, trying to dig out the details in a roundabout way. In truth, even within Department X, Victor's life before enlisting was a bit of a mystery. Only his secretary, Tina, knew anything at all, and even then, her knowledge was limited, just that he was from Florida, that his father was killed by Native Americans, and that he'd joined the Army because of it. While Logan was busy gathering information, they had already gone from train to car to carriage, and, well, not quite to a donkey cart. In the end, Victor and Logan rode in a horse-drawn carriage all the way to Victor's countryside home. Victor had once been the owner of a small estate, and his household had kept slaves in the past. But with the end of the war, all the slaves were emancipated. Thanks to Victor's unique status, his family had avoided the fate of many Southern landowners, whose estates were ransacked by the Union Army. Still, the plantation needed a great deal of labor, even without slaves. Fortunately, Mrs. Clyde's kindness had earned her a good reputation among the black community, so many chose to stay on as hired workers. These workers knew their former mistress, now their employer, very well. They remembered that she had once had 2 children with her late husband. Later, tragedy struck one of the children, and to protect the other, she rarely allowed him outside. Then came the night known as the Crimson Night, when her husband was taken by Native Americans. She became the new head of the estate, and not long after, her son disappeared as well. It was only much later that people learned he had joined the Union Army, even fighting for the Northern cause. Luckily, she was well-liked in town, known for her kindness and generosity. Even during those difficult times, no one made things harder for her. Yet she grew more reclusive with every passing day. At first, it was the pain of losing her son's whereabouts. Later, though he sent letters home, he never returned. In truth, she didn't care whom he fought for, or whether he could avenge their family. All she wished for was his safety, and that he would come home soon, because he was her son, her only son. When she finally received Victor's letter and learned he was still alive, her joy was immeasurable. She did her best to write back, pleading in her letter for him to return to her side. But clearly, Victor hadn't taken her words to heart. Every line of his reply spoke only of his need to find the Native American who had wronged their family, urging her to take care of herself. Time and again, she could only sigh. Her child had grown up, had found his own wings, and no longer listened. There was nothing more she could do. Later, as the Southern forces retreated and Union troops marched into her small town, the expected pillaging never occurred. It wasn't until the commanding officer himself came to call on her that she learned the truth. The Union hero who shared her son's name was, in fact, her very own child. Life, however, had to go on. Even the mother of a hero still had to abide by the basic laws. So, she too lost her slaves, but fortunately, most of them were willing to stay on as hired workers. Moreover, the newly established local government offered her many policy incentives. In fact, one could say her life was even better than before. There were some murmurs of discontent among the townsfolk, but no one dared to gossip openly. After all, they owed her a debt of gratitude. She had spared them from being pillaged. Yet, none of this mattered to her. Even though the war was over, her child still hadn't come home. The only thing that brought her comfort was the steady stream of letters her son sent each month. The photographs enclosed in every envelope let her know he was doing well. Still, happiness eluded her, for she longed for him to return to her side. As the years passed, her yearning only grew deeper. But lately, the hired workers had noticed something unusual. Their kind but seldom smiling mistress had begun to smile much more often. The reason was soon revealed. Mrs. Clyde had just received the latest letter from Victor. Her son, Victor, was finally coming home. When Mrs. Clyde stepped outside and laid eyes on the man who so closely resembled the young Mr. Clyde of years past, her eyes filled with tears. Just like most mothers and sons reunited after a long separation, Mrs. Clyde clung to Victor, sobbing uncontrollably, while Victor could do nothing but gently pat her back, offering comfort. Watching this scene, Logan tried to appear indifferent, but inside he felt a pang of envy so sharp it was as if he'd swallowed a dozen lemons. "My child, are you called Logan? Poor child. I've heard about you from Victor. If you don't mind, this can be your home from now on, too." Before Logan could react, Mrs. Clyde, overcome by maternal affection, pulled him into a warm embrace. Clearly, she felt sympathy and compassion for this boy whose fate so closely mirrored her own son's. Logan didn't resist Mrs. Clyde's kindness, but he had no idea how to respond. All he could do was cast an awkward glance at Victor, who stood nearby with a gentle smile. Victor, for his part, was more than pleased with how things had turned out. Logan, despite his flaws, was fiercely loyal. If his mother could become Logan's godmother, then Logan would truly be like a little brother to him. In the end, Victor and Logan received a grand welcome and celebration. That evening, the lavish dinner allowed them both to eat their fill and savor the warmth of homecoming. While the two gluttons were busy demolishing their meals, Mrs. Clyde continued to chatter at their side, sharing bits of family news and voicing her longing and concern for Victor. As the saying goes, a mother worries when her child travels far from home, let alone when the child has run away and been gone for years. Though Victor did right now, and then the long separation was real. In the days that followed, Victor and Logan settled into an ordinary routine, helping Mrs. Clyde with chores around the farm. They rose with the sun and rested at dusk. The restless heart, once stirred by violence and bloodshed, slowly found peace and quiet in this simple life. Victor suddenly understood why Thanos had chosen to become a farmer after completing his mission. Most of the time, Victor reveled in the thrill of growing stronger and battling formidable foes, but after long stretches of tension, he, too, found himself yearning for the calm found here. As for Logan, when he was himself, he probably dreamed of nothing more than a life like this. Though, when his wild side surfaced, there was no telling what chaos he might unleash. He could probably tear the whole farm apart as easily as a husky destroying a home. But such tranquil days didn't last long. Before long, an urgent telegram arrived at the Clyde residence, summoning them to the road once more. Still, something amusing did happen during their brief holiday. After Victor and Logan returned, the farm's poultry began to mysteriously disappear. At first, Mrs. Clyde suspected Victor and Logan of sneaking off with the chickens for a midnight roast. So when the farmhands reported the missing birds, she paid it little mind. She even told Victor, "If you're craving chicken, just ask the kitchen to make it. There's no need to sneak around. Of course, if it's just a little habit you picked up, I won't scold you. But you should try to change." She assumed Victor and Logan had suffered and scraped by during their years on the road, and had gotten into the habit of pilfering farm animals for food. Victor, baffled by his mother's words, set out to get to the bottom of things. After questioning the farmhands and maids, he quickly pieced together the truth. Logan certainly had a sizable rap sheet. He'd once run with the wolves and done things like this before. But Victor knew it wasn't him this time, because he'd already found the real culprit. Following the trail of blood left at the scene where the maids reported the fowl had vanished, Victor tracked it all the way to the woods near the farm. "So it was you, little fellow." The thief turned out to be a rare North American wildcat. While such creatures would become endangered in the future, at this time they were still occasionally seen, though seldom so close to human settlements. A series of plaintive meows and yowls answered him, the wildcat making its feelings known as only a cat can. Victor's gaze filled the North American wildcat with an intense sense of danger. Instinct screamed at it to run, or else it would soon become a plaything, but pride spurred it to attack instead. As for the outcome, it goes without saying. In the end, Victor carried the wildcat home in his arms. It wasn't that the cat didn't want to flee. It was simply paralyzed by the murderous intent radiating from Victor, unable to move a muscle. Well, Victor, where did you find such a little creature? Look at those eyes. How pitiful. Did you bring it home because it was starving?" The moment Victor stepped into the living room with the wildcat, he was met by Mrs. Clyde. She immediately joined in, eager to pet the new arrival. The wildcat wanted to resist, but under Victor's stern gaze, it could only submit and accept its fate. "All right, mother. I caught it in the woods. This little rascal is the one that's been stealing our farm's poultry lately. I plan to train it properly, and maybe it can catch some mice for you in the future." Yet Tina didn't give Victor the chance to train the wildcat. With an official summons from the military, she called him back to Department X. Unwilling to simply release the wildcat, Victor took it along with him to the department. In those days, there were no rules prohibiting pets in the office, so naturally, no one objected to Victor's new little companion. Besides, Victor's old nickname was the woodsman's pet cat. But Victor knew full well that this creature still had a wild, untamable streak. It only behaved so docilely because he was around, and it had even learned to look cute to survive. Before heading out on his next assignment, Victor found the wildcat a suitable place, Dr. Nathaniel Essex's laboratory, home to the infamous Mr. Sinister. He let the cat observe Dr. Essex at work for a while, watching the doctor experiment on both animals and humans. Then, Victor entrusted the wildcat to Essex's care. Evidently, the doctor's actions completely shattered the wildcat's worldview. Its fear of Dr. Essex soon eclipsed any trepidation it once had toward Victor. If it could pretend to be tame and adorable around Victor, in the presence of Dr. Essex, it trembled in terror, petrified it would end up on the operating table. Well then, Doctor, I'll leave it in your care. If it misbehaves, feel free to use it as experimental material. Satisfied, Victor entrusted the wildcat to Mr. Sinister, never imagining that this decision would utterly change the course of the cat's life. Don't worry, that's no problem. If it acts up, I'll turn it into a specimen. By the way, what's its name? Luther. Just as Victor was about to leave, the doctor asked for the wildcat's name. Then, turning to the cat, he flashed what he considered a radiant smile. Luther, I trust you'll be on your best behavior, won't you? Meow. Victor was abruptly summoned from his vacation because of a weapon, a spear forged from a rare and unique metal. This spear had been brought back from an African tribe by an explorer named Ulysses Clow. The reason the spear ended up in the hands of the federal military was that this adventurer had been fished out of the sea by the Federal Life-Saving Service, the predecessor to the Coast Guard, operating under the Federal Anti-Smuggling Agency. After leaving Dr. Nathaniel Essex's laboratory, Victor traveled swiftly to a secret federal military base in North Carolina. Here, he was greeted by a scientist named Dr. Hammer, who proceeded to brief him on the details concerning the spear. At first, we treated him like any ordinary smuggler. But when our team analyzed the spear's material, they discovered a metal unlike anything we'd ever seen. And here, let me show you something. With that, Dr. Hammer signaled to a tester, who gripped the spear and thrust it toward a steel plate a meter thick. The spear pierced the steel effortlessly, as if it encountered no resistance at all. The tester, caught off guard by the lack of resistance, stumbled forward and bumped into the plate, ending up with a bloody nose. This clearly demonstrated that the plate was genuine steel, not just a block of painted tofu. The spear's material was undoubtedly extraordinary. By now, Victor had a strong suspicion about the true origins of the spear and realized that serious trouble might be on the horizon. What about the smuggler who brought the spear in? I'd like to meet him. Also, did they run into any trouble when delivering the spear? Victor was curious about why the expected retrieval team had taken so long to act. From what he knew, those people were rarely so slow to respond. In fact, it wasn't that they had no trouble. The trouble they ran into was quite significant. As our men were returning from the port, they were attacked by unidentified black assailants. Dr. Hammer's next words made Victor realize things were far more complicated than he'd imagined. Apparently, even at this early stage, Wakanda's influence had already reached into the Federation. Still, they likely hadn't yet attained the level of power and infiltration they would achieve in the future. Their presence was only just beginning to spread, carried by the movement of people of African descent. The transport team was attacked by mysterious black assailants? How capable were they in battle, and is there any way to trace their origins? Although Victor already had a good idea who the attackers were, he had to ask such seemingly redundant questions. Without doing so, he'd have no way to explain why he knew so much about these mysterious assailants. The information we've gathered indicates that they were once just ordinary black slaves, freed after the Civil War, and then became local laborers. But what's truly astonishing is that they somehow managed to get their hands on firearms, and their combat skills were far from weak. Clearly, the federal military hadn't uncovered any useful intelligence, and the transport convoy suffered significant casualties during the attacks. When the convoy started taking losses, I ordered them to seek refuge at the local garrison's camp. I also immediately notified your department, and your team sent 2 agents along with a SWAT squad for escort. Tina had actually mentioned this to Victor when he arrived. The 2 agents dispatched were none other than the former thief kid and the so-called Frankenstein's monster. Yes, Frankenstein's monster had ultimately inherited his father's name. Unfortunately, he hadn't inherited his father's brains, so he was only suited for the simplest, most brutal work. I have to admit, your agents and the SWAT squad really knew what they were doing. Under their protection, the spear was safely transported to a secret base in South Carolina. In fact, the spear could very well have become a containment item for the X Department. But the military clearly wanted to keep it for themselves, so at first they didn't allow the X Department to get involved. However, when the convoy was attacked, they quickly sent orders to the X Department, requesting agents for support. After all, even though the X Department reported to the president, it was still technically part of the military. Besides, if the spear fell into the hands of the X Department, there was at least a chance the results could be shared. But if it was stolen by unknown parties, everyone would come away empty-handed. Since the spear had already been delivered to the secret base, why was it transferred here afterward? Did something else happen? Victor had originally wanted to ask why Kid and the others hadn't insisted on containing the item themselves, but instead sent it to the military base in South Carolina. However, he quickly thought of a likely explanation, and Dr. Hammer's next words confirmed his suspicion. Shortly after your agents and the SWAT squad repelled the attack by the black combatants, they were assaulted again, this time by a super soldier. Yes, that's what we call people like you, super soldiers. This one wore a strange suit of armor, and our bullets couldn't penetrate his defenses at all. It was clear that Dr. Hammer held a high position in the military. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so well informed about Victor and his team's unique abilities. As for the super soldier who attacked the convoy, there could be no doubt it had to be the current king of Wakanda, the Black Panther himself. At first, he seemed unwilling to harm the innocent. That's why, in the end, he was driven back by your towering agent. Frankenstein, right? That's the name, when he got caught in the explosion triggered by the car that was thrown at him. But it was only a temporary retreat. Later that very night, he led his men into the secret base. At that moment, another voice took over from Dr. Hammer, continuing the story. It was none other than Kid, who had just finished bandaging his wounds. This time, he showed no mercy. Our soldiers stood no chance in front of him, not even the members of the SWAT team. With my reflexes, I could barely keep up with his movements, let alone land a hit, and bullets, well, he wasn't bothered by them at all. Even though they were now out of danger, Kid still shuddered as he recalled those scenes. Such overwhelming might and presence. He had only seen it before in Victor and Van Helsing. Fortunately, he wasn't out for blood. His real aim was to reclaim these weapons forged from that strange metal. So we split into several teams, each carrying a piece, and tried to scatter and escape. This spear was entrusted to Frankenstein and me. It's the only one we managed to bring back. It was precisely because of such devastating losses that the military decided to cut Victor's leave short and call both him and Logan back without delay. And after Victor set out ahead, Logan was ordered to finish his psychological assessment as quickly as possible and rush to provide support. Clearly, this time the military realized the trouble was far greater than they'd thought. Did you manage to bring back that smuggler? Ulysses Clow. That adventurer, someone interjected. From Kid's tone, Victor could sense that the casualties were not limited to the army. Many of the SWAT team's elite had also been lost. Fortunately, Ulysses Clow was still in their custody. Or rather, he hadn't dared to run amid the chaos. Sticking with the federal military, as long as he remained useful, he might still find a way to survive. But if he tried to flee and got caught alone, the Black Panther would surely tear him apart. And Victor, more than anyone else, understood Clow's true worth. After all, whether it was raw adamantium, true adamantium, or any of its derivatives, Vibranium was always an essential ingredient. From the name Ulysses Clow, Victor immediately thought of another man, someone who in the future would go on to sell Vibranium to the federal military and Tony Stark. That man, too, was called by this name. It seemed that this so-called adventurer was likely the grandfather or some ancestor of that very individual. Apparently, smuggling Vibranium was a family tradition for the Clow lineage. But this also meant that this guy must possess the precise coordinates of Wakanda, as well as a way to get inside. Only with such information could he consistently and reliably obtain large quantities of Vibranium. Yet Victor cared nothing for any of that. He wanted only the Vibranium itself. He didn't give a damn what methods Clow used to get his hands on it. As long as Victor paid and Clow delivered, that was all he needed. For now, however, Victor had sought him out to ask about the current Black Panther. After all, if Clow had managed to acquire these Vibranium weapons, he had surely also gathered intelligence related to Wakanda. That guy got a bit banged up while we were retreating together. He's in the infirmary now, getting patched up. If you want to see him, let's head over there together. While we're at it, I should have my own wound dressed. It feels like it's splitting open again. Ouch, that stings. I'm definitely sitting out any further action against that fellow. After all, I am now officially an injured man. Such words could only have come from the former Western outlaw Kid. He was a man with a keen sense of self-awareness, fully understanding that the coming fight was no longer one he could take part in. His specialty was the quick draw, but when bullets couldn't pierce the enemy's armor, his skills were of little use. So, he planned to seize this opportunity to bow out of the subsequent missions and enjoy some well-deserved rest in the infirmary. Victor, who already knew Kid's temperament, didn't object. After all, Kid had indeed done his part and wasn't suited for the next phase. As for Frankenstein, the so-called monster still had his uses. His sheer size and strength were an undeniable asset. So, you are Ulysses Clow? Victor began. My name is Victor, and I am the head of the federal government's X division. I believe you. Already know why I'm here. Think carefully. Do you have anything to tell me about these black attackers who've been targeting us? Clearly, Ulysses Clow was no fool. If he weren't resourceful, he wouldn't have gotten his hands on Vibranium weapons, nor survived as long as he had. So, the moment Victor posed his question, Clow spilled everything he knew about Wakanda. These weapons were acquired from a local tribal chief, who claimed that his ancestors once visited a land called Wakanda, an enemy territory at the time, and received these gifts from there. The weapons serve as a testament to the friendship between his tribe and Wakanda. At first, they refused to sell them, so I had to resort to a few little tricks. Ulysses chuckled slyly. Victor didn't need Ulysses to spell it out. He already knew what those tricks entailed. It was nothing more than the usual pillaging, plundering, and violence, just like all the other so-called adventurers who had traveled to those lands in search of riches and treasure. They liked to call themselves adventurers, but to put it bluntly, they were nothing more than slavers and thieves. So, what you're saying is that these black attackers came from that so-called Wakanda, and their goal is to reclaim the Vibranium weapons we now possess? Seems to me, your little tricks weren't all above board, were they? But honestly, I don't care. Now that these weapons are in our hands, there's no reason to ever let them go. Although at this point, Victor might have already known far more about Wakanda than Ulysses Clow himself. He had to maintain his cover and play along, prying information about Wakanda from Clow bit by bit. Just then, a security officer from the base burst into the room. We're under attack. Judging by the numbers and firepower, it's the same group that hit the other base last time. Our men are engaged with them on the perimeter, but their firepower is overwhelming. We're barely holding them off. And that super soldier with the codename Black Panther is incredibly strong. Should we reveal the base's location and call for reinforcements from the nearby garrison? Victor had just been wondering whether the Black Panther would target this base as well. And now, just like that, his answer arrived. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Still, this was as good a chance as any. He was curious to see just how strong the Black Panther had become. No need. I'll handle the Black Panther myself. You should have no trouble taking care of the other attackers, right? Also, send a telegram to Department X. When Logan arrives, make sure he brings the samurai sword I brought back from Japan. I have a feeling it might come in handy. After Victor finished speaking, the security officer hesitated, glancing at Dr. Hammer, who stood at Victor's side. Only after receiving a subtle nod from the doctor did he turn to carry out Victor's orders. In contrast, Victor didn't feel that anything was amiss. After all, this wasn't his territory, and his actions just now had actually overstepped his authority. Even so, it was the best solution at hand for her. He was, in this era, the person who understood the Black Panther the most. Dr. Hammer didn't stop Victor either, because he understood that only a super soldier could take on another super soldier. Soon, under the guidance of a security officer, Victor arrived at the outer battlefront of the base. The warriors from Wakanda had no notion of stealth. Instead, they charged straight through the front gate, bold and unrestrained. The base's iron doors had been torn to pieces by the Black Panther and tossed aside. Black Panther, put down the civilian in your grasp. Let me be your opponent. What do you say? At that moment, the Black Panther's left hand was clamped around the neck of a security guard, while his right hand was poised to deliver a fatal blow. Upon hearing Victor's words, he dropped his right hand, but squeezed tighter with his left, snapping the soldier's neck. Clearly, Chale's grandfather was far more ruthless than Chale himself. Given what Europeans were doing in Africa at the time, it wasn't hard to understand his actions. But understanding does not mean forgiveness. Killing Victor's subordinate right in front of him was an insult no commander could tolerate. The next moment, the Black Panther would face the wrath of the Sabretooth. Come on, show me what you've got. Ruler of Wakanda, protector of the Wakandan people, favored child of Bast, the Panther God. As Victor was inwardly complaining about how long-winded and pompous these titles were, the Black Panther's vibranium claws suddenly slashed toward his face, a direct and brutal attack, but one that was undeniably effective. In truth, Victor had taken a blow on purpose. He needed to test the Black Panther's strength to estimate his physical resilience and durability. Fortunately, the Black Panther's strength was within Victor's expectations. In fact, Victor had worried too much. The vibranium suit could evenly absorb kinetic energy, and even the regular Hulk would have a hard time taking down the Black Panther in a single bout, let alone Victor. Seeing Victor sent flying into the rubble by his blow, the Black Panther assumed he'd finished him off. He scoffed inwardly. So much for that intimidating appearance. Just another empty show of strength. Hey, I'm not done yet. Just as the Black Panther turned to continue his assault on the interior of the base, Victor's voice rang out from beneath the pile of debris. With a rumble and the clatter of falling stones, a large slab, toppled onto Victor by the impact, was pushed up from below and tossed aside by Victor as he emerged. This time, Victor didn't wait for the Black Panther to attack. Instead, he chose to go on the offensive. But clearly, the Black Panther wasn't so easy to deal with. At the very least, Victor's fist was blocked with effortless precision. Yet the fierce counterattacks that followed from the Black Panther failed to hit Victor, as he deftly evaded each blow. In this way, the two of them launched into an intense melee, trading punches and kicks with relentless ferocity. There were no flashy move names or dazzling bursts of energy, only the sharp rush of air slicing through the silence from their rapid movements, and the rolling waves of force unleashed each time their bodies collided. Wherever the two fought, buildings and objects were reduced to rubble. In every sense, they had become living wrecking balls, destroying anything in their path. Anyone or anything that got too close was caught in the storm and met a miserable end. Victor's punches could send the Black Panther flying, but his strength failed to penetrate the Vibranium suit, causing no real harm to his opponent's body. Meanwhile, the Black Panther's claws and fists seemed to deal devastating blows to Victor, but thanks to his healing factor, he appeared grievously wounded while, in reality, suffering little actual damage. Instead, it was the base's structures and property that suffered the most. The two combatants, besides using their bodies as weapons, often grabbed whatever was at hand, turning furniture and debris into makeshift projectiles. More often than not, these improvised attacks missed their intended targets but resulted in heavy casualties among the unfortunate bystanders. Both Wakandan soldiers brought by the Black Panther and the federal base's security personnel were caught up in the chaos. By the end, all other personnel had retreated from the massive underground hall, leaving only Victor and the Black Panther to settle things, ensuring that no one else would be caught in the crossfire. With no need to worry about friendly fire, their fight only grew fiercer. They chased each other into every corner of the space, destroying everything in sight. There wasn't a single intact piece of furniture or an unblemished patch of floor left in the entire hall. Even two of the columns supporting the chamber were snapped in half. If not for the fighters' occasional efforts to avoid bringing the whole place down, the room would have collapsed long ago. Yet now, the chamber was already on the verge of collapse. Chunks of ceiling and bricks rained down from above, making it clear that total destruction was only a matter of time. And still, nothing could stop their battle. Of course, neither of them intended to be buried beneath the rubble, so they shifted their fight into the corridors. Barely had they rushed out when the supposedly indestructible military-grade underground stronghold caved in behind them. Fortunately, there were other exits and air shafts. Otherwise, they might have been forced to call a truce, dig their way out with their claws, and then resume the fight. At this moment, the collapse of the room did nothing to stop the two men from their fierce battle. The security personnel who had been stationed in the corridor retreated the instant the pair stormed in. Hand over the Vibranium spear and that damned murderer. We have no wish to be enemies with your country. This could spark a war. Stranger, came the warning. When Black Panther realized Victor's fists were as hard as steel, perhaps too tough for him to defeat easily, reclaim the Vibranium spear, or take Ulysses Klaue's life, he quickly shifted his approach. He chose a different path, one that was more peaceful and perhaps had a better chance of success. He decided to try negotiating with these greedy white devils. Once something is in our hands, there's no reason to give it back. Besides, we didn't snatch it from you. We paid a price to buy it from him. Adventurer, as for Ulysses' life, it means nothing to me. But I can't allow you to kill him on Federation soil. At least, not here, Victor replied. Black Panther made no further attempt at negotiation. Instead, he struck without warning. Clearly, Victor's unyielding stance had enraged him. Just as he suspected, these damned white men were insatiably greedy, unwilling to return what rightfully belonged to Wakanda. They couldn't understand the true importance of Vibranium, not as tools for making weapons and fueling human conflict, but as a vital defense against the alien invaders foretold in prophecy. What did you say? The main exit at Passage 1 has collapsed? The destructive power of those guys is unbelievable. Are they still fighting in there? The head of security exclaimed, reporting the situation to Dr. Hammer as Victor and Black Panther's clash raged on. Yes, they're still locked in combat, and they're pushing deeper into the base through the tunnels. Should we continue evacuating our personnel? Also, we've just received word. Support from Department X will arrive soon, the security chief reported. Finally, at the base's second exit, Dr. Hammer spotted the support from Department X, a man with a buzz cut and a katana slung across his back. Dr. Hammer had made up his mind the moment he learned from security that Department X was sending just one person. He would take the Vibranium spear and get out while he still could. With two such powerhouses already tearing the base apart, he had no wish to be buried alive. He had a family to take care of, after all. Time would prove him right. Wherever the two combatants fought, the underground facility crumbled in their wake. By the time Logan made his way through the ruins and collapsed tunnels to find them, they had already destroyed nearly a third of the entire base. No one could say for sure if it was the lingering effects of being brainwashed by the Hand, but this time, Logan didn't attack head-on, as usual. Instead, he chose to ambush the Black Panther. In the dimly lit basement, a dazzling flash of a blade sliced through the gloom. With a heart-wrenching scream from Black Panther, Victor halted his assault. That's enough, Logan. We're not here to kill anyone. I want to have a proper conversation with him, while it's just us down here. Victor stopped Logan from finishing off Black Panther, suggesting instead that they talk things through. Logan, though a bit puzzled, didn't object, and went along. Cough, cough, his blade. And what do you really want? Wakandans will never submit. I'd rather die than become a pawn in your schemes. Clearly, Black Panther misunderstood Victor's intentions. He thought Victor wanted to take him alive, to trade him for more Vibranium, or to plot something sinister against Wakanda. It wasn't prejudice against white men that made him think this way. Merely the harsh reality that slave traders of this era treated his people in exactly such a fashion. That blade of his is called Muramesa. Don't worry, it's not made from Vibranium. Well, at least I can't be sure. We brought it back as a trophy from Japan, not something we forged ourselves, and our instruments can't even analyze what it's made of. Victor's explanation wandered off track, but Black Panther was content to let him ramble. Every extra moment gave him a chance to recover his strength. Fine. I don't intend to harm Wakanda. I know you have a sacred mission, granted by the Panther God, just as I know you are the king of Wakanda. When Victor revealed that he knew Black Panther was the king of Wakanda, both Black Panther and Logan reacted with heightened shock. Of course, their curiosity came from completely different places, but that didn't stop Victor from continuing his explanation. I'll help you get out of here, but you'll have to leave the Vibranium spear behind. As for Ulysses Clow, we'll give him some money and send him into exile. What happens next? I trust you know what to do. Victor's proposal filled Black Panther with doubt, simply because it all sounded far too simple. It was as if Victor had no interest in Wakanda's Vibranium at all. He couldn't believe that someone who knew the Black Panther was the king of Wakanda would be ignorant of Wakanda's true situation. Don't look at me like that. The Vibranium spear is the price for your life, and for your attack on the federal military base. I know what you're thinking, but as you said, we have no intention of starting a secret war with your country over your death here. The truth was, Black Panther couldn't have imagined that Victor already knew what would happen in the future. Victor had absolutely no need to stir up trouble in Wakanda just to get Vibranium. Ulysses Clow's grandson, who bore the same name, would one day smuggle Vibranium out of Wakanda and flood the world's black markets with it. When the time came, all it would take was money to get his hands on Vibranium. So why risk provoking a powerful nation like Wakanda now, all for something he didn't even urgently need? In fact, the Federation truly lacked the technology to process Vibranium, which was why Victor appeared so indifferent about it. Ahem, you may keep that spear, but I don't wish to see any more of your people enter our land to steal the Panther God's gift. As a competent king and leader, Black Panther naturally knew when to advance and when to yield. He had a good sense of Victor's boundaries, and he understood well the cost of a secret war. Wakanda was not yet ready to reveal itself to the world, so in the end, he chose to compromise. After all, the art of politics is the art of compromise. With Victor and Logan's help, Black Panther quickly escaped from the underground Federation military base, which had already collapsed by a third. In truth, Victor and Logan were well aware that Black Panther was lying low to quietly heal his wounds. But now that both sides had reached an understanding, there was no need to haggle over minor details, was there? Ironically, it was Black Panther himself who felt frustrated and puzzled, almost as if he'd punched the air when he saw that Victor and Logan weren't the least bit surprised at how well he'd recovered. May I take a look at his blade? Even after reaching an agreement, Black Panther remained curious about the katana that had cut through his Vibranium armor and wounded him. With its pitch-black scabbard, it might have been the sharpest weapon he'd ever encountered. You can have a look, but this blade comes with a problem. It constantly corrodes the wielder's willpower. Even for Logan, he can only swing it for a dozen seconds or so before he has to sheath it again. Victor made no mention of the fact that he could wield the Muramesa blade for extended periods, not wanting to reveal his trump card of immunity to mental control. The moment Black Panther gripped the Muramesa blade, a fleeting urge flashed through his mind, to use this weapon to kill Victor and Logan. But almost immediately, he realized something was wrong. This wasn't like him at all. He barely had time to study the blade before he thrust it into the ground and released his grip. This truly is a demonic blade. It can grant its wielder immense power, but at the same time, it can drive one mad and awaken dark impulses. If I hadn't been tempered by the baptism of the leopard god, I might have already fallen under its sway just now. In fact, rather than calling it a product of science, it might be more fitting to say it is born of magic. In truth, both the black-sheathed Muramesa and the second-generation Muramesa could be called magical creations, for each was forged with the soul of Muramesa and, in the latter case, the soul of Wolverine Logan. Because of this, their properties differ. The black-sheathed Muramesa bestows great strength, but the cost of one's sanity. The second-generation Muramesa, on the other hand, can cut objects at the molecular level and even suppress healing factors. It's no wonder Virgil would go so far as to steal Wolverine's Muramesa, desperate to obtain more power. This is a reference from Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Well then, let's part ways here. Perhaps we shall never meet again, and I imagine you wouldn't wish to see us either. In the end, escorted by Victor and Logan, Black Panther and his subordinates managed to regroup safely. He then made a crucial decision to temporarily recall all Wakandan agents stationed abroad. It was time for him to reassess the world, for he sensed that a great upheaval was looming. After bidding farewell to Black Panther, Victor brought Logan to see Dr. Hammer. Regardless of everything else, it was a fact that he and Black Panther had destroyed the other's underground base, so Victor relinquished custody of the Vibranium spear, turning it over to the military. The Vibranium contained within that spear would later become one of the primary materials used by the U.S. military in the development of adamantium. In fact, the majority of it went into forging that legendary shield made from primal adamantium. Dr. Hammer, ecstatic upon receiving the spear, had no intention of pursuing the matter of his destroyed base any further. After all, the rebuilding cost would be covered by the U.S. military, not him. As long as he could extract some valuable insight from the spear's composition, research funding would pour in without end. As for Victor, he handed off the task of writing reports to the military and the president, explaining Black Panther's escape to his ever-capable secretary, Tina. He even shared his own plans with her, including his belief that the Federation currently lacked the technology to process Vibranium. Tina had never let him down. She always managed to handle those damned higher-ups without fail, and this time was no exception. She shielded him deftly from pressure coming from the military and the new president. It wasn't that Victor was incapable of dealing with politicians. He simply had no desire to. Moreover, Tina could do even better, though she did occasionally question his origins and identity. Still, she trusted her animal instincts more. Since she sensed no threat, she felt free to use him without hesitation. Dr. Nathaniel Essex, how is the experiment progressing? You should know, the Federation never keeps idlers or deadweight on the payroll. After receiving Victor's telegram, Tina didn't rush to write up a report. Instead, she made her way straight to Mr. Sinister's laboratory. So it's our dear Ms. Tina. Your presence graces my humble lab, and I must say, I've achieved results beyond anything I imagined. The X gene is simply miraculous. It's as if God himself gifted mankind this treasure. Look, this is what I've accomplished. The moment Dr. Nathaniel Essex spoke, Tina was struck by the stark contrast. He had never sounded like this before. While Dr. Essex's own tragic experiences had left his mind a bit unstable, he had always been the withdrawn, taciturn type, rarely speaking much at all. But now he was a slick talker, almost clownish, flashing a manic smile that seemed to stretch too wide. In this moment, he embodied the nickname Mr. Sinister more than ever before. Previously, it was only his cruel, cold-blooded experiments that unsettled people. Now his very presence radiated a chilling, unsettling air from the inside out. Damn it, is that Cat Luther? What did you do to Victor's cat? When he gets back, he'll tear you apart. When Tina laid eyes on what Dr. Essex called his achievement, she nearly lost her composure. Victor's tiger-striped cat, named after his brother, had ultimately failed to escape Mr. Sinister's clutches, becoming either another victim of his grisly experiments or his so-called perfect masterpiece. No, he won't. On the contrary, he'll thank me. A cat's life is so short, 10, maybe 15 years at most. But Luther, after my enhancements, will be able to stay by his side forever. A guttural, distorted yowl echoed through the lab. Clearly, Dr. Essex's modifications to Luther went far beyond mere longevity. He had turned what was once a wild, fierce feline into a veritable killing machine. This was obvious from Luther's now larger frame and the way his claws gouged deep marks into the iron bars of his cage. Yet even so, the cat was still terrified of Dr. Essex, which spoke volumes about the psychological shadow he had cast over the creature. But Tina's concern wasn't for the cat. It was for herself. It was obvious that the doctor had experimented on her, too. There was no other explanation for the drastic change in his demeanor. So what about you? What have you done to yourself? Don't tell me you've done nothing, because the person standing before me is not the Dr. Nathaniel Essex I once knew. Dr. Nathaniel Essex was more than willing to answer Tina's question. After all, this was another accomplishment he took great pride in. Of course I experimented on myself. Once I achieved results with Luther, I couldn't wait for the death row inmates he promised to send. I went ahead and modified myself. Look, here's the outcome. As he spoke, the doctor casually picked up a scalpel from the side of the operating table and slashed his own arm. Blood spurted out, splattering across Tina's face. Startled by this sudden assault, Tina squeezed her eyes shut and stumbled back several steps. She quickly pulled out a white handkerchief, wiping the blood from her face and clothes. Just as she thought the doctor had finally lost his mind, she noticed something incredible. The 20-centimeter wound on his arm was already closed, completely healed. See that? I've perfectly replicated their abilities in myself. And, thanks to the healing factor, my brain has grown even more brain cells. Now, I'm not just smarter, I'm more brilliant, and perhaps a bit mad, than ever. Tina was just about to believe the doctor had achieved the results she desired, when his next words left her torn with uncertainty. But this transformation works only for me. It turns out my genes are truly one of a kind, uniquely adaptable to all sorts of X genes. In other words, I can transplant other mutants' abilities into myself. My genes weren't always like this. It seems the healing factor from that fellow, named Logan, awakened some latent potential in me. If this was merely an isolated case, it was far from the results she was hoping for. But soon, the doctor offered her an even greater surprise. The most fascinating thing is your genes. Remember when I drew a vial of your blood? After cultivating and modifying your genetic material, it started secreting an enzyme that suppresses healing factors. And it even produces a substance that slows aging. Extracted, it could extend human life by about 5 years. But if secreted within your body, your lifespan could be greatly extended. So what do you say? Interested in trying a little genetic enhancement? At that moment, Dr. Nathaniel Essex was like a sly uncle luring children to see his goldfish, or Mephisto tempting Faust, doing everything he could to persuade Tina to undergo the experiment. And Tina, she was tempted. After all, who could resist the allure of immortality and superpowers? Yet, before anything else, she needed to finish her report. The Sabretooth and Wolverine have released the super soldier codenamed Black Panther, possibly after reaching some sort of agreement with the other side. I will continue to observe and track them to prevent any threat to the interests of the Federation. Additionally, Dr. Nathaniel Essex's experiments have made a significant breakthrough, but he requires my assistance. In her report, Tina detailed her analysis of Victor's actions and expressed her hope that the military and the president would approve her enhancement experiment. At the end of her report, she signed off as Agent Zero. Victor gazed into the mirror, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a sense of dislocation. The face staring back at him was both unfamiliar and intimately known. A cascade of golden hair, framing eyes that burned with wildness and a cold, predatory glint, tinged with a trace of lethal intent. This was him, Victor the Sabretooth. His physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary men, and after enduring a brutal regimen of training, he had transformed himself into a living weapon. He knew no fear, and he understood restraint. His authority extended beyond the bounds of the law. He no longer belonged among ordinary people. There was another person, much like him, or perhaps even more tragic than he was. Once, that man had forgotten his past and been cast aside by society. When Victor found him, he was still running with wolves, living among beasts. Now, both of them had stepped beyond the reach of the law, forsaken the identities of ordinary men. They were like twin brothers, men without names. Sabretooth, Victor; Wolverine, Logan. Though they continued to use their former names, all records of their existence had been erased. The sole remaining file was locked away in the secret archives of Department X, only to be destroyed in a devastating fire. Time can change many things, but there are also things that time cannot touch. Just as time stole away Mrs. Creed's life, yet never altered Victor's youthful face. When Victor lost his last remaining attachment to the world, he chose to bury his past. The farmer's son, Victor Creed, belonged to another life. Now, there was only Sabretooth, the commander of Department X. It seems I really am getting old to be pondering such sentimental things at a time like this. Yes, Victor wore the face of a 20-year-old, but his true age was far beyond what his appearance revealed. Of course, the same was true for Wolverine, Logan. In ability, temperament, and countless other ways, they were remarkably alike. It had been decades since Victor had let Black Panther go. In that time, so much had happened, and yet the world seemed to remain at peace. I know that sounds contradictory, but in truth, it isn't contradictory at all. What had happened was, in the grand scheme of the world, of little consequence. The effects were felt only by those directly involved, like the passing of Mrs. Clyde, the successful transformation experiment on Tina, or the death of Ulysses Clow. This adventurer, who had smuggled Vibranium from Wakanda into the outside world, ultimately could not escape his fate of being killed by the Black Panther. Yet the fortune and the journals he left behind would serve as a blueprint for his son and grandson, laying the groundwork for another expedition to Wakanda. As for the Federation, after acquiring the Vibranium spear, things unfolded exactly as Victor had predicted. They found themselves completely unable to process it. The military even toyed with the idea of sending Victor and Logan to Wakanda to steal the relevant technology, but in the end, the threat of a secret war compelled them to abandon the plan. After all, the fact that Wakanda could refine Vibranium while the Federation could not was clear proof that Wakanda's technological prowess far surpassed their own. To provoke such a nation without reason would be foolish. What's more, Wakanda had chosen to remain hidden in the jungle, abstaining from the world's scramble for power. Wasn't that the best possible outcome? Victor eased his brow and shifted his attention to his sharply tailored general's uniform. As the world stepped into a new century, the khaki military dress had replaced the previously flamboyant blue. Clearly, practicality had triumphed over aesthetics. This time, Victor would be representing the Federation on a trip to Europe, and accompanying him was Wolverine, Logan. After so many years working side by side, the two had become the finest team in the world. They operated with a bond as seamless as that between twin brothers. Intuitive, close, moving in perfect harmony as if they were a single person. When they looked at one another, it was like looking into a mirror. They were each other's shadow, each other's kin, each other's support. Sometimes Victor felt that, together, the two of them could save the world. And perhaps, this time, they were about to save their French allies. With the European situation changing at a dizzying pace, two massive military blocs were beginning to form. But the newly inaugurated President Wilson had no desire to get the Federation entangled in these affairs, especially as their military strength was not what it once was. The Federation's army might have been more than enough to intimidate South American countries, but when facing the old powers of Europe, they were still far too inexperienced. Yet, it was impossible to ignore France's plea for help, especially since the French had aided in the Federation's founding. In a moment of inspiration, the president decided to send Victor, in his capacity as a major general, on a visit to France for military exchanges. Of course, all of this was just for show. The real reason was that the French had come under attack from a mysterious force led by Baron Strucker of Germany. Lacking super soldiers and special operations experience, the French were ill-prepared to deal with such an enemy. Then, to everyone's surprise, these proud Frenchmen managed to dig up archival records of Victor and his companions' legendary battle with Mr. Hyde in Paris years ago. Once they realized the Federation possessed such super soldiers, they did not hesitate to request aid. And when they found out that both of the original participants were still alive, they directly insisted on having those two assigned to the mission. After Victor heard a series of reports, he quickly deduced the origin of the mysterious force from the name Baron Strucker. It was a branch of the ancient order, Hydra. He had always assumed Hydra would only emerge during World War II, but here they were, already operating in Germany at this earlier time. In fact, before the little mustache man even founded the NC Party, Hydra had already made contact with him. Besides, two of its most famous members, Baron Zemo and Baron Strucker, were themselves hereditary Prussian nobles. Sir, are you ready? Wow, you look fantastic. I really envy you. Time hasn't left a mark on you at all. Unlike me. I'm getting old, Tina said as she stepped through the door, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Victor in his military uniform. Just as she'd said, even with the doctor's bioengineering, she couldn't entirely escape the natural aging of living things, though she could slow it down considerably. Despite claiming she'd grown old, she still looked no more than 30. As for Mr. Marvel, he appeared to be a man in his 50s or 60s, yet his body was far healthier and stronger than any 20-year-old. He deliberately kept the appearance of an aging man to avoid Victor's wrath. After all, he had once used Victor's beloved cat as a test subject. The only way to escape retribution was to disguise himself as a frail, helpless elder and see if Victor's conscience would stay his hand. But you can only hide for so long. At first, Victor couldn't bring himself to strike an old, sickly man. Once the truth came out, though, the doctor finally received his long-overdue beating. Of course, with his extraordinary healing abilities, it didn't bother him in the slightest. As for Luther the cat, after its transformation, not only did it gain an exceptionally long life and formidable strength, but its intelligence rivaled that of any human. Victor, after a period of strict training, gifted Luther to Mrs. Clyde as a pet and bodyguard. Luther remained by her side until her passing. For this journey to France, Luther was once again part of the team. When Victor set foot in London once more, gazing at streets so reminiscent of his memories, he couldn't help but feel the ache of how much had changed with time. Yet, Paris had transformed even more dramatically. At the very least, when he first visited, the 324-meter-tall Iron Tower did not exist. Now bearing the name of its designer, Gustave Eiffel, this tower was a product of the French people's peculiar blend of ambition and pride. In 1880, after finally shaking off the shadow of the Franco-Prussian War, the Third Republic of France decided to showcase its national strength. They planned to host a World's Fair with the theme of celebrating the centennial of the Great French Revolution. marking 100 years since they had beheaded their own king. To be honest, the French have lopped off the heads of several of their own monarchs over the years. It's hardly surprising that, when the French later proposed merging with the mighty British Empire, the Brits flatly refused, perhaps out of fear that, should the French lose their heads again, the Queen herself might not be safe. It was against this backdrop of charged political symbolism that the Eiffel Tower prevailed over all its rivals and rose above Paris, becoming the tallest structure in the world at the time. Before that, the Washington Monument in the United States had held the title. When the Eiffel Tower was completed, Victor recalled how some of his colleagues were green with envy, scoffing at how the so-called artistic French had resorted to building a tower out of iron and steel. Yet the fate of the Eiffel Tower was far from certain, for it had been designed with the intention of being dismantled after 20 years. Now, that deadline had long since passed. It was already 1913, yet the French were still agonizing over whether to take it down or let it stand. In truth, they had already resolved to demolish it in 1914, but Victor's arrival, coupled with the schemes of the Germans, ultimately ensured its preservation, allowing it to become both the guardian of the people and a lasting symbol of France. Victor gazed into the thick fog, watching the spire of the Eiffel Tower loom in and out of sight, never imagining that it would become the final battleground of his journey. What he found himself wondering instead was whether the snails Maupassant had eaten in the tower's restaurant had truly tasted as heavenly as the stories claimed. At that time, the Eiffel Tower was still a valuable military asset. The army used it to communicate by wireless telegraphy with ships out on the Atlantic. It was thanks to the military's insistence that the tower was spared from demolition. In the end, Victor did not get the chance to savor French cuisine at the Eiffel Tower right away. Instead, he was escorted to accommodations the French had prepared for a federal major general, and there he promptly fell ill. In reality, this place served as a decoy to attract the attention of nations around the world. The true base of operations lay near the Champ de Mars, just beneath the Eiffel Tower itself. Hello, General Victor. My name is Victor Dorian. I'm with the Paris Brotherhood. I wanted to meet you for a long time. My father once fought alongside you and spoke very highly of you. When Victor saw the young man waiting for him at the safe house, he couldn't help but remember that dashing, charming French lieutenant from years ago, Arnaud Dorian III. At the time, Arnaud had been the only impressive figure the French government could put forward, and now, incredibly, they had sent his son. One had to admit, France as a country really did lack much presence. Both superheroes and supervillains were rare sights there. No wonder in the days to come, they'd be tossed around by that little mustached man in Hydra. They simply didn't have the kind of extraordinary power to match. Hello, young man. Judging by the look in your eyes, you don't quite believe I once fought side by side with your father, do you? You're not. The first to doubt, but that's my secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you more. Still, there are other ways I can prove myself. For instance, hiv. Victor let out a cold, chilling laugh and unleashed his killing intent, which in truth was nothing more than fixing Dorian with a piercing stare. Yet even that was enough to make Dorian feel a surge of danger. It was as if he'd suddenly become a rabbit caught in the sights of a hawk, a primal, inescapable threat from a natural enemy. At that moment, he finally believed his father's words. The world was far more complicated than he'd ever imagined. Until now, he'd always thought he represented the very limits of human potential. After enduring Arnaud III's strict training, he'd mastered nearly every weapon, both ancient and modern, of their era, and could scale rooftops or sneak through shadows with ease. Whether it was a head-on fight or a silent assassination, he was a first-rate operative. He'd even developed a unique tracking skill, able to uncover and pursue marks that would elude any ordinary pursuer. Even those so-called Hydra agents from Germany were no match for him, except for one, Baron Zemo. That man alone had given him a real sense of threat. If only his colleagues weren't so hopelessly incompetent, his superiors wouldn't have had to call on the Americans for help. But as Victor focused his murderous intent on him, Dorian realized how wrong he'd been. This was something no human could possess. Standing before him was more like a primordial beast than a man. Even Zemo, feared as he was, would seem as harmless as a chihuahua in this presence. Uncle Victor, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The poor boy, crushed under Victor's overwhelming aura, even blurted out, "Uncle," without thinking. In truth, Victor was a bit older than his father, but Victor's youthful looks and his easygoing attitude made it easy to let such details slide. Admitting your mistakes and learning from them makes you a good kid. Let me tell you, there's one more as strong as me. Here, that's him, your Uncle Logan. Go on, say hello to your uncle. Hello, Uncle Logan. Logan, lines of exasperation etched across his face, looked at Victor as Victor affectionately slung an arm around Victor Dorian's neck, insisting that he call him Uncle Logan. It seems your Uncle Logan isn't all that fond of you, Victor teased. But if you were a red-haired little girl, I'm sure he'd like you just fine. All right, let's get down to business. After a second round of banter at Logan's expense, Victor swiftly steered the conversation back to the matter at hand, just in time to avoid sparking a berserker rage in Wolverine. According to your superior, you're the only agent who's had dealings with that German organization and lived to tell the tale. Can you share any intelligence about them with me? As Victor posed this question, Victor Dorian found his thoughts drifting back to that evening several months ago. That night was just like today. A thick fog blanketed the city. My colleague and I were disguised as ordinary Parisian patrol officers, making our rounds near the place du Champ de Mars. Suddenly, we heard suspicious sounds coming from an alley on the side of the street. When we arrived at the scene, all we found was the victim's body. The perpetrator had vanished without a trace. The victim turned out to be a construction worker, dead drunk at the time. At first, they treated it as just another routine case of robbery and murder. But as the number of disappearances and deaths grew, they finally began to take the case seriously. It turned out that all the victims and missing persons had once been construction workers on the Eiffel Tower. Before long, word came from Monsieur Eiffel himself. The original blueprints for the Eiffel Tower had been stolen. So their target is the Eiffel Tower? Victor mused, his imagination running wild. Don't tell me they want to turn it into a giant magnetic coil and launch a terror attack on Paris. Faced with Victor's wild speculation, Dorian was completely at a loss. After all, he'd never played a game called Red Alert 2. He had no idea that in that game, the Eiffel Tower, now an iconic symbol of France, would be transformed into a Soviet superweapon. Not to mention, the Soviet Union didn't even exist yet. Tsarist Russia was still their ally against the Germans. But as it turned out, Victor's guess wasn't entirely off the mark. Hydra's interest in the Eiffel Tower did, in fact, involve a grand and sinister plot. At this time, Hydra had yet to join forces with the NC Party. Their focus remained on rescuing their divine patriarch and savior, the Hive. This being was the result of Kree experiments on Earth long ago. He was originally a Mayan warrior, but after being captured by the Kree Reapers, he became the first human subjected to their Terrigen mutation experiments. In other words, Hive was the very first Inhuman in this universe. The Kree's experiments transformed him into a bizarre entity composed of cellular parasites. He possessed the ability to survive indefinitely by constantly inhabiting and switching between different bodies, absorbing the memories of those he overtook in the process. He could manifest a head crowned with writhing tendrils, an image reminiscent of a certain bald Apocalypse. Though while Apocalypse lost his hair, Hive gained tentacles. In those distant days, Hive was not a villain. On the contrary, he had once been a hero, leading the Inhumans and humankind together to drive the Kree from Earth. Yet, as the centuries wore on, he was forced to consume and parasitize more and more humans to sustain himself. His actions instilled fear in both Inhumans and humans alike, and combined with his unchecked power to control other Inhumans. This finally led to his betrayal by his own followers and his exile to a remote planet called Maveth. History has a way of repeating itself. If there are those who oppose Hive, naturally, there are also those devoted to him. After Hive's disappearance, his followers slipped into the shadows. They gathered in secret, forming a clandestine society with a single purpose, to one day bring Hive back. This society became the origin of Hydra. Thus, every branch and chapter of Hydra, in every era, was tasked to send humans to the planet of the Inhumans through the mysterious monolith portal, in hopes of saving Hive and ensuring his continued existence. When the Eiffel Tower was completed, it stood as the tallest structure ever built by humankind, reaching toward the sky, and inevitably, it caught Hydra's attention. Especially after 1900, when the French installed electric lights on the Eiffel Tower. Though it had yet to reach the dazzling peak of 20 million lights that would come later, it had already become one of the largest hubs of electricity in Paris. That was precisely what Hydra sought. From the very beginning, the Eiffel Tower's design included a secret scientific laboratory. Originally constructed as an auxiliary entrance for the 1889 World's Fair, it was never intended to be permanent. So, when the exposition ended, this hidden chamber was buried by the flood of history, until one day, Hydra unearthed its secret once more. To claim it, they dispatched not only Baron Zemo and their elite agents embedded within German intelligence, but also their most formidable weapon, Mata Hari. Once upon a time, Mata Hari was merely the daughter of a Dutch farmer. Although her father was once wealthy, a string of failed investments left him utterly destitute. After her parents' divorce, Margaretha Gertrude Zell, better known as Mata Hari, chose to live with her father. Not long after, her father, unable to bear the pain of failure, went to Amsterdam in hopes of making a comeback, but he never returned. When she was 15, her mother also passed away after a long illness. But as time went by, Margaretha grew into a striking young woman, her beauty carrying an air of Eastern mystery and a statuesque figure that drew every eye. One day, enticed by a marriage ad in the local newspaper, the naive Margaretha married a distinguished naval officer. Yet married life was nothing like the dream she had imagined. Her husband, it turned out, was a drunkard who would beat her whenever he drank. As the saying goes, for some men, abusing their wives is a fleeting thrill, and for him, it became a habit he never tired of. But, as fate would have it, evil does not go unpunished. The wife-beater eventually met his own ruin. First, he lost his son, then Margaretha divorced him and won custody of their daughter. Unwilling to lose everything, he resorted to kidnapping his own daughter. In the depths of hardship and despair, Margaretha caught the attention of Hydra. They helped her reclaim her daughter and brought her to Paris, offering her a new identity and a fresh start. They gave her the stage name Mata Hari. In Sanskrit, it means Mother of God. In Indonesian, it can be translated as Eye of the Dawn, or the Sun of the Malays. With her debut performance at the Guémet Museum in Paris in 1905, she captivated every audience member with her mysterious Eastern allure and seductive Western charm. Overnight, the name Mata Hari echoed across all of Paris. Members of Hydra spared no effort in weaving a web of legendary tales around her new persona. In these stories, she was no longer the unfortunate Dutch orphan. Instead, she became the descendant of a Javanese Hindu priest, schooled from childhood in the sacred dances of India. Given the limitations of communication at the time, Hydra successfully turned this fabricated background into truth. Her success as a dancer, her irresistible allure, and her sensual image enabled her to move with ease among the elite circles of France, Germany, Russia, and beyond. This was exactly what Hydra needed. From then on, she became Hydra's secret weapon. Military and political leaders from many countries became her lovers, bringing her and Hydra a stream of crucial intelligence and countless benefits. This time, Mata Hari was sent to Paris on Hydra's orders to assist Baron Zemo and his associates in their operations. The most crucial task was to use their connections within France's military and political elite to uncover the movements of the French intelligence and police departments. After all, Hydra had already chosen to support Germany, which needed them far more desperately. As a newly risen power, Germany was eager to make its voice heard on the world stage. Therefore, they were willing to accept any force or faction willing to pledge allegiance to them, and Hydra stood out as one of the most formidable among these groups. This operation at the Eiffel Tower in Paris had also received official support from the German authorities, and their intelligence agencies had codenamed it the Far Star Project. As the Far Star Project unfolded, the incompetence and corruption of the French government became glaringly apparent. Their police and intelligence agencies were played like puppets in Hydra's hands. Their combat personnel were utterly powerless before Baron Zemo and his Hydra agents. In fact, Baron Zemo alone could handle most of the fighting himself. This was because he possessed a legendary artifact passed down within Hydra, the Moonstone. In truth, the Moonstone was originally a Kree relic, which had fallen into the hands of the Inhumans after the Kree were driven away. Years ago, when the Inhumans exiled Hydra, the followers of Hive, clashed with them in a brutal conflict, resulting in heavy losses on both sides. From that point on, the Inhumans withdrew from the world, relocating to Adelan, the Kree's lunar outpost. It was also then that the Moonstone fell into the hands of Hydra. The stone, which in the comics was discovered in the Kree ruins in the blue area of the moon, had somehow ended up in this universe with Hydra. History and fate, it seemed, had played a grand joke on Victor, for he was about to confront both the artifact and its current owner, Baron Zemo. Helmut Zemo was born into the hereditary Prussian nobility, the Zemo family, who rose to prominence alongside Prussia and became one of the new German Empire's aristocratic houses. But the family's hidden identity was just as remarkable. For generations, they had served Hydra, believing that one day their heavenly father and savior would return to Earth to rule over humanity. It was with the help of their family and other noble houses that Hydra discovered the Black Stone used to banish Hive to Maveth. Over the years, they repeatedly sent members through the stone, hoping to bring Hive back to Earth, but success continued to elude them. Now, they intended to make another attempt, this time atop the Eiffel Tower, the tallest structure on Earth, hoping to bring their master back at last. The Zemo family, having been credited with retrieving the Black Stone, received a reward from Hydra, the Moonstone. This gem bestowed upon their patriarch a power unmatched by any human. With the Moonstone in their possession, the Zemo family's standing within Hydra's sword, elevating them to the ranks of its most powerful leaders. They were even entrusted with the mission to travel to the Eiffel Tower and bring the hive back into their fold. Before Baron Zemo, now empowered by the Moonstone, the French army and their agents crumbled with little resistance. Dorian was the sole survivor of the ordeal. Had Baron Zemo not been under strict orders to keep a low profile, he might have already turned Paris upside down in his campaign. It was under his relentless assault that the French government, pushed to despair, was finally forced to appeal to the Federation for help. The price for such aid? An enormous order of weapons from the Federation's arsenal. Flush with profits, the Federation was only too happy to dispatch its ace operative to assist their dear French allies, hoping to secure the remainder of the lucrative contract. Though the French acted with discretion, they could not conceal their plans from Mata Hari, the confidant of France's military and political elite. She was deeply puzzled by the sudden invitation extended to the Federation's general, suspecting a link with Hydra's own operations. Driven by concern, she resolved to meet this so-called war hero from the Federation herself. Make the arrangements. I want to pay a visit to this war hero from the Federation. I need to see with my own eyes if he is as legendary as the rumors claim. When she finally met the general, she found herself utterly captivated. Her knees nearly buckled at the sight. His features were sharp and chiseled, his gaze resolute, his nose proud and straight, and his short black hair gave him an air of both discipline and danger. What drew her in most, however, was his physique. Even beneath his short-sleeved uniform, the defined lines of his abdominal muscles were unmistakable. This was a real man, handsome, muscular, the perfect blend of noble angel and untamed pirate. The heady aura he exuded was enough to entrance any woman. Well, she mistook Wolverine Logan for Sabretooth Victor. Overwhelmed by the intoxicating masculinity of the Casanova, she couldn't help but approach him, eager to strike up an intimate conversation. "Hey there, darling. Would you care to spend an unforgettable night with me? To share Paris's nighttime beauty and romance? That would be simply magical." The scene unfolded as it did because Logan and Victor had been assigned to share a room, allowing them to discuss their upcoming mission with greater convenience. Moreover, this arrangement suited their official cover, a Federation Major General and his personal bodyguard from a special department. In reality, though, it was Victor, with his chiseled muscles and wild looks, who seemed more like a bodyguard. Logan, on the other hand, with his sharp, handsome features and athletic, but not overly bulky, build, looked far more like the general. What's more, neither of them cared much for formal attire. Their daily uniform was a simple short-sleeved, green military t-shirt. They weren't afraid of the cold anyway. It was during one of these casual moments that Mata Hari happened to pay a visit, just as the two were returning to their rooms after a trip to the bathroom. Without a hint of subtlety, they began flirting right there in the room, and Logan, emboldened, decided to take Mata Hari out for a date at the Eiffel Tower. "Hey, Clyde, I think I'll be heading out with this lovely lady for a while. You take care of everything else. I'm off to rediscover the romance of Paris." Victor wasn't the least bit surprised by Logan's behavior. On the contrary, it was exactly what he'd hoped for, especially since he knew all about Mata Hari's background. As one of history's most famous female spies, she had once bewitched the military and political elite of both France and Germany, leaving them utterly captivated. And this time, Victor had picked up another scent on her, something out of the ordinary. It didn't belong to the French military, nor the Germans. No, what lingered around her was the unmistakable trace of Hydra. Not long after they'd left, Mata Hari finally uncovered Logan's true identity, but she didn't mind in the least. At that moment, nothing made her happier than the prospect of sharing a passionate night with him. Let's hope that kid Logan manages to dig up something useful from her and doesn't get too caught up in the moment. He even forgot to bring Muramesa. Well, that works out for me. I'll put it to good use. With that, Victor picked up the Muramesa blade and headed out. His destination was a neighborhood Dorian had pointed out, a place where Baron Zemo had been seen before. In truth, Victor didn't actually expect to find Baron Zemo there. He'd only come out to walk the cat, really. He was worried about letting Luther wander off alone. Who knew what kind of trouble the cat could get into? So he decided to tag along. Stopping by that area was purely incidental. He'd never expected to find anything of value. But fate had other plans. It turned out to be a newly built Hydra-safe house, and by sheer coincidence, Baron Zemo himself showed up for an inspection. These old-money aristocrats loved their rituals, but in the end, it just put them in Victor's path. And it must be said, Luther deserved a fair share of the credit. After all, if the cat hadn't insisted on going out, they never would have run into Zemo, would they? As a Bengal cat, staying indoors was never in its nature. It much preferred roaming about, especially after its enhancements. Even though it had spent a lot of time as Mrs. Clyde's bodyguard, most of the wild animals in the woods around Victor's house had become its prey and snacks. After Mrs. Clyde passed away, it continued to stay with Victor. At first, Victor just kept it as a pet. It wasn't until one mission, when this little fellow single-handedly took down several well-trained soldiers, that Victor realized he had a real force on his hands. During that same mission, it even saved the life of a certain Theodore Roosevelt. That was why Roosevelt later pulled some strings for him, persuading the military to promote Victor to brigadier general. But truth be told, Roosevelt only got into trouble because of his own reckless behavior. After the Federation and Spain declared war on each other, he hastily cobbled together a volunteer regiment. That's right, the 14th Brooklyn Militia of the time was also a volunteer unit. The biggest difference between Roosevelt's regiment and the 14th Militia was probably their makeup. His regiment was a motley crew, athletes from Ivy League colleges, hardened ex-convicts, surrendered federal Indian fighters, and sharpshooters from the Southwest, a true gathering of society's outcasts making a comeback. This rough bunch had little discipline, and their logistics were a complete disaster. Even their horses were sent to the wrong place, so the cavalry ended up fighting on foot. In the entire 1st Volunteer Cavalry, Roosevelt was the only one actually on horseback, so if the enemy was going to target anyone, it was obviously him. Fortunately, Victor had been assigned to Cuba to work with the Federation forces at the time and managed to save him just in time. Not long after the rescue, Victor started to regret it, because when the volunteer cavalry soldiers routed the Spanish, one of the Southern veterans shouted in excitement, "We've driven off those damn Yankees." Victor, hearing those words, was mortified. There was no end to the awkwardness. Clearly, the road to rebuilding the South was going to be a long one. It was during that very battle that the Bobcat, which had secretly stowed away in Victor's backpack, first displayed its remarkable skills. Making the most of its animal abilities, it distracted the enemy and coordinated with Victor on infiltration and assassination missions, proving nearly unstoppable. It was also an exceptionally powerful fighter in its own right. 10 or more ordinary soldiers were no match for it, especially since it had inherited Victor's regenerative abilities. And this time in Paris, it was thanks to the Bobcat again that Victor crossed paths with Hydra, who were transporting supplies to a safe house. First, Luther disguised himself as a lost stray cat and pounced onto a crate of supplies being carried by a Hydra member. Then, with a swipe of his claws, he left a series of deep scratches across the man's face. Damn it, I'll kill that thing. Marrow. The commotion caused by this man and cat instantly drew everyone's attention, creating the perfect opportunity for Victor to make his move. Starting from the outskirts, Victor methodically worked his way inward, stealthily snapping the necks of each lookout and sentry, tossing their bodies into the shadows along the roadside. However, these Hydra agents truly lived up to their reputation as elites. By the time Victor had taken out the 5th sentry, they had already sensed that something was amiss. The Hydra operatives, now on high alert, dropped the supplies they were carrying, drew their weapons, and began searching every corner for the intruder. Suddenly, with a muffled scream, one of the Hydra's sentries was hurled out from the shadows of the street. Moments later, Victor's towering figure emerged into the open, drawing everyone's gaze. Of course, his face was concealed behind a mask adorned with the visage of a saber-toothed tiger, though the cartoonish style often led people to joke that it looked more like a cat. Victor didn't mind. He knew it was meant to be a saber-toothed tiger, and that was enough for him. "Hey, kid, are you here to put on some kind of performance? Or whatever it is you think you're doing, I can only tell you, you've come to the wrong place." With that, one of the Hydra agents raised his pistol and strode toward Victor. Just as he reached out, intent on grabbing Victor by the collar, he suddenly realized that his gun hand had been caught in Victor's iron grip. A sharp bolt of pain shot up his arm, forcing him to release his weapon. In that split second when Victor struck, the other Hydra agents didn't hesitate to open fire, showing no concern for their comrade's life. But Victor had anticipated all of this. He lifted the agent he'd just dispatched, using the body as a shield while he retreated into a nearby alleyway. The corpse in his hands was quickly riddled with bullets. Tossing it aside, Victor watched as bullets hammered the mouth of the alley, sending chips of stone flying in every direction. Victor let out a low whistle. Then outside, screams rang out. Luther had joined the fray. The small, agile tiger cat made full use of its nimble body. Effortlessly darting from the darkness, it would strike before the agents could react, then vanish back into the shadows. Back and forth it went, silently reaping lives and spreading terror among the Hydra ranks. As the agents turned their attention to hunting Luther, Victor burst out from the alley once more. This time, those who failed to react in time met a swift and brutal end. The details of the scene are too gruesome to describe in full. Suffice it to say, when one of the Hydra agents, driven to the brink of madness, began frantically pounding on the safe house door, Baron Zemo finally realized something was terribly wrong. He hadn't placed much faith in these expendable troops to begin with. But now, seeing one of them reduced to a frantic wreck, abandoning orders and begging for sanctuary, he could no longer ignore the gravity of the situation. After all, these were Hydra's people. No matter the situation, it shouldn't be possible to scare them like this. Most of them, after all, were the kind who didn't even fear death. In truth, they weren't afraid of dying. What truly terrified them was being killed in a way that left them lingering on the edge. Not dying quickly, but enduring something far more gruesome. The sheer horror of that was overwhelming. When Baron Zemo opened the door and dragged the crazed Hydra agent aside, he finally understood why the man had snapped. The sight in the alley was enough. It looked as if it had been painted over with blood-red paint. Severed limbs and scattered entrails covered the narrow passage, as though some savage beast had rampaged through. Logan had voiced his disapproval of Victor's methods many times, but Victor always did things his own way. This is called intimidation. What do you know anyway? After Tina filed complaints and made him do his own paperwork, Victor had toned it down a bit. He hadn't expected that coming to France would unleash his old habits once again. These were all your handiwork. Have you ever considered joining us? Your methods are a perfect fit for people like us. Baron Zemo's first words were an invitation, which genuinely surprised Victor. It also made it clear that Zemo didn't care in the slightest about the lives of his subordinates. I'm not considering a job change at the moment. Besides, even if I were, I wouldn't choose a shady organization like yours. Something in Victor's words seemed to strike a nerve. Without another word, Baron Zemo opted to attack directly. You may have beaten these worthless fools, but you know nothing of true power. Now, let me show you the strength granted to me by the gods. Bathed in the glow of the moonstone, Baron Zemo began to levitate. His hair floated, and his clothes billowed in the wind. He certainly looked the part. But when the beam of light shot from Zemo's hand and struck Victor, it became clear that this wasn't just for show. The man truly had some skill. The skin on Victor's arm, where the beam struck, was instantly charred, and the muscle beneath suffered severe burns as well. Fortunately, the attacks came in bursts. If the beam had been continuous, Victor suspected he might have lost his arm entirely. This is bad. What am I supposed to do now? Damn it, Luther. Don't go. A flash of light split the air, and the anguished cry of the tiger cat echoed in Victor's ears. He watched helplessly as his poor cat, smoke trailing from its fur, was hurled through the air, badly injured. You actually dared to hit my cat. Even my mom has never hit it. How could you? Do you just have no respect for me at all? As it turned out, Baron Zemo truly had no regard for him whatsoever. Even a rampaging Victor posed not the slightest trouble for Baron Zemo. No matter how many times Victor lunged into the air, trying to attack, Zemo evaded him with effortless ease. Such is the disadvantage of being earthbound. Against someone who can fly like Zemo, Victor was almost completely at a loss. No matter how high he jumped, unless he reached the heights of the Hulk, he remained no threat to the airborne Baron Zemo. On the contrary, Zemo could easily toy with him by simply flying just a bit higher than Victor could leap, and then, at the apex of Victor's jump, landing a punishing blow. Ever since the Moonstone had empowered Baron Zemo on every level, his strength had far surpassed that of ordinary people, even surpassing Victor himself. So it took only a single blow to drive Victor deep into the ground. But before long, Victor burst out from the earth again, launching another assault. In truth, whether in strength or speed, Victor was a step behind Baron Zemo. If not for his formidable healing factor keeping him going, Victor would have been finished long ago. For Baron Zemo, this was the first time he'd encountered such a tenacious foe. Ordinarily, people crumbled before his might with little resistance. But now, he had finally met a worthy target, so he intended to enjoy the fight to the fullest. Precisely for this reason, he began to hold back a little, careful not to kill this rare opponent too soon. But as everyone knows, underestimating your opponent is always the first step toward disaster, and villains like Baron Zemo are no exception. After all, he's just the villain, not the protagonist. Victor's chance to turn the tables came during one of his attacks, when he actually managed to land a hit. But then he discovered that his supposedly unstoppable claws couldn't even scratch Zemo's skin. This was a heavy blow to Victor, though not entirely unexpected. After all, his claws were merely a byproduct of his mutant abilities, hardly the sort of ultimate weapon that adamantium claws were. Thinking of such power-ups, Victor finally remembered the Muramasa blade strapped to his back, the very cheat code some editor had once given to Logan. If this blade could parry adamantium, then its sharpness and cutting power must be on par with that legendary metal. Well, have you realized how weak you really are? Baron Zemo sneered. Now, the great Baron Zemo will give you one last chance. Kneel and lick my boots, swear allegiance to Hydra, and perhaps I'll let you live. Baron Zemo, completely unaware that he was about to become Victor's test subject, was still spouting grandiose threats in midair. The only response he received was Victor's raised middle finger. You will pay the price for your ignorance and arrogance. You've wasted the precious opportunity the great Baron Zemo offered you. I will tear you apart. As Baron Zemo hurtled toward him at breakneck speed, Victor gripped the Muramasa blade slung across his back. For the first time, he tried to connect with it, to borrow its power, rather than simply suppress it by sheer force of will. He felt the blade's madness and strength, its ravenous thirst for slaughter and blood. It screamed in his ear, begging to be drawn from its sheath, promising him unmatched power if he would only set it free. As you wish. The moment Victor unsheathed the Muramasa blade, he felt a torrent of power pouring forth from the weapon. Yet, to the blade's surprise, once again it had been outwitted. The power flowed out, but its madness failed to affect Victor in the slightest. On the contrary, Victor was remarkably calm. At last, he stood on equal footing with Baron Zemo, matching him in both strength and speed. Of course, he still couldn't fly. Victor, shut up. But Baron Zemo had no idea. He saw Victor draw the samurai sword from his back, but dismissed it. After all, guns and cannons couldn't harm him, so what could a mere blade do? So he continued to rocket toward Victor. As he skimmed the ground, fist raised high to smash Victor aside. A gleaming arc of white steel slashed across the Parisian night, just before dawn. Baron Zemo's blood blossomed in the air like the first cherry blossoms of spring. Your sword. Where are you? How can your blade hurt me? Cough. Damn you. I'll have my revenge. As the perpetually late French police finally arrived on the scene, Victor made a swift exit from the chaos. Naturally, he took a moment to scoop up the tiger cat, who had mostly recovered but was still playing dead. There's a saying, a cigarette after the job is heaven itself. But as Victor bit down on his smoke, not a trace of happiness lingered in his heart. For one, his cat had been hurt. For another, he'd taken a beating and still let his foe escape. Logan, on the other hand, was genuinely as content as a god with a cigarette dangling from his lips. The reason? Well, anyone who knew with whom he'd spent a romantic Parisian night could guess. The French government and Parisian police, however, had nothing to celebrate. The mess left behind by Victor and Baron Zemo was more than enough to make global headlines. Fortunately, those fearless reporters who dared to rush in had already met their demise, caught in the crossfire of the two fighters. As for the more cautious journalists, they hadn't even had time to enter the scene before the police had cordoned off the area. When Logan strolled back to his place, a cigar clamped in his teeth and a spring in his step, he found Victor leaning on his katana, absent-mindedly petting his cat with one hand. Well, look who's back. Our Canadian Casanova. Was your night as romantic as you hoped? Did you manage to dig up any useful intel? Victor spoke while nudging the blade of his Muramasa sword out of its sheath with his thumb. The message was clear. If Logan had spent the night sowing wild oats without reaping any rewards, Victor was more than ready to take drastic measures. After all, whatever got cut would eventually grow back, wouldn't it? The same cold, appraising look was mirrored in the eyes of his cat, Luther. Man and cat both fixed their gaze on Logan from the moment he walked in, tracking his every move until he sat down across from Victor, reached under the table, and pulled out the hidden bottle of whiskey, polishing off half of it in one go. Victor got the picture. Logan had truly been working for nothing. All play, no gain. And he seemed entirely unfazed, as if saying, go ahead, cut me if you want. I'll just grow it back. If this Muramasa blade weren't blackened, and if it could actually suppress your healing factor, I'd make sure our Casanova here turned into the eunuch king. You'd have nowhere left to cry then. After venting his frustration internally, Victor decided it was time to get back to business. After all, they were in the French ambassador's residence. Any real commotion would cause a diplomatic disaster, and that wouldn't do. With that thought, Victor relaxed his thumb, letting the Muramasa sword slide back into its sheath. Logan's nerves settled down with it. Having been so thoroughly intimidated and then let off the hook, Logan knew he needed to show a bit of respect. Or next time, Victor really might make good on his threats again and again, no matter how many times Logan healed. Right now, someone is standing in our way. If we want to get rid of this obstacle, we're going to have to work together. Logan was clearly taken aback by Victor's sudden seriousness. He hadn't yet realized what might have happened, but he knew one thing. This wasn't the Sabretooth he was used to. Victor's tone was all wrong. What's going on? Did someone knock a screw loose in your head? Weren't you the one always saying there's nothing you can't handle? Am I just a psychic now? Victor wholeheartedly agreed that, without his adamantium, Logan was little more than a psychic. But since he'd need Logan to take a few hits for him later, now was definitely not the time to say it out loud. I was just pushing you to try a little harder. Who told you to spend your days boozing and chasing after every redhead in town? Logan had no choice but to fall silent after Victor struck a nerve. In truth, both of them knew they were simply far too familiar with each other. After the banter faded, Victor was about to get to the heart of the matter. What he said next nearly made Logan jump out of his skin. You mean to tell me you got roughed up and only managed to hurt him by catching him off guard? He can fly, and he shoots beams from his hands. What, did you run into an angel? Or maybe you just got knocked silly and can't think straight. Achoo. For no apparent reason, Van Helsing, who was nowhere near the conversation, suddenly sneezed and continued his journey through Egypt. He couldn't explain why, but his mind drifted to a guy from years ago, a man named Logan who looked exactly like himself. Oomph. Even if I did get knocked silly, think about it. If someone could do that to me, do you really think you could take him on? Though he hated to admit it, Logan knew perfectly well that right now, there was still a slight gap between his abilities and Victor's. Just a little, he told himself. But clearly, this time, their opponent had wiped the floor with Victor. Otherwise, Victor would never have said all this. So what you're saying is, if I can take this guy down, that means I'm stronger than you? Who is he? Tell me his name. I'll knock him flat. As he spoke, Logan flashed his bone claws. Victor, however, knew full well that this loser didn't stand a chance against Baron Zemo. Not while Zemo possessed the Moonstone. Still, it was rare to see Logan this fired up. Victor didn't want to crush his spirit. And besides, when it came time to let Logan draw Zemo's fire and take the hits, Victor wouldn't have to feel guilty. It was Logan's own idea, after all. While Logan and Victor plotted how to deal with Baron Zemo, all hell had broken loose at the Paris police headquarters and the city garrison. Neither side wanted to take the fall for what had happened that night, but neither dared go after the real culprits, either. What? If they simply walked away and refused to deal with it? That guy who shot beams from his hands would probably tear Paris apart. After a thorough investigation, the Paris police used their local knowledge to roughly piece together what had happened that night. Naturally, they guessed the reason for the ruins and the mass grave. It was the result of their American ally clashing with an enemy. Surveying the devastation at the scene, it wasn't hard for the local officials to imagine the destructive power wielded by those who had fought here. Why don't we have our own super soldier? Damn it, France must have super soldiers of its own. But before they could claim victory, it was best to hold tight to the two powerful allies they had invited from America. After all, without these two, they genuinely had no idea how to handle Hydra. Just look, even a shady villainous organization like Hydra could field super soldiers, yet France, proud and noble, had none. As the head of operations grumbled inwardly, Baron Zemo's nose began to itch. He was on the verge of sneezing, but the sneeze stubbornly refused to come. We need a new safe house. The old one's been compromised and abandoned. And also, someone needs to find out who I fought with last night. While hunting for Victor's identity, Baron Zemo didn't slack off one bit in carrying out the Eiffel Tower plan. He understood that, compared to the monumental return of Hive, any personal vendettas had to be set aside. The return of Hive was the highest priority. In truth, the French intelligence services weren't incapable of tracking Hydra's movements. The real problem was that every time they managed to pinpoint Hydra's location, the agents they sent out never came back unscathed. There was only one exception, and even then, their ace operative Dorian barely escaped with his life, gravely wounded. It was setbacks like these, piling up one after another, that finally drove them to seek aid from the federal government. Thankfully, the reinforcements they'd brought in from the Federation seemed fairly reliable, or so they believed, since they hadn't witnessed Victor being thoroughly overpowered. All they really knew was that after the confrontation, Hydra had failed to eliminate Victor. Instead, Hydra suffered heavy losses, abandoning dozens of bodies as they retreated. Victor had left them with a massive mess to clean up, but at least there was finally some progress, wasn't there? In the wake of the clash between Victor and Baron Zemo, the French intelligence services shifted into high gear. Their hard power may have been lacking, but when it came to intelligence, the French operated at the heart of their homeland, perfectly positioned to get results. It didn't take long before they picked up the trail of other Hydra operatives still lurking in Paris. The intelligence was swiftly handed over to Victor and Logan, who took it upon themselves to carry out the sweeps. This sort of job was second nature to Victor and Logan. With the cooperation of the Parisian military police, the two methodically dismantled one Hydra safe house after another. And at last, the dossiers on their identities landed on the desk of the now thoroughly exasperated Baron Zemo. This particular intelligence hadn't been gathered by any ordinary Hydra agent. It was pried by Harley from the pillow talk of a certain French military bigwig. As it turned out, these so-called war heroes invited by the Federation were, in fact, veterans of the infamous Hyde incident that had rocked Paris decades ago. You mean to say that so-called Civil War hero, the federal major general, is actually a superpowered warrior? He's been alive for decades, yet still looks like a man in his 20s? and his body is far superior to any ordinary person's, able to recover from injuries at an astonishing speed. One has to admit, these Frenchmen are hopelessly inept when they don't have women or foreigners in charge. Not only are they unreliable themselves, but they seem determined to drag their teammates down with them. Imagine such critical intelligence being flaunted as pillow talk to impress a woman. Of course, this was largely due to their blind trust in the esteemed Mata Hari. After all, in their eyes, this mysterious dancer from the East could not possibly be a spy for another country. A simple warning not to leak information should have sufficed. Baron Zemo, after combining Hurry's intelligence with his own skirmish with Victor, confirmed the accuracy of her information. He then made a decision: strike first. Yes, he resolved to take the initiative and launch an assault on Victor and Logan's hideout. That very night, France's state guest house came under mortar fire. This lightweight, man-portable weapon, invented by the Federals, had already become standard issue for armies around the world. Such weapons were devastatingly effective at destroying and attacking fixed targets. As a result, every nation had equipped their forces with them, France included. With Hydra's resources, getting hold of such arms in Paris was laughably easy. Sometimes, reality is full of contradictions. On one hand, the French intelligence services were tirelessly hunting Hydra. On the other, a number of high-ranking officials were secretly Hydra members, providing them support. That's why, time and again, French intelligence could only catch a glimpse of their adversaries, never making any real progress. Because every time, what awaited them was a fresh web of traps and schemes. With Baron Zemo working his magic behind the scenes, expecting the French to achieve any breakthrough was wishful thinking. But with the arrival of Victor and Logan, no matter how elaborate the trap, these two brutes simply bulldozed right through. As for Baron Zemo, he'd been recuperating from his previous injuries and was unable to take action. There's an interesting twist here. Under the protection of the Moonstone, he was all but immune to ordinary weapons. Yet once injured, he needed to heal like any regular person, albeit with a far quicker recovery and greater vitality. During his convalescence, Victor and Logan, backed by the French intelligence services, flattened 4 of Hydra's secret bases. No matter what kind of trap or ambush was set for them, these two charged through, smashing everything in their way with sheer brute force. This was also the main reason why, as soon as he'd recovered from his injuries, he decided to immediately launch an attack against Victor and his group. If he let them continue their relentless advance at this pace, then aside from a few secret hideouts, every Hydra base in Paris would be swept clean. Tell the others to be ready. Our target will show up very soon. This little bit of firepower won't even scratch them. While Baron Zemo was hidden away, orchestrating his plans from the shadows, Victor was about to experience, for the first time, the power of his own invention. At that moment, he and Logan were studying French caviar, when suddenly a mortar shell landed smack in the middle of the plate on their table. Not only did the explosion drench both men in a shower of broth and debris, but the blast left them covered head to toe in dust and grime. Still, the two, well-trained as they were, didn't panic. Instead, they chose to evacuate the scene immediately, and of course didn't forget to grab a certain tiger cat, still munching away, as they vaulted out in true parkour style. With a knife in his left hand and the cat tucked under his right arm, Victor kicked open the door and burst onto the street with Logan at his side, only to find Baron Zemo already waiting for them. As for the French military police, they had, with perfect coordination, already withdrawn from the scene. After all, they'd agreed their job was just to clean up and secure the area, not to join the fight. From their perspective, getting caught up in a clash between these superhuman maniacs would be a real disaster. You only get one life. Everyone wants to survive. If you want people to risk theirs, then Victor, that's your job, not theirs. Well, isn't this Baron Zemo? What's the matter? Already forgotten the pain of your last beating? Back so soon for another round? Hey Logan, let me introduce you. This is that Baron Zemo I told you about, the one I took down with a single swing. They say he's some kind of noble, but honestly, he doesn't take a punch very well. Though Victor wasn't at all confident about defeating Zemo again. After all, last time he'd only succeeded because the Baron underestimated him. He knew this would be a hard-fought battle. But when it came to morale, they couldn't afford to lose an inch. So he made the first move, taunting Zemo with biting words. His plan worked. Zemo was provoked, and as he launched a beam of energy at Victor, Victor calmly raised the Muramesa blade in his hand. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Victor sliced the beam effortlessly, redirecting it away from himself and toward the surrounding Hydra agents, injuring none of his own team, but catching several of the enemy in the crossfire. As I thought, this blade truly lives up to the name Muramesa. Victor wasn't the least bit surprised that the black-sheathed katana, his black blade, could parry Zemo's energy attack and send it rebounding in another direction. After all, this weapon was forged by that man named Muramasa. Unfortunately, after it ended up in the hands of the Silver Samurai, it was left to gather dust, never seeing use again. Ironically, its younger sibling, the Muramasa blade crafted especially for Wolverine, became legendary after Logan used it to slay Sabretooth. Compared to the second-generation Muramasa's ability to suppress regenerative factors, the Black Blade, Muramasa possesses even greater power, though its side effects are far more severe. This sword can grant an ordinary person extraordinary abilities, but the price is a creeping madness that slowly devours the wielder's mind, eventually turning them into a slave of the blade. That perhaps is why the Silver Samurai stopped wielding it in the end. Though it could grant him immense strength, the cost was simply too high. Yet once this sword fell into Victor's hands, it was as if it had met its match. The power it offered, Victor accepted without reservation, but he was completely untouched by the madness that should have followed. Muramasa could only resign itself to fate with such a master. What else could it do? No matter how remarkable it was, at the end of the day, it was just a sword. Without a wielder, it was nothing more than a hunk of scrap metal. Now, finally, someone was willing to use it, so the blade had no choice but to accept its lot. After all, life is what it is. If you can't fight back, you might as well close your eyes and enjoy the thrill of slicing through enemies. Victor understood the power of Muramasa, but the others did not. At the very least, Baron Zemo was clueless. When Victor actually managed to deflect Zemo's energy beam with the sword, disbelief flashed across Zemo's face. It didn't take him long, however, to realize the issue lay with Victor's blade. The last time Victor had wounded him, he'd used this very sword. Thinking he'd uncovered his opponent's secret, the ever-arrogant Baron Zemo reverted to his old ways. Floating high above, he looked down at Victor and Logan and proclaimed, "Now, the great Baron Zemo is willing to give you another chance. Surrender that sword and kneel to atone for your mistakes. Perhaps then, I might allow you to join Hydra." This time, Victor's response was a raised middle finger, while Logan flashed both of his extended middle adamantium claws. It looked like Logan's were much longer than Victor's. "Damn you! How dare you insult the great Baron Zemo? You'll pay for your insolence. I'll tear you both apart." With that, Baron Zemo ordered his subordinates to attack Victor and Logan. He himself remained hovering in the air, choosing to command the battle from above rather than joining the fray. Though the Hydra agents were elite among ordinary men, armed and many in number, they still proved no match for Victor and Logan fighting side by side. They were subjected to a bloody massacre. Yes, it was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. No one could withstand a single blow from Victor, nor could anyone stop Wolverine Logan's deadly bone claws. With every casual movement, the two of them could easily claim the life of a Hydra agent. Yet, these fearless agents showed not even a hint of retreat, still launching their desperate charge straight at them. Facing these Hydra agents who shouted their battle cry, "Cut off one head, and two more shall take its place," Victor and Logan had only one answer: to cut down the next two as well. Before long, under the efficient and ruthless onslaught of Victor and Logan, over 100 Hydra agents were wiped out to the very last man. The two of them hadn't even broken a sweat. Instead, they lifted their heads, fixing Baron Zemo, still posturing in midair, with a taunting, defiant stare. "I have to admit, you two do have some skill. But if you think you can lump me in with these worthless lackeys, you are gravely mistaken," Baron Zemo declared. As he spoke, a beam of light shot from Zemo's hand. This time, he'd learned his lesson. He chose to attack Logan first. With no blade in hand, Logan was inevitably blasted away. Even as the attack struck him, Logan managed to cross his bone claws before his chest in an attempt to block. But it was futile. His claws snapped, and he was sent flying regardless. At the very moment Zemo launched his attack, the Tiger Cat Victor had carried out slipped into the shadows along the street, using the cover of night to hide. Clever as it was, the cat knew its own limits. When Victor and Logan were dealing with ordinary Hydra agents, it could lend a paw. But against the one flying above, it would only be delivering its own head on a platter. The last time had taught it a lesson, and though its wounds had healed, the memory remained. With Luthor having fled, Logan blasted aside, and the Hydra agents annihilated, the scene once again shifted to a one-on-one standoff between Victor and Baron Zemo. But this didn't last long. Logan crawled from the ruins of the house he'd been thrown through and brandished his bone claws once again. Predictably, Zemo sent him flying with another beam of light. This time, however, Victor didn't stand idly by. He seized the chance to attack. But Zemo, prepared for this, dodged Victor's strike with ease. Seizing the moment when Victor's attack left him hanging midair with nothing to push off from, Zemo delivered a swift kick that drove him into the ground. "See? Your strength? is nothing before me. If you choose to surrender now and join Hydra, I might just spare your lives." In response to Baron Zemo's renewed attempt to recruit them, Logan and Victor answered him with yet another attack. First, Logan leapt high into the air, arms spread wide, launching a move known as the Crow Takes Flight. Of course, this strike missed its mark, but Victor immediately followed up with a slash that swept toward the very direction Baron Zemo was dodging. Yet it was all in vain. With effortless agility, Baron Zemo twisted midair, evading Victor's attack with ease. After dodging Victor's strike, Baron Zemo was just about to counterattack the two, who now found themselves with no foothold in midair, when he suddenly realized something unexpected. In the air, his opponents had managed a seamless handoff. As Victor's strength waned and he began to fall, gravity quickly pulling him downward, Logan, already dropping, came within reach. Victor then kicked off Logan's crossed arms, using the momentum to launch himself once more at Baron Zemo for a second strike. Logan, struck by Victor's kick, plummeted even faster, crashing into the ground and leaving a man-shaped crater. Yet his sacrifice was not in vain. Baron Zemo, caught off guard, did his best to evade, but Victor's blade still grazed his left arm, drawing blood. After pulling Logan out of the crater, Victor and he made a split-second decision. They turned and ran. After a series of brief exchanges with Baron Zemo, both Logan and Victor came to a stark realization. Even with the power of Muramasa, amplifying Victor's speed and strength to rival Baron Zemo, and finally granting him the means to wound this foe, they were still at a severe disadvantage. Against an opponent who could fly, the two, bound to the ground, remained hopelessly outmatched. This disadvantage was even more pronounced since neither of them possessed any effective long-range attacks. Though they tried using firearms during their escape, the results were exactly as they had suspected, utterly useless. Focused solely on their escape, the pair soon disappeared into the darkness of the twisting backstreets. Baron Zemo, having pursued them for a while, eventually lost their trail. Staring at the open manhole cover at the end of the alley, he hesitated. He understood their plan now. Since he could fly, they'd hidden in the sewers. Down there, his aerial advantage would be almost entirely neutralized. Though he could always punch through the sewer ceiling to return to the surface, his ability to maneuver in flight would be greatly restricted. Nevertheless, blinded by his own overconfidence, Baron Zemo couldn't resist giving chase. What he failed to realize was that this very pursuit would ultimately cost him his life. Baron Zemo's method of entering the sewer was rather intriguing. Instead of climbing down the ladder with his hands and feet like most would, he hovered above the manhole, suspended in midair, and then descended straight down as if riding an invisible elevator. The very instant he entered the sewer, a flash as bright as sunlight erupted within the tunnel. This, in fact, was a secret weapon, a flash grenade, that Victor had crafted upon his return to the Federation, based on an old formula from a priest he once knew. As it turned out, this weapon proved not only devastating against low-level vampires, but also highly effective as a tactical tool for surprise assaults. At the very least, Baron Zemo paid dearly for underestimating it. Blindsided by the sudden burst of light in the darkness, even someone as formidable as Baron Zemo instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. With his other hand, however, he fired a beam of light, striking Logan, who had tried to take advantage of the chaos for a sneak attack. The moment Logan was blasted backward by the beam, Zemo sensed another surge of lethal intent from his left. As he turned his head, he saw only Victor's pet cat, and in that split second, the real attack struck, silent and unseen. Shielded by the flash grenade's dazzling light, and with Logan's ambush distracting Luthor, Victor had managed to slip the Muramasa blade quietly and precisely into Baron Zemo's body. The black blade pierced his heart and began to devour his life force. Even an artifact as powerful as Moonstone, one of the Kree's legendary relics, could not halt Zemo's life from slipping away, not with his heart impaled by Muramasa. In his final moments, Baron Zemo gazed at Victor and opened his mouth as if to speak. Yet Victor gave him no chance. With a sharp twist of his wrist, he shredded Zemo's heart completely. As the last spark of life faded from his eyes, one of Hydra's greatest leaders perished in the depths beneath Paris. The moment Baron Zemo died, the Moonstone floated above his corpse. Mistaking the phenomenon for some sort of undead resurgence, Victor instinctively slashed at it with Muramasa. Fortunately, in his haste, he struck with the back of the blade, sparing the precious artifact from destruction. Still, the force of the blow sent the Moonstone flying, embedding it into the sewer wall. Only then did Victor finally realize what he had struck. As he pried the gem from the wall, the Moonstone suddenly radiated a brilliant light and then, in a blink, merged into Victor's body. Does this count as killing someone to seize their treasure? I suppose not. After all, he was the one who came to kill me, and I just turned the tables on him. At most, you could say he was like a bringer of fortune. Out of respect for that, I should probably notify the French police soon to retrieve his body, rather than leave him here to feed the rats. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Victor finally understood the source of Baron Zemo's strength, as well as the origins of that mysterious gem. He slid the drawn Muramesa blade back into its scabbard, deciding to keep the sword for himself from now on. As for Logan, perhaps next time they were in Japan, he could ask the legendary swordsmith to forge a second one for him. So is he dead? Logan asked. What a tough nut to crack. Good thing he wasn't as clever as he thought, and arrogant enough to follow us down into the sewers, giving up his advantage. Just as Victor was contemplating his next move, Logan, who had been sent flying earlier, finally crawled back through the hole he himself had smashed. Into the wall. Baron Zemo had struck him hard in the heat of battle, sending Logan careening through 2 sewer walls before he finally came to a stop. Fortunately, the crisis was over. They could finally head back for a much-needed rest. Once they'd recovered, it would spell doom for the remaining Hydra agents. With Baron Zemo gone, these ordinary operatives were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in Victor and Logan's eyes. But, unexpectedly, as the two of them climbed out of the sewers using a ladder, planning to spend the night at the Federation's embassy in Paris, something unforeseen happened. They were headed to the embassy because the state guest house had been reduced to ruins by Baron Zemo and Hydra's assault. The Parisian military police were still working overtime, clearing up the aftermath. Although Victor had already made off with the most valuable items, the authorities still hoped to find some clues that could bolster France's strength, or perhaps even help them create their own super soldier. But disappointment awaited them. What happened next left them with no time to worry about such matters, for Hydra's agents had finally discovered the secret laboratory beneath the Eiffel Tower. They fought off an assault team and managed to seize control of the lab. Soon after, they transported the Black Stone, capable of opening a portal, into the laboratory and began the activation process. As the portal slowly opened, dark clouds gathered over Paris and the Eiffel Tower, casting a shadow as if the end of days was about to descend. In fact, this was Baron Zemo's plan from the very beginning. He led a portion of his men to deal with Victor and Logan, while the rest of his agents were sent to activate the portal. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, one thing was certain. The vast majority of attention would be drawn to his location, because his battle with Victor was destined to be a spectacle. His plan worked, at least halfway. Nearly all of Paris's military police forces were drawn to the scene of his clash with Victor and Logan. Their duties extended beyond evacuating the crowds and minimizing casualties. They were also responsible for the aftermath and for apprehending any Hydra agents who might try to flee. All of this required substantial manpower, leaving the Eiffel Tower area understaffed and ultimately allowing Hydra operatives to seize the laboratory. By the time Victor and Logan finished off Baron Zemo, they discovered that the portal activation device had already been set in motion, and they were separated from it by nearly half the city of Paris. Even so, nothing could stop them from making their way there. After all, one must never sit back and await disaster. Even if it seemed they might be too late, they would give everything they had a try. There was another who shared their resolve, Victor Dorian, son of Arnaud Dorian. He and his subordinates were positioned near the Eiffel Tower. As a result, they became the first reinforcements to arrive. Gazing at the fallen and wounded members of the French military police, Dorian clenched his fists in anger. At that moment, he felt something stir and awaken within him. He touched the hidden blade on his wrist, an heirloom from his father, and then made a decision that would change his life forever. He recalled the years of training and guidance he had received from his father, and with that memory in his heart, he stepped toward the entrance of the heavily guarded secret laboratory beneath the Eiffel Tower. His subordinates, unable to stop him in time, could only watch as their commander dashed toward Hydra's defensive line, disappearing into the shadows of the night. Though Dorian often put his father's teachings to use in his everyday work, in fact, this was all part of Baron Zemo's plan from the very beginning. He would take part of his forces to deal with Victor and Logan, while the other agents set out to activate the portal. Regardless of whether his side succeeded or failed, one thing was certain. The bulk of attention was always going to be drawn to his location, because the battle between him and Victor was bound to be a spectacle. His plan succeeded, at least in part. The vast majority of the Parisian military police were lured to the area where he, Victor, and Logan were clashing. Their duties weren't just to evacuate civilians and minimize casualties. They also had to clean up the aftermath and apprehend any Hydra agents who might slip through the cracks. All of this required a huge number of personnel, which inevitably led to resources being pulled from the Eiffel Tower. In the end, this allowed Hydra's agents to seize the laboratory. And by the time Victor and Logan had finally dealt with Baron Zemo, they discovered that the portal's activation device had already been triggered. But now, they were separated from it by nearly half the city of Paris. Even so, nothing could stop them from racing to the scene. After all, you can't just sit and wait for fate to decide. No matter how slim the odds, you have to give it everything you've got. Someone else was driven by that same determination. Victor Dorian, the son of Arnaud Dorian. He and his subordinates were stationed near the Eiffel Tower. As a result, they became the first reinforcements to reach the site. Seeing the fallen and wounded French soldiers scattered everywhere, Dorian clenched his fists in fury. At that moment, he felt something awaken deep within him. He touched the hidden blade his father had passed down to him, strapped to his wrist, and made a decision that would change his life forever. He recalled the years of training and lessons his father had drilled into him since childhood, then stepped forward toward the heavily guarded entrance of the secret laboratory beneath the Eiffel Tower. His subordinates, unable to stop him in time, could only watch as their commander dashed toward Hydra's lines, vanishing into the shadows of the night. Although Dorian often put his father's teachings to use in his daily work, this was the first time he'd ever attempted to infiltrate and assassinate a group entirely on his own. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie, but that anxiety no longer held any power over him. As he eyed 2 Hydra guards below, he entered an extraordinary state of focus. Dorian sprang lightly from above, not so much as stirring the air. The moment he landed, the hidden blades on his forearms flashed out, piercing the windpipes of both Hydra agents and silencing them in the darkness. With the guard dispatched, he swiftly drew a throwing knife and sent it spinning down the corridor, burying it in the skull of a patrolling Hydra operative. After dealing with the 3 agents near the entrance, Dorian pressed on, delving deeper into the building. He had begun to grasp the secret art of infiltration passed down by his father. The most successful stealth mission is simply to eliminate anyone who discovers you. As Dorian advanced step by step, he made use of shadows and various techniques, dispatching a large number of Hydra agents with remarkable ease. Yet, his actions eventually roused the enemy's suspicion. He had killed so many agents that those inside, unable to contact the ones outside, naturally realized something was terribly wrong. But none of that mattered anymore, for the portal had already been opened. Their savior was about to arrive, and every sacrifice would be worth it. Inside every room, Hydra agents stared breathlessly at the portal as it gradually opened, their chests heaving with excitement. At last, they were on the verge of fulfilling a mission millennia in the making. At that very moment, Dorian finished off every last Hydra agent outside the door. Even he found it hard to believe what his own hands had accomplished. With no thought for his own safety, he charged into the Eiffel Tower and slaughtered nearly all the Hydra operatives assigned to its defense. And as his killing grew more practiced, he found that his reflexes, speed, and strength had all reached astonishing new heights. The guns in the Hydra agent's hands might as well have been sticks for all the good they did. They couldn't even track his movements, only managing to leave a string of bullet holes in the walls behind him. Meanwhile, the hidden blade Dorian carried became a deadly weapon in the narrow corridors and rooms. Any agent who let him get close rarely survived more than 2 moves. But when he kicked open the laboratory door, he realized he might still be too late. The portal was now fully activated. Still, nothing seemed to have come through from the other side yet. On impulse, he decided to destroy the device powering the portal. Maybe there was still time to stop everything. He thought it, and so he acted, even as every Hydra agent in the room lunged at him the instant he stepped inside. But nothing could keep him from hurling a grenade at the machine. The explosion was deafening. The agents who tackled Dorian became his shield, and that saved his life amid the blast. With the machine destroyed, electric currents arced through every corner of the room. Yet, by some miracle, Dorian was left unscathed. And as the portal, cut off from its power source, began to collapse, Dorian caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure on the other side, racing towards the disintegrating gateway. In the end, the portal collapsed before that shadowy figure could reach it. Accompanied by a faint but menacing roar, the portal shrank to a pinpoint and then exploded with a sudden, violent force. Dorian was hurled against the wall by the shockwave and instantly lost consciousness. The blast surged through the room, rippled outward around the Eiffel Tower, and finally dissipated into the night sky. Fortunately, this steel structure was no shoddy construction. It stood firm against the impact, and even a century later continued to tower proudly over the city. It was only now that Victor and Logan managed to reach the base of the Eiffel Tower. Hearing that Dorian had gone in alone, they immediately rushed inside after him. To their surprise, they encountered no resistance along the way. All that greeted their eyes were the bodies of fallen Hydra agents strewn across the floor. Their wounds were almost all located at the throat or heart, lethal spots struck with deadly precision. It was clear the one responsible wasted no effort on anything less than a killing blow. From this scene, Victor and Logan realized that something profound had changed within Dorian. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, they could not say. For now, all they could do was find him as quickly as possible. At last, they discovered the unconscious Dorian in a laboratory left in utter disarray. To their relief, he had not mutated into some inhuman creature. Once they handed him over to the waiting French military police, they didn't linger. Instead, they returned directly to the federal embassy. For the moment, matters seemed to have come to a close, at least until the Black Stone was stolen not long after. From that point on, neither Victor nor the French intelligence services ever caught so much as a whiff of Hydra's trail. As the shadow of war grew heavier over the European continent with each passing day, Victor decided it was time to end this visit and embark on his journey back to the Federation. After returning home, Victor was swiftly granted another leave of absence, while Logan was asked to remain with the department to continue assisting with Mr. Fright's experiments and to undergo psychological counseling. Seizing the rare chance for a break, Victor wasted no time and headed straight for his family estate in Florida to enjoy his well-earned vacation. Ever since Mrs. Clyde's passing, the estate had become Victor's property. With his growing stature in the military, his estate and business holdings expanded accordingly. Of course, he couldn't manage all of this himself. Instead, he entrusted everything to someone he could rely on, Tom, now retired from service. Indeed, after leaving the military, Tom was hired by Victor to manage both the estate and the raw materials company. Though it was called a partnership, both men understood that this arrangement was Victor's way of looking after Tom's dignity. Here, Tom experienced a resurgence in his career, breathing new life into Victor's company and managing it with meticulous order, just as he had done during his days at M Corporation. Victor's role, for the most part, was simply to return during his vacations and make the final decisions on some of the company's key matters. Hey Tom, how's the company doing lately? You know, you're not getting any younger. Maybe it's time to let your son take over, don't you think? There was an odd feeling in the air as the two old friends greeted each other. Though they were the same age, Victor now looked much younger, almost as if he were Tom's junior. That's true, I'm getting old. But not you. You seem untouched by time. As for young Tom, he's still too green. Let him gain some more experience. I can still hold down the fort for now. Victor could only sigh at Tom's refusal to admit his age. After all, while Victor seemed to have conquered the passage of time, Tom, being an ordinary man, aged day by day. The bittersweet reality of this could only truly be understood between the two of them. After a while, having discussed the company's prospects and future direction, Victor returned to the small country manor where his family once lived. He had purchased all the land surrounding the area, ensuring the little town remained preserved. This was his only real connection to the past, and, of course, it also served as a message to the federal military. After all, a super soldier with no attachments or weaknesses would be impossible to control. By displaying loyalty and affection for this land, he put the powerful minds at ease. And, like many wealthy men, Victor had built a secret underground base beneath his home. It was, in fact, an expanded version of the basement where his father once held him captive. At first, it was just a place to store weapons, food, and various emergency supplies. But as his wealth and status grew, so did the sophistication of the equipment and items stored there. He had nearly limitless energy and strength for construction, as well as enough knowledge and ingenuity to design the base himself. Soon, the original basement became nothing more than a cover, hiding the real entrance. Victor dug a passageway leading much deeper underground. At the end of this tunnel, he began constructing a much larger and more advanced underground facility, complete with an elevator for his own convenience. Building this base was a massive project, requiring both time and money. But those were two things Victor had in abundance. The materials used for building the base were all acquired through his military connections. Those old veterans who had fought in the Civil War were especially fond of the longevity supplements produced by his department. After all, who wouldn't want something that could delay the effects of aging? Even if it only extended their lives by about 10 years, for them, every extra day was a blessing. As for Victor himself, together with Logan, he became something of a legend among the military's upper echelons, earning the nickname the Ageless Duo. In truth, the old-timers at the top were all well aware that the longevity supplements they used ultimately came from Victor and Logan. But for a variety of reasons, they couldn't simply cut the two open for study, or perhaps they understood that even if they tried, it would be pointless. Some things simply can't be forced. Of course, all this was explained to them by a certain doctor who went by the nickname Mr. Astonishment. As for the other so-called experts of the era, most couldn't even manage a basic analysis of the supplement's ingredients. So, in the end, they could only accept what the doctor told them. Given the choice between risking everything and playing it safe, they preferred stability. After all, once people grow old, they lose their edge and aren't so eager to take big risks. As for Tina, once known as Agent Zero, the Federation's top operative, her outlook shifted a bit after she underwent the transformation surgery and became one of the mutants. Although she remained loyal to the Federation, her loyalty was now reserved for the Federation as she envisioned it, not for those aging bigwigs at the top. Only fresh blood could ensure the Federation's progress and survival. So, when the old guard ordered her to determine whether the supplements had truly reached their limits, she chose to simply repeat what the doctor had told them. As for the real truth, only that particular doctor knew. And honestly, looking at his greasy, middle-aged demeanor that hadn't changed in decades, it wasn't hard to guess what the truth might be. Ahem, but I digress. Let's return to our earlier topic. Victor spent nearly all his leave time building this underground base. At long last, his efforts paid off, and by the end of the 19th century, his base was finally taking shape. He stored some of the interesting little things he'd collected during his missions here, rather than handing them over to the government. As for this sort of behavior by their top-ranking officer, the others simply looked the other way. Tina made a few harmless notes, but never reported anything. In her view, those items weren't particularly important. She actually thought it was a good thing that Victor had these small personal interests and hobbies. If he ever started acting like a saint, that would be the real cause for concern, because then he'd definitely be plotting something truly sinister. This time, Victor had also returned to add new treasures to his collection. One of these was the Muramesa blade, which he had appropriated for his own use. Of course, this weapon only became his personal property after he, through Tina, went through the proper reporting channels and received official approval. After all, testing had shown that, aside from Wolverine, anyone else who wielded this weapon would quickly descend into madness and bloodlust. Even Logan, the Wolverine himself, could only hold on to it for a limited time. Victor, as the only person able to bear its influence, for long periods without ill effect, naturally became the ideal wielder, especially since the blade was his prize to begin with. Another new addition to his collection, however, was the Kree artifact that most regarded as a priceless treasure, the Moonstone. He had chosen to remove it from his body and seal it away in a lead-line cabinet. Victor gazed at his various trophies and spoils, nodding in satisfaction. Then he turned and left, for there was much more he needed to do. These items, though destined to be vital aids to him in the future, were of no immediate use for now. At the very least, he didn't want to become so dependent on the Moonstone, like its second host, that separation from it would mean death. That's the fate of those who rely too much on external power. Victor was confident he wouldn't fall into such a trap, but who could say for certain? And while he possessed a certain degree of foresight, it didn't mean he could control everything. The battle in Paris had taught him this all too well. When Baron Zemo managed to claim the Moonstone, it became a harsh lesson. Reality is neither a comic book nor a movie. Anything can happen. He needed to be prepared for every possibility, no matter how unexpected. I'm supposed to be the brute of the story, so why do I feel myself becoming more and more like Tony or the old man? Is this what they call the curse of too much knowledge? Victor indulged in a moment of self-admiration, but couldn't bring himself to claim he was better than those two legends. With a decisive sigh, he retreated into solitude, choosing instead to pet his cat. As Victor lay idly in his chair, stroking his cat and reminiscing about better days, Logan was once again facing the psychological evaluations he so despised. After Logan had been controlled by the Hand in Japan, Victor had rescued him, but his condition remained uncertain. No one could say for sure whether he might turn traitor a second time. In the end, thanks to Victor's intervention, Logan was allowed to undergo a psychological test after each mission. So long as he passed, everything would go on as usual. If he failed, however, he'd face a series of mandatory counseling sessions. To Logan, though, those so-called tests couldn't be more idiotic. However, since it was Victor's request, in the end he chose to cooperate obediently. What he didn't realize was that someone had tampered with the contents of the test. They tried to use this method to implant a suggestion in Logan's mind, a trigger that could be used to control him. At a critical moment, all they would have to do was say the code word, and he would be under their command. But as the old saying goes, dreams are beautiful, reality is harsh. They discovered that pure psychological suggestion was utterly useless against Wolverine. Of course, the inadequacies of psychology in that era played a part. But more importantly, they severely underestimated Logan. The Hand succeeded only by using arcane rituals and paying a heavy price. These people, on the other hand, thought that simply muttering a few words could control Wolverine, as if they were some great Lovecraftian entity. When their attempt at pure hypnosis failed, they tried to combine it with technology. But their skills were limited and they still achieved nothing. In fact, they almost made Victor suspicious, since when does a psychological test require someone to be strapped to a chair and hooked up to electrodes? In the end, the fruitless higher-ups abandoned most of the tests, leaving only the most basic hypnotic procedures, hoping that quantity might eventually yield results. This led to every session being unbearably long and tedious, something Logan found almost impossible to endure. It continued like this until the old man who had originally ordered the psychological test finally passed away. Yet, the order was kept alive by other well-informed higher-ups. One has to admit, maintaining such a dead-end project for decades on end does take a certain kind of persistence. But it was all destined to be in vain. With Logan's healing factor, this level of hypnosis was completely ineffective. After all, even the trauma from Logan's childhood triggered his healing to suppress his memories. How could a little hypnosis possibly work? While Victor was on leave and Logan was undergoing yet another psychological test, another pair from Team X was about to part ways. The former fastest gun in the West, the once notorious outlaw, Kid himself, was finally facing the day of his retirement. He'd never imagined he would live to see a peaceful end. He had been one of the most ruthless bandits in the West, infamous for his sharpshooting and cunning mind. He made quite a name for himself, and ended up on the Federation's most wanted list. He always thought he'd die at the hands of that sheriff, or during a botched robbery, or maybe be killed in a quarrel over stolen loot. But he never imagined that a single mistake would leave him with just two choices: spend the rest of his days in a high-security federal prison, or join a bizarre official organization. In the beginning, he looked down on everything this organization did. But as time went on, he gradually came to believe that his work in the shadows might help atone for the sins of his past. Collecting and neutralizing these supernatural artifacts, keeping ordinary people safe and the world in balance. He found it all fascinating, and it was far more thrilling than robbing trains. He truly enjoyed this new way of life. Yet with the passage of time, he found himself growing older, and his strength began to fail him. More than once, it was his excellent partner, the mad scientist Frankenstein, who came to his rescue. He had to admit, this giant who was born from tragedy possessed a heart of gold. Though Victor had molded him from a blank slate into the image he desired, Frankenstein retained almost all of his best qualities: loyalty, reliability, and a steadfast refusal to kill the innocent, among others. In contrast, Kid, who came from a darker place, complemented him perfectly. Together, the two became the best team in Squad X after Victor and Logan. The majority of the containment missions for Department X fell to them. Their stories, if told on their own, would be enough to fill an entire biography. A future side story, perhaps? Maybe. But all good things must come to an end. Unlike Frankenstein, Kid could not escape the fate of mortal aging and death. After refusing the doctor's offer of a surgical transformation, he chose instead to sign a confidentiality agreement and retire from Squad X. Of course, the biggest reason behind his decision was the result of a rash, drunken night after a mission. Kid II. Years of work had kept him from his son. Now, he wanted to mend their relationship and hoped to guide this exceptionally gifted young man into becoming a new member of Squad X. And the opportunity for this young man's entry into Squad X arrived with a single gunshot in Sarajevo. The First World War broke out, following the course of history as if it were destined. Naturally, the federal government could not pass up such a golden opportunity for profit. It dispatched a host of agents to protect the arms dealers heading to Europe and to negotiate weapons deals with the European governments. Kid's son was among those agents. His sharpshooting and quick mind earned him the intelligence department's favor, and with it, a chance to prove himself. But that opportunity nearly cost him his life. The merchant ship he was on was attacked by a German submarine and sank. When Kid 2 was finally rescued, he was barely clinging to life. In these times, there was only one person who could save him, and that person's name was Nathaniel Essex. After undergoing the transformation surgery, the second Kid abandoned the name his father had given him and chose a new one for himself, David Nord. While Dr. Nathaniel Essex was healing his injuries, he also discovered and activated his innate gift, the ability to absorb kinetic energy. The energy he absorbed could be converted into superhuman physical prowess and an aging suppression factor, keeping his body young. In fact, he was even better suited than his father to be a master thief, because he bore no scent that could be tracked or identified. He was also able to secrete an acidic enzyme from his fingertips, the same kind that could suppress self-healing abilities. Naturally, this too required the absorption of kinetic energy to achieve. No sooner had his powers awakened than Tina sought him out, hoping he would become her apprentice and successor, or at least, that was the official narrative. In reality, certain upper echelons of the Federation wanted him to inherit Tina's role as Agent Zero in Department X. After all, he was already an agent within the Military Intelligence Division, having sworn allegiance to the federal military and the president. His background also made it easy for other members of Squad X to accept him. He had inherited his father's remarkable marksmanship, perhaps even surpassed it. While Kid could wield a single handgun, Nord could fire accurately with both hands at once. With the superhuman enhancements provided by kinetic energy conversion, his marksmanship seemed almost supernatural. His firing speed was so rapid it dazzled the eye. The rigorous training he'd received as an agent had also turned him into a skilled fighter and explosives expert, as well as someone fluent in various communication methods and languages from around the world. He was, in every respect, the perfect candidate for Agent Zero, especially after Tina, acting on orders, tested his loyalty and found that he remained committed to the Federation. So, on the surface, I'm brought in as a member of this organization, but in reality, my job is to monitor these superpowered individuals, and if they show the slightest hint of rebellion, to eliminate them. Nord gave no clear answer to Tina's invitation, nor did he reject her outright. After all, he couldn't help but wonder, now that he too possessed superhuman abilities, would his own name someday appear on that list for elimination? That's what they say, Tina replied. But now that you yourself are also one of them, how you handle things ultimately depends on your own choices, doesn't it? I can tell you're like me in that regard. Loyalty, in the end, is something we reserve for ourselves. From Tina's words, Nord understood her approach and outlook, to act as a bridge between Department X and the government's upper ranks, navigating both sides and reaping the greatest possible benefit. When they became mutants, they lost the absolute trust of the upper crust. Yet, their background still served as a certain guarantee of their loyalty. As a result, they became the most unique individuals within their department, trusted, yet watched with caution. Most of the time, their interests aligned with everyone else's, but occasionally, they served as the direct channel of communication between the department and the upper crust. This was something Victor had, in fact, tacitly accepted. In reality, the highest commander of SWAT was always the acting Agent Zero. These special members of Team X, including Dr. Nathaniel Essex, followed the lead of Sabretooth Victor Creed, looking to him for direction. Of course, Dr. Nathaniel Essex, known as Mr. Sinister, maintained the most ambiguous stance among them. But, given his identity and background, he was able to hold a special place on the team. In truth, the founding of the X department owed as much to President Lincoln as to his successors, who wished to keep this force under federal control. They wanted it to be a power within the Federation, not an enemy of it, for over time, Team X had proven its value in combat prowess. The advanced technology they developed and contained allowed the Federation's science to steadily catch up with, and even surpass, the nations of Europe. This was the real reason the X department could continue to exist. Of course, people like Victor were rare and still within manageable numbers, preventing major social upheaval. Another key factor in their continued operation. By now, Victor had all but become a legend among the public. He no longer appeared frequently in the public eye, but stories of the ageless war hero continued to circulate as urban legend throughout the Federation. Even so, thanks to the X department, Victor still held a significant position among the military and in the upper echelons of the government, serving as both bridge and symbol between super soldiers and the state. Naturally, some among the leadership had once been his admirers, so he still had loyal allies in high places. Now, with the outbreak of the World War in Europe, fierce debate erupted among the Federation's leaders over whether to enter the war and which side to support. Yet one point had already reached consensus: sell arms to both sides, for the time being. But the Germans broke the unspoken rules, attacking merchant ships carrying weapons from the Federation to Britain. This infuriated the Federation's top brass, but still, no final decision had been made about which side to support, as President Wilson was busy pursuing domestic reforms. Still, the Germans persisted in their provocations, continuing to attack the Federation's ships. To make matters worse, during a SWAT operation in Mexico led by Nord, they intercepted a secret order. They actually claimed in their secret orders that they would support Mexico in reclaiming the lands seized by the Union since the mid-19th century. This was nothing short of trying to carve flesh from the very heart of the Union's leadership. On top of that, the Germans were still relentlessly attacking Union merchant ships, causing the deaths of countless Union citizens. In the end, as anti-German sentiment surged among the Union's people, the Union decided to join the Entente, vowing to help them bring down those stubborn Germans. It was this very war that saw the Union's military bare its fangs for the first time. The Union became the decisive force that would determine the outcome of the entire conflict. Without its involvement, the course of world history might have changed completely. When the Union's 1st Infantry Division landed in France and marched in review along the streets of Paris, It marked the Union's official entry into the war. By this time, the streets that had been destroyed during Victor's battle with Baron Zemo had already been rebuilt. Hydra, once hidden in the shadows, also reemerged alongside the Germans, returning with renewed menace. In fact, it was with Hydra's assistance that the Germans managed to unveil a slew of unprecedented weapons in the early days of the war. From airplanes to other innovations, it was with the help of these weapons that Germany claimed a series of victories, striking particularly hard against the hapless Tsarist Russia on the Eastern Front. But with the arrival of the Union troops and Victor himself, Germany's good fortune was finally coming to an end. Chapter 101: Angel of Death. In truth, Victor faced little danger during the First World War. It was Logan who found himself in far greater trouble. Logan had been dispatched to the European front even before Victor's arrival, taking part in the Battle of Ypres in Belgium. As the final battle on the Western Front in 1914, its origins can be traced back to the German defeat at the Battle of the Marne, after which the Germans withdrew to prepare positions along the banks of the Aisne River, north of the Marne. There, they occupied pre-selected defensive positions, preparing to hold and counterattack, while the Anglo-French forces pursued them to this very spot. For 3 weeks, the two sides stood locked in stalemate, finally realizing that a frontal breakthrough was impossible. So, both began attempting to outflank each other. Thus began a classic contest of encirclement and counter-encirclement. Every time one side tried to flank the other, their maneuver would be thwarted by a timely countermove, ending in stalemate. And so the armies continued advancing northwest, each trying to outmaneuver the other, driving onward toward the sea. During this period, as both sides repeatedly tested each other's lines with feints and flanking attempts, the casualties mounted steadily. It wasn't until mid-October of that year that this race of encirclements and counter-encirclements, surging toward the sea, finally came to an end at the shores of the English Channel. Yet the German forces refused to give up. Hoping to tear through the Allies' fragile lines, they rallied their troops with Hydra's support and selected a single point for their assault. That point was a centuries-old town in southwestern Belgium called Ypres. In the heart of the town stood an ancient church, a relic of hundreds of years. And within that church dwelled Azrael, the angel of death. He served at God's command, overseeing the passing of souls. His duty was to record every human death and to claim those who defied the natural order of mortality. To escape him, one would have to either trick death itself or defeat him when he arrived. Of course, these were local legends. Nobody truly believed in his existence. But Logan, who had infiltrated the British ranks, knew there might be truth behind the tale. In his own memory, he had once seen an angel charged with delivering messages to God, a figure whose face was nearly identical to his own. Could it be that, in a past life, I too was a fallen angel? If so, what kind of angel was I? The angel of romantic Italian artillery. As Logan let his thoughts wander, he was simultaneously wreaking bloody havoc among Hydra agents on the battlefield. He had no inkling that trouble was already on its way to find him. His rapid healing soon caught the eye of the Hydra commander embedded within the German army, a commander from a secretive order with millennia of mythic knowledge at their fingertips. Naturally, they devised a way to deal with this damnable immortal. They orchestrated a raid on the local church of the Angel of Death. Through a series of arcane rites, they summoned his projection into the mortal realm and informed him that someone here had flouted the natural laws of human death. Normally, Azrael's intelligence was only marginally above that of an ordinary person. But when it came to matters of his office, his wisdom was as boundless as God's own, for such was the power bestowed upon him. Upon hearing the name Logan Howlett, Azrael immediately used his authority to confirm that Logan had indeed violated the natural order of death. Thus, he deigned to descend to the mortal world, taking on the guise of a blade-wielding man, intent on claiming the life of Wolverine Logan. Perhaps it was a case of intellect-limiting understanding. Even with access to all the records, Azrael read only the first line. Once he saw that Logan had broken the rules, he didn't bother to read the reasons or the solutions. Without a second thought, he plunged down to earth and began his grim errand. In his eyes, mere mortals must have used some kind of so-called magic tricks to cheat death. Nothing but a ruse. He figured he could just walk up and finish the job with a single blow. As the saying goes, ideals are always beautiful, but reality is often harsh. In fairy tales, righteous angels always defeat the forces of evil, painting the world in vibrant colors. But the encounter between the Angel of Death and Wolverine was painted in stark black and white. Especially when he saw that face, almost indistinguishable from Gabriel's. The fear once instilled by the Archangel in heaven surged through him again. Ever since the Seraphim was cast down to earth to atone for the events in Egypt, they had nearly forgotten that radiant, glorious presence. Gabriel? Shouldn't you still be under the church's guidance, cleansing the world of darkness and evil? How did you get entangled in this war of human-made sins? Far away in the holy city, a certain hand of, whose memory had recently been restored, suddenly sneezed, spraying the current pope with a mouthful of spit. I wonder if my brothers in heaven are thinking of me again? So, tell me, who's the next target? Is it that scoundrel Dracula making trouble again? Having fully realized Dracula's immortality, Van Helsing had come to accept that he could never truly kill him. Naturally, he no longer held out hope of returning to heaven, and, in fact, found himself increasingly fond of life on Earth. Neither the weary Van Helsing nor the Angel of Death, Azrael, spared a thought for Wolverine, who was suffering the indignity of mistaken identity. And with Logan's pride, there was no way he could tolerate such an insult. He unsheathed his adamantium claws and, without a word, lunged forward. As for how much of his anger came from being mistaken for someone else, and how much from memories of an old, painful affair that this name dredged up, only he knew for sure. Faced with the suddenly furious Gabriel, the Angel of Death, Azrael, was at first thrown into confusion, unable to fathom what had provoked his opponent. But he soon realized that something was off. There was no way the Archangel's combat skills could be this lacking. Could it be that he'd mistaken this person's identity? Unfortunately, having already deigned to come down to the mortal realm, he could no longer access divine authority to learn more about his adversary. Still, he was almost certain now he'd gotten it wrong. No longer gripped by fear, Azrael, the Angel of Death, quickly revealed the level of martial prowess befitting an angel. Though Logan had learned a great deal about fighting under Victor's tutelage over the years, he was still no match for an angel who had mastered every combat art known to man. So, he soon began to fall behind. No matter what fighting style he used, his opponent always seemed able to counter with just the right technique. In the end, with deep unwillingness, he was thrown to the ground by a powerful suplex. Then, a long blade, manifested from the hands of the Angel of Death, pierced straight into his heart. As the blade of death sank into Logan's body and blood gushed forth, Azrael, the Angel of Death, quickly sensed Logan's destroyed heart coming to a halt. As I thought, you're not Lord Gabriel, just a mere mortal after all. Even if you cheated death once, you cannot escape my judgment, Azrael mused silently. With these thoughts, Azrael knelt on one knee, beginning to pray and call upon the power of heaven. Having completed his task, he was ready to return to the celestial realm. At that very moment, as the sky, shrouded in smoke and thunderclouds, was finally pierced by a sliver of radiant light shining down upon the Angel of Death. Logan's left hand, thought to belong to a man already pronounced dead, twitched ever so slightly. This was the hand he often used for his nightly exercises, and it was the first to awaken. It closed firmly around the blade of death still lodged in his heart, as if seizing the Angel of Death's own heart. As Logan slowly pulled the blade of death free, the vitality of life began to flow back into his body. At the same time, Azrael's proud spirit seemed to falter and fall. Unaware that he had just committed one of the original sins, the Angel of Death interrupted his own return ritual. This time, he resolved to make certain his adversary would die completely, his soul sent to hell, before he would consider returning. Yet, it must be said, Logan's act of pulling out the blade of death had truly shaken him to the core. Nevertheless, this did not stop Azrael from continuing his mission. Once more, he launched a fierce attack at Logan, who was already back on his feet. But this time, with the blade of death in hand, Logan was determined to give this inexplicable stranger, a man who had mistaken his identity and tried to kill him, a proper answer. Clutching the deadly blade, Logan did not resort to his bare-bone claws. Instead, he began to wield the swordsmanship he had learned during his time under the hand's control. As he raised the blade and assumed his opening stance, Logan suddenly found himself in a state of strange enlightenment. Once again, he recalled the voice that had guided him as he learned the art of the sword in his visions. You were born extraordinary, my child, beyond the comprehension of ordinary men, destined for greatness. You are meant to wield the blade in your hand to uphold truth in the hand. With that voice echoing in his mind, the ancient swordsmanship, passed from heaven to Kunlun, then carried away by its traitors to the east, re-emerged vividly in Logan's memory. Focus your mind, draw in your elbows. Prepare to fight, act at once. Become one with your sword, clear your path, and you will achieve greatness. Logan stood at the front line, eyes closed, meditating with his blade poised. The only answer he received was a fierce blow from Azrael, the Angel of Death. The angel's powerful slap snapped Logan out of his daydream, but it also ignited the fury of Wolverine, who had mastered the art of the blade. As Logan's eyes snapped open, a cold gleam flashed within them. So brief, yet enough to make Azrael sense danger and foreboding. He realized that his opponent was wielding Azrael's own weapon, displaying an ancient style of Eastern swordsmanship, a technique that originated from the organization known as the Celestial Court. His mind drifted back to the summit of Eastern and Western Celestials, when the Archangel Gabriel had been pinned to the ground by that formidable being. Known as Chang'e, her bare feet pressing him down, an almost blissful expression on his face. After that incident, Chang'e started wearing shoes. Shaking off these ancient rumors, Azrael, for the first time, began to treat this adversary, named Logan, with genuine caution. His instincts were proven right. As the fierce swordplay unfolded, murderous intent radiated from Logan, making Azrael feel threatened for the first time. All-hand ninjas practiced this blade technique, but when the same skill was wielded by different hands, its power could be worlds apart. If those ordinary ninjas ever learned that their swordsmanship, in Logan's hands, could be used to slay an angel, they'd probably be so ashamed of their own weakness that they'd commit seppuku on the spot. Then again, perhaps they would see it as only natural. After all, in the hand, Logan held the title of Wolf, the mightiest ninja beneath the five elders. Facing Logan's relentless strikes, Azrael did not dare to meet them head-on. True, the Blade of Death could not kill Logan, nor could Logan's blade kill Azrael. But destroying his mortal vessel and sending him back to heaven was entirely possible. The most awkward part was that this very blade had been conjured by Azrael himself. Yet, in his current form, he could not control or recall it as effortlessly as when he was in his angelic state. Of course, this was all due to the nature of the Blade of Death itself. The blade in Logan's hand, like Azrael's earthly body, was merely a fragment of his true power made manifest. A supernatural weapon, but only a shadow of the original. It retained only a trace of the genuine article's properties, lacking its full divinity and might. As a result, once the Blade of Death left Azrael's hand, anyone could wield it, and only when Azrael returned to heaven would it disappear. As Logan's attacks grew ever more ferocious, Azrael began to worry. Was he about to become the first angel ever slain by a weapon of his own making? His worries were not unfounded, for he realized that no matter what unarmed combat technique he employed, Logan could break through it with a single slash. Then he tried to fight back by picking up mortal weapons, a rifle with a bayonet, a saber, and so on, only to discover with a wry smile that in the face of the death blade, these things might as well have been made of paper. For the first time, he found himself troubled by how sharp his own weapon was. Of course, the real reason things had come to this was his own carelessness and arrogance. He had thought that, after all, once he returned to the heavenly realm, the projection of his weapon would dissolve on its own, so he had simply left it lodged in his opponent's corpse. The result was a disaster. Caught off guard, his weapon was snatched away by Logan, who'd sprung back to life in a sudden burst of fury and turned against him. Sometimes, one can't help but marvel at how cleverness can backfire. As for simply abandoning the mission for now, returning directly to the heavenly realm, and then descending again to deal with Logan, such a plan had its own problems. First of all, as Azrael, the Angel of Death, did he not care about his reputation? If he slunk back in defeat, he would surely become the laughingstock of the heavenly realm. No doubt that old drunkard would demote him from Angel of Death to Angel of Ridicule, Angel of Farce, or even Angel of Fools. Just imagining himself wearing a big yellow silly grin every day was enough to send chills down Azrael's spine. Besides, descending to the mortal world wasn't so simple. This time, if he went back, it would be tantamount to admitting that Logan had passed his death trial, which meant that Azrael wouldn't get another chance until the next time Logan was on the brink of death. So under no circumstances could he forfeit this opportunity. There had never been an Angel of Death who surrendered without a fight. Azrael was angelic, not someone who'd throw in the towel. In the end, as expected, the final outcome was Azrael's death in battle. The angel, pierced through the heart by his own weapon, dissolved into light along with the blade, returning to the heavenly realm. All that remained was a familiar threat. I'll be back. After sending this high and mighty angel packing, Logan was finally able to turn his attention back to the battlefield. He led the SWAT members, disguised as Canadian troops, to strike a heavy blow against the elite Hydra forces within the German army. This battle marked the true beginning of Logan's military career as Wolverine. Before this, he had merely worn a rank and taken part in low-intensity black ops or regional skirmishes. Having experienced this kind of large-scale warfare firsthand, Logan suddenly understood why Victor commanded such respect in the military. He didn't use his bone claws in combat. Instead, he fought under a steel helmet, rifle in hand, shooting or dispatching enemies with a bayonet. His exceptional physique and superb combat skills allowed him to achieve victory after victory, wherever he went, sweeping aside all opposition. With every charge, he always led from the front, braving the hail of German machine gun fire and artillery, spearheading the assault just as he did in this battle. Keep your heads down. Watch out for the shells. Our target is the high ground ahead. Anyone who can still breathe, get up and follow me. Charge! As Logan shouted these orders, he threw himself down at the edge of the trench, raised his rifle, and took out a German soldier who was wildly spraying the area with machine gun fire. The moment the machine gun fell silent, all the British soldiers who had been pinned to the ground, including Logan, scrambled to their feet and surged forward, launching another assault on the German positions. Logan picked off 3 more German soldiers as they tried to man the machine gun, and finally, he made it close to the enemy's gun nest. With a swift flick of his left hand, he lobbed a grenade perfectly into the cramped space of the machine gun position. After an earth-shaking explosion, Logan took a moment to light a cigarette, the smoke curling from his lips as he charged into the German trenches. Here, the enemy's defenses were staffed by elite German troops, Hydra agents, which explained why Logan himself was present on this front line. In truth, though the Germans now found themselves outgunned in terms of artillery, they still held a decisive advantage in the number of machine guns deployed. At this time, Germany boasted the world's most formidable army and the second most powerful navy, rivaled only by America's industrial might, and blessed with abundant coal and iron resources. In an era when dependence on petroleum was still minimal, Germany could fight a world war on the oil supply by its Austro-Hungarian allies alone. And indeed, that's exactly what they did. In the vast factories behind the lines of the German Empire, countless bullets and machine guns rolled off the production lines and were sent straight to the front. German soldiers even devised a unique tactic, firing their machine guns skyward. Of course, they weren't cheating with some video game hack, but the result was devastating for the British. The reason was simple. During the First World War, Western armies still relied heavily on massed infantry charges. The denser, the better. These swarm tactics were especially common. Even in the early days of the war in China, such dense group charges were still being used, and it was this approach that led to catastrophic losses for Chinese troops facing the overwhelming firepower of the Japanese. These massed assaults created the perfect opportunity for the Germans to develop their indirect fire techniques. After observing the British charging in tight clusters, Hydra's tactical experts acted. They ordered every machine gun to be aimed skyward at a calculated angle, unleashing a stream of bullets in a steep arc. Thanks to the high rate of fire of the German-made MG-08 Maxim machine gun, the bullets traced high arcs through the air, then rained down like a deadly storm, scattering across the attacking troops below. The bullets rained down at nearly vertical angles, making it useless for British soldiers on the battlefield to take cover by lying flat. In fact, lying down only made them easier targets for the bullets falling from the sky. This tactic turned every inch of the battlefield into a potential death trap. Nowhere was truly safe, not even behind open-air barricades. Thanks to the German MG-08 Maxim machine guns, upgraded by Hydra for extreme range, this method allowed them to strike any enemy target within 4 kilometers, supply lines, troop gatherings, and more. It was precisely through this tactic and these weapons that, in just a single day, the Germans killed nearly 60,000 British soldiers. That battle became the deadliest engagement of the First World War. At this moment, Logan's assignment was to neutralize these damn machine gun nests. The tanks that should have been used to take out the gun emplacements became helpless sitting ducks in the treacherous weather. Damn this rainy season, damn these swamps, and damn those Hydra Germans. I'd love to shove their filthy socks right down their throats. After dispatching a German soldier who rushed at him, Logan leapt into the enemy trench, engaging the remaining German troops in brutal hand-to-hand combat. For Logan, these enemy soldiers posed little threat. Beyond his exceptional fighting skills, his healing factor made gunshots and knife wounds virtually meaningless. However, the muddy trenches brought by the rainy season had another effect. Soldiers' feet, constantly soaked, developed raging cases of trench foot. For Wolverine, whose sense of smell rivaled any animal's, the stench was almost lethal. Each time he plunged into a trench, the overwhelming stink made Logan's vision blur, as if he could see the angel of death leering and beckoning him closer. But Logan's resilience saw him through. He didn't succumb to the noxious fumes. Instead, he rallied the British lads and led a successful charge, capturing the enemy position. Yet his unstoppable advance forced Hydra to unleash their second doomsday weapon, poison gas shells. Order the artillery, switch to silent killers, and blanket the position we just lost. After confirming through his field glasses that the position was truly lost, the Hydra officer in command gave the order. But sir, there are still some of our own, remnants and wounded, on that position. Are you sure? Understood. For Hydra. The messenger hesitated for a moment after hearing the command, questioning the officer. But one glance at the officer's icy stare was enough. He chose to obey. As the thunderous roar of artillery echoed through the air, countless shells loaded with the silent killer rained down upon the position Logan and his men had only just captured. These battle-hardened veterans, used to the chaos of war, scattered for cover the moment they heard the distinctive whistling of incoming shells. After all, artillery bombardments following the loss of a position had become all too common. But this time, the expected explosions never came. Instead, a strange white mist began to creep over the entire outpost. Even years later, Wolverine, Logan, could never forget what happened that day. What occurred there belonged not in the world of the living, but in the depths of hell itself. It was that day, and the horrors he witnessed, that helped Logan understand why some fallen angel had called this war humanity's war of sin. At the time, he was leading his finest men, joining forces with their comrades from the British Empire to seize a major German machine gun nest. The Germans had fortified the position with clusters of machine guns, unleashing storms of bullets that reaped the lives of their friends and allies like the scythe of death itself. Thus, the task of taking out this thorn in the side of Allied command fell to Logan and his squad. They did not disappoint. With swift precision, they routed the enemy and were on the verge of accomplishing their mission with flying colors. But then, the nightmare began. As a barrage of shells screamed overhead, everyone dove into the trenches, bracing for the bombardment. Yet, the usual cacophony of blasts and tremors never arrived. Instead, the silent killer descended, a white mist that drifted silently through the air. At first, no one sensed anything amiss. If anything, the air was thick with the pungent scent of garlic, a smell that Logan, who'd crossed paths with vampires before, recognized all too well. But as the moments ticked by, an uneasy feeling crept in. Red blotches began to appear on everyone's skin, and soon their eyes and throats were burning with pain. Then, skin started to fester and rot. As a host of complications set in, the trenches filled with the agonized groans of men lying helplessly on the ground, waiting for death. And unsurprisingly, the only likely survivor, Logan, once again encountered an old acquaintance, the angel of death, Azrael. But in the end, death could not claim his soul. Thanks to his powerful healing factor, Logan didn't even come close to dying. He simply forced his way out of the silent killer's deadly haze. He told himself to forget the horrors left behind. Yet how could he? Gritting his teeth, he made the only choice he could: retreat from the accursed outpost. Of course, the users of these silent killers also paid a heavy price. Even after the white mist had mostly dissipated, German soldiers who had not taken protective measures suffered widespread poisoning when they took over the trenches and handled the bodies. This weapon, which Hydra called the silent killer, had a very different name among the German troops: Yellow Cross. That was because every shell carrying it bore a yellow cross, distinguishing it from regular shells. Logan, devastated by the loss of his comrades, became determined to seek revenge. Meanwhile, Hydra was overjoyed with their recent victory. Their secret weapon had finally proven effective and had brought them a significant triumph. From today onward, the silent killer will be Hydra and the Empire's trump card. We have taken a great step forward on our path to ruling the Earth. While Hydra and the Germans were celebrating their victory, a deeply wounded Logan proposed an utterly unconventional tactic to headquarters. The initial inspiration for this tactic came from something Victor had done during the Civil War, in an operation known as the Fox Hunt. Logan requested the design of an artillery-launched drop pod, a device that would encase soldiers in a capsule, fire them from a cannon, and deploy them behind enemy lines for an airborne assault. The need for such a capsule was obvious. Ordinary soldiers did not have the resilience of Logan or Victor. If they were simply stuffed into a cannon and fired, most would be reduced to broken bodies or shattered on impact with the ground. Moreover, the drop pod could be easily modified, equipped with weapons, fitted with stabilizing fins, and adapted for tactical maneuvers in midair. At first, the British thought Logan had lost his mind. But the French, who had already witnessed the strange abilities of Logan and Victor, suspected. This might be some sort of secret weapon from the Federation, to which the Federation protested. That's not us. We have nothing to do with it. At this point, driven by his desire for revenge, Logan unwittingly revealed details about the weapon, reinforcing the French belief in its feasibility. So, after the British refused Logan's plan, the French military eagerly approached him. They earnestly discussed how such a weapon could be constructed, and to everyone's astonishment, they actually managed to create a prototype. Because the situation at the front was so urgent, there was no time to test the device at a proving ground. Instead, they hastily selected a squad of volunteers and, together with Logan, loaded them into the drop pods. Their mission: to destroy the enemy's gas storage depot behind the lines and then coordinate with the main assault to crush the German forces once and for all. Of course, once the weapon was completed, the British had a sudden change of heart and insisted on participating too, sending several of their own men to join this audacious commando team. In fact, besides their orders to assist Logan in completing his mission, the commandos had also received another secret directive to obtain the formula for the deadly gas known as the silent killer. Given the power of such a weapon, how could Britain and France not be tempted? Thus, the order to secure the formula came about as a matter of course. As for Logan, he couldn't care less about whatever secrets they might be hiding. His mind was consumed with one goal: to destroy that damned poison gas and take out the enemy commander who had ordered its use to avenge his fallen comrades. After a thunderous blast of artillery, Logan, crouched inside the drop pod, felt a violent jolt. The sudden sensation of weightlessness that followed told him he'd been launched skyward. But as the moments passed, the expected deceleration never came. Clearly, the drop pod's braking mechanisms had all malfunctioned, turning every descent into a brutal crash landing. With a bone-rattling thud, the massive drop pod slammed straight into the ground, not slowing in the slightest. The force and tumbling impact inside left Logan battered, his head spinning, blood streaming down his face. In the end, fewer than 1 in 10 commandos made it out of the drop pods alive. And yet, none of them chose to give up. Instead, they pressed on with Logan, determined to carry out their mission. From the very start, they'd known the risks. The moment they stepped into those drop pods, they understood that disaster could strike at any time. What they hadn't expected was for tragedy to hit so soon. Barely had the mission begun, and already most of their number were lost. Those who remained were all wounded, save for their commander, Logan, who was the only one unscathed. Logan didn't even have time to regroup with all the survivors. The noise of their crash landings had already drawn the attention of a nearby German patrol. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the Germans, the avenging Wolverine bared his lethal claws. For Logan, this was nothing more than a simple slaughter. But for the others, it was a battle that would shatter everything they thought they knew. For the first time, they realized that the world held more than just ordinary men like themselves. For the first time, they tasted their own vulnerability. Logan's left hand gripped the special combat knife that had been embedded in his thigh, while his right hand flashed his signature bone claws, cutting down the German patrol with savage ferocity. The first to fall was the patrol's captain, singled out by Logan for his distinctive officer's uniform. Logan didn't bother with even basic evasive maneuvers. He simply raised his knife and claws to shield his head and charged straight into the fray. As it turned out, among those who could do such a thing and still survive, there was no one else but the protagonist himself. In the end, under the horrified stares of the German officer and his subordinates, Logan twisted off the officer's head. Blood gushed from his severed neck as if a tap had been turned on. Drenched in blood, Logan lowered his head and, without a word, resumed his slaughter. The German squad, whose morale had already been on the verge of collapse after losing their commander, now erupted with an unusual determination to fight back. They realized that Logan had no intention of sparing any of them. He tormented and toyed with them. Any German soldier who tried to flee was brutally killed in an instant. Yet those who chose to resist met their deaths as well. At least, they died with their dignity intact. Soon, all that remained on the ground was a heap of mangled limbs and corpses, the only proof that this German squad had ever existed. But this did not mean the danger had passed. The firefight between Logan and the German squad was bound to draw more enemy troops to investigate. If they could not move quickly, they would soon be surrounded and annihilated by a much larger German force. In the end, the surviving commandos showed the resolve expected of those sent on desperate missions. Using the remains of their parachute containers and salvaged weapons, they built a makeshift defensive position. Here, they vowed to hold their ground to the last man, drawing the Germans' attention. Their sacrifice would give Logan a chance to break through the encirclement and accomplish their most crucial task, destroying the German chemical shell depot. The people will remember your sacrifice. You fight for the wholeness and freedom of our nation. You are the guardians of our people and our land. I will finish the mission. I won't let your trust in me be in vain. In truth, Logan wasn't one for stirring speeches. He had borrowed those words from Victor. Unfortunately, Victor wasn't exactly eloquent either, but for these commandos, already resigned to their fate, those words offered a measure of comfort. After speaking, Logan turned and dashed into the forest, determined to use the approaching nightfall as cover for his breakout. Not long after Logan left, the next wave of German troops arrived at the scene. Soon, the sound of intense gunfire erupted behind him. But Logan's stride never faltered. Not even his expression changed. Some things did not need to be spoken or shown. They were etched deep within the heart. Though these men had been his comrades in arms for only a single battle, Their willingness to sacrifice themselves deeply moved Logan. It made him reconsider how he viewed these soldiers, ordinary men whom he could have killed with ease. For him, taking part in this war and surviving it was not a particularly difficult task. He possessed superhuman abilities, extraordinary fighting skills, and a regenerative factor that rendered him ageless and immortal. But for these ordinary soldiers, whether they lived or died could be decided in the blink of an eye. A single bullet could determine their fate. Yet, they still marched into battle without a second thought, and when death drew near, they chose to face it bravely and without regret. However, he quickly put these questions out of his mind. For now, there were more important things to do than to wallow in autumnal melancholy. Besides, both he and melancholy favored the same season. The springtime, when life begins anew and everything flourishes, wasn't that right? Taking advantage of the cover of night, Logan slipped swiftly through the gaps in the German encirclement. Guided by the tactical map in his mind and his extraordinary sense of smell, he soon located the warehouse. He proved, without a doubt, that Wolverine was not only a king in direct combat, but also a formidable master of assassination, capable of carving out his own code of conduct in the shadows. From the guards at the warehouse entrance, to the patrolling soldiers inside, and the sentries hidden within, he left no one alive, and not a single sound escaped. After silently eliminating every enemy within his sight and senses, Logan began to improvise, fashioning bombs for whatever materials he could find. He was determined to blow this place sky high. But as he worked on the explosives, a sudden turn of events occurred. Before he could finish arming the bombs, or make his escape, the armory erupted on its own in a violent explosion. The last thought that flickered through Logan's mind before he lost consciousness was, I haven't even set the fuse yet. How did it blow up already? In truth, all of this was orchestrated behind the scenes by a man named Wolfgang von Strucker. Hailing from the Strucker estate in Bavaria, Germany, he was a hereditary nobleman. His family had served in the military for generations and were loyal members of Hydra. After Baron Zemo suffered a crushing defeat in Paris and the loss of Hydra's prized artifact, the Moonstone, the two most significant figures in the Paris incident, Logan and Victor, came into Strucker's sights. Unlike Victor, who had left behind few formal photographs and whose only images dated back to the previous century, Logan, who had once shared an intimate encounter with Mata Hari and even posed for a photograph with her, became the primary target. Their agents had once encountered him in Italy, where he went by the alias Van Helsing. But when they tried to apprehend him, they suffered devastating losses. Their camp looked as if it had been ravaged by some great beast. Every object destroyed, and not a single soldier's body left intact. This time, when reports from the front hinted at a possible sighting of Logan, Baron Strucker decided to come to this centuries-old town in person to meet the legendary Wolverine. After all, he had once promised Baron von Oswald that he would avenge his father. As he had anticipated, step by step, under his careful guidance, the Wolverine had walked right into the trap he had so meticulously prepared. With the deafening roar of the armory exploding and the flames raging sky-high, Baron Strucker knew his plan had succeeded. Your Excellency, Baron, we found remnants of the target's body among the warehouse ruins, but it seems the target is still alive. Yet Logan's vitality exceeded all expectations. Even with only his upper body left, his flesh nearly burned to charcoal, he still clung to life. What did you say? Logan's been captured again? This time it's Hydra, those Germans? Wait, what did I say again? When it came to Logan being captured, Victor's face flickered with anger, surprise, and even a strange sense of inevitability, but not a trace of worry. In truth, he had no reason to fret over Logan's safety. This guy, after all, had made history in a way few could. Back in the original story set in World War II, Logan was captured as a spy and thrown into a Polish concentration camp. He endured brutal torture with an air of indifference. The fact that he resurrected after every execution drove the three camp commandants to the edge of madness, until they finally broke down completely. This time, Logan's performance in the POW camp was equally remarkable. At first, they simply tossed him into a cell and left him for dead. But he survived. More than survived, in fact. Not only did his wounds heal completely, but even his lower body, lost in the blast, grew back. All of this terrified the guards tasked with watching him, as well as the other prisoners. Fortunately for their nerves, Logan didn't have much time to traumatize them before Hydra's agents came to take him away. He was locked up in a secret Hydra facility, inside a specially crafted cell designed just for him. The Hydra scientists eyed his body with undisguised hunger every day. His physical abilities far surpassed that of an ordinary human, and his rapid healing made him the stuff of military dreams, a perfect weapon of war. But for now, Logan himself was completely unconscious. and the blood and cells that Hydra scientists extracted from him had lost all trace of their regenerative power. This healing ability seemed to manifest only in his own body. That much became clear after one scientist removed Logan's thigh for analysis. Once separated from Logan's body, the healing factor would vanish. In fact, the occurrence of this phenomenon was thanks to a certain angel whose duty was to govern over death. It was because of this that Logan finally understood what the angel of death, Azrael, meant when he said, "I'll be back." It didn't mean he would return to the mortal world in person. Rather, it meant that when Logan's body was teetering on the edge of death, Azrael would appear directly within his consciousness, attempting to carry his soul away. But our Uncle Wolf was never the sort to sit and accept his fate. Even if it was the angel of death, Azrael. So what? If I could take you down once, I could do it 1,000 more times. So, within Logan's consciousness, the two began a fierce and unrelenting battle. This time, they were evenly matched, true rivals, each meeting their equal. Azrael, the angel of death, wielded his blade of mortality, every strike deadly, while Wolverine Logan, armed with his Muramesa blade, defended himself flawlessly, not letting so much as a drop through. It was precisely this stalemate between them that resulted in Logan's bizarre condition. His healing factor was constantly repairing his body, but Azrael's deathly power was, at the same time, relentlessly stripping away his vitality. Now, any cells that left Logan's body became rootless, like duckweed adrift. They were immediately corroded by Azrael's power of death, and quickly lost all activity. This was why Hydra scientists could never analyze the secret behind Logan's healing factor. Whether they drew blood or sliced off flesh, whatever they took instantly turned into lifeless, inert matter. While Logan and Azrael were locked in their fierce, unending fight, and Hydra scientists were tearing their hair out over the elusive healing factor, Victor finally put together a team to rescue Logan. He himself would act as leader, with Agent Zero, David North, as the sniper. The firepower specialist was Frankenstein, a scientific monstrosity who could lug a mini-armory on his back and wield a multi-barreled heavy machine gun. The team medic was our beloved old-timer, Dr. Nathaniel Essex, known as Mr. Sinister. There was also outside support from France. Arnaud Victor Dorian, the suave master of stealth, serving as the scout. This arrangement left one particular tiger tabby, Luther, rather disgruntled. But after the assassination at the Eiffel Tower, Arnaud, who had chosen to inherit the family name and become the fourth generation, was indeed more suited to scouting and assassination than a cat could ever be, no matter how much Luther protested. Tina, surveying this newly formed 5-person squad, couldn't help but remark, "Isn't this a bit much? These guys could take down Kaiser Wilhelm II himself." But in Victor's eyes, nothing was too much if it meant saving Logan. Everything was for one goal, and one goal only, to rescue Private Logan. When Victor and the others crossed the sea, reunited with Arnaud, and set foot once again in the small town of Ypres, more than a month had passed since that battle, which had claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. Meanwhile, Logan had been transferred from the initial prisoner of war camp to Hydra's secret base, and then from a specially designed prison cell to a special observation room. The reason for moving him out of the prison was his persistent comatose state, leading Hydra scientists to conclude that he would not awaken anytime soon. For the sake of convenience in observation and research, they relocated him to a special observation room adjacent to the laboratory. Of course, to ensure security, Hydra reinforced the observation room and dispatched fully armed agents every time the researchers came to collect samples. Although more than a month had gone by, Hydra scientists had made no progress at all. In stark contrast, the moment Victor arrived in Ypres, he found traces left behind by Logan. Victor and Logan knew each other so well. They were more than brothers. They were each other's shadow, each other's arm. All Victor needed was a brief sniff, and out of countless scents, he could pick out the one that belonged to Logan alone. The others followed Victor's lead, and under Arnaud's guidance, they easily slipped past the German defensive lines. They located the prisoner of war camp where Logan had been held, and then launched a surprise raid on this camp that imprisoned hundreds of Allied captives. After freeing and arming the prisoners, Mr. Astonishment conducted a simple and cordial interrogation of the camp's commanding officer. This former Hydra member, once a proud officer of the German Empire, ended up confessing even the color of his favorite underwear, begging only for death in the end. "I asked you to find out Logan's whereabouts. Why on earth would you ask him about the color of his underwear? Now look at him. You've broken him so badly. How are we supposed to keep questioning him?" A mischievous laugh was Victor's only answer from Mr. Astonishment. Before their eyes, he took out a tiny syringe, all under the German officer's gaze of terror and despair. With the injection of a green liquid, the German officer, whose body had been riddled with wounds, intestines spilling out, was miraculously restored, not even a scar left behind. Now you can interrogate him properly, my commander. I imagine he'll have nothing left to hide. Wouldn't you agree, Luther? Me ove tilde. In the end, the poor camp officer couldn't withstand it. He died from the agony, right before their eyes. Of course, before he breathed his last, he had already revealed the location of Hydra's secret base. I think we should have Luther crawl through the air ducts, take care of the guards at the door, and then open this door for us. As Victor stroked the ocelot in his arms, he made a suggestion. The first to approve was Luther himself. He lifted his little head proudly. But under the scrutinizing gaze of Mr. Astonishment, he quickly shrank back, only to remember that his master was right beside him. So he glared defiantly once more. Dr. Nathaniel Essex merely smiled, choosing not to bicker with a certain feline who relied on its human for backing. Of course, the fact that he couldn't really afford to annoy the cat's owner was also a factor. There's no need to go to all that trouble. Just let Frankenstein handle it. He's the most perfect creation in the world. Well, after I made a few simple adjustments, of course. In truth, Dr. Nathaniel Essex was utterly ecstatic about Frankenstein's existence. This was a miracle wrought by science, something that surpassed everything he'd ever known. After carrying out a series of studies on Frankenstein, even he was forced to admit, this was a unique, unrepeatable creation. It was science's direct challenge to the biblical act of creation, a living blasphemy against the so-called creator. Yet for researchers like Mr. Astonishment, Frankenstein was nothing short of a miracle. So, even though he couldn't reproduce another creature like him, he had still managed to make a series of adjustments, using his own expertise. For instance, after these adjustments, Frankenstein's body was now seamless. No more worrying about his skull falling off or other such mishaps. Moreover, he could harness his own life energy, not to project outward, but to heal his own wounds. His strength had also grown by leaps and bounds, now rivaling Hyde in his transformed state. Essex even designed a custom battle suit for him, one tough enough that even infantry cannons could hardly penetrate it. Thus, equipped with an array of weapons, Frankenstein had become a walking fortress and a mobile arsenal. At that moment, Dr. Nathaniel Essex intended for Frankenstein to use his weaponry to simply blast the doors open. However, Frankenstein chose a different, more economical approach, one that mischievous children everywhere favor when sneaking into the house. He simply kicked the pitiful iron doors with all his might. The massive crash of Frankenstein's boot colliding with the metal doors echoed through the night, and, as expected, the racket alerted every Hydra agent inside the base. In fact, the moment all the outer sentries lost contact, the secret base had already switched to its highest state of alert. However, they were confident in the defenses of the base itself. After waiting for a while, without hearing any sign of the enemy breaking through the iron doors, or even the slightest noise, they gradually began to relax. But as soon as Frankenstein landed a mighty kick on the door, the Hydra grunt stationed inside for security were utterly startled. What was that? Are they trying to ram the door with something? My God, that looks like a giant footprint. No sooner had the words left the guard's mouth than the two solid iron doors were sent flying by Frankenstein's second kick. The doors hurtled forward, cleaving several Hydra soldiers in half before embedding themselves deep into the tunnel's inner walls. Yet for the Hydra grunts who survived, fate was no kinder than it had been to their unlucky comrades. What greeted them next was a barrage of gunfire from the heirloom 12.7mm machine gun in Frankenstein's hands. This model, which should not have appeared until 1921, had not only been invented ahead of its time in this world of advanced technology, but had also been exceptionally modified. Of course, by exceptionally modified, it referred to a particular gun, the very one Frankenstein now wielded. This machine gun, whimsically dubbed Vulcan by Victor, tore through Hydra's hapless soldiers and their cover alike, reducing both to shreds. In this era without surveillance cameras, Baron Strucker, deep underground, had no idea what was unfolding above. But one thing was certain. The defense squad at the entrance had been utterly annihilated. He quickly ordered his Hydra agents to reinforce the defenses at the elevator entrance. As for himself, he began making preparations for evacuation. Meanwhile, inside the rapidly descending elevator, what had once been a spacious compartment now felt suffocatingly cramped with Frankenstein inside. Fortunately, the elevator had been designed to transport cargo, so at least it wasn't overloaded. But from the fact that Luther had to crouch on Frankenstein's steel-helmeted head, one could imagine just how crowded it was. With a yawn from the tiger cat, the elevator chimed softly. They had arrived at their destination, the lowest level of the base. Meanwhile, the Hydra soldiers lying in ambush around the elevator entrance swallowed nervously and flicked off the safeties on their weapons, ready to open fire the instant the doors slid apart. However, Just as the elevator doors slid open a narrow crack, they barely caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a cat perched atop a massive figure's head. A bizarre clown head, emitting unsettling, manic laughter, suddenly rolled out from the elevator. In an instant, the already tense Hydra agents snapped their attention toward this strange, grinning head. With a blinding flash of light, these unfortunate foot soldiers became the latest victims of a flash grenade, one of certain unscrupulous priest's inventions. Before their vision could recover, they were all sent to meet their maker by the Vulcan machine gun in Frankenstein's hands. In the chaos, several Hydra soldiers managed to fire their own weapons, but the wild, panicked shots stood little chance of harming Victor and his companions. In fact, even if these self-healing individuals were struck by ordinary machine gun or rifle fire, such wounds would barely slow them down. Baron Strucker, however, realized the battle was lost the moment shots rang out near the elevator. Without hesitation, he chose to retreat. Before withdrawing, he ordered the remaining Hydra agents to fight to the death, hoping to slow Victor's pursuit. His wisest decision, though, was leaving Logan behind instead of dragging him along. When Victor finally found Logan, he was still unconscious. There was no time to wake him, though, as the Baron had triggered the base's self-destruct sequence during his escape. Time was quickly running out. After dispatching the last of the opposition, they carried Logan with them as they made their escape from the soon-to-explode secret base. In the midst of the fight, Victor was surprised to discover that the Hydra agents had already started using semi-automatic rifles and submachine guns. This showed that their technology was ahead of other nations. Of course, their production capacity was likely as limited as the Federation's. Otherwise, these weapons would have been standard issue for the German army by now. But this was hardly the time to worry about such things. The pressing issue was how to revive Logan. Victor wasn't terribly concerned. It was only a matter of time. After Dr. Nathaniel Essex gave Logan a quick examination, he informed Victor that Logan's unconsciousness wasn't caused by any physical injury. From the results, Logan's body hasn't suffered any real harm. Of course, this is merely a superficial assessment. If we want to investigate further, we'll need to return to base. Victor still placed a great deal of trust in Mr. Astonishing's assessment. Even though Mr. Astonishing claimed it was merely a cursory external check, Victor knew that if he said the injury wasn't the cause, then it truly wasn't the cause. That meant the problem had to be something to do with telepathy or the mind, but unfortunately, what they lacked most was someone with expertise in that area. At this point, Mr. Astonishing hadn't yet encountered Apocalypse, so he hadn't gained all the various abilities he possessed in the original story. Fortunately, Victor suddenly recalled what had happened to Logan, the Wolverine, during the First World War in the original tale. He guessed that Logan might have run into Azrael, that wingman. If it's that guy, things could get tricky. But if it's him, maybe there's another way to handle this. With that thought, Victor, under the astonished gaze of everyone around, plunged Muramesa straight into his own heart, then fell flat to the ground, motionless. Meanwhile, Logan and Azrael were locked in a fierce battle, when, to their astonishment, a new figure appeared at their side. Victor, the Sabretooth. Victor? What are you doing here too? Never mind that for now. Let's focus on taking down this so-called Angel of Death first. Victor wholeheartedly agreed with Logan's newly coined nickname, Death Birdman. However, there was someone else who looked just like Logan who might be a bit touchy about being called a Birdman. Another one who refuses to die? Looks like today is my lucky day. Let me send you both to the judgment you deserve. Victor scoffed at Azrael's grandstanding airs. He knew all too well that showing off was only impressive if you had the strength to back it up. As things stood, the situation wasn't looking good for the Angel of Death. But clearly, this fellow wasn't the sharpest, so a thorough beating was inevitable. In truth, after losing to Logan the last time, Azrael had gone back and trained hard. He had no desire to repeat his previous humiliation. That's why he'd managed to hold his own against Logan for so long this time. But with Victor's arrival, all his hard-earned progress suddenly counted for nothing. He realized that all his painstaking training, all his improved defensive skills, had been for this very moment, to withstand an even harsher beating from both Victor and Logan. Last time, Logan had the death blade in hand, leaving Azrael defenseless. This time, both Victor and Logan wielded a Muramesa each, slicing him up so thoroughly that there wasn't a single unscathed spot left on his body. Luckily, Azrael hadn't manifested his wings. Otherwise, the scene would have been feathers. No, bird feathers, swirling in a chaotic storm everywhere. In the end, Azrael, the Angel of Death, who couldn't fight ambidextrously, returned to heaven in humiliation after taking a brutal beating from the Tiger and Wolf brothers. This time, he didn't even bother to threaten them with harsh words. After all, he wasn't a masochist. He had no desire to endure another thrashing like that. When Victor and Logan opened their eyes, they found themselves lying flat atop a crate strapped to Frankenstein's back. Someone, who knows who it was, had tied them together with a length of hemp rope, then hung them like two salted fish from the weapons crate slung over Frankenstein's shoulders. Fortunately, the crate, made of a superalloy and bulletproof, was large enough to fit these two supersized salted fish. As the saying goes, cats love to eat fish, so it was no surprise to Victor when he woke up to find Luther the tiger cat doggedly licking his cheek. "Logan, how are you holding up? And hey, whoever's there, get us down. How long was I out? Where are we now?" After signaling to the persistent feline to move aside, Victor began struggling to jump down, but every attempt tugged at Logan on the other end of the rope, causing Logan's face to repeatedly slam into the side of the crate. By the time Nord finally untied and set them down, Victor couldn't help but wonder why Logan, who'd been fine just moments before, now sported a face covered in bruises. "Well, sir, you've been unconscious for about a day and a half. We're now just outside the suburbs of Paris," Nord reported. Victor immediately picked up on the peculiar time discrepancy in Nord's words. In fact, from the moment he'd joined the fight to the point he and Logan sent Azrael back to heaven, barely an hour had passed. Yet outside, so much more time had gone by. Clearly, after he and Logan slipped into that near-death state, they'd been drawn by Azrael's power into a rather strange place. As it turns out, this was one of Azrael's abilities, to warp the sense of time for those who cheat death. If not for Victor's and Logan's regenerative powers, their bodies would have long since been consumed and destroyed by the forces of death during their battle with Azrael. In ancient times, many wizards and warriors who could cheat death met their end at Azrael's hand in this very way. Even if they managed to defeat the Angel of Death, they would discover their bodies had long since rotted away. And without the protection of a physical form, their souls, when faced with the Angel of Death, a being who was spirit itself, stood absolutely no chance. However, Victor and Logan were outliers among these people. They had fiercely defeated the Angel of Death in the Battle of Consciousness. And when they awoke, their physical bodies offered them protection. As spirits, the angels themselves were powerless to harm them. According to angelic doctrine, only one being was ever allowed to possess both a soul and a body at the same time, and that being's name was God. If angels wished to intervene in the mortal world, they faced two choices: either temporarily abandon their spiritual form and condescend to become human, or channel their consciousness into a projection of themselves, which, in the end, could only manifest as an ordinary person. After Victor brought Logan back to the Federation, he gave the military a detailed report of all that they had witnessed, including the existence of the silent killers and the advanced weaponry wielded by Hydra. Combined with Germany's string of victories on the battlefield, these revelations ultimately compelled the federal government to join the war. After all, if France and Britain were to fall, all the money the Federation had lent them would be lost for good. It could be said that the federal government was not waging war in the name of justice, but for the stark, naked pursuit of profit. Yet beyond the pursuit of wealth, the federal government had another, even more crucial goal: to establish a formidable standing army. Up until then, the Federation's military was not particularly powerful, and most units were composed entirely of volunteers. Defense of the individual states was left to their own militias, the National Guard. This meant that the army itself lacked any truly substantial force under its direct command. Prior to joining the war, the entire federal army numbered fewer than 130,000, with no tanks or aircraft and only a handful of heavy artillery pieces. It could be said that the reason Victor's department's 100-strong SWAT teams were dispatched on missions all over the globe was simply because the military had no one else to send. This entry into the war presented the armed forces with a golden opportunity to expand their strength. With the generals working tirelessly behind the scenes, Congress swiftly passed the Selective Service Act, and for the first time in its history, the Federation began to build up its standing army through conscription. Months later, the federal troops landed successfully in Europe. Victor, now a major general, stood as the representative of the federal government. Before the tomb of Marquis de Lafayette, the French nobleman who had fought in America's War of Independence, he solemnly declared, "Marquis de Lafayette, we are here." This noble-born French officer had been an extraordinary supporter of revolutionaries striving for freedom all over the world. When the American Revolution broke out, he had even proclaimed, "The independence of the Federation will be a blessing to all who cherish liberty around the world." It was precisely because of his support for the revolution that numerous revolutionary movements continued to erupt across Europe's subjugated nations at the time, such as Poland and Ireland, persisting until they finally gained independence. To honor the Marquis de Lafayette, these revolutionaries ensured that in the capital cities of European countries and federations, like Washington and New York State, There would always be a Lafayette Avenue, second only to the city's main thoroughfares. Sending Victor to carry out this mission was, in fact, a way to help him accumulate political capital. As the military's influence expanded rapidly, it became inevitable to divide the spoils of power. Victor, as a representative of the superhuman group within the military, would naturally receive a share as well. After all, besides men like him, who became super soldiers through their own innate abilities, the Federation had also begun producing super soldiers engineered through science and surgical alteration. Among these, the most successful examples were the two Agent Zeros, David Nord and his predecessor, Tina. Yet the high mortality rate and side effects of such surgeries meant the military was always seeking a more reliable super soldier program. In fact, Nord's success was paid for with the lives of countless death row inmates. But in the end, only he survived the process. Subsequent attempts, using the very same procedure, produced nothing but corpses carried out of the laboratory, never another warrior like him. Even so, the Federation's leaders did not abandon the project. With the emergence of strange supernatural beings around the world and the surfacing of hidden forces from history, they acutely sensed the necessity of a team composed of super soldiers. Still, Victor understood well that their team was far from omnipotent. They would need the support of elite troops made up of ordinary humans. This was the rationale behind the existence of SWAT, tasked with handling peripheral and follow-up matters. It was precisely because of SWAT's presence that the military considered Victor and his kind controllable, thereby avoiding more conflicts and sordid incidents. Of course, the precedent set by a certain assassinated federal president was also a key factor. Sometimes, one cannot help but marvel at the foresight and wisdom of great figures. From the moment Victor was recruited to the present convergence of talents from all walks of life, the team might not be an overwhelming force yet, but at least the stage had been set. In the major events soon to come, the Federation's military would no longer be relegated to the background, cleaning up after others, but would instead possess the strength to make its own voice heard. Of course, all this depended on one premise: that Victor remained part of the military, and that the military's interests could still be aligned with his own. Just like his participation in this campaign, it first allowed him to amass a wave of political capital. Then, it elevated him to become the inaugural commander of the Rainbow Division. However, when Victor saw the chief of staff assigned to him by his superiors, he found himself in quite an awkward position. After all, he had once copied that man's eulogy at a memorial service long ago. At this time, MacArthur was no longer a green recruit. In his early 30s, he arrived in Europe filled with grand ambition and unshakable confidence. But when he discovered his immediate superior was a man in his 20s, his pride flared into anger. He even began to suspect he had offended someone in the upper echelons, and that this appointment was meant as an insult. Especially when he looked at the fellow, was he even a bit bashful. "Hello, Colonel MacArthur. I'm Victor Creed. I believe you've heard my name. I very much look forward to working with you." Yet once Victor had concealed his own embarrassment, MacArthur sensed in him the true bearing of a soldier. And when Victor introduced himself, MacArthur's pupils involuntarily contracted, but he managed to maintain his composure. "Hello, General Victor. It's a pleasure to serve alongside you. I never thought the rumors were true." Impressed by MacArthur's calm demeanor, Victor gave him silent praise. Outwardly, however, he remained stern as he began discussing the command structure of the Rainbow Division with him. Victor was acutely aware of his own abilities. Leading large-scale military operations required a certain talent, one he did not possess, but MacArthur did. And whether for the sake of victory or out of a sliver of personal motivation, he ultimately handed over full command of the Rainbow Division to MacArthur. Victor himself, along with Logan, then rejoined the now fully staffed X-Team, bolstered by reinforcements, and set out on a campaign to make trouble for Hydra wherever they could. Of course, in name, he still presided over the command center, overseeing the broader strategy. After Victor and his team had successfully rescued Logan last time, the humiliated Baron Strucker launched an initiative called Red Uprising. Drawing on Hydra's resources, he sponsored a Russian named Vladimir and his organization, successfully bringing an end to the Eastern Front for the German Empire. Just as a triumphant Baron Strucker led his Hydra agents, preparing to focus all efforts on the Western Front, the Federation's forces entered the war. It must be said, the Federation's timing was impeccable. Germany was already showing signs of exhaustion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so eager to conclude the Eastern campaign. Afterward, under Pershing's orders, the Rainbow Division, to which Victor and his companions belonged, was split into two groups. The larger part of the troops, led by MacArthur, participated in a series of conventional battles on the front lines. Meanwhile, Victor and his team acted together with a newly expanded SWAT unit, moving across various fronts with one clear mission: to cause as much trouble for Hydra as possible. Whenever Hydra operatives appeared on the battlefield, General Pershing, who coordinated the entire Federal Expeditionary Force, would immediately dispatch Victor and his team to strike back. Baron Strucker found himself frustrated and helpless, realizing that no matter the numbers or the quality of his men, Hydra was utterly outmatched by Victor's SWAT squads. Hydra's infamous motto claimed that if you cut off one head, 2 more would grow in its place. Yet, Team X descended on them like the divine fire in Hercules' grasp, searing Hydra's wounds so no new heads could ever grow back. As Hydra's power suffered heavy blows, the German Empire's armies were also battered on the front lines by the Federal troops, forced into a steady retreat. The Federal army advanced like a red-hot blade, slicing through the German-occupied territories with effortless ease, dividing them as easily as a knife through butter. Before long, the front lines reached the borders of Germany itself. At this point, Hydra finally decided to cut ties with the emperor they had supported. They quickly leveraged their influence in Germany to back the government's opposition, sparking a series of armed revolts and uprisings. Beset on all sides, the German Empire ultimately collapsed in the face of a general strike and armed rebellion led by Berlin's workers and soldiers. Hydra, meanwhile, managed to survive by sacrificing its pawns to protect its core, retaining much of its influence within Germany. Still, the relentless assault by Victor and his comrades left them gravely weakened. This was precisely why Hydra began a frantic campaign of recruitment, absorbing disparate factions and swelling its ranks. The result was a proliferation of branches within Hydra, most of which had long forgotten their original purpose, to bring the hive back to Earth. Power within Hydra also began to slip away from the hands of Baron Strucker and Baron Zemo. The days of their absolute rule were over. It was during this time that a man named Johann Schmidt joined Hydra. His childhood was marked by hardship and misfortune, plagued by poverty from an early age. He lost his mother during childbirth, and his father, broken by grief, even tried to drown his own son. As the old saying goes, like father, like son. With a father like that, it was almost inevitable that the boy would grow up twisted into the infamous Red Skull. So, after the war ended, Schmidt was sent to an orphanage. But true to his future as a kingpin, the boy managed to climb the walls and escape from the orphanage at the tender age of 7. Of course, we cannot know for sure why he climbed over the wall to escape, but we can venture a few guesses. For example, perhaps there was an old priest at the orphanage with an unhealthy fondness for charming boys. In any case, after fleeing the orphanage, he survived like a wild weed, struggling to eke out an existence in the darkness and chaos of post-war Germany. He spent more than a decade immersed in violence and crime before fate finally took a turn. He landed a job as a waiter in a tavern. There, he met a man named Adolf, and, while serving him, managed to earn his appreciation. Adolf went so far as to personally train Schmidt, presenting him with a special uniform and a Red Skull mask. Thus, the Red Skull was born. From then on, he became Adolf's loyal follower and enforcer, joining the mysterious organization Hydra, which, at that time, had chosen to cooperate with Hitler. Drawing upon the hard-won experience he'd gained over the years, he began to rise steadily through Hydra's ranks, all the while building his own loyal faction within the organization. Naturally, none of this would have been possible without Adolf's backing. In fact, this was all part of Adolf's grand design, to use the Red Skull as a means to seize complete control over Hydra. Ultimately, his story was one of both triumph and failure. On the one hand, Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, did indeed become one of Hydra's most powerful leaders. He took command of Hydra's largest and most formidable division. No other branch could afford to ignore his orders, and all eyes were fixed on him. Yet, therein lay his failure as well. In the minds of Hydra's members, the Red Skull had eclipsed even the Führer himself. While the Red Skull remained loyal, this was of little consequence. But the moment his allegiance wavered, the seeds of rebellion within Hydra were sown. While Hydra and Adolf, licking their wounds in defeated Germany, steeled themselves for the next World War. Victor and his companions, triumphant upon their return to the Union, were once again hailed as war heroes. Of course, the greatest beneficiaries this time were Pershing and MacArthur. One became Chief of Staff of the Union Army. The other was appointed Superintendent of West Point. During his tenure, MacArthur left behind the school's enduring motto, duty, honor, country. Compared to them, Victor, who had already achieved fame and glory soon after the Civil War, finally attained the rank of Lieutenant General, took an honorary position at General Headquarters, and was sent back to Florida to enjoy a well-earned retirement. As for the others, only Logan and Nord received promotions, as they too were officially part of the military establishment. Frankenstein and Mr. Hyde, on the other hand, did not belong to the military ranks. Strictly speaking, they were subordinates of Victor's department. After the war ended, Arnaud returned to Paris. he decided to rebuild that ancient organization known as the Brotherhood, to labor in darkness and serve the light. So, tell me, what kind of matter could bring you all the way to my estate in Florida just to seek out an old, retired fellow like me? Victor leaned back in his rocking chair, absently stroking the tiger cat in his arms as he appraised the slight figure of the Federal Army soldier before him. Hello, my name is Jack Russell, or you might also call me Jacob Russoff. Mr. Van Helsing recommended that I come to you. He said you're the one who can help with my problem. After hearing the man's introduction, Victor and his cat exchanged a look as if they'd just met a fool who names themselves after a dog. The other name, at least, wasn't so bad. Well then, Mr. Jack, what is your problem? Why would Van Helsing think that I could solve it? He should know I'm far more skilled at handling the people who make trouble rather than their troubles. No sooner had Victor finished speaking than he seemed to realize something. Suddenly, a sharp sense of danger washed over him, prickling his beastly instincts. A savage howl split the air. You damn scoundrel! Are you toying with me? I'll tear you apart and make you tonight's dinner. I'm done pretending to be human. Victor flipped backward from his chair, narrowly dodging the midnight werewolf Jack's lunging attack. Unfortunately, his rocking chair couldn't escape so easily. Under the werewolf's claws, it was reduced to a pile of splinters. Hey, that was a rot-tan chair air-shipped all the way from China. It was expensive. You'd better pay up. And by the way, didn't Van Helsing ever teach you to respect your elders? Jack the werewolf replied with a thunderous roar and a half-digested skewer of squid from last night. Victor had no doubt it was squid, because as the werewolf bellowed, the remains of the meal, mixed with slobber, splattered right onto Victor's head. As for Luther the tiger cat, he had no intention of helping his master, who had been ambushed so suddenly. Instead, he picked a sunny spot, settled down, and watched the spectacle unfold. Well, it seems you not only lack manners, but you're also quite unhygienic. No wonder Van Helsing sent you to me. Looks like he hoped I'd teach you a lesson or two. Just as Victor was about to use the guise of teaching to settle, once and for all, the problem Jack Russell had raised, something unexpected happened. The werewolf grabbed his own right hand with his left. With a series of heart-wrenching, guttural roars, Jack began to struggle violently, shifting back and forth between his human and werewolf forms. At last, he once again conquered the darkness and desire within himself, returning to his human shape. But this effort drained the very last of his strength. He collapsed straight to the ground, falling unconscious right before Victor's eyes. Victor, who had already unsheathed his claws and readied himself for battle, watched this scene unfold and stared at the small, frail soldier lying on the floor. He hesitated. While Victor wavered, torn between wanting to pet the cat to calm his nerves, Luther deftly slipped out of his embrace and looked at him, with an expression as if regarding something distasteful. Well, it seemed Victor's werewolf breath had earned him the cat's disdain. After dragging the unconscious Jack Russell to his secret base and strapping him to an interrogation chair designed for electric shocks, Victor took a shower. Then, he fetched an old armchair and a pile of chocolate and settled himself in front of Jack. Victor had a particular fondness for this bittersweet military chocolate. At this point in time, chocolate had already been distributed to soldiers as a type of army ration. But it wasn't yet the heavily modified, nearly inedible military chocolate of later years. In fact, during World War II, the chocolate was made intentionally unpleasant because in World War I, it had tasted so good that soldiers would eat it as a snack long before they actually needed it in emergencies, leaving them hungry when the time came to rely on it. With something this delicious, it's no wonder it would one day take the world by storm. Back then, when I had Tom invest in Milton Snavely Hershey, it turned out to be the right choice after all. By now, a decade had passed since the end of World War I. Ever since Hershey's, the company Victor had invested in 5 years ago, began selling chocolate in the magical capital of China, he'd fallen in love with the dark chocolate made by his own company. Victor's passion for chocolate had made it a hit among the federal troops. In the years to come, it was thanks to Victor's military connections that Hershey secured the very first order for emergency chocolate rations from the Federal Army. Hey, damn it, you're a cat. Don't you know cats can't eat chocolate? Spit it out this instant. As Victor unwrapped a piece of chocolate, reading his newspaper and waiting for Jack to wake up, a certain tabby cat quietly leapt onto his armchair and, with a quick bite, snatched the chocolate bar right out of his hand. By the time Victor realized what had happened, Luther had already swallowed the chocolate bar. At first, Victor considered grabbing him by the hind legs to make him cough it up, but in the end, he decided it was better just to let him drink plenty of water. After all, he probably wouldn't die. He was, after all, a mutant cat who had inherited Victor's regenerative abilities. Surely he wouldn't be felled by a single piece of chocolate. As it turned out, a bar of high-concentration chocolate truly couldn't kill a mutant tiger cat, but it could certainly give him a case of the runs bad enough to leave his legs weak. Watching Luther, who was now so exhausted from his ordeal that he could only lie meekly on the floor, Victor gave him a big, cheerful grin. Then, right in front of Luther, he tore open another packet of chocolate and took a huge bite. After receiving a feeble, disdainful look from the tiger cat, the unconscious werewolf finally stirred awake. As he caught a whiff of the chocolate's sweet aroma in Victor's hand, his stomach let out a loud, insistent growl. "HM? What's that smell? It's wonderful. Wait, Mr. Victor, why am I here? I didn't hurt you, did I?" Upon waking, Jack found himself bound to a strange chair. He struggled a bit and realized that, while he wasn't completely immobile, he couldn't break free from the restraints. "You're here because you turned into a kobold and nearly took my head off with a single bite. So, I fixed up this chair to help you keep yourself in check." As he spoke, Victor took another large bite of his chocolate bar, savoring the smooth, delicious taste as he chewed slowly. Jack, breathing in the sweet scent of the chocolate and feeling his own gnawing hunger, couldn't help but swallow hard. But guilt over nearly harming Victor, coupled with his family's strict upbringing, kept him from asking for food. "What's the matter? Hungry? Want a taste? HM, come on, have a bite." Of course, Victor saw right through Jack's predicament and seized the opportunity to tease him, holding the chocolate just out of reach, taunting and testing his patience. Victor's antics, unsurprisingly, provoked Jack's anger. Long, bristling wolf fur started to sprout from his body once again. But this time, just as the transformation reached halfway, Jack managed to suppress it with sheer force of will. "Please, Mr. Victor, stop. I can barely hold it back. I don't want to hurt anyone. Please, help me. It's fine. Trust me. Just let yourself change. I'd like to have a proper conversation with your kobold side. Don't worry. Even Van Helsing, the king of the kobolds, couldn't hurt me. You're no match for me, pup." Victor patted Jack gently on his rather handsome face, encouraging him to open up and transform into the werewolf form he dreaded most. After listening to Victor's advice, Jack recalled what Van Helsing had told him. Without hesitation, he abandoned all resistance and transformed directly into a werewolf. "Oh, whoa. This feeling, it's exhilarating like nothing I've ever known. Hey, let me go. You insignificant human. How dare you lock me up? Gore." No sooner had Jack turned into a werewolf than Victor immediately put him in his place, sending a jolt of electricity to jolt his mind back to clarity. "Are you ready to talk now? I doubt this bit of current can do you any real harm. It should just make you a little uncomfortable." But the werewolf Jack clearly had no intention of appreciating Victor's good intentions. He gathered a mouthful of saliva, aiming to spit it in Victor's face, but Victor was quicker. He flicked the switch on the electric chair just in time. Given Jack's behavior, Victor not only restarted the current, but turned it up a notch. The result, Jack, paralyzed by the shock, accidentally inhaled his own spit down his windpipe. Choking on his own saliva, Jack's eyes rolled back in distress. He couldn't even clutch at his own throat, not to mention the 1,000 volts coursing through him, keeping his mind painfully sharp. At last, it wasn't until Victor caught the distinct aroma of roasted wolf meat that he finally let go of the electric chair's switch. Eyeing the werewolf, now slumped and limp, Victor began to worry that he might have electrocuted him to death. Suddenly, Jack's eyes flew open. With a sudden effort, he spat the trapped saliva straight at Victor's face. But Victor, already on guard, dodged the projectile with ease. Instead, the spit landed squarely on the face of a tabby cat, who'd been dozing atop a storage crate nearby. "Roar. Now, I think we can have a proper conversation, don't you think, Mr. Doghead? Honestly, I'm quite interested in you. You're the second werewolf I've ever met who can shift so freely between wolf and human form." The first such werewolf Victor had encountered was, of course, that fallen angel, Van Helsing. And perhaps it was precisely because Jack shared this rare gift that Van Helsing had sent him to Victor in the first place. After all, Victor had once given shelter to the outcast Frankenstein's monster. In Van Helsing's eyes, what harm could there be in taking in a werewolf as well? At this point, Jack the werewolf had sunk into complete despair. Nearly fried by Victor's electricity, his proud, glossy fur now singed and matted, and to add insult to injury, a house cat had clawed out several tufts. His face covered in scratch marks, Jack looked like a wronged husky cowering in the elevator, letting out soft, mournful whimpers. Clearly, this outcome seemed to surpass Victor's expectations. He had assumed the fellow would be tough as nails, but to his surprise, the man actually broke down in tears. In the end, Victor slapped his forehead and decided to let Jack the werewolf calm down for a while. He had to give his own cat a bath first. By the time he finished bathing Luther and blow-drying his fur, Victor returned to find the werewolf craning his neck jaws wide open, trying to snag the chocolate Victor had casually left beside the electric chair with his tongue. At that moment, Jack's spirit was on the verge of collapse. He had no idea what material this wretched chair was made of. He possessed the strength to tear through steel, yet he couldn't even scratch it. Being restrained in the chair would have been bad enough, but on top of that, he had to endure occasional electric shocks. Worst of all, he was even bullied by a cat. Luther, you were the one who picked a fight with me first. And to make matters worse, the cat in this cursed place was downright terrifying. His own hide, which could barely be pierced by bullets, was effortlessly scratched open by those feline claws. As the saying goes, life is what it is, and if you can't fight back, you might as well open your arms and embrace it. Driven by hunger, the werewolf's behavior completely upended Victor's understanding of his kind. Well, I almost forgot. You haven't eaten anything, have you? Normally, dogs and wolves can't eat chocolate, but you're a werewolf. I suppose you should be fine. With that, Victor tore off the wrapper from the chocolate and offered it to Jack's mouth. But once again, he pulled his hand back just in time. Were you planning to eat my whole hand along with the chocolate? If you really are, I hope Van Helsing has warned you what happens when you make me angry. Having bitten his tongue in his haste, the werewolf looked at Victor with teary eyes, sensing the murderous aura radiating from him. He truly hadn't meant to bite Victor's hand. He was just so ravenous that he couldn't help himself. In the end, the werewolf finally tasted the chocolate he'd been yearning for. Though he had to admit, the way he ate it was a little humiliating. After Victor completely stripped off the wrapper, he tossed the chocolate lightly into the air as if throwing a bone. Jack stretched out his neck and caught the long-awaited treat in his mouth. Is there more? Give me another piece. As the chocolate melted on his tongue, Jack the werewolf was moved to tears. He had finally eaten something. He was on the verge of losing his mind, though he'd long suspected he already had. By the way, how is it that you can speak? Normally, mindless werewolves can't talk, and if a werewolf can speak, it means he still has his reason. On this point, Jack himself was at a loss. After all, he used to lose all reason and the power of speech whenever he transformed into a werewolf. But at some point, he began to notice a change within himself. It was as if he had split into two people. One was the timid, kind-hearted Jack, just an ordinary man. The other, the fierce and cunning werewolf Jack. It was also around that time that, although his werewolf form was still driven by a bloodthirsty urge, he somehow gained the ability to speak and to think clearly. I suppose I know why Van Helsing sent you to me, Victor mused. That man is quite skilled at shirking responsibility. Still, he's not wrong. I truly can help you. Solve your problem. But tell me, what are you willing to pay for it? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and I am hardly the selfless angel he is. In truth, as Victor spoke, he had already figured out exactly what to do with Jack Russell in his mind. Now, all he had to do was wait for Jack's answer. And when Jack, still in his werewolf form, heard his words, he actually transformed back into his human shape and uttered the very word Victor had hoped to hear. Everything. If you are prepared to give up everything, then let us work a miracle together. After all, miracles demand sacrifice. With these words, spoken with a hint of deeper meaning, Victor released Jack from his restraints. Just as he had predicted, Jack did not immediately shift into a werewolf to attack him, but instead remained in his human form. Thank you, Mr. Victor. So where do we begin? I can hardly wait to start creating a miracle. Victor did not answer Jack's question directly. Instead, he led him out of the secret underground base. Whatever you're planning, the first order of business is to eat. You can't create miracles on an empty stomach. No sooner had Victor finished speaking than Jack's stomach gave a loud growl. Embarrassed by his own unruly belly, Jack's face flushed deep red. But soon, he set his embarrassment aside. In the dining room, the servants had already prepared a lavish meal for them. For Jack, who had been starving and had only eaten a bit of chocolate, the sight of such delicious food was simply irresistible. Thank you so much, Mr. Victor. It's been ages since I've had a meal this sumptuous. I almost forgot what it felt like. Watching Jack dig in with gusto, Victor let out a cold laugh in his heart, not bothering to point out that Jack had taken Luther's seat at the table. But Victor's smile quickly faded, for once his own seat had been claimed, the ocelot leapt up and took his place, devouring the feast with equal delight. At last, with a stiff expression on his face, Victor took the guest seat and finished a share of the meal. Yet, deep down, he was already plotting how to deal with these two troublemakers once dinner was over. After clearing every last bit of food from the table, Victor scooped up Luther and led Jack to his usual training hall. The first step to mastering control is to accept yourself. I believe the real reason you're in this predicament lies in the choices you've made. Victor's very first words left Jack feeling both impressed and bewildered. As expected of Mr. Victor, every word made sense on its own, but together, Jack hadn't the faintest idea what he was talking about. I told you to transform into a werewolf. You want to solve your problem, right? Then turn into a werewolf for me first. Only then can I actually help you. Seeing the confusion on Jack's face, Victor realized his earlier speech had completely missed the mark. So he stated his request plainly, and, at last, Jack understood. But Mr. Victor, aren't you going to restrain me? If I transform here, I'm afraid I might hurt you, or damage your house. It had to be said, Jack was a kind man at heart. Still, his worries were unnecessary. Werewolf or not, he was no match for Victor. Since Van Helsing sent you here, you'd better do as I say. You ended up like this, almost split into two personalities because of this very attitude. Come on, hurry up, and let's try to finish before dinner. In the end, after Victor's repeated insistence, Jack decided to trust both Van Helsing and Victor. He lowered his guard, releasing the dark, beastly nature within, allowing it to take full control. I must thank you. Thanks for letting that coward set me free. So, I've decided to reward you in the best way possible, by making you my dinner. No sooner had he said this than Victor delivered a swift uppercut. As the saying goes, all martial arts lead to the dragon punch. And while Victor might not be able to shatter the heavens, cracking a werewolf's jaw was well within his reach. What hurt Jack the werewolf most wasn't the fractured jawbone, but the way he bit his own tongue. He hadn't even finished his threat before Victor's punch landed, and sure enough, he nearly bit through it. Fortunately, transforming into a werewolf had greatly strengthened his body. Otherwise, he might really have bitten his tongue clean off. With a furious growl, Jack roared, "I'll tear you apart." Clearly, such a minor injury couldn't hold back the werewolf's rage. If anything, it only made Jack angrier. Dropping to all fours, he lunged at Victor, teeth bared and eyes ablaze. I don't know why, but seeing you in that posture makes me even more annoyed. Fine, I can tell you're not listening at all now. So just brace yourself for a beating. No sooner had Victor finished speaking than he was tackled and sent flying by Jack the werewolf. The two of them crashed into the wall at the edge of the dojo. The dojo's wall, reinforced with military-grade steel and concrete, shuddered from the impact but only ended up with a small dent. Just as Jack, straddling Victor and ready to strike again with his claws, prepared his attack, Victor seized a handful of the werewolf's chest fur and flung him aside. This really is the way of a beast, fighting entirely by instinct. I thought that if he could speak, he'd have inherited some combat skills too. Then again, maybe he never had any in the first place. As Victor analyzed Jack's fighting style, he pressed his advantage. Before the werewolf could rise, Victor grabbed a fistful of fur on Jack's head. Blocking the claws, slashing toward him, Victor held tight to Jack's scalp and hurled him once more. The werewolf crashed into the dojo wall again, carving out another dent. Unwilling to accept defeat, Jack climbed to his feet and lunged at Victor yet again. This time, he didn't even manage to bring Victor down. Just as he was about to make contact, Victor landed an uppercut. As Jack's jaw took the heavy blow and confusion clouded his eyes, Victor seized his body and slammed him into the ground with a powerful throw. The werewolf, still stunned from the brutal impact, barely had time to catch his breath before Victor leaped up and drove an elbow into his chest. Watching from the side, Luther the tiger cat had already started covering his eyes with his paws, unable to bear the sight. He knew all too well, this was only the beginning. After finishing his warm-up, Victor launched into a true, merciless beating of Jack. No matter what attack Jack tried, Victor always found an opening. What followed was an unending series of powerful strikes and throws. For ordinary people, these attacks would be lethal, but though they couldn't kill the werewolf, they inflicted just as much pain. Now that Jack had regained a degree of rationality, he'd also lost the mindless resilience to pain that came with being a wild werewolf. Or rather, he could now sense mortal danger and choose to retreat, unlike a mindless beast that fought until the bitter end. And this time, even though he didn't feel his life was in danger, he still chose to back down, something he'd never done before. No, please. Mr. Victor, it's me, don't hit my face. He's gone, he's retreated back into the depths of my mind. It's me, Jack. Mr. Victor. Just as Victor was about to land his fist on the werewolf's face once more, he realized that the creature pinned beneath him had suddenly transformed back into the human, Jack. Looking down at Jack, the frail human trembling beneath his hold, Victor instantly lost his interest and fighting spirit. What's going on? Why did you change back so soon? We've only been at this for a little over 3 hours. There's still more than an hour to go before dinner. Hearing Victor's words, which suggested he was ready to continue the beating, Jack shrank back in fear, yet he remained in his human form, making no attempt to resist by transforming again. All right, get up. I was just trying to scare you. It seems your werewolf persona is quite interesting after all, actually choosing to run away. But this also meant that Jack's situation was becoming precarious. His two personalities had now split to such an extent. If this continued, he really might end up becoming two separate beings, kind-hearted human Jack and the savage werewolf Jack. The last person to end up like this was Edward Hyde. His own misdeeds were bad enough, but he also dragged down the once kind Henry Jekyll with him. Now that you've ended up in my hands, even if you're beyond saving, I'll bring you back. Even if your bones are rotten, I'll straighten you out. After confirming Jack's condition, Victor began to devise a custom therapy for him, a rather physical form of psychological treatment. Since we still have over an hour, would you be willing to tell me about your past? It might be a great help in solving your problem. But Jack couldn't say much about his past. He'd spent most of his time asleep. Whenever he awoke, it was only out of hunger, compelled to hunt. He'd encountered Van Helsing during one of these hunts when he was spotted by humans. The local priest reported him to the church. After verifying the situation using their own methods, the church dispatched Van Helsing to purify this pitiful soul. In the end, when the Van Helsings finally subdued him and were about to deliver the fatal blow with a silver stake, they realized they could not sense any evil within him. Upon learning that, thanks to human Jack's resistance, the werewolf had never killed an innocent, Van Helsing decided to show him a way out. Cross the ocean to the Federation and seek a man named Victor. And so, after many hardships and adventures, Jack finally made his way to the Federation. He managed to slip into the rapidly expanding Federal Army, where he eventually learned of Victor's whereabouts. In fact, as a war hero, Victor was almost universally known throughout the ranks of the Federation's military. What made him especially famous were his age and his strikingly youthful appearance. As for how Jack recognized that this Victor was the very person he was searching for, well, the answer lay in a certain military publicity photo featuring Victor. Standing right beside him in that image was a man whom Jack immediately recognized. To be honest, Jack, like some others, had mistaken Logan for Van Helsing. But he quickly recalled something Van Helsing once said. There was someone by Victor's side who looked exactly like him. That detail allowed Jack to confirm Victor's identity. Then, under the cover of night, he deserted, making his way through twists and turns all the way to Florida, where he finally found Victor. So, you're actually a deserter? Aren't you afraid I'll have you shot? After all, I'm a soldier too. Well, I suppose now that you become a werewolf, bullets probably don't scare you, let alone the threat of a firing squad. Hearing Victor's sarcastic remark, Jack could only offer a sheepish smile. The truth was, he hadn't really thought it through that far. There was only one thought occupying his mind: to find the person Van Helsing had mentioned and, at any cost, beg for their help in breaking this cursed fate. As for the curse Jack spoke of, Victor had already arrived at a rough guess. Jack was likely not one of those who had turned into a werewolf after being attacked by another. The werewolf blood running in his veins far surpassed that of those mindless, lowly dark creature werewolves. In other words, this curse of his was inherited. His ancestor had been an extraordinarily powerful werewolf, perhaps even a match for Van Helsing himself. Jack was a direct descendant of that formidable bloodline. Most likely, it was only on the first full moon after he came of age that he transformed into a werewolf. Until then, he probably had no idea of his true nature. This explained why, in human form, Jack's character was so kind-hearted, because before becoming a werewolf, he had already built a foundation of kindness in both personality and worldview. After his unexpected transformation, he found this new self utterly unacceptable. Yet, among his inherited abilities was the rare gift to control his werewolf form. Still, there were certain special times, like the night of the full moon, when transformation was a fate no werewolf could escape. Unable to accept what he had become, Jack forcibly split his personality in two. One, his human self, the other, the bloodthirsty werewolf. Yet, the dominant personality, the human Jack, could still, to some extent, reign in the werewolf within. This was why, even after turning, he never went on senseless killing sprees. Those he had killed were either criminals or mercenaries with blood on their hands. Most of the time, he chose to sleep, hoping to avoid being discovered by others, and to prevent himself from accidentally harming anyone. It wasn't until the arrival of the church's demon hunter, Van Helsing, that his fate took a sudden turn. Though he was nearly killed, that encounter brought a glimmer of hope to his otherwise hopeless existence. Clinging to that last, slender thread, he hid in the hold of a merchant ship and crossed the sea to the Federation. Even as he wandered from place to place, he had to struggle constantly to keep the darkness of the werewolf within him under control. In the end, fate smiled upon him. Without too many setbacks, he managed to track down Victor's whereabouts. But when he finally stood before Victor, exhausted and starving, he could barely contain the darkness threatening to break loose inside him. That, after all, was why he transformed into a werewolf at the slightest provocation when they first met. Yet after a hearty meal and Victor's psychological counseling, he gradually managed to reclaim himself. To his surprise, he found that Jack, the werewolf within, who always clamored to be let out, was now showing nothing but indifference. Was this a sign of resignation, or a deeper change of heart? While Jack felt a certain satisfaction at the werewolf's retreat, Victor understood that this was not a true solution. To truly resolve Jack's problem, Jack would have to accept his werewolf nature, allowing both personalities to merge and become a whole, unified self. Having temporarily resolved the issue of Jack's transformations, Victor sat down with him for a heart-to-heart conversation. He laid out the real problem, asking Jack to ponder it deeply. Your curse cannot be lifted because it's inherited through your family's bloodline. You have two choices: accept yourself as a werewolf or remain as you are forever. Pondering Victor's words, Jack's thoughts turned to Van Helsing, who bore the same werewolf curse. If I'm fated to become a werewolf, then I'll be a righteous one. I won't let my heart be consumed by bloodlust and darkness. With this resolve, Jack drifted off to sleep in the midst of his reflections. Early the next morning, he sought out Victor and shared his decision. Victor was not surprised by Jack's choice. After all, who would want to live fractured, or to become a beast in mind as well as body? Now Victor offered him a chance. He could never be fully human again, but if he could control his transformations and maintain his reason, then what difference would there be between that and being human? If anything, having an extra means of survival in dangerous times was nothing to scoff at. Since you've accepted my proposal, Victor said, the next thing we must discuss is the price you'll have to pay. Victor had mentioned this condition to Jack from the very beginning, so Jack was already mentally prepared for it. However, the price Victor named still took him by surprise. When I help you gain control over your powers, you must join me and become a member of the Howling Strike team I'm forming. There's one more thing. You'll serve as my family's lifelong steward after you retire. Compared to the dreadful, demon-like bargains Jack had imagined, this price was almost laughably simple. He wouldn't be a slave, and he'd have room and board provided. He'd get help with his personal issues and, in the process, be offered a job with accommodation. From then on, he could leave behind a life of drifting, with no more worry about hunger or the risk of being discovered by humans. For Jack, this was the best outcome he could hope for. He quickly nodded in agreement to Victor's terms and signed a paper contract with him. Victor carefully put the contract away and began guiding Jack once more. As before, Jack was asked to transform into a werewolf, practicing self-acceptance and control. But clearly, this was no easy feat. Jack had spent years splitting himself in two, and now it was not so simple to become whole again. Fortunately, he had Victor's help. Whenever Jack transformed or tried to merge his personalities, he often fell into a state of wildness and frenzy. In that state, Jack was barely different from any mindless werewolf when it came to reason. The only difference was that he was faster and stronger. If Jack had been out in the wild during these fits, it's likely that anyone or anything nearby would have come to harm. He had no rational thought left, only the urge to kill and devour. But now, he was in Victor's training hall, a place built sturdy enough to withstand his outbursts and keep him from breaking free and escaping. Most importantly, Victor himself, faster and stronger than Jack, was there to assist him, providing both psychological guidance and, when needed, more direct intervention. Whether it was counseling or physical persuasion, Victor always handled it splendidly. And as a sparring partner, Jack the werewolf performed admirably as well. No matter how many times they clashed, every session ended the same way: Jack battered and bruised, collapsing into unconsciousness from exhaustion. As for Victor, these bouts hardly qualified as high-intensity combat anymore. Ever since the last time he fused with the Moonstone, though he'd removed it soon after, Victor sensed that something within him had been awakened by its formidable power, even if he couldn't quite grasp what it was just yet. But the most striking change was that his self-healing factor had become even more powerful. His physical strength and power had also reached new heights. If, in the past, his maximum strength was capped at 25 tons, now his power had soared to the level of 100 tons. His speed, too, had seen an extraordinary boost. When he pushed himself to the limit, he could even break the sound barrier. This was the true reason he could utterly overpower the werewolf. He was no longer the man he once was. Moreover, he had been diligently collecting and refining his combat techniques. By now, he had all but mastered the use of every weapon, hot or cold, known in the world, and he'd learned over 100 different styles of hand-to-hand combat. With full command of these skills, he had crafted a unique fighting style that belonged to him alone. Still, he relied primarily on his claws and his own body, engaging in bare-handed battles. In his eyes, his body at this point was the deadliest weapon in the world. Another classic example of this was the Hulk. The Hulk hardly needed any weapon to crush the vast majority of superheroes and villains. That was what happened when sheer power reached its zenith, a shift from quantity to a whole new quality. Victor was well aware he hadn't yet reached the Hulk's league, so from time to time, he would still wield Muramasa as his weapon, especially when facing particularly troublesome opponents. But now, to Victor, Muramasa was little more than an exceptionally sharp blade. Its physical enhancements were, at this stage, almost negligible for him. What Victor truly needed from it was only its unrivaled sharpness. After all, it could rival Wolverine's adamantium claws in both hardness and cutting power. Besides, it lacked the ability to suppress self-healing factors, so he didn't have to worry about it falling into enemy hands and being used against him. At this moment, while Victor was providing Jack with psychological counseling, he was also adapting to and fine-tuning his own body. He could already sense that war was on the horizon. Time was running out for him, and the moment for him to return to the fray was fast approaching. As for Jack the werewolf, Victor had no fear of accidentally killing him. As long as he didn't use silver weapons or decapitate him, no matter how grievous the wounds, a werewolf could always recover. Yet this kind of recovery did not come without a price. The most direct consequence was a massive drain on stamina, which in turn led to a ravenous hunger afterward. Of course, none of these issues were problems for Victor. Whenever Jack collapsed from exhaustion, Victor would simply stop. As for the appetite, never mind the equivalent of 10 men's food, even if Jack could eat as much as 100 pigs, Victor would have no trouble feeding him. Such an immense expenditure also brought Jack the werewolf equal rewards. First, his two personalities began to gradually merge. Next, his werewolf form, surprisingly, grew stronger alongside the recovery and strengthening of his human body. In other words, his two forms seemed to influence each other. Even in his ordinary human shape, the werewolf's physical prowess far surpassed that of any regular person. He could even exceed the limits of a normal human to some extent, and a robust human, upon transforming into a werewolf, would become even stronger than most werewolves. As for someone like Jack, whose transformation was the result of inherited bloodline, his natural foundation was excellent. Yet, years of slumber and wandering had left his body incredibly weak. Still, even in such a state, when he transformed into a werewolf, he was much stronger than the average werewolf, almost reaching the level of that werewolf whom Dracula once kept as a pet. Now, Jack could eat and drink his fill every day and get all the exercise he needed. It was as if he had gone from a stray mutt to a pampered house dog. During this time, his body recovered at an astonishing pace. Even when he didn't transform, he exhibited physical abilities far beyond normal men. Naturally, whenever he became a werewolf, his strength soared even higher. But this was something only Victor noticed. Jack himself was completely unaware. After all, before and after Jack's newfound strength, Victor could still take him down in a couple of moves, followed by a relentless thrashing. In a state of confusion, fighting Victor, who also possessed the instincts of a beast, Jack could never make full use of his advantages. He was thoroughly suppressed at every turn. However, this situation didn't last forever. After nearly a year of constant beatings, Jack's two personalities finally achieved an initial fusion. At this point, while he would still occasionally lose focus, he was no longer the fractured soul he once was. This also meant he could now maintain a basic sense of reason after transforming into a werewolf. Ironically, this newfound clarity only earned him more punishment at first. Fear would grip him. He'd instinctively try to dodge. This kept him from fully unleashing his superhuman reflexes. As a result, Victor could easily spot his weaknesses, and before Jack grew any stronger, he'd endure even more of Victor's harsh lessons. After all, fighting a rational, screaming man was far more interesting than battling a beast that only howled and lashed out. But now that Jack had begun to get a basic handle on his werewolf body, Victor could no longer just keep his head down and beat him senseless in silence as before. He needed to offer Jack guidance during their bouts, helping him pick up combat skills and better adapt to, even master, his new body in the process. However, in practice, Victor's so-called instruction was about 90% military-grade profanity. Only about 10% of it could be considered genuinely useful advice. Victor understood that, as a werewolf, Jack was fundamentally different from himself. After all, a werewolf's bodily structure was worlds apart from a human's. For example, Victor's own sharp canines made him stronger than an ordinary man when it came to biting. But compared to the gaping maw of werewolf Jack, he was utterly outclassed. You're supposed to sink your teeth into me, not just shower me with spit. What, is your breath supposed to be poisonous? Are you trying to gas me to death? Among barbs like these, Victor laced in countless jibes and taunts, goading Jack's emotions and teaching him to adapt, to control his anger. It had to be said, the bloodline Jack possessed was truly remarkable and powerful. As his physical abilities soared, so did his extraordinary capacity to learn. During his battles with Victor, Jack was often so provoked by the man's venomous tongue that he lost all reason. Yet, despite that, he managed to pick up a host of fighting techniques, and even adapt them into moves uniquely suited to a werewolf's form. Though Victor's insults could leave Jack seething with rage, when his psychological counseling was over, he was always sincerely grateful, offering heartfelt thanks. He knew that everything Victor did was for his own good. More than that, the time he spent here was the calmest and happiest period he'd ever known. Here, there were no ignorant villagers treating him as some embodiment of darkness. He didn't have to worry about food or safety. Every day, someone talked with him, took him out for walks. The daily counseling sessions were tough to get through, but the rest of the time was everything he had ever longed for, a life of simple, quiet joy. Even though he was constantly ridiculed and teased by a certain cat, Jack remained unfailingly kind to it, knowing full well that the cat was Victor's, named after Victor's brother. After tormenting Jack countless times, Luther eventually lost interest. What it really wanted was to see Jack fly into a rage, not meekly accept its antics. Besides, as Jack's physical abilities grew, Luther's pranks succeeded less and less often. And after one incident that nearly dragged Victor himself into the chaos, and a stern threat to send Luther off to be re-educated by Mr. Sinister, the cat had become much more well-behaved. But there was one thing that had changed. The cat seemed to have accepted Jack's presence in the household, and even appeared to treat him as a little brother. In fact, caring for Victor's cat was considered part of the preliminary training for a butler. Of course, at this stage, most of Jack's lessons still revolve around combat techniques and knowledge. Although Victor made sure Jack set aside time each day to learn the basics of butler work from the old butler. After all, he had signed a contract of servitude, and Victor wasn't about to let that go to waste. But the real reason was that Victor wanted to keep Jack firmly under his wing, lest he become arrogant, turn into a villain, and get squashed by some superhero one day. However, this simple, harmonious life was abruptly and completely upended by the arrival of a little girl. With her appearance, there was now yet another mouth to feed in Victor's household. At the time, Jack had just finished a day of psychological counseling and lessons. He was taking a walk in the garden with Luther when a little girl dressed in a gothic Lolita outfit suddenly appeared before them and spoke to him. "Hello, are you my Uncle Jack? The one who can turn into a big werewolf? Mommy said if I found you, I'd have something to eat. Are you him? Are you Lisa's child? I always thought she was dead. What happened? Where's your mother?" Jack immediately recognized the little girl before him as his sister's child, because she looked almost exactly like Lisa had when she was little. "Mommy's not dead. She married Daddy, then she had me. But now they don't want me anymore. Mommy told me to come and find you." As it turned out, Lisa Russell, who had once suffered under the same werewolf curse, had eventually found a way to lift it. She sought help from a man calling himself Dr. Glitterknight. With his assistance, she managed to suppress the curse and return to human form. After faking her death, she married a wealthy local man named Price. But what Lisa didn't realize was that Dr. Glitterknight was actually a servant of the demon Mephisto. He hadn't lifted her curse at all. Instead, he transferred it to her child. As a result, her daughter Nina was born bearing a doubled burden of the curse. A werewolf is half human, half wolf. But with the curse doubled, Nina transformed completely into a white wolf. And her first transformation came far earlier than usual. Instead of at the first full moon after her 18th birthday, hers arrived at the first full moon after she turned 9. When Lisa discovered that her child was turning into a white wolf cub under the full moon, she finally understood the true price she had paid for her own humanity. Fortunately for her, although she had faked her own death to leave her brother behind all those years ago, she had never truly abandoned him. She continued to watch over him from the shadows, offering help whenever she could. Because of this, she always kept track of Jack's situation, and now, in her moment of desperation, the only person Lisa could think of was her brother, Jack. Out of shame and other complicated feelings, she chose not to see Jack in person again. Instead, after escorting Nina to a nearby area, she sent her off to find Jack on her own and quietly slipped away. Along with inheriting the werewolf curse, Nina had also gained a mind sharper than most. She was far more intelligent and mature than ordinary children, which was why she could grasp what it truly meant to turn into a wolf cub under a full moon. So, she obediently left home with her mother, seeking out the uncle who, according to her mother, also transformed under the moon's glow. However, there was one thing that caught her off guard. Uncle Jack was nothing like her mother had described. Rather than a down-and-out, broken man, he seemed every bit the respectable gentleman with a proper job. After a brief conversation, Jack finally confirmed Nina's identity, learned her name, and got an update on his sister Lisa's circumstances. He understood why Lisa had entrusted Nina to him, for he knew all too well how people treated those they saw as different. The moment of family reunion naturally turned into a melodramatic scene of tearful embraces. Of course, it was only Jack who broke down in tears, while little Nina remained rather aloof. Inwardly, she even started to think of her uncle as a bit of a weirdo. After all, to a precocious young girl, it was more than a little strange for a grown man she barely knew to suddenly clutch her and sob his heart out. Clearly, she could not comprehend what Jack felt inside. For someone like Jack, who had endured years of hostility and once believed he had lost his only family, every loved one and friend was a treasure beyond measure. Yet Nina, ever the clever child, was nothing like Jack. Her father was always busy with business and seldom home. Her mother, doting as she was, had still abandoned her after she transformed for the first time. At least, that was how Nina saw it. She might have understood her mother's fear and struggle, but forgiveness was another matter entirely. As a result, Nina had grown wary and distrustful of those around her, even if they were people her mother said she could trust. After all, if her mother could leave her behind, then her words might not be reliable. But in that moment, Nina had little choice, so she came. Of course, none of this escaped Victor's notice. In fact, the moment Lisa appeared nearby with the little girl, Victor was already aware. It was as if the cub of another fierce beast had strayed into the territory of a saber-toothed tiger. Yet Victor didn't act immediately. He sensed in that girl an aura remarkably similar to Jack's. As expected, the outcome didn't really surprise him much. It wasn't, as he'd first suspected, Jack's illegitimate daughter and an old flame coming to cause trouble. But a lowly niece turning up? Well, that was quite the unexpected twist. Still, he knew he couldn't remain a mere bystander forever. If Jack truly intended to take his niece in as the master of the manor and Jack's landlord, Victor was an obstacle that couldn't be avoided. After the wildcat impatiently shredded the hem of Jack's pants, Jack finally calmed himself. He then prepared to bring his little niece Nina to meet Victor. Mr. Victor is the master here. He's a very good man. Just as your mother told you, I was once down and out, and he was the one who helped me. I think he'll be able to help you too. While Jack was singing Victor's praises, earning a look of disdain from Luther, the very man he was praising appeared before them. Jack, is this your daughter? She's adorable. Come here, let your uncle pat your head. Do you like chocolate? I have every kind of Hershey's chocolate you can think of. Victor pulled a thick stick of dark chocolate from his pocket. As he affectionately ruffled little Nina's hair, he handed the chocolate to her. Nina, who bore the double curse of the werewolf, possessed senses far sharper than most. She immediately detected the dangerous and murderous aura radiating from Victor. Startled, but obedient, she accepted the chocolate and let Victor tousle her golden hair as he pleased. This man is terrifying. If I don't eat it, will he eat me instead? The chocolate is so bitter. Afraid that this human-shaped predator might devour her, the little lowly bravely finished the bitter dark chocolate Victor had given her. Tears welled in her eyes. After all, no matter how clever she was still just a little girl. Why are you crying? Don't cry. Is it the flavor you don't like? I've got some milk chocolate too. Just tell me what you want. Hey Jack, don't look at me like that. I wasn't trying to bully her. Really, you can't just transform here. Oh no, this is bad. Victor hadn't even finished his sentence before Jack, convinced his niece was being bullied, transformed and lunged at him in a fit of rage. Victor had no choice but to grab little Nina by the collar with one hand and scoop up the wildcat with the other, then make a run for it. Behind him, the enraged werewolf Jack gave chase, hot on his heels. Apart from the furious werewolf Jack and the hurriedly fleeing Victor, the remaining pair, a person and a cat, remained remarkably calm. One of them had unwavering faith in Victor's abilities. The other was marveling to themselves. So Uncle Jack really can turn into the big bad wolf from Little Red Riding Hood. Well, that's what you get when the wolves in those fairy tale picture books look just like werewolves. Compared to the composure of these two youngsters, Victor actually seemed a bit anxious. Although, with his strength, handling werewolf Jack would be more than manageable. If he wanted to protect these two little ones and keep them from harm at the same time, that would probably take someone with the power of a sentinel. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Security personnel arrived at breakneck speed, and when they saw this bizarre chase scene, their first instinct was to cock their weapons, ready for action. These security guards were mostly former SWAT members. Many of them had no other survival skills after retiring, so Victor had recruited them to work as a security team. After all, considering the kind of supernatural enemies he'd likely face in the future, it was far better to have seasoned XSWATs on his side than to hire a bunch of ordinary people as cannon fodder. But this time, Victor waved his hand to stop them from taking any further action. Instead, he tossed the cat and the little girl straight into their arms. As the guards scrambled to catch the pair, Victor, now free of his burdens, spun around and launched his counterattack on Werewolf Jack. In his berserk state, Uncle Jack had lost all reason, which meant his attacks were wild and uncoordinated. All in all, his moves boiled down to three things: pouncing, slashing, and biting. None of these, however, posed a real threat to Victor. To call it a fight would be generous. At this point, it was more like Victor's own solo performance. Facing the transformed Uncle Jack, Victor stuck to his usual strategy of letting his opponent make the first move. But he'd forgotten, this wasn't an indoor arena, it was nighttime outdoors. After repeatedly missing his mark and suffering a relentless barrage of blows from Victor, Uncle Jack suddenly let out a guttural howl and turned tail, fleeing into the night. Hey, come on, don't be like that. If you can't win, don't force yourself. Just turn back into a human. Wouldn't that be better? Tell the butler to look after the girl and Luther. I'll go after Jack. Watching the werewolf Jack dart into a nearby grove, Victor smacked his forehead. After giving the security team their instructions, he dashed in after him. And so, the two of them plunged into the woods together under cover of night. Once inside the forest, the werewolf seemed to come alive, as if he'd returned to his natural domain. With the trees for cover, he could hide himself completely, waiting for the perfect moment to strike at his prey. It has to be said, even though Jack had lost all sense of reason, the werewolf he had transformed into still showed a certain qualitative improvement. At the very least, these tactics had never occurred to him before. Unfortunately, this time, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Facing Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, with beastly instincts and extraordinary tracking skills, the jungle was just as much Victor's home turf. With a savage howl, Jack, hanging upside down from a tree, launched himself downward, aiming to tear into Victor below. Victor did not dodge when the werewolf came at him with such ferocity. Instead, he crouched slightly, then sprang up to meet the attack head-on. One attack from above, the other surged upward from below. When they collided, a shockwave burst out, making the surrounding trees tremble and sway. As expected, the result of this clash was a stalemate. Locked together, the two soon crashed to the ground under their combined weight, rolling and tumbling in a tangled heap. But they quickly regained their senses and sprang apart, immediately resuming their circling game, each searching for an opening in the other's defense. This deadlock didn't last long, for Victor chose to seize the initiative. He didn't want to drag this out. He still needed to bring Jack home for dinner. He certainly didn't want the little girl's first day to begin with both her guardians missing from the dinner table. The way he was acting, it seemed he'd already put the entire cause of this incident out of his mind. Confronted with Victor's aggressive assault, Werewolf Jack gave no ground at all. This time, their exchange left no room for uncertainty. Slightly weaker in both strength and speed, the werewolf fared like an ordinary person up against a trained commando when facing Victor, who was a master of hand-to-hand combat, utterly outmatched. Having learned from before, Victor didn't give Jack a chance to escape. He kept close, raining down heavy blows with ruthless precision. In the end, with most of his bones broken, the werewolf whimpered and transformed back into Jack. Strangely enough, once he returned to human form, all the injuries from his wolf state had completely vanished. Mr. Victor, I'm terribly sorry. I lost control. I thought you were bullying Nina, and I just saw red. After that, I didn't know what I was doing. In truth, this was a side effect of Jack's two personalities merging, but with time, it would gradually improve and disappear. One day, he would surely reach the level of Van Helsing, able to transform at will, and return to normal just as easily. He would turn this curse into a formidable power, a strength he could truly control. Victor didn't say much in response to Jack's explanation. After all, Jack's words reminded him that this whole affair had started because he'd given the little girl food. He casually took off his own jacket and tossed it to Jack, who was standing there stark naked after his transformation. Then he told Jack that the cost of the clothes he'd shredded during his transformation will be deducted from his future wages and pension. Following Victor, they walked out of the woods together. After that, he returned to his own room alone and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Meanwhile, Victor, led by the old butler, made his way to the living room. At this moment, the little girl, Nina, was sprawled on the sofa, gently stroking the tiger-striped cat, Luther. Yet this peaceful scene was quickly shattered by Victor's arrival. Once again, Nina sensed his presence. Her hand trembled, and she sat upright, shrinking into the corner of the sofa. Watching the little girl shivering in the corner, Victor finally began to wonder what exactly was wrong. As he pondered this, Jack, now freshly dressed, walked into the living room. He saw his uncle deep in thought, and his little niece trembling with fear. This time, Jack didn't misunderstand the situation. Instead, he too grew curious. What was it about Victor that made Nina react this way whenever she saw him? It didn't take long for him to figure it out, based on his own experience with the werewolf curse. Having inherited the same heightened senses, Nina must be picking up on the danger and bloodlust that Victor exuded. So, Jack chose to explain to Victor why his niece was so terrified of him. Hearing this, Victor was visibly taken aback. Once he understood the cause, Victor began to consider how to solve the problem. Up until now, the people around him were either battle-hardened warriors or supernatural beings. Either way, they could easily ignore the faint aura of menace he carried. Or, if they were ordinary people, they couldn't sense it at all. But Nina was a rare exception, and Victor found himself at a loss. After all, this wasn't some fantasy novel where a character could just withdraw their aura and instantly become an ordinary person. But Victor wasn't about to be stumped by this. He resorted to an unconventional technique, one he used when moving stealthily, and to his surprise, it worked even better than expected. At least, for now, Nina's problem was resolved. Afterward, Jack started discussing with Victor the matter of his niece's education and her future. Victor was more than happy to help with this. After all, they were family now. Who didn't know that the Howling Assault Squad had a vampire at midnight? Then again, the little girl wasn't a vampire yet. She was a pure-blooded werewolf. Should they go out and catch a vampire for her? Let her have taste? In the end, Victor only entertained the thought for a moment, before instructing Jack to hire a tutor and a martial arts coach for Nina. Whenever he had free time, he would personally step in to teach her as well. After all, both skills and relationships need to be nurtured from a young age. Jack was genuinely pleased to see Victor taking such a keen interest in his niece. It was at this point that Victor finally realized a new problem of his own. Ever since he had entered this semi-stealth state, he was frequently overlooked by others. Once, he witnessed one of his security guards, accompanied by a young woman, in the back garden of his estate. They started off with gentle affection, then grew more passionate, eventually tumbling together on the grass. Throughout the entire scene, neither of them noticed Victor's presence. It wasn't until he absent-mindedly popped a nut into his mouth in shock that anything changed. "Hey, why'd you stop? Go on, don't mind me. I haven't seen enough yet. Relax, I won't dock your pay or fire you. After all, we've faced gunfire together and even shared a cell in Mexico." Just as he turned around, Victor realized that Nina had somehow appeared right behind him. Remembering what he had just done, he instantly felt rather embarrassed. "Oh, Nina, when did you get here? Why didn't you say anything instead of sneaking up behind me? Here, do you want some chocolate? Your stealth technique is coming along nicely. Consider this your reward." After hearing her answer that she'd simply happened to walk by, Victor breathed a silent sigh of relief. But then Nina suddenly asked why he'd said he wouldn't dock their pay or fire them. Had they done something wrong? Victor, feeling a headache coming on, quickly handed her another piece of chocolate to appease the curious little girl. As he walked ahead, he failed to notice the slight, mischievous smile curling at the corner of Nina's lips. "Mr. Victor, actually, I came to find you because the full moon is coming soon. Should we make any preparations? Maybe lock me in a cage or something." Victor didn't pay much attention to Nina's reminder or her suggestion. In his mind, she was just a little wolf cub. How much trouble could she really cause? But on the night of the full moon, only days later, his carelessness came at a heavy cost. Because it wasn't just Nina who underwent a transformation. Her Uncle Jack did as well. The two of them, one big and one small, let out mournful wolf howls under the light of the full moon. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in Victor's household. All the servants and the butler were former SWAT members. In fact, some of them were still serving the federal government at the same time, something Victor had personally insisted on. "I can't promise that I'll never fall, so I need supervision as well." That was how he explained it to the president and Congress. At the time, so the government, as a symbolic gesture, assigned a few agents to be embedded within his personal security team. Because of this arrangement, it was only Victor's property that suffered significant damage. In other words, when they spoke of grave loss of life and property, the reality was that only Victor's assets had truly been harmed. On this moonlit night, uncle and niece both fell prey to their own werewolf curses, and the resonance between them made their transformations even more savage and wild. The guards and servants, quick to respond, dashed to their strategic positions throughout the manor, retrieving the various firearms and weapons they had long since prepared. Their first priority in dealing with this emergency was to confront Jack, who had transformed into a towering werewolf. As for Nina, who had become a small white wolf pup, her eyes burned red with feral energy, but her body was no bigger than an ordinary cub. She didn't get far before the tiger-striped cat pounced and pinned her down beneath its paw, leaving her utterly unable to squirm free. Meanwhile, Jack had just torn through the security nets the guards fired at him and was about to rip the men apart, eyes blazing, when Victor intervened. In truth, Victor had noticed from the very start that something was wrong with the two of them. But since it was already too late to prevent it, he decided to take the opportunity to test his security team's emergency response. As he had expected, against third-rate superpowered individuals or petty thieves, his team was more than capable. But when facing anyone of second-rate caliber or higher, they were relegated to cannon fodder. Still, since he'd hired them and considered them comrades in arms, there was no way he'd let them suffer real harm. So, the moment the werewolf broke free, Victor intervened personally. He also saw this as a chance to awaken Jack's humanity. If this full moon transformation could help Jack's human side overcome and control his instincts, perhaps such incidents would never happen again. So Victor resorted to his tried-and-true method of physical counseling. If words didn't work, his fists would. A sharp slap or a heavy blow could always snap him back to his senses. Combined with a barrage of verbal admonishments, it was, in Victor's opinion, the perfect form of psychological guidance. And so after Victor's relentless beating, blow after blow, each punctuated by a shouted command, Jack, the werewolf pinned to the ground, finally had clarity return to his eyes. Jack, seize this moment. Remember how this feels. Never let your instincts control your actions again. The person you want to become is decided here and now. As he spoke, Victor loosened his grip on the werewolf. Freed at last, the beast's wild instincts threatened to take control once more. But this time, Jack managed to hold him back. With an anguished howl that echoed to the heavens, Jack fought an invisible battle within his mind and soul. At last, he conquered the wildness inside him. Or perhaps he embraced that savage part of himself and made it understand who was truly in charge from now on. Well then, it's time we dealt with this little one's predicament, Victor said. At his words, everyone's attention turned to the adorable white wolf pup that Nina had become, pinned under the paw of the tiger-striped cat. The pup was still snapping and flailing. Yet, these two men, each towering over 2 meters tall, found themselves at a loss. After all, this wasn't their area of expertise. Victor knew there were people out there who could handle a situation like this, but he also knew he'd likely never meet any of them, especially one particular figure. He already considered it fortunate that this big shot hadn't come looking for trouble. In the end, the two muscle-bound men decided to take Nina's own suggestion. They fashioned a little cage and gently placed her inside. Do you think we're going too far? She's just a child. First, her own mother left her with us, and now we're locking her up in a cage, one of them said, concern etched on his face. In truth, neither Victor nor Jack knew how Nina's mother had explained things to her father after returning home. But her father never came looking for her again, as if he'd simply forgotten he even had a daughter. At the mention of this, both men sighed heavily. They were all unfortunate souls, and since they'd taken her in, they felt responsible for her fate. The truth was, it wasn't just Nina's father who had lost his memory. Even her mother's memories had been wiped away by someone with a purpose. And that someone was none other than Dr. Glitterknight, the very man who had once helped Lisa escape the werewolf curse. Now, the masterpiece he had so meticulously engineered was finally ready for harvest. Yet, before he could claim his prize, 2 obstacles remained. The girl's uncle, Jack the werewolf, and the enigmatic man he could never quite fathom, Victor the Sabretooth. Dr. Glitterknight possessed the power to manipulate minds and memories, which was precisely how he had erased Nina's parents' recollections. His aim was simple, to quietly acquire Nina, his carefully crafted creation, without revealing his true identity as a being from beyond their reality. After all, in this dimension, there exists a formidable bald woman whom even his master, Mephisto, would rather not provoke. If that old woman were ever to find out, she might very well drag his soul out of hell itself to destroy him. That's why, all these years, he has concealed his identity, working from the shadows, orchestrating his plans unseen. First, he helped Lisa suppress her curse, and then he arranged for her fateful meeting with Price. Later, using the darkest of magic, he transferred the long-suppressed curse onto their child, forging a being the world had never seen before. One could say that Nina's very existence was the result of his meticulous plotting from behind the scenes. So far, everything remained firmly within his control. Now, all he needed was the right moment to spirit her away without attracting the attention of the Sorcerer Supreme. As long as she remained unaware, there would be no danger, and the rewards he stood to gain were immense. But when Nina arrived at Victor's home, everything changed at its core. The original timeline, once clear and predictable, now resembled a wild stallion broken loose from its reins, charging headlong into the unknown. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the Sorcerer Supreme seemed oblivious to these events, turning a blind eye as if nothing had happened. Or perhaps, she knew all along but had her own designs at play. Meanwhile, Victor's mansion had drawn other eyes as well, namely, the vampires serving his old acquaintance from Romania, Count Dracula. Their target was none other than Jack, Nina's uncle and the descendant of Gregory, Dracula's most powerful werewolf servant. Though Jack lacked the might of his ancestor and was nowhere near Van Helsing's equal, he was still a formidable force among his kind. After all, only a handful of werewolves could control their transformations at will, and among those with true strength, only Van Helsing and Jack were known to exist. Even if they couldn't bring Jack to heel, perhaps they could uncover the secret behind how he and Van Helsing broke the werewolf curse, and use that knowledge against their master's greatest enemy, Van Helsing himself. That's right, the legendary progenitor of vampires, Count Dracula, had returned from the dead, and this time, he had forged an alliance with an ancient organization, Hydra, hailing from Germany. At this moment, Nazi Germany was teeming with talent. Not only did they have Hydra's unwavering support, but a mysterious master of dark magic was aiding their leader, the infamous Herr Adolf. This was why a single country like Germany could shake all of Europe to its core, stirring up a storm that threatened to engulf the continent. This time, Dracula sent one of his most trusted lieutenants, Lord Varney, to carry out the mission. Yet, unexpectedly, the target of the mission had taken refuge in the home of the master's former enemy, Victor Creed, known as Sabretooth. Although Lord Varney was a master of psychic magic, indeed, that was the very reason he had been chosen for this task. His real aim was to use his magic to control the mind of Jack the werewolf. Otherwise, once transformed, a werewolf could be ferocious and wild, hardly the type to obediently follow them home like a docile dog. The complication, however, lay in the fact that Victor happened to be utterly immune to such powers. At this moment, Lord Varney was unaware of that particular detail. His wariness stemmed only from the fact that Victor was once his master's formidable adversary. Yet, in the end, his loyalty to Dracula triumphed over his own caution and fear. He decided to act on this moonlit night. He reasoned that Jack, in his savage werewolf form, would surely cause Victor considerable trouble. Amidst the ensuing chaos, he could seize the opportunity to accomplish his mission unnoticed. But what he did not anticipate was that Dr. Glitterknight, too, had chosen this very night, when his own creation would transform again, to come and reap the fruits of his labor. As fate would have it, before either of them could even step inside the Creed mansion, they found themselves locked in a tense standoff just outside the gates. After a brief, but intense psychic duel, Dr. Glitterknight, whose powers were currently restrained, discovered that he and Lord Varney were nearly evenly matched, perhaps even slightly outmatched. Meanwhile, as the two mentalists confronted each other outside, Victor had already resolved the issue with Jack, the werewolf, inside. Now, he was searching for a suitable cage in which to confine Nina. It can't be too small, and it has to be sturdy enough. Better make it comfortable, too. I can't have her suffering in there. What a headache this is, he muttered to himself, exasperated by the task. While Victor wrestled with these practical concerns, the two masters of mind control outside, having tested each other's strength, began to converse. Of course, had one of them been a woman and the other a man, this exchange might have led to courtship, and that courtship perhaps to something more intimate. But as luck would have it, both were men, and one of them was hardly human at all. Still, their conversation proved fruitful. They discovered that they shared a common enemy, and that their goals did not conflict. Though they remained wary of each other, when it came to joining forces against Victor Sabretooth Creed, they found themselves in perfect agreement. After reaching a consensus, they decided that one of them would distract Victor while the other would extract their target. However, a small disagreement arose between them. Each insisted on a different role, and neither was willing to back down on who would serve as the distraction and who would spirit away the target. In the end, the two reached an agreement. Dr. Glitterknight would lead Lord Varney's subordinate vampires to create a diversion and draw Victor's attention, while Lord Varney himself would seek to control Jack the werewolf and bring Nina out. With a single command from Lord Varney, the vampires who had long been lying in ambush near Victor's mansion launched their assault toward their objective. However, they were met with fierce resistance from the security team, former SWAT members, whose firepower was formidable. Upon realizing their opponents were vampires, the security team swiftly switched to silver bullets and silver weapons. It didn't take long before these low-level vampires were completely suppressed by the battle-hardened veterans, unable to even lift their heads. Watching the pitiful performance of these lesser creatures of darkness, Dr. Glitterknight let out a cold, mocking chuckle. He then strode straight into the mansion, and curiously, the same veterans who had so easily pinned down the lesser vampires seemed blind to his presence, letting him pass unhindered. Yet he had barely made it far when a tall figure blocked his path. There was no mistaking it. The one who stood before him was none other than Victor, the master of the house, known as Sabretooth. Quite the lively night, isn't it? Come to think of it, we've had an unusual number of guests at our home lately. Perhaps it's only fitting, a prelude to something big about to happen. Victor spoke words that Dr. Glitterknight could not understand, but his hands moved with no hesitation. He lunged at Dr. Glitterknight, only to be stopped short as a wall of concrete suddenly rose to block his way. As a master of mental manipulation, Dr. Glitterknight also wielded considerable telekinetic power. Realizing that mental control was useless against Victor, he attempted to bind him directly with telekinesis. But Victor's strength exceeded all expectations, forcing Dr. Glitterknight to turn his powers instead to controlling the environment, things far easier to manipulate, to slow Victor down. After all, his only task was to keep Victor occupied. The rest would be handled by Lord Varney. Still, there was one problem he could not ignore: how to make his escape when the time came. While Dr. Glitterknight hovered in midair, toying with Victor as he drifted about, Lord Varney was making his own move. Approaching the mansion from another direction, Lord Varney successfully located his target, Jack the werewolf. "HM? Who's there?" The instant Lord Varney drew near the room, Jack, still in his werewolf form, sensed his presence. With a crash, Jack burst through the door, launching himself in attack. Lord Varney, well prepared, dodged the opponent's claws. Taking advantage of his swiftness, he circled behind Jack and pressed both hands to Jack's temples. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Jack halted his assault. His eyes began to glaze over, turning white, as his consciousness was gradually invaded by Varney. At that very moment, the tiger-striped cat who had been restraining Nina realized something was wrong. Releasing its hold on Nina, it leapt straight at Lord Varney. Yet before it could get halfway, Varney freed one hand and, with a flick of magic, froze the tiger cat in midair. A flash of light followed, and the cat, trailing smoke, tumbled down into the fountain below. Lord Varney blew on his hand, preparing to reassert his control over the werewolf Jack. But now, with the tiger cat's grip gone, the little white wolf, Nina, was free. Driven by instinct, she lunged at the one radiating that hateful aura. She opened her toothy little maw and sank her fangs into Lord Varney's backside. Error! Ow! 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 Though only a wolf cub, Nina's bite, thanks to her extraordinary nature, was no less powerful than a hydraulic press. The pain to his rear was so intense that Lord Varney momentarily forgot his mission and his pact with Dr. Glitterknight. He wanted nothing more than to destroy this wretched pup who dared defile his noble hindquarters. After temporarily suppressing Jack's mind, turning the werewolf into an immobile log, he finally managed to pry the wolf cub from his backside. By then, tears of pain were streaming down his face. After suffering a barrage of magical attacks from Lord Varney, Nina, on the brink of death and unconscious, transformed back into her little girl form. So, it's a mutant werewolf cub? Strange. Why didn't she turn into a humanoid werewolf, but instead became a wolf pup? Well then, let you die in agony as the curses of vampire and werewolf blood collide within you. With that, Lord Varney did something in the annals of history only Dracula himself had dared. He performed the embrace on a werewolf who had reverted to human form. The last time Dracula did such a thing, the werewolf, unable to bear the clash of two mighty forces within, howled for 3 days and nights before his body exploded in a gruesome death. But Nina, favored by Dr. Glitterknight, was far from an ordinary werewolf. Even demons from hell coveted her bloodline. Indeed, Nina did not disappoint Dr. Glitterknight. After the embrace, not only did she survive, she fused both powers, vampire and werewolf, into one. She had gained the immortality of a vampire. Time would no longer leave its mark on her. No matter how severe her wounds, she could heal swiftly. Moreover, she had overcome the greatest weakness of vampires. She no longer feared sunlight. In fact, she could even bask in it. She had also inherited the psychic powers of Lord Varney, her sire, which allowed her to hypnotize and control ordinary people. The werewolf curse that once drove her into a frenzy had also changed. Now, she could transform into a white wolf at will, without losing her mind. Silver weapons, once deadly to both werewolves and vampires, were no longer fatal to her. Of course, they still had some effect. A silver blade would harm her, just as an iron knife would hurt an ordinary person. She could still be wounded, her regeneration would be suppressed, and if the injuries were grave enough, death was still possible. But all of that would come to pass in the future. At this moment, as Nina was newly embraced, she felt only an intense discomfort. A strange crimson flush suffused her entire being. Seeing his niece in pain, Uncle Jack finally broke free from Lord Varney's mental grip and, in a frenzy, lunged at the vampire. Meanwhile, Victor, who had been toyed with for so long, at last lost his patience and composure. With a soft sigh, he pulled a lump of lead from inside his coat. Clenching his fist, the lead, instead of being crushed flat, crumbled into powder and drifted from his hand. Threads of dazzling golden light seeped through Victor's fingers, and he himself began to rise, floating in midair. Every time Victor used the Moonstone, he marveled at its immense power. No wonder it was said to grant its bearer strength on par with Captain Marvel. Of course, all power comes at a price, and the greater the power, the steeper the cost. Long-term use of the Moonstone brought a growing dependence on it. Should one day its energy cease to flow into him, his entire body might collapse and die. Thanks to his healing factor, Victor was less likely to suffer that fate. Still, he disliked relying on the Moonstone, for that power ultimately was not his own and could be taken from him. Yet he was not so stubborn as to refuse it when necessary. When the situation demanded, he would wield it without hesitation, just as he did now. With the Moonstone's power, the true nature of Dr. Glitterknight, which had been shrouded in mystery, was instantly laid bare before Victor's eyes. That strong smell of sulfur, and your knack for manipulating and toying with people's hearts. You're not a demon from the Hell Dimension, are you? Aren't you afraid the Sorcerer Supreme, the great ancient one, will notice you? At the mention of that name, Dr. Glitterknight's whole face twitched. Clearly, the Sorcerer Supreme's power, and the impression she'd left on him, ran deep. Of course I'm afraid that old woman will notice me. But if I just kill all the witnesses and anyone who knows about this, then it's as if I was never here, isn't it? No sooner had he finished speaking than several spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, aiming to skewer Victor where he stood. But Victor, already prepared to counterattack, was no longer in the same spot. As expected, dealing with demons like you means staying vigilant every second. Otherwise, you might just get taken out for good. No second chances. With those words, Victor appeared right in front of Dr. Glitterknight, raising his fist high. This time, he landed a solid punch on that emotionless face. Struck hard, Dr. Glitterknight tumbled backward, scraping across Victor's garden. In moments, what was once a beautiful green lawn now had a long, ugly yellow trench running through it. Victor barely had time to mourn his garden before his opponent struck back. Dozens of sharp stone spikes shot toward him. But before they could reach Victor, beams of light shot from his hands, reducing the spikes to nothing. No wonder so many heroes favored these energy attacks. They were powerful and looked amazing, too. As Victor mused on this, he shook his right hand, still crackling with flames from the force of his attack. Cool as those energy blasts were, Victor still preferred the feeling of his fist connecting with his enemy. In his mind, a real man should take down his foes with his own two hands. No doubt someone whose catchphrase was Hulk, smash, would agree with him. After all, some people just like to settle things with their fists. The only difference was in the force they could deliver. Now, faced with Victor's relentless assault and unable to use most of his powers, Dr. Glitterknight could only grit his teeth and endure the pressure. Of course, there was no way he'd dare reveal his true form or unleash his full strength here. If he did, he'd be lucky if even the tiniest scrap of his soul made it back to hell. Did he think Earth was some kind of playground? If the Sorcerer Supreme didn't get him, drawing down the wrath of God himself would hardly end any better. Dr. Glitterknight, who had been using a stolen mortal body, ultimately had his psychic shield forcibly shattered by Victor, who then punched him into two flat patties. Now, after reading this, you might be wondering, how could a single punch turn someone into two patties? The principle is actually quite simple, provided you meet these key requirements. First, the location of a strike is crucial. The best spot is at the waist, right at the middle of the body. Next comes the force. The punch must be swift, precise, and ruthless, able to neatly split the body in one go. Finally, and most importantly, the speed of the punch needs to break the sound barrier. The shockwave produced by this supersonic strike would press the two halves of the body evenly into pancake-like shapes. With this, you achieve the legendary one punch, two patties effect. As for how it feels to be on the receiving end, perhaps only the unfortunate victim would ever truly know. In any case, this demon didn't even have time to scream before Victor turned him into a pair of meat patties. Victor, wasting no time after dealing with his foe, immediately flew off toward Jack's location. At that moment, the werewolf Jack was locked in a fierce battle with Lord Varney, the vampire. Jack, who managed to maintain his wits while unleashing his beastly instincts, was proving to be every bit the equal of Dracula's trusted lieutenant. Yet, there was a reason Dracula had sent Lord Varney to capture the werewolf. His unique edge was his mastery of mind control. Not only could he hypnotize and dominate his enemies, but he could also warp their senses. This meant that 9 times out of 10, Jack's attacks hit only empty air. If not for Jack's unyielding willpower and formidable healing ability, he might have already been subdued or defeated. Lord Varney, of course, understood that the longer the fight dragged on, the worse his chances would become. And thanks to his keen hearing, he had already picked up that the battle on Victor's end was over. He just didn't know who had won. If Victor had been eliminated, That would certainly be good news for him. On the other hand, he would have to face Dr. Glitternight's wrath for killing the target his ally wanted. Of course, if Dr. Glitternight was the one who perished, then he'd have to think fast and make his escape, lest he end up stranded here as well. Finally, having made up his mind to retreat and wait for a better opportunity, Lord Varney gathered his mental strength for one last assault on Jack's mind. Seizing the moment when Jack was reeling from the psychic attack and unable to counter, Varney turned and melted into a streak of darkness, flying out of the manor grounds. He had just soared into the sky when a golden beam of light struck out to block his path. After a brief clash in midair, Lord Varney was forced to revert to his human form, falling back to the ground with a wry smile. I don't know who gave you the nerve to barge into my home and turn the place upside down. Do you really think you can come and go as you please here? Clearly, the furious Victor had no intention of hearing any explanations. Instead, he took the intruder's life without hesitation. He couldn't afford to waste any time on people like this, especially since Nina's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Her whole body was burning up, her skin flushed a deep crimson. Neither Victor nor Jack knew anything about magic or medicine, leaving them utterly helpless in the face of such a crisis. Taking her to a hospital was simply out of the question. In the end, it was Victor who remembered someone who might be able to save her, one of the scientific world's foremost experts in biology, the man known as Mr. Sinister, Nathaniel Essex. With a clear candidate in mind, Victor scooped the now unconscious Nina into his arms and rose into the air. Yes, he decided to fly her there himself, by far the fastest and safest option. After all, these days, the skies weren't exactly crowded with strange people or things. He also saw an opportunity to test the full extent of his flight speed while using the Moonstone. As it turned out, he was even faster than he'd imagined. In fact, before he'd even had time to start counting seconds or sorting out his thoughts, he realized he might have overshot his destination. He had to double back, finally arriving above the headquarters of Department X in Washington, D.C. No sooner had he appeared than the federal ground forces below snapped into full alert, even calling in the Air Force for backup. But as the light faded and the frontline commander saw who it was, he immediately ordered his troops to lower their weapons and saluted Victor with crisp military precision. Victor, freeing one hand to return the salute, immediately asked to be led to Dr. Essex's laboratory. He had already wasted too much time. Nina's condition was getting worse by the minute. This frontline commander had once accompanied Victor on a black ops mission to Mexico, which is how he recognized him now. Under the commander's escort, Victor quickly passed through all the security checkpoints and code lock doors, arriving at the entrance to Dr. Essex's laboratory. Even though it was already deep into the night, the doctor was still hard at work inside. For him, it seemed living and working in a lab was perfectly normal. As Victor kicked the iron door of the laboratory flying, Mr. Astonishment and Horror, who was in the middle of observing a test tube, jerked in surprise, causing the liquid inside to spill onto the floor. Who dares interrupt my experiment? Even Victor, that little kitten, wouldn't have a nerve to do this. I'll have him dragged out and shot. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into that reagent? Wait, Victor? Why are you here? Dr. Essex, furious over the ruined experiment, was clearly losing his composure. Yet when he realized it was indeed Victor who had barged in, anxiety crept in. He started to worry if this brute would blow his brains out for calling him a little kitten. After all, he once bragged to Victor that even if his head was blasted off, he wouldn't die. Victor, taking him at his word, grabbed the Peacemaker, the revolver that once belonged to Agent Zero's father, Kid, and put a hole the size of a bowl in his head. He didn't die that time, but the experience had left a vivid impression on Dr. Essex. Ever since then, his attitude toward Victor had subtly shifted. Fortunately, this time Victor had no interest in settling old scores or exchanging pleasantries. He was here for a reason. He needed Essex to save someone. It's a long story, but I don't have time to explain. Use your equipment and analyze this girl's condition right now. I want her alive. If not, I'll blow your head off, however many times it takes. At Victor's threat, Dr. Essex shuddered. But then a spark of excitement lit his eyes. Anyone Victor took an interest in always made for prime genetic material. And another thing, don't even think about using her for your own experiments, or you'll regret it. You know me, Dr. Essex, I always keep my word. Victor's parting warning gave Essex pause, and after a moment's hesitation, he decided he'd just collect a tiny sample. Just a little. Surely that would be enough. With that, he started up his machines and began analyzing the girl, who was already lying on a laboratory bed. Well, Officer Victor, what an unexpected guest. What brings you to our humble department? Are you here to inspect the work of us juniors? The one who greeted Victor so casually was none other than Agent Zero, Nord, the son of the famous thief, Kid, and now one of the heads of Department X. After Victor's so-called promotion, which was really more of a retirement, Nord and Logan, the Wolverine, had jointly taken over Department X. Nord was in charge of the regular SWAT units and the administrative side, while Logan commanded the X squad operatives. Of course, Logan outranked him in both military status and actual authority. Logan was already a brigadier general, while Nord remained a colonel and deputy. However, everyone in the department knew that most of the time, it was Nord who actually ran things. In fact, he did a great job, certainly much better than Logan ever could. As Logan himself put it, Nord was good at solving all sorts of problems, while he was only good at solving the people who caused them. Nord had no complaints about Logan holding a higher position after Victor left. For one thing, Logan was his senior, and for another, Nord knew he couldn't beat him in a fight. After all, you just can't shoot Wolverine to death. A truth countless people had learned the hard way. Shooting at Wolverine did little more than make him angry. Unless, of course, you had some very special bullets. But at that time, the inventors of such ammunition hadn't even been born yet, or were still children. Of course, this didn't mean Nord had absolutely no way to deal with Logan. But since they were colleagues, there was no need to take things to the point of life and death, was there? Myself and your mentor Tina established this department under President Lincoln's orders, and we poured our hearts into it. Your mentor even dedicated her entire life to this place. Now, I'll come back to take a look. Is there a problem with that? Victor didn't mind Nord's words at all. On the contrary, the two of them had to put on a show of not getting along too well. Otherwise, even after Victor left, he could still easily keep tabs on all of X Division's reports, and they would end up on the President's and Congress's desks in no time. For someone like Victor, ageless, undying, and holding a high position, the President and Congress found him difficult to handle. After all, even kings do not last forever, let alone someone like Victor. But to try and take down a war hero like him could shatter the faith and unity of the entire Federation. So in the end, they tentatively chose to sideline him, asking him to hand over his authority and go home to retire. Knowing there wouldn't be any major incidents for the time being, Victor was more than happy to enjoy a quiet life. After all, he needed time and energy to build his own secret underground base. With both sides reaching an unspoken agreement through a series of jaw-dropping maneuvers, Victor had successfully been promoted to retirement at home. Now, after all these years, returning to this place again, Victor found that many new things had started to appear here, and the time for his return was approaching. After all, the next presidential election was on the horizon, and the new president, who had brought World War II to an end, was certainly not going to be as incompetent as the current one. By the way, Nord, I hear you've inherited your father's marksmanship, and even surpassed him. How about it? Care to have a little contest with me? After entrusting Nina to Dr. Essex, Victor no longer worried about any danger to her life. With that burden off his mind, he decided it was time to have a little fun. Since a certain young man had shown up right at his doorstep, Victor saw no reason to hold back. He extended an invitation to Agent Zero, Nord. The invitation from Victor was for a shooting contest, his own area of greatest skill and pride. Nord had no reason to refuse, and gladly accepted Victor's challenge. The two agreed to wager $10 on the outcome. With their bet in place, they made their way together to the shooting range. How about we start with long guns? Victor suggested, and instead of the usual stationary targets, why don't we skip straight to shooting at moving targets? In fact, it was Victor himself who had originally ordered the addition of moving disc targets to the training exercises. Since then, this event had become a favorite challenge and favorite wager among the marksmen of the team. As I recall, you were the one who introduced this disc shooting challenge, Nord replied with a grin. So let's do it your way. After all, you're the senior here. Go ahead and pick your weapon. I have plenty of fine choices here. Just as Nord had mentioned, Victor actually found a prototype M1 Garand rifle among the selection, sent recently from Springfield Armory. It was only natural for him to choose this gun as his weapon for the contest. Seeing Victor select one of the prototype rifles from the batch Springfield Armory had sent over, Nord decided to pick an identical model for himself. Once they had chosen their weapons, they took some ammunition and stepped up to their respective shooting stations. At a subtle signal from Nord, the staff, already prepared, activated the machine to launch the flying discs. A rapid series of gunshots echoed through the room as both men quickly emptied their magazines. Unsurprisingly, they ended up hitting exactly the same number of targets. Well, Nord remarked, I didn't expect the king of hand-to-hand combat from Department X to be so skilled with a rifle. So, shall we raise the stakes and try something a little more challenging? Victor had no objections to Nord's proposal. His reflexes were already far beyond those of ordinary men, and after being enhanced by Moonstone, he could react fast enough to dodge bullets. Of course, Agent Zero, Nord, was still in the dark about this. It never crossed his mind that if Victor unleashed his full abilities, bullets would seem to move in slow motion. From the very beginning, this contest had never been fair. Though Nord had inherited Kid's natural gift with firearms and possessed physical abilities and reflexes well above average, the odds were stacked against him. But compared to Victor after he used the Moonstone, it was still a world apart. It was as if Nord was unleashing his ultimate skill, while Victor was simply cheating with no limits. The difference was unmistakable. The outcome was already decided. As the results of the contest were tallied, Nord, with a mix of surprise and a wry smile, reached into his pocket and handed $10 to Victor, whose grin stretched from ear to ear. Victor had originally wanted to challenge Nord to a pistol shooting contest as well. After all, that was the true trump card of Agent Zero. But after just being thoroughly trounced, Nord was in no mood to agree to another round, no matter what. In the end, after being cajoled out of a Cuban cigar, Nord led Victor to continue their tour of the newly upgraded X-Headquarters. As the two of them were passing by the conference room, they happened to run into Frankenstein, the mad scientist, returning from mission. This big, good-natured fellow lit up with excitement when he saw Victor. After all, it was Victor who had once saved him and his father. And after his father's death, Victor had avenged him, taken him in, and given him a brand new home. Frankenstein had always been deeply grateful to Victor, following his every word without hesitation. He had even hoped to leave with Victor when he departed, longing to go wherever Victor would go. But in the end, persuaded by Victor, he stayed behind. Victor, for his part, promised him that one day he would return. Or, if Victor ever needed to assemble a new team, Frankenstein would be the first to join. After asking about Frankenstein's recent life, Victor found that he was still doing the same work as always, being the team's human tank. Perhaps that was what suited him best. He wasn't exactly stupid, but cleverness wasn't his strong suit, especially compared to some true schemers out there. Charging into battle with armor thicker than a tank's, playing the role of the unstoppable brute, that was, in truth, a pretty good job for him. After encouraging Frankenstein to keep up the good work, Victor turned to Nord and began to ask about Wolverine, Logan. But Nord's response filled him with concern. Logan had been out of the country for quite some time, and they had lost contact with him. According to the last word they'd received, he was believed to be in Mexico. Back then, he had taken on a so-called vacation assignment, tasked with dealing with mobsters smuggling bootleg liquor. For people like them, it was basically a holiday disguised as work. Assignments like that tended to last a long time, which is why they were known within the department as vacation missions. But while Logan was on the job, something unexpected happened. He had first used the department's expertly forged real identity to infiltrate a gang that specialized in smuggling brandy from Mexico into the country. But as they were crossing the border, they were relentlessly hunted by the Texas Rangers. These rednecks, raised with guns in their hands, chased the smugglers traveling with Logan to the ends of the earth, leaving them with nowhere to run or hide. Eventually, they managed to escape into the deserts of Mexico, finally shaking off those relentless sharpshooters. Yet, misfortune still clung to Logan's heels. He was sent by the leader of the smugglers to steal horses from a small desert town, but was discovered by a local boy. Unwilling to unleash carnage on innocent civilians and reveal his abilities, Logan found himself, begrudgingly, thrown into a rural Mexican jail. To his surprise, in that region, horse theft was still punishable by death. So Logan was sentenced to die, blindfolded and tied to a post. Still, he wasn't too concerned. He figured he could simply play dead after being shot, then escape from wherever they dumped his body, a much simpler task than breaking out of prison. But just then, a voice beside him asked if he was a murderer. Logan replied, "Worse, I'm a horse thief." The one questioning him turned out to be Mystique, who was facing execution for her naturally blue skin, even though she was just a little girl. The locals thought she was a witch. No matter how much she tried to explain, she was simply born different. "So, would you like to come home with me? There's a place full of people like us. No more discrimination, no more going hungry." As she spoke, Logan flexed his hands, bound behind his back, and unsheathed his bone claws. Having made up his mind to rescue Mystique, Logan easily snapped the ropes that bound him. As he unleashed his fury, the unfortunate soldiers around them all met their end. Is there really a place like that, where no one would judge me for my blue skin, and there's enough food and shelter for everyone? Having just been saved by Logan, Mystique, Raven, wanted desperately to believe him. Yet, the hardships she'd endured made her wary. There really is such a place. Before I found it, I was only a little better off than you. I wasn't hunted as a witch, but I was naked, living among wolves, surviving off raw meat. Raven pictured the tall, rugged man before her, naked and fighting wolves over scraps of food. A scene so bizarre, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Logan noticed her smile, but didn't mind. After all, to him, mutants were kin, his family. That was something Victor had taught him, and the answer Victor had given when Logan once asked why he'd saved him. There are so few people like us. If we can't stick together, sooner or later we'll be destroyed, either by the fear of those around us, or by the stupidity of a few. Although Logan didn't fully understand everything Victor had implied, it didn't stop him from deciding to save the little shapeshifter girl. However, after fighting their way out of the small town with her, Logan soon ran into a significant problem. He couldn't take the girl across the border. Alone, he had 100 ways to shake off those crazed Texas Rangers and even toy with them a little. But now, with a little blue-skinned girl who couldn't dodge bullets, she'd likely end up riddled with holes. Besides, he didn't want to set a bad example for her. She was still young and shouldn't be influenced by him to go down the wrong path. Logan often killed without mercy under Victor's orders, showing no hint of compassion. Yet now and then, he wondered if what he was doing was truly right. Each time, he'd come to the same conclusion. This was his only choice, unless he left altogether. But leaving hurt him even more than killing ever could. He had long since come to see Victor as family, almost a brother. Victor had taken him in from the wild, helped him fit into society, taught him knowledge and how to control his powers. And when he was in danger, Victor had crossed the entire Pacific to save him. Later, when he left, he entrusted the whole X Division to Logan. If the day ever comes when you're done with all this, you're always welcome home. Mom and I will be waiting for you in Florida. Thinking of this, Logan remembered the kind and gentle Mrs. Creed, who had treated him as her own son. When she passed away, Logan had hidden in a corner and wept. He knew the pain of losing family and understood just how precious it was. Now, he made up his mind to save this mutant girl, whose path was already beginning to twist. He resolved to take her around the Texas border, then cross into Florida and go straight to Victor. Surely Victor would take her in and know how to guide Raven. The plan was sound, but trouble always found a way. A woman named Seraph suddenly appeared, launching a relentless pursuit. She was a formidable assassin, skilled in both hand-to-hand combat and sniping, and Logan, busy protecting Raven, couldn't spare himself for a game of cat and mouse. So, with no other choice, he disguised himself and Raven, dodging Seraph's pursuit at every turn. As a master tracker, Logan was just as skilled at evading pursuit. But as a result, his return was seriously delayed. And with the fall of the smuggling gang he'd infiltrated, the X Division lost all trace of Logan. However, because they trusted Logan, they didn't send a SWAT team into Mexico to search for him. They simply felt he must have been delayed by something, or perhaps he was taking the chance to relax a bit while still in Mexico. But Logan's situation was growing more complicated by the minute. It turned out that the assassin pursuing them, Seraph, was no longer content with just targeting the two of them. She had started killing anyone who helped them, and after each murder, she left her name behind, together with a threat. Everyone close to you will suffer misfortune, including the child you're protecting. Logan, however, didn't take her provocation to heart. Her firearms posed no real danger to him. As for her vaunted stealth, it was useless in the face of his wolf-like sense of smell. If it weren't for Raven's presence, he would have snapped Seraph's neck long ago. Wolverine didn't care whether his opponent was a beautiful woman or not. Anyone who dared to stand against him would find themselves swiftly dispatched by his claws. During their time on the run, Logan took down a mercenary who tried to block their way and double-cross them. Coincidentally, this man was of similar build and also called Logan, with a nickname, Eye Patch, because he was a one-eyed man. So, Logan disguised himself as his fallen adversary, assuming the identity of the mercenary Eye Patch Logan, and continued traveling with Mystique, Raven. After several life-risking rescues by Logan, Raven came to trust him completely, seeing him as her pillar and family. She revealed her mutant ability to him, and Logan had her shift into the form of a local Latina girl to stay by his side. In Mexico at that time, it wasn't uncommon to see a mercenary accompanied by a girl in the city. It was thanks to this disguise that Logan and Raven managed to elude Seraph's pursuit. Once they left the city, Raven immediately returned to her original appearance. Though she could take on any form, she actually preferred her true self. That was precisely why people had ostracized and harmed her, labeling her a witch. She neither liked nor wished to become someone else. Yet in the years to come, Mystique would often disguise herself as an ordinary person. One can only imagine how much pain she had endured to force such a change. Meanwhile, Seraph, having lost her quarry, continued to linger in the city, unaware that a man traveling with a blue-skinned little girl had already left. After finally shaking off Seraph, Logan succeeded in leading Raven safely across the Florida border and arrived at Victor's home. Gazing at the ruins of the Victor mansion, and at the werewolf Jack who was sitting inside absent-mindedly staring at the moon, Logan first set Raven gently down on the ground, then with anger burning in his eyes, unsheathed his bone claws. The moment Logan revealed his murderous intent, the werewolf felt an overwhelming sense of danger. In the next instant, he saw Wolverine, Logan, barreling toward him, bone claws gleaming in the moonlight. Jack had no intention of sitting and waiting for his fate. Reacting instantly, he let out a ferocious roar and charged at Logan. The two collided with tremendous force, their clash unleashing a shockwave that sent gusts of wind blasting outward in every direction. Several walls, already teetering on the brink of collapse, finally gave way under the impact. Yet, the two combatants remained on their feet, locked in battle. The fight had only just begun. Logan was no stranger to facing towering werewolves. Memories of his days in Romania flashed through his mind, along with the image of a man who looked almost exactly like him. Meanwhile, after their first exchange, Jack got a clear look at Logan's face. At first, he thought Logan was Van Helsing, but something didn't add up. After all, Van Helsing's hands could never sprout bone claws. In that moment, Jack realized this was the man Van Helsing had spoken of, Victor's companion, the one who looked just like him. Recognizing Logan, Jack lost the will to fight. But Logan, unaware of Jack's identity, pressed the attack, quickly gaining the upper hand. And every time Jack tried to pause, to speak up and explain, or even just offer a greeting, he was met with an even fiercer flurry of Logan's blows. With each new wound, Jack's anger simmered and swelled. Even if you're Victor's friend, you can't just bully people like this. Having had enough, Jack finally unleashed his true strength and struck back with renewed determination. Just then, as Raven watched in stunned silence, a plate suddenly appeared before her. On the plate sat a slice of chilled watermelon, and the hand holding it belonged to a kindly-looking elderly butler. "You must be the child Master Logan brought home. Since you're here, make yourself at home. Have some watermelon first. Master Logan is as spirited as ever, isn't he?" Raven blinked in surprise at the butler's words. Then, gingerly, she picked up the slice of watermelon and took a bite. Sweet and delicious, truly wonderful. Meanwhile, the fight between Logan and Jack had reached such a frenzy that, as the saying goes, even the dog's brains were being knocked out. Of course, it wasn't their brains. Rather, it was the neighbor's big yellow dog, startled by the chaos, that came bolting in. Then a rock hurled up by the aftermath of their battle struck him on the head, killing him on the spot, and the onlooking former SWAT members promptly drag him over to the grill. Scenes like this no longer surprised them, especially when Logan was involved and the opponent happened to be someone familiar. After all, these two always ended up making peace and clearing up misunderstandings in the end. Now that there was a chance to sit back, watch the show, and munch on some popcorn, why not seize the moment? A few bolder onlookers even started a betting pool on who would win or lose in the end. Logan will be all right, won't he? He doesn't look so good right now. Shouldn't you send someone to help him? Raven said this to the old butler, just as Logan was struggling with both hands to keep Jack the werewolf's jaws apart, desperately preventing his own head from getting bitten off. Meanwhile, Jack, whose jaws were being forced open by Logan, flailed his arms helplessly, momentarily forgetting to continue his attack. This comical stalemate didn't last long, but what followed was just a change in tactics. Suddenly recalling that his hands were free, Jack the werewolf grabbed Logan's waist and began trying to shove him into his mouth with all his might. Logan, on the other hand, cursed his superhuman sense of smell, nearly choking from Jack's foul breath. He imagined what would happen if his head really ended up in that mouth. He figured it would be a fate worse than death. So, he summoned even more strength to hold Jack's jaws apart. Just then, a black crow flew overhead, leaving a splatter of white bird droppings in its wake. The mess landed right in Jack's mouth. The werewolf, now an unwilling taste tester, instantly let go of Logan's waist and clutched his own throat. As luck would have it, the bird droppings had gone straight down his windpipe. Logan, finally free, was about to finish Jack off when the old butler called out to stop him. The old butler then explained the current situation, as well as Jack's identity, who at that moment was rolling on the ground practicing a rather ungraceful fish flop maneuver. Upon learning that Victor had, against all expectations, returned to X-Headquarters, Logan reluctantly accepted the job that should have waited until Victor's return, rebuilding the Creed Manor. After all, this was his home now. Meanwhile, the security guards, who had been bedding and grilling, saw the show was over, quickly packed up their things, and lined up before Logan, ready for his instructions. "All right, let's call it night. Bring out some drinks. We're celebrating a new member of the family. As for the rebuilding, we'll handle it tomorrow. Who knows, maybe Victor will be back by then." With Logan's command, the security guards erupted into cheers, then promptly unpacked their picnic gear again and resumed the barbecue. As for poor Jack the werewolf, who had been choked by the bird droppings, he finally managed to deal with his predicament. After downing 3 buckets of water in a row, he sat down next to Logan, gasping for breath. "Next time, we'll have another round. This time, I admit defeat, but an accident like that will only happen once. Logan gladly accepted Jack's renewed challenge, then handed him a bottle of whiskey. The two clinked their bottles together and began to drink heartily. Meanwhile, on Logan's other side sat the little shapeshifter girl. The thoughtful old butler had gone to the kitchen and made her a glass of watermelon juice, which she sipped delicately, little by little. She wasn't entirely used to this kind of scene, but as long as Logan was by her side, she felt completely at ease. With that thought, she stole a glance at Logan, and her face instantly flushed. Feeling a little guilty, she glanced around to see if anyone had noticed, then quickly lowered her head and began gulping down her watermelon juice. Luckily, her skin was blue to begin with, so even if she blushed, no one could tell. She also noticed something else. The people around her didn't react to her blue skin with surprise or prejudice. Instead, they simply acted as if it were the most natural thing in the world. When she looked at them, they even greeted her with warm smiles. It seemed that the place Logan had told her about really did exist. After all, if they could accept someone as terrifying as a werewolf, then surely there was a place for her as well. While Raven's thoughts drifted and Logan led the group in a round of raucous drinking, with the old butler bustling busily about, a golden light suddenly streaked across the sky and landed in the middle of the field. While Logan and Jack were locked in their boisterous contest, Victor and Nord, on the other side, had finished discussing Logan's whereabouts. After all, even if something happened to Logan, Victor would always go and fetch him back. This was Wolverine Logan, after all, not someone who would die so easily. At worst, he might get captured or fall into a femme fatale snare, but when that happened, they could just charge in and rescue him. Especially now, with the Moonstone in their possession, such rescues would be even easier. But this time, Victor was actually wronging Logan. Although Logan had spent some time in jail for horse theft, he had escaped soon after. Mostly, he had been delayed because he was protecting little shapeshifter Raven along the way. And there was another reason. The technology of the time simply wasn't advanced enough, so Logan had no way to contact them. Not long after Victor and Nord finished their conversation, good news arrived from Dr. Nathaniel Essex. Commander Victor, the little girl you sent has made a full recovery. In fact, she's never been healthier. Victor never doubted the words of Dr. Nathaniel Essex. After all, if even he couldn't solve the problem, then only the legendary one, or perhaps the gods themselves, might stand a chance. You didn't lay a finger on her, did you? If I find out you did, I'll cut off the offending hand and feed it to Luther. Victor's threat didn't faze Dr. Nathaniel Essex in the slightest. Luther, with his cowardly nature, would flee 100 miles at the mere scent of him. Of course I didn't do anything to her, Essex replied, letting out a sly chuckle. She's your guest, after all. And besides, you already gave me your instructions. Why would I dare cross you? I only ran a few minor tests, just what's needed for a proper diagnosis. Hearing this, Victor realized there was little more he could fault him for. To expect the doctor not to make any moves at all was impossible. The nature of a scientist is such that, when presented with outstanding material, curiosity always wins out. At most, Victor's threats might have made Essex a bit more restrained. Drawing a little blood, for instance, was a given. For someone of Dr. Nathaniel Essex's caliber, a single vial could be enough to unlock countless secrets. Wasn't it just a single sample of Gretchen's blood that allowed Mr. Sinister to create the Red Queen back in the day? Without that vial, Deadpool might never have had his best friend Cable. But since Victor had already accomplished what he came here for, there was no reason to linger. After all, Jack was still waiting for him and Nina to return. After a brief farewell, Victor gently gathered the sleeping Nina in his arms and left. His entire body shimmered with a faint golden light, and in an instant he shot across the sky like a meteor, vanishing into the distance. I can't believe how powerful he's become. I bet it didn't take him 10 minutes to fly here from home, Nord remarked, his tone tinged with dejection as he watched Victor depart. But Dr. Essex's next words quickly lifted his spirits. That power doesn't belong to him alone, Essex explained. I've studied the evolutionary genes of both him and Logan. Their paths of evolution don't work like that. He must be using some kind of artifact. If you check the files on the Eiffel Tower incident in Paris, you'll see what I mean. Looks like he's still got quite a stash left. Nord and Essex both knew Victor had a collection of such items, but neither expected any to be this powerful. All they could do now was grumble a bit about it. After all, it wasn't as if they could just barge in and demand Victor hand them over. Meanwhile, on Victor's side, after returning to the ruins of the Clyde estate, he was met with an unexpected scene. Atop the rubble, Logan and a group of friends were holding a barbecue celebration. Victor's sudden appearance brought the lively gathering to an abrupt halt. The bottles that had been raised high were quietly set down, and skewers were quickly hidden behind people's backs. Yet, Logan and the werewolf Jack already well into their cups, kept their arms slung around each other's shoulders, drinking with reckless abandon. They hadn't noticed Victor's arrival at all. Instead, they started hollering for more drinks when no one brought them any. Victor took a deep breath, then handed the sleeping Nina to the old butler who had silently appeared at his side. He instructed the butler to take her to another manor nearby. After that, Victor walked up behind Logan and Jack, fully intending to teach these two idiots a lesson. But just as he was about to act, a small figure stepped in front of him. It was the young shapeshifter, Raven. Why do I feel a chill down my back? Jack, do you feel it too? Then again, with all that fur, you probably can't feel anything. Ha ha ha. Logan's laughter trailed off as the feeling sank in. He recognized it instantly. Killing intent, and not just from anyone, but from someone he knew all too well. At that moment, he finally noticed the shift in the atmosphere. His healing factor kicked in, burning away the effects of the alcohol almost instantly. He turned around with a smile, arms wide, and pulled Victor into a bear hug. Victor, expressionless, let him embrace him, but ended up reeking of alcohol as a result. In the end, thanks to Raven's intervention, Logan managed to escape unscathed. Whether Victor settled the score with him later remained a mystery. So, you're saying you took so long because you were bringing her back? And now you want to step back, help raise, and teach her with me? Since when did you start playing the adopt a little girl game? Logan quipped. Logan didn't really understand Victor's reference to adopt a little girl, but he made it clear that he wanted to help Raven, guide her onto the right path, just as Victor had once helped him. But Victor, watching Raven step in front of Logan and face down his killing intent without flinching, already understood. This man meant everything to her. All right. You can handle the paperwork yourself. If you want to come back, I told you, this will always be your home. Victor, knowing full well the potential of a shapeshifter, someone even more gifted than the Black Widow, was more than happy to keep such a valuable asset close. And besides, this was Logan's wish. Victor agreed without hesitation, though he already had plans of his own. He planned to rebuild an entirely new squad after the outbreak of World War II. This team, he believed, would become his ace in the hole and pave his way to becoming one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. He had already picked out a name for the team, the Howling Commandos. As for the leader, there was only ever one choice, Steve Rogers. While Victor was busy assembling the Howling Commandos across Europe, Hydra and the Red Skull showed no signs of slowing down. They, too, began recruiting with abandon, for as the saying goes, great rewards attract brave souls. Before long, they had gathered a formidable force of talented individuals to serve Hydra and the German cause. Foremost among them was Dr. Arnim Zola, a geneticist whose skills rivaled those of Mr. Sinister, and who was also a master of mechanical engineering. Next was the renowned inventor of the super soldier serum, Dr. Abraham Erskine, who was secretly working under orders at a German university to perfect his formula. Victor's old acquaintance, Baron Strucker, and the son of the elder Baron Zemo, Heinrich Zemo, who had inherited his father's title, also joined their ranks. Both received genetic enhancements courtesy of Dr. Zola, which dramatically improved their physical abilities and overall constitution. Most importantly, with Dr. Zola's assistance, they established a mechanical legion, a vast army of war robots. At the same time, the Red Skull began his quest for the mythical cosmic cube, said to have been left on Earth by Odin himself. He knew that if he could obtain this relic, the pace of NC and Hydra's conquest of the world would accelerate dramatically. However, at that time, the man in question had not yet become the supreme leader of Germany or Hydra, so many of their operations still had to be conducted in secret. Meanwhile, in neighboring Italy, the king had already appointed that man's close ally as the prime minister of the kingdom. With that, the power of NC and Hydra rapidly swelled within the Third Reich, soon making them the dominant political force in the empire. While consolidating power at home, that man was also reaching out for international allies. He dispatched Baron Strucker to Japan. Upon arriving in Japan, Baron Strucker forged an alliance with the local ninja organization known as the Hand, and together they orchestrated a coup that, ultimately, did not succeed. This failed uprising would come to be known in Japan as the Calamity of the Imperial Capital. The Hand's ninjas, disguised among the rebel soldiers, managed to assassinate numerous high-ranking officials with ease. In the aftermath, Japan rapidly completed its national militarization, and the Hand reaped considerable benefits. As for Baron Strucker, he secured the promise he had been seeking. Baron Zemo, on the other hand, was sent to Romania. At this time, Romania ultimately fell into the hands of the vampire king, Dracula. Of course, he didn't turn this place into a haunted land inhabited solely by vampires. On the contrary, from the outside, the people here seemed to be living rather well. The reason for this was simple. After all, profit must come from the people themselves. And in the end, Baron Zemo found a way to persuade Dracula to side with that man and Hydra, making him their ally. While the Third Reich and Hydra were frantically expanding and consolidating their power, the French Third Republic, already weary of war, was taking quite the opposite approach. Under the leadership of Poincaré, France entered a period of remarkable post-war prosperity. This newfound wealth allowed them to construct the so-called Maginot Line. Rather than calling a line of defense, it would be more accurate to describe it as a fully militarized underground city. Its core was built from steel and reinforced concrete, forming permanent fortifications. Within its walls were cannons of every kind, trenches, bunkers, kitchens, power stations, hospitals, factories, and so on, all connected by an intricate network of tunnels. In the larger fortresses, there were even tramways for transportation. The cost of constructing such an awe-inspiring line of defense was, naturally, staggering. The Maginot Line consumed a total of 5 billion francs. Yet this enormous expenditure severely hampered the military readiness of France's armed forces. New equipment could not be procured or produced quickly, and many soldiers grew dispirited from inadequate pay. Given this decline in capability, it is hardly surprising that, in the days to come, the British and French forces would be unable to withstand the iron tide of the Third Reich. Before long, the Third Reich and Hydra found their first ideal weapons testing ground. The Spanish Civil War had erupted. They chose to support the nationalist forces led by Francisco Franco and the Phalange. Meanwhile, their ally, Soviet Russia, decided to back the Republican government of Spain. In this regional conflict, often called the prelude to World War II, the weapons supplied by Hydra and the Third Reich swept aside the Republican armies, despite Soviet support. This compelled the Soviets to pay more attention to the development of their own weapons. As for the fate of the Republican government, well, in this world, the law has always been the survival of the fittest. While the Third Reich was aiding the Spanish rebels, its ally, Italy, also launched a war. Under certain leadership, Italy attacked Ethiopia in Africa. Facing Ethiopian troops armed with little more than spears and wooden shields, it still took them 7 months to achieve a decisive victory. In the early stages of the war, their forces actually suffered a series of setbacks. It wasn't until later, when Italy ramped up its offensive and sent in a massive wave of reinforcements, that they finally managed to turn the tide with overwhelming numbers. The official reports boasted about seizing large quantities of advanced weaponry, including tanks and aircraft. In reality, what they captured was a collection of spears and wooden shields. Yet, among these spoils of war, there were still a few items that drew Hydra's attention. Some weapons belonging to the Ethiopian royal family, crafted from an unusual alloy. While the Third Reich and its allies were stirring up chaos across Europe, devouring territory and expanding their reach with wild abandon. Far away, the two little girls adopted by Victor and Logan were also growing up day by day. Well, to be honest, they hadn't grown much at all. Both of them aged at an extraordinarily slow rate. One of them, in fact, was a mutant vampire who didn't age at all. Their lack of physical growth, however, didn't mean they could escape the rigorous training imposed by Victor and Logan. First, they were required to learn hand-to-hand combat and assassination techniques passed down from the hand, under Logan's guidance. For these girls, whose bodies were far beyond ordinary human limits, mastering these skills was hardly a challenge. Later, once they had become adept at fighting and assassination, their lessons shifted to include the use of various electronic devices and espionage techniques. It was at this point that their training began to diverge. After all, Mystique Raven, with her ever-changing abilities, was far more gifted in these areas than Nina. So in the end, Victor had to find a new, more suitable teacher for Nina. That turned out to be Tina, the very woman who, on Lin Kin's orders, had once infiltrated Department X to keep an eye on Victor and serve as a secretary. While Raven learned the finer points of spycraft from Tina, Nina Price embarked on an entirely new curriculum. Unlike Raven, her lessons focused mainly on combat. In fact, this arrangement was tailored to each girl's unique strengths. From the moment Nina was born, she possessed physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. Now that she had become a half-vampire, these advantages had only grown more pronounced. Her powers were remarkably similar to Victor's: exceptional healing, superhuman reflexes, and unmatched physical prowess. On top of that, she could hypnotize and manipulate others' senses through telepathy, making her a natural on the battlefield. Under Victor's tutelage, she advanced rapidly. Ironically, while her skills soared, her height barely changed at all. But there was some consolation. Mystique Raven hadn't grown any taller either. That small comfort, however, would soon vanish entirely after one particular meeting. "Hello, Victor. Still helping little Nina with her training? I see. I must say, she really works hard." You show her no mercy at all. As Tina walked in through the door, the passing of time had clearly left its mark on her. Her youthful glow was gone, while he seemed unchanged. The more you sweat in peacetime, the less you bleed in war. Even though she doesn't fear blood, an injury still hurts. Besides, it's not as if no one could kill her. Just like, it's not as if no one could see through your disguise, Raven. As Victor spoke, the Tina before him, under the weight of his murderous, oppressive gaze, transformed back into a blue-skinned little girl about the same height as Nina. It seems you've taught her well. At the very least, her courage is no less than yours was in the past. Don't you think so, Tina? As Victor finished, his former secretary, now director of the Federal Intelligence Coordination Office, Tina Watson, stepped in from the hallway. All right, Director Victor, if you've got time to tease me, you might as well look at this. I prepared a graduation test for the girls. It'll help the Federation solve a problem, too. With her usual flair, Tina tossed a classified file into Victor's arms, just as she had countless times over the decades. Baldwin Felts? If I recall, that's a private detective agency, or so they call themselves. In truth, they work as muscle and mercenaries. So that's what's going on. After reading the file Tina had handed him, Victor understood the whole picture. This was a rebellion started by the Federation's coal miners, forced to rise up in order to improve their working and living conditions. So, what you mean is, you want the two girls to work with these so-called private detectives and take down the leader of the uprising? Victor's tone was teasing, not entirely serious, but Tina didn't agree with his assumption. In fact, the answer she gave made Victor almost suspect she was an imposter herself. Of course not. That wouldn't be much of a test. What they need to do is help the miners succeed in their uprising, then have the federal government step in to resolve the conflict. The goal is to build everyone's trust in the ideals of justice, fairness, and equal opportunity that the Federation stands for. With Tina's words, Victor understood her intent. In essence, this mission was the federal government's attempt to foster greater trust among the people. Previously, public trust in the state governments was clearly higher than in the federal government. This was evident after the outbreak of the Civil War, when many federal officers from the South resigned to join the Southern Army. So what do you want them to do? On a Wednesday in 19XX, just as dawn broke, the 2 XDH westbound train from Norfolk pulled into XX town. Stepping off the train were 7 men, each armed with Winchester rifles and revolvers. These 7 men were detectives from the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, and their mission was to evict the families of dismissed workers from company-owned houses. No sooner had they arrived than they sprang into action, hoping to finish the job quickly and catch the evening train back to the city for the night. Yet, it soon became clear that things would not go as smoothly as planned. Led by the town mayor and the sheriff, an angry crowd of townsfolk surrounded them. The detectives insisted that their eviction was legal, but they failed to produce any court authorization. With no choice, the unsuccessful detectives had to retreat to the station, preparing to board the next train home. But just then, Mayor Tistman, who had previously promised to let them go, suddenly reappeared, this time with a hastily gathered group of miners and police officers at his back. As Mayor Tistman drew his pistol and fired the first shot, a fierce gunfight erupted right there at the station. When the chaos finally died down, the bodies of 10 men were found. Among the dead were Mayor Tistman, 2 miners, and all 7 Baldwin Felts detectives. Outraged by the brutality of the Felts men, the local workers quickly swore to join the union they had formed themselves. Rallying under the call of the union, an unprecedented strike broke out. But such a strike was hardly an obstacle for the mine owners. Soon, trains arrived from the south and even from as far as New York and Chicago, bringing in fresh labor to the mining district. These workers became known as strikebreakers. The mine owners were thus able to continue operations, and they hired even more security guards. In retaliation, miners began blocking railroads, ambushing the strikebreakers, and using explosives to sabotage mines and tracks. The miners' tactics, once scattered and disorganized, quickly evolved into calculated and strategic acts of sabotage. Clearly, someone was directing their efforts from behind the scenes. Ultimately, when the governor rejected the miners' final plea, what started as a strike erupted into a full-blown uprising. Once more, the workers donned the uniforms they had worn during the Great War. Those who had never served wore blue apron work clothes. But nearly all of them shared one thing in common, a red scarf tied around their necks, which soon became the defining symbol of the rebellion. However, the rebels lacked leadership, as their leaders had been thrown into prison by the state government when they went to petition. Sheriff Kevin, who was in charge of the prison security, solemnly declared, "No armed thug will ever break anyone out of this jail." But that very night, intruders delivered a harsh slap to his pride. The last thing he remembered before losing consciousness was the sight of a white wolf pup. Determined to keep his word, Kevin had gathered a band of mercenaries for support and had even won the backing of the local militia. Unfortunately, his opponents were far from ordinary. Though the mercenaries, and the militia kept a tight watch inside the prison. Once night fell, someone used the cover of darkness to slip inside. The sentries at the doors and along the walls were swiftly knocked out. Soon, the outer perimeter of the prison fell into the hands of a select group of rebel workers, all veterans of the Great War. After helping the workers secure the outer defenses, Nina wasted no time pressing further inside. She wanted to free the captives before the next shift change. But as she crept through the entrance, a careless noise gave her away, alerting the enemy patrol. When a mercenary came to investigate, all he found was a white puppy. "Well, aren't you a cute little fellow? Did you get lost? But you really shouldn't be here. If you're hungry, have some of this jerky and hurry on home." As this dog-loving mercenary knelt down to offer the puppy a piece of dried meat, he suddenly realized the puppy had vanished. Before he could react, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and everything went black. Moments later, from the shadows, a mercenary who looked exactly like him stepped out. This new mercenary scooped up the white puppy from the floor and continued deeper inside, all the while trying to coax it to eat the jerky in his hand. But the puppy, clearly put off by the already nibbled meat, stubbornly refused. Not that the man really cared. He was only teasing it. "David, where did you pick up another puppy?" Two more patrolling mercenaries stopped him in his tracks, clearly recognizing him as one of their own. The boss already said, "This is a critical time. Leave the dogs alone. Wait till this is over, then go buy yourself a new one." David shrugged, then handed the puppy over. "All right, then hold this little guy for me while I go ask the boss for permission. Watch him for me, and don't let him run off." As he spoke, David tossed the puppy in his hand toward one of the men. Instinctively, the mercenary reached out to catch the little dog, only for Nina, who transformed back into her human form in an instant, to leap onto his shoulders and knock him out cold with a swift move straight out of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. At the same time Nina subdued her target, the mercenary David, who was actually Raven in disguise, had already dealt with her own opponent. This time, their mission was to save people, not to go on a killing spree. So if the situation allowed, they would never take a life. Of course, if Victor or Logan had been sent instead, this place would probably be littered with bodies by now. As for why lives seemed so cheap, well, that's just the Marvel Universe for you. After all, in the original comics, Deadpool once joked that every time he took on an assassination job, he'd have to cut down hundreds of ninjas first. Yet, for this mission, those two infamous killers had given them one special instruction: avoid killing as much as possible. The reason was simple. Sneaking in without killing anyone was many times harder than leaving trail bodies. The mercenaries they knocked out could wake up at any moment, so time was of the essence. Fortunately, their years of training paid off. They made their way through each obstacle, one after another, and finally reached the part of the prison where the guild members were being held. I have to admit, I'm surprised you made it this far. But this is where your journey ends. Waiting for them here was not Sheriff Kevin. Kevin had already been knocked out by Nina, who had taken the form of a wolf pup and caught him off guard while he was drinking coffee in the next room. Instead, what awaited them was a burly, towering man with a hood over his head. Judging from the way he sat here, while other mercenaries were out patrolling, he was clearly their leader. Hearing the mercenary leader's words, both Nina and Raven felt a chill run down their spines. Raven was disguised as Sheriff Kevin, and Nina had snuck in through the air ducts. Yet, the leader had instantly seen through Raven's disguise and sensed Nina's presence as well. Clearly, this was not going to be an easy fight. Their first exchange confirmed it. Raven launched the initial attack, choosing to maintain Kevin's formidable appearance instead of reverting to her own form. After all, Kevin was both taller and stronger than she was. Still, she quickly realized she was outmatched. No sooner had she thrown her first punch than her opponent caught her wrist in a steely grip. The world spun around her, and she found herself slammed forcefully onto the ground, her back making harsh contact with the floor. With that fall, even her internal organs suffered from the impact. The blow left Raven seriously injured, and she could no longer maintain the appearance of Kevin. In a flash of transformation, she shrank back into that little girl with blue skin. Yet the mercenary leader didn't press the advantage. Instead, he suddenly spun around and threw a punch upward into the air. It turned out that, just as Mystique was slammed to the ground, Nina seized the opportunity to leap out from the ventilation shaft, launching a surprise attack. But the moment she landed, the enemy sensed her presence. Caught in midair, unable to change direction, she was struck hard by his fist and sent flying backwards. Nina, knocked across the room by a single punch, crashed into the wall, leaving cracks in the plaster before sliding down to the floor. Blood gushed from her mouth, staining her once pure white fur with a shocking crimson. She reverted from her wolf form back to human, then struggled to her feet. Once she had regained her footing, she snatched up the katana that had fallen to the floor during her collision and charged at the mercenary leader again. Nina's swordsmanship was taught by Logan, a lethal art passed down from the hand. Realizing the deadly threat they faced, she made the swift decision to strike to kill. From the force of his earlier attacks, she understood that this man truly intended to kill them. If they wanted to survive, there was only one choice: kill or be killed. So, the intruders are just two little girls, after all. But katanas are dangerous toys, hardly suited for children like you. Go home and play with your dolls, the mercenary leader taunted as Nina's attack closed in. But as the razor-sharp blade drew near, he sidestepped with ease, calm and unhurried. Having effortlessly dodged Nina's slash, he reached out with his left hand to grip the hilt of her sword. With his right, he formed a fist as large as a soup pot and hammered it into Nina's abdomen. The blow to her midsection made Nina feel as if her insides were about to be shattered. Her hands, which had been clutching the katana, were forced to release it. Seizing the sword, the mercenary leader struck her pale face with the flat of the blade. A vivid red mark appeared instantly on Nina's once delicate and innocent face. The force of the blow, combined with the earlier punch, sent her body flying across the room. As the mercenary leader prepared to follow up and finish her off with another strike, Raven, who had been lying on the ground, managed to get up and wrapped her arms tightly around one of his legs. Staring at the mercenary leader, whose eyes glinted with murderous intent as he raised his katana high, Raven squeezed her eyes shut. In that moment, for reasons she couldn't quite explain, her mind wandered to that man named Logan. Yet, the strike she was bracing for never came. Instead, it was Nina, wielding a slightly shorter katana, who intercepted the attack. Judging from the faint crimson glow in her eyes, she had called upon her vampiric powers. Though she was no longer afraid of sunlight, using that strength still came with a price. That price was a relentless thirst for blood. Anytime Nina tapped into her vampiric abilities for healing or combat, she needed to consume large amounts of blood. Otherwise, she would fall into a state of uncontrollable bloodlust, risking a rampage. But heavy costs often herald great power. Perhaps, in this world, that was the only rule that seemed to hold true. At the very least, after invoking her powers, Nina's strength and speed surged to new heights. It was this enhancement that allowed her to withstand the mercenary leader's fearsome blow. Well, this is interesting. A little vampire, is it? The leader's voice was thick with amusement as he speculated. A bloodsucker who can turn into a wolf cub. Are you one of those legendary half-breeds? Or perhaps a perfect bloodline? Though he kept up his banter, his hands never hesitated or slowed. Each strike of his blade was as fluid and dazzling as a river in motion. If Nina's swordsmanship, learned from Logan, was sharpened for the sole purpose of killing, then the mercenary leader's style was a perfect fusion of elegance and peril. Behind the brilliance of his every swing lurked countless deadly threats. Up against the mercenary leader's relentless assault, Nina couldn't manage an impenetrable defense. Her style was shaped for offense, for killing, not for parrying. As she struggled to hold her ground, Nina's body was soon laced with cuts. But almost as quickly as they appeared, her wounds would knit themselves back together, her regenerative powers sealing them. Still, the blood she lost did not vanish, nor did her shredded clothing magically repair itself. Soon, her outfit was ripped to tatters, soaked in brilliant crimson. Meanwhile, Riven, who had moments earlier been clinging to the mercenary leader's leg, had been kicked aside with brutal force. She slammed into the wall of a nearby room and lost consciousness. When Riven finally came to, the sight before her was harrowing. Nina had just been kicked violently through the air by the mercenary leader, then pinned to the wall with a katana. Nina! Riven's eyes burned bright red with grief and fury. That's when she noticed. Lying right beside her was a handgun. As it turned out, after knocking Chief Kevin unconscious, they had conveniently taken his handgun as well. The weapon had been with Raven all along, but in the chaos of the recent fight, she had forgotten it was even there. Now, the sudden appearance of the pistol felt like a lifeline for Raven, who had been on the brink of desperation. At this moment, she no longer cared whether using the gun would reveal her position or jeopardize the mission. All she could think about was saving Nina. With a volley of gunshots, Raven fired, but the mercenary leader, who should have fallen beneath her aim, emerged unscathed. Miraculously, he'd managed to deflect every bullet with nothing but his katana. However, the sheer force of the bullets proved too much for his weapon. The blade snapped in two, leaving him defenseless just as Nina, who'd been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang to her feet. In his haste, the mercenary leader instinctively tried to defend himself with his sword, forgetting it was now a broken blade. Nina seized the moment, attacking relentlessly. The leader, caught off guard and desperate, stumbled backward until his back hit the wall, collapsing into a pool of blood after several swift strikes from Nina. "Hurry and help the others. We need to leave now. Your gunshots will have drawn the attention of the town's other militia, and our people can't hold them off for long," Nina said, leaning on the katana, half kneeling as Raven rushed over to steady her. Raven understood immediately. Without hesitation, she transformed herself into a mid-level Union official. Using the keys she'd taken from Chief Kevin, she unlocked the door leading deeper into the prison. Consulting her list and the photos she'd memorized, she quickly located and freed the imprisoned Union leaders. Guiding the weakened leaders, supporting one another, Raven led them out of the prison. By then, Nina, who had been half kneeling inside the room, had already disappeared. Realizing Nina had already withdrawn, Raven said nothing. When a Union leaders questioned her, she simply told them to wait until they were safely outside. After all, this was hardly the place for explanations. The Union leaders, taking in the scene inside the room, quickly understood the urgency. With Raven's guidance, they swiftly crossed the empty outer offices of the prison and regrouped with the workers who had been standing guard outside. Using the cover of night, they made their escape. As for the militia, drawn by the sound of gunfire, they were promptly misled and sent away by Raven, still disguised as Chief Kevin. Not long after Raven and the others had left, the mercenary leader, who had been lying motionless in a pool of blood, slowly pulled himself up once more. Afterward, he walked over to the desk where he had originally been sitting. With practiced ease, he reached under the table and pulled out a bottle of whiskey. He took a hearty swig, then strode out of the room. He still had to help a certain young girl, who was on the verge of falling into a bloodthirsty frenzy, before she lost control completely. If she were to go on a rampage in town, it would be a real disaster. Thinking of this, he sighed once again and took another deep drink from the whiskey bottle. Being the responsible one in the family truly is a headache. Nina, after finally slipping free from the prison, wasted no time in putting distance between herself and the town, a place crowded with people. She could feel it. She was teetering on the edge of losing control. She had no desire to harm these innocent townsfolk. In the past, she had always relied on Victor to provide her with blood whenever this problem arose. But now, clearly, she had neither the time nor the means to seek out Victor for blood. Her only option was to leave town as quickly as possible to avoid hurting anyone. As for what might happen to her after she lost control, that was no longer part of her concerns. In a way, it must be said, Victor had taught her too well. An egotist by nature, yet he had managed to raise a disciple with the heart of a superhero. Of course, this had always been part of his long-term plan. After all, if you hoped to work alongside Captain America, you couldn't afford to have a questionable moral compass. And to be fair, in some respects, Victor himself often acted very much like a hero devoted to his country and people. Of course, all of this depended on one thing, that none of the covert black ops he orchestrated and participated in, those invasions of foreign countries, ever came to light. Victor, disguised as a mercenary leader, didn't have to try very hard before he found Nina, who was already slipping into a state of frenzy. As for how he managed to slip past Nina's keen sense of smell and keep his identity hidden, well, that was thanks to a certain serum invented by Dr. Essex. This serum could temporarily and perfectly eliminate all scent from a person's body, making it impossible for trackers like Victor and Logan, who relied on their sense of smell, to follow the trail. Yes, as it turned out, this substance was actually extracted from Agent Zero, David North's secretions, analyzed and synthesized into its current form. As for David North himself, being scentless was one of his innate powers. He could remain completely undetectable by smell, easily evading those with heightened olfactory senses. After using this serum, Victor made a few adjustments to his build through certain means. Then, donning a mask, he was nearly unrecognizable, so long as the mask stayed in place. Even if the mask was removed, he had arranged for someone to paint an elaborate Beijing opera face on him. He simply refused to believe that, in this era, without facial recognition technology, anyone could possibly recognize him. Even with that filthy, battered mask still on, Victor had little trouble locating Nina. But at this moment, the girl was already spiraling out of control. Her once golden hair had turned a stark white, her pupils were blood red, and a cluster of veins bulged ominously at her left eye. "I've told you already, don't push yourself too hard. Why are you always so stubborn? You never listen, and now things might get a bit tricky." Despite his words, Victor's hands didn't falter in the least. After downing the last gulp of whiskey, he was the first to lunge toward Nina. Nina showed no sign of fear as Victor rushed her. Instead, she charged right back, clearly seeing him as prey. But this prey wasn't nearly as easy to catch as she imagined. The instant Nina lunged, Victor lightly pressed a hand against her head. With a nimble somersault, Victor landed behind her. Exposing her back to him proved a costly mistake. He grabbed her by the collar and slammed her hard onto the ground, flipping her from side to side without pause. When Victor finally stopped, even Nina, with her quick regenerative abilities, was left dazed for a moment. But she quickly scrambled back up, launching another attack at Victor. Still, it was all in vain. There was a gulf between their abilities that could not be bridged. This time, though, Nina had learned her lesson. She didn't let Victor get behind her again. Instead, she seized the moment to grab his arm and sank her teeth into it. Victor was genuinely startled to feel her bite. Though he'd drawn blood to feed her before, especially when she lost control during those tests, this was something else entirely. After all, there's a world of difference between offering your blood and having it taken by force. Besides, Nina had never known that the blood Victor gave her had always been his own. Victor hadn't done this because he lacked access to other blood. Rather, ever since he'd used the Moonstone, his own blood had begun to brim with cosmic energy. He'd thought that if he fed her this blood, it might trigger something extraordinary. But after several attempts with no noticeable change, he'd given up on the idea. There was another reason, too. Unless Nina drew heavily on her vampiric powers, her need for blood was limited. That one time, Victor had given her several buckets worth. In his own words, better safe than sorry, and after a while, draining blood just became routine. Of course, the blood wasn't just for feeding the little vampire. Some of it needed to be supplied to Mr. Fright for research as well. At this moment, Victor's bloodstream began to surge with cosmic energy, a phenomenon first discovered by Dr. Essex, known as Mr. Sinister. Although this energy would gradually dissipate once extracted from Victor's body, there was a remarkable detail. Even after Victor removed the Moonstone, traces of cosmic energy still lingered in his blood. The concentration was far lower than when the Moonstone was present, yet the energy undeniably remained. Dr. Essex had yet to unravel the mystery behind this occurrence. What was certain, however, was that this was not a bad thing for Victor. In fact, it was this very energy that had comprehensively enhanced his strength and other abilities. On the other hand, the existence of such energy did pose a risk to his bodily functions. Yet thanks to his regenerative factor, no harm came to him. Instead, as time passed, his regenerative abilities began to absorb the cosmic energy, becoming even more potent and allowing Victor's body to fully adapt to the presence of this power. He even sensed that, if he wished, he could try to actively absorb the cosmic energy around him. But out of fear of triggering some unpredictable transformation, he refrained. Meanwhile, Nina, who was feeding on Victor's arm, passed out after only 2 sips of his blood, so abruptly that Victor didn't even get the chance to knock her out himself. Even in her unconsciousness, she let out a contented little burp. Just 2 mouthfuls are enough to satisfy her needs? It seems the cosmic energy in my body has grown even more concentrated since I last used the Moonstone. I'd better avoid using it again, if I can help it. In truth, Victor had no idea whether the situation was a blessing or a curse. The ability to wield cosmic energy was a symbol of immense power, but it also meant walking a fine line on the edge of losing control. In the end, Victor decided to bring the unconscious Nina back with him. Even though leaving her in the wild wouldn't put her life in real danger, he couldn't shake the thought of a wolf carrying her off. And so, this midnight vampire was forced to withdraw from the trial ahead of schedule. But as far as her examination was concerned, it was essentially complete. Her main abilities were centered around combat. After all, however, the evaluation for Mystique, Raven, was still ongoing. With the guild leaders rescued, the workers' uprising, distinguished by their red scarves, were finally able to regroup and prepare to march once more. Now, the uprising's greatest strength shone through their tightly knit, union-based organizational structure. Each local miners' union had assembled its own squad. Previously, when the state government captured all the union leaders in one fell swoop, the uprising had been left scattered and powerless. At this moment, the returning union leaders swiftly reorganized the rebel army, for it was common for union leaders to double as battlefield commanders. As for Don Kyphon, when he regained consciousness, he found that the prison had been completely looted and all the union leaders had vanished without a trace. The only thing worth feeling relieved about was that the truly heinous criminals were not released. Apparently, those who stormed the prison still had some sense of boundaries. Otherwise, it would have been his successor laying flowers at his grave by now. He had no illusions that the criminals he'd personally apprehended would spare his life if they escaped. As for the mercenaries he'd hired at great expense, they turned out to be utterly useless. Their leader was reportedly even killed in the chaos. Yet he didn't kick them out. On the contrary, he agreed to let them stay and seek revenge for their fallen boss. After all, desperate troops often fight the hardest. He could only hope that after suffering the setback, these mercenaries would finally learn a thing or two. Even after handling all of this, Kaifin still didn't dare let his guard down. He requested reinforcements from the federal government. The federal SWAT task force was already on standby, and the Army Air Corps was poised to scramble its aircraft at moment's notice. While Kaifin was hurriedly constructing defensive positions to brace for the rebels' assault, the rebel army completed its own preparations, splitting into two flanks. They adopted the classic pincer movement. The northern flank attacked Blair Mountain from the side, while the southern troops advanced westward, crossing the mountains. If everything went as planned, they would break through the enemy lines, join forces, and, as they'd hoped, dance with joy on Don Kaifin's grave. Yet this dance turned into a funeral procession for the rebels. Kaifin and his forces held the high ground atop the ridge, armed with superior weaponry. Dozens of rebels launched a direct charge, attempting to storm the machine gun-laden ridge, only to be met by a hail of bullets. The losses were devastating. Amidst the brutal clash, a female journalist, camera in hand, captured every moment of the battle. After repelling the rebel assault, Kaifin called in support from the Army Air Corps. Antique biplanes loaded with tear gas and special bombs soared overhead, releasing their entire payload on the rebels below. The explosions thundered across the battlefield, and thick clouds of tear gas blanketed the entire area. While the direct damage to the rebels was limited, the blow to their morale was utterly crushing. As time went on, neither side made any real progress in their offensives. Both parties exercised great restraint, not wanting the situation to erupt into genuine bloodshed. They swept the entire length of our front line with gunfire from beginning to end, and yet we weren't allowed to fire a single shot, one miner told a reporter. Clearly, under the overwhelming military pressure from the other side, the rebellious miners were already at the end of their rope. In the end, the uprising failed. They laid down their weapons. Yet, the goal they had sought was ultimately achieved. After journalists exposed reports of state militia using machine guns to mow down workers, the federal government stepped in with a stern and righteous response. It was precisely the intervention of the federal government that cooled the workers' passion and fury, eventually persuading them to admit defeat and surrender their arms. The reason they were willing to give up their weapons was their belief in the federal government's promises of justice, fairness, and equal opportunity. Although their armed revolt ended in failure, their spirit endured, and their trust in the federal government finally yielded results. With the help of President Roosevelt's New Deal, they ultimately won the right to organize unions and receive fair treatment, securing a final victory for the 10,000 warriors who had participated in this forgotten civil war. At the same time, Raven's assessment mission came to a satisfying conclusion. Even until the very end, as she slipped away under the guise of female journalist, no one ever suspected what she had truly done. By playing different roles and orchestrating a variety of misunderstandings, she led both sides to believe everything was the other's idea, thus successfully setting the uprising in motion. Having completed their assessment, the two of them were granted a month-long vacation. During this break, they would travel to Hawaii for some well-deserved rest. As for Victor and Logan, they received brand new intelligence from Europe. One of Hydra's leaders, the Red Skull, Johann Schmidt, was searching for an item known as the Cosmic Cube. The moment Victor received this information, he immediately volunteered to take on the mission with Logan to intercept Schmidt. However, the federal government seemed more inclined to send Agent Zero, Nord, instead. In the end, Victor still managed to convince Nord to give up the mission. Of course, the method he used wasn't a heartfelt plea, but a compelling argument. Persuaded by Victor's ironclad logic, Nord not only relinquished the mission, but generously covered Victor's airfare to Europe as well. But when Nord saw the expense report, he nearly choked in disbelief at his desk. It turned out that, seeing someone else was footing the bill, Victor had chosen to travel to Europe in luxury, aboard the Yankee Clipper. Inside the Flying Shears, the ship was divided into several spacious cabins, each furnished with sofas rather than airplane seats. At night, these passenger compartments could be transformed into luxurious sleeping cabins. There was also a dining room, changing rooms, and separate bathrooms for men and women. Naturally, such lavish amenities came at a staggering price. A single one-way ticket cost nearly $1,000, a sum equivalent to tens of thousands in today's money. While Nord was agonizing over his travel expense report, Victor sat comfortably with a glass of red wine in hand, enjoying the scenery outside the cabin window. As Victor and his tiger cat indulged in the pleasures of their airborne journey, trouble was brewing in the cockpit up front. The pilot and co-pilot found themselves in serious trouble. The navigation system has completely shut down. We may have strayed off course. Most importantly, we're running out of fuel. Prepare for an emergency landing. At that very moment, Victor's animal instincts alerted him to the imminent danger. Almost without thinking, he grabbed the package containing his Muramesa katana and tucked the tiger cat inside as well. No sooner had he finished these preparations than the plane began to shudder ominously. The crew immediately moved to calm the passengers, instructing everyone to remain in their rooms. Each passenger's cabin was stocked with parachutes and emergency supplies. After all, a ticket at such a price promised the very best in service and preparedness. This was a true testament to the power of money. But in the face of disaster, money's helplessness became just as apparent. Yet it remains true that those with wealth have a much higher survival rate than the poor when calamity strikes. Take this very air crash as an example. From the scale of the rescue efforts to the safety measures on board, everything far surpassed what you'd find on an ordinary flight. Naturally, this greatly increased the passengers' chances of survival. But this time, money could not save their lives. Victor realized this as he hauled himself out of the icy waters of the Arctic Ocean. Apart from him, not a single crew member or unfortunate passenger made it out alive. The pilots did everything they could to save themselves and everyone else, but when the crash came, all they could do was cry out in despair. The other crew and passengers, unaware of their fate, went down with the plane into the frigid depths. Had Victor not possessed a regenerative factor and physical abilities beyond those of ordinary people, his end would have been no different from the rest. As for why he didn't save anyone else, he simply didn't have that kind of power. Without the use of the Moonstone, he simply couldn't fly, and so he had no way to prevent the plane from crashing. The aircraft had gone down straight into the sea, and even saving himself had been a struggle. He had nearly ended up as fish food alongside everyone else, let alone having a chance to save anyone. As for the fate of the others, Victor could only offer his apologies. Even Superman can't save everyone, and his own abilities were far more limited. The only consolation was that he had managed to fatten Luther up enough for him to withstand the cold. Swimming with him was heavier work, but at least they'd both survived. The reason Victor hadn't brought the Moonstone with him this time was mainly because he wanted to reduce his reliance on it. Now that he could begin to absorb cosmic energy on his own, there was no need to always fall back on the Moonstone. Besides, he hadn't thought this mission would be particularly dangerous. Yet, a single plane crash had left him utterly humiliated. And after his plane went missing, the entire upper echelon of the Federation was thrown into chaos. After all, as a lieutenant general and war hero, Victor did hold a certain status. Logan and the others, on the other hand, weren't all that worried. They believed Victor wasn't someone who would die so easily. Victor and Luther, meanwhile, endured days of catching fish to stave off hunger and chewing on ice to quench their thirst. At last, by tracking the position of the sun, they set out toward the nearest land. Thankfully, they hadn't swum in the wrong direction and ended up at the North Pole, turning into human popsicles. But just as Victor and his ocelot set foot on land, they were greeted by the true king of the Arctic, a polar bear. This bear, larger than any of its kind, had only come out looking for a seal to have for breakfast, never expecting to run into a human. To the bear, this was a feast. Judging by the man's robust build, he would be enough for several meals. And he even brought along a fat pet the humans called a cat. That will make a nice dessert. Today was shaping up to be the bear's lucky day. But it didn't take long for the bear to realize just how badly it had misjudged the situation. Not only did it miss out on breakfast, but it took quite a beating as well. From the look in the man's eyes, the bear could tell that. The human was even considering eating it. In the end, though, the bear wasn't eaten. It was put to work as a mount. Poor thing hadn't even had its meal, yet now it had to carry a man weighing several hundred pounds on its back. Before long, Victor dove back underwater and surfaced with a haul of fish. For his iron stomach, eating raw fish was nothing at all. As for the ocelot and the polar bear, it was even less of an issue. After all, that was their staple diet to begin with. However, Victor had no intention of keeping another mount. As he approached human settlements, he let the poor polar bear go. Of course, he made sure to catch a fat seal as a parting gift for the bear. With the seal clamped tightly in its jaws, the polar bear looked back at Victor with every few steps, reluctant to leave. Victor rolled his neck to shake off the tension, then gently pushed the little head of the wildcat, which had poked out his bag, back inside. At last, he was about to return to civilization, though he hadn't been away for long. After enduring disaster and wandering the wilderness, the prospect of rejoining the civilized world was reason enough to feel a spark of joy. After all, humans are social creatures, and Victor was no exception. Yet, what awaited him ahead was not the warm welcome of honest villagers, but elite warriors from a distant land who called themselves gods. And the trouble he feared the Moonstone would bring had finally come to pass. "Excuse me, is anyone there? I'm a traveler in distress. My cat and I need your help. We're hungry and thirsty, and we need food and water. If you have a phone, I'd appreciate it if you'd let me use it." Victor sounded just like any ordinary traveler down on his luck, hoping to win the trust and assistance of whoever was inside the church. How did he know that there were people inside, even though it looked deserted? That, of course, was thanks to his beastly instincts. But the answer that greeted him came in the form of flying spears and gleaming blades. Several Asgardian warriors in armor, led by an officer wielding a staff, charged at Victor, weapons drawn. Forced into a fight without understanding why, Victor was utterly bewildered. What were Asgardians doing here? More importantly, why did they attack him so suddenly? Even if he was suspicious, surely they should have tried to subdue him rather than come at him with lethal force. Yet from the way the Asgardians struck, Victor could tell they meant to end his life, not just capture him. Cursed Kree spy. Don't think you can fool us just by disguising yourself as a human. The cosmic energy radiating from you has already betrayed your identity. Give it up. The Tesseract is not something your kind can ever hope to touch. Although their words were laced with anger and scorn, they also answered Victor's biggest question. Why had they tried to kill him from the very start, without saying a word? And now, after realizing he posed a real threat, they tried to talk him down. So it's really that easy? This place is where Odin hid the Tesseract, and he's actually station guards here who are no pushovers. But then, how did the Red Skull manage to steal it after arriving here? While Victor stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought, the Asgardian warriors renewed their assault. This time, however, Victor responded. Without hesitation, he launched a decisive counterattack. If they were determined to kill him, then he would show them no mercy in return. He swung the backpack off his shoulders and drew Muramesa, the sword he had kept inside. As for Luther the Tiger Cat, he had leapt clear at the very onset of the battle, and now lurked somewhere in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Armed with his weapon, Victor quickly gained the upper hand in the fight. Yet these Asgardian warriors lived up to their reputation as elite fighters. They were survivors from the epic War Thousands of years ago, when they fought alongside Odin against the frost giants on Earth. If they were not formidable, they would never have been entrusted with the duty of guarding the cosmic cube. Of course, their power was kept within certain bounds. Otherwise, they would draw the attention of others in the universe and bring even greater danger. For the cosmic cube, in terms of sheer strength, they were more than a match for ordinary humans and could even take on super soldiers with ease. What made them truly formidable was their ability to fight as one, forming a seamless Asgardian battle formation. Whether in a group skirmish or a one-on-one duel, their tactics were formidable, weapons in themselves. But this time, they were facing Victor wielding Muramesa. Though he couldn't immediately cleave through their enchanted armor, Victor was undeniably dominating the fight. When Victor sliced through one warrior's spear with Muramesa, the advantage began to tip even further in his favor. At that moment, the Asgardian officer who had been watching from the sidelines could no longer hold back. He, too, joined the fray. As one of Asgard's berserkers, he wielded a staff of fury capable of granting formidable strength. Of course, such power came with a heavy price. It would draw out the darkest corners of the wielder's soul, bestowing a strength both terrible and cursed. Randolph had once been but a humble stone mason in Asgard, known for little more than his physical strength. Yet the war between the palace of the gods and the frost giants had changed everything. He was drafted into the army and chosen as the bearer of the berserker staff. After grueling training and countless battles, he became the mightiest berserker of them all. Odin himself entrusted him with the mission of remaining in Midgard to guard the cosmic cube. Randolph relished this duty, for here he was no longer merely the stone mason's son, but a god descended in glory to the mortal realm. The people here revered and feared him, and even as the years crept into the modern age, the local inhabitants still regarded him, and his kind, with awe. But all of this was completely disrupted by the arrival of the Kree. This emerging cosmic empire was actively expanding its own dominion, and Earth just happened to lie on the edge of their growing frontier. As they pushed their technology to ever greater heights, they also began the pursuit of creating super soldiers. That was why, upon their first arrival on Earth, they began experimenting on humans, giving birth to the Inhumans. However, as these Inhumans developed superhuman abilities, their genes changed in ways that no longer suited the Kree's purposes. Disappointed, the Kree eventually abandoned their own creations. As the Kree Empire continued to expand, somehow, word reached them that the cosmic cube was hidden on Earth, so they dispatched an expedition team to find it. By coincidence, and in hopes of avoiding detection, they chose the Arctic as their landing site. The human settlements near the old church were caught in the crossfire and suffered a brutal massacre. In the end, the enraged warriors of Asgard defeated the invaders. Yet, in order to better protect the rest of humanity and the cosmic cube, the Asgardians decided to conceal their own presence. Their familiarity with the cosmic energy inside Victor also originated from the Kree technology they encountered during that time. As soon as Randolph made his move, Victor immediately lost the upper hand. Facing Randolph's relentless, heavy blows, Victor refused to dodge. Instead, he met each strike with his blade, to parry the crushing force of a stonemason's hammer with the lightness of a samurai sword. Perhaps only Victor could manage such a feat. Yet, the way his feet sank deep into the ground showed just how much effort it took. Fortunately for him, none of the other Asgardian warriors joined in while Randolph attacked. After all, especially when Randolph clearly had the advantage, it would have been dishonorable, even humiliating to their pride, to gang up on Victor. After withstanding dozens of Randolph's heavy strikes, Victor finally began to devise a countermeasure. He once more tried to call upon the cosmic energy within him, hoping to turn the tide. But, as expected, without the aid of the Moonstone, the cosmic energy dispersed and vanished the moment it left his body. It was precisely because of this that Victor had never been able to project energy or fly without the Moonstone. But this time, he was determined to try something new. He began channeling the cosmic energy into his Muramesa blade, hoping for a surprise. And this time, his efforts produced a truly astonishing result. The Muramesa, once dull and lifeless, began to emit a faint glow. Traces of cosmic energy shimmered and danced along the blade, falling away like tiny sparks. Randolph, not knowing what Victor had done to cause such a change, decided to seize the initiative and launched a direct attack. But this time, the outcome was beyond his imagination. As the blade flashed, the berserker staff in his hand, crafted from the magical metal URU, snapped into 3 pieces. After shattering his opponent's weapon, Victor pressed his advantage, cutting down the other Asgardian warriors who rushed forward to help, as easily as slicing through fruit. With all the Guardians defeated, he could finally begin his search for the legendary Cosmic Cube, one of the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone. At last, he discovered the cube hidden within a pedestal in the church. But before he could even touch it, the Cosmic Cube began to emit a radiant blue light. In the instant Victor was teleported away, the tiger-striped cat leapt onto him and was whisked away as well. The first to awaken was the berserker, Randolph. Looking at his berserker staff, now broken into 3 segments, and seeing the Cosmic Cube still safely in his possession, he made a decision in his heart. He roused the other Asgardian warriors who were still unconscious, instructing them to return to Asgard and report that someone had activated the Cosmic Cube. Soon after his men departed, he carefully resealed the exposed Cosmic Cube. Then he left the place, intent on hiding the 3 pieces of the berserker staff and savoring the life of a Midgardian for a while. In truth, the main reason for his choice was that, after holding the berserker staff for so long, the darkness within him had steadily grown. In the end, his desire for pleasure had overwhelmed his sense of honor and duty. Meanwhile, Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard and keeper of the Bifrost, whose eyes could observe the 9 realms, had no time to spare for the affairs of Midgard. He had to keep a close watch on Crown Prince Thor, who was making his name in battles across the realms. If anything were to happen to Thor, Odin would likely twist Heimdall's head off and use it as a drinking cup. Among all the gods, Odin was the mightiest. Allah and Jehovah might swear to rid the world of evil and send every wrongdoer to hell. Yet Midgard still teemed with sin and villainy. But when Odin swore to rid Midgard of frost giants, there wasn't a single one left. They'd all been driven to Jotunheim. The verdict was self-evident. The contest was decided. While Odin was focused on playing the role of a loving father, our protagonist was transported by the Infinity Stone to another dimension. Of course, this was not solely the work of the Space Stone. The 2 Moonstones, positive and negative, also played their part. When the 2 Moonstones come together, their combined power can even warp the fabric of time and space. Victor, it was precisely because his body contained the power of the positive Moonstone that, when he was transported by the Space Stone, he was pulled into his own timeline by the negative Moonstone. In this way, he avoided the same fate as the Red Skull, becoming the Soul Stone's eternal watchdog. The wind howled across the parched earth, kicking up clouds of yellow dust and sand. High above, vultures circled, preparing to feast on a fresh meal. All they needed to do was wait for the man and the tiger cat below to stop breathing and lose all strength to resist. But this time, the vultures would be disappointed. Someone passed by and rescued the unconscious Victor and the tiger cat, sparing them for becoming the vultures' next meal. Yet in doing so, the rescuer also unwittingly changed the course of many other lives. Once, Time Spring was a town crowded with cheap taverns and all manner of riffraff. That changed when gold was discovered in the valley. Blood and fire swept through the streets. until one man brought order to the chaos. His name was Fisk, and he was hailed as a hero. But that was long ago. Times change, and so do people. After the governor altered the river's course to serve his mining interests, the land around here began to wither. When the river finally dried up, crossing the desert from the territory of the native Indians became, for most, a death sentence. But one man proved otherwise. He was the last of the Indian warriors, and they called him Red Wolf. Stephen felt his luck couldn't get any worse today. He was supposed to be at the tavern, sharing drinks with his old friend Tony Stark. Instead, Ben Urich from the newspaper had rushed in with news. Someone was taking vigilante justice near the dam. Worse yet, the ones dishing out justice were none other than Mayor Fisk's own men. Huh, the boss said string him up. So go to hell, you red-skinned devil. When Rogers arrived at the scene, he saw exactly what he'd feared. Fisk's henchman, deep in the act of vigilante punishment. There, target was a native Indian, but for Steve, that made no difference. He drew his pistol and shot through the rope around Red Wolf's neck. I thought I made myself clear to everyone. No more vigilante justice. No matter what crimes this man is accused of, he will stand before a judge. So now, everyone, don't do anything stupid. Fisk's men, however, sneered at Steve Rogers' words. Forming a semicircle around Steve and the Indian, they began to threaten them, making their intentions clear. It was you who acted foolishly, Rogers. This Indian tried to blow up the dam. That's no laughing matter, Sheriff. You're meddling in official government business now. But Steve paid little mind to the threats from the Fisk brothers. Instead, he warned them that only after a judge found the Indian guilty would Mayor Fisk have the authority to hang him. In the end, Rogers managed to take Red Wolf away from the brothers, and Fisk himself stopped them from giving chase. While Rogers was still troubled by the incident on his way back, he stumbled upon Victor, unconscious by the roadside. Overhead, vultures circled, and a wildcat was licking its master's face. Rogers sighed, lifted the fainted Victor onto his horse, gently cradled the weakened wildcat, and, leading Red Wolf, whose hands were bound behind his back, walked the whole way back to the sheriff's office. First, he confiscated the blade in Victor's possession, Muramesa, and, after giving Victor a little water, locked him up in a cell. Of course, he made sure there was water and food inside. For a burly stranger carrying such a dangerous blade, this was the safest course of action. As for Red Wolf, he was placed in the cell directly opposite Victor. Still unconscious, Victor couldn't have imagined that, in this strange time and place, he'd end up neighbors and cellmates with Red Wolf. The wildcat, meanwhile, fared much better than the two humans. Steve prepared a bowl of milk and a cozy basket lined with a pillow just for it. But after finishing the milk, the wildcat slipped into Victor's cell and curled up on his chest to sleep. Seeing this, Steve shook his head and decided not to interfere with the animal. Instead, he turned his attention to Red Wolf and began a conversation. Since I brought you in, you haven't said a word. Do you speak English? Why did you try to destroy the Roxon Dam? As Steve questioned him, he handed Red Wolf a cup of water. He was truly puzzled. What would drive this native man to risk his life crossing the desert just to blow up a dam? When Red Wolf finally spoke in English and gave his reasons, Steve was still a little surprised. After all, it was rare for a native to be fluent in English. I can speak English. I try to destroy your dam because it has stolen the water from my people. You've angered your own kind just to save Red Wolf, turning friends into enemies. Why? What made you choose this path? When Victor awoke, he found himself weaker than ever before. Or rather, it was a sensation he was all too familiar with. Most of his strength seemed to have vanished. He felt like an ordinary man, albeit a strong one, and the unfamiliar surroundings left him uneasy. But then again, anyone would feel uneasy if they woke to find themselves in a prison cell, stripped of nearly all their power. Before long, his attention was drawn to his neighbor across the way, a Native American man. The totem markings on the man's face and the pendant hanging from his neck made Victor realize who he was dealing with. He knew that totem and necklace all too well. In fact, the necklace still hung among his own trophies. Yet he could also tell that this Red Wolf was not the one he had known. Although Victor wasn't the type to lash out at others when frustrated, he couldn't resist provoking the man a little. After all, he was feeling more than a bit disgruntled. But the man's reply took Victor by surprise, or rather, left him a loss for words. The ones who caught me were under the command of Fisk, the mayor of Timely. They were about to hang me out in the wild when the master of this place intervened and saved me. As for you, he rescued you from the wilderness as well. Otherwise, you and your cat would have become a vulture's meal by now. And the name of the man who saved us. Steve Rogers. My name is Steve Rogers. I'm the sheriff here. I serve the star on my chest. It stands for law and order. I am the enforcer, charged with defeating savagery and chaos. Now, then, stranger with an unknown past, I sense a soldier's bearing about you. Can you tell me why you were found unconscious, armed with a blade, in the desert outside my town? Confronted with Sheriff Rogers' question, Victor truly had no reasonable explanation to offer. He certainly couldn't say he'd been transported here by some mysterious force while fighting for the Space Stone in another world. Even he didn't know what had really happened. And as for this so-called timely, he could swear he'd never heard of such a place. All right, Sheriff. I'd like to know myself why I'm here. But first, I'd like to ask, what year is it? Judging by the decor and technology, it looks like the 19th century. Yet your name reminds me of someone I once knew. Rogers immediately saw through the man's attempt to cozy up to him, but he still told him the current year truthfully. It wasn't particularly sensitive information, and, on the other hand, he was curious to see what this stranger would do next. However, as soon as he stated that it was 1872, Rogers' years of police experience kicked in. He noticed the man's pupils contract, either in surprise or in fear. So, it's 1872 now? That's just after the Civil War, right? By the way, do you know someone named Bucky Barnes? Was he your friend? Did he pass away? No sooner had Victor finished speaking than Rogers reached through the bars and grabbed him by the collar. The strength Victor had dismissed as negligible now yanked him forward, slamming him hard against the iron bars. Pain, sharp and unfamiliar for a long time, shot through Victor's body as he stared back into Rogers' furious eyes. Who the hell are you? Did you have anything to do with Barnes' death back then? Are you one of Fisk's lackeys? Faced with Rogers' outburst, Victor only flashed an enigmatic smile. Just as he suspected, in any universe, the mention of the Winter Soldier, Bucky, could strip Steve Rogers of his famous composure and wisdom. But Rogers' reaction confirmed something else for Victor. He had crossed over into another universe once again, and this time, he sensed trouble was brewing. Fisk's lackey? If you're talking about Wilson Grant Fisk, he doesn't have the power to order me around. But I'll tell you who I am. Whether you believe me or not, I'll lay it all out. And frankly, if I can't get back, both our worlds are in for serious trouble. Victor then briefly explained his identity. He was a superhero from a parallel world. While fighting some bad guys for a gem that could send people across dimensions, he'd been transported to Rogers' universe. According to the theories from his own timeline, if Victor didn't return to his home universe within a certain window, his presence, as a fixed point, would keep drawing the two universes closer and closer together, until they finally collided and destroyed each other. The only way to get back was to find a treasure called the Moonstone and use its power to open a gateway through time and space. And, as luck would have it, Victor could sense the Moonstone's presence, right in the direction of Fisk's mansion. Steve looked in the direction Victor indicated, toward the Fisk estate, but he didn't show whether he believed a word of this fantastic tale. He merely gave a non-committal nod and turned away, striding off. After all, as the sheriff of this small town, he had plenty of other matters waiting for his attention. Victor had anticipated Rogers' departure. After all, his words alone weren't enough. He had lost most of his powers and couldn't prove his identity as a superhero. Whether it was his healing factor or his superhuman physique, both were now mere shadows of what they once were. The only thing left was the faint cosmic energy from the Moonstone, and it was by relying on this lingering power that he managed to retain a minimal level of regeneration and enhanced physical abilities. And there was one thing he hadn't lied about. He truly could sense the whereabouts of this universe's Moonstone. It was in the direction he had indicated, though. He didn't know that was where Kingpin's mansion was. Moreover, through their resonance, he could feel that the energy of the Moonstone was extremely weak. In fact, it was the act of transporting him to this universe that had drained most of the Moonstone's energy. Eventually, Kingpin, Wilson Fisk, mistook it for an ordinary precious gem and added it to his collection. As for Victor's way home, it all depended on the Moonstone. He needed to find a way to make the two Moonstones resonate, using the Moonstone of this universe and the cosmic energy within himself as coordinates, then harnessing the power of his own universe's Moonstone to pull himself back. And the person who could make that happen was Tony Stark. Since this universe already had both Rogers and Bucky, Victor wasn't the least bit concerned that Tony wouldn't exist here as well. What he didn't expect, though, was that things would soon take a turn he hadn't foreseen. On the very night Red Wolf and Victor were imprisoned, Fisk's men ambushed a drunken Stark and lured Sheriff Steve away from the jail. It was obvious that all of this was Fisk's scheme. Their real target was the Indian Red Wolf, locked up for trying to destroy the dam. Staggering drunkenly through the streets, Stark was belting out an old British sailor's tune at the top of his lungs. His antics soon drew the ire of Fisk's men, and the confrontation quickly escalated. "Shut up, you reeking, cowardly Irish drunk." One of Fisk's goons pulled out his pistol, grabbed Tony Stark by the collar, and pressed the barrel to his head in a menacing threat. "How dare you treat me like this? I protest. And for the record, I'm not Irish, but he is." Before Tony could finish, Sheriff Steve's powerful fist crashed into the left cheek of Fisk's thug, knocking him out cold in an instant. But the thug's companion, hiding in the shadows by the roadside, had already drawn his pistol. He tried to ambush Steve, but thanks to Tony's warning, the sheriff spun around just in time and delivered a flawless counterattack, taking his assailant down in one swift move. "If you want to show off those little gadgets of yours, now's your chance. I know you've always kept them hidden up your sleeve." At these words from Sheriff Steve, Tony responded with a knowing, enigmatic smile. Then, with a flourish, he revealed his modified wrist device. Where a pistol would normally reside, there was now a bottle of liquor instead. "Arm yourself, Stark. That's an order from the sheriff." Damn it. Even in the face of mortal danger, Tony Stark couldn't resist pouring himself a drink. Sheriff Steve barked out the command to draw his weapon, but Stark stubbornly refused. I melted down my gun ages ago. I once swore to myself I'd rather die than ever touch a firearm again." Haunted by the sins of his past, Tony had long tried to numb himself with alcohol. Yet, even with his senses dulled, his brilliant mind never stopped working. When Fisk's men attempted a flanking attack through the back door, Tony managed to outsmart them, using the puddles on the ground and the live wires overhead to defeat his foes. After sending Stark to seek out Dr. Banner for assistance, Steve finally pieced together the true target of Fisk's henchmen. "Don't move, Sheriff. You've always treated me decently, but I have no choice. Orders are orders. I'm here to kill you, to silence you both." When he rushed back to the jail, Steve was shocked to discover that he too had become a target for elimination. Fortunately, Red Wolf came to his aid just in time. The thug, his left hand still gripping his gun, was caught by Red Wolf and met his end at the business end of Steve's pistol. Refusing Red Wolf's offer to set him free, Steve turned and walked away. He had other matters to deal with, such as the grim task of cleaning up the bodies. That's just the kind of man he is. To him, law and order mean more than anything. He won't let you go, but he might find another way to help you. While Red Wolf silently cursed Steve's stubbornness, his neighbor and cellmate, Victor Creed, the infamous Sabretooth, suddenly struck up a conversation. "He's going to get himself killed for his foolishness, and he might drag me down with him. I need to find a way out of here. Want to join me?" As the defeated remnants of a lost war, Red Wolf and his people had already been stripped of the land that had sustained them for generations. And now, these dams built by white settlers threatened to take away their water as well. In truth, 12 warriors had set out with him. But by the time they crossed the desert and reached the dam, only he remained. As the last hope of his village, failure was not an option, nor was dying here. And so, he resolved to break out of jail and continue the mission he had sworn to complete. While Red Wolf was fighting for his freedom, Steve was also making his own choice. After Fisk took control of public opinion, the only thing Steve could do was to resist through action. He hung the bodies of Fisk's dead men at the entrance of the bar across from Fisk's mansion. This was a warning to Fisk. No one could wield the power of death, not even his own men. If anyone broke the law and disrupted the town's peace, then their fate would serve as the best example for others. People in town had varying opinions about the sheriff's actions, but to Fisk, this was nothing short of a grave provocation. Yet, soon enough, even greater trouble found him. The governor heard about what was happening and saw it as the perfect opportunity to intervene in Prosperity Town. He sent his most trusted and powerful subordinate to assist Fisk. Steve, too, was sleepless that night. After teaching Fisk a lesson with his actions, he thought he'd finally get a good night's sleep. But as soon as he stepped through the door, he found Red Wolf and Victor brawling in the cell corridor. The cell door where they'd been held was already wide open. "All right, both of you, put your hands up. Now you're being charged with attempted jailbreak, on top of everything else. Get ready for your trial tomorrow. I believe the judge will give you a fair verdict." Faced with Steve's drawn pistol, Red Wolf and Victor reluctantly raised their hands and separated from their scuffle. But just as Red Wolf stood up, in a flash, he suddenly lunged at Steve's gun hand. Someone was even faster than him. In the instant Red Wolf jumped, Victor pounced on his back, pinning him to the ground. "All right, officer, I think it's clear whose side I'm on now. This kid tried to escape, and I stopped him." Red Wolf struggled and let out a low growl, cursing Victor and Steve in his native tongue. But in the end, it didn't change the outcome. They were both returned to their cells. As for Victor, who had helped Steve, he too was herded back into his own room. When the cell door slammed shut, the two men, now neighbors again, resumed their silent stare-down. "Red Wolf, I know you're Native American, but please believe me, I'll do everything I can to help you. Our judge is a fair man. The court will record what the dam has done to your people." As Steve continued to persuade Red Wolf's gaze drifted to his cellmate Victor, who was now completely absorbed in stroking a cat. He felt that the other party's attempt to break him out of prison was simply meant to mess with him. Yet, he couldn't sense any true malice or murderous intent from the other person, which made things rather intriguing. It wasn't until the next day, when he and Victor were escorted to court by Steve, that he finally confirmed there was indeed no ill will from that guy. The townsfolk were anything but friendly toward Red Wolf, but Steve remained steadfast in protecting him, escorting both Red Wolf and Victor to the courthouse. People here may not like you, Red Wolf, but I intend to speak up for you at the trial. I want the folks of Fortune Town to hear what the damn did to your people. Sheriff Steve's actions even angered the widow Natasha, who had lost her husband and now wore the title of widow. She showed Red Wolf what true hostility looked like. Steve, you think your job is to protect this man? If you'd fought for your partner half as hard as you're fighting for him, maybe I wouldn't be a widow now. Natasha's words left Steve silent for a moment, and even Red Wolf seemed to realize something, especially when Natasha mentioned how Barnes had been scalped after his death. I'm doing this for Bucky, Steve finally replied. His death was a lie, and as for his scalp, yes, that should have been enough to keep anyone from asking more questions. Think about it, Natasha. You're a smart woman. Everything that's happened in Fortune Town, Fisk is behind it all. Every single thing. After this long exchange with Natasha, Steve led Victor and Red Wolf onward. As for why Victor was ignored the whole time, well, it was simply because he didn't look the least bit trustworthy. With his wild, unkempt blonde hair, a scraggly beard, and a physique towering and broad beyond most men, combined with a face as hard as iron, he looked every inch the movie's Terminator, the villain among villains. In fact, Steve had trouble finding handcuffs big enough for Victor, so his hands were actually bound with thick rope. As for leg irons, Steve had only managed to find a pair for Red Wolf. Victor, once again, was simply too large for any standard size. Still, Steve wasn't worried about Victor making a run for it. Victor had always cooperated with him, and besides, if Victor did try to escape, the pistol on Steve's hip was more than just for show. At this moment, Victor seemed perfectly docile because he realized things were getting more and more interesting. Hearing those familiar names and seeing these half-recognized faces, he found himself increasingly curious about what was coming next. And in truth, what happened next was exactly what Victor had expected. It all unfolded just as one would anticipate in a story like this. Judge Nielsen, are you sure you're headed the right way? The courtroom's over there. How about we walk together? I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. On their way to the courthouse, they bumped into the judge who was supposed to preside over the trial. Strangely, the judge was headed in the exact opposite direction from the courthouse. I'm sorry, Steve. He missed the trial, was found guilty, and will be hanged. Damn it. Hand him over to the people from the Capitol, and let's put an end to this. Before Steve could react, Judge Nielsen suddenly spurred his horse and quickly rode away, eager to leave this place of trouble behind. Damn it, hold on. No one should be hanged before receiving a fair trial. Are you still the fair judge I used to know? But before his words could even reach the judge, Nielsen had already vanished in the distance. Steve then followed Victor's cryptic gaze and saw the people who had come to deal with him. Well, it seems I don't have to worry about being hanged after all. With a bitter laugh, Red Wolf joked as Steve hurriedly pushed Red Wolf and Victor into a room on the left side of the street. Once they were undercover, he pulled out the key and started unlocking Red Wolf's shackles. Grizzly, Erica, blocked those two from getting away. And as for you, Sheriff, would you be so kind as to join us for a walk to the gallows? Realizing Steve and the others were trying to escape, Bullseye Lester immediately ordered his two subordinates to cut off their routes. Meanwhile, he chose to stand in the middle of the street and open fire at the room where Steve and the others were hiding. While Steve was still fumbling with Red Wolf's locks, Erica, who moved with lightning speed, was the first to burst into their room. As Erica charged in and caught Red Wolf off guard, Victor flashed a strange, unsettling grin. He flexed every muscle in his body, and the coarse rope binding his hands, thick as a thumb, snapped apart as if it were nothing more than yarn. Give my regards to Matt Murdock, the blind devil of Hell's Kitchen. He uttered this baffling message, which Erica couldn't make sense of, then seized her hands and drove his fist mercilessly into her stomach. The blow to her abdomen sent Erica's insides churning. She felt as if her breakfast would come right back up. But just as she was about to vomit all over Victor, he knocked her out cold. Looking at Erica, now collapsed on the floor with froth and bile at her lips, Victor silently mourned for the state of her dignity. He then casually drew the katana, strapped to Erica's back. It felt lighter than his old Muramesa blade. But now wasn't the time to be picky, was it? Hey, you two, are you done yet? Because if not, I'd say we're about to have some serious trouble. After dealing with Erica, the second person to rush in wasn't the burly man named Grizzly as expected. Instead, it was Otto wielding twin pistols in his hands and thanks to a contraption strapped to his torso, brandishing 6 more handguns in front of him. What on earth is this? Some 19th century, penny-pinching version of Dr. Octopus. Victor couldn't help but mutter, even as he braced himself for Otto's barrage of bullets. Joking aside, faced with Otto's 8 guns firing all at once, Victor, his powers now mostly stripped away, had no choice but to throw himself into a desperate tumble to dodge the hail of bullets. Luckily, at that moment, Steve had already managed to unlock the shackles binding Red Wolf's wrists and ankles. The two of them prepared to crawl beneath the floorboards, planning to flank their opponents from behind. Left behind as a decoy, Victor played his part perfectly, drawing the enemy's attention. Otto and Lester's relentless gunfire shredded the doors and windows, sending with splinters flying across the room. As Victor worried he might soon be riddled with bullets, the flanking duo finally succeeded. They took down Otto at the doorway and subdued Lester. Now, drop your weapon. Lester, I know who you are, a sharpshooter from the capital. And let's not forget, a cold-blooded butcher, Steve commanded after disarming Lester. With the immediate threat neutralized, Steve called on the townsfolk to step outside and seize their freedom to stand up against land grabs and the theft of water, a rallying cry for justice. But just as everyone poured out into the street, Lester, who'd been kneeling on the ground, let slip a twisted, excited grin. Taking advantage of Steve's attention being elsewhere, Lester triggered a device, one invented by Stark and sold to the military. Hidden on his wrist, springing forth a tiny pistol. With lightning speed, Lester ambushed Steve from behind, firing a shot straight through the sheriff's chest and sending his badge clattering to the ground. The moment Steve was shot, a stunned silence fell over everyone, friend and foe alike. Everyone except Lester and Victor. As Lester prepared to finish Steve off with a final shot, Victor, who had just broken Grizzly's neck, burst from the room. With a powerful kick, Victor sent Lester flying, then hoisted Steve over his shoulder and vanished down the road. Cough, cough. Even if you've dragged him away, what does it matter? My bullets already pierced his heart. No one in this world can save him. Bring him back if you want. He'll only be a corpse, Lester sneered. Indeed, as Lester had said, there was no one in this world who could save Steve. But the thing was, Victor did not belong to this world. Victor, carrying Steve on his back, sprinted madly out of town, running all the way to the desert where Steve had once saved him. Only then did he finally stop. By now, Steve, already badly wounded, had suffered even more from the jostling journey. Blood soaked Victor's entire upper body, and Steve's breaths had grown faint, each one more labored than the last. A faint meow broke the silence. At that very moment, Victor's long-awaited savior finally arrived. As Victor and Steve battled fiercely with Bullseye and his gang, Tigra dashed back into the prison and managed to steal back the package that had been confiscated for Victor. I have no idea if this thing actually works, she muttered, but since it's a sinister product, I suppose it's top of the line. Worst case, if it's a dud, I'll just go back and give him a piece of my mind. With that, Victor pulled out a vial of pale blue serum from his package, supposedly prepared by Dr. Essex specifically for him. This serum was designed to help his cells absorb cosmic energy more efficiently. For an ordinary person, even a single injection could bring about a remarkable healing effect. Even if your heart's been shot through, this stuff can bring you back. Mr. Sinister had sworn confidently as he handed Victor the vial. But in truth, the serum had never been tested, and nobody knew how well it would actually work. Victor was meant to be the first test subject, but now, with no other options, it would be Steve, on the brink of death, who would play that role. Resolved to gamble on a long shot, Victor quickly injected Steve with the serum. But for it to work, it still needed to be exposed to cosmic energy. I really owe you, Victor muttered. If you don't help me figure out a way to get that moonstone from Kingpin later, you and I are going to have words. After saying this, Victor began trying to release the cosmic energy within his own body. The energy poured out, as always, dissipating uselessly into the air, nowhere near powerful enough to be used as a weapon. But this time, that very dissipation was exactly what Victor needed, because now, all that cosmic energy, which should have vanished in a thin air, was instead being absorbed by the unconscious Steve lying on the ground. Steve's once scrawny frame started to grow rapidly, becoming taller and stronger before Victor's very eyes. Muscles appeared across his body, and his ragged breathing grew steady and powerful. While Victor was desperately fighting to save Steve, the newspapers in Timertown were already making a spectacle of Steve's supposed death. The town's largest news outlet, the Timer Times, ran the headline, "Murder in Timertown." Steve's death was pinned on Red Wolf and Victor, who were now branded as fugitives. Meanwhile, Fisk was hailed as the hero who stood up in a time of crisis to maintain order. Everyone in town had witnessed the real murder, yet not a single soul dared to step forward and tell the truth. But silence didn't mean it was all over. Red Wolf, with the help of Black Widow Natasha, managed to hide in Hank Pym's house. According to Natasha, thanks to Fisk, Hank Pym had long since left for good and would never return home. During their conversation, Red Wolf learned something unexpected. Natasha hadn't met Bucky in the church. Instead, their paths had crossed during work. Bucky stood on the side of the law, while Natasha stood on her own. Natasha had never been able to forgive Steve, for Steve had asked her to let go of her hatred. But now, Steve was gone, and she was finally free to do as she wished. While the two were discussing their next move, an uninvited guest burst into Hank Pym's home. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. It was Banner, who had just delivered medicine to the Parkers. Hearing voices from inside Pym's house, Banner assumed his old friend had returned. But to his surprise, he found Natasha, whom he'd secretly admired for so long, and the Native American Red Wolf. I'm not good with guns, so I made something that can turn harmless things into something dangerous, a special concoction. To be precise, I made a bomb. With an awkward shuffle, Banner revealed his plan. He wanted to blow up the casino owned by Fisk to avenge Steve's death. However, Natasha and Red Wolf ultimately vetoed his plan. The new plan was for Banner and Natasha to use his bomb to blow up the dam, while Red Wolf would deal with the man behind the dam, Fisk. Truth be told, Natasha doubted Red Wolf could actually take down Fisk. But at the very least, when she returned for the dam tomorrow, there would be fewer lives on her conscience. While everyone else began to act in Steve's name and seek vengeance, Stark remained lost and drowning in drink. He was already tormented by the fact that the Union Army had used his inventions to massacre surrendering Southern soldiers. Now, with his dearest friend dead by one of his own creations, he could no longer forgive himself. But then, a mysterious figure appeared. A person who used Stark's own methods to awaken something deep within him. Battling the throbbing headache of a hangover, Tony stood up, determined to do something to atone for his sins. He picked up the hammer he hadn't touched in ages. He would craft himself a coffin to encase his guilt-stained soul and hands, and to help him finish the work Steve had left behind. Red Wolf slipped into Fisk's mansion with ease. At that moment, Fisk and his entourage were celebrating Steve's death and the consolidation of Fisk's power. Even sharpshooters from the capital, like Bullseye, had been lured by Fisk's invitation. After all, with his gold mine, Fisk could offer far more than any tight-fisted bureaucrat in the capital. Red Wolf hid above the room where Fisk and the others gathered. Quietly, he drew his pistol. He flipped off the safety, took aim, and leveled the barrel at Fisk's corpulent head below. You're awake? Honestly, I thought you were done for. Your heart was shot clean through, blood everywhere, and yet here you are, still alive. I can't tell if you were just incredibly lucky, or if Dr. Essex's concoction really works wonders. Just as Red Wolf was about to pull the trigger, Fisk's secretary caught sight of him, drew his pistol, and fired a warning shot. Red Wolf spun away, narrowly dodging the bullet, then returned fire, taking the secretary down. But the noise from their exchange had already alerted everyone below, and now they were all on high alert, ready for a fight. Realizing the assassination had failed, Red Wolf decided to withdraw for now and look for another opportunity. But Fisk wasn't about to let things end so easily. At his signal, Bullseye gave chase. Yet by the time they burst outside, Red Wolf had already vanished. Lester wasn't worried, though. He strode to the center of the road and began playing his old game. Come on out, kid. I promise. If you come out, I'll give you a fair duel, right here, right now. It'll all be over quickly. But clearly, Red Wolf saw right through his ploy and didn't rise to the bait. Still, Bullseye refused to give up. He kept a close eye on the buildings on either side, taunting as he waited. He didn't get to finish his second round of provocations. The target tattooed on his forehead was struck dead center by a bullet. The shooter was none other than the returned ghost, Steve Rogers. I thought you'd come up with something clever for once. Turns out it's always the same old tricks. All right, Fisk, time for us to settle the score. The sight of the sheriff, back from the dead, left everyone, Red Wolf and Fisk included, utterly stunned. But the truth was, after being shot, Steve hadn't died on the spot. Someone had spirited him away to safety. Even so, Fisk wasn't one to be rattled for long. He quickly hatched a new plan. Producing a chest brimming with gold coins, he called out at the top of his lungs. Kill that imposter pretending to be Sheriff Steve. And that damned Indian, too. Bring me their heads, and I'll make you rich. The glint of gold was enough to blind every outlaw in town. Even the bystanders who'd just been watching couldn't resist joining the fray. It could be said that nearly everyone in this town was an outlaw. Give them enough incentive, and they'd do anything. Though Steve was not the man he once was, his body was still far from bulletproof. As a hail of gunfire erupted, he and Red Wolf had no choice but to duck into a side alley, seeking cover from the storm. At that moment, Victor had also found someone who piqued his interest. The burly man known as Grizzly, whose neck had clearly been twisted, had somehow survived. Now, Grizzly and Erica had Victor surrounded, one ahead and one behind. Both were battle-hardened mercenaries, and they could keenly sense the murderous aura radiating from Victor. This man was a dangerous opponent, his skills far beyond the ordinary. The last time each of them had faced him in single combat, they had both suffered heavy losses. So this time, they were determined to take him on together. As Grizzly and Erica launched their simultaneous attack, Victor pressed his lips together in a faint smile. Then he drew the Muramesa blade from his side. How nostalgic, this feeling. I never thought I'd have another chance to wield your power. Let's enjoy a real fight, shall we? This journey had cost Victor most of his abilities, and in saving Steve, he had nearly drained all of his cosmic energy. He should have been left in utter weakness. Yet here he was, unleashing the long-forgotten power of the Muramesa blade once more. In truth, that power had always been there, just too feeble for his former self to notice. But to Victor, now at his weakest, it was more than enough. The Muramesa's peerless edge swept across Grizzly's thick neck, and his massive head soared skyward. Erica, her face splattered with blood, froze in terror. Victor had spared her life once before, but that didn't mean he would do so again. Yet Victor did just that. After knocking Erica out cold, he used handcuffs he'd taken from Steve to secure her at the scene. While Victor dealt with Grizzly and Erica, Steve and Red Wolf battled their way out, retreating all the way to the front door of the Stark residence. "Hey, Tony, are you home?" Cough. "Steve, down." No sooner had Steve and Red Wolf hit the ground than a tremendous explosion blasted open the wall of the Stark house. Out charged Tony Stark, clad in a steam-powered version of the Iron Man armor. "Tony, what on earth are you wearing?" "My coffin." Faced with the sheriff's question, Tony Stark's answer was brisk and to the point. For a moment, Steve felt as if the wise, composed friend he'd known years ago had truly returned. Fisk's henchmen, upon seeing Tony in his armor, didn't think to shoot or run. They shouted for Fisk to raise their pay. These typical madmen, willing to risk their lives for cash, opened fire on Steve and the others as soon as Fisk promised them more money. But bullets that had claimed so many lives before now did nothing but spark harmlessly against Stark's armor, accomplishing nothing at all. On the contrary, it was the counterattack from Steve and Red Wolf that dealt the enemy their heaviest losses. As for the flames and electric blasts from Stark's armor, each burst wiped out swathes of adversaries. At last, a gunman with a rare flash of inspiration thought up a new tactic. Mounted on horseback, he charged straight at Stark, hoping the force of his steed would take Iron Man down. But, instead, both horse and rider were sent flying by a single punch from Iron Man. As the unfortunate man lay pinned under his horse, writhing in agony, Red Wolf's bullet brought him swift release. While Steve and the others were locked in fierce gunfire with Fisk's men in the town, Banner and Natasha ran into their own bit of trouble at the dam. The governor's trusted lieutenant, Simon Williams, intercepted them with his men. They immediately dragged Natasha into a nearby office and subjected Banner to a vicious beating. Afterward, they forced several bottles of Banner's own explosive concoction down his throat. They had no idea what the green, viscous liquid was, but that didn't stop them from using it to torment him. Despite the suffering inflicted on his body and spirit, Banner summoned a resolve that belied his scrawny frame. Throughout the torture and the beatings, he kept his silence, refusing to reveal their plans. But even heroes have their breaking point, especially when it comes to the ones they care for. Simon dragged him to the office next door, where Natasha was being held. As Banner listened to her cries of pain and pleas for mercy, his heart twisted in anguish. "Stop, please, stop it. You can't treat a woman like this. I'll tell you everything. Just order your men to stop hurting her. I'm begging you, show some mercy. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Oh God, please. Not so rough, have mercy. Oh God, let me go. Please, I'm begging you." Natasha's screams from the office next door even made Simon wonder if his men had gone too far. He gestured to one of his henchmen to check on her, telling him to make sure they didn't overdo it and that she'd still be able to talk afterward. But when the henchman pushed open the door, he was stunned by what he saw. Natasha, though still crying out for mercy, was calmly seated atop the desk, cleaning her nails with a bloodstained knife. As for his comrades, they were already sprawled across the floor, lifeless in pools of blood. "Well, looks like I've been discovered. Your turn now, handsome." After dispatching the unfortunate thug, Natasha decided it was time to help that foolish doctor. If anything were to happen to him, things could get very troublesome indeed. With nothing more than a gentle thrust, the dagger in her hand slid precisely into the back of Simon's neck, severing his spinal cord. Simon had no idea what had happened. Not even as he lost control of his limbs, his entire body collapsing helplessly to the ground. "I've stabbed you in the neck, and, unfortunately for you, the only doctor present has paid the price. Now you can die quietly." Leaving Simon behind to await his fate, Natasha hurried to check on Dr. Banner, only to discover she was already too late. He had swallowed too much of the toxic concoction. Go, Natasha. I'm afraid this is the end for me. I need to activate the catalytic converter myself and release it. I have no time for more calculations. I've waited too long. Now all I want is release. Seeing the resolve in Banner's eyes, Natasha chose to honor his decision. She swung onto her horse and rode away from the dam. As a violent explosion thundered behind her, a single tear slipped from the corner of her eye. With the dam crisis resolved by Banner and Natasha, the fierce firefight in Tongstown finally drew to a close. All of Fisk's hired gunmen were either dead or had fled. Now only he remained. Where are all you mercenaries now? You're finished, alone, and outnumbered. You're no longer the symbol of Tongstown. You're just a man, and everyone must face judgment. With that, Steve fired a shot, knocking the revolver clean from Fisk's hand. But to Steve's surprise, Fisk didn't surrender. Instead, he charged straight at him. I am Tongstown. Tongstown is me. I cannot lose the town I built. I will never be judged. Never. Before Fisk's words had even faded, his fist crashed into Steve's abdomen. The Kingpin's strength was monstrous, sending Steve flying through the doors of the saloon that lined the street. Inside, townsfolk who had taken refuge stared in panic as Steve crashed through the door. He was forced to fire a warning shot to calm them, then rushed back out to help subdue the Kingpin. After Steve was hurled away, the next to suffer was Red Wolf. Gripping the railing at the roadside, he swung both feet hard into Fisk's face. But the powerful kick only forced Fisk back 2 steps. In a flash, Fisk seized Red Wolf by the left leg. Everything spun wildly for Red Wolf as Fisk whirled him like a hammer throw, sending him crashing through the air, right into Victor, who had been drawing his blade to attack the Kingpin. As Steve burst out of the bar, the first thing he saw was Victor and Red Wolf, 2 burly men, locked in a face-to-face wrestling match, rolling around on the street. Hey, what are you two doing? I thought our goal was to capture Fisk, but it seems like you're both far more interested in something else. Shut up, they snapped in perfect unison. Red Wolf and Sabretooth, both red-faced with embarrassment, quickly broke apart after telling Steve to keep quiet. They got to their feet and awkwardly brushed off their faces. After exchanging a furtive glance, they each turned away, pretending nothing had happened. Steve, utterly baffled by their behavior, decided not to pry any further. The last thing he wanted was to get himself beaten up by those two before they caught Fisk. With the element of surprise gone, Fisk soon found himself overwhelmed by 3 expert fighters attacking at once. He stood no chance. The fight quickly devolved into the 3 of them forming a tight circle, with a hefty Fisk cowering in the middle, arms over his head, as he took a punishing barrage of blows and kicks from all sides. As the trio delivered their beating, Fisk's pain screams drew the attention of the townsfolk who'd been hiding out of sight. One by one, the more curious among them crept forward, followed by others, until the whole town began to emerge from their hiding places. They stared at their once lofty, arrogant Mayor Fisk, now reduced to a pathetic figure groveling on the ground, hardly better than a stray dog, taking a merciless beating at the hands of Steve and his companions. Sheriff Steve, finish him off. We won't say a word. Do it. No one will ever know what happened here. The townsfolk cried out, their voices swelling with emotion, urging Steve to shoot Fisk then and there. But if Steve were the kind of man who would do such a thing, he wouldn't be Steve at all. The star on Red Wolf's chest stands for law and order above savagery and chaos. We can't just kill him like this. We'll call together a committee, and he'll hang for his crimes, but only after a proper trial. Yet before Steve could finish his declaration, a gunshot rang out. A bullet tore through Fisk's large, bald head. The shooter was none other than Natasha, the widow of Steve's late partner. I suppose in Timestream Town, there's always more work for a woman to do. Men like him never deserve judgment in the first place. Natasha had returned from blowing the dam, and with calm resolve, she shot Fisk dead. Strangely, no one blamed her for it. She was the only one who came back. So what about Banner? After Natasha's brief explanation, the group realized they had lost a loyal and trusted friend. But Steve had no time to grieve. He needed to restore order as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Victor was busy helping Stark, still in his pajamas, climb out of his battered armor. Stark looked for all the world like a boiled lobster. Thank you. The cooling on this thing isn't great. I'll need to make some adjustments when I get back. By the way, what was your name again? Was it Victor or Victor? Since he knew he would need this man's help again in the future, Victor decided to let it slide. Besides, compared to a certain someone's performance as Stark, this fellow's attitude was already quite decent. While the townsfolk were busy celebrating Fisk's downfall, in the raging waters unleashed by the dam's destruction, an enormous green figure emerged from the river and strode onto the bank. After Fisk was gone, Timely soon regained its peace and tranquility, thanks in no small part to Steve's efforts. In fact, one could say the town was better than before. The biggest surprise, however, was that Red Wolf chose to stay, becoming Steve's new deputy. Truth be told, if you asked him to trek back across the desert, he probably wouldn't have made it. As for Tony Stark, he finally stepped out from the shadow of his past. He gave up drinking, but found something even more troublesome than being a drunk. He started tinkering and hammering away at things every day. The governor's reaction to Fisk's death was unsettling. Not because of anything he did, but because he did nothing at all. He simply sent an infuriating German to handle Fisk's money, a man rarely seen in public, though the town buzzed with rumors about his peculiar habits. To everyone's surprise, Fisk's successor as mayor was a woman named Carol Danvers. She was exceptionally skilled at winning elections, both for herself and for Steve. Although there was no shortage of grumbling about an Indian becoming Steve's deputy, this was, after all, 1872. Progress was still a distant dream. Still, this was far better than what we'd once done to the Indians. But not all the news brought by certain people was good. Though the town quickly retracted the story accusing Victor and Red Wolf of Steve's murder, word still leaked out. Someone learned the truth and came to Timely, seeking vengeance. Sheriff Rogers was the only decent man in this cursed world, and someone gunned him down in the street like a dog. Let's go to Timely and avenge him, mercenary. By coincidence, on that very day Steve had gone out to the Parker family's farm outside town. Their son had been bitten by a strange spider and needed to be rushed to the city hospital. And so, when Pastor Frank and the mercenary Wade, who'd come to Timely due to a misunderstanding, showed up, they were clearly unwelcome guests. But all this happened after I left. Yes, not long after Fisk's death, with Steve's permission, I found a moonstone in his house. Are you certain that this inconspicuous stone can open a tunnel through time and space to another dimension and send you back home? It was obvious that Stark didn't believe Victor's claim that the moonstone could return him home. Yet, as a genius, Stark was never one to let impossibility stand in his way. He'd find a way to turn the improbable into reality. What's more, Victor soon drew forth the cosmic energy that had recovered within him. As this cosmic energy emerged, the once dull moonstone began to glow, responding to his power just as he described. Still, whether it was Victor's own cosmic energy or the energy within the moonstone, both were far too scarce. It would require a much greater power source to open a passage through space and time. From what you described, it sounds like this moonstone pulled you into this universe, and, in the process, nearly exhausted itself. With the evidence Victor presented, Stark quickly arrived at the most logical conclusion. The moonstone's energy was almost depleted. But there's no need for you to worry too much. To return home, you don't actually need much energy from this moonstone. What matters is the energy from the moonstone in your original universe. Even as he spoke, Stark was already formulating a plan to simulate the resonance between the two moonstones, triggering their connection and ultimately opening a tunnel through space and time. Now that the plan was in place, both Stark and Victor sprang into action. With Steve's support, they swiftly assembled the equipment needed for the experiment. At first, Stark's goal was simply to record the wavelength of the resonance between the two energies, laying the groundwork for larger-scale experiments in the future. But to his complete surprise, the moment the experiment began, it spiraled out of control. The effects even reached Carol Danvers, the mayor, who was observing nearby. The reason for this chaos was that, just as Victor was running his experiment, Dr. Essex was conducting his own tests on another moonstone elsewhere. Essex had pumped enough electricity into the stone to power all of New York City, attempting to charge the moonstone. His logic was simple. If the moonstone could absorb cosmic energy, maybe it could absorb electricity too. As it turned out, he was right. The moonstone not only absorbed the electricity he fed it, but even drained the entire power grid of the facility. After causing a blackout that swept across half the state, the moonstone emitted a radiant glow brighter than ever before. In a sudden flash, the moonstone vanished from the lab without a trace. Hey, can someone get the lights back on? I can't see a thing. Oh wait, looks like the power's out. Anyone got a lighter? Maybe light up a cigarette so we can see. The laboratory was suddenly plunged into complete darkness, making Dr. Essex pause for a moment. It didn't take him long to realize that a far more serious problem had just emerged. Both the ventilation system and the elevator relied on electricity to function, and with the power out, things could quickly spiral out of control. Still, there should be backup generators available. Immediately, the security staff scrambled, resorting to the most primitive source of light, open flames, as they rushed in a panic toward the room where the emergency generators were kept. Meanwhile, the missing moonstone traversed the boundaries of time and space, arriving in the universe where Victor resided, and then fused itself into his body. Victor barely had time to marvel at this when the anti-moonstone also broke free from its containment and hurtled toward him. merging into his body as well. He didn't even have a chance to bid farewell to anyone. The overwhelming surge of energy erupting from within him triggered a violent cosmic rejection. In a heartbeat, his entire being blazed with light, then contracted to a single shining point, vanishing before the stunned eyes of everyone present. Carol's fainted. Get her to the hospital now. Stark, stay here and clean up this mess. Red Wolf, you help him. In truth, the vast majority of the energy Victor unleashed was not only used to open the portal through time and space. The rest of it was channeled by the consciousness of this world into the body of Carol Danvers. When she awoke, she would have a surprise waiting for her, the realization that she now possessed extraordinary power, so immense it was nearly insurmountable. As for Victor, now returned to his original universe, his luck had run out. He hadn't reappeared in the laboratory, nor in the Norwegian church where he first began his journey. Instead, he was unceremoniously dropped onto a battlefield. As he watched the Polish cavalry charging toward him on horseback, Victor finally understood what he had missed. But the German soldiers on the other side of the battlefield were not the mighty armored divisions Victor had expected. Instead, they were merely an infantry squad hauling supplies. They were being relentlessly pursued by the valiant 18th Pomeranian Uhlin Regiment of Poland, scattering in all directions. Victor, who'd suddenly appeared in the midst of the chaos, was immediately considered fair game by the charging cavalry. With a flurry of hooves, a young Polish lancer drew his saber and swung at the bewildered Victor standing in the middle of the battlefield. In a flash of steel, a head was sent flying, trailing a crimson arc through the air. In reality, Victor had not even moved. That unfortunate Polish cavalryman's head had already been severed by someone else before he could strike. The only ones capable of such a feat were the hand ninjas, mercenaries hired by the Germans. This ancient organization, once thoroughly defeated by Victor, had finally learned to step beyond their borders and set their sights on the world stage. Their very first employer turned out to be a Japanese ally, Germany's Hydra. When this powerful organization set its sights on Poland, the emerging European power, Hydra found itself short-handed and had no desire to take unnecessary risks. Although we now know, looking back, that Poland managed to resist for only a month before being conquered, that brief struggle should not be mistaken for weakness. When both the Soviet Union and Germany invaded Poland, the country had already taken significant strides in industrialization. Its combined military forces totaled nearly 1 million, with fully developed army, navy, and air force branches. The pride of the Polish people was their army, especially the land forces. After all, they had once dealt the Soviet Red Army a stinging defeat at Warsaw. At the outbreak of war, Poland ranked fourth in the world in the number of tanks, surpassing even the Soviet Union and Japan at that time. Moreover, Poland was among the few nations then capable of independently designing and manufacturing both fighter planes and bombers. Their air force boasted over 400 aircraft of various types, including both fighters and bombers. As for those later accounts of Polish cavalry charging German tanks, news that baffled the world, it all stemmed from the very battle Victor was now witnessing. After the Polish 18th Pomeranian Uhlin Regiment had destroyed the German supply convoy, they made the fateful decision not to withdraw immediately. Instead, they became entangled with both the German remnants and the ninjas of the hand. By the time German tanks arrived as reinforcements, rumbling out from the edge of the woods, it was already too late for the cavalry to retreat. So, when the machine guns mounted on those tanks began to sweep the field like fire-breathing dragons, the Polish soldiers, caught utterly off guard, could only fall one after another, helpless against the onslaught. Thus, after the cavalry regiment was completely wiped out, the battlefield presented a bizarre and tragic spectacle. War horses and tanks, locked in a grim, macabre dance. Adding to the strangeness of the moment, the frontline journalists were not from the stern and methodical Germany, but from their Italian allies. Guided by the deliberate hints of Hydra officers, these romantic-minded Italian reporters penned sensational stories about Polish cavalry slashing at tanks, a tale as strange as it was compelling. As for Victor, who had been inexplicably drawn into the chaos, he'd already reacted and dodged the instant he saw a cavalryman raise his sword. After all, they were so-called allies. Victor had no wish for needless slaughter. His sudden, inexplicable appearance on the battlefield had naturally provoked attack. Besides, the poor fellow who'd attacked him was now, quite literally, out of the picture, and Victor had no intention of wasting any more time here. Now that Germany had launched its assault on Poland, it was clear something monumental was about to unfold. Victor needed to hurry back. If he could pull off what he had in mind, then money, in the future, would become nothing but a meaningless number. With that thought, Victor began to gently channel the power of the two moonstones within him. Yet the strength he unleashed far exceeded his expectations. In an instant, a crater 10 meters wide appeared beneath his feet, and everyone nearby was hurled away by the shockwave that burst outward. Victor himself shot into the sky at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Fortunately, the cosmic energy radiating around his body formed a protective shield, sparing his face from being contorted by the force. When he finally regained his senses, he realized he was already on the verge of reaching the stratosphere. Yet, thanks to the protective cosmic energy, he felt nothing unusual at all. At such an altitude, however, he found it utterly impossible to navigate. Up here, there was nothing but white clouds and blue sky. Left with no other choice, he descended again, scanning for a city within his line of sight and heading toward it. After raiding a library in Warsaw, he finally managed to get his hands on a map. With a map and a compass to guide him, he set off from Poland, traversed most of Europe, soared across the Atlantic Ocean, and by evening that same day, arrived at his home in Florida. Gazing at the Clyde Manor, which looked almost unchanged after its reconstruction, Victor decided to land directly in his own garden. But before he could touch down, he was quickly surrounded by security personnel. Seeing these heavily armed and vigilant former SWAT officers, Victor was just about to greet them. Yet as soon as he made a move, the tense guards cocked their weapons. That made Victor realize something was wrong. Bathed in the floodlights, there was no way these men shouldn't recognize him. I suppose this is still my home, isn't it? Or perhaps I should put it another way. The ownership of this place still belongs to Victor Clyde, right? No one answered his question, nor did anyone make sound. As Victor began to lose patience and reached for the bundle containing Muramesa. Stand down. He's the real Sabretooth, Victor Clyde. I'd rather not have to come over and clean up your bodies later. But old man, you owe me a damn good explanation. Where the hell have you been these past 2 years you've been missing? Logan's sudden appearance broke the tension in the air, and the security detail let out a collective sigh of relief. Clearly, the killing intent Victor had displayed moments ago had weighed heavily on them. This is a long story, and in short, it's hard to explain. It seems, though, that in the 2 years I've been gone, I've missed a great deal. Looking at Logan's sharp suit and the presence of Jack at his side, Victor was struck by a sense of time lost and the strangeness of how much had changed. You really did miss out on quite a lot. The X department was dissolved, and all its personnel were placed under military command. Right from the start, Logan hit Victor with a bombshell, and as Logan continued, Victor finally realized just how much his absence had changed everything. A year after Victor had disappeared, the X department was broken up into several independent units, all absorbed into the military jurisdiction. Dr. Essex was granted his own laboratory and a military base to continue his research on those precious gene serums and the Moonstone. The items originally stored in Victor's basement were also confiscated by agents from the Intelligence Coordination Office and handed over to the state around that time. That was how the Moonstone ended up in Dr. Essex's hands. He used it for his experiments, and ultimately, it became the key that led Victor back. As for Agent Zero and the others, they were scattered and reassigned to various battalions. The military even formed several new squads, much like SWAT teams, with Nord and his companions at their core. But Victor wasn't concerned with any of that now. He had more pressing matters to attend to, something that had to be done before the end of this month. On September 31st, 1939, a man named Howard Stark would establish a munitions company called Stark Industries. Victor's goal was to become one of the major shareholders in this new enterprise. All right, I got Iron Man's father's name wrong earlier, my apologies. Maybe I'm not a true Marvel fan after all. Unfortunately, the platform doesn't allow me to edit chapter titles or delete chapters, so please bear with me. The name has been corrected in the chapter content. Watching Howard Stark mingle gracefully at the reception, it was hard to imagine that he was also a brilliant scientist. He had worked alongside his father from a young age and demonstrated an extraordinary talent for mechanics. Through relentless innovation and his pursuit of improvement, the weapons and equipment he designed had already transformed the world's industrial landscape. In fact, even during World War I, he had contributed to various federal weapons development projects. Now, with Germany's declaration of war on Poland, he had once again received a government contract. Seizing this opportunity, he established his own company, Stark Industries, and landed a major federal contract to research a metal the world had never seen before, Vibranium. Good evening, Mr. Stark. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm truly honored to become a member of Stark Industries. In response to Victor's attempt at small talk, Howard, though proud by nature, tempered himself out of respect for Victor's unique status. After all, he was a businessman, not his son, who was busy performing acrobatics atop the pinnacle of creation. Greetings, General, Howard said, his tone both polite and reserved. I never expected you'd take an interest in my company. I've heard the metal I'm researching was brought back by you. Is that true? Truth be told, Howard Stark was genuinely curious as to why someone as wealthy and powerful as Victor would invest in his fledgling arms company. Victor, after all, had access to far better options, especially at this point in time. No matter how clever Howard was, it never occurred to him that Victor had set his sights on his talent and his potential. Who could possibly know that Stark Industries would one day grow into the world's largest arms manufacturer? And Tony Stark, his own son, would go on to become the legendary Iron Man, saving half of all life on Earth, and even the universe itself. At this moment, Howard was little more than a promising scientist, just beginning to reveal his mechanical genius, still unknown to the wider world. This was precisely the opportunity Victor was eager to seize. For once Howard's gifts were fully recognized and developed, buying into Stark Industries would be anything but easy. Not to mention, in the years to come, Stark Industries would also be the birthplace of Hank Pym's Ant-Man technology and a slew of other magnificent creations. At present, Victor had managed to reclaim the Moonstone, but aside from Uramesa, all other items had been confiscated by the Federation. He hadn't acquired those objects through official channels to begin with, so now that the Federation had seized them, it wasn't exactly convenient for him to request their return. Still, since the Moonstone and Uramesa, his most prized possessions, remained in his hands, he wasn't overly concerned. Yet in every other way, the power struggle continued unabated. After all, during his absence, the Federation nearly declared him dead. Though they refrained in the end, the 2-year vacuum he left in his wake had been swiftly filled by others. You only had to look at how Department X had been dismantled to see the truth of it. Logan, the steadfast Wolverine and Victor's closest ally, had been sent to retire at the Clyde estate in Florida without protest. Mystique, meanwhile, under the guidance of her mentor Tina, was fully absorbed into the Intelligence Coordination Bureau. With her unique abilities, she quickly became their most outstanding secret agent. Logan, for his part, had strongly objected. He never thought much of that organization, after all. But this was Raven's own choice, and in the end, there was little he could do to stop her. As for Nina Price, after Victor's disappearance, she chose to travel to Europe in search of his whereabouts. Along the way, she encountered Van Helsing, and is currently following him to learn how to battle Dracula's minions. Given that Nina is an unprecedented hybrid of werewolf and vampire, it is hardly surprising that Dracula has set his sights on her, especially now, when he is short of capable followers. As for Dr. Essex, he is probably the one faring best out of everyone. He has succeeded in developing a serum that can slow down human aging and, to some extent, enhance physical abilities. Of course, this serum comes with its own flaw. After injection, repeated doses must be administered at regular intervals, or else the recipient will age and die at a terrifying rate. This potion, named the Infinity Serum, has been included as a candidate in the federal government's Super Soldier program. The reason it remains only a backup plan is simple. They have found something even better, a super soldier serum invented by Dr. Abraham Erskine from Germany. Although Mr. Sinister is quite displeased that his serum has been relegated to standby status by the federal government, he has his own agenda and chooses not to protest further. The federal government's knowledge of the super soldier serum is thanks to 2 people. The first is President Roosevelt. It was he who managed to resolve the conflicts among various intelligence agencies, consolidating all espionage, counterintelligence, and sabotage operations under the coordination of the Intelligence Bureau and the Army and Navy Intelligence Departments. He also secretly authorized the Intelligence Coordination Bureau to conduct counterintelligence and security operations against Axis spies in Latin America. The second person to thank is the shapeshifter Raven. While carrying out counterintelligence operations in Latin America, she successfully intercepted critical intelligence from Hydra. Within a castle in Bavaria, Dr. Abraham Erskine had managed to develop a super soldier serum that had no side effects. This serum could boost the user's metabolism and all bodily functions, allowing their brain to operate at full capacity and unleashing the peak of human potential. Its greatest advantage was that it caused no side effects. A single injection would have a permanent effect, making it the potion the federal government had long dreamed of. In reality, the super soldier serum Dr. Abraham Erskine developed at this time was not without flaws, but no one was aware of that yet. It was only after he was coerced by Johann Schmidt into injecting the experimental serum, an act that turned Schmidt into a living skeleton and earned him the name Red Skull, that the serum's side effects became known. Dr. Abraham Erskine soon realized that the super soldier serum still had its flaws. In subsequent experiments, he managed to eliminate these side effects, sparing Captain America from the fate of becoming a skeletal, hollowed-out hero. When the federal government learned of Dr. Erskine and his super soldier serum, they swiftly mobilized all their spies stationed in Europe. They had only one goal, to bring both Dr. Erskine and his serum back to the United States. Ironically, The one who ultimately accomplished this mission was a young woman by the name of Carter. After investing in Howard Stark Industries, Victor surprised him with an even greater gift. He entrusted Howard with the Moonstone, the real reason Victor had decided to back Stark Industries in the first place. As a landowner and one of the largest shareholders in Hershey, the biggest chocolate manufacturer in the country, Victor was never short on money. But he had come to a clear realization. Some things truly depended on innate talent. Despite his formidable learning abilities, despite all the books he devoured and the knowledge he had acquired through diligent self-study, even managing, in his retirement, to secretly earn several academic degrees, he still couldn't become a true scientific innovator. He lacked the epic-defining creativity and inspiration of someone like Stark or Essex. Perhaps it was because his talents were all invested in the art of combat. When it came to fighting techniques, he could master them in no time, adapt and expand upon them, and even create new methods to reach ever higher levels. But when it came to science and technology, he could only proceed step by step, learning and mastering what others had already discovered. He was unable to break new ground or achieve any revolutionary breakthroughs. For that reason, the Moonstone could only serve as a weapon in Victor's hands, never realizing its full potential or greater value. Besides, he didn't need it as much as before. His body had learned to adapt to and harness cosmic energy. Even without the Moonstone, he could continue to grow stronger by gradually absorbing the energies of the universe. He owed this, in large part, to his mutant abilities, especially his powerful self-healing and adaptive traits. Without these gifts, his body would never have survived such a transformation. He would have been forced to remain under the Moonstone's constant protection. It was much like what happened with Karla Sofin in the comics. After gaining 2 Moonstones and absorbing a vast amount of cosmic energy, she was powerful enough to challenge both the Avengers and the Thunderbolts at the same time. But once Baron Zemo took the stones from her, she immediately fell into a deep coma, her very life hanging by a thread. When Victor extracted the Moonstone, he didn't lapse into unconsciousness like she did. Even so, he was left weak and enfeebled. Fortunately, his healing factor pulled him through this difficult ordeal. I have never seen the elemental composition of these 2 gems before. In fact, they don't even exist on the periodic table. The energy they contain could create an entirely new future. Victor could only agree with Howard's assessment. After all, when it came to his own field of expertise, this man was as steadfast and unyielding as Victor's own son. There was no room for doubt. The very existence of the Moonstones further fueled Howard's passion for developing new energy sources. It quietly set the stage for his future collaboration with Anton Vanko in creating the arc reactor. Once he watched Howard safely store the 2 Moonstones in a meticulously designed isolation box, Victor invited him to set out together for the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. In truth, Victor's return to the military had not been easy. Only after a painfully drawn-out process, and with President Roosevelt's personal involvement, did he finally secure authorization to form the Strategic Scientific Reserve. For this, he had to relinquish all of his previous collections, and he was tasked with rallying people like Logan to serve the federal government once more. Naturally, as the highest-ranking officer in the SSR, Victor became its unquestioned leader. This meant that Colonel Chester Phillips, who had originally been slated to command the SSR, was now appointed as his deputy. Colonel Phillips was actually quite pleased to serve under a former war hero, though at first, Victor's youthful appearance had led him to suspect that his reputation was exaggerated. But after Victor demonstrated what it meant to tear apart a tank with his bare hands, specifically a Japanese Type 94 ultralight tank, Phillips was convinced, though he still grumbled under his breath. With freaks like Victor around, why do we even need a super soldier program? Of course, Phillips understood that someone like Victor was a true anomaly. Across the millions of square kilometers of the federal nation, there were fewer than 20 known individuals of Victor's caliber. He also knew that the purpose of the super soldier program was to mass-produce extraordinary warriors, not to rely on rare exceptions like Victor. The government had already invested heavily in this area, pouring funds and effort into countless experiments. The results had been mixed at best, but there had been some modest gains. Whether it was the creation of Agent Zero or the emergence of the Infinity Serum, these were merely byproducts of the Super Soldier Initiative. And it was precisely these offshoots that had kept the Super Soldier program from being scrapped altogether, sparing Dr. Essex from standing trial for human experimentation. Now, Federal intelligence had learned that the Germans had somehow managed to develop a perfected super soldier serum before anyone else. That was simply unacceptable. After all, whether in theory or in practice, the United States had always led the way in this field. For this very reason, they even sent someone all the way to London to extract Dr. Essex. Clearly, It should have been our Federation who first reveled in the triumph of this breakthrough. In the end, following a direct order from President Roosevelt, the Federation's intelligence agency went into full swing, launching a search for the creator of the super soldier serum, Dr. Abraham Erskine. If they could pull Essex out of London back then, surely now they could snatch Dr. Abraham Erskine right out from under those Germans' noses. Even before they knew where Dr. Erskine's loyalties truly lay, the Federation government was already gearing up for a kidnapping operation. And as for who would carry out this mission, after much deliberation, the president chose Victor Creed, even though he already held the rank of general. But given the stakes of this operation, and the fact that Victor was the only man whose success rate had remained a perfect 100% since the days of the Civil War, there could be no other choice. I hear the one meeting you on the other side is that gorgeous Peggy Carter. I've seen her photos. Listen, if you're not interested, maybe you could introduce me sometime. Howard Stark's Playboy banter barely registered with Victor. He felt nothing at all. If anything, he almost wanted to laugh. He, a bachelor for over a century, falling for a 19-year-old girl? What a joke. In truth, when it came to matters of the heart, Victor and Logan had chosen two very different paths. One lived recklessly. Logan was passionate and deeply affectionate. Logan often lost himself in love, unable to break free from a relationship's grip, but after each heartbreak, he'd quickly dive into the next affair. And of course, he never shied away from a little fun with a pretty woman. In fact, in the original story, whether it was a lover or a sweetheart, Logan always fell for them deeply and inexplicably. Yet, because of his unique circumstances, every romance was doomed to end in tragedy. As for Victor, he had long since recognized the curse that haunted both him and Logan. Anyone they cared for, anyone they allowed close, apart from each other, seemed fated for misfortune. Victor attributed this to his own lack of strength. Luther's death, he believed, stemmed from Victor's inability to control his own wild nature. Old Man Creed died because Victor wasn't yet powerful enough. So, he chose to pursue ever greater power. Only by wielding immense strength could he hope to seize control of his own fate in this damned world. As for Logan, under Victor's watchful interference, he never had a second chance at love after his luckless first romance. Ironically, though, when it came to chasing pleasure, Logan had almost 200 conquests under his belt, some young, some mature, but as long as they were attractive, Logan never discriminated. He did, however, have a particular fondness for redheads. Victor had come to realize that he shared an inexplicable bond with Paris. Nearly every time he visited Europe, barring that one occasion, when a space stone whisked him away to the world of the West Coast Avengers, he always ended up taking a stroll through Paris. Yet, for Paris, this connection was hardly a blessing. After all, every time he set foot in the city, most of its buildings would have to be rebuilt from scratch. While the city officials certainly lined their pockets handsomely because of this, the people of Paris bore the brunt of the trouble. Some of the city's historic landmarks had suffered more than their fair share of disasters. Of course, this time Victor's visit to Paris was nothing like his previous official trips. He was here on a secret mission, after all. Besides, Parisians were hardly rolling out the welcome mat for him. In fact, one could say that all of France wanted nothing to do with him. They'd even given him the nickname the Calamity of Paris, and when he went missing, they popped open bottles of champagne in celebration. So, even if he wanted to go through official channels this time, it was unlikely the French would play along. Fortunately, the person in charge of meeting him on this occasion was from Britain, which meant he didn't have to worry about any of that. You're not quite what I imagined. They told me you were already over 100 years old, but you look about my age. Looking at the fresh-faced 19-year-old girl standing before him, Victor found it hard to picture her one day becoming the alluring and sophisticated Agent 13. As a spy, you should know there's an old saying. What you see isn't always the truth. Never be deceived by appearances. Look for the essence beneath the surface. Victor's words of wisdom clearly irked the young woman, who was still teetering between girlhood and adulthood. She shot back. So what you're really saying is, you're an old man over 100 years old trapped in the body of a 20-year-old? Victor was left speechless by her teasing. He'd always assumed the British were supposed to be more serious than this. But evidently, he had underestimated the girl's curiosity and his own air of mystery. That's something you'll have to figure out for yourself. For now, let's keep our attention on the mission. Victor had no desire to waste any more time discussing his age with a young girl. Not only was it tiresome, but it was also, if he was honest, a little embarrassing. According to the intelligence you passed along, Dr. Abraham Erskine is currently being held at a Hydra secret base somewhere in Bavaria, Germany. Victor did find it curious that the British had managed to obtain such classified information, but he also knew better than to ask questions he shouldn't. After all, Britain has been stirring the pot in Europe for so many years. How could they not have their own intelligence sources? Let's not forget, it was the British who brought down Napoleon, the man who once swept across the entire continent. Although those intelligence channels aren't available to him at the moment, they will all come under SHELD's control in the future. So, Victor saw no need to rush things. That's right. Right now, he's in a castle in Bavaria. The castle is the family property of a German nobleman named Baron Strucker. When Carter uttered that name, Victor's lips curled into a smile with an unreadable meaning. He hadn't expected to hear the name of an old friend in a place like this. Yet, to Carter, his smile was anything but pleasant. In her eyes, when she mentioned Baron Strucker, the war hero from the Federation took on the look of a hungry wolf eyeing a plump little lamb, a bit predatory, even lecherous. Still, out of respect for her elder, even if his demeanor hardly fit the image, she chose to ignore the expression and continued relaying the facts at hand. As far as we know, this Baron Strucker participated in the First World War and was present at several major battles. His relationship with Hydra also appears rather ambiguous. Hearing Carter's report on Baron Strucker, Victor decided to add a few details of his own. This would not only assert the Federation's authority, but also help them come to a more accurate assessment. He didn't just fight in the First World War. He was one of its instigators and its senior commander. And his relationship with Hydra isn't ambiguous at all. He's actually one of Hydra's top leaders. Victor's words confirmed the British suspicions that the castle might be one of Hydra's secret bases. Since Baron Strucker himself was part of Hydra, it was only natural that his castle was one of their assets as well. If that's the case, then the defenses there must be much stronger than we anticipated. After all, if it were merely the estate of a nobleman, there wouldn't be much of a military presence. Of course, Carter said this deliberately, not because they were unprepared. On the contrary, they had been ready from the start. The commando team was already standing by in international waters. Her real purpose was to test the Federation's willingness to cooperate. After all, even among allies, it wouldn't be fair for them to shoulder all the risks and effort alone, would it? Since you already have the address, let's get moving. All you need to do is lead the way and make sure there's a safe escape route. As for infiltrating the castle and rescuing the target, that's my job. But Victor's answer clearly threw her plans into disarray. What did he mean? She only needed to guide the way and prepare for their retreat. Did he really intend to storm in alone and bring the doctor out himself? In fact, that was exactly what Victor was planning, and he had every confidence in his ability to pull it off. After all, there was a reason he'd earned the nickname, the Scourge of Paris. He'd earned it, building by building, tearing them down one after another. If he could get inside Baron Strack's castle, he could guarantee that, by the time he left, the place would be reduced to a true relic of history. But for now, all of this existed only in Victor's imagination. Just as he was triumphantly picturing himself escorting the doctor aboard a warship, Carter had to cut his daydream short. She had no intention of letting this old relic, who had no understanding of modern weaponry, charge the castle with nothing but a sword, only to end up riddled with bullets from machine guns. Had he not noticed his hand never strayed far from that samurai sword at his waist? Times had changed. She couldn't understand why the Federation would send such an antique on this mission, even if he was rather handsome and looked surprisingly young. It's simply too dangerous to send you in alone. Our assault team is already standing by in international waters. Is the Federation really unable to provide any more support? Victor, having already guessed what Carter was thinking, had to explain that, as far as the Federation was concerned, he was the best support they could offer. Since they'd be working together, the plan was for the assault team to accompany him in Bavaria and carry out the rescue together. But in the end, the doctor must be handed over to the Federation. With their own motives in mind, the two finally settled on a plan. Victor would join forces with the British commandos to storm the castle. Carter's intent was to have the commandos keep an eye on Victor, make sure Hydra didn't kill him. Otherwise, there'd be no way to explain things to the Federation. Victor, on the other hand, figured that, though these commandos might get in his way, they wouldn't hamper him too much. He'd just have to make sure they didn't suffer too many casualties. Once the plan was finalized, things moved quickly. The British assault team, previously waiting at sea, soon managed to land and slip into Bavaria with the help of the French. As for Victor and Carter, their small numbers made the crossing even easier. With barely any obstacles in their way, they reached the rendezvous point without incident. However, after joining forces, both sides found themselves at odds over who should take command. In the end, they agreed to move together, but each would handle their own tasks separately. As night fell, Victor and the assault team began making their way toward the foot of the castle. Their first objective was to eliminate the outer sentries before they could enter the castle itself. One of the assault team members raised his military crossbow, ready to take down a guard atop the watchtower. But just then, he realized Victor had vanished from his side. An instant later, The guard atop the watchtower was already dead. With the sentry dispatched, Victor began scaling the castle wall with ease. In a blink, he slipped through an open window, leaving Carter and the rest of the team staring in astonishment. What kind of monster did the Federation send us? Who is that guy, really? Could all those rumors about him actually be true? Captain Price's words had barely left his lips when a volley of gunfire and explosions erupted from within the castle. Moments later, several Hydra corpses were thrown out of the window. Inside the castle, Victor had decided to set aside the Mura Mesa blade for now. After all, a samurai sword's length made it unwieldy. Indoors. Yet, his empty-handed prowess was even more formidable than his swordsmanship. His fangs and claws were nothing to scoff at. Of course, Victor's fangs were mostly for intimidation. He was neither a vampire nor a werewolf. He had no intention of sinking his teeth into any agent he came across. From the very beginning, Victor had planned to infiltrate alone. Though he had agreed to move with the assault team during the day, when night fell and the real operation began, he slipped in by himself. It wasn't fair to blame him for not sticking with the team. They simply couldn't keep up with him. As Victor stormed the castle, the first to stand in his way were two low-ranking soldiers. Sizing up the Hydra troops, now fully equipped in new gear, Victor couldn't help but silently mock the shoddy supplies provided by the Federation and the glorious Empire. Without wasting a second, he reached out and dispatched the two bizarre soldiers, still wearing sunglasses in the dead of night. Glancing at the bodies, their necks twisted at unnatural angles, Victor mused that he hadn't lost his touch, then pressed on without pause. Victor's takedown of the two Hydra soldiers inside the room was swift and silent. But as he stepped into the corridor, he was finally exposed. The Hydra soldiers who spotted him raised the alarm almost instantly, opening fire in an effort to cut down the intruder. Victor dodged the hail of bullets with ease, running along the wall toward his assailant. By the time Victor reached the Hydra soldier's back, the magazine in the man's submachine gun still hadn't run empty. Taking down that soldier didn't cost Victor much effort, but the gunshot had already alerted the rest of the enemies, plunging the entire castle into a state of high alert. With their cover blown and the enemy fully on guard, the assault team members who were still outside the castle had no choice but to abandon their infiltration plan and switch to a direct assault. Inwardly, they cursed Victor furiously. Meanwhile, Victor paused for a moment when he heard the sounds of gunfire erupting outside. He took a breath to consider his options, then changed his original direction, turning down the corridor towards the stairs that led to the lower levels of the castle. After dispatching several Hydra soldiers who charged up the stairs to meet him, Victor emerged into the Grand Hall. As he gazed down at the large group of Hydra soldiers waiting in formation below, he couldn't help but begin to doubt the wisdom of his own choices. Almost the instant he lowered his head, a hail of bullets from behind shredded the wall at his back, turning it into a pockmarked ruin. The stone balustrade he had been using as cover was torn to pieces under the enemy's machine gun fire. Before he could meet the same fate as the shattered stone, Victor leaped boldly into the hall below. Of course, there was never any need to doubt the marksmanship of Hydra soldiers. Even though Victor moved swiftly and gracefully, he had already taken several hits. Still, thanks to his regenerative abilities, he pretended to be completely unscathed, giving nothing away. Rising to his feet, wielding two captured light machine guns, Victor began to return fire at the Hydra soldiers. The recoil from these weapons might have been too much for an ordinary man, but for Victor, it was nothing to worry about. After several intense minutes of exchanging fire with a certain superpowered cheat among the enemy ranks, the Hydra soldiers were either dead, wounded, or lying on the ground, writhing in pain. With the hall finally cleared, Victor dashed to the castle's front doors. With a gentle lift, he raised the wooden bar and swung the doors open. At that moment, the British assault team had just finished dealing with the enemies outside and were preparing to blast the doors open, only to see them open from the inside instead. Looks like your operation went smoothly too. No casualties, I hope? Come on in. I have a feeling the doctor isn't in the upper levels of the castle. He's probably down in the wine cellar. Victor glanced over the assault team, confirming that none of them were injured or missing, and then shared his plan. They'd split up, one group heading upstairs, the other going down. The British agents, familiar with Hydra's habit of digging secret tunnels, chose to go below, while Victor, with a shrug, continued his rampage toward the upper levels of the castle. Though he had nearly cleared the entire hall just moments ago, the brief exchange at the door had given Hydra's soldiers time to pour out from deeper within the castle, surging toward him once more. But their arrival only served to add a few more bodies to the floor. After all, with Victor and the assault team's crossfire, survival was next to impossible. After parting ways with the assault team again, Victor continued his ascent up the stairs. Along the way, more Hydra soldiers charged at him from above and below, but Victor dispatched them with ease. Given his skills, these ordinary soldiers posed no real threat to him. It wasn't until he reached the room where the doctor was that he encountered a slight complication. Of course, what Victor considered a complication was just a minor inconvenience for him. As soon as he stepped onto the corridor of that floor, he was ambushed by more than a dozen hand ninjas. Without hesitation, he grabbed a wooden table holding a vase by the side of the hallway to use as a shield. In the blink of an eye, the tabletop, now his makeshift shield, was bristling with shuriken and kunai. And the ninjas drew their swords and rushed at him. Victor, who hadn't drawn his blade in some time, naturally chose to counterattack. As he unsheathed the Muramasa, the first ninja was already upon him. Sidestepping the incoming slash, Victor twisted his body and, with an upward sweep, sliced the attacker cleanly in two while he was still midair. Ignoring the two halves of the body, now gushing blood on the floor, Victor brought the Muramasa down in a swift arc toward the second charging ninja. This one, more experienced, instinctively tried to block with his own sword. But he forgot one crucial fact. The blade he faced was the peerless Muramasa. With a single motion, Victor cleaved the second ninja from head to toe. Only then did the third ninja wise up. He neither attacked nor tried to block, but instead turned to beat a hasty retreat. But he hadn't even managed 2 steps before Victor's hand closed around his throat. A quick twist, and another ninja in black dropped lifeless to the ground. The remaining ninjas, seeing Victor dispatch 3 of their comrades in mere seconds with almost no effort, began to withdraw step by step, swords raised, until both sides reached a more spacious hall. There, the ninjas launched another coordinated attack. This time, they came at him in groups of 2 or 3. But even this did little to trouble Victor. All he had to do was let the Muramasa in his hand make a gentle sweep. With a flash of cold steel, the ninjas suddenly felt their grips lighten. Their katanas had been sliced clean in 2 by the Muramasa. And with Victor's second swing, darkness swallowed their vision. After dispatching the lesser ninjas, Victor rolled his neck, then pushed open the final door before him. As expected, Dr. Abraham Erskine awaited him inside the room. However, standing on either side of him were 2 Gundam units guarding him. The moment Victor saw the bipedal robots equipped with twin-mounted machine guns, he cursed under his breath and dove to the side. As bizarre creations of Dr. Zola, these robots didn't possess particularly complex intelligence. In truth, they were being remotely controlled by Hydra soldiers stationed in the basement, operating them far beyond ordinary remote control capabilities. In the center of each machine was a cockpit fitted with a camera, allowing the operators to observe the situation on-site in real time and control the robots' responses accordingly. These 2 robots, as cutting-edge products of a new era, had been stationed here by the Red Skull to protect Dr. Abraham Erskine. But in reality, from Dr. Zola's perspective, these machines were failures. His true aim was never to create mere remote-controlled toys. What he truly intended was to transfer human consciousness into robotic bodies, so that the intelligence of humankind could merge with mechanical power, producing the ultimate soldiers. Of course, before achieving that goal, he didn't mind testing just how formidable his mechanical creations were, which was precisely why this scene was unfolding now. After narrowly dodging the first volley of gunfire from the 2 machines, Victor seized the split second when they were turning to readjust and drew his blade, charging straight at one of them. With a single arc of Muramasa's blade, slicing through the robot's armored shell and inner workings, Victor cleaved the heavily armed bipedal machine cleanly in 2 at an angle. But he had no time to deal with the second robot. Grabbing Dr. Abraham Erskine, Victor leaped out of the window. His animal instinct screamed at him. The second robot was about to turn both him and Dr. Erskine into a pile of gore with its guns. Worse still, the first robot was about to explode. Just as they crashed through the glass and burst out of the window, a tremendous explosion erupted in the room behind them, an inferno no ordinary person could hope to survive. As Victor cradled Dr. Erskine with one arm, he plunged Muramasa into the castle wall with the other. Though the blade sliced through the stone as easily as tofu, it still gave Victor enough leverage to slow their fall considerably. Shortly after Victor's daring rescue, Carter and the assault team finally fought their way down the corridor into the castle's underground prison and wine cellar. After neutralizing the remaining enemies, they discovered that Dr. Erskine was nowhere to be found. Upon interrogating their captives, they learned, to their astonishment, that Dr. Abraham Erskine was in fact upstairs. Carter and the commando captain exchanged a glance, then decided to withdraw and head upstairs to support Victor. They guessed that Victor probably hadn't made it to the top floor yet. But when they reached the main hall, what they saw was Dr. Abraham Erskine sipping wine and Victor resting with his eyes closed, leaning on his blade. "You've arrived much faster than I expected," and the people you sent were beyond what I could have imagined. Since you already have such warriors, my existence shouldn't be all that important. Dr. Abraham Erskine, who had no idea who Victor was, couldn't understand why the Allies would go to such great lengths to rescue him. From his perspective, since the Federation already had the means to create super soldiers, all they needed to do was kill him. Yet moments ago, Victor had risked his life to save him. Dr. Abraham Erskine, I can't answer your question. All I can do is ask you to return with us to the Federation, where someone will explain everything to you. With Carter adopting an official, business-like tone, Dr. Erskine had no choice but to drain his glass of his beloved homeland wine and follow the commandos as they withdrew. Throughout this process, neither he nor the commandos took their eyes off Victor for even a moment. The doctor was full of curiosity about Victor's origins, eager to know whether his own formula for creating super soldiers could ever match up to Victor's prowess. As for the commandos, they were simply stunned. They'd heard plenty of rumors about Victor, but always assumed it was just the government boasting or exaggerating, even when the French had given him a rather unsavory nickname. They'd thought that was just the French covering for their own failures. But Victor's performance today completely overturned their previous beliefs. The commando captain's feelings were even more complicated, since his rank meant he knew a few things others didn't, like their country's own hero, Union Jack, and the like. Just as everyone was finishing the mission and preparing to evacuate, Victor suddenly urged Carter and the others to take Dr. Erskine and leave first, choosing to stay behind to cover their retreat. Take the doctor and go now. Get him to the Federation as quickly as you can. There's a real problem coming up behind us, and I can't guarantee I'll be able to handle him. None of them doubted Victor's warning. After all, they'd seen what he could do during the rescue. And now, with someone rumored to be even more dangerous on their heels, these ordinary soldiers knew it was best to get out while they could. The mission was complete. There was no need for them to get caught up in a clash between titans. I never imagined I'd meet someone like myself here, especially as an enemy. Why don't you join us? Together, we could rule the world. Sebastian Shaw, dressed in the NC military uniform, looked at Victor, who was waiting for them in the middle of the road. Of course, at this moment, Shaw's actual identity was the NC scientist Klaus Schmidt. Victor didn't answer his question. Instead, he drew his Muramesa blade. The instant he unsheathed his sword, Shaw's subordinates pulled out their weapons and began firing at Victor. Shaw simply watched as Victor effortlessly slaughtered all his soldiers and officers, then extended his invitation once again. You're very powerful. Join me, and together we can shape a world of our own. You must realize, against my abilities, you stand no chance. But to Shaw's surprise, Victor still gave him no response. Instead, Victor fixed him with a look of sympathy, one that made Shaw feel like a circus monkey, performing for someone's amusement. Furious and humiliated, Shaw launched the first attack. Yet Victor didn't counterattack. He merely dodged Shaw's strikes again and again. As a mutant, Shaw's power was energy conversion. He could absorb all forms of energy, electricity, kinetic force, heat, and transform them into his own strength. The more energy and motion around him, the more power he gained, and he could unleash this stored energy at will. That was precisely why Victor had chosen this relatively open area, to buy time, to keep Shaw occupied while Carter and the others evacuated the doctor. But Shaw's next move left Victor utterly stunned. After several failed strikes, Shaw paused. After all, he was a scientist, not a trained fighter. The sheer strength of his abilities meant he never needed to learn real combat techniques. So, when faced with Victor, who was a master of many fighting styles, it was only natural that Shaw's attacks would miss. But that didn't mean he was out of options. After halting his assault, Shaw walked to the roadside and selected a tree half a meter thick. He wrapped his arms around the trunk and, with reckless abandon, began smashing his head against it. As Victor watched in bewilderment, the massive tree cracked and toppled with a resounding crash. Oh hell, Victor realized in an instant. This maniac was using this method to charge up his energy. In the original comic, Shaw had once used the same trick in prison, battering his head against the wall to build up power and break free. Victor hadn't expected to face such a situation himself. Shaw, now swollen with energy, had grown exponentially stronger and faster, becoming a far more formidable opponent. This time, Victor wasn't able to dodge the attack. Zhao's punch sent him flying through the air. Fortunately, for someone with his regenerative abilities, such a blow was little more than an inconvenience. Still, the relentless onslaught left Victor struggling to keep up, and every time he tried to fight back, it only seemed to make his opponent stronger. Victor finally realized that unless he could deliver an overwhelming surge of power all at once, or come up with some other solution, this guy was simply impossible to kill. The good news was that he had managed to buy enough time. With the help of yet another heavy punch from Zhao, and at the cost of 3 fractured ribs, Victor finally broke away from the battlefield. As Zhao's furious roars faded behind him, Victor began tracking in the direction where Carter and the others had retreated. Although they'd taken precautions against being followed, none of that could stop someone with Victor's unique abilities. It didn't take him long to catch up with Carter and the group. Seeing Victor a bit disheveled, but otherwise unharmed, the others sensibly refrained from asking too many questions. As long as he returned safely, there would be no major trouble from the Federation. Besides, their mission was already a success. Dr. Abraham Erskine was now in their custody. As for the doctor's own opinion, it had more or less been disregarded for the time being. Once in the Federation, someone would surely find a way to secure his cooperation. After all, he was a scientist, not a trained operative. And as Victor knew, the doctor was a pacifist at heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen Captain America in the end. While Victor was celebrating the acquisition of the doctor, on the other side, Sebastian Shaw, having lost men and failed to eliminate Victor, was consumed by impotent rage. After his failed pursuit, Shaw vented his fury by unleashing the energy he had absorbed, reducing vast swathes of forest to smoldering ash and barren wasteland. Yet, none of this could change the fact of his defeat. Worse still, he'd lost a number of his people, and he could already imagine the ridicule and reprimands awaiting him from the other Hydra members. The thought sent him into another fit of rage. He swore that if he ever crossed paths with that man again, he would make him pay for this humiliation, for daring to reject his gift, and for leaving him in such a sorry state. After Victor and the others crossed the Franco-German border, they could finally breathe a true sigh of relief. Soon after, Carter and her team began escorting the doctor to the coast. There, they would board a submarine to leave France. The doctor would then transfer to a Royal Navy warship and make his way to the Federation. As for Victor, he didn't accompany Carter and the others. Instead, he set off alone for Paris, wanting to explore the city one last time before its inevitable fall. Faced with the looming Second World War, in which the Federation was about to become embroiled, Victor felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him. For this marked the beginning of everything. In the decades to follow, all manner of powerful villains would emerge one after another, and Earth would repeatedly face apocalyptic crises. The days when problems could be solved with guns and artillery were gone for good. The age of superheroes and supervillains had finally arrived. And now, Victor, known as Sabretooth, who in the original story was barely more than cannon fodder, had become a traveler between worlds. He wanted to survive in this new era, and even hoped to protect those close to him. He needed more power, greater strength, and, just as importantly, allies to stand by his side. After all, even heroes cannot weather the storm alone. As brilliant as Tony Stark, or as mighty as the Hulk, both needed the Avengers. Victor did not linger long in Paris. After only a few days of wandering, he left this city, which was soon to be shrouded in sorrow. Shortly after Victor's departure from Paris, the Germans launched what they called Operation Sickle. They began with a furious bombardment, sending waves of bombers over France, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg, pounding airfields, railway hubs, troop concentrations, and cities. When the bombing finally ceased, the German army unleashed a full-scale assault along the more than 300-kilometer front stretching from the North Sea to the Maginot Line. First, they deployed an entire army group, striking hard at the Netherlands and Belgium. During the assault, they also sent in large numbers of paratroopers to seize vital bridges and fortress installations deep inside both countries. Caught between powerful armored divisions in the front and airborne forces behind, the Dutch and Belgian armies fell into chaos and soon collapsed in complete disarray. The relentless German advance forced the British and French forces stationed in northern France to cross into Belgium at breakneck speed to reinforce their allies. Meanwhile, the Germans assembled a second army group and launched a feint against France's pride, the Maginot Line. Their diversion was so convincing that the French command hesitated, torn between retreating and pressing the attack. It was at this very moment that the real German strike force finally made its way through the dense forests and deep ravines of the Ardennes, advancing over 100 kilometers into French territory. That very afternoon, Guderian's 3 armored divisions captured the renowned fortress city of Sedan. After taking Sedan, they did not pause. Instead, they hastened their preparations to cross the river. Whether the Germans could force their way over the Meuse would decide the course of the battle. The next morning, not long after dawn, the sky was filled with German aircraft. Nearly 400 bombers thundered overhead. A relentless bombardment was unleashed in waves upon the French positions and artillery clusters on the southern bank of the Meuse River, lasting a full 5 hours. The French soldiers' morale was shattered, leaving their spirits paralyzed. Stripped of any will to fight, the French troops faced hundreds of rubber boats, braving the river crossing, yet could muster hardly any meaningful resistance. In just an hour and a half, the Germans secured a foothold on the southern bank. Without delay, German engineers began constructing pontoon bridges. 2.5 hours later, thanks to these floating bridges, the 1st Armored Division of the German Army crossed the Meuse. Shielded by their tanks, the Germans then pressed forward in a bold advance. With the French defensive line on the Meuse broken, the road to Paris and the English Channel lay wide open for the German forces. Meanwhile, the Anglo-French troops fighting in Belgium now faced the threat of encirclement, and the mighty French army stationed along the Maginot Line was suddenly beset from all sides. Only now did the Allied command grasp the gravity of the situation. Desperate to save its forces still stranded on the European continent, the British Empire immediately dispatched 10 more fighter squadrons to join the Royal Air Force units already in France and to coordinate a counterattack with the French Air Force. By afternoon, the skies above the Meuse became the scene of the fiercest dogfight since the war began, as Allied fighters clashed with those of Nazi Germany. Each side committed over 500 aircraft. High above, the planes twisted and turned in a deadly ballet, chasing and weaving around one another. Every so often, a plane would take a hit, ignite, and spiral downward, trailing smoke like a falling comet. Though the Allies failed to gain the upper hand against the German fighters, a handful of their bombers managed to slip through the blockade and began targeting the pontoon bridges. But the Germans, armed with Hydra's arsenal of cutting-edge weaponry, quickly demonstrated what it meant to shoot down enemy planes. Their anti-aircraft crews unleashed an almost unnatural barrage, mercilessly tearing through the low-flying British and French aircraft. The dense web of anti-aircraft fire turned the sky into a death trap. Allied planes swept in like moths to a flame, only to be swallowed up in waves, again and again. This furious battle between air and ground raged on until night fell over the Meuse, and the battered Allied squadrons were forced to retreat in disappointment. The German pontoon bridges, however, remained largely unscathed. In this engagement alone, the Germans shot down hundreds of Allied aircraft. One German anti-aircraft regiment claimed 112 kills by itself. After this battle, the skies above France became a playground for German pilots. With total air superiority lost, the British and French air forces now dared only to take to the skies under the cover of darkness. The German armored divisions once more surged forward at a pace and with a power never before seen in the annals of war. All of France was thrown into utter panic. To illustrate just how panicked they were, let me give an example. As Guderian's 3 armored divisions thundered on toward Dunkirk. On their way, they encountered hundreds of thousands of routed French soldiers. They were so uninterested in taking prisoners that they simply raised their megaphones and called out, "We don't have time to take you prisoner. All you need to do is lay down your weapons, leave the road, and stay out of our way. We won't harm you." The true feeling of that moment could probably only be understood by those scattered French troops and the German soldiers shouting at them. In this manner, Guderian's forces charged ahead, reaching a point just 10 miles from Dunkirk. What happened next is well known. In the end, his efforts fell just short of total victory, and thus was born the legendary evacuation of Dunkirk. But this was not due to any desperate resistance from the French. Rather, it was because the Germans abandoned the pursuit. That's right, on the orders of a certain leader, they simply stopped. Although the evacuation at Dunkirk turned out to be a remarkable success, the remaining Anglo-French forces were not so lucky and could not escape. Caught in a tightening German encirclement, they quickly lost the will to resist. In the end, they began to surrender in droves. The Germans, without losing a single soldier, marched straight into the undefended city, the French capital, Paris. Afterwards, more than 2 million French men were sent to internment camps. In the days that followed, the vast majority of them would unexpectedly become fathers. Finally, after the French forces in Alsace and Lorraine also surrendered, France and Nazi Germany signed an armistice. The battle was over, and France had fallen. In this campaign, German casualties totaled 150,000, while the Anglo-French losses soared to 2.29 million, a staggering casualty ratio of 1 to 15. When Victor learned that France had fallen, he said little. He simply lit another cigarette and threw himself back into the frantic work of organizing the Strategic Science Corps. The Federation still showed no intention of joining the war, but that was about to change. It was on this very day that President Roosevelt convened the heads of intelligence agencies, including the Office of Coordination of Intelligence, and assigned them a secret mission to devise a way for the Federation to enter the war under reasonable pretext. After some deliberation, Tina, head of the Office of Coordination of Intelligence, and her colleagues set their sights on East Asia, on the country that always seemed eager to extend its reach into territories that did not belong to it. Guided by the Intelligence Office's strategy, the Federation first froze all economic and trade relations with Japan. Most importantly, the supply of high-octane oil. Deprived of fuel, Japanese planes were grounded and became nothing more than useless hens, while ships and armored vehicles were reduced to homebound recluses. Without imported oil, Japan was left with only 6 months to make a decision. Either withdraw its troops, halt expansion, and move closer to the Federation, or strike south into the Federation's sphere of influence and declare war on the Allied nations. In fact, the Japanese government itself was embroiled in fierce disputes over this matter. After all, going to war with the Federation was no trivial matter. Yet, in the end, only a select few had the power to make the final call. The Intelligence Coordination Bureau ultimately chose Isoroku Yamamoto to carry out the mission. Yamamoto was chosen because, during a spring military exercise in March 1940, the future commander of the Combined Fleet, Ozawa, had utterly defeated his senior, Yamamoto. At that time, Ozawa commanded 2 carriers, one large and one small, while Yamamoto led the pride of the Combined Fleet, 2 battleships and a heavy carrier. In the end, Ozawa concentrated his air power, launching a relentless assault that wiped out Yamamoto's fleet of 2 battleships and 1 heavy carrier in one swift blow. After the exercise, Yamamoto Isoroku turned to the Navy Chief of Staff, Shigeru Fukudome, and uttered a single line. "Can we use aircraft to bomb Hawaii?" Unbeknownst to them, this remark was also overheard by Mystique, Raven, who was disguised as a guard at the time. The information quickly made its way back to the Federation's Intelligence Coordination Bureau. Following a series of analyses, the Bureau decided that Yamamoto was the right man for the job. Once the target was confirmed, they went all out to ensure he would take command of Japan's fleet. Of course, none of this would have been possible without President Roosevelt quietly giving them his full support, allowing them to tap into the Federation's political and commercial resources. Thus, they skillfully exploited the rivalry between the Japanese Navy and the Army, planting Mystique, Raven, in place of a low-ranking Army officer stationed in Tokyo. The interrogation of this Army officer did not go smoothly at first, but in the end, it was Nina, the midnight vampire newly returned, who succeeded. Using her powers of hypnosis and telepathy, she extracted the entire life story and background of the officer, named Jiro Kumagai. Combined with Raven's unique abilities, her disguise was flawless. Once she had assumed the identity of this officer, she began stirring up tensions between the lower ranks of the Army and Navy. Eventually, she seized an opportunity, leading her team to blockade the gates of the Navy Ministry, nearly sparking an all-out firefight with the Marine Corps. The officials at the Navy Ministry were so alarmed that they even prepared backup generators in advance, bracing for the possibility of extreme disruptions like power and water outages. Ultimately, this clash escalated into a high-level power struggle, the result of which was the downfall of the Mitsumasa Yonai cabinet. And the last act of the Yonai cabinet before stepping down was to appoint the gambler, Isoroku Yamamoto, as the new commander of the Combined Fleet. As for the origins of the unrest, Army officer Kumagai Jiro mysteriously vanished after a night out drinking. Along with him disappeared his beloved dog. But at that moment, few in Japan cared about the fate of a low-ranking officer, and those who had sought revenge against him lost interest when they learned of his disappearance. The entire nation was now gripped by excitement at joining the Axis alliance with Germany and Italy, swept up in a fever for war. It was in this climate that a mysterious piece of intelligence landed on Yamamoto's desk. Admiral Andrew, commander of Britain's Mediterranean fleet, had launched a carrier strike on Taranto, sinking 3 Italian battleships in one bold move. After confirming the authenticity of this report through his own intelligence channels, Yamamoto's resolve only deepened. Guided by subtle influences around him, he began to devise a plan that bore the unmistakable mark of his own personality. If this plan succeeded, Japan could deal a devastating blow to the U.S. military in the opening stages of the war, seizing at least 6 months of strategic advantage and compelling America to come to the negotiating table. Such a gambler's plan could only have been conceived by Yamamoto himself, for he was, by nature, a gambler, and a masterful one at that. On a diplomatic mission to Europe, he had once won so much at the casinos of Monaco that he was banned from returning. Yet he failed to realize that one can gamble with almost anything, except the fate of a nation. What's more, as soon as his plan was drafted, Mystique had already stolen it and sent it back to the Federation. With abilities like hers, there's nowhere she can't reach. I have to admit, these intelligence operatives are truly terrifying. Howard Stark remarked, though he didn't seem particularly surprised. On the contrary, he was rather looking forward to the coming war. After all, Stark Industries was now one of the Federation's largest arms suppliers. As for Victor's Hershey Chocolate Company, it had secured the Army's ration contract. The 2 war profiteers exchanged a knowing smile, before turning back to their work. After being brought to the Federation, Dr. Abraham Erskine, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to face reality and begin working for the government. The authorities assured him that his invention would be used to end the war, not as a tool of aggression. Of course, Victor only smiled at such promises. Probably only a bookworm like Abraham Erskine would believe them. To develop the super soldier serum, the Federation government spared no effort, even assigning Howard to assist the doctor. As for Victor, under the guise of supervision, he was in fact offering protection and experimental resources to these two titans of the scientific world. Meanwhile, the figure who was supposed to join them, Mr. Astonishment, embarked on an entirely new line of research due to Nina's return, telepathy. He was utterly fascinated by this enigmatic ability, so much so that he even passed up the chance to delve into the research on the super soldier serum. Truth be told, his interest in the super soldier serum had always been lukewarm. What he truly desired was to bestow himself with even greater powers. In this regard, he bore some resemblance to Victor, though Mr. Astonishment's method was relentless self-modification at the genetic level. Moreover, while investigating telepathy, he made groundbreaking advancements in the field of cloning. This achievement convinced the federal government to allow him to forego involvement in super soldier serum research and development. After the upper echelons of the Federation grasped the concept of cloning, their vision was simple. Mr. Astonishment would produce an army of clones, and then each clone would be injected with the super soldier serum. Perfect.